Chapter 1 Anniversary Surprise. Philly Western Restaurant. This is one of the places with the highest per capita consumption in Yuncheng. A meal there would cost an average person a month's salary. Lin Feng sat by the window and adjusted his collar awkwardly. This white shirt is the most expensive item in his wardrobe, costing more than 300 yuan, and he bought it specially for today's anniversary. But sitting in this magnificent restaurant where even the tableware gleamed with gold, he still felt that he seemed so out of tune with everything here. The guests around were either rich or noble, the men were dressed in suits and the women were adorned with jewels, and their conversations were about business worth tens or even hundreds of millions. And he, an intern who just graduated a year ago, has a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan and enough money for next month's food. "Sir, would you like to order now?" The waiter's polite voice rang in my ears. Lin Feng came back to his senses, waved his hands quickly, and forced a smile. "No, I'll wait for someone." The waiter nodded and left. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to the window. Today is the 1-year anniversary of my relationship with my girlfriend Wang Yaoyao. He prepared for this day for a long time. He had booked this restaurant half a month in advance and paid a deposit of 1,000. This meal would probably cost him nearly half a month's salary. In his pocket, a cold velvet box was lying quietly. It was the anniversary gift he prepared. A platinum necklace with a unique pendant inlaid with a small diamond. The brand wasn't a big one, but it still cost him 3 months' savings. He still remembers the slightly contemptuous look from the salesgirl when he was paying at the counter. "Sir, this is the cheapest one we have in our store. Are you sure you want this?" At that time he just smiled and swiped the card without hesitation. In his opinion, the value of a gift lies not in its price but in the thought behind it. He believed that Yao Yao would like it. After all, when they first got together, Yao Yao had said more than once that she loved him not for his money, but for him as a person. Thinking of this, a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He took out his cell phone and checked the time. 7:30. Half an hour has passed since the agreed time. Yao Yao hasn't arrived yet. He opened WeChat and the chat history was still in the afternoon. "Yao Yao, 7 o'clock in the evening, Philly Western Restaurant, don't forget, I have prepared a surprise for you." Below is Wang Yaoyao's reply of "Yeah. Maybe there's a traffic jam." Lin Feng comforted himself in this way and waited patiently for another 10 minutes. The melodious violin music in the restaurant made him feel inexplicably upset. The ambiguous glances from some of the guests around him made him feel very uncomfortable. He could feel that those eyes were full of scrutiny and inquiry. A young man dressed in ordinary clothes sitting alone in a high-end restaurant is indeed easy to attract attention. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Lin Feng was cheered up, thinking it was a message from Wang Yaoyao, and quickly unlocked the screen. The message was in the company group. "All members, please report to the meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. to discuss the Changnan project plan. No lateness allowed." Lin Feng sighed and put his phone on the table. Just then, a familiar figure finally appeared at the door of the restaurant. "Yao Yao." Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and waved excitedly. Wang Yaoyao walked over wearing a well-cut dress, exquisite makeup, and high heels. But her face didn't show any joy of keeping the appointment, instead there was a hint of impatience and alienation. "Why did you choose such a place?" Wang Yaoyao pulled out a chair and sat down, casually throwing a latest model Chanel bag on the empty seat next to her, frowning. The smile on Lin Feng's face froze for a moment. He noticed the bag, which had a market value of at least 50,000 yuan. When will Yao Yao be able to afford such an expensive bag? She is just an intern and her salary is not much higher than mine. Isn't the environment here pretty good? Lin Feng said with some lack of confidence. Wang Yaoyao looked around and curled her lips. What's good about this? It's so noisy and it smells like steak. Lin Feng's throat was dry. He pushed the menu over and tried to change the subject. What would you like to eat? Wang Yaoyao didn't even look at him. She leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and looked at Lin Feng with a scrutinizing gaze. Lin Feng, you asked me out today just to have a meal? Her tone was cold, as if she was talking to an unrelated stranger. Lin Feng's heart sank. He is not a fool, he can clearly feel that Wang Yaoyao's attitude today is not right. It was a kind of boredom and resistance that came from the heart. Today is our first anniversary. Lin Feng reminded in a low voice, still holding on to the last glimmer of hope in his heart. Oh, it's the anniversary. Wang Yaoyao nodded in sudden realization, then sneered, "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it." These words were like a knife, stabbing into Lin Feng's heart. Forgot? He prepared for this anniversary for more than a month, saving money and being full of joy. And she actually forgot. Yao Yao, you. Lin Feng wanted to ask her what was wrong, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. He took a deep breath, suppressed the bitterness in his heart, took out the velvet box he had prepared for a long time from his pocket, and carefully pushed it in front of Wang Yaoyao. Yao Yao, happy anniversary. This is my gift to you. There was an irrepressible nervousness and anticipation in his voice. He hoped that this gift would soften her attitude. However, he was disappointed. Wang Yaoyao just glanced at the box indifferently, without even the desire to reach out and take it. What? You'll know once you open it. Lin Feng's smile was a little forced. Under Lin Feng's gaze, Wang Yaoyao finally stretched out her hand reluctantly and picked up the box with 2 fingers, her movements full of disgust. Pa! The box was opened. The necklace that sparkled brightly in his eyes lay quietly on the black velvet. The lights from the restaurant shone on it, reflecting tiny rays of light. Lin Feng looked at Wang Yaoyao with anticipation, waiting for her surprise and touch. However, he only saw undisguised disappointment and contempt on Wang Yaoyao's face. That's it? Wang Yaoyao picked up the necklace and held it in the air as if she was holding a piece of trash. Lin Feng, are you kidding? Lin Feng was stunned. Yaoyao, this. What kind of junk is this? Wang Yaoyao's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of the guests at the neighboring table. Platinum? Broken diamonds? How dare you give something like this away? My best friend Lily had her birthday last week, and her boyfriend gave her a 3-carat diamond ring. And Xiaomei, her boyfriend just bought her a BMW Mini. Look at yourself again, Lin Feng, what did you give me? A shabby necklace worth less than $10,000? Are you giving alms to a beggar? Wang Yaoyao threw the necklace hard on the table, making a sharp crisp sound. Lin Feng's face turned pale in an instant. The looks from people around him made him feel a burning pain on his face. His dignity was shattered by Wang Yaoyao at this moment. Yaoyao, how can you say that? Lin Feng's voice trembled. I saved up 3 months' salary to buy this necklace. That's enough. Wang Yaoyao interrupted him impatiently, I don't want to hear your nonsense. 3 months' salary? Lin Feng, your 3 months' salary isn't even enough for me to buy a bag. She pointed to the Chanel bag on the seat next to her, her face full of show-off and sarcasm. See this bag? 58,000. Young Master Chen gave it to me. Mr. Chen? Lin Feng's head buzzed. Chen Xiao, Chen Tianyu, the son of their company's boss, is a typical rich second-generation playboy. He had seen Chen Tianyu driving a sports car to harass Wang Yaoyao and the company more than once. When did you get together? Lin Feng asked with difficulty. Just last week. Wang Yaoyao answered as if it was a matter of course. Mr. Chen treats me very well. He can give me everything I want, luxury cars, designer bags, and high-end restaurants. And what about you, Lin Feng? Besides empty promises, what else can you give me? So, you came here today not to celebrate our anniversary, but to break up with me? Lin Feng's eyes dimmed little by little. What else? Wang Yaoyao sneered, Lin Feng, we are no longer from the same world. I advise you to face the reality. It's over between us. She stood up, picked up her bag, and looked down at Lin Feng. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you a surprise. Today is actually the anniversary of Mr. Chen and I. We agreed to have dinner here, and I didn't expect you to have reserved a table for me. Thank you so much. Her words, like the most vicious curse, entered Lin Feng's ears. It turned out that everything I had painstakingly prepared was just a favor to others. The anniversary that he had been looking forward to was just a joke to her. How ironic. How ridiculous. Lin Feng looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar woman in front of him, and his heart ached. He wanted to get angry, to question, to overturn the table. But in the end, all the emotions turned into a powerless bitter smile. He shook his head in self-mockery, feeling like a clown. Just then, a young man in an Armani suit and with a slicked-back hair came staggering over, holding a glamorous woman with an internet celebrity face. It was Chen Tianyu. Hey, isn't this Lin Feng? Chen Tianyu saw Lin Feng sitting there at a glance, and an exaggerated expression of surprise appeared on his face. Yao Yao, why are you still staying with this poor guy? I've already booked a private room, come over quickly. He walked up to Wang Yaoyao, put his hands on her waist as if no one was around, and hugged her tightly. Wang Yaoyao snuggled into his arms, a flattering smile on her face. Mr. Chen, I'm just about to go over. Chen Tianyu lowered his head and kissed her, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng, full of provocation and disdain. He saw the despised necklace on the table, reached out and picked it up, and looked at it in front of his eyes. Puff. He laughed out loud. Lin Feng, you're really funny. You want to pick up my girl with this cheap stuff? Do you know how much a set of Yao Yao's current cosmetics costs? Do you know how much one of her bags costs? Trash should behave like trash. Stop daydreaming. Chen Tianyu threw the necklace on the ground, took out a thick stack of banknotes from his wallet and threw it in Lin Feng's face. Here, go away. I'll pay for today's meal. Red banknotes, like snowflakes, fluttered down on Lin Feng's head, body, and table. The guests around let out a low laugh. Humiliation. An unprecedented sense of humiliation instantly overwhelmed Lin Feng. His fists were clenched tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, and his body was shaking violently with anger. He raised his head, his eyes red, staring at Chen Tianyu and Wang Yaoyao. The face that once haunted him was now filled with complacency and indifference. What are you looking at? Are you unconvinced? Chen Tianyu said with a playful expression, do you believe that just one word from me can make it impossible for you to survive in Yuncheng? Lin Feng didn't say anything. He stood up slowly, without looking at the money on the ground, nor looking at the couple again. He just remained silent and walked out of the restaurant that made him feel suffocated, step by step. Behind him, he heard the unbridled laughter of Chen Tianyu and Wang Yaoyao. That laughter was like a poisoned steel needle, piercing his heart again and again. Walking out of the restaurant, the cold night wind blowing on his face instantly sobered him up. He walked aimlessly on the bustling streets, surrounded by bright neon lights and noisy crowds. But all this excitement has nothing to do with him. His world is dark. A year of love, a heart full of sincerity, in the end, only got the word trash and public humiliation. Why? Is it because you are poor? Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the small night sky between the tall buildings, his eyes feeling sore. Reluctance, anger, humiliation, despair. All kinds of negative emotions engulfed him like a tide. He felt as if his heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that he couldn't breathe. Just when he was extremely upset and on the verge of collapse, a cold, emotionless electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has experienced extreme humiliation, and emotional fluctuations have reached the threshold. The God-level lottery system is binding. 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Ding! The God-level lottery system has been successfully bound. Chapter 2 Ding! God-level lottery system activated. Why? Why? Lin Feng knelt in the cold water, letting the rain wash away the tear marks mixed with wine stains on his face. The knuckles of his clenched fists turned white, and his nails dug deep into his palms, but the pain he felt was not even 1/10 as painful as if his heart had been torn apart. 3 years of youth, 3 years of companionship, 3 years of heartfelt love. To him, it was affectionate, but to Wang Yaoyao, it was just a joke about not being able to afford LV. Chen Tianyu's contemptuous face and Wang Yaoyao's disdainful expression played repeatedly in his mind like a slow-motion movie. Every detail was like a poison knife, cutting his heart repeatedly. Waste. Poor bastard. Useless. The humiliating words echoed over and over again like a devil's sound in my ears. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, countless negative emotions were like a flood that broke through the dam, instantly drowning his reason and almost bursting his chest. If I had money. If I were that high and mighty Chen Tianhua, would the ending be completely different? An unprecedented resentment and desire grew wildly from the depths of his soul, as if it was about to break through the sky. At the moment of this extreme emotional outburst, an emotionless, cold electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has suffered extreme humiliation, and the host's resentment has reached a critical point. The God-level lottery system is binding. 1%, 30%, 70%, 100%. Ding! The God-level lottery system has been successfully bound. What? Is it an illusion? Lin Feng suddenly raised his head, the rain blurred his vision, and there was nothing around him except the howling sound of wind and rain. Was it a mental breakdown caused by anger? Or was it a last-ditch effort before death? He smiled self-deprecatingly and prepared to get out of the dirty puddle. However, the voice in my head rang out again, clear and unmistakable. This system is dedicated to helping the host reach the pinnacle of life, and making all those who look down on the host kneel down and sing conquer. It is detected that the host is binding for the first time. A newbie gift pack is now issued. Do you want to open it immediately? Lin Feng was stunned. Before his eyes, a light blue virtual screen full of technology appeared, which only he could see. In the center of the screen, a treasure chest gleaming with golden light is slowly rotating, with two options below, yes, no. Isn't this a plot from a novel? Could it be that I am the legendary chosen one? Lin Feng pinched his thigh hard, and the intense pain told him that this was not a dream. His breathing suddenly became rapid. At this darkest moment in life, a ray of light suddenly shone in. Open! Open now! Lin Feng roared in his heart. Newbie gift pack is opening. The treasure chest on the virtual screen suddenly exploded, emitting a dazzling golden light that made it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. A series of system prompt sounds, like the sound of nature, exploded in his mind one after another. Congratulations to the host for winning 1 billion yuan in cash. Deposited to the host's bank card. Congratulations to the host for winning a limited edition Bugatti Veyron Super Sport. Vehicle credentials and keys have been sent to the system space. Congratulations to the host for winning a luxury residence on the top floor of Yunding Tiangong No. 1. The property rights have been automatically transferred to the host. A series of congratulations stunned Lin Feng. 10 billion in cash? Bugatti Veyron? Isn't that the legendary car that starts at over 40 million and is so expensive that even the rich can't buy it? Yunding Palace? That's Yuncheng's most exclusive area. Rumor has it that the residents there are either wealthy or noble, and any apartment starts at 9 figures. This is all mine? Happiness came too suddenly, like a tornado, making him feel light and a little unreal. Buzz. At this moment, the 3-year-old domestic copycat mobile phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated wildly. Lin Feng took out his cell phone with trembling hands. The screen was malfunctioning due to water damage, so he swiped it several times before unlocking it. A series of text message notifications popped up on the screen. Huaxia Bank, dear customer, a deposit of 1 billion renminbi was credited to your savings card account with the last digit 8888 at 2015 on September 12. Your current account balance is 1,345 renminbi and 50 cents. Lin Feng stared at the string of numbers, counting the zeros behind them one by one. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. That's right, 1 billion. The balance of more than 300 yuan was the last dignity in his card. He felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. Oh my god, it's true. It's actually true. Lin Feng could no longer suppress the ecstasy in his heart. He jumped up from the ground and let out a long, suppressed roar towards the pouring rain. The rain mixed with excited tears washed over his young and resolute face. He thought about it and called up the system interface. In a grid called System Space, a black card and a sci-fi car key lay quietly. He consciously touched the card. Bugatti Veyron Super Sport Vehicle Certificate. With this certificate, you can go to any authorized Bugatti dealership in Yuncheng and pick up your vehicle. All vehicle paperwork, insurance, and taxes have been completed. Then he looked at another object. Electronic Property Ownership Certificate for the top-floor duplex luxury house in Building 1 of Yunding Tiangong. Owner, Lin Feng. Address, top floor of number 1 Yunding Tiangong, Tianhe District, Yuncheng City. Note, the house is fully furnished and equipped with a full set of top-notch smart home appliances, ready for move-in at any time. The fingerprint password lock has been entered with the owner's information. Looking at these cold yet extremely real words, Lin Feng's eyes gradually changed from ecstasy and shock to a bone-chilling coldness. He remembered Wang Yaoyao's words, "You can't give me the life I want." He remembered Chen Tianhua's arrogance when he poured red wine on his head. I remembered the sympathetic or sarcastic looks in the restaurant. He. Lin Feng laughed softly, and his laughter became louder and louder, finally turning into an unbridled laughter. But there was no warmth in that laughter, only endless coldness. At this moment, the cold electronic sound of the system sounded again. Ding! System task released. Mission name, Echo of Despair. Mission objective, make the betrayer Wang Yaoyao and the humiliator Chen Tianhua feel despair deep in their bones. Task reward, depends on the degree of completion. The higher the degree of completion, the richer the reward. Lin Feng slowly raised his head, and the rain slid down his handsome face. The confusion and pain in his eyes had long since disappeared, replaced by a sharpness and coldness like a falcon locking onto its prey. Wang Yaoyao, Chen Tianhua. Your game is over. Now, it's my turn. Chapter 3, The Phantom of the Car, The King Returns. The rain washed away the dirt in the city and also washed away the humiliation on Lin Feng. He stood on the street, letting the cold wind dry his wet clothes, but the biting cold could no longer penetrate his heart. Because his heart has been completely ignited by a flame called revenge. He raised his hand to stop a taxi. Master, let's go to the most expensive supercar center in the city. Lin Feng's voice was very calm, so calm that there was not a trace of ripples. The driver looked at the young man in the rearview mirror. He was soaking wet and his clothes were stained with unknown alcohol. There was something strange in his eyes, but he still started the car. Yunqing International Automobile Exhibition Center is the gathering place for the top luxury cars in Yunqing and even several surrounding cities. There are no cars here for under 7 figures. Lin Feng paid and got out of the car, walking straight to the most conspicuous and luxuriously decorated store among them, the Bugatti officially authorized 4S store. The floor inside the store is as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting the dazzling crystal chandelier on the ceiling. There are several exaggerated supercars parked sparsely in the exhibition hall, each of which looks like a sleeping beast, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Several female salespeople wearing sexy pencil skirts and delicate makeup were gathered together, chatting and laughing, talking about the latest gossip and luxury goods. When they saw Lin Feng walking in, their laughter stopped abruptly. A man, damp all over and wearing wrinkled, cheap casual clothes, appeared in such a place, like a bowl of bland soup poured into the best French soup, looking out of place. Several female salespeople exchanged glances, and saw undisguised disgust in each other's eyes. No one was willing to come forward to greet them. One of the saleswomen with the least experience and the most ordinary appearance was pushed out by everyone's eyes. She reluctantly walked over in her high heels, a fake professional smile on her face, but her tone was filled with impatience. Hello, sir, this is the Bugatti showroom. If you want to visit and take pictures, please turn left and go to the Volkswagen showroom across the street. It's more accessible there. The implication is that this is not the place for you. Lin Feng didn't even look at her. His eyes were fixed on the booth in the center of the exhibition hall from the moment he entered. There, a black and blue Ghost was parked quietly. The streamlined body is full of power, and every curve sparkles with the luster of money. The classic horseshoe-shaped air intake grille on the front of the car seems to be mocking all the mundane things in the world. Bugatti Veyron Super Sport. Once upon a time, he could only lick the dream car on his computer wallpaper. Now, it is right in front of us. Lin Feng took a step forward and walked straight towards the car. Hey, sir. Sir. The saleswoman saw him trying to go in and hurried forward to stop him. The fake smile on her face disappeared. You can't touch the display car casually. If you damage it, you can't afford to pay for it. Lin Feng stopped and turned to look at her. With just one glance, the saleswoman felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and the rest of her words instantly got stuck in her throat. This man's eyes, so scary. Call your manager. Lin Feng said lightly. The saleswoman was stunned for a moment, then scoffed and crossed her arms. Our manager is very busy. Not everyone can see him. What do you want? If not, please leave and don't delay our business. Oh? Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly, and there was a hint of rogueness in his smile. My buying a car is also considered to be delaying your business? Buy a car? The saleswoman seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century, and even the other saleswomen who were watching the fun not far away couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Sir, please stop joking. Do you know how much this car costs? 43 million. And that's the price of the car without any packaging. You. Before she could finish her words, Lin Feng became impatient. He no longer paid attention to the noisy woman. With a thought, the black vehicle credential card appeared in his hand. He walked straight to the front desk and slapped the card on the table. I repeat, call your manager. The cold voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable pressure. The girl at the front desk who was in charge of registration was startled and quickly picked up the intercom. Manager Lou, there's a customer at the front desk looking for you. Soon, a middle-aged man in a suit and with a big belly walked down from the office on the second floor. When he saw Lin Feng's attire, his brows furrowed slightly, but he still maintained a professional smile. Hello, sir, I am Lu Dehai, the manager of our store. How can I help you? Lin Feng pointed to the black card on the table. Manager Lu picked up the card in confusion, and after just one look, his pupils suddenly contracted. As a senior manager of Bugatti Greater China, of course he knows this card. This is the highest level VVIP customer certificate at Bugatti headquarters. The holder is either rich or noble, and is truly a person standing at the top of the pyramid. Manager Lu's attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. His slightly bloated face was instantly filled with a flattering smile, and his waist bent unconsciously. So it's Mr. Lin. How disrespectful. Please see how discerning I am. I'm sorry for not welcoming you so kindly. Please forgive me. As he spoke, he glared at the saleswoman next to him who was completely dumbfounded. This scene made everyone in the exhibition hall drop their jaws in shock. What's going on? Manager Lu is well known for his arrogance. Even if a boss with a net worth of over 100 million comes, he may not be so respectful. Who is this young man wearing street goods? Lin Feng wasn't interested in watching his performance. He pointed to the Bugatti Veyron in the center of the showroom and said simply, take the car, pay in full, now. Okay. No problem. Manager Lu nodded rapidly, then immediately turned around and yelled, what are you all standing there for? Go and get Mr. Lin the paperwork done. Open that bottle of 1982 Lafite for me and give it to Mr. Lin and... Never mind, Mr. Lin, just wait a moment, I'll do it myself. He was afraid that his subordinates, a group of tactless idiots, would neglect the distinguished guests, so he trotted all the way to the office. In less than 5 minutes, all the procedures and documents were prepared and placed in front of Lin Feng. Mr. Lin, please take a look and sign here. We have already taken care of the car's purchase tax and insurance for you. Manager Lu handed over a Mont Blanc pen with both hands, his attitude extremely respectful. Lin Feng signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Swiped the card. He took out his bank card. When the POS machine printed out a long string of zeros and displayed payment successful, the entire exhibition hall fell into an eerie silence. The saleswoman who had stopped Lin Feng before was now as pale as paper and her body was shaking. She knew she was doomed. She offended a wealthy man who even his manager had to bow and scrape to. Mr. Lin, please keep the car keys. Manager Lu handed over the sci-fi looking car keys with both hands. We have filled the tank with top-grade aviation fuel and are ready to go. Would you like me to arrange a driver to take you? Need not. Lin Feng took the key and turned away. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at the saleswoman. Ignoring is the ultimate contempt. When Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron and felt the wrapping of the top-grade leather seat, he knew that a whole new world had unfolded before him. Boom! With the roar of an engine like a wild beast, the black and blue Phantom rushed out of the 4S store like a flash of lightning, leaving a group of stunned salesmen and managers lying in a mess in the exhaust gas. In front of the Night Western restaurant, Chen Tianhua walked out contentedly, hugging Wang Yaoyao. Just now in the restaurant, he enjoyed everyone's attention and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Wang Yaoyao's face was flushed. She snuggled in Chen Tianhua's arms, feeling that she had stepped into the upper class. Honey, you were so handsome just now. Wang Yaoyao stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen Tianhua on the cheek. That Lin Feng is nothing but mud compared to you. Chen Tianhua laughed out loud and was about to say something. At this moment, an extremely dazzling beam of light suddenly shot over, making it almost impossible for the two to open their eyes. Immediately afterwards, a low and violent engine roar came from afar, like a prehistoric behemoth announcing its arrival. A black and blue supercar that they had only seen in top car magazines slowly stopped in the VIP parking space at the restaurant entrance in an extremely oppressive manner. Fuck! Bugatti Veyron? As a rich second generation, Chen Tianhua recognized the identity of this magical car at a glance, and his voice changed. Wang Yaoyao's eyes lit up and her breathing became rapid. What kind of godlike person would drive a car like this? Under the shocked and envious gazes of the two, the scissor door slowly rose. A foot wearing an ordinary sneaker stepped on the ground. Immediately afterwards, a familiar figure walked out of the car worth nearly 500 million yuan. That face belonged to Lin Feng, who had just been humiliated and kicked out of the restaurant by them. The smiles on Chen Tianhua and Wang Yaoyao's faces froze completely the moment they saw who was coming. Chapter 4, Regret? Too late. Boom. A terrifying engine roar like the roar of a wild beast came from the corner of the street without warning, instantly tearing apart the quiet night sky after the rain. The sound waves were like physical shock waves, making the shop windows on the roadside buzz. Wang Yaoyao, who was immersed in sweet talk, was startled and subconsciously shrank into Chen Tianhua's arms, saying coquettishly, "Oh, who is so uncultured," making a scene in the middle of the night. Chen Tianhua's eardrums were numbed by the extremely overbearing sound, and a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. The sound of his Ferrari 488 is already loud enough, but compared to this sound, it's like a kitten's meow meeting a tiger's roar. They are not even on the same level. He frowned and looked in the direction of the sound. Two beams of light as bright as daylight pierced the night, making it almost impossible for him to open his eyes. A completely black supercar with a sci-fi design and full of unparalleled oppression slowly drove over and finally stopped in front of them. The smooth and muscular lines, the recognizable front face, and the sharp lava orange accents. The moment Chen Tianhua saw the car logo clearly, his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Bugatti Veyron Super Sport? He blinked hard, wondering if he was hallucinating because he drank too much. This is a world-limited, elusive, top-tier car. A moving work of art worth $500 million. Not only in Yunqing, but even across the country, there are only a few of these. His bright red Ferrari instantly paled in comparison to this black beast, looking like a cheap plastic toy. "Wow, honey, what kind of car is this? It's so cool." Although Wang Yaoyao didn't know much about cars, she could feel the expensiveness and uniqueness of this car from its unparalleled aura, with greedy little stars twinkling in her eyes. She had already begun to imagine what a sensation it would cause among her sisters if she got out of this car. However, Chen Tianhua was too busy to answer her. His face turned extremely ugly, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. In the entire Yunqing, there are only a handful of big guys who can afford to drive this kind of car, and he knows them all, but none of them would drive this car to a place like this. Under the two people's astonished gazes, a high-tech butterfly door slowly opened upwards. A foot wearing ordinary sneakers came out first. Immediately afterwards, a slender figure walked down from the driver's seat slowly. When the man stood up straight, turned his face, and was completely exposed to the bright light at the restaurant entrance, time and air seemed to freeze at this moment. The envy and longing on Wang Yaoyao's face froze in an instant. The shock and uneasiness on Chen Tianhua's face turned into complete disbelief. Lin Feng? How could it be him? That poor loser who was humiliated by being stepped on like a dog and poured with red wine just a few minutes ago? Shouldn't he be hiding in a corner somewhere, crying like an unwanted piece of trash? How could he get off this car worth $500 million? Wang Yaoyao's brain buzzed and went blank. She stared at Lin Feng intently. That familiar figure seemed so strange at this moment. He was still wearing the same cheap casual clothes, and his hair was still a little wet, but his whole demeanor had changed dramatically. The previous humility, embarrassment, and pain disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is a heart-wrenching calmness and indifference. He just leaned against the car door casually, his eyes sweeping over calmly, without any anger, resentment, or even any emotional fluctuations in them. It felt like a human was looking down on two noisy ants. No. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wang Yaoyao screamed wildly in her heart. This must be an illusion. How could he possibly afford a car like this? This car must be rented. Yes. It must be rented to make him look rich. But, could a car of this level be rented? The annual rental would probably cost tens of millions. How could he afford to rent it? Countless thoughts collided wildly in her mind, driving her almost crazy. A terrifying possibility that she couldn't accept slowly emerged in her mind. Could it be that he has always been a hidden, top-tier second-generation rich kid? Was he just experiencing life with me before? Once this thought appeared, it was like a wild weed that grew wildly and could no longer be contained. She thought of what she had just said, and every word was like a loud slap in the face, hitting her soul hard. I'm tired of living this poor life with you. Look at this cheap outfit you're wearing, do you think it's worthy of me? I've been with you for 3 years, and I can't even afford an entry-level Louis Vuitton bag. It turns out that the clown is actually me? An indescribable regret, like the most potent poison, instantly spread to every part of her body. Her heart felt like it was being gripped by an invisible hand, and it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. If I hadn't broken up then right now, wouldn't it be me who got off this magical car? Wouldn't it be me who was the most envied woman in all of Yuncheng? Her face turned pale in an instant and her body began to shake. Compared to Wang Yaoyao's endless regret, what Chen Tianhua felt was naked, deep-rooted shame and humiliation. Just now, he was using his Ferrari and money to build up an unparalleled sense of superiority over this kid. But in the blink of an eye, the other party appeared in front of him driving a magical car that could buy 10 of his Ferraris. What is this? Play the pig and eat the tiger? This is no longer a slap in the face, this is pressing his face to the ground and rubbing it back and forth with the soles of shoes. Passers-by around had noticed the commotion here and stopped, pointing at Bugatti, taking out their mobile phones to take pictures, looking at him with eyes full of amusement and mockery. Chen Tianhua felt a burning pain on his face, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. Lin Feng. He couldn't hold it in any longer, and rushed over with big strides, pointed at Lin Feng's nose, and shouted fiercely, "Where the hell did you get this car? Did you steal it or rob it?" Lin Feng finally moved. He didn't even glance at the furious Chen Tianhua, as if he was just a piece of air. His gaze passed Chen Tianhua and fell on Wang Yaoyao, whose face was pale. Their eyes met. Wang Yaoyao's heart trembled suddenly. She saw a trace of pity in Lin Feng's eyes as calm as water. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, begging for mercy, explaining, or questioning. But Lin Feng spoke first. His voice was very soft, but it reached the ears of Wang Yaoyao and Chen Tianhua clearly. Thank you. Wang Yaoyao was stunned. Thank you for letting me see what you are. After saying this, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, an arc that was hard to tell whether it was mockery or relief. Without another glance at them, he turned around and sat back down in the black beast. The engine roared again. Stop the fuck right there. Explain what you're saying clearly. Chen Tianhua felt completely ignored and was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He rushed forward and tried to open the car door, but it was empty. Lin Feng. Just wait. I'll let you know the consequences of offending me, Chen Tianhua. He uttered his most brutal threats towards the closed car window. However, all he got in response was an even more violent roar of the engine. Boom! The Bugatti Veyron turned into a black ghost and shot out in an instant, leaving behind only the shadow of a chic taillight and the mess on the ground, disappearing into the depths of the night. The strong exhaust gas sprayed directly onto Chen Tianhua's face. He froze in place, like a clown abandoned by the times. Wang Yaoyao seemed to have lost all her strength, and she collapsed to the ground with a thud. She looked at the direction of the taillights of the car that had long disappeared, her mind was blank, and only Lin Feng's last words remained, repeating endlessly in her ears. Thank you for letting me see what you are. Tears of regret finally burst out. She frantically took out her cell phone from her bag, and with trembling fingers, she found the familiar number and dialed it. Sorry. What came from the phone was not Lin Feng's voice, but a cold and ruthless system prompt tone. The user you dialed is temporarily unavailable. She didn't believe it, so she opened WeChat again and typed like crazy. Lin Feng. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Can you listen to my explanation? Have you been lying to me all this time? Are you a super rich kid? Please, let's make peace. I love you. I can't live without you. Messages were sent out one after another, but a glaring red exclamation mark appeared in front of each one. The line of small words below pierced into her eyes like the sharpest knife. The message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. Wang Yaoyao completely collapsed, and her phone slipped from her hand with a crisp sound. She hugged her knees and cried loudly in the busiest street of Yuncheng, under the strange gazes of countless people. Chapter 5. Checking into the cloud top, iceberg falls from the sky. The Bugatti Veyron left a black afterimage on the empty street, and the low and powerful roar of its engine seemed to be playing a prelude to the birth of a new king. Lin Feng gripped the steering wheel, feeling the delicate touch of leather in his palm and the terrifying power of the steel beast ready to break free from the reins at any time. The expression on his face was terrifyingly calm. The humiliation and anger in his heart had long been replaced by a cold pleasure. The phone in my pocket was still vibrating tirelessly. I knew without looking that it was a message and a call from Wang Yaoyao. Lin Feng picked up the phone, without even looking at it, and pressed the power button for a long time. The world is pure. Wang Yaoyao? Chen Tianhua? They were just two insignificant footnotes in the new chapter of his life. Their despair had just begun, but his life had already taken a completely new turn. Navigation completed, destination reached, Yunding Tiangong. The system prompt sounded in my mind. Lin Feng looked up and saw a magnificent building complex that looked like a futuristic fortress. Yunding Palace is the best residential area in Yuncheng, no doubt about it. It is rumored that the security system here is on the same level as a military base, and those who can live here are all top dignitaries who can make Yuncheng tremble with just a stomp of their feet. The black Bugatti slowly drove towards the gate. Two security guards in neat uniforms, standing like javelins, immediately stood at attention and saluted the moment they saw the car logo. The heavy alloy door slid open silently to both sides without a single question being asked. This is the pass to the top circle. The vehicle travels along the internal road, and outside the window is an exquisite landscape comparable to a royal garden, quiet and elegant, as if it is two different worlds from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. Soon, the vehicle stopped in the exclusive underground garage of Building 1. This is the king of the entire Yunding Palace, occupying the best viewing position. Lin Feng took the exclusive elevator directly to the top floor. The elevator door opened, revealing a separate entrance hall. A black screen lit up on the armored door in front of them, and a soft electronic sound played. Welcome, Mr. Lin Feng, the owner. Please proceed with iris and fingerprint verification. Lin Feng walked forward and aimed his eyes at the scanning port. Iris scan passed. He pressed his thumb on the sensing area again. Fingerprint verification passed. Click. With a slight sound, the heavy metal door that looked strong enough to withstand artillery shells slowly opened inward. As he took a step inside, Lin Feng's breathing stopped for a moment. What comes into view is a 270-degree circular floor-to-ceiling window. The dazzling night view of the entire Cloud City, like a condensed Milky Way, spread out unreservedly at his feet. The hustle and bustle of traffic, the sea of neon lights, the mountains and skyline in the distance, everything has become the backdrop of this mansion. Standing here, he seemed to be the master of this city. Welcome home, master. I am your personal intelligent butler, Eve, and I am delighted to serve you. A gentle and pleasant female voice came from all directions. Lin Feng looked around. The huge living room had a ceiling height of over 10 meters. It had a simple yet extremely luxurious design, and every piece of furniture was like a work of art. He walked across the living room and pushed open a glass door. A night breeze with a slight coolness of moisture blew across my face. Outside the door is a huge open-air swimming pool suspended 100 meters in the air. The swimming pool adopts a borderless design, and the blue water and the night sky seem to merge into one. Being in it is like swimming in the starry sky. Lin Feng stood by the swimming pool, overlooking the city below that had once made him feel despair and humiliation, with mixed feelings in his heart. A few hours ago, he was still a poor student struggling to make ends meet for a few $100s of wine. Now, he owns the most luxurious house in the city, and at his feet is a scenery that countless people cannot achieve even if they work hard all their lives. This transformation is like a dream, yet it is extremely real. Eve, is there any speaker in this house? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Yes, sir. The living room is equipped with a custom immersive sound system from LYD Billiet of Denmark, worth 8 million, and it offers a concert hall-level sound experience. 8 million worth of speakers? Lin Feng smiled. He wants to use this 8 million audio system to play the first battle song for his new world. He returned to the living room, took out his restarted cell phone, and connected it to Bluetooth. Eve, play this song, turn the volume up. Warning, master. The maximum volume may cause minor impact on the building structure and seriously disturb the neighbors. Xia Eve kindly reminded. Follow orders. Lin Feng's tone left no room for doubt. Next second. Boom. A violent sound wave that cannot be described in words exploded instantly. It was a hardcore electronic dance music with a strong sense of rhythm. The drum beats hit the heart like a warhammer, and the penetrating sound of the electronic synthesizer seemed to be able to tear the eardrum. It wasn't a noise, it was a pure, physical rush of energy. The floor was shaking, the $1 million crystal chandelier was humming, and even the air was trembling. Lin Feng closed his eyes, opened his arms, and let the violent music drown him. The resentment that had been suppressed for 22 years, the anger of being betrayed by his girlfriend, the humiliation of being humiliated by his love rival, all the negative emotions seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. Cool. It feels so fucking good. Just when the music reached its climax, the drum beats were as dense as a storm. Boom. 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 A heavy and forceful knock on the door actually penetrated the sound waves that almost shattered the glass and came through clearly. Lin Feng's interest was interrupted and he frowned. Who is this? So tactless? The knocking continued, each time louder and louder, filled with impatience and anger. Eve, pause the music. The violent music suddenly stopped, and the whole world became quiet in an instant, with only the dong 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 knocking sound still ringing persistently. Lin Feng strode towards the door with some dissatisfaction. He wanted to see who was so blind as to disturb his enjoyment. He flung the door open. Outside the door stood a woman. The moment he saw her face clearly, Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. It was a face so beautiful that it was breathtaking. Her facial features were as delicate as God's most perfect masterpiece, and her skin was so white that it seemed to be glowing under the light of the corridor. She was wearing a light blue silk nightgown of excellent texture, which outlined her exquisite and beautiful curves. Her long black hair was casually draped over her shoulders like a waterfall, and there was still a trace of moisture on the ends of her hair. However, this face, which is enough to drive any man crazy, is now covered with a thick layer of frost. Her phoenix eyes, as cold as autumn water, were staring at Lin Feng with undisguised anger. The words that came out of her red lips were like a cold current from Siberia. Sir, could you please turn down your noise? Chapter 6: A Misunderstanding, Meeting Yunxue. Noise? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the woman outside the door who was so beautiful that it seemed unreal. The slight dissatisfaction in his heart was instantly replaced by amazement. This beauty, this figure, this temperament, it's simply the level that God is chasing after her and feeding her. Especially her light blue silk nightgown, which seemed conservative but perfectly outlined her almost perfect figure, exuding an abstinent yet deadly temptation. However, her eyes that could freeze people to death and her icy tone clearly showed that she was in a very bad mood at the moment. Lin Feng's gaze swept across her impeccable face, and a dusty fragment of memory in his mind was instantly activated. This face is so familiar. Isn't this the woman who often appears on the cover of Yunqing Finance? The head of the Moron Group, the first family in Yunqing, is known as the first ice goddess in the business world of Yunqing Moron Yunxue. There was a ripple in Lin Feng's heart. He never dreamed that the neighbor of the mansion rewarded by the system would be such a great god. And it seems that his housewarming celebration just now has successfully angered this goddess. Interesting. If it were in the past, facing a rich and beautiful woman of this level, Lin Feng probably wouldn't even have the courage to look her in the eye. But now, with billions in cash and a god-level system, his mentality has undergone a drastic change. Far from feeling the slightest bit of fear or embarrassment, he found the scene before him particularly interesting. Looking at Moron Yunxue's phoenix eyes that became increasingly clear due to anger, Lin Feng put away the surprise on his face and raised a playful, somewhat rogue smile at the corner of his mouth. Noise? He asked knowingly, deliberately lengthening his tone. My beautiful neighbor, are you mistaken? I'm playing the purest music that can purify the soul. Moron Yunxue obviously didn't expect to get such an answer. The men she met either groveled and fawned before her, or pretended to be profound and tried to attract her attention. This was the first time she had seen someone like Lin Feng, who came up with a frivolous smile and talked nonsense. Her brows furrowed even more tightly, and her tone grew colder. I don't care what you're playing. It's seriously affecting my rest. I'll give you 3 seconds to turn it off, or I'll call security. No, we're neighbors, why be so formal? Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, striking a pose that he thought was very handsome, with no intention of turning off the music. Besides, it's no use calling security. This house is mine. If I want to hold a concert at home, they can't do anything about it, right? You. Moron Yunxue was so angry at his robe look that her heart was choked with anger. She took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and decided not to waste time talking to him. She took out her cell phone and prepared to call the property management center directly. At this moment, the corner of her eye inadvertently swept across the scene behind Lin Feng. With just one glance, she paused in her movement to dial the number. What did she see? Through the huge curved floor-to-ceiling window that almost took up the entire wall, the most dazzling night view of the entire Yunqing unfolded before her eyes like a magnificent painting without reservation. Under your feet is the glittering city galaxy, above your head is the starry sky dome chandelier worth tens of millions, and the city skyline in the distance blends perfectly with the luxurious interior design. As the richest daughter of Yunqing, what kind of mansions had Moron Yunxue not seen? Her own home was already the ceiling of ordinary people's imagination. But the shock that the living room before her brought to her was unprecedented. This is no longer a luxury that can be measured by money, but an ultimate taste that perfectly combines wealth, art, and vision. She knew that this top-floor sky villa in Yunding Palace had been vacant since it was built. Countless wealthy people in Yunqing had tried their best to buy it but failed. It was rumored that the owner's identity was extremely mysterious. She could never have imagined that the mysterious owner was the young man in front of her who was wearing casual clothes, looked nonchalant, and was about the same age as her. This guy, who is he? For the first time, Morong Yunxue felt a strong curiosity about a man. The coldness on her face softened slightly. Lin Feng took in all the subtle changes in her expression, and the smile on his lips deepened. He knew that the fish was beginning to be interested in the bait. He turned sideways, made room for the door, and made a pleased gesture. It's better to meet by chance than to be invited. Since you, my beautiful neighbor, are here, why don't you come in and sit down? Let's just consider it a way to improve our neighborly relations. I just opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite and I'm looking for someone to share it with. Of course, if you don't like alcohol, I also have Dahongpo freshly picked from the mother tree in Wui Mountain. His tone was relaxed and comfortable, as if inviting someone in to drink a bottle of red wine worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, or to taste a gram of tea worth tens of thousands of yuan, was as casual as inviting someone to have a glass of boiled water. Morong Yunshue's eyes flickered. Lafite? Dahongpo? Is this guy showing off? But there was no trace of boasting in his tone. It felt as if these things were just ordinary drinks to him. This kind of top-level Versailles that is revealed inadvertently is much higher than those who show off their wealth at the top of their lungs. Her heart was in turmoil. Reason told her that she should turn around and leave immediately, and stay away from this mysterious and dangerous man. But that damn curiosity was like a kitten's claws, scratching her heart. She really wanted to go in and see how many secrets the owner of this house was hiding. In the end, the ice goddess's reserve overcame curiosity. She glanced at Lin Feng coldly, put away her phone, and resumed her aloof expression. No need. I'll say this one last time, turn off your noise. After saying this, she didn't give Lin Feng any chance to speak. She walked towards the other door opposite in her slippers without looking back. With a bang, the door closed quietly, but it separated the two worlds. Lin Feng looked at the closed door, touched his nose, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Oh, what an interesting woman. Although he was rejected, he was not angry at all. He knew that he had successfully thrown a stone into the heart of this iceberg. The ripples have dissipated. Just as he was about to close the door and go back to continue enjoying his own world, the cold electronic sound arrived in his mind as expected. Bite. Detected that the host successfully triggered strong emotional fluctuations: curiosity, shock, anger in the female protagonist of Destiny Morong Yunxue, gaining 1,000 emotional points. Lin Feng was happy to hear this reminder. So, by causing the iceberg goddess's mood swings, you can earn emotional points? This deal is a good deal. It seems that I will have to communicate more with this beautiful neighbor in the future. However, the next second, the system's prompt tone became serious. Warning! Warning! A strong desire for revenge has been detected from Chen Tianhua. A new mission has been triggered. Mission name: Revenge from Chen Xiao. Mission: Chen Tianhua cannot tolerate the humiliation brought upon the host and is mobilizing his family's power to launch an all-out attack on the host. Please, host, not only remain unharmed under the Chen group's suppression, but also launch a devastating counterattack. Mission difficulty: normal. Task rewards: depending on the degree of mission completion, rewards will include large amounts of cash, special skills, company shares, etc. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold instantly. Chen Tianhua? That loser who was scared by his Bugatti actually dared to retaliate? It seems that the lesson he was given tonight was far from enough. Okay. Lin Feng closed the door, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. I'm just worried about where to spend the 1 billion yuan I just got. Chen Group, right? I hope you guys can take a beating. Chapter 7: Daily Lottery, New Trump Card. Lin Feng looked at the tightly closed door, touched his nose, and a playful smile appeared on his face. Interesting. This Morong Yunxue, the #1 ice goddess in Yuncheng, is indeed worthy of her reputation. However, he was very clear that his actions just now had definitely thrown a huge rock into the heart of this iceberg. Beneath that seemingly cold exterior, there must be already many ups and downs at this moment. Bite. detected that the host successfully triggered strong emotional fluctuations: shock, curiosity, anger in the female protagonist of Destiny Moron Yunxue, gaining 1,000 emotional points. Hearing this pleasant prompt tone, the curve of Lin Feng's mouth became even bigger. Wow, this can also be used to make money? Not bad, not bad. It seems that I will have to have more friendly interactions with this beautiful neighbor in the future. Just when he was feeling happy, the system's voice suddenly changed and became serious. Warning! Warning! A strong desire for revenge has been detected from Chen Tianhua. A new mission has been triggered. Mission name: Revenge from Chen Xiao. Mission: Chen Tianhua cannot tolerate the humiliation brought upon the host and is mobilizing his family's power to launch an all-out attack on the host. Please, host, not only remain unharmed under the Chen group's suppression, but also launch a devastating counterattack. Mission difficulty: normal. Task rewards: depending on the degree of mission completion, rewards will include large amounts of cash, special skills, company shares, etc. The smile on Lin Feng's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a cold and sinister look. Chen Tianhua? That loser who could only helplessly rage behind his car's exhaust actually had the guts to retaliate? It seems that the little shock I gave him tonight was far from enough. Okay. Lin Feng closed the heavy metal door, and a gleam of a hunter eyeing his prey flashed in his eyes. I'm just worried about where to spend the billion I just got. Chen Group, right? I hope your bones can be a little tougher. He walked to the huge soft sofa in the middle of the living room, sat down, and began to calmly study his new toy, the God-level lottery system. The virtual screen unfolds before your eyes, and the interface is simple and full of technology. At the top is his personal information. Host: Lin Feng. Level: LV1. Emotional value: 1000. System functions: daily lottery, emotion value lottery, system space. Lin Feng's eyes fell on the two lottery functions. Daily lottery: as the name suggests, there is one free lottery opportunity every day, which is refreshed after midnight. The emotion value lottery is played by consuming emotion points. The higher the emotion points, the more amazing the prizes you can get. System: what are the rules for the emotion value lottery? Lin Feng asked in his heart. Reporting to the host, the emotion value lottery is divided into 3 levels: 100 points time, 1000 points time, and 10,000 points time. The higher the level, the better the prize pool and the greater the probability of winning the best rewards. Lin Feng touched his chin. The 1000 emotion points I just took from Moron Yunxue are just enough for a mid-range shot. But he thought about it and decided to keep it for now. Emotion points are hard-earned, so use them wisely. Now is not the time to squander them. What if you encounter an emergency later and need a specific skill to save the situation? No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. Try this free daily lottery first. Lin Feng focused his attention on the Daily Lottery button. Today's free lottery draw number 1, do you want to use it? Use. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge virtual roulette wheel flashing with colorful lights appeared in front of him. The roulette wheel is divided into countless grids, with various rewards written on them. 1,000 yuan in cash, physical fitness enhancement fluid basic, thank you for your patronage, sports car maintenance kit, Lamborghini 5 yuan voucher. Lin Feng's eye twitched when he saw this. Wow, this prize pool is really diverse, there are even $5 vouchers, which is really down to earth. He even doubted whether he would really get the thank you for your patronage message. Fuck you, get hit. Lin Feng shouted in his heart and pressed the start button in the center of the roulette wheel. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, the colorful grids turned into a stream of light in front of his eyes, and the pointer jumped wildly. Lin Feng's heart also began to lift. Although it's free, who doesn't want to have a good start? After dozens of seconds, the speed of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down. The pointer slowly moved across thank you for your patronage, which scared Lin Feng so much that his heart skipped a beat. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief after crossing the Lamborghini 5 yuan voucher. Fortunately, it wasn't this one, otherwise it would be too insulting. Finally, under Lin Feng's gaze, the pointer stopped steadily on a grid that was flashing with golden light. Bite. Congratulations to the host for winning 50 million yuan in cash. Note, the bonus has been automatically transferred to the host's bank card, please check it carefully. 50 million? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Sure, a good start. Although 50 million is not a huge sum of money for him who already has a net worth of 1 billion, Who wouldn't be happy with free money? More importantly, this proves that good things can also be produced in daily draws. He picked up his phone and took a look. Sure enough, a new bank text message was already in the notification bar. The number in the account balance column has become a little longer. Lin Feng happily put away his phone and turned his attention back to the task at hand. Sniper the Chun Group. To launch a devastating counterattack against a group with a market value of tens of billions, it is not enough to just spend money. That is too unskilled and it is easy to be taken advantage of. The best way is to destroy it from the root, kill it in the capital market. Chen Tianhua had to watch helplessly as his family's business empire gradually fell apart and vanished in his hands. The despair of watching everything collapse but being unable to do anything is the best revenge for him. To short a listed company, two core elements are required: huge capital and professional top-level trading knowledge. Lin Feng took a look at the balance of his bank card, which was 1.5 billion. Funding, got it. As for expertise? Lin Feng touched his chin and a confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This could be solved later by using the emotion value lottery. He had a feeling the system would definitely give him a surprise. The most urgent task is to transfer this huge amount of funds from ordinary savings accounts to the battlefield that can stir up the storm. He needs to go to a securities company and open a top VIP account to be fully prepared for the upcoming capital hunting. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He took out his cell phone and searched the internet to find the top VIP customer hotline of Galaxy Securities, the largest securities company in China. The call was connected, and soon, a customer service representative with a sweet voice and professional wording answered the phone. Hello, this is the Galaxy Securities VIP Service Center. Employee number 007 is dedicated to serving you. How may I help you? Lin Feng leaned on the soft sofa, crossed his legs, and said in an extremely calm tone. Hello, I need to make an appointment to open a top-level securities account. Okay, sir. Are you planning to transfer your account from another brokerage firm or open a new one? The customer service asked politely. Newly opened. Okay, sir. Our highest level Black Diamond account requires a single deposit of at least 100 million renminbi. Could you please? The customer service's words were very tactful and the meaning was very clear. They just wanted to confirm whether Lin Feng really had the ability to avoid wasting everyone's time. Lin Feng smiled and interrupted her. I know the threshold. I plan to deposit 1 billion yuan first, just for fun. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. The sweet customer service lady seemed to have pressed the pause button, even her breathing disappeared. Play? Saving 1 billion first, just for fun? What kind of divine statement is this? It took a full 5 seconds for the customer service lady to find her voice again, but it was already trembling and full of disbelief. Sir, you mean 1 billion? RMB? Yes, 1 billion. Lin Feng's tone was still calm, as if he was talking about 10 yuan. Why? Do you think it's not enough? If it's not enough, I'll think of another way. No. Enough. That's enough. The customer service lady was about to cry, fearing that the rich man would hang up the phone. She used up all her strength to make her voice sound a little calmer. Mr. Lin, I'm very sorry. Please wait a moment. I will immediately transfer you to the highest level account director of our Yunqing branch. At the same time, Galaxy Securities Yunqing branch. In the director's office of the VIP client department, Li Man, a beautiful director in her 30s, wearing an exquisite OL suit and light makeup, was holding a cup of coffee and leisurely looking at the latest financial reports. Suddenly, the red internal phone on her desk, which represented the highest priority, rang sharply. Li Man frowned slightly. This phone will only ring in 2 situations: when there is an urgent order from the company headquarters, or when a super customer with assets exceeding 9 figures appears. She put down her coffee, took a deep breath, and quickly answered the phone. I'm Li Man. On the other end of the phone, the customer service girl's voice was so excited that it was about to break. Director! Oh, a millionaire has descended from the sky. A Mr. Lin just called. He wants to make an appointment to open an account. He's ready to deposit 1 billion. Bang! The coffee cup in Li Man's hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces on the smooth floor. But she couldn't care less. Her head buzzed and her whole body froze in place as if struck by thunder. 1 billion? Or cash deposit? She stood up suddenly, and because she moved too violently, her knee hit the desk hard, causing a sharp pain, but she was unconscious. The client's call. Immediately. Right now. Transfer it to my phone. No. Don't transfer it. Send all his information to me. I'll contact him personally. After hanging up the phone, Li Man's heart was still beating wildly and she felt her hands and feet were numb. She knew very well that this was no longer an ordinary business. This is a huge order that is enough to shake the entire Yunqing branch and even alarm the provincial headquarters. Without hesitation, she immediately grabbed another phone and dialed the branch manager's internal line. President. Something big has happened. Chapter 8. Shen Xiao investigated and found nothing. In the darkness of the night, the bright red Ferrari 488 sat dejectedly on the side of the road like a defeated rooster. Inside the car, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Wang Yaoyao's crying had already made her voice hoarse. She collapsed on the passenger seat, her eyes red and swollen, like a doll with its soul sucked out. Chen Tianhua, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a face so gloomy that water looked like it could drip out of it. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins popping out on the back of his hands, and his knuckles turning white from the force. The roar of the departing Bugatti Veyron seemed to still echo in his ears, like one loud slap after another, repeatedly slapping his pitiful self-esteem. Shame. An unprecedented humiliation. He, Chen Tianhua, the prince of the Chun group, the tycoon who walked sideways in Yunqing, was actually crushed in this way by a loser who had allowed himself to be stepped on by him not long ago. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. It's so damn unlucky. Chen Tianhua finally couldn't help it and vented the anger in his heart on Wang Yaoyao beside him. Wang Yaoyao was startled by the yelling and stopped crying. She looked at him aggrievedly, her lips trembling, but she didn't dare to say a word. It's all because of you, bitch. If it weren't for you, would I have met this bastard who's pretending to be a pig but actually wants to eat the tiger? Chen Tianhua became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. He pointed at Wang Yaoyao's nose and cursed, "Look, now I've lost all my face." Wang Yaoyao's face turned pale. She never expected that Chen Xiao, who was speaking sweet words to her just a second ago, would change his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. But she didn't dare to refute and could only tremble. Chen Tianhua didn't bother to look at her again. He took out his cell phone and dialed a number. The call was connected quickly. "Hello, Huazi, what's wrong?" A lazy voice came from the other end of the phone. "Diaozi, check someone for me." Chen Tianhua's voice was cold and emotionless. "Hey, who is it?" "Did you make our young master Chen unhappy?" the other party teased. "Stop talking nonsense." Chen Tianhua growled impatiently. "His name is Lin Feng, and he's 22 years old. I want to know everything about him. His family background, source of funds, social connections, even what his 3 generations of ancestors did. I want to know everything. Especially that black Bugatti Veyron of his. Find out where it came from." "Bugatti Veyron?" Diaozi on the other end of the phone was clearly stunned by the name, his voice rising an octave. "Holy crap, is this true? There's such a car in Yuncheng? I saw it with my own fucking eyes, how could it be fake?" Chen Tianhua's anger was ignited again. "I'll give you one night. Tomorrow morning, I want to see all the information on my desk. Money is not a problem. I'll use all my connections. Do you understand?" "Understood. Don't worry, Master Chen. I'll dig 3 feet into the ground and dig him upside down for you." After hanging up the phone, Chen Tianhua let out a long breath, but the stuffiness in his chest did not decrease at all. He glanced at Wang Yaoyao, who was still sobbing beside him, his eyes full of disgust. "Get out of here. Mr. Chen." Wang Yaoyao looked at him in disbelief. "I told you to get out of here. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Chen Tianhua's voice was filled with violence. Wang Yaoyao was so frightened that her whole body trembled. She didn't dare to say another word. She quickly opened the car door and stood on the side of the road in a mess. The Ferrari let out an unwilling roar and sped away, leaving Wang Yaoyao with only exhaust fumes, endless coldness, and despair on her face. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, in the office of the president of Chen Group, Chen Tianhua's eyes were bloodshot and the ashtray in front of him was full of cigarette butts. He didn't sleep all night, and kept replaying the scenes of last night in his mind. Every time he thought about it, his sense of humiliation deepened. He couldn't figure it out at all. How could a loser who had been poor for 3 years become so unfathomable overnight? This is unscientific. This is simply challenging the worldview he has built up over the past 20 years. Ding ling ling. The phone on the table finally rang. Chen Tianhua was startled and picked it up immediately. It was Biaozi who called. Have you found out? He asked impatiently. I found it. Mr. Chen. On the phone, Biaozi's voice sounded a little strange and full of hesitation. If you have to fart, do it quickly. Chen Tianhua urged impatiently. Mr. Chen, this Lin Feng's information is a bit weird. Weird? What does that mean? Could he be some kind of outcast from the capital, or the heir to a hidden family? Chen Tianhua's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. No, quite the opposite. Biaozi quickly denied. He is just an ordinary person, as ordinary as can be. What? Chen Tianhua stood up suddenly. Say it again. It's absolutely true, young Master Chen. Biaozi cried out. I used all my father's connections and dug deep. This Lin Feng's parents are ordinary workers at the Yunqing Third Textile Factory. Their combined monthly salary is less than 10,000 yuan. They live in the old, run-down Red Star residential complex in the west of the city. The house was allocated to them by their employer 20 years ago. His resume is as clean as a slate. He attended public schools and had average grades. I even managed to look at his bank statements, and the largest transactions were the several thousand yuan in scholarships he received in college. He doesn't own any companies, properties, stocks, or even any decent financial products. Biaozi paused, his tone growing even more confused. To put it simply, young Master Chen, this Lin Feng is a typical, thoroughly poor kid. His background and information don't match the Bugatti he drove last night at all. It's as if that car appeared out of thin air. There's no record of its purchase, transfer, or even lease. Listening to Biaozi's report, Chen Tianhua fell into a long silence. The office was dead silent. Ordinary? Is the background as clean as a piece of white paper? How is this possible? A poor guy whose parents are workers drives a Bugatti Veyron worth $500 million? Is this a fucking urban legend? Chen Tianhua's brain was working rapidly, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. Did he win the lottery? No, the multi-million jackpot would have been in the news long ago. Could he be the illegitimate child of some big boss? Even more impossible. He knew Biaozi's investigative ability very well. If there was such a relationship, it would be impossible for him not to find it out. Suddenly, an idea struck him like lightning. He figured it out. It must be like this. Ha 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 ha. Chen Tianhua suddenly burst into a neurotic laugh, which was filled with the pleasure of sudden enlightenment and deep contempt. Biaozi on the other end of the phone was frightened by his laughter. Mr. Chen, are you okay? I'm fine. I'm fine. Chen Tianhua's tone became arrogant again. I understand. I fucking understand everything. This Lin Feng isn't some super rich guy at all. He's just a driver for some really big shot. Or maybe he got lucky and met some big shot, so he borrowed his car to show off and pick up girls. It's even more likely that he got a ton of money from somewhere and rented that car for a night, just to show off in front of me. To puff up his facade and act rich. Yes. That must be it. This explanation perfectly soothed his wounded self-esteem and allowed him to regain his sense of superiority. Turns out he's just a piece of trash who's relying on the power of others to bully others. It turns out he is just a useless guy who is just trying to show off his wealth. It made me worry all night. Damn it, a stinky driver, a loser who rents a car and pretends to be cool, you dare to show off in front of me? Chen Tianhua's eyes turned sinister and vicious. Don't you like to pretend? Fine, I will personally strip this gorgeous costume off of you and let you expose your poor underwear in front of everyone in Yuncheng. He decided to teach this ignorant guy a profound lesson that he would never forget. If we do it openly, it will cause too much noise, and if the mysterious boss who owns the car is really implicated, it will be difficult to resolve. Then try some unconventional tactics. A sinister smile flashed in Chen Tianhua's eyes. He opened the address book, found a number with the note traffic team Lao Zhang, and dialed it. When the call was connected, he adopted a more affectionate tone. Hello, Brother Zhang? I'm Tianhua. Oh, it's Master Chen. What a rare guest. Why did you think of calling your brother today? Hi, it's not a big deal. I just want to ask Brother Zhang for a small favor. Chen Tianhua lowered his voice and spoke sinisterly into the microphone. I have a car here, a black Bugatti Veyron, with the license plate number Cloud A88888. When you're on the road these few days, please help keep an eye on him. No matter what the excuse, illegal parking, excessive emissions, or simply claiming they're using a fake license plate. In short, if you see him on the road, stop him and confiscate his car. Chapter 9, Reborn, Godly Temperament. Early morning. When the first ray of sunlight shone through the 270-degree circular floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing the entire top floor of the Yunding Palace a dazzling golden color, Lin Feng woke up from the oversized bed that was large enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people. The hangover headache had long since disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented sense of refreshment. He walked barefoot on the soft and expensive wool carpet, walked to the window, and looked down at the city that was just waking up below. The high-rise buildings standing side by side and the endless stream of vehicles are all as small as models on a sand table. The feeling of having the entire city under his feet filled him with an indescribable sense of pride. Eve, what time is it? Good morning, master. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. The gentle voice of the smart butler sounded in the room. Lin Feng stretched and walked into the cloakroom, which was bigger than his entire rental house before. However, when he saw himself in the mirror, his brows couldn't help but frown slightly. The young man in the mirror had a tall figure, a handsome face, and sharp eyes. He was completely different from the decadent poor student from yesterday. But he was still wearing the same cheap casual clothes that had been washed to a pale color, and a pair of canvas shoes that cost only a few dozen yuan. This outfit, this mansion worth hundreds of millions, and his current wealth seem incompatible. Clothes make the man, saddles make the horse. It's time to change your gear. Lin Feng muttered to himself. He is not a person who pursues luxury, but he also deeply understands that in this society that values appearance and clothing, a well-fitting outfit is a person's best business card. What's more, he was going to the securities company to do some business, so he couldn't dress like that, it would be too inappropriate. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng went downstairs and drove the black Bugatti Veyron straight to the Vientiane International, the top luxury shopping mall in Yuncheng. Vientiane International Center, first floor, Patek Philippe store. The shop was decorated in a magnificent style, like a small palace. Several well-dressed customers, accompanied by the salesperson, were chatting in low voices. Lin Feng was wearing casual clothes, with his hands in his pockets, and walked in slowly. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of a young female shopping guide in the store. When she saw Lin Feng's cheap outfit, the professional smile on the female shopping guide's face froze for a moment, and a trace of imperceptible contempt flashed in her eyes. People who come to places like this are either rich or noble, and who doesn't wear a suit and designer clothes? People like Lin Feng who dare to come in wearing cheap clothes, 9 out of 10 are here to broaden their horizons and enjoy the air conditioning, and 1 is here to find a toilet. However, her good professionalism still allowed her to go up, but her tone was a little perfunctory. Hello, sir, welcome to Patek Philippe. How can I help you? Lin Feng seemed unaware of her attitude. His eyes swept over the exquisite watches in the glass counter. Finally, he pointed at a watch with a complex design and a domineering shape and said lightly, that one, take it out and let me see it. The female shopping guide looked in the direction of his finger and her expression changed slightly. That is Patek Philippe's super complex timepiece series, model 6002G, with a public price of over 18 million. It is also limited to the world and may not be available even if you have money. It is the treasure of their store. This kid has a pretty sharp eye. But can he afford it? The female salesperson complained inwardly, but she still managed to smile. Excuse me, sir, this item isn't for sale, it's only for display. How about I recommend a few entry-level items? Not for sale? Lin Feng smiled. He turned to look at the female salesperson with a playful look in his eyes. You mean, I can't afford it? The female shopping guide panicked for no reason when he looked at her like that, but she still managed to hold on. Sir, that's not what I meant, it's just the rule. Call your store manager. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with her and interrupted her directly. Sir, our store manager is very busy. I'll say it again, call your store manager. Lin Feng's face darkened. Otherwise, with just one phone call from me, your store will disappear from Vientiane International tomorrow. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty. The female shopping guide was frightened by his aura and didn't dare to say another word for a moment. She quickly turned around and trotted into the backstage. Soon, a middle-aged man wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking smart and capable, walked out quickly. "Hello, sir. I am the manager of our store. How can I help you?" the manager said as he looked at Lin Feng calmly. When he saw Lin Feng's clothes, a hint of doubt also flashed in his eyes, but his years of work experience told him that you can't judge a book by its cover. "I want that watch." Lin Feng pointed at the 6002G again. The store manager took a look and showed an embarrassment on his face. "Sir, I'm really sorry, this watch is indeed our treasure. According to the regulations, 20 million. Lin Feng directly reported a number. "Now, immediately, swipe the card." The store manager's pupils suddenly shrank. Raising the price by nearly 2 million just to get it immediately? What kind of magical operation is this? He looked at Lin Feng's face, which was calm without a trace of ripple, and his heart began to beat faster. Could this be some top boss who came here to experience life? What are you standing there for? Lin Feng impatiently pulled out the black bank card from his pocket. Do you want to pay? If not, I'll go to Vacheron Constantine next door. Brush. Brush. Must brush. The store manager was startled and no longer dared to hesitate. He quickly and carefully took out the watch from the counter, and at the same time personally took the POS machine and trotted over with a flattering smile on his face. "Sir, please come this way. Please take a seat." The customers and shopping guides around were all stunned. A watch worth 20 million, and you're going to buy it without blinking an eye? Is this a movie? Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, a soft beep sound came from the POS machine, and a purchase slip was slowly spitted out. Transaction successful. The store manager's hands were shaking, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng had changed from confusion to complete awe and fanaticism. This is definitely an epic client. "Sir, would you like us to adjust your watch strap to the most comfortable size for you?" "No need." Lin Feng took the watch, put it on his wrist casually, then stood up and prepared to leave. In his eyes, buying something worth 20 million seemed as easy as buying a bottle of Coke. This kind of carefree attitude of treating money as dirt made everyone present feel suffocated. Just then, there was a burst of laughter at the door, and several young people dressed in fashionable clothes walked in. One of the sharp-eyed people was stunned for a moment when he saw Lin Feng's back, and tentatively called out, "Lin Feng?" Lin Feng paused and turned around. When he saw who it was, a hint of surprise appeared on his face. What a coincidence, these people are all his college classmates. The leader was called Zhao Kai. His family opened a small company. He liked to show off his wealth when he was in college and had no contact with poor students like Lin Feng. "Oh, it's really you, Lin Feng." Zhao Kai walked over with an exaggerated look on his face, looking him up and down. "I thought I had recognized you wrongly. Why are you coming to a place like this instead of looking for a job after graduation? What watch did you like? Tell me, I have a VIP card here, and I can give you an 8% discount." Several male and female classmates around him covered their mouths and laughed, their eyes full of mockery. They all knew that Lin Feng's family was poor, and these words were clearly a mockery of him. However, before Lin Feng could speak, the store manager beside him took the lead and gave Zhao Kai a professional fake smile. "I'm sorry, sir, your VIP card is useless in front of our Supreme Black Diamond customer." The smile on Zhao Kai's face froze instantly. Supreme Black Diamond client? What the hell is this? I've never heard of it. He was about to explode when he saw the store manager bow respectfully to Lin Feng and said in an almost pilgrimage tone, "Mr. Lin, where are you going next? Do you need me to send a special car to take you there? Or, can I go shopping with you? I can help you get internal discounts for all the brands in Vientiane International." Zhao Kai and his classmates' eyes almost popped out of their heads. They looked at the fawning store manager, then at Lin Feng's indifferent face, and their brains went blank. What is going on? Did I get the wrong script? Lin Feng ignored them and waved to the store manager. "No, I'll go upstairs to buy some more clothes." After saying that, he turned and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he seemed to remember something, looked back at Zhao Kai and others who had been petrified, and a cool smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "By the way, old classmates, long time no see. Let's have dinner together tonight at Henteing Restaurant. It's my treat." After saying this, Lin Feng walked out of the store in a dashing manner, with the store manager and several shopping guides bowing to him at 90 degrees. Only Zhao Kai and a few others were left standing there in a daze, looking at each other. Henteing Restaurant? That's one of the restaurants with the highest average consumption per capita in Yuncheng. A meal here would cost at least hundreds of thousands. He treats us? Zhao Kai's Adam's apple rolled with difficulty, and he suddenly remembered something. He rushed to the counter, pointed to the place that Lin Feng had just seen, and asked the female shopping guide, who was still in shock, in a trembling voice. What did he just buy? The saleswoman replied woodenly, Patek Philippe 6002G, sold for 20 million. Boom! It was as if a bomb exploded in Zhao Kai's mind, and everything went blank. His legs went weak and he almost lost his balance. Lin Feng came out of the specialty store and went directly to the men's clothing area on the third floor. In several top men's clothing brand stores such as Zegna and Armani, he pointed at the latest ready-to-wear clothes and handmade custom suits as if he was shopping in a vegetable market, and had only one sentence. This one, and that one, all the ones that fit, pack them all for me. Half an hour later, when Lin Feng walked out of the changing room, he looked brand new. A well-cut Italian hand-made custom suit perfectly sets off his tall figure. The Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, worth 20 million, reflects a low-key and luxurious light under the light. From head to toe, he exudes a temperament called super rich. Several managers of luxury stores followed behind him, carrying dozens of shopping bags of various sizes, with the most humble smiles on their faces. This set of equipment cost nearly 10 million. But to Lin Feng, it was just a drop in the bucket. He experienced the most direct magic of money. It can turn all arrogance into flattery and all contempt into awe. Lin Feng left the mall in a dashing manner under the respectful escort of a group of shop assistants, leaving behind a backview that caused countless people to talk about it. Just as he got into the car and was about to go to the securities company to do business, an unfamiliar phone call suddenly came in. Lin Feng answered the call casually and turned on the hands-free mode. Hello. A cold, businesslike male voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Feng, the owner of the Bugatti with license plate number YN8.88888? This is the 2nd Brigade of the Yuncheng Traffic Police. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Traffic police? I am. What's up? It's like this, Mr. Lin, the other party said with a hint of gloating in his tone. We've received a report that your vehicle is suspected of illegal modification, excessive speeding, and suspected of using fake license plates. Now, please come to the Accident Handling Center in the west of the city immediately and cooperate with our investigation. Your car has been temporarily impounded by us according to the law. Chapter 10, The Villain's Tricks Are Vulnerable. Inside the car, the voice coming from the Bluetooth speaker was cold and formulaic, yet it carried a hint of undisguised pride. Temporarily detained according to law? Lin Feng leaned back in the soft chair, listening to the words on the other end of the phone. Instead of feeling angry at all, he found it a little funny. Illegal modifications? Severe speeding? Suspected of using a fake license plate? This Bugatti Veyron was just driven out of the 4S dealership's showroom yesterday. Even the temporary license plate hasn't expired yet. It's in original condition and has only a few kilometers. This crime is even more outrageous than the pop-up ads in web games. You can tell with your toes who did this. Chen Tianhua. Apart from the rich second generation who was crushed by him and had a mental breakdown, Lin Feng couldn't think of another person who would use such a lowly trick to disgust him. Okay, I understand. Lin Feng's tone was as calm as if he was listening to the weather forecast. Without waiting for the other party to say anything else, he hung up the phone. Go to the Accident Handling Center? What a joke. His time is more valuable than gold now, so he doesn't have time to act with these clowns. Chen Tianhua thought that by using his connections and finding a few minions he could make himself busy and exhausted? The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. In the face of absolute strength, all fancy conspiracies and tricks seem so pale and powerless. There is no need to show up in person to deal with such a small character. Lin Feng didn't even bother to check any traffic regulations, nor did he think about finding a lawyer. He just slowly dug out a number from his address book that he had just saved yesterday. Galaxy Securities, Account Director, Li Man. The call was made and answered almost instantly. Mr. Lin. Hello? I'm Li Man. What can I do for you? On the other end of the phone, Li Man's voice was full of enthusiasm, even with a hint of flattered excitement. Yesterday, the wealthy man who saved 1 billion for fun contacted me on his own initiative. This is simply a godsend. Director Li, I hope I didn't disturb you at work? Lin Feng's tone was very polite. Don't disturb me, Don't disturb me. Mr. Lin, you can contact me at any time. I'm available for you 24 hours a day. Li Man quickly expressed her attitude, fearing that she would neglect the god of wealth. That's good. Lin Feng smiled, then changed the subject and said in a nonchalant tone, Look, I've run into a little trouble and I'd like to ask you for a favor. Mr. Lin, just tell me. As long as it is something I can do, I will definitely do it for you perfectly. Li Man's heart instantly rose to her throat. The little trouble of the rich man might be a huge opportunity for her. It's not a big deal. Lin Feng said lightly, I just bought a car, but when I was driving it on the road, the people from the 2nd Brigade of the Municipal Traffic Police seized it. They said I was suspected of violating the law. I suspect that someone is deliberately trying to do this to me. What? Li Man's voice suddenly rose, filled with shock and anger. Is there such a thing? In our Yunqing territory, someone actually dared to target you? This is simply lawless. Her reaction was even more intense than Lin Feng's own. What kind of joke is this? A top client with assets in the tens figures, the most powerful pillar of Galaxy Securities in the future, was actually bullied by a few blind people in his own little piece of land? If this gets out, will Galaxy Securities' Yunqing branch still have any face? How will they survive in the financial industry in the future? Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Li Man's tone was firm. Where are you now? Don't do anything, leave it to me. I'm in the parking lot of Vientiane International. Lin Feng smiled faintly, then thank you for your help, Director Li. No trouble, no trouble. Please wait, half an hour at most. After hanging up the phone, the enthusiasm on Li Man's face was instantly replaced by cold anger. Without any hesitation, she rushed out of the office, not even caring about her high heels, and rushed into the president's office on the top floor barefoot. President! Something big has happened. Half an hour? Lin Feng felt that Li Man was still too conservative. He glanced at the Patek Philippe worth 20 million on his wrist. Only 15 minutes had passed. He had just moved the newly bought suits from the back seat to the passenger seat and placed them there when his cell phone rang again. This time, it was an unfamiliar local number. Lin Feng pressed the answer button, and an extremely panicked, flattering, and even crying voice came out from the receiver. Hello? Please, excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Feng? I'm the captain of the Yunqing Traffic Detachment, and my name is Zhang Guodong. The voice on the other end of the phone was completely different from the cold, business-like male voice half an hour ago. Lin Feng's mouth curled up with a hint of sarcasm. He could even imagine the other party nodding and bowing, with cold sweat pouring down his face. It's me. He only replied with one word. Oh my. Mr. Lin. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. Zhang Guodong's voice was shaking like a sieve. I just got a call from the city and found out that the people below were blind and offended you. I really didn't discipline my child well enough. I deserve to die. I apologize to you. I apologize deeply. I've already suspended all those good-for-nothings from their duties and asked them to reflect on their actions. Those suspected of abusing their power will be severely punished. He finished speaking in one breath, not daring to breathe, nervously waiting for Lin Feng's judgment. Just over 10 minutes ago, he was leisurely drinking tea in the office when he suddenly received a call from the head of the municipal bureau. The roar of the other party on the phone almost made him jump out of his scalp. Only then did he realize that his short-sighted nephew, in order to please Mr. Chen, had actually offended a true god whom he had no right to even look up to. When Zhang Guodong thought of the consequences, his legs felt weak as if he was falling into an ice cave. Lin Feng listened to his confession and set him indifferently. Zhang Guodong panicked upon hearing this and quickly said, Mr. Lin, we've sent someone to drive your car over. We'll clean and wax it, and keep it like new. We'll deliver it to your residence at Yunding Palace right away. Do you have any other instructions? No need, I'll go and drive it myself. Lin Feng's tone was still cold, and he hung up the phone immediately after he finished speaking. I'm too lazy to say another word. He knew that for someone like Zhang Guodong, this kind of non-committal indifference would be far more frightening to him than cursing. Sure enough, Zhang Guodong on the other end of the phone turned pale when he heard the busy tone on the phone, and slumped down in the chair. It's over. This gentleman has never forgiven himself. Inside the Bugatti, Lin Feng casually threw his cell phone aside. Looking out the window, his eyes gradually turned cold. Chen Tianhua. Provoke again and again. Do you really think you are a clay Buddha who has no temper? I originally wanted to let your company survive for a few more days, but since you are so anxious to leave, I have no choice but to send you off personally. Lin Feng started the car, and the low engine sound echoed in the underground garage. He no longer waited, nor did he passively accept attacks. This time, he will take the initiative. The game is about to begin. Chapter 11 Emotional Lottery, God-Level Operation. Inside the car, Lin Feng casually threw his cell phone onto the pile of expensive new clothes on the passenger seat. There was no relief on his face after resolving the problem, but instead a cold indifference. Chen Tianhua. Like a buzzing fly, he always likes to use some small tricks that are not worthy of being mentioned to challenge his bottom line. An opponent of this level doesn't even have the qualifications to make him angry, it will only make him feel annoyed. It seems that it's time for you to shut up completely. Lin Feng muttered to himself and started the Bugatti Veyron. The low and violent roar of the engine, like the roar of an awakened ancient beast, announced the beginning of a hunt. At this moment, the familiar electronic sounds rang out in his mind one after another. Ding! Detecting strong emotional fluctuations from Li Man awe, enthusiasm, gaining emotion value plus 2000. Ding! Strong emotional fluctuations fear, regret detected from Zhang Guodong, gaining emotion value plus 3000. Ding! Detected sustained strong emotional fluctuations from Chen Tianhua jealousy, resentment, unwillingness, cumulative emotional value plus 5000. In an instant, the emotional value balance on Lin Feng's personal panel soared like a rocket. Host, Lin Feng. Level, LV1. Emotional value, 11,000. Lin Feng looked at the number, a cold arc appearing on the corner of his mouth. 11,000 emotion points. This is a considerable fortune. Originally, he was still thinking about whether he should use the money to exchange for some black technology in the system mall, or directly participate in the regular lottery. But now, Chen Tianhua's clumsy performance gave him a better choice. What is the most brutal way to retaliate against a family that started out in business? It's not about breaking his legs or ruining his reputation. Instead, he was completely defeated in the area that he was most proud of. The best punishment for him was to watch helplessly as the business empire his family had built over decades vanished in his hands. The despair that penetrated his bones was the best punishment for him. Lin Feng drove the car back to the underground garage of Yunding Palace and took the exclusive elevator back to the top-floor Sky Villa. Instead of admiring the scenery outside the window, he walked straight to the huge ultra-high-definition display wall in the living room, which consisted of 16 screens. This is the command center of his future business empire. He knew very well that to snipe a listed company in the capital market, money alone was not enough. It required the patience of a venomous snake, the acumen of a cheetah, and the most accurate grasp of the pulse of the entire market. He doesn't have these yet. But he has a system. System. Lin Feng asked calmly in his mind, I want to participate in the emotion value lottery. Is there a way to specify the category of the lottery? Reporting to the host, when your system level is upgraded to LV2, the targeted lottery function will be unlocked. What are the requirements for upgrading to LV2? Condition 1, cumulative spending reaches 500 million yuan. Condition 2, complete a system mission of difficulty level A or above. Condition 3, social influence reaches the level of Cloud City Upstart. Lin Feng took a look and found that he had completed half of Condition 1 and Condition 3 was almost there, but it was hard to say how difficult this task was. Is there any other way? Lin Feng didn't want to wait. The system was silent for a moment, as if performing some calculation. Detecting that the host has over 10,000 emotional points, the high consumption directed prayer function can be temporarily activated. Function description: the host can specify a keyword in a large category. The system will use this keyword as the core and perform a high probability search in all reward pools. Each use will consume 10,000 emotion points. 10,000 points at a time? He's really a money-eating beast. However, Lin Feng did not hesitate. Money is meant to be spent, and so is emotional value. As long as it can bring him what he needs most right now, no matter how high the price is, it is worth it. Use this. Lin Feng's eyes became extremely determined, consume 10,000 emotion points and make a targeted prayer. Keywords: finance, trading. Command confirmed. High-cost directional prayer activated. Emotion value 10,000. As soon as he finished speaking, what Lin Feng saw before his eyes was no longer the colorful roulette wheel, but a vast golden galaxy. Countless streams of light shuttle through the galaxy, and each stream of light represents a skill or item related to finance. C-level skill, basic stock market analysis; B-level skill, K-line chart mastery; a level item, insider information card one-time use. These are already rewards for magical skills in the eyes of ordinary people, but in Lin Feng's eyes they are not worth mentioning. His gaze was fixed on the deepest part of the galaxy. There was a ball of golden light that was brighter than the sun. It exuded an aura of dominance that made all the surrounding lights pale in comparison. That's it. A strong desire surged in Lin Feng's heart. As if sensing his will, the brightest golden ball of light trembled violently, and then turned into a golden beam of light that penetrated the sky and the earth, shooting towards Lin Feng's eyebrows. Boom! Lin Feng felt as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped into his brain, and he was instantly overwhelmed by an endless flood of information. Every rise and fall of the Dow Jones Industrial Average over the past century, every classic capital battle on Wall Street, the financial codes of all listed companies, the human nature behind various technical indicators, and even the subtle trends of all global financial markets in the next 24 hours. At this moment, countless complex, profound and obscure knowledge is no longer cold data, but has become a part of his body and his instinct. Bite. Congratulations to the host, you have drawn the only God-level skill, God-level operations. Skill description: with this skill, the host will become the uncrowned king of the capital market. K-line charts will come to life in your eyes, and data streams will sing the poems of the future for you. Every trade you make will be the most perfect interpretation of market laws. When the system prompt sounded, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. The world has become different. He walked to the huge display wall and tapped it with his finger. 16 screens lit up instantly, synchronously displaying the same picture: the Chun Group's stock time sharing chart. The red and green lines that originally seemed chaotic and irregular to him now turned into an extremely clear picture in his eyes. He can see that behind every K line lies the greed and fear of retail investors. He could hear which institutions were quietly entering or leaving the market every time the trading volume increased. He could even smell the bloody scent of the dealer hidden beneath the language of the odds. The entire Chin Group stock was like a seriously ill giant, seemingly strong on the outside, but already riddled with holes on the inside. Every breath it took, every heartbeat, was clearly visible to Lin Feng. Your death date has arrived. Lin Feng sat down on the leather sofa worth $1 million, his slender fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard. A huge amount of funds quietly flowed from his account into the vast ocean of the stock market. A silent hunt against the Chun Group has officially begun. Chapter 12, Storm is Coming, Short Selling. The impact of the God-level trading technique was far more severe than Lin Feng had imagined. If looking at the stock market before was like looking through a layer of frosted glass, where you could only see blurry outlines and blocks of color, then now, this layer of glass has been completely shattered. The entire capital market was presented to him in an unprecedented high-definition, naked-eye 3D manner. On the huge display wall in front of him, 16 screens were simultaneously broadcasting the real-time stock price of Chun Group. In the eyes of ordinary people, the red time-sharing line represents the rise and fall of wealth. But in Lin Feng's eyes, it was an electrocardiogram. An electrocardiogram of a dying patient whose vital signs are forcibly maintained by drugs. His fingers slid lightly across the touchpad, and countless public financial reports, industry analyses, and press releases about the Chun Group flowed by like a waterfall. With the help of God-level trading techniques, these cold data seemed to have life, automatically being disassembled, reorganized, and connected in his mind. Oh, interesting. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. He saw it. He saw that behind the Chun Group's glamorous quarterly financial report, there was a fake contract worth up to 700 million yuan. He saw that the so-called major breakthrough in overseas new energy projects of the Chun Group was nothing more than a shell company registered in Africa and a non-binding memorandum of cooperation signed between them and a local tribal chief. He saw that those well-known analysts who were crazy about praising Chun Group and advocating that its stock price would break through the 100 yuan mark in major financial media had received a consulting fee from a subsidiary of Chun Group in their accounts 3 days ago. Carefully packaged lies and false prosperity. Together they blew up a huge but fragile bubble. Countless retail investors who are kept in the dark, like moths attracted by fragrance, are happily flying towards the fire that is about to explode. Outwardly strong, but inwardly weak, all show is gold and jade, but within is rotten cotton. Lin Feng gave an evaluation of 8 words. Such a company is simply a paradise for short sellers and the perfect prey for capital giants. Chen Tianhua, don't you think being rich is great? Then I will let you see with your own eyes how the billions of assets that your family is so proud of will turn into a bunch of meaningless numbers and eventually return to zero in my hands. A thorough and ruthless short-selling plan quickly took shape in Lin Feng's mind. The first step is layout. Short selling requires a large amount of chips. If you use a single account to sell short, even a slightly larger amount will immediately alert the other party. The best way is to break the whole into parts and use the ant-moving method to quietly build a position without disturbing anyone. He picked up the phone and called Li Man. Mr. Lin. What can I do for you? Li Man's voice was still full of respect and enthusiasm. Director Li, I need you to help me with something. Please keep it absolutely confidential. Lin Feng's tone became serious. You say. In my name, at Galaxy Securities headquarters, with the highest authority, I will immediately apply to open 100 independent share accounts. All the information will be mine, but all operating permissions will be bound to me. Li Man on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. 100 accounts? What is this operation? Who in their right mind would use so many accounts to trade stocks? But she didn't ask a single question. As a smart woman, she knew what to ask and what not to ask. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'll do it right away. Everything will be done within an hour. Li Man is extremely efficient. In less than an hour, 100 new securities account information were sent to Lin Feng's mobile phone via encrypted email. Next comes the transfer of funds. Lin Feng looked at the long string of numbers in his bank card 1 billion and 50 million. Without any hesitation, he split the huge amount of funds into hundreds of parts through the exclusive channel of Super VIP, and injected them into the 100 newly opened securities accounts like trickles. The whole process was silent. After doing all this, Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa and breathed a long sigh of relief. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. He didn't go out for the next 2 days. He immersed himself in the command center of Sky Villa, like a patient hunter, quietly observing every move of his prey. He controlled 100 accounts at the same time, using his God-level trading techniques to accurately interpret the market and perform extremely sophisticated operations. Small orders are shorted and high prices are sold, while low prices are bought. Every purchase and every sale is as precise as a scalpel, perfectly avoiding the supervision of the banker. In 2 days, he quietly absorbed short-selling chips worth more than 2 billion yuan when the Chun Group's stock price was high. A giant net that can strangle everything has been quietly spread. The prey in the net knows nothing about this. At the same time, in the Chen Group building, in the president's office on the top floor. The luxurious office was filled with the smell of fine Cuban cigars. Chen Tianhao, the chairman of the Chen Group, a man in his 50s with a big belly, was looking at the stock price display screen in front of him with a rosy face. On the screen, the share price of Chen Group, after hitting a record high, has fluctuated, but it still stands firmly at a high level, with continued active trading volume, presenting a thriving scene. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Okay. Chen Tianhao patted his son's shoulder with an undisguised look of pride on his face. Tianhua, you've done a great job on this New Energy for Africa project. You've made an invaluable contribution to the stock price reaching this point. Chen Tianhua was wearing a neat suit and holding a glass of red wine in his hand, with an unconcealable arrogance and complacency on his face. Dad, what's that? It's just a small goal. He swirled the liquid in his cup, his tone contemptuous. When our stock price truly breaks 100, I'll see who else in Yunqing dares to look down on our Chen family. Yeah, you're ambitious. Chen Tianhao nodded with satisfaction. Then he remembered something and asked, by the way, that kid named Lin Feng you mentioned last time, hasn't been around lately? As soon as this name was mentioned, Chen Tianhua's face turned gloomy. Humph, just a clueless peasant. He sneered. Last time, someone impounded his car. He must have been scared out of his wits. He's been like a coward these past 2 days, not even daring to fart. That's good. Chen Tianhao flicked the ash off his cigar and warned, people like this may not have much ability, but they're like flies, appearing every now and then to annoy you. To deal with them, you have to use thunderous means and kill them once and for all. Let them know that there are some people they can never afford to offend. Dad, don't worry. A fierce look flashed in Chen Tianhua's eyes. I've already made arrangements. Once our stock price stabilizes, I'll divert funds and start targeting the people around him. I heard that his parents are just workers in a crappy textile factory. I want him to know that the consequence of offending me is the destruction of his family." The father and son smiled at each other, their laughter was full of indifference to the fate of the lower class and confidence in controlling everything. They didn't notice at all. During the few minutes when they were chatting and laughing, some extremely tiny changes were quietly taking place on the board. Countless small sell orders, like spring rain, moistened everything silently and were placed at various prices on the sell side. Each of these purchase orders may seem insignificant, but when combined together, they form a terrifying undercurrent that is powerful enough to destroy a dam. Yunding Palace. Lin Feng looked at the still strong stock price of Chun Group on the screen, as well as the fanatical pursuit and clamor of countless retail investors in the comments section below. His expression was as calm as a bottomless lake. He picked up the coffee at hand and took a sip. I looked at the time displayed on the Patek Philippe watch on my wrist. 2:50 p.m. There are still 10 minutes until closing. It's time. He gently put down the coffee cup, and his bony fingers hovered over the enter key on the keyboard. First cut, start. He spoke softly, like the whisper of death. The moment he finished speaking, his fingers knocked down heavily. Boom! It was like an order, transmitted to hundreds of accounts. In an instant, a huge sell order worth 500 million yuan, like a mountain falling from the sky, without any warning, slammed heavily on the seemingly solid buying order of the Chun Group. Chapter 13, First Confrontation, Stock Price Plunges. 2:50 p.m. This is an extremely delicate node in the trading hours of a shares. Most institutions have already called it a day, preparing to go home. Retail investors are either idling with their orders or chatting and bragging in the stock forums, waiting for the final 10 minutes of the call auction. The Chun Group's stock forum is a sea of joy. Brothers, hold on tight. We'll break the 100 yuan mark tomorrow, and the young models from the club are waving to us. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Thank you, the company. I've resigned and plan to achieve financial freedom through Chen stock. Isn't the vision too small? What's the big deal about breaking 100? This is a leading stock in the African new energy concept, and its goal is to go to the stars and the sea. It was in this happy atmosphere that Chen Tianhao and his son enjoyed the fruits of victory and planned an even more vicious future. However, none of them noticed. The time-sharing line representing the stock price, after moving sideways for nearly an hour, its tip was pressed down very slightly as if by an invisible big hand. 2:51 p.m. Lin Feng's finger pressed the enter key. Now is the time. Next second. The situation in the Chen Group suddenly changed. If the previous transaction was a gentle breeze and drizzle, then at this moment, it was the Milky Way pouring down into the human world. ## boom. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 10 strokes, 50 strokes. At the same time, hundreds of accounts poured sell orders worth a total of 500 million yuan into the market in the most brutal and unreasonable manner. No testing, no pulling, just force overpowers skill. On the screen, the time-sharing line that was originally relatively stable seemed to have lost all support in an instant and turned into a vertical waterfall, falling madly at a terrifying angle. Just 1 second. The stock price plummeted from 85.6 yuan to 83 yuan. The layers of pending orders on the sell side were torn to pieces in an instant, like paper. The entire market was stunned. In the Chun Group's stock forum, the ocean of joy seemed to be thrown into a depth bomb, and it exploded instantly. What the hell? What's going on? Am I seeing things? Diving. What's going on? Don't panic. It's a technical adjustment. The dealer is cleaning up the market. Some people are still trying to be tough and stabilize the morale of the troops. But the market never believes in tears, it only believes in real money. Lin Feng looked at the buying orders on the screen that were instantly swallowed up, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Washing out? No, this is a massacre. His fingers turned into phantoms on the keyboard. The terrifying calculation ability brought by God-level trading technique allowed him to do a lot of things at once. The 500 million yuan selling order is just the appetizer. He controlled another 50 accounts and split the remaining 1 billion into countless smaller sell orders, which fell from all directions like a rain of flowers, hitting those who tried to buy at the bottom and protect the market. Are you placing an order to buy 10,000 lots? Okay, I will use 100 accounts and place 100 sell orders at the same time to smash you through. You raised it by a dime? I will use the 2 cents price difference to pin you to the ground. This is pure, dimensional massacre. Lin Feng's trading methods did not conform to any textbook theory at all. He was like a ghost that could see through everything. Every time he attacked, he hit the opponent's most painful and defenseless point with precision. Chen Group President's Office. Dad, you see, I told you these leaks are easy to cheat, haha. Chen Tianhua's words got stuck in his throat before he could finish them. The smile on his face, like the time-sharing line, froze in an instant and then collapsed. What's going on? He pointed at the screen and his voice changed. The smile on Chen Tianhua's face also disappeared, but he was much calmer than his son. Those eyes that had been struggling in the business world for decades were fixed on the screen. In just 3 seconds, his expression changed from confusion to shock, and finally, turned ashen. Bang! The top-grade Cuban cigar in his hand broke with a sound. Protect the market. Chen Tianhua almost squeezed out these 2 words from between his teeth, his voice hoarse and furious. This isn't a market shakeout. This is someone maliciously shorting the market. Damn it, who the hell is this blind bastard who dares to mess with me? He suddenly grabbed the phone on the table and roared frantically at the CFO, use all the reserves. All of it. Buy it. Bring the stock price back up. At any cost. Yes. Chairman. At the command, the hidden protective funds of the Chun Group rushed out like an army that had received orders. A super buy order worth 200 million appeared on the market, like a wall, trying to block the rushing waterfall. The decline in stock prices finally paused. It works. Dad, it works. Chen Tianhua showed a hint of joy on his face when he saw the stock price stopped falling. Madness. Chen Tianhua, however, had a serious expression on his face. He stared at the transaction details, cold sweat already oozing from his forehead. He saw it. The moment the 200 million purchase order appeared, the mysterious force on the opposite side not only did not retreat, but instead transformed into thousands of smaller purchase orders with a more ferocious attitude, pouring in from all directions, frantically gnawing at his defense line. The other party is like a group of sharks that smell blood, and he is the bleeding prey. The other party's use of funds and understanding of the market are simply unpredictable. Yunding Palace. Want to protect the market? It's too late. Lin Feng looked at the huge purchase order on the screen that was struggling to survive, his eyes full of disdain. He doesn't even need to use large amounts of money. With a flick of his fingers, he set up a perfect program trading model for the last 500 million short-selling chips. Before the market closes, break through the 80 yuan mark. He gave the final instructions, then leaned back on the sofa and picked up the slightly cold cup of coffee. He is no longer needed on the battlefield. Because this battle, from the very beginning, was not on the same dimension. The next 7 minutes were 7 minutes of hell for everyone who held Chen Group shares. They witnessed a fight that they would never forget. Chen's protective funds are like a tragic warrior, charging again and again, trying to pull the stock price back again and again. But every time, he would be ruthlessly defeated by a larger, smarter, and more cunning force. The stock price fluctuated repeatedly between 81 yuan and 83 yuan, and every jump was accompanied by the destruction of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of funds. That is no longer the fluctuation of stock prices, but the money shredding machine running wildly. Hold on. Hold on for me. Chen Tianhua's eyes were red and he roared madly at the other end of the phone. His decades of self-cultivation and sophistication were gone in the face of the loss of real money. 2:59 p.m. Just when everyone thought that today would end in such a brutal tug of war. Lin Feng set up the program and launched the final general attack. Each sell order, which carried a breath of death, accurately predicted all the support points of the market protecting funds, and was like the sharpest scalpel, cutting off all the hopes of the bulls. 80.5 yuan. 80.1 yuan. 80 yuan. The integer threshold has been broken. Panic spreads like a plague. The psychological defenses of countless retail investors completely collapsed at this moment, and they began to sell frantically regardless of cost. The stampede happened. When? At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the closing bell rang. Time, frozen. The share price of Chen Group finally closed at 79.8 yuan. Throughout the day, it plummeted 6.77%. There was deathly silence in the office. Chen Tianhua slumped in the chair in despair, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. In just 10 minutes, at least 1 billion yuan evaporated from the group's accounts. This was just the cash used to support the market. Taking into account the loss in market value, it was an astronomical figure that he dared not even think about. Dad, we. Chen Tianhua's lips trembled and his face turned pale. Check. Chen Tianhao slammed the table violently, like a mad tiger, his red eyes filled with bloodshot and endless resentment. Go check it out. Use whatever means possible. Find all the accounts that shorted today. I want to know. Who is behind this? Who is behind this? Chapter 14, Antique Street, A Narrow Encounter. Check. Check it for me. Chen Tianhao's roar echoed in the silent office, like the cry of a wounded beast. His usually well-maintained face was now distorted by extreme anger and fear, and covered with hideous bloodshot lines. Chen Tianhua stood aside, not daring to breathe. He had never seen his father lose his composure like this. In his mind, his father had always been a masterful business tycoon, a master of strategic planning, unfazed by the weight of adversity. But today, in just 10 minutes, that composure and confidence had been shattered by a terrifying force from an unknown abyss. Dad, could it be? Chen Tianhua spoke with difficulty, trying to ask if it was a normal market fluctuation. Shut up! Chen Tianhao turned around abruptly, staring at him with bloodshot eyes. You know nothing. This is naked strangulation. A long-planned massacre. He picked up the phone and mobilized all the connections he had built up over decades of business. Hey! Lao Li. Help me check which brokerage firm is responsible for the funds that shorted our company at the end of today's trading session. Director Wang. It's me, Tianhao. I've been maliciously targeted. Can you help me lock down my account information through the financial regulatory system? As the calls were made one after another, Chen Tianhao's tone changed from an order at the beginning, to a request later, and finally to almost begging. However, as time went by, the calls came back one after another, bringing him the same, despairing answers. Tianhao, we can't find anything. The other party has over 100 operating accounts, all opened through the highest encryption channel at Galaxy Securities headquarters. They have extremely high authority, and our local branch has no right to interfere. Old Chen, it's not that I won't help you. My system shows that the IP addresses of these accounts are spread all over the world and are impossible to track. Moreover, the source of the funds is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. They are all newly transferred funds, and every transaction is legal and compliant. This is the method of a top expert. Who did you offend? Director Chen, we've investigated. The other party's trading methods are simply unpredictable. All transactions are perfectly within the rules, without a single violation. This simply can't be accomplished by one person. Behind this, there must be a top-notch trading team with precise coordination. As Chen Tianhao listened to the bad news coming from the phone, his face became paler and paler. 100 encrypted accounts. IP addresses scattered across the globe, unpredictable trading methods. These words, like heavy hammers, hit his heart hard. He finally realized that what he was facing was not a business rival at all, but a prehistoric giant crocodile lurking in the dark. The other party not only has all kinds of means, but also has overwhelming financial strength and unpredictable trading skills. And I was like a lamb thrown into the Colosseum, unable to fight back. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of Chen Tianhao's mouth and spilled onto the precious mahogany desk in front of him. Dad! Chen Tianhua was so frightened that he rushed forward to support his shaky body. Chen Tianhao pushed him away, staring blankly at the glaring green K line on the screen, muttering to himself. It's over, it's all over. In sharp contrast to the gloom and misery of the Chun group is the leisurely and contented atmosphere of the Henteang Palace. Lin Feng leaned on the soft sofa. The 16 screens in front of him were no longer showing candlestick charts, but a light-hearted and funny movie. His mobile phone shows the final results of today's trading. Average cost of short-selling chips, 85.2 yuan. Average closing price, 80.1 yuan. Capital invested, 2 billion. Leverage ratio, 1x short selling. Net income, 120 million yuan. In just 10 minutes, 120 million yuan in cash was in his pocket. The speed of making money is faster than a money printing machine. But for Lin Feng, this profit of more than 100 million is far less intense than the pleasure of having Chen father and son at his disposal. He likes this feeling. This kind of control, where the world is the chessboard and all living beings are chess pieces, can stir up the situation and decide the life and death of a family in the blink of an eye. Ding ling ling. The cell phone rang. It was Li Man calling. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Li Man's voice came over as soon as the phone was connected, with disbelief and shock and a slight tremor. Chen Group, was it you who did it? As the client director of Galaxy Securities, she naturally paid close attention to this shocking fight that occurred in the closing period. When she saw the earth-shattering and sky-shattering trend, the first thought in her mind was Lin Feng. Apart from this mysterious and elusive tycoon, she couldn't think of anyone else who had such strength and courage. Director Li is very well informed. Lin Feng smiled noncommittally. The account is very useful. Thank you very much. After receiving this almost tacit answer, Li Man on the other end of the phone took a breath. It's really him. A person. A mysterious young man. In just 10 minutes, a listed company with a market value of tens of billions was beaten to the point of being unable to fight back and on the verge of collapse. This is no longer something that the god of stocks can describe. This is God. Mr. Lin, you're so polite. It's my honor to serve you. Li Man's voice became increasingly respectful, even tinged with a hint of fanatical admiration. If you need anything in the future, please feel free to ask. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations worship, awe, fanaticism detected from Li Man, gaining emotion value plus 3,000. Listening to the prompt sound in his mind, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Today is truly a day of harvest. Not only did I make money, but I also gained nearly 10,000 points of emotional value. The Chen Group is a really fat and strong leak. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the window, and overlooked the night view of the city below. Neon lights are flashing and traffic is heavy. He knew that from today on, Yunqing's upper-class society would be in turmoil because of his actions. A mysterious capital giant has become a sword hanging over everyone's head. However, none of this has anything to do with him. The first blow has been struck, and the prey is bleeding. Next, all we need to do is let the panic and despair ferment slowly. Lin Feng stretched. After fighting intensely in the stock market for a long time, he felt a little tired. It's time to go out and relax. Where are you going? Lin Feng thought about it, and a place emerged in his mind. Yunqing, an antique street. A place full of historical dust and legends of overnight wealth. It seems to be a good choice to go there and take a look at the patina of RMB. Having made up his mind, Lin Feng changed into casual clothes and even took off the Patek Philippe watch worth 20 million yuan on his wrist and threw it on the bedside table. Driving the still cool Bugatti Veyron, he sped towards the antique street. At the same time, in an upscale tea house on Antique Street, a young man wearing a floral shirt and earrings, looking nonchalant, was nodding and bowing to the other end of the phone. Don't worry, Master Chen. If that brat dares to show up in Yunqing, I, Zhang Yang, will be the first to find him. And then I will definitely avenge you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yang curled his lips in disdain. Just a poor guy who has no idea what kind of luck he has, yet he dares to go against Master Chen. He picked up the teacup and glanced casually out the window. The next second, he suddenly jumped up from his chair as if struck by lightning. Outside the window, at the end of the street, a black Bugatti Veyron, which he would recognize even if it turned to ashes, was slowly approaching. Chapter 15, Golden Eyes Open, Treasures Hidden in Waste Stone. Yunqing Antique Street is a place that is out of place with the skyscrapers in the downtown financial district. The air was thick with dust, old wood, and a faint whiff of rust. Shops and stalls lined the streets, selling everything from porcelain claimed to have been handed down for 3 generations to jade pendants unearthed from a Ming pit. Distinguishing the authenticity was difficult. It all came down to a pair of eyes and a bit of luck. Lin Feng parked the high-profile Bugatti Veyron casually at the street corner, which immediately attracted countless looks of surprise or jealousy. But he didn't care. For him, it was a rare relaxation to escape from the stock market where billions of dollars were involved in the fierce competition and come to this place full of human touch. He strolled around the garden like an ordinary tourist, looking at the bottles and jars on the street stalls with interest, enjoying the long-lost tranquility. It's a pity that there are always some blind flies who like to ruin other people's good mood. Hey! Who was that? Isn't this our famous Lin Feng? A sarcastic voice came from behind. Lin Feng turned around and saw a young man wearing a floral shirt, earrings, and hair dyed like a parrot. He was walking towards him with a few followers, with a joking look on his face. Show off. A lackey of Chen Tianhua's, and also one of the people who mocked him the most in the restaurant. What's wrong? Did Yao Yao dump you? Are you upset? Zhang Yang looked Lin Feng up and down, his eyes full of contempt. You rented a sports car and came to this shabby place to pretend to be rich? You want to get rich by chance? Don't dream, losers are losers no matter where they go. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations. Contempt, ridicule detected from Zhang Yang, gaining emotion points plus 500. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Instead of being angry, he found it a little funny. It seems that the little disturbance of the Chun group has not yet reached the ears of these low-level lackeys. Why aren't you talking? Did I hit the nail on the head? Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Zhang Yan thought he was guilty and laughed even more wildly. Let me tell you, Yao Yao is following Master Chen now, living a life of luxury. What about you? You can only come to places like this to scavenge for junk. You and Master Chen are worlds apart. Are you done? Lin Feng finally spoke, his tone as calm as if he was asking for directions. So what after that? Before Zhang Yang could finish his words, Lin Feng was too lazy to even look at him and turned away. This kind of utter disregard is far more hurtful than any retort. You fucking bastard. Zhang Yang's face instantly turned the color of liver. He felt like he had punched cotton. He couldn't save face in front of all his younger brothers. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! The accumulated emotion value exceeds 10,000 points, triggering a special reward mechanism. Do you want to consume 10,000 emotion points to participate in a special lucky draw for God-level skills? God-level skills? Lin Feng paused. He has already experienced the power of God-level trading skills. This level of skills is hard to come by. Now another one? Draw. Lin Feng confirmed in his heart without hesitation. Command confirmed. Emotion value 10,000. God-level skill. Targeted lottery starts. The world before my eyes changed in an instant. A pure golden roulette wheel appeared, more gorgeous than any previous one, divided into only a few areas. God-level medical skills, God-level fighting skills, God-level hacking skills, and an option that emits a dazzling light, golden eyes. The roulette wheel spun rapidly, and finally, the pointer stopped steadily in the area of golden eyes, in a dazzling golden light. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have won the God-level skill, golden eyes. Skill description: all things possess aura, either precious light or dead energy. With this skill, the host can see through illusions and grasp the true nature of things. All the treasures in the world will be revealed in your eyes. Boom! A cool airflow instantly rushed into his eyes, and Lin Feng felt his vision blurred for a moment, and then the whole world became completely different. The street is still the same street, and the stalls are still the same stalls. But in his field of vision, a faint halo appeared on the surface of all objects. Most of them were gray and dead, representing fakes, with occasional old objects emitting a faint white or yellow light. This is Baoguang? Lin Feng's heart moved, and he subconsciously scanned the entire audience. His eyes swept across the stalls, and countless rays of light flashed in his eyes, but most of them were dim and not worth mentioning. At this moment, Zhang Yang, who had been following behind him and was ready to continue looking for trouble, saw Lin Feng standing there like a lunatic, looking around with his eyes wide open, and finally walked towards a corner full of waste stones. The stones there are all scraps shipped from jade mines. Not to mention jadeite, not even a decent stone can be picked out, and the price is extremely low, 100 yuan a piece, pick any you want. Zhang Yang was immediately happy. He felt that he had found a new point of humiliation and quickly followed. Lin Feng was seen squatting in an inconspicuous corner, staring intently at a fist-sized piece of waste stone covered with stone crust, which looked no different from a brick on the roadside. In Zhang Yang's eyes, it was a piece of absolute garbage. But in Lin Feng's, golden eyes, vision, an unprecedented, dazzling, and rich imperial green light that was almost tangible was erupting from the inside of that ordinary stone. That light was purer and more dazzling than any jewelry he had ever seen. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Zhang Yang couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed wildly, holding his stomach. The sound was so loud that it instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. Everyone, come and see. This poor guy can't afford jade, so he's obsessed with a piece of broken stone. What, you want to carve an emperor out of this thing? The surrounding stall owners and tourists gathered around when they heard the noise, and when they saw the waste rocks in Lin Feng's hand, they all laughed, some well-intentioned and some not. Young man, stop dreaming. Those stones are just for the table legs. That's right. If you want to get rich, go to the stone cutting area. What's the use of this junk? Amidst the laughter of the crowd, Zhang Yang felt that he had regained his position. He walked up to Lin Feng and said loudly in an extremely provocative tone. Lin Feng, do you dare to play a big game with me? Today, I'm making a bet with you in front of everyone. If you can dig out anything with color from this broken stone, even just a tiny bit of green, I, Zhang Yang, will kneel down on the spot and call you Grandpa 3 times. He paused, his eyes becoming extremely vicious. But if you can't open anything, you'll have to crawl out of here on your knees, screaming I'm a loser as you crawl. What do you think? Do you dare to bet? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. This bet is too cruel. It's simply humiliating to death. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng, wanting to see how he would respond. Under the complicated gazes of the crowd, Lin Feng slowly stood up and held the piece of waste stone in his palm. Then, he raised his head, looked at Zhang Yang with a ferocious face, and smiled faintly. Okay. He walked up to the stall owner, scanned a code, and paid 100 yuan. Then, under the gazes of everyone, some with disdain, some with sympathy, and some just watching the show, he took the stone and walked straight to the stone cutter not far away. The crowd of onlookers automatically made way for him. Do you really dare to go? Is this kid crazy? Getting angry with someone like Zhang Yang? It's going to be a good show. Zhang Yang crossed his arms over his chest, with a sneer of confidence on his face, waiting to see Lin Feng kneeling down and begging for mercy. Lin Feng ignored everyone's comments. He walked to the buzzing stone cutting machine, refused the help of the old master, and fixed the stone on the slot himself. He took a deep breath and gripped the handle of the cutter. Everyone held their breath at this moment. Sizzle. A harsh friction sound was heard, and the high-speed rotating grinding wheel, with flying sparks, fell heavily on the inconspicuous piece of waste stone. As the cutting machine slowly pressed down, a clear cut appeared on the surface of the stone. At the moment the cut completely penetrated the stone. A dazzling green light, as if a miracle, suddenly burst out from the tiny incision. Chapter 16, Imperial Green shocks the audience. That green light was not a fleeting illusion. It was like an elf that had broken free from billions of years of bondage, struggling out from the narrow incision and painting everything around it with a dreamy color. The entire stone cutting area, which was originally extremely noisy, now fell into an eerie silence. Everyone froze in their tracks, whether they were just watching the fun or the experienced stall owners, they all seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at the increasingly intense green light. Sizzle. The cutting machine was still turning, but the stone cutter's hand stopped in mid-air, like a petrified statue. Increase? Someone in the crowd said something in a trembling voice, like a dream. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up huge waves. Oh my god. It's really green. It's rising. It's rising a lot. This water level, this color. I've never seen such a bright green in my life. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I see that pile of rocks every day, it's just waste. The crowd was completely blown away. Zhang Yang, who had just crossed his arms and looked like he was enjoying the show, now had a smile on his face that completely froze, like a clown frozen in ice. He stared at the green light intently, his eyes widening as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, and his mouth opened unconsciously, wide enough for an egg to fit in. It's fake, it must be fake. It's the light. Yes. It's the reflection of the light. He muttered to himself, as if hypnotizing himself. However, reality gave him the loudest slap in the face. Master! What are you standing there for? Keep untying it. A gentle-looking middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly pushed through the crowd and rushed to the front. His voice became sharp with excitement, be careful. Don't hurt the flesh inside. The stone-cutting master was awakened by the roar. He looked down at his slightly trembling hands, then at the stone, and an unprecedented solemnity and fanaticism appeared on his face. He turned off the machine, took a deep breath, scooped a bucket of water from the bucket next to him, and carefully poured it on the cut surface. Clean water washed away the stone powder. The next second, everyone present saw clearly that beneath the rough gray stone skin, a cut surface about 2 fingers wide revealed a green color like an emerald, deep, rich, and extremely pure. There is not a trace of impurities or any lint. The green is so transparent, so lustrous, so green that it seems to have life and is flowing slowly. Emperor Green. In the crowd, a white-haired old man, leaning on a cane, trembled like a leaf in the autumn wind. He looked at the green, his cloudy old eyes gleaming with disbelief, and he shouted hoarsely. It's Imperial Green. Oh my god. It really is Imperial Green. How big must be inside such a big piece of rough material? The three words Imperial Green exploded in everyone's mind like thunder. It is not just a grade of jade, it is the supreme god in the hearts of all stone gamblers. It is a legendary existence. Quick! Rub the stone. Don't cut it. Use the grinding wheel to grind it slowly. If you grind out a complete piece, it will be priceless. The people who knew the business at the scene had gone crazy. They were even more nervous than Lin Feng. They stretched their necks and directed the stone-cutting master. The stone-cutting master's forehead was covered in sweat. He had been in the industry for 20 years and had cut tens of thousands of stones. Many of them had grown in size, and even more had collapsed, but he had never been as nervous as he was today. He knew that what he held in his hand was no longer a piece of stone, but a mountain of gold that could explode or collapse at any time. He changed to the smallest grinding wheel and started grinding from the cut, little by little, as if he were treating a newborn baby. The stone skin fell down. The imperial green color also continued to expand. 1 centimeter, 3 centimeters, 5 centimeters. Everyone held their breath, and the only sounds left at the scene were the rustling sound of the grinding wheel rubbing against the stone and the heavy breathing of the crowd. Zhang Yang's face had changed from liver color to ashen gray. His legs were weak, and if it weren't for the support of his followers behind him, he would probably have collapsed to the ground. His mind was blank, and the only thing left was the bet that seemed so arrogant just a few minutes ago. Kneel down, call me grandpa. Time passed minute by minute, and when the last layer of stone skin was worn off, a complete piece of jade finally appeared before everyone. It is the size of a fist, full in shape, and crystal clear. Under the sunlight, the imperial green color is so rich that it seems to be dripping with water, emitting an enchanting luster that makes people's hearts sway. Flawless. The eyes of all the jewelers present were red. Little brother. The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses was the first to react. He rushed to Lin Feng in one swift step, his voice cracking with excitement. Sell this jadeite to me. I'll give you 80 million. 80 million. The onlookers burst into thunderous exclamations. 100 yuan worth of stone suddenly became 80 million. What kind of fairy tale is this? However, this is just the beginning. 1. Are you sending away a beggar? A fat boss with a beer belly squeezed over, the large gold chain around his neck making people dizzy. Little brother, don't listen to him. This piece of imperial green is pure and large. Not to mention a bracelet, it can be made into a pendant for several $1,000s. I'll give you 100 million. 100 million? You're too stingy. Another jeweled woman stepped forward, her aura full of power. I'll give you 200 million. 250 million. I'll give you 280 million. The price is skyrocketing at an incredible speed. The scene completely turned into a temporary auction. Those jewelry tycoons who usually acted high and mighty were now arguing fiercely for this piece of jade, completely shedding their disguises. And Lin Feng, as the center of all this, just stood there quietly with a faint smile on his face, as if what he was holding in his hand was not a priceless jade, but an ordinary stone he had just picked up from the roadside. Zhang Yang looked at the crazy scene in front of him and listened to the quotes that often amounted to hundreds of millions of yuan. He felt that his worldview, along with his dignity and reason, had been completely crushed. He finally understood what kind of existence he had offended. I'll give 300 million. Just as everyone was arguing, a steady and powerful voice sounded, drowning out all the noise. The speaker was an old man in a tang suit with an extraordinary demeanor. He had not participated in the bidding from beginning to end, but once he opened his mouth, he directly gave a price that silenced everyone. The whole audience was silent. The jewelers who had been arguing with each other before all stopped fighting and showed awe on their faces when they saw the old man. It's Mr. Qian from Fu Ruixiang. Since Mr. Qian has spoken personally, there's no room for argument. The old man walked up to Lin Feng, smiled slightly, his eyes full of admiration. My friend, 300 million, cash transfer on the spot. This price is not an insult to this sacred stone, right? Lin Feng glanced at the old man and nodded, deal. No hesitation or bargaining. 10 minutes later, when Lin Feng received the text message from the bank showing a long string of zeros, he casually put the phone back in his pocket. He turned around, pushed through the crowd that was still in shock, and walked step by step to Zhang Yang, whose face was ashen and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. The surroundings became quiet again, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two young men who had just made a life and death bet. Lin Feng looked down at him, with that harmless smile still on his face. He bent down, leaned close to Zhang Yang's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "My dear grandson, it's your turn to perform." Then he stood up, took a step back, and said with a smile in a voice that everyone could hear, "Come, call someone." Chapter 17, Yunxue reappears, curiosity deepens. "Come, call someone." Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like an invisible hammer, hitting Zhang Yang's eardrum hard and hitting his crumbling dignity. Zhang Yang trembled all over, raised his head, and saw Lin Feng's smiling face. In his eyes, that smile was more terrifying than the devil's grin. I. His lips trembled as he tried to say something soft to beg for mercy. However, when he saw the looks of the onlookers around him, he swallowed his words back. In those eyes, there was mockery, disdain, gloating, and even cold expectation. They are all waiting. Wait and see how this rich second generation who was so arrogant just now will make a fool of himself in public and how he will fulfill that absurd and vicious bet. What? You want to shirk your responsibility? Lin Feng's smile faded a little. I don't have many advantages, but I have a good memory. Hundreds of people here heard what you just said. Do you want me to repeat it for you? No. No. Zhang Yang waved his hands in fear. He knew that today's matter could not be resolved peacefully. Lin Feng even dared to slap young Master Chen in the face and even dared to confront the Chun group, so how could he be afraid of his little show of strength? Moreover, the piece of imperial green worth 300 million yuan was like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on his heart. In the face of absolute strength, any sophistry and struggle seemed so pale and powerless. He glanced at his followers. They had already lowered their heads in fear, wishing they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, and did not dare to look him in the eye. Count on them? No chance. Zhang Yang was torn between his conscience and his conscience, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. On one side is dignity, and on the other side is the fear of offending a mysterious existence that one cannot afford to offend. After weighing the two options, he sadly discovered that his pitiful dignity was worthless. He took a deep breath, as if he had made some decision, and his tense body instantly relaxed. Under everyone's surprised or amused gaze, Zhang Yang's knees went weak. Plop! A muffled sound was clearly heard by everyone. He really knelt down. The pain from his knees hitting the hard bluestone pavement was far less than the humiliation he felt at the moment. The crowd around couldn't help but let out exclamations and gasps of shock. Kneel down. Really kneel down. Damn, is this such a big deal? How is this kid going to survive in Cloud City in the future? Serves him right. He deserved this for his arrogance just now. The chatter was like countless needles piercing Zhang Yang's ears. He lowered his head, his face flushed purple, and he felt that he had never been so embarrassed in his life. Lin Feng looked at him leisurely without saying anything, but just signaled to him with his eyes that the performance was not over yet. Zhang Yang closed his eyes in humiliation. He knew there was one last hurdle. He gritted his teeth, moved his lips for a long time, and finally squeezed out a sound from his throat that was smaller than a mosquito's hum. Grandfather. Ha? What did you say? The wind was too strong and I couldn't hear clearly. Lin Feng scratched his ears with an innocent look on his face. This look made Zhang Yang so angry that his teeth itched, but he didn't dare to get angry. Grandpa, Grandpa. He raised his voice, and there was a cry in his voice. Hey, good grandson. Lin Feng responded with a smile, then stretched out his finger, one more. Grandfather. Zhang Yang almost roared out this last sound. After yelling, he seemed to have been drained of all his strength, and he collapsed to the ground with his eyes dull, like a broken puppet. Social death, that's all. Lin Feng looked at his miserable condition without a single ripple in his heart. From the very beginning, he hadn't taken this clown seriously. Everything that happened today was just his own fault. He turned around, waved to the people who were still in shock, and prepared to leave this place of trouble. However, he didn't notice. Among the crowd not far away, there were two pairs of eyes that were fixed on him from beginning to end. Morong Yunxue stood beside an old man who looked vigorous and dignified. Her pretty face, which was always as cold as an iceberg, was now filled with shock that was difficult to describe in words. She and her grandfather came to the antique street on a whim today, but they didn't expect to encounter such a dramatic scene. What she didn't expect was that the protagonist of this scene was her mysterious neighbor Lin Feng. She saw the whole process with her own eyes. From Zhang Yang's provocation to Lin Feng's response. From that piece of waste stone despised by everyone, to the imperial green light that shot up into the sky when it was cut. From the frantic bidding among a group of jewelry tycoons, to the final decision made by his grandfather, he bought the magic stone for 300 million yuan. Scene after scene, incident after incident, all played out before her eyes like a movie. If we say that the impression Lin Feng left on her during their first meeting at the Cloud Top Palace was that of a wealthy but somewhat high-profile mysterious neighbor, then, the second time after the Chun Group's stock price plummeted, the absurd speculation that came to her mind made her very interested in Lin Feng's identity. And today, this third encounter can no longer be described as interest. It's shocking. Completely shocked. In the stock market, he is the mysterious trader who can make clouds and rain with a flip of his hand and manipulate a listed company in the palm of his hand. In the gambling stone field, he is the peerless master with golden eyes who can turn decay into magic and turn stones into gold. Faced with humiliation, he laughed and talked, and quietly set a trap, making his opponent lose face and kneel down to beg for mercy. Faced with the sky-high wealth, he was calm and composed, as if the 300 million in cash was just an insignificant number to him. How many secrets are hidden in this man? Is he really just a lucky nouveau riche who won the lottery? No. No nouveau riche could have such mysterious means and such a calm mind as to remain calm even when faced with a crisis. Morong Yunxue found that the more she tried to see through this man, the more he seemed like a cloud of fog, unfathomable. Just as she was feeling agitated, her grandfather, Morong Bo, beside her, slowly spoke. The helmsman of the Morong family, who had experienced the ups and downs of the business world throughout his life and had witnessed countless storms, rarely looked at the jadeite after the imperial green was cut out. Instead, he was more focused on observing Lin Feng. He watched Lin Feng's indifference when facing provocation, his calmness when facing astronomical wealth, and his ruffian indecisiveness when forcing his opponent to fulfill the bet. In those cloudy old eyes that had seen countless people, a light flashed brighter and brighter. He turned his head and looked at his granddaughter who was lost in thought, and a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his wrinkled mouth. Yunxue. Grandpa? Morong Yunxue came back to her senses. Morong Bo looked at Lin Feng's back as he was about to disappear around the corner, and said slowly, "This young man is not simple." Chapter 18, Shen family is in crisis, cutting off the firewood. The night is as dark as ink, and the lights of the Yunding Palace are like diamonds inlaid in the sky. Lin Feng parked the Bugatti Veyron in the exclusive parking space, returned home, and walked straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window without turning on the lights. Outside the window, the dazzling nightscape of the entire Cloud City was visible. The lights of countless homes seemed as small as dust in his eyes. My phone vibrated. It was a text message from the bank saying my account had arrived. Your savings card account with the last number XXXX has 300 million renminbi credited. Adding the 1 billion reward from the system and the profits earned from the first wave of sniping Chen, the funds he can now mobilize are already a terrifying number that is enough to make any organization take notice. It's time to enter the second half of the game. Lin Feng turned around and walked into the specially designed trading room. Several huge display screens lit up at the same time, covered with crisscrossing candlestick charts and constantly jumping numbers. The whole room resembles the cockpit of a spaceship about to enter an interstellar war. Tomorrow, Monday, is the day the stock market opens. Shen Group, a giant that has been entrenched in Yunqing for many years, is probably on high alert after experiencing a week of abnormal stock price fluctuations, ready to find out the mysterious man who is making trouble behind the scenes. Unfortunately, they will never know that their opponents are not using cheats, but godlike cheats. The next day, early morning. At 9:15, the call auction begins. At 9:30, the stock market officially opens. Lin Feng sat on a professional gaming chair, his hands not even on the keyboard, just staring at the screen quietly. In his vision of God-level trading skills, the entire stock market's capital flows, buy and sell prices, and even the emotions of countless retail investors have all transformed into an extremely clear torrent of data, which is gathered, analyzed, and deduced in his mind. As expected, a large amount of capital rushed into the Chun Group's stock price at the moment of opening, trying to force it up and stabilize the morale of the troops. Sucker punch. Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold arc. He finally reached out and grabbed the mouse. The next second, his fingers turned into phantoms on the keyboard. Instructions: establish multi-layered leverage, target the Chun Group, and initiate the Abyss short selling agreement. Injected capital, 1.3 billion. As if he was executing a very simple order, he turned the huge amount of funds that was enough to buy several listed companies into endless short orders, which came like a black rainstorm falling from the sky, smashing down heavily on the stocks of Chun Group. The stock price, which had just been forced to rise, didn't even last for a minute. On the screen, the red line representing the stock price seemed to have its spine broken by an invisible mountain, and it plummeted downwards at a terrifying angle of nearly 90 degrees. 10,000 hands. 100,000 hands. Millions of hands. Countless sell orders, like death warrants, appeared densely on the sell side, instantly swallowing up all the funds that tried to buy at the bottom and protect the market. The stock price rushed towards the lower limit with unstoppable momentum. However, Lin Feng knew very well that this was not enough. Simply short selling can only cause serious damage to the Chen Group, but as an old group, the foundation is still there, and they can save themselves through various means such as suspending trading and seeking funding. What he wants is not to injure, but to kill. System, open them all. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The light screen in front of my eyes flickered, and a wide variety of goods appeared. His eyes skipped over the pills and skills and fell on a special item in the consumables column. Black material card, use on a designated target individual or organization to obtain a piece of black material that is enough to kill them. It is 100% authentic and comes with an original chain of evidence that cannot be traced. Price, 10,000 emotion points. That's you. In the antique street, Zhang Yang and the group of onlookers contributed enough emotional value to him. Ding. Consume 10,000 emotion points to purchase black material card X1. Please specify the target of use. Chen Group. Target locked. Black material being generated. Just 3 seconds. Ding. Blackmail has been generated. A complete chain of evidence regarding the Chen Group's serious data falsification regarding the Borneo photovoltaic project has been sent to your system repository. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The firewood that is needed to remove the fuel from under the cauldron is here. He quickly created an encrypted virtual machine on his computer and downloaded the file. When I opened it, I found that everything from the environmental impact assessment report at the initial stage of the project, to the midterm construction data, to the later power generation efficiency and profit statements were all forged. The entire project was a complete scam. Their purpose was to obtain huge international bank loans and inflate domestic stock prices. Once this evidence is exposed, it will be tantamount to a death sentence for a listed company. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng sent the document with a simple sentence to an anonymous encrypted mailbox. The recipient was the Financial Sword, a financial media outlet in China known for its sharp, bold, and fearless approach to criticism. I'll give you a headline, no thanks. After doing all this, Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and looked at the screen again. At this time, the share price of Chen Group was just a hair away from hitting the limit down. But at this moment, the funds that were used to support the market took effect again, firmly supporting the stock price and forming a strange balance. The Chen family is obviously prepared to maintain today's stock price at all costs. Defend? Can you defend it? Lin Feng picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. He is waiting. Wait until the sword that pierces the heart is handed over by the media. The market opens at 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon. Just as countless investors and institutions were watching the brutal battle between bulls and bears in the Chen Group. A real nuclear bomb exploded in the entire financial circle without any warning. Financial Sword published an in-depth investigative report through the website headlines, app top push, and full coverage of all cooperation channels. The title is shocking. A shocking scam. Billions of dollars in overseas projects are fake, Chen Group suspected of serious financial fraud. There is not a single guess or ambiguity in the article. All the contracts, emails, internal recordings, and forged data reports were clearly listed one by one, forming an irrefutable chain of evidence. The moment the news broke, the market was dead silent. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then, there was panic like a volcanic eruption. Boom! At that moment, the share price of Chen Group seemed to have lost all support, and it collapsed instantly from a position just a hair's breadth away from the limit. There was no resistance at all. There was not even time to react. The stock price was directly smashed to the lower limit by countless panic orders. 10%. A bright red number was imprinted on the screen. And on the limit down board, there were millions of orders with a value exceeding billions, like a huge tombstone, announcing the death of the Chen Group. It's over. The sky is falling. Run. Scam. Chen Group is a scam. Give me back my money. The cries of countless investors echoed in major stock forums. However, this is just the beginning. Chen Group headquarters, chairman's office. The atmosphere in the luxurious office was as depressing as an ice cellar. Chen Tianhao, Chen Xiao's father, a business tycoon who has been a powerful figure in Yunqing for half his life, is now staring at the computer screen with red eyes and veins bulging on his forehead. Pull it up. I told you to pull it up at all costs. What are you doing? He roared madly at the other end of the phone. Chairman, it's useless, all our funds have been swallowed up, now there are huge orders, it's impossible to break through. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with desperate tears. Just then, the office door was slammed open. The secretary rushed in, his face pale, holding a tablet in his hand, his voice trembling. Chairman Dong. Something big has happened. Look. Chen Tianhao snatched the tablet. The report from Financial Sword came into his eyes like the most vicious curse. When he saw the original documents that had been exposed and which he thought had been completely destroyed, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes and a surge of blood rushed to his head. He understood. He understood everything. Short selling, public opinion, and a fatal blow. This is not a market behavior, it is a long-planned, fatal game. Puff. Chen Tianhao suddenly bent his body and spat out a mouthful of blood, which sprayed directly onto the smooth display screen, dyeing the glaring green K-line even more scarlet. His vision quickly blurred. All I could hear was the secretary's terrified screams. Chairman! Chairman! Someone, come! Call an ambulance! At the last moment when his consciousness sank into darkness, a young man's face flashed through Chen Tianhao's mind. The young man who was being humiliated by them in the restaurant but whose eyes were terrifyingly calm. Is it him? Impossible. How is this possible? Bang! His tall body fell heavily from the boss chair and fell to the cold floor, unconscious. Chapter 19 Wang Yaoyao's Panic. The Chen Group, a giant ship that had been rampant in Yunqing for many years, sank at a speed far beyond everyone's imagination. When this earth-shattering news swept across the entire Yunqing network like a tsunami, Wang Yaoyao was lying on the imported big bed worth hundreds of thousands of dollars in Chen Xiao's villa, leisurely applying a facial mask and browsing her moments. She just posted a sexy selfie of herself by the villa pool, with the caption, "The sun is shining, the breeze is not dry, choice is more important than hard work." Below, her good sisters were all envious and flattering. Wow, Yaoyao is in Mr. Chen's mansion again. I'm so envious. This is what it means to be a winner in life. While some people are still squeezing into the subway, our Yaoyao is already living the life of a queen. Yaoyao, take us out to play next time. Wang Yaoyao couldn't hide the smile on her face as she read these comments. What she enjoyed most was the feeling of being the center of attention and being envied. At this moment, a news push title popped up above the phone screen. Breaking news! Chen Group suspected of 10 billion yuan in financial fraud. Chairman Chen Tianhao suffered a sudden cerebral hemorrhage and was hospitalized. Wang Yaoyao's smile froze on her face in an instant. She sat up suddenly, not even bothering to remove the mask on her face, and clicked on the news. Every word in the article was like a small hammer, hitting her nerves hard. Financial fraud, overseas scams, stock price collapse, chairman hospitalized. She doesn't believe it. This must be fake news. It's a malicious smear campaign by a competitor. With trembling hands, she exited the news page and refreshed her moments. With this swipe, her world completely collapsed. The sisters who were praising her just now suddenly changed their tone in their circle of friends. Oh my god! The Chen Group is finished? Fortunately, I didn't buy their stocks. You can only judge a person by his appearance, not his heart. He turned out to be a hollow shell. Poor shareholders. Even worse, a fake sister who had just liked her post directly posted, "This is so funny. I wonder if the queen who was just showing off her superiority has already packed up and left." Wang Yaoyao felt dizzy and blood rushed to her head. She wanted to call Chen Xiao, but found that the call could not go through. Just when she was at a loss, the door of the villa was kicked open with a bang by someone from the outside. Chen Xiao stumbled in, reeking strongly of alcohol. His handsome face, which she had once been proud of, was now distorted like a demon. "Mr. Chen, what's wrong with you? Is what the news said false?" Wang Yaoyao rolled out of bed and went to greet him. Fake? When Chen Xiao heard these two words, it was like an ignited powder keg. He grabbed Wang Yaoyao's hair and threw her to the ground. Ah! Wang Yaoyao let out a scream. I fucking hope it's fake. Chen Xiao's eyes were red, and he looked like a madman. It's all your fault. It's all because of you, you jinx. Ever since you followed me, nothing has gone well for me. My dad is broke. The company is finished. My family, it's all over. He vented all his resentment and despair on the woman he once used to show off. No. Mr. Chen, it's none of my business. Wang Yaoyao was so scared that she held her head and cried for mercy. Get out. Get out right here. Young Master Chen pointed at the door and roared hysterically, my Chen family doesn't keep useless people. Don't you like money? Now I don't have a penny. What are you still doing here? Get out. He rushed to the cloakroom and threw out the Hermes and Chanel bags he had bought for Wang Yaoyao one by one, like throwing away garbage. Take these rags of yours and get out of my sight right now. Don't let me see you again. A few minutes later, Wang Yaoyao was roughly thrown out of the villa gate by two tall bodyguards, along with her luggage. The cold, heavy door slammed shut in front of her, cutting off her last fantasy. She fell down in a mess on the cold roadside, with the luxury goods that she once was proud of scattered around her. From the security booth not far away, several glances of undisguised contempt and ridicule were cast. Isn't this Mr. Chen's new girlfriend? Why was she kicked out? Oh, your dream of marrying into a wealthy family is shattered, right? I've seen a lot of women like this. The gossip pierced her ears like needles. Wang Yaoyao could no longer hold back her tears and they burst out. She took out her cell phone and wanted to find someone for help, but found that those friends who usually treated her like brothers and sisters either did not answer the phone or directly blocked her. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When people leave, the tea gets cold. For the first time, she felt the cruelty and coldness of the world so clearly. Just when she was completely desperate and felt that her life had come to an end, a name and a figure emerged from the depths of her memory without any warning. Lin Feng. She thought of the man she had cruelly abandoned. She remembered that although he had no money, he always tried his best to give her little surprises. She remembered the love in his eyes every time he looked at her. She remembered the lonely and stubborn back of him when he was humiliated by her and Chen Xiao on the day of their breakup. Once upon a time, she had viewed all of this as cheap and incompetent. But now, when she has nothing and is abandoned by the whole world, the sincerity that she once discarded like a piece of worn-out shoe has become the only warmth in her memory. No, it's not just warmth. A flash of lightning seemed to flash through Wang Yaoyao's mind. She suddenly remembered Lin Feng. He is no longer the poor boy he used to be. That limited edition Bugatti Veyron. The mansion at the Cloud Top Palace. And that piece of imperial green worth hundreds of millions. Lin Feng is very rich now. This thought was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly injected into her dying heart. She seemed to see a life-saving straw in the endless darkness. Yes. Go find Lin Feng. He loved me so much before, he must still have me in his heart. As long as I go back to him and admit my mistake to him, he will definitely forgive me. Once this idea came into being, it grew wildly. Wang Yaoyao immediately got up from the ground, wiped away her tears, and started making frantic phone calls, using all her remaining connections to inquire about Lin Feng's whereabouts. Finally, a college classmate who worked in a headhunting company gave her a piece of news that made her heart skip a beat. Lin Feng? Are you talking about the chairman of Fengshui Investment who's recently become famous in Yuncheng? I heard he's very mysterious. His company is located on the top floor of the global center in the CBD. He's young and promising, and he's the hottest bachelor in our circle right now. Fengshui Investment? Chairman? Wang Yaoyao held the phone in her hand, completely stunned. She thought Lin Feng was just a nouveau riche who won the lottery, but she didn't expect that he actually already owned his own company, and it was in the global center where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Great ecstasy and hope instantly overwhelmed her. She knew that this was her only and last chance. Early the next morning, Wang Yaoyao locked herself in the bathroom of a cheap hotel and dressed herself up carefully. She did not choose those glamorous heavy makeup, but put on a pitiful natural makeup, making herself look haggard and helpless. She took out a white dress from her suitcase that Lin Feng had once praised as beautiful and put it on. Facing the mirror, she repeatedly practiced the expression that would best arouse a man's desire to protect her, until her eyes naturally turned red and she was about to cry. Everything is ready. She took a deep breath, walked out of the hotel and hailed a taxi. Master, go to the global center. The taxi stopped in front of the majestic global center. Wang Yaoyao raised her head and looked at the towering glass curtain wall, her eyes flashing with determination. A tragic drama directed and acted by her is about to be staged. Chapter 20, Reunion of the Century? Public Death. 10 a.m., Global Center. As the top office building in Yunqing, the people coming in and out are all urban elites in suits and ties. Everyone walks in a hurry, with the expression "time is money" written on their faces. At the entrance of Fengshui Investments Company, Lin Feng was wearing a well-tailored Armani haute couture suit, which made him look tall and straight, and his temperament was transcendent. He had just finished a transoceanic video conference and was about to leave to sign an important acquisition contract. "Mr. Lin, the car is ready downstairs. The representative of the other company has also set off. We are expected to meet at Yunshui Pavilion in half an hour." A female secretary in a professional suit and with a capable temperament followed him and reported the itinerary at a rapid pace. This was his newly hired chief secretary, Su Qing. A former senior consultant at McKinsey, she had been poached by him at triple the salary, and her abilities were unquestionable. "I understand." Lin Feng nodded and adjusted his cuffs as he walked. He walked with steady steps through the mirror-like office area. Employees stood up to greet him, their eyes full of awe and admiration. Take the exclusive elevator directly to the first-floor lobby, where people come and go in the magnificent lobby. Just as Lin Feng was about to walk out of the revolving door, a white figure suddenly rushed in from the crowd outside the door like crazy and blocked his way desperately. The security guard reacted quickly and stepped forward to stop them immediately. But after Lin Feng saw the face of the person who came, he raised his hand slightly, indicating that they didn't need to come forward. The corner of his mouth curled up in an imperceptible amusement. It would be a shame not to watch such a good show that comes to your doorstep. The person who came was Wang Yaoyao. She seemed to have calculated the time accurately and waited here for a long time. At this moment, she was wearing the white dress that Lin Feng had once praised, her hair draped softly on her shoulders, her face painted with exquisite fake natural makeup, her eyes were red, and her eyes were full of helplessness, regret, and affection. She looked like a poor little white flower abandoned by the whole world. "Lin Feng." Her cry in a tearful voice successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Countless eyes instantly focused on the two of them. Immediately afterwards, under everyone's shocked gaze, Wang Yaoyao's legs went limp. Plop. She actually knelt straight in front of Lin Feng in front of hundreds of people. The entire hall exploded instantly. Holy crap! What's going on? Filming a movie? This girl looks so familiar. She seems to be the gold digger from the internet who dumped her boyfriend and followed the rich kid from the Chun group. So this guy is the unlucky guy who got kicked? No way, looking at his aura, it doesn't look like it. Big news. Definitely the biggest emotional news of the year. Recorded now. Countless people took out their mobile phones and watched this sudden annual drama. Wang Yaoyao seemed oblivious to everything around her, and all her acting skills were concentrated on this moment. She took 2 steps on her knees and reached out to grab Lin Feng's trouser legs, but Lin Feng dodged her without leaving a trace. She was not embarrassed, but just raised her head even more sadly, tears rolling down her face like pearls from a broken string. "Lin Feng. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." Her voice was not loud, but it was filled with deliberately raised excitement and sorrow, enough for everyone around her to hear clearly. "I'm not a human. I'd been blinded by greed. I'd been blinded by that damn money. I shouldn't have left you, let alone said those words to hurt you. After leaving you, I realized that what Mr. Chen gave me was nothing but cold luxury goods and credit cards with overdrafts. And what you gave me was the most precious sincerity in this world. I regret it, Lin Feng, I really regret it. I can't sleep every night. As soon as I close my eyes, I see your face. Please, for the sake of our relationship over the past few years, give me another chance, okay?" As she cried, she knocked her head against the cold marble floor, making a dull dong-dong sound. The tearful confession, the humble plea to the dust, made those who heard it sad and those who saw it cry. The opinions of the crowd around immediately changed. Alas, although this woman is materialistic, she seems to be truly regretful. Yeah, a girl has already knelt down and kowed out to you, how big of a grudge can there be? That's enough, young man. Forgive her when you can. I feel sorry for her, so just forgive her. There were even a few aunties who were too sanctimonious and started pointing fingers at Lin Feng, as if he would be an unforgivable scumbag if he didn't forgive Wang Yaoyao. Lin Feng remained silent all the time, just looking down at her condescendingly. There was no anger, no disdain, not even a trace of emotion on his face. That look was so calm, as if he was watching a clown that had nothing to do with him, performing a funny show with all his might. The calmer he was, the more uncertain Wang Yaoyao felt. But she firmly believed that no man could resist such a humble plea from a woman he loved deeply. He was silent now, he must be struggling in his heart. She decided to add fuel to the fire. Lin Feng, have you forgotten the days when we ate instant noodles together in the rental house? Have you forgotten that you promised me to give me a home? You said you would love me forever. As long as you nod, I don't want anything. I just want to come back to you and start over, okay? Her crying became more and more shrill, as if she was on the verge of collapse. Just when the atmosphere in the hall was brought to its peak by her, and everyone thought that a century-long reunion drama of the prodigal son returns home and his devoted ex returns home was about to be staged, a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. Miss Wang, I'm sorry. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Behind Lin Feng, the capable and tall female secretary Su Qing was walking towards him. She was wearing 7-centimeter high heels, and every step she took seemed to be stepping on everyone's heartbeat. She had a professional smile on her face, but there was no warmth in her eyes. She walked to Lin Feng, nodded slightly, and then set her eyes on Wang Yaoyao, who was kneeling on the ground. Her eyes were as if she was looking at an obstacle blocking the way. Su Qing's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. Please move aside. Everyone was stunned. Wang Yaoyao also raised her tearful face and looked at the woman who suddenly appeared in confusion. Su Qing maintained a polite curve at the corner of her mouth, but the words she spoke were like poisoned steel needles, cold and hard. You blocked our chairman Lin from signing a billion yuan acquisition contract. Mr. Lin? 1 billion? Acquisition contract? Just a few words, like thunder from the sky, exploded throughout the entire hall. The noisy discussions disappeared in an instant. Those aunties who were pointing and talking were stunned. All those who were holding up their phones to take pictures were frozen in place. The whole world seemed to have been paused. The sadness on Wang Yaoyao's face froze in an instant, and then cracked inch by inch. Her mouth was slightly open and a hoarse sound came from her throat, as if an invisible hand was strangling her throat and she couldn't utter a word. She slowly, extremely slowly raised her head, and in those eyes that had just been filled with tears, there was now only endless confusion and disbelief. Her eyes passed the cold female secretary and fixed on the man in a suit and tie with an indifferent expression in front of her. Lin Dong? Chapter 21, Acquisition of Chen Corporation, The Dust Settles. Mr. Lin? This name, like a bolt of lightning, struck Wang Yaoyao's head accurately. The sadness, regret and pity on her face were instantly replaced by an extreme, absurd and incomprehensible horror. Her brain completely shut down at this moment. She had imagined countless possibilities of reunion. She thought that Lin Feng might be sarcastic to her, might be hesitant, might be soft-hearted, and even thought that he might pretend to get back together and humiliate her again in revenge. But she never thought that this poor boy who always wore cheap t-shirts and worked hard for a few hundred yuan in part-time job fees in her impression would one day be associated with the title Mr. Lin. It's in the Global Center, the top office building in Yuncheng. The air around seemed to freeze. The crowd who were whispering and even pointing fingers at Lin Feng a second ago now looked like ducks with their necks pinched, opening their mouths but unable to make any sound. $1 billion acquisition contract? This number is an astronomical figure that is out of reach for 99% of the people present. And now, it was said so casually from the mouth of that elegant female secretary. Combined with the title Mr. Lin and the powerful aura of the man before him that made one dare not look directly at him. A fact that subverts everyone's cognition has surfaced. The young man in front of them was not some unlucky guy who had been kicked, but a super boss whom they did not even have the qualifications to look up to. Oh my god, he's the chairman? Feng Shui Investment. I remember now. It's become quite famous in Yuncheng recently, and it took down that mysterious investment company of the Chen Group. So, the reason why the Chen Group collapsed was because of him? Holy crap. What kind of a fantasy scenario is this? My ex-boyfriend becomes a domineering CEO and comes back to buy out my enemy's company? This woman was just kneeling and crying, saying she had no money. Now it seems like a huge joke. After the dead silence, there was an even more thunderous discussion. But this time, all the discussions turned into ruthless ridicule of Wang Yaoyao and infinite shock to Lin Feng. Those gazes were like red-hot knives, cutting Wang Yaoyao fiercely. She felt like her skin was being peeled off layer by layer, thrown on the ground, and trampled mercilessly by countless feet. She's finished. She knew she was finished. Her greatest reliance is her self-righteous understanding of Lin Feng and that lost relationship. Her greatest weapon is her tears as a woman and her carefully calculated pitifulness. But when Lin Feng's identity was exposed and when the billion-dollar contract came down, all her reliance and weapons became a joke. A huge joke that made her lose all face and feel ashamed. Lin Feng finally moved. From beginning to end, he never looked at Wang Yaoyao lying on the ground. It was as if the person kneeling there was not an ex-girlfriend with whom he had been in a relationship for several years, but a ball of disgusting air. He walked straight past her with his long legs, his leather shoes making a crisp and cold echo on the floor. The wind blew the hem of his expensive suit and also blew away the last bit of fantasy in Wang Yaoyao's heart. It was not until Lin Feng's figure was about to disappear outside the revolving door that Wang Yaoyao woke up from her dream. She let out a scream that was not like a human voice, climbed up from the ground like crazy, and wanted to chase him. Lin Feng. Stop right there. You can't do this to me. However, two tall security guards had already stood in front of her with expressionless faces, like two mountains. Ma'am, please leave immediately or we will call the police for disturbing public order. Lin Feng got into the Rolls-Royce Phantom that had been waiting at the door. His female secretary Su Qing closed the door for him and then sat in the passenger seat herself. The whole process was smooth and full of the sense of ritual unique to the upper class. Through the dark car window, the last thing Wang Yaoyao saw was Lin Feng's cold and handsome profile. He was looking down at a document, not even glancing at himself. The Rolls-Royce started smoothly, merged silently into the traffic flow, and completely disappeared from her sight. Plop. Wang Yaoyao's legs went limp and she collapsed to the ground again. This time, she couldn't shed a single tear. The pointing and talking of the people around her, the unbridled laughter, and the clicking sounds of mobile phone cameras overwhelmed her like a tide. At this moment, she experienced what true social death was. Half an hour later, Yunshui Pavilion. This is a top-notch private club in Yunqing that is not open to the public. It has a quiet environment and excellent privacy. In an antique tea room, Lin Feng met the person he was going to sign today. Chen Tianhao. After just a few days of not seeing him, this business tycoon who once dominated the world in Yunqing seemed to have aged 20 years. He was wearing a wrinkled hospital gown, his face was sallow, his eyes were cloudy, and half of his body was slightly out of balance, obviously the sequelae of a stroke. If he hadn't had a lawyer supporting him, he might not even be able to sit still. Seeing Lin Feng walk in, deep resentment and hatred instantly burst out from Chen Tianhao's turbid eyes. It's you, it's you. His voice was as hoarse as a broken gong, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. Lin Feng smiled and sat down opposite him nonchalantly, while his secretary Su Qing gently placed a contract on the table. Mr. Chen, how are you? Lin Feng crossed his legs, his tone as relaxed as if he was reminiscing with an old friend. I heard that you were unwell a few days ago, but now it seems that you have recovered well. You. Chen Tianhao was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and his finger pointing at Lin Feng was trembling. You devil. What on earth did you use? He couldn't understand why he, who had been in the business world for half his life, failed so quickly, so miserably, and so inexplicably. Methods? The smile on Lin Feng's face slowly faded, replaced by a condescending indifference. Mr. Chen, the business world is like a battlefield, where the victors take all the spoils. What you need to do now is not to investigate the methods I used, but to consider the price at which you can sell me the remaining items you have. He paused and held up a finger. 100 million to acquire all the remaining core assets of your Qin Group, including those factories and patents. You're dreaming. Chen Tianhao roared without thinking, those assets combined are worth at least 2 billion. What's the difference between this and robbery? I'm just robbing. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms in front of him, and looked at him calmly. I'm giving you 100 million so you can use it to plug the hole in the bank and avoid going to jail in your later years with debt. You don't have to sell it. Tomorrow, I can have the bank initiate compulsory liquidation procedures. Then, after these assets are auctioned off, how much do you think you'll be left with? You. Chen Tianhao's breathing suddenly became rapid. He stared at Lin Feng's bottomless eyes, and all he saw was cold darkness. He knew that what the other party said was true. Now he is like a fish on the chopping board, with no room for bargaining. Humiliation, anger, unwillingness, all the emotions surged into my heart and finally turned into deep despair. He seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He collapsed in the chair, closed his eyes, and 2 lines of turbid old tears slid down from the corners of his eyes. I sign. A few minutes later, Chen Tianhao signed his name on the humiliating contract with his still trembling hand. With his final stroke of the pen, it also announced that the Chun Group, once a business empire, was completely destroyed. Lin Feng picked up the contract and handed it to Su Cheng behind him without even looking at it. He stood up, looked down at the completely defeated old man, and said lightly, "Go back and tell Mr. Chen that I told him in the restaurant that he will regret it." After saying that, he turned around and left without looking back. The moment Lin Feng stepped out of the tea room, the voice he had been waiting for finally sounded in his mind. Ding! Mission, Sniper Chun Group, completed. Task evaluation, perfect. Rewards being settled. Congratulations to the host. The system has been upgraded to level 2, unlocking the System Mall Primary and the Weekly Lottery function. Chapter 22, The New Noble in Yunqing, Rising in Fame. The Rolls-Royce Phantom drove smoothly on the way back to the global center. Inside the car, it was quiet and silent. Lin Feng leaned back in the top-quality leather seat with his eyes closed, but his mind was busier than ever. Ding! System upgraded to level 2. Current experience value, 510,000. Level up rewards, Physical Enhancement Elementary X1, Free Attribute Points X5, Emotion Value X 10,000. New features unlocked. 1. System Mall Primary, the host can use emotion points or cash to purchase items in the mall. 2. Weekly Lottery, the host will receive one free lottery opportunity each week. The prize pool is higher quality than the daily lottery, and there is a chance to draw rare items. A warm current instantly spread throughout his body, sweeping away the fatigue brought on by days of intense concentration. Lin Feng felt his body become lighter, his strength more abundant, and even his vision and hearing became sharper. Physical enhancement, not bad. He didn't rush to add points, but instead focused on the 2 newly unlocked functions. Open the System Mall. A virtual light screen full of technology that only he could see unfolded before his eyes. The mall is divided into 4 categories: skills, consumables, assets, and special. Lin Feng thought about it and clicked on the skills column. God level cooking, price, 20,000 emotion points. Musical instrument mastery master level, price, 50,000 emotion points. Language genius mastering all official languages in the world, price, 100,000 emotion points. Lin Feng's eyes swept over the various skills, covering everything from daily life to professional needs. The price was high, but the effect was incredible. He clicked on consumables again. Marrow cleansing pill basic, removes hair and cleanses the marrow, transforming the body. Price, 30,000 mood points. Lucky card 1 hour, max out your luck for 1 hour. Price, 50,000 mood points. Bad luck charm, use on a designated target, causing them to suffer misfortune for 24 hours. Price, 50,000 mood points. Truth spray, after the designated target inhales it, they will answer any question within 10 minutes, and every word they say is true. Price, 80,000 emotion points. Wow, these are all good things to harm people. Lin Feng looked at the bad luck talisman and the truth spray, and the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. The assets column is currently gray, showing insufficient level, not yet open. And in the most mysterious, special column, there is only one lonely product emitting golden light. Loyalty card, use on a designated target to increase their loyalty to 100% die hard. Note, this card only works on non-hostile targets with non-negative loyalty. Price, 1 million mood points, 100 billion cash. 1 million emotion points? Or 100 billion in cash? Lin Feng gasped. The price was outrageous. But the effect was equally outrageous. Having this card means you have the capital to build an absolutely loyal iron army. It seems that I have to find a way to harvest more emotional points in the future. After studying them all, Lin Feng turned his attention to the weekly lottery. In the center of the light curtain, a golden roulette wheel that is 10 times more gorgeous than the daily lottery one is quietly suspended. Would you like to use this week's free lottery opportunity? Yes. As soon as the words fell, the golden roulette wheel shone brightly and began to spin rapidly. The pointer passed through a dazzling array of boxes: a Lamborghini Veneno, 10 buildings of Thompson, 1 trillion cash critical hit card. Every prize is enough to make the world crazy. Lin Feng's heartbeat also accelerated slightly. Finally, the speed of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down. The pointer passed over the complete set of Patek Philippe watches, crossed the private Gulfstream G650 aircraft, and finally stopped on a grid with a soft white light. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've won the skill reward God level business acumen. God level business sense, passive skill. The host will possess an extraordinary intuition for future business trends and potential investment opportunities, easily seeing through the essence of projects and avoiding investment pitfalls. Every decision you make will be the right one. Lin Feng was stunned at first, then he was ecstatic. Compared with those cool skills, this passive skill seems unremarkable, but for him, it is the most needed and most incredible ability at the moment. With it, combined with God-level trading techniques, it will be hard for you not to become the richest man in the world. Your own business empire will have the most solid foundation. Director Lin, we're here. Su Qing's voice came from the front row, interrupting Lin Feng's thoughts. Lin Feng opened his eyes, retracted the system screen, and his face returned to its calm expression. He pushed the door open, got out of the car, and returned to his office on the top floor of the global center. Su Qing followed him and reported, Director Lin, the core assets of the Chun Group have been transferred. As per your instructions, I asked the team to prepare an integration plan overnight. In addition, regarding the registration of the new company. The name of the company is Fengshui Investment. Lin Feng walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city below, and said lightly. The wind is Lin Feng's wind. Snow, it is Morong Yunshu's snow. Su Qing was slightly startled. Being smart, she immediately understood the meaning of these two words, but she did not ask any more questions. She just nodded professionally, okay, Fengshui Investment. I will do it immediately. Also, Lin Feng turned around and looked at his highly capable chief secretary. Cloud City will be very busy from now on. Please block all unnecessary social engagements for me. Just remember, the only person who can let you personally notify me is Morong Yunshui. I understand. Su Cheng nodded, turned around and left decisively. Lin Feng guessed correctly. Yunqing is indeed going to be lively. If we say that the previous plunge in Chen Group's stock price only shocked some people in the financial circle, then, with the Chun Group's financial fraud scandal thoroughly confirmed, Chairman Chen Tianhao suffering a stroke and being hospitalized, and the humiliating acquisition contract spreading within the industry, a magnitude 12 earthquake struck the entire Yunqing business community. Chen, a business giant that had been entrenched in Yunqing for decades, was wiped out from the business landscape in a devastating and completely unreasonable manner in less than a week. In its place is an extremely mysterious new company called Fengshui Investment. No one knows who owns this company. People only know that he is mysterious, powerful, and financially wealthy. The legend about this upstart began to spread wildly in various circles in Yunqing, and the versions became more and more bizarre. Some people say that he is a financial tycoon who came back from Wall Street and can stir up the world with a snap of his fingers. Some people said that he was the heir of a hidden family, and he came down from the mountain to gain experience and offer sacrifices to the heavens with the Chen family. There were even some rumors that were very convincing, saying that this tycoon made his fortune by gambling on stones, and that he spent 100 yuan to cut out an imperial green stone worth 300 million yuan in the antique street, and that he could make things happen in the stock market with just a wave of his hands, and that he could bring down an entire group by himself. All these legends have cast a thick veil of mystery over this new boss who has never appeared. But no matter what the truth is, there is one thing that everyone agrees on. The situation in Yunqing has changed. This new king must be befriended. Even more so, he must be licked by his knees. For a time, the phone at the front desk of Fengshui Investment at the Global Center was almost blown away by calls. Countless people who claim to be the chairman of a certain group or the head of a certain family want to meet their mysterious Mr. Lin. Invitations to banquets of various names came like snowflakes, piling up into a small mountain on Su Qing's desk. However, these invitations, which were enough to attract any celebrity in Yunqing, were all rejected by Su Chun one by one according to Lin Feng's instructions. This upstart is so stubborn and impervious to criticism that the outside world sees him as unfathomable. That afternoon, Lin Feng finished his work and was about to leave work early. Su Chang knocked on the door and walked in, holding the pile of invitations, with a look of helplessness on her face. Mr. Lin, these are new documents received today. I've processed most of them, but there are a few that I think you might want to review in person. Lin Feng leaned back casually in his boss chair and waved his hand with a lack of interest. There's nothing interesting here, just throw it all away. Su Qing hesitated for a moment, then took out one from the top and handed it over. Are you sure you don't want to read this either? Lin Feng glanced at it casually. It was a unique invitation. The invitation is completely black, with the edges embossed with complex and classical cloud patterns in red gold. Just by holding it in your hand, you can feel a sense of heaviness and nobility. On the cover, 4 large gold-plated characters were written in a flamboyant style: Yunqing Summit. At the end of the invitation, the signature of the inviter is written in a cool and clear style, with a natural sense of pride. Murong Yunxue. Chapter 23: Family Summit, New Stage. When he saw the name Murong Yunxue, Lin Feng's originally lazy expression finally changed a little. He sat up straight in his boss chair, reached out his hand, and took the black invitation from Su Qing. The fingertips feel the unique delicacy and heaviness of high-quality paper. Cloud City Summit? Lin Feng's eyes fell on the 4 large gold-plated characters and he read them out loud. What is this? Su Qing pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses and explained quickly in a very professional tone, Director Lin, the Yunqing Summit is the highest-level business gathering in Yunqing, bar none. It was not organized by any official organization, but was jointly initiated by the 4 founding families of Yunqing: the Murong family, the Li family, the Zhao family, and the Wang family. The summit is held only once a year. Besides direct descendants of the 4 major families, the only invitees are those with top-tier wealth and influence. It can be said that this invitation is a ticket to enter the true core circle of Cloud City. Su Qing's explanation was concise and clear. Lin Feng understood immediately. If the Chen Group is just a small boss outside the novice village, then this Cloud City Summit is the real ticket to enter the main urban area. And Murong Yunxue was the guide who handed him the ticket. Interesting. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He picked up the phone and called Murong Yunxue directly in front of Su Qing. The phone rang less than twice before it was connected. It's me. Murong Yunxue's voice, as cold and clear as a spring in a snowy mountain, came from the other end of the phone. I received your invitation. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair and said lazily, Miss Murong invited me personally. As her male companion, shouldn't I behave better? He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of the word male companion. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. Director Lin, I hope you understand that this is first and foremost a business venture. Murong Yunxue's tone was calm. You've caused too much commotion in Yuncheng. Rather than passively becoming a target of everyone's prying eyes, it's better to proactively step into their sight. This will benefit both Fengshui Investment and you. Of course, she changed the subject, you can also understand that I need a partner of sufficient weight to help me deal with some flies. Deal. Lin Feng smiled. It's my honor to be able to drive away flies for the beautiful Miss Murong. Murong Yunxue on the other end of the phone seemed to snort lightly, or perhaps it was just Lin Feng's illusion. The summit is tonight at 7 p.m. at Yunwu Villa. I'll send someone to pick you up at 6:30 p.m. No need to bother, Lin Feng stood up, walked to the French window, and looked at the bustling city outside. Tell me your address. I'll be downstairs at your house at 6:30. Good. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Lin Feng's face became even more intense. He knew that this so-called summit was more like a hongmen banquet. Those old families that have been entrenched in Yunqing for many years will look at me with the most critical and demanding eyes, like a group of lion kings examining new intruders. But, so what? He, Lin Feng, is not some random person who can be looked down upon by anyone. He wanted to let the entire Yunqing know that the king was here. 6:30 in the evening, Hentang Palace. Lin Feng's Bugatti Veyron stopped at the door of Murong Yunxue's villa on time. He didn't get out of the car, he just honked the horn. After a moment, the door of the villa opened. The moment Murong Yunxue walked out, even Lin Feng felt his breathing stagnate slightly. Tonight, she took off her smart business suit and put on an ice blue starry sky tube top dress. The hem of her skirt was dotted with countless tiny diamonds, and in the evening light, it looked like she was wearing the entire Milky Way. Her delicate collarbone revealed skin as white as snow, and around her neck was a simple yet sophisticated diamond necklace, which complemented the dress beautifully. That face, which was already stunningly beautiful, was wearing just the right amount of light makeup, and her cold temperament had a hint of holiness and nobility that made people dare not look directly at her. She was like an ice and snow goddess stepping onto the moon, so beautiful that she seemed beyond mortal reach. Murong Yunxue elegantly opened the car door and got in. A faint, cool fragrance instantly lingered in the carriage. Have you seen enough? She looked straight ahead and spoke coldly. No. Lin Feng started the car and said confidently, It's so beautiful, I can never get enough of looking at it in my lifetime. Murong Yunxue's ears were stained with a faint pink blush at a speed visible to the naked eye. But she quickly recovered her composure and pulled out a document from her purse, handing it to him. This is the list and background of tonight's main guests. Take a look at it on the way, so you don't end up clueless when asked. No need. Lin Feng didn't even look at it. He controlled the steering wheel with one hand. The Bugatti Veyron let out a low roar and merged into the traffic. You? Morong Yunxue frowned. To me, it doesn't matter who they are. Lin Feng turned his head and gave her a handsome smile. What's important is that they will soon know who I am. Morong Yunxue looked at his confident, almost arrogant profile, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. For some reason, she felt that what he said was right. Yunwu Villa, located on the top of Yunwu Mountain in the eastern suburbs of Yuncheng, is a private estate jointly owned by 4 major families. The security is so strict that it is comparable to a military-restricted area. When Lin Feng's Bugatti Veyron was parked in the parking lot at the entrance of the manor under the guidance of the waiter, the place was already full of various top luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Ferrari, these legendary cars that are rarely seen in normal times can be found everywhere here like cabbages. Lin Feng threw the car keys to the waiter, walked to the other side, and opened the car door for Morong Yunxue in a very gentlemanly manner. He himself was wearing a pure black Italian handmade custom suit, without a tie, and with 2 buttons on his collar casually undone. He looked less rigorous than a businessman and more unrestrained and free. When he stretched out his hand, Morong Yunxue placed her slightly cold hand in his arm. One is an icy goddess who is so beautiful that she seems out of this world, and the other is a mysterious upstart who is handsome, tall, and has an extraordinary temperament. The moment the two walked side by side into the brightly lit banquet hall, the originally noisy conversation in the entire hall came to a halt for 3 seconds. Countless eyes, some amazed, some jealous, some scrutinizing, some amused, all focused on this pair of handsome men and beautiful women. Is that the eldest daughter of the Morong family? Who is the man next to her? I've never seen him before. The person who could bring her hand in hand must be someone extraordinary. Could he be some young master from the capital? I heard that he was the one who brought down the Chen family. What's his name? Lin Feng. A ruthless character who suddenly appeared. Amidst the whispers, several young men with equally extraordinary temperaments gathered not far away and cast unfriendly glances at them. They are the heirs of the other 3 major families in Yuncheng. Morong Yunxue is the prey in the eyes of all of them and the best candidate for their family marriage. And now, this pearl they have coveted for so long appeared before them holding the hand of an unknown person. This is tantamount to a loud slap in the face. Lin Feng ignored these gazes, picked up a glass of champagne and gently clinked it with Morong Yunxue. At this moment, an arrogant voice full of provocation and disdain resounded throughout the corner without any warning. Hey, isn't this our Yuncheng's most arrogant snow princess, Morong Yunxue? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a young man wearing a flashy pink suit, with shiny hair and a frivolous smile on his face, walking towards me with a wineglass in his hand. His eyes swept over Lin Feng with contempt, and finally fell on Morong Yunxue's face. After not seeing you for a year, your taste has gotten worse. Is this your new gigolo? The visitor was none other than Li Tianyu, the heir of the Li family, one of the 4 great families. He was known for his arrogance and domineering attitude. Li Tianyu looked Lin Feng up and down, curled his lips, and deliberately raised his voice by an octave so that people around him could hear it. Driving a junkie car, are you worthy enough to come to this kind of occasion? Chapter 24, Racing Bet, South City Land King. Broken car? Hearing these 2 words, the air in the corner of the entire banquet hall seemed to freeze. Everyone looked at Li Tianyu as if he were a fool. This is the Bugatti Veyron, a limited edition car worldwide, the king of supercars. The landing price is at least 500 million yuan, and even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. In Yuncheng, this car is unique. You call this a broken car? Is there something wrong with your brain? Morong Yunxue's face turned cold instantly, and a chill gathered in her clear eyes. She was about to open her mouth to refute. Lin Feng gently held her hand, signaling her not to be angry. He took a step forward and stood in front of Morong Yunxue. His eyes swept over Li Tianyu's flashy pink suit with interest, and then he spoke lazily. Hey! Pinky, what did you just say? My car is a broken car? The 4 words pink brother made Li Tianyu's face turn purple instantly. Who the hell are you calling? He pointed at Lin Feng's nose, furious. Don't get excited. Lin Feng spread his hands innocently. I see you're so knowledgeable about cars, so I wanted to ask you for advice. You said my car is a junk car, so may I ask, What kind of car is not a junk car? The one you drove? As he spoke, his eyes glanced at the red Ferrari SF90 parked in the most conspicuous position in the parking lot not far away. Li Tianyu raised his chin instantly, his face full of arrogance. You've got some good taste. That's my new Ferrari SF90. Do you know what a hybrid supercar is? Bumpkin. 0-60 sprint in 2.5 seconds. It's got that performance that'll crush your big, black, old antique. In Li Tianyu's opinion, Lin Feng's Bugatti is just his showpiece. Apart from being fast in a straight line, it is useless and he has no idea what real driving pleasure and track performance are. When the people around heard this, they all looked like they were waiting for a good show. Everyone knows that Li Tianyu is a famous racing enthusiast in Yuncheng. He is very wild in playing with cars. He once won the championship in an amateur competition. He is extremely confident in his driving skills in cars. Lin Feng nodded in sudden realization and said in a long voice, "So that's how it is." He changed the subject, his smile turning playful. "So, a car with such impressive performance should be fast, right? Just now, when I was going up the mountain, I thought I saw a red Ferrari, but I outran it so much that I couldn't even see its taillights." "No. It's your car, right?" Puff. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Tianyu's face turned completely black. When he was going up the mountain, he did meet a Bugatti on the winding mountain road. At that time, he was unwilling to give in and wanted to chase it, but the other party turned a corner and left him behind. He always thought he had met a professional racer, but he didn't expect it to be the pretty boy in front of him. New and old grudges surged into Li Tianyu's heart, and his rationality was completely swallowed up by anger. "Stop the fucking nonsense!" He pointed at Lin Feng and yelled hysterically, "If you have the guts, stop talking nonsense. Let's see who's the winner on the racetrack. We'll use the winding road of Yunwu Mountain as our racetrack, from the top to the bottom. Whoever gets there first wins. Do you dare?" Moron Yunshue's expression changed. The winding mountain road in Yunwu Mountain is full of twists and turns, with cliffs on one side and a deep abyss on the other. It is the famous death track in Yuncheng. Li Tianyu has been practicing driving here for many years and knows every bend like the back of his hand, but this is Lin Feng's first time here. This is not a fair game at all. "Li Tianyu, you are crazy." Moron Yunshue scolded coldly. "I'm not crazy." Li Tianyu glared at Lin Feng with red eyes, ignoring Moron Yunshue completely. "What? Are you scared? Weren't you very boastful just now? If you don't dare to compete, then kneel down and call me grandpa, and then take your broken car and get out." Light is boring. Just when Moron Yunshue was about to speak again to stop him, Lin Feng's calm voice rang out clearly. He looked at Li Tianyu, who looked like a madman, and smiled. "Raise the stakes a little." Li Tianyu was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. He was afraid that Lin Feng would change his mind, so he immediately said, "Okay. Whatever we bet on, you decide." He stared at the Bugatti behind Lin Feng. "I want this broken car of yours." "Okay." Lin Feng nodded and agreed decisively. "But one car isn't enough." Lin Feng shook his finger. "My car is worth at least 50 million. Your Ferrari is worth at most 20 million. You need to add something else." "Okay." Li Tianyu took out a document from his suit pocket without thinking and slammed it on the table next to him. "This is the deed to the king of land in the south of the city. It's valued at 2 billion. I'll bet it, plus my SF90, against your junkie car." "Is that enough?" Boom! The entire banquet hall was completely blown up. The land king in the south of the city. That was the hottest piece of land in Yuncheng right now. Because it was close to the newly planned Science and Technology Park, it was extremely valuable. Countless people had fought tooth and nail to get it, but who would have thought it was in Li Tianyu's hands? Using land worth 2 billion to gamble on a car race? This is not just crazy, this is insane. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. Faced with such a huge bet, what will he choose? Moron Yunshue's heart was in her throat. She grabbed Lin Feng's arm and shook her head anxiously. "Lin Feng, don't agree to him. This is a trap." Lin Feng gave her a reassuring look and gently patted the back of her hand. Then, he turned his head and looked at Li Tianyu, who looked determined to win, and the corners of his mouth slowly opened into an arrogant arc. "Can." 2 words, understatement. But it was like a blockbuster bomb, exploding in everyone's heart. He actually agreed. A ferocious smile appeared on Li Tianyu's face. He seemed to have seen Lin Feng's car destroyed and himself become the focus of the whole audience, holding the title deed and Bugatti car keys. But Lin Feng's voice sounded again, interrupting his fantasy. I have a condition, too. Li Tianyu said impatiently, if you have to fart, do it now. The smile on Lin Feng's face slowly turned cold. He spoke clearly, word by word. If you lose, in addition to the land and the car, you must kneel on the ground in front of everyone and shout 3 times. I, Li Tianyu, am trash. The whole place was in dead silence. If you say that Li Tianyu is crazy for betting on the Land King, then, the condition proposed by Lin Feng is heartbreaking. For a rich young man like Li Tianyu who values face more than his life, admitting in public that he is trash is more painful than killing him. Li Tianyu's breathing suddenly became heavy. He stared at Lin Feng intently, with a look as if he wanted to eat him alive. You are looking for death. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly, if you don't dare, forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Who the hell dares? Li Tianyu was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, his fur instantly standing up. He roared with all his strength, I bet you. If you lose, you have to kneel down and shout that you are garbage. It's a deal. Lin Feng's smile was as bright as a devil. The bet is established. A death race worth more than 2 billion, with dignity at stake, is about to begin. Everyone in the banquet hall was in an uproar. They rushed to the outside of the manor like crazy, wanting to witness this gamble of the century with their own eyes. Just as Lin Feng turned around and was about to walk towards his Bugatti, a cold electronic sound quietly rang in his mind. Ding! The weekly lottery has been updated. Do you want to participate now? Chapter 25 God-level driving skills, crushing the whole audience. Lin Feng. Morong Yunshua's voice was a little anxious. She quickly followed and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. Her palms were cold, obviously she was extremely nervous. You can't go. Li Tianyu is gambling with you using his strengths. He has run the winding mountain road of Yunwu Mountain no less than 1,000 times. You are playing with your life. Lin Feng stopped, turned around, looked into her cold eyes filled with worry, and suddenly smiled. He held her cold little hand in his backhand, warmed her with his body temperature, and said in a relaxed tone, Don't worry, I never do anything I'm not sure of. There is a soothing magic in his smile. Morong Yunshue wanted to say something, but looking at his deep and confident eyes, all the words of dissuasion were stuck in her throat. This man always seems to be confident. Okay, then you must be careful. In the end, this was all she could say. Lin Feng let go of her hand, turned and walked towards the Bugatti Veyron that looked like a black beast. The crowd automatically made way for him. The moment he walked towards the car door, his thoughts sank deep into his mind. Without the slightest hesitation. System, use the weekly lottery. Ding! The weekly lucky draw has started, good luck. The world before his eyes seemed to stop in an instant, and a golden roulette wheel that was 100 times more gorgeous than before began to spin wildly in his mind. Billion-dollar cash critical hit card, future technology blueprint, private island ownership. Countless dazzling prizes flashed by. Lin Feng's heartbeat involuntarily accelerated at this moment. Come on. Give me something useful. The speed of the roulette wheel gradually slowed down, and the pointer slowly moved across the glittering golden prizes. Finally, under everyone's gaze, Lin Feng's hand was already on the car door, and the pointer in his mind finally stopped steadily on a grid emitting a platinum light. In that grid, there is a pattern of a steering wheel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the skill reward God-level driving skills. God-level driving skills, passive skill. Grants the host perfect control of all vehicles. Your brain becomes a top-notch driving computer, instantly calculating the optimal route, cornering angle, and braking point for any road condition. From this moment on, you are a driving god. Boom! A huge stream of information that cannot be described in words poured into Lin Feng's brain in an instant. From the line tracking skills of F1 cars to the extreme drifting of WRC rallies, from late-night street chases to the wall climbing in spy movies. All the knowledge, experience, and muscle memory about driving throughout the ages were, at this moment, deeply imprinted in his soul like instinct. His hand on the car door handle was as steady as a rock. When he raised his head again, his entire temperament had changed drastically. If you say that he just now still had a bit of coolness and cynicism. At this moment, his eyes were terrifyingly calm, like a top killer about to go to the battlefield, and his whole body exuded a sense of absolute control over victory. He opened the car door and got in. At the same time, Li Tianyu on the other side also got into his professionally modified Ferrari SF90. Two powerful machines are standing on the platform at the top of the mountain, one on the left and one on the right, ready to go. The roar of the engine was like two enraged beasts roaring at each other, making the entire mountaintop buzz. All the guests in the banquet hall rushed out, surrounding both sides of the track, and everyone's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. The gamble of the century worth 2 billion. This is much more exciting than any business summit. Are you all ready? A rich young man who was friends with Li Tianyu, holding a walkie-talkie, acted as a temporary referee. Lin Feng and Li Tianyu honked their horns at the same time. All right, the young man shouted excitedly. The race route starts at the top of the mountain and ends at the archway at the foot of the mountain. There are no rules. The only rule is to be the first to cross the finish line. I'll count to 3. 3. Everyone held their breath. 2. A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Li Tianyu's mouth, and his eyes were fixed on the first bend in front of him. 1. Before he finished speaking. Squeak. The two cars were like two cannonballs, and they were ejected instantly with the harsh sound of tire friction. The game begins. With his familiarity with the track and the advantage of Ferrari's lighter body, Li Tianyu took the lead at the first corner. He skillfully cut into the center of the curve and with a beautiful drift, he instantly left Lin Feng's Bugatti halfway behind. Ha ha ha. You useless piece of shit. Just follow me around and eat my dust. Li Tianyu laughed wildly in his heart. On the top of the mountain, everyone also saw the scene through the real-time aerial footage from the drone. It's over, that Bugatti really isn't working, it's too heavy. Mr. Li's driving skills are still amazing. The winner will be decided at the first corner. That kid named Lin Feng is still too young. 2 billion is going to be wasted like this. Moron Yunshua's heart was also in a knot. She clenched her fists tightly, and her palms were full of sweat. On the winding mountain road, Li Tianyu led the way all the way and continued to expand his advantage. He even had the leisure to admire the Bugatti's clumsy pursuit posture through the rearview mirror, and the smugness on his face was beyond words. In his opinion, there is no suspense in this game anymore. What he has to do now is to humiliate the opponent before the finish line, such as drawing a circle in front of the opponent or making a 360-degree turn. However, just as he was about to enter the most dangerous and technically demanding 5 hairpin turns of death on the entire road, the Bugatti in his rearview mirror suddenly changed. It no longer followed the route clumsily, but suddenly cut to the inside of the track in an extremely strange posture. What is he going to do? Overtake on the inside? He's looking for death. Li Tianyu sneered. That position is not the best route to enter the turn at all. Entering the turn too early will only result in insufficient angle when exiting the turn, a significant reduction in speed, and even directly crashing into the mountain wall. However, the next second, the smile on Li Tianyu's face completely froze. Under the dual lens of the drone and the car behind, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. Just as the black Bugatti Veyron was about to enter a corner, the two right tires unexpectedly and accurately plunged into the cement ditch on the inside of the corner used for drainage. Buzz. The tire rubbed violently against the edge of the cement ditch, splashing a string of dazzling sparks. The car body suddenly sank inward under the huge inertia. Everyone, including Morong Yunshua, covered their mouths in horror, thinking that this supercar worth 500 million yuan was about to lose control and crash into the mountain. But it didn't. It was as if Bugatti had found a hidden track, using the cement ditch as the axis, and completed an extreme turn that ordinary physics could not explain at all. The front of its car was almost sticking to the mountain wall, and it passed the inside of the Ferrari in an almost instantaneous manner. The drainage ditch is turning. Legend has it that the god-level skills that only exist in comics actually appeared before everyone's eyes. This is impossible. Li Tianyu's eyes almost popped out, his mind was blank, and his hands holding the steering wheel were shaking violently because of extreme shock. However, this is just the beginning. After overtaking the Ferrari, Lin Feng didn't even look at the rearview mirror. Faced with the continuous S-shaped bends, he just gently turned the steering wheel. The 2-ton Bugatti Veyron seemed to have no weight in his hands. It dances on the edge of the cliff in an incredible posture. The rear end of the car drew graceful and deadly arcs, and each drift seemed to have been calculated with the utmost precision. The wheels almost slid along the edge of the guardrail, compressing the drift distance and time to the extreme. Flowing like water. A feast for the eyes. That's not driving, that's performing the art of killing. Li Tianyu completely collapsed. His driving skills, which he was so proud of, looked as ridiculous as a kindergarten kid's toy car in front of the other party. He watched helplessly as the black beast left him further and further behind on a series of death curves, until it finally turned into a black dot at the end of his vision and disappeared completely. A few minutes later. The archway ends at the foot of the mountain. Squeak! The Bugatti Veyron made a handsome dragon-like tail swing and stopped steadily after the finish line. The car door opened and Lin Feng got out. There was no excitement of winning the game on his face. He was as calm as if he had just gone out for a walk. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, then leaned against the car door and looked quietly at the empty track. Another 2 minutes passed. A sharp braking sound came from afar, and Li Tianyu's red Ferrari seemed to have lost its soul. It crossed the finish line in a crooked manner and almost crashed into the stone lions next to it. The car door opened and Li Tianyu rolled out of the car. His face was as pale as paper, his legs went soft, and he sat down on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fear of surviving a disaster. He lost. He was defeated completely. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and looked down at Li Tianyu lying on the ground. He flicked his fingers and dropped the ash between his fingers to the ground. That attitude was extremely arrogant. Now, fulfill your promise. In the distance, Morong Yunxue, who had been staring at the finish line with a telescope, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Feng appear safely. She put down the telescope and looked at the man leaning against the car door, smoking. Her cold and beautiful eyes were filled with strange lights. Chapter 26. Kneel down and fulfill the bet. The end point is a huge archway at the foot of the mountain. The night wind howled, rustling the trees on both sides. Everyone's eyes, whether they were at the scene or watching through the drone screen, were all focused on the man who was leaning against the car door and smoking leisurely. The body of the Bugatti Veyron glowed with a cold luster under the moonlight, and he was like a king who controlled the night. He had been waiting here for 3 full minutes. Finally, a terrible roar of an engine came from far away, and a red Ferrari rushed over crookedly as if it was drunk. It braked suddenly not far from the finish line, and the car body spun out of control for half a circle and barely stopped. The car door was pushed open suddenly, and Li Tianyu rolled out of the driver's seat. His face was as pale as a ghost, his whole body was soaked in cold sweat, his legs went soft, and he collapsed directly on the cold ground, holding onto the car door, gasping for breath. His eyes were dull, filled with fear and unbelievable confusion of surviving a disaster. Lost. He, the racing god of Yuncheng, lost to an unknown kid on the track he was most familiar with and most proud of. Moreover, he was completely defeated in a way that was completely crushing and humiliating. On the top of the mountain, the rich second generation who watched the entire live broadcast had already fallen into silence. The incredible drainage ditch turn, the extreme drift dancing on the edge of the cliff. Every scene was like a sledgehammer, shattering their understanding of racing. Monster. He's a monster. Is that a fucking car a human can drive? That's a special effect. Young Masterly, this time you hit a brick wall. No, you hit a vibranium plate. Morong Yunxue's heart finally settled down. She looked at the calm and composed figure on the screen, and a ripple of emotion she had never seen before appeared in her cold eyes. He is always like this, creating miracles when everyone thinks it is impossible. At the foot of the mountain. Lin Feng slowly exhaled the last smoke ring, threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and crushed it with the tip of his expensive leather shoe. He stretched out his long legs, step by step, and walked towards Li Tianyu, who was slumped on the ground. His pace was not fast, but every step seemed to be stepping on Li Tianyu's heart, making his already pale face even uglier. Lin Feng stood in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly, with no trace of emotion in his eyes, as if he was looking at an ant on the side of the road. The game is over. He spoke lightly, his voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. It's time to cash in on the bet. Li Tianyu trembled all over and raised his head suddenly. Meeting Lin Feng's cold and indifferent eyes, an extreme humiliation and unwillingness instantly overwhelmed his fear. Lin Feng. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a voice, the car is yours. The title deed is yours too. What else do you want? He struggled to stand up, but his legs were as soft as noodles and he had no strength at all. Oh? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, a mocking arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that young Masterly wants to default on his debt? I'm not refusing to pay. Li Tianyu was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his fur instantly standing up. He forced himself to hold on to the last bit of his dignity and shouted fiercely, "I've already lost the car and the land. Please leave some room for me so we can meet again in the future. Don't go too far." He began to play his last trump card. "My father is Li Jianguo. You know the status of my Li family in Yuncheng. If you dare to make me kneel today, I promise that my Li family will never let you go. Feng Shui Investment will forget about staying in Yuncheng." He thought that by bringing up the Li family's name, he could at least make the other party feel a little intimidated. After all, no one would be willing to offend one of the four major families in Yuncheng just to vent their anger. However, he miscalculated. The Li family? Lin Feng seemed to have heard a huge joke. He leaned close to Li Tianyu's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "Do you think that I, who could easily crush the Chen family, would care about your tiny Li family?" Li Tianyu's pupils suddenly contracted. The Chen family was... Before he could recover from his shock, Lin Feng straightened up and took a step back. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by a chilling look. "Did I give you face?" A cold voice echoed through the night sky. "If you can't afford the gamble, don't fucking play." Lin Feng took a step forward, and the terrifying aura that was condensed from his decisiveness in the business world burst out without reservation, like a mountain, pressing down on Li Tianyu. "Now, you have two choices. 1. Kneel down and fulfill your bet. 2nd, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of violence, "I will personally make you, and the Li family behind you, completely disappear from Yuncheng." Boom! These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears. Mad. Too crazy. He actually dared to threaten in public to make the Li family, one of the four major families, disappear. Those rich second generations who originally wanted to come up to mediate or watch the fun were all frightened and silent after feeling Lin Feng's terrifying aura, not even daring to breathe. They had no doubt that if this man could say it, he could definitely do it. Even a behemoth like the Chen family collapsed at will, so what can the Li family, whose strength is not as good as the Chen family, do? Li Tianyu was completely confused. He looked at Lin Feng in front of him and felt that he was not facing a human being, but a ferocious beast that would choose its prey. The look in his eyes told him that he meant every word he said. He wanted to resist, to curse, to beg for mercy, but all his thoughts were shattered by the absolute pressure. The surroundings were deadly and depressing. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and those glances were like red-hot steel needles, piercing his body to pieces. Plop. In extreme fear and humiliation, Li Tianyu's tense nerves finally broke. His legs could no longer support the weight of his body. His knees gave way and he knelt on the cold, hard ground in great humiliation. That kneeling not only shattered all his pride and dignity, but also shattered the last bit of face of the Li family in Yuncheng. He lowered his head and buried his face deeply between his knees. His whole body was shaking violently and he didn't dare to look anyone in the eye. Lin Feng looked at the man at his feet who had completely collapsed indifferently, without any mercy. He slowly squatted down, put his mouth close to Li Tianyu's ear, and asked word by word in a cold and clear voice. "Now, tell everyone, what are you?" Li Tianyu's body suddenly stiffened. He slowly raised his head, and in those eyes that had once been arrogant and domineering, there was now only endless humiliation, despair, and a glimmer of extremely resentful light hidden in the deepest part. Chapter 27, Snowstorm Investment, Secret Love. Li Tianyu's eyes were dull and he lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. Lin Feng didn't even look at him. He walked to the red Ferrari, bent down, and picked up the title deed representing 2 billion in wealth and the car key belonging to SF90 from the driver's seat. He twirled the Ferrari key around his fingertips, then tossed it casually to a trembling rich second-generation man not far away, as if throwing away trash. "This car is a reward for you." The rich second generation subconsciously took the key and was completely stunned. A Ferrari worth more than 20 million was just given away as a reward? The people around were watching with their eyelids twitching. This isn't just arrogance, this is sheer richness. It's the realm of treating money like paper. After doing all this, Lin Feng slowly walked towards his Bugatti, as if what he had just won was not a thrilling gamble, but a boring game of landlord. He opened the car door but didn't get in immediately. Instead, he turned around, his gaze penetrating the crowd and landing precisely on the figure on the top of the mountain who had always been worried about him. Although they were far apart, he knew that she must be watching. Lin Feng showed his signature cool smile towards the drone. Then, he ignored everyone around him, walked straight to Moron Yunshua's Bentley, and opened the door for her in a very gentlemanly manner. The whole action was smooth and flowing, as if he was the owner of the car. Morong Yunxue was slightly startled, then she understood something, and a barely perceptible blush appeared on her cold and beautiful face. She didn't refuse and got into the driver's seat gracefully. Only then did Lin Feng return to his Bugatti. Two luxury cars, one in front and one behind, slowly drove away from the foot of the mountain that witnessed miracles and destruction under the awe-inspiring gaze of everyone. On the way back, the atmosphere was a little subtle. Morong Yunxue was driving, looking straight ahead, but out of the corner of her eye, she couldn't help but glance at the black beast that was following her like a shadow in the rearview mirror. Everything that happened tonight had a huge impact on her. That incredible driving skill, that composure in the face of a 2 billion bet, that coldness and dominance when forcing Li Tianyu to kneel. How many unknown sides does this man have? Just then, her car Bluetooth rang. It was Lin Feng calling. Morong Yunxue took a deep breath, calmed her somewhat disordered heartbeat, and pressed the answer button. Why aren't you talking? Are you mesmerized by my handsome and heroic appearance just now? Lin Feng's smiling voice came from the speakers. Morong Yunshua's mouth corners unconsciously lifted slightly, but her tone remained cold. You caused quite a bit of trouble tonight. Trouble? Lin Feng sneered. President Morong, you have to understand one thing. When you can easily crush an ant to death, do you think it's troublesome to step on it? The Li family is that ant. These words were extremely arrogant, yet they carried a kind of confidence that was irrefutable. Morong Yunxue was silent. She knew that what Lin Feng said was true. From the moment he easily destroyed the Chun family, the so-called wealthy families in Yuncheng might really be no different from ants in his eyes. What are you going to do with that piece of land? Morong Yunxue changed the subject. The piece of land south of the city was a hot potato, but also a goose that laid golden eggs. So many people were watching, and now that it was in Lin Feng's hands, it was likely to cause another uproar. I was just about to tell you this. Lin Feng's voice suddenly became serious. Let's find a place to stop and talk in person. Morong Yunxue glanced out the window and drove the car into a secluded parking lot in a riverside park. As soon as she stopped, Lin Feng's Bugatti stopped next to her. Lin Feng got out of the car, holding the land deed in his hand, and walked straight to Morong Yunshue's Bentley. He opened the passenger door and sat in. The space in the car suddenly became a little cramped, and a masculine scent that belonged only to him, with a faint smell of tobacco, lingered at the tip of his nose. Morong Yunxue felt her heartbeat begin to accelerate uncontrollably again. Lin Feng didn't notice her strangeness. He casually placed the land deed worth 2 billion on the center console, like a piece of waste paper. President Morong, what do you think of this piece of land? Morong Yunxue quickly entered the state of a business elite and calmly analyzed. The location is excellent, adjacent to the newly planned Science and Technology Park in University Town, and the future appreciation potential is huge. Whether developing high-end residential properties or building a large-scale commercial complex, it is a project that is guaranteed to make a profit. Conservatively estimated, the value of this land will at least increase fivefold within 5 years. In other words, it is worth 10 billion. Lin Feng smiled. Morong Yunxue nodded. Then, Lin Feng turned sideways, looking at her with burning eyes. I'll give you this piece of land, along with all the cash I have on hand, and let you manage it. Do you dare to take it? For the first time, Morong Yunshue's cold and calm eyes revealed a look of genuine shock. She turned her head abruptly and looked at Lin Feng, her voice filled with disbelief. What did you say? Do you know what you are saying? This is not a small amount of money. It is a future asset worth tens of billions, and the liquidity in Lin Feng's hands may be equally astronomical. He was so nonchalant as to give everything to a woman he had only known for less than a month? Of course I know. Lin Feng's expression was more serious than ever before. I know how to make money, but I'm too lazy to manage money or run a company. Those are too much trouble for me. And you, Morong Yunxue, are the most outstanding manager I have ever met. Your talent should not be confined to the framework of the Morong family. So, he looked into her eyes and said word by word, I want to use this land as a base for us to jointly establish a new investment company. I'll provide the capital, and you'll be the president, responsible for all operations and management. Together, let's build this company into a true business empire. There was silence in the carriage. The evening breeze from the riverside blew in through the half-open car window, ruffling the hair on Morong Yunshue's forehead. At this moment, her heart was filled with huge waves. Every word Lin Feng said struck her heart hard. This is no longer an invitation for business cooperation. This was an unconditional trust, a gamble of placing all his wealth on her. Why, me? She looked at him, her voice a little dry. She couldn't understand why Lin Feng chose her when he had the financial resources to recruit the world's top professional management team. Because, Lin Feng's lips curled up again, his eyes became deep and gentle. My judgment of people is as accurate as my driving skills. Besides, I believe you. These three simple words touched the softest part of Morong Yunshue's heart more than any sweet words. At this moment, her defenses were completely broken. From childhood to adulthood, everyone only saw her halo as the eldest daughter of the Morong family, and only saw her talent and beauty. Only he saw her desire to be bound by the family and was willing to give her an unrestricted and broader stage. More importantly, he believed her. Morong Yunshue lowered her eyes, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow in the dim light, covering up the waves in her eyes. After a long time, she spoke again, her voice as light as a feather in the wind. What's the name of the company? When Lin Feng heard this question, he knew that she was moved. The smile on his face instantly became brighter, with a hint of success in his smirk. He moved closer and could almost smell the fragrance of her hair. Then he lowered his voice and spoke slowly in a magnetic tone. Let's call it Snowstorm Group. Take one character from each of your names in mind. Boom! Morong Yunshue only felt a surge of heat rushing from her neck to the top of her head. Her cheeks, which were always as cold as ice and snow, instantly showed an intoxicating blush, and even her white ears turned a lovely pink. Snowstorm. Snowstorm. The wind of Lin Feng, the snow of Yun Shui. The ambiguity and emotion contained in this name completely confused her, who was usually calm and composed. She turned her head away in panic, not daring to look at Lin Feng's eyes that seemed to see through everything. She just looked at the river view outside the window, her heart pounding. She didn't agree immediately, but she didn't refuse either. This silence itself is a kind of acquiescence. And at this moment, the sound of nature rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Detected that the destined heroine Morong Yunshue's mood is fluctuating violently. The host has gained 5,000 emotional points. Main quest update: establish your own company, Snow Wind Group, and make it a force that cannot be ignored in Cloud City. Chapter 28: The Collapse of the Chen Family, the Final Madness. The next day, early morning. The sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the Cloud Top Palace and onto the mirror-like marble floor. Lin Feng stood in front of the window holding a cup of hand-ground coffee, overlooking the city below that had not yet fully awakened. On TV, the host of the financial channel was reporting the news in a solemn tone. Due to yesterday's malicious short selling by unknown funds, Chen Group's stock price plummeted, wiping out nearly 3 billion in market value. The group is currently facing a severe liquidity crisis, and several partner banks have stated that they will reassess its credit rating. With today's opening, Chen Group will face a life or death test. Lin Feng took a sip of coffee, his eyes calm and collected. A life and death test? No, it was a one-sided massacre. He opened his securities account and looked at the huge amount of funds lying quietly inside, which was the sum of more than 1.5 billion yuan obtained from the jade and calligraphy auctions. These are the last straws that broke the camel's back. It's time to hit the road. He whispered to himself, a cold look in his eyes. 9:30 a.m. The A-share market opens on time. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the stock with the code Chen Group on the screen. In the office of Chen Group, all executives and traders were on high alert. Chen Tianhao was personally in charge, his eyes bloodshot and his fists clenched tightly. He mobilized all the available funds in the company's account, ready to hold his position after the market opened and fight a fierce defensive battle. However, he was still too naive. 9:30 and 1 second. At the moment of opening, there was no struggle at all, and no game between bulls and bears. Boom! A huge sell order that was enough to make any trader's heart stop, like a black abyss, appeared out of thin air and slammed heavily on the market. 1.5 billion. That string of zeros is so long that it's suffocating. The K-line chart of Chen Group's stock price seemed to have suffered a dimensionality reduction attack. There was not even a trace of upward thought. It was in a vertical downward posture. For 1 second, just 1 second, it was nailed to the lower limit. 10%. The hundreds of millions of funds that Chen Tianhao prepared to protect the market were instantly swallowed up by the huge waves before they could even make a splash, disappearing without a trace. The entire trading hall was in deathly silence. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, staring blankly at the shocking green on the screen. limit order volume. A young trader pointed at the constantly jumping number on the screen in a trembling voice. 1 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. On the lower limit, the sell orders are still accumulating at a desperate rate, as if an invisible big hand is using money to tell everyone, no one can escape today. It's over. Chen Tianhao's eyes went dark, he slumped in his chair, muttering to himself. He knew it was all over. This is not a commercial war, it is a natural disaster. The news of the collapse of the Chun Group spread throughout Yunqing like a virus in just a few minutes. Countless investors who bought the bottom yesterday and dreamed of making a fortune completely collapsed after seeing the stock price hit the limit down at the opening and the desperate orders that prevented them from selling even for a penny. My money. My hard-earned money. Mr. Chen. Give me back my money. There were cries of grief at the entrance of the stock exchange. What followed was an even more violent chain reaction. The bank with the most sensitive sense of smell immediately froze all loans and credit lines of the Chun Group and sent out the most aggressive debt collection team. The suppliers who were owed money for goods, like sharks that smelled blood, drove trucks and held banners, blocking the entrance of the Chun Group building. Chen Tianhao. Pay your debts. It's only right. Give me back my hard-earned money. Angry slogans resounded through the sky. The Chen building, which once symbolized wealth and status, was now surrounded by an angry crowd, like an isolated island in the storm. In the president's office, Chen Tianhao sat there in a daze, ignoring the deafening noise downstairs. In just one morning, half of his hair turned white. Ring, ring, ring. The red phone on the desk rang shrilly. This is his dedicated line to the board of directors. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone. A cold, emotionless voice came from the other end of the line. Mr. Chen, the board of directors has resolved urgently to remove you from all positions. The group will immediately apply to the court for bankruptcy liquidation. Please cooperate with the subsequent work. Bankruptcy liquidation. These 4 words, like 4 sharp knives, pierced Chen Tianhao's heart. His life's work, the business empire he was so proud of, was just gone? Puff. A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, staining the documents on the table red. Chen Tianhao's eyes went dark, his body leaned back, and he fell heavily to the ground, completely unconscious. Soon, the shrill sound of an ambulance siren rang out, and under the pursuit of countless flashlights, the former Yunqing tycoon was covered with a white cloth and carried out of the building he had built with his own hands. However, Chen Xiao, another central figure in this storm, is not in the company at the moment. He hid in his luxurious suburban villa, like a frightened rabbit, making frantic phone calls. Hello? Is that Mr. Wang? It's me, Chen Yu. Something happened at my dad's company. Can you lend me some money to tide me over? Hello? Hello? There was only a busy tone on the other end of the phone. Brotherly. Brotherly, listen to me. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. Uncle Zhang. Beep, beep. Those drinking buddies who used to call him brothers and those business partners who used to bow and nod to him, now seem to have agreed on something beforehand. They either hung up the phone or simply turned off their phones. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes it down. Just as Chen Xiao desperately smashed his cell phone against the wall, bursts of harsh break sounds and shouting were heard outside the villa door. He looked out the window and saw dozens of ferocious-looking men surrounding his villa. The leader was the boss of the underground moneylender from whom he had borrowed high-interest loans a few days ago due to financial difficulties. Mr. Chen. Pay your debt. If you don't come out, we'll set your house on fire. Chen Xiao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as death. What should I do? What should I do? He was at a loss and kept muttering to himself. At this moment, Wang Yaoyao, wearing a set of branded pajamas, ran down from upstairs, her face also full of fear. Hey, what's going on outside? Who are those people? When she saw Chen Xiao's distraught look, the ominous premonition in her heart reached its peak. And in despair, when Chen Xiao saw Wang Yaoyao, all the fear and helplessness in his eyes were instantly replaced by a nameless fire. It was like he had found an outlet to release all his emotions. You still have the nerve to ask. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, his eyes red, and rushed to Wang Yaoyao like a beast cornered. It's all your fault. You're the jinx. Ever since I've been with you, nothing has gone my way. If I hadn't tried to show off in front of you and provoked that loser Lin Feng, would our family have ended up like this? Bang! A loud slap landed heavily on Wang Yaoyao's face. Wang Yaoyao was hit and staggered, falling to the ground. She covered her burning face and looked at the madman in front of her in disbelief. "Ayu, you! Shut up!" Chen Xiao had completely lost his mind. He started punching and kicking Wang Yaoyao, who was lying on the ground, madly. "Bitch! Jinx! Everything that happened to me today is caused by you. Go to hell!" After venting all his anger, he grabbed Wang Yaoyao's hair and dragged her to the door of the villa like a dead dog. He pushed the door open and threw her out. Wang Yaoyao was covered in wounds and fell awkwardly on the cold stone road, right at the feet of the creditors. The door of the villa slammed shut behind her. Chen Xiao's hateful voice came from behind the door. "It's all your fault, you jinx. Get out of here." Chapter 29: The Only Lifeline. The night is as cool as water. Wang Yaoyao huddled at the cold door of the villa like a piece of discarded garbage. "All the bones in my body felt like they were falling apart, my face was burning with pain, and my body was covered in bruises." Chen Xiao showed no mercy in his last few kicks. The expensive silk pajamas were torn to shreds, covered in dust and dirt, and the exposed skin was covered in scratches and bruises. She fell from heaven to hell. Without Chen Xiao, she is nothing. The balance in her bank card was zero, she didn't have any cash on her, and even this latest model of mobile phone was bought for her by Chen Xiao. With trembling hands, she turned on the screen. There were hundreds of contacts in her address book, but for a moment she didn't know who to call. Those fake sisters who usually surround her and call her sister Yao Yao will probably only add insult to injury after the news of her downfall spreads. And those spare tires who once pursued her but were ignored by her are probably hiding behind the screen at this moment, laughing at her embarrassment. Not reconciled. Why? Why can that loser Lin Feng make a comeback while she has to end up like this? A strong sense of jealousy and unwillingness supported her to get up from the ground. She couldn't let this end. She was only 22 years old, her life couldn't be ruined like this. She limped along the deserted street, her mind racing. She began to frantically scroll through the messages on her phone, not missing a single detail. Classmates groups, friend circles, various gossip groups. Holy crap! Big news! Shen Group's stock price plummeted to the limit today, declaring bankruptcy and liquidation. I've already said it, if we offend that mysterious rich man, the Chen family will be doomed. I heard that Chen Tianhao vomited blood and was dragged away on the spot, and his son Chen Xiao was trapped at home by loan sharks. I laughed to death. Wang Yaoyao's heart was bleeding when she saw these gloating remarks. She should have had a share of this glory. She continued to scroll down, and fragmented pieces of information began to piece together before her eyes. Who on earth is that super rich guy? He's so awesome, isn't he? I don't know, I just know his last name is Lin. He was the one who spent 100 yuan to carve out an imperial green jade in the antique street some time ago. More than that. At the charity dinner, he donated 100 million and even wrote a calligraphy piece that sold for 100 million. Each word is worth 1,000 gold. Young Master Chen's face turned green at that time. I have a friend who works in property management at Hentaying Sky Palace. He said that this super rich man lives on the top floor and drives a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Bugatti Veyron. Cloud Top Palace. Last name Lin. One key word after another exploded in Wang Yaoyao's mind like thunder. A thought that made her feel cold all over and almost unbelievable surged up in her mind frantically. With trembling hands, she searched for the name Lin Feng in the group. Soon, she found an avatar that was tagged. That's Lin Feng. Although it was just a blurry profile, she recognized it at a glance. Then, she clicked on the moments of the person who tagged him. It was a candid photo taken at a charity dinner. In the center of the photo, a man in a well-fitting suit is painting with a high spirit under the attention of the crowd. Who else could that man be but Lin Feng? Boom! Wang Yaoyao's mind went blank. The phone slipped from his weak hands, fell to the ground, and the screen shattered instantly. But she couldn't feel it anymore. The mysterious rich man who defeated the Chen family. The stone gambling master who became rich overnight in the antique street. The person who was the center of attention at the charity dinner and spent a lot of money. Actually, they are all Lin Feng? Was it the ex-boyfriend who was humiliated in public, called a loser by her, and kicked out by her? Ah! An extreme regret, like the most powerful poison, instantly corroded her internal organs. She squatted on the ground, clutching her hair tightly with both hands, and roared like a wild beast. I regret it so much. What did she miss? She missed out on a business empire worth hundreds of billions that should have belonged to her. She tore a ticket to the top of heaven into pieces with her own hands, and then jumped into the abyss of hell without hesitation. Why? Why is this happening? After the intense regret, a twisted and crazy idea began to grow in her heart. Yes. Lin Feng loved me so much before. He would do anything for me. He is very successful now, he must still be thinking about me. He was so cold to me before, he must still be mad at me. Yes. That must be it. As long as I go back to him, tearfully admit my mistake, tell him that I was blinded by Qinshao, and tell him that he is the one I have always loved in my heart. With the love he has for me that goes deep into his bones, he will definitely soften his heart. He will definitely forgive me and accept me again. Once this thought appeared, it was like wild weeds growing wildly, instantly occupying her entire brain. In her distorted value system, she completely ignored her betrayal and the harm she had caused to Lin Feng. She only remembered how good Lin Feng had been to her, and took it for granted that that kindness would never change. Lin Feng is her only hope for a comeback. He is her only lifeline. Thinking of this, the light in Wang Yaoyao's eyes, which were empty due to despair, rekindled. She picked up her broken phone from the ground, found a 24-hour convenience store, and rushed into the bathroom. She was shocked when she looked at the disheveled woman in the mirror with messy hair, smudged makeup, and blood at the corners of her mouth. No! Going to see Lin Feng like this will only make him hate me more. She wanted him to see her most vulnerable and pitiful side, to arouse his desire to protect and pity her. She washed her face with cold water, trying to clean the dirt and blood off her face. Then she faced the mirror and began to practice over and over again. Practice how to cry so that you can look like a pear blossom in the rain and be lovable. Practice how to speak so that you appear humble, sincere, and remorseful. Lin Feng, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. I was bewitched at first, you have always been the one I loved in my heart. Can you give me another chance? Let's start over. The woman in the mirror's eyes changed from madness, to pleading, to grievance, her expression switching freely. She faced the mirror, rehearsing over and over again the tragic drama of the prodigal son's return is worth more than gold that was about to be staged, with a determined smile on her face. She believed that no man could withstand her tears and confession. Especially, Lin Feng, who once loved her so much. After getting everything ready, she straightened her tattered clothes, took a deep breath, and walked out of the convenience store. She is going somewhere. Cloud Top Palace. Chapter 30 Fengshui Group, officially listed. Snow Wind Group. Inside the Bentley, Morong Yunxue chewed on these 4 words unconsciously, a strange emotion running through her limbs like an electric current. The wind of Lin Feng, the snow of Yun Shui. This man always leaves deep marks in her world in a way that seems cynical but is actually extremely domineering. She didn't agree immediately. This decision is too big. Taking the position of president of Fengshui Group means that she will completely break away from the smooth road that has long been paved for the Morong family and embark on a thorny road full of unknowns and challenges. She will no longer be just the eldest daughter of the Morong family, but Lin Feng's most core partner. Their fates will be closely tied together because of this company. Lin Feng saw her hesitation, but did not urge her. He just smiled coolly, started the Bugatti, and the 2 cars disappeared into the night, one in front and one behind. That night, Morong Yunxue couldn't sleep. She lay on the soft big bed in the Cloud Top Palace, with her eyes open, looking at the ceiling. In my mind, Lin Feng's figure and the words I believe you appeared repeatedly. From childhood to adulthood, everyone praised her for being smart, capable, and a business genius, but everyone tacitly agreed that her ultimate destiny would be marriage and becoming a bargaining chip for family interests. Her talent is an embellishment of the Morong family, not her own wings. Only Lin Feng. This man who descended from the sky, in the most direct and wild way, handed her a sword that was sharp enough to cut off all shackles, and told her, "Go fly, I believe in you." This trust was something she had never had before. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Morong Yunxue finally made a decision. She picked up her phone and dialed Lin Feng. The call was answered almost instantly. "Have you thought about it?" Lin Feng's voice was filled with a lazy smile, as if he had already anticipated everything. Morong Yunxue didn't waste any words. Her voice was as cold as ever, but with an unprecedented firmness. "When will Fengshui Group be listed? Lin Feng's speed of action is outrageous. Speed is of the essence in war, and money must be made while it's hot. These were his exact words. On the afternoon of the same day that Morong Yunxue nodded, a bombshell news, like a nuclear bomb, exploded in the Yunqing business community. A new company named Fengxue Group was officially registered and established. Registered capital, 10 billion. Its assets include the core industries that were acquired after the bankruptcy of the former Chen Group, as well as the priceless Land King in the south of the city. If this only shocked the business community, then the following personnel appointment left everyone stunned. The eldest daughter of the Morong family, Morong Yunxue, the most recognized talent in the Yunqing business community, has officially taken over as the president of Fengxue Group. As soon as the news came out, the whole Yunqing was in an uproar. What's going on? Fengxue Group? Where did this company come from? 10 billion registered capital. And they even won the title of the King of Land in the south of the city. This is a huge deal. The key point is Morong Yunxue. She's the future heir of the Morong family. Why is she running off to become the president of a new company? Isn't that the same as marrying down? Who is the chairman of this Fengxue Group? How powerful must his background be to make Miss Morong willingly work for him? Wind and snow. Lin Feng's wind, Yunshue's snow? Holy crap! I think I discovered some incredible secret. Suddenly, all eyes in Yunqing were focused on this company that had suddenly emerged. Countless people mobilized all their connections and resources, frantically trying to uncover the origins of the mysterious chairman, surnamed Lin. Just as the storm was intensifying, Fengxue Group sent out invitations. 3 days later, a grand listing ceremony will be held at the Group's headquarters building. On the day of celebration, there was a constant stream of traffic and a crowd of dignitaries at the entrance of Fengxue Group's new headquarters. A bright red carpet stretched from the entrance of the building to the street corner hundreds of meters away. On both sides of the carpet were various celebratory flower baskets, each signed with a name that was well known in Yunqing. Congratulations to the Zhao Group and Fengxue Group on their grand opening. The Wang Group and the Fengxue Group have great plans. Li family. Oh, the Li family is gone. Besides the 4 major families, nearly all of Yunqing's prominent entrepreneurs, celebrities, and high-ranking officials were present. They clutched gilded invitations, their faces adorned with perfectly composed smiles, but deep within their eyes, a hint of inquiry and awe was hidden. They all wanted to see with their own eyes who this man was who could make Morong Yunxue wholeheartedly assist him. 10 o'clock in the morning sharp. Under the spotlight of countless flashes, Lin Feng, dressed in a handmade black suit, and Morong Yunxue, who wore a white professional suit and perfectly blended coldness and beauty, walked out of the building side by side. One is the chairman of the group. He is calm and composed, with a cool smile on his face, like a king who controls everything. One is the president of the group, who is as cold as snow, with an outstanding temperament, like a queen overlooking the world. The two of them standing together formed a very impactful picture. The man is handsome and extraordinary, and the woman is extremely beautiful and charming. A match made in heaven. These 4 words popped up in the minds of everyone who saw the scene. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend the opening ceremony of our Fengxue Group. Lin Feng picked up the microphone. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted throughout the square through the speakers. No long-winded nonsense, no passionate speeches. He just smiled slightly and said something bold enough to be recorded in the business history of Yunqing. Today's Snow Wind Group is just the beginning. My goal is the Sea of Stars. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was silent at first, and then broke into thunderous applause. Mad. Too crazy. But for some reason, when it came out of this man's mouth, it felt natural. Morong Yunxue stood beside him, looking at his confident profile. Her heart, which had been frozen for a long time, began to beat violently uncontrollably. The Sea of Stars? Perhaps, by following this man, I can really see a different scenery. The celebratory atmosphere reached its climax during the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Lin Feng, Morong Yunxue, and several respected business leaders picked up the golden scissors together. At this moment that everyone is paying attention to, a receptionist at the company's front desk suddenly turned pale and squeezed through the crowd with sweat on her forehead. She trotted all the way to Lin Feng's assistant in a panic and whispered a few words in his ear. The assistant's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. He did not dare to delay and immediately walked quickly behind Lin Feng, bent down, and reported in a very low but anxious voice. Mr. Lin, something bad has happened. Lin Feng's scissors were about to fall, but when he heard the words, he paused, tilted his head slightly, and frowned. What's wrong? The assistant took a deep breath and lowered his voice, almost speaking in a whisper. Downstairs in the lobby, there's a woman named Wang Yaoyao causing trouble, she said. An extremely strange look appeared on the assistant's face. She said she is your girlfriend and she must see you today, otherwise she will die in front of the company. Chapter 31. The drama of the century begins. Director Lin, something bad has happened. The assistant's voice was filled with suppressed anxiety, which seemed particularly harsh in this festive and peaceful atmosphere. At the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Lin Feng, who was about to drop the golden scissors, paused slightly. He tilted his head and frowned slightly. It's boring. It's like being halfway through a delicious feast when you discover a fly has landed in your soup. Morong Yunxue, who was standing next to him, also looked over with a pair of cold eyes, with a hint of inquiry. Beads of sweat oozed from the assistant's forehead. He bent over, almost putting his mouth next to Lin Feng's ear, and reported quickly in a voice that only the two of them could hear, downstairs in the lobby, there's a woman named Wang Yaoyao causing trouble. When Lin Feng heard the three words Wang Yaoyao, there was no fluctuation in his eyes, only a hint of expected impatience. The assistant continued, she said she's your girlfriend and she has to see you today, or else, she'll die in front of the company door. The assistant spoke the last few words with fear. If someone were to die in front of the company on the first day of opening, the feng shui would be completely ruined and it would be a devastating blow to the group's reputation. Girlfriend? Lin Feng repeated softly, a playful sneer on his lips. This woman is really haunting. Besides, my brain is still not working as well as ever. Do you really think you can threaten me by using such shrewish tactics as crying, making a fuss and even threatening to commit suicide? It's a huge joke. Lin Feng frowned slightly, but didn't take it to heart. He released the golden scissors in his hand, turned around, and nodded slightly to Morong Yunxue and several business tycoons beside him who looked stunned. His tone was calm as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Excuse me, everyone. There's a small situation. I'll go take care of it and be back soon. Morong Yunxue looked at him. In those beautiful eyes that could see through people's hearts, there was no worry, only a hint of understanding. She knew about Wang Yaoyao's existence and was also aware of her past with Lin Feng. She just nodded lightly, her voice cold, go. That calmness and trust were noticed by several shrewd bosses around, who secretly evaluated the relationship between the two in their hearts. Lin Feng winked at his assistant, signaling him to continue presiding over the ribbon-cutting ceremony. He then turned around and walked straight towards the elevator with several black-clad bodyguards who were responsible for on-site security. As soon as he left, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became subtle. Which of the guests present here is not a shrewd person? Looking at Lin Feng's expression, which was calm but obviously a little unhappy, and thinking of the assistant's anxious look just now, everyone's gossip spirit was ignited. What's going on? Where is Director Lin going? I heard there was a disturbance downstairs, and it seemed to be a woman. Oh my God, is this true? A wedding kidnapping scene at the grand opening ceremony? Is it that exciting? The big show of the year has begun. Hurry, follow and see. Curiosity is human nature, especially in such high society occasions, where any little movement may become the top topic of conversation in the coming weeks. For a moment, the guests who had originally surrounded the ribbon-cutting stage found various excuses and followed in twos and threes. They all wanted to see with their own eyes who was so powerful that they dared to offend Director Lin on the day of Feng Shui Group's opening. In the blink of an eye, the ribbon-cutting area that was crowded just now was half empty. Only Morong Yunxue and a few older entrepreneurs of noble status who were too embarrassed to go and watch the fun were left maintaining the situation. The elevator descended smoothly. Lin Feng stood at the front, expressionless and with deep eyes. The elevator behind him was packed with Yunqing celebrities, both men and women, all craning their necks, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation, and the sound of whispers was endless. Guess who that woman is? A mistress? Or an abandoned ex-lover? It must be her ex. Didn't I hear she's here to get back together? This is interesting. On one side is President Morong's proud daughter, and on the other side is her ex who's throwing a tantrum. It's like Shura. It all depends on how Director Lin handles it. If he handles it well, it'll be the decisiveness of a domineering CEO. If he doesn't, he'll be like a scumbag who abandons his wife. The discussions were not loud, but they reached Lin Feng's ears clearly. He didn't care at all and even found it a little ridiculous. Scumbag? He wanted to show these people what it meant to bring humiliation upon oneself. Bite. The elevator reached the first floor and the door slowly opened. A noisy and chaotic sound suddenly came in. A farce is currently unfolding in the spacious, bright, and modernly designed lobby on the first floor of the group. A woman wearing an old dress that was washed white, with slightly messy hair and delicate, haggard makeup on her face, was being stopped by 4 or 5 security guards, who were not allowing her to approach the elevator. It was Wang Yaoyao. She had obviously prepared carefully. She no longer had the arrogance of the past. At this moment, tears were hanging on her face. Her eyes were full of resentment and grievance. Her body was struggling weakly, and she kept crying out. "Let me go. I want to see Lin Feng. I'm his girlfriend. You can't do this to me. Lin Feng. I know you are in there. Come out and see me. Lin Feng." Her acting skills were first rate. She portrayed the image of a love-struck woman who was ruthlessly abandoned and traveled thousands of miles to find her husband to perfection, attracting sympathetic glances from many employees and visitors in the hall who were unaware of the truth. Just then, the elevator door opened. The moment Wang Yaoyao saw Lin Feng walking out of the elevator, she was stunned. Then, she saw the dark crowd behind Lin Feng. The head of the Zhao family, the helmsman of the Wang family, the director of Yunqing TV station, the CEOs of major listed companies. Faces that could only be seen in financial news and high-class dinners now appeared before her. All of their eyes were focused on him. It's like watching a monkey show. However, after the extreme shock and shame, what surged into Wang Yaoyao's heart was a morbid ecstasy. She knew this was her best chance to perform. It is the most important gamble in her life. As long as he performed well, he could embarrass Lin Feng in front of so many important figures, and force him to accept him again due to public opinion in face. Then she can reach the top in one step. Thinking of this, an unprecedented light burst out in her eyes, and all her emotions reached a peak in an instant. Lin Feng. Wang Yaoyao let out a heart-wrenching and heartbroken cry. She used all her strength to break free from the security guard's grip and rushed towards Lin Feng desperately like a moth to a flame. Then, 2 or 3 meters away from Lin Feng, in front of everyone. With a plop sound, his knees gave way and he knelt straight down heavily on the cold, hard marble floor. Chapter 32. Kneeling and begging. The whole audience was shocked. That plop sound was as crisp as a slap in the face, slapping everyone present hard in the face. The entire first-floor lobby of Fengshui Group fell into an eerie silence after this muffled sound. The air seemed to freeze. The guests, who had just been toasting and chatting cheerfully, now seemed to have been put on pause. Their smiles froze, their glasses suspended in mid-air, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Everyone's eyes were like iron filings attracted by a magnet, fixed on the center of the hall. There, Wang Yaoyao knelt on her knees, her whole body lying on the cold and smooth marble floor. She had obviously dressed up carefully today. Her slightly worn but clean dress made her look frail, as if she would topple over at the slightest breeze. Her face was bare, a perfectly pale complexion and eyes red and swollen from crying, embodying the words weak and haggard to the extreme. She was like a small white flower that was torn apart and swaying in a storm, so fragile that it could arouse any man's desire to protect her. This earth-shattering kneeling left everyone stunned. Then, Wang Yaoyao raised her tearful face and cried out in a voice so sad that it almost broke. Lin Feng. She crawled a few steps on her knees and grabbed Lin Feng's trouser leg as if grabbing the last straw. The expensive handmade suit trousers material was instantly soaked by her tears. Wang Yaoyao began her Oscar-level performance, which she had rehearsed countless times. I was wrong. Lin Feng, I was really wrong. Her crying voice was nasal and trembling, and every word seemed to be squeezed out of her throat, full of regret and pain. I was possessed by a demon. I was blind. I shouldn't have been deceived by that bastard Chun Yu's sweet talk. I shouldn't have left you for those vain things. As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped herself. Although the force was not strong, the sound was loud enough to show her regret. The sound of pop made the crowd around gasp again. Can you please forgive me? She tilted her head back and looked at Lin Feng with tears in her eyes. Her eyes were full of resentment, humility, and a hint of begging. Let's start over. I swear, I will never leave you again. I will work like a slave for you, I'm willing to do anything. As long as you can let me come back to you. Her cries became louder and more miserable. She fell to the ground at Lin Feng's feet, her body shaking violently, as if she was the most regretful and pitiful person in the world. This tearful accusation and confession instantly ignited the entire audience. Those guests who were unaware of the truth, especially the sentimental ladies, began to be moved. "Oh my God, this woman is so pitiful, it looks like she really knows she's wrong. From what she said, it seems like she was cheated by a rich second-generation guy before, and now she's turned over a new leaf. Boss Lin is such a jerk. Even if they broke up, there's no need to be so ruthless, right? Making a girl kneel down is so disrespectful." That's right. A husband and wife are bound by love for 100 days. Seeing her crying so sadly, she must be truly regretful. The discussion spread like a tide, and the direction of public opinion began to subtly shift under Wang Yaoyao's superb acting skills. Some people even began to look at Lin Feng with disapproval. In their opinion, a man who makes the woman he once loved kneel down in public to this extent is somewhat heartless. At the back of the crowd, Morong Yunxue stood quietly with her arms folded across her chest. There was no ripple in her cold eyes, which just fell lightly on Lin Feng. She heard clearly the discussions around her who sympathized with Wang Yaoyao, but she didn't even raise an eyebrow. She knew Lin Feng and Wang Yaoyao's past better than anyone else. This woman is just acting. She was just a little curious about how Lin Feng would deal with this kind of moral blackmail like rogue tactics. This is not just a personal emotional entanglement, but also concerns the reputation of Fengshui Group today and the first impression of him, the new chairman, in the Yunqing business community. If handled well, it is decisive and domineering. If it is not handled properly, it will give people the excuse of being heartless and unkind because of wealth. This is a tricky situation. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng, who was at the center of the storm, did not show the slightest change in expression from beginning to end. He had no anger, no disgust, no impatience, not even a hint of emotion. He just lowered his eyes and looked down at the woman at his feet who was hugging his thighs and crying heartbreakingly. That look was terrifyingly calm. It doesn't feel like looking at an ex-girlfriend, nor does it feel like looking at a stranger. It's like watching a clown who has nothing to do with you, performing a funny and clumsy one-man show on the stage with all his skills. He didn't even say a word, just stood there quietly, letting Wang Yaoyao's crying echo throughout the hall and letting the discussions around him grow louder and louder. He is waiting. Wait until she finishes all the rehearsed scenes. Chapter 33, Director Lin? Which Director Lin? Time seems to be infinitely stretched at this moment. Wang Yaoyao knelt on the ground, her tears mixed with the carefully applied haggard makeup on her face, forming a mess. She hugged Lin Feng's trouser legs and could clearly feel the hundreds of eyes around her, like searchlights, scanning her from head to toe. There was shock, contempt, curiosity, and also a hint of sympathy. She caught that glimmer of sympathy. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and looked at her quietly, his eyes were emotionless and as calm as a bottomless pool of cold water. A glimmer of twisted hope ignited in Wang Yaoyao's heart. He softened his heart. He must have softened his heart. He still can't forget me. Seeing me kneeling so humbly before him, his heart must be bleeding. He just can't lose his temper in public because of his pride. As soon as this idea came into her mind, Wang Yaoyao's acting skills immediately improved to a higher level. She cried even louder and more miserably, and began to tearfully recall their sweet past. Of course, this was a version that had been artistically processed by her. Lin Feng, have you forgotten? When you were in school, you would run across half the school in the heavy rain just to buy me a cup of my favorite milk tea. Have you forgotten that you worked for a week just to buy me a dress I liked? We were so happy back then. You said you would be good to me forever. You said it. Her words were full of incitement. She portrayed herself as a poor person who was once loved but now ruthlessly abandoned, while Lin Feng was pushed into the position of a heartbreaker by her without any fuss. Sure enough, the discussions around him changed again. So they had such a good relationship before. Now that he's rich, this guy has forgotten his wife. That's a little unreasonable. Wang Yaoyao was secretly happy. She knew that her moral kidnapping had worked. She thought that Lin Feng's current identity was confidential, or even if his identity was not confidential, he would not be able to bring himself to deal with this emotional dispute in public. As long as she makes a big enough and pitiful enough fuss, Lin Feng must compromise for the sake of his own reputation and the face of Fengshui Group. She raised her head and begged again with a pitiful look that she thought could most impress Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I know you still have me in your heart. Can we be together? She even reached out and tried to hold Lin Feng's hand. The air in the entire hall seemed to be stagnant, and everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Feng's final judgment. Just then, Day. The crisp and rhythmic sound of high heels hitting the ground came from far away, neither fast nor slow. The voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a strange magic, instantly drowning out Wang Yaoyao's cries and all the discussions around them. Everyone subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a woman wearing a well-tailored black professional suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and with an extremely capable temperament, walking calmly from the direction of the gate. She was about 27 or 28 years old, with a beautiful appearance, but her face was expressionless, her eyes were as sharp as a scalpel, and she exuded an elite aura that said, "Keep away from strangers." She walked straight towards Lin Feng without looking around, walking through the crowd of onlookers. She seemed not to notice Wang Yaoyao, who was kneeling on the ground and blocking half of her way, and stepped past her lightly as if she was walking around a trash can on the side of the road. It was a complete disregard that came from the very bones. Wang Yaoyao's crying stopped abruptly. She stared blankly at the woman who suddenly appeared, and a strong sense of unease surged in her heart. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, this capable woman walked up to Lin Feng and bowed slightly, her movements as standard as a textbook. Then, in a clear, steady, and professional voice without any emotion, she reported. "Director Lin, the signing ceremony for the acquisition of Tianhan Real Estate is about to begin. The other party's chairman and legal team are already waiting for you in the conference room on the top floor." Acquire Tianhan Real Estate? As soon as these words came out, those knowledgeable guests in the crowd immediately let out an uncontrollable exclamation. Tianhan Real Estate? Is that the established real estate company that ranks among the top 5 in Yuncheng? Did I hear correctly? An acquisition? Fengshui Group is making such a big move right after opening? Oh my god, this is a deal. This must be a contract worth billions. However, these exclamations were no longer clear to Wang Yaoyao. In her mind, only the other two words were echoing wildly, like thunder, making her dizzy and her internal organs churning. Mr. Lin. Director Lin. The impact of these two words when spoken by this extraordinary female secretary and when spoken by the guests is completely different. It was a cold, unquestionable declaration that carried the weight of absolute power and enormous wealth. It instantly shattered all of Wang Yaoyao's unrealistic fantasies and all of her self-righteous tragic dramas. She suddenly raised her head and looked in disbelief at the condescending secretary in front of her, Xinya, who didn't even bother to glance at her. She looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, who had his trouser legs held by her but still had a calm expression. At this moment, she finally realized how wrong she was. This isn't some emotional dispute. This isn't some old love reunion. From the beginning to the end, this was just her one-man show, a ridiculous one-man show. Lin Feng finally moved. He seemed to have just come back to his senses from a boring drama, and nodded slightly to his secretary Xinya. "I understand." Then, he lowered his head and glanced at Wang Yaoyao, who was still holding onto his trouser leg tightly, and for the first time, a trace of expression appeared on his face. It was a smile that was a bit playful and a bit impatient. "Excuse me." He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but loud enough for everyone around to hear clearly. "You blocked my way and went to sign a billion-dollar contract." After saying that, he lightly lifted his foot and shook off Wang Yaoyao's hand. Then, without even glancing at her, he turned and walked towards the elevator with his secretary Xinya, leaving behind a chic and resolute back. In Wang Yaoyao's eyes, the whole world instantly lost its sound and color. She was still kneeling on the ground, with her head tilted back, her mouth slightly open, and her eyes empty, as if her soul had been sucked out. In his mouth, he just unconsciously muttered to himself over and over again. "Mr. Lin. What Mr. Lin? Chapter 34. Sorry, you're blocking the way." Lin Feng's voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing thousands of waves. "You blocked my way and went to sign a billion-dollar contract." 1 billion. This number, as if possessing magical power, instantly froze the air in the entire hall. Wang Yaoyao's heart-wrenching cry suddenly stopped. The sympathetic comments of the surrounding guests were like ducks with their necks pinched, unable to make a sound. Deathly quiet. After a brief moment of dead silence, there was a whisper like a volcanic eruption. But this time, the direction of public opinion took a shocking 180-degree turn. Did I hear correctly? 1 billion? A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stuttered and asked his companion, unable to hide the shock on his face. Holy crap! After all this time, this woman is here to scam me. I knew it. How could a man like Director Lin be controlled by a woman of this rank? It turns out he's just watching a monkey show. With such acting skills, it would be a waste of talent if she didn't go to Hengdian to get a box lunch. I almost believed it just now and even felt sorry for her. Pathetic ass. Didn't you see how hard she was just now? She was clearly trying to use public opinion to force the palace and morally blackmail director Lin. What was the result? She hit a steel plate. The kind that's titanium alloy and inlaid with diamonds. This is hilarious. She's blocking someone from signing $1 billion contract? Even if she sold herself, she wouldn't be worth a fraction of that, right? Mockery, ridicule, contempt. The gazes of the entire audience instantly changed from sympathy and curiosity to naked amusement and mockery. Everyone looked at this woman who was overestimating her own abilities and trying to use her poor acting skills to get involved with the newly rising chairman of the Fengshui group as if she were a clown. Each gaze was like poisoned steel needles, piercing Wang Yaoyao's body and tearing her pitiful self-esteem into pieces. She still remained kneeling, with her head tilted back, staring blankly at Lin Feng. Her brain has completely shut down. 1 billion. 1 billion. 1 billion. This number, like an infinitely repeating spell, roared wildly in her mind, making her dizzy and her internal organs felt like being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, causing her to almost suffocate in pain. She finally understood. Completely, I understand. Lin Feng's silence just now was not because he was soft-hearted or he couldn't forget the old love. He was just waiting. Like a condescending audience, he watched with great interest as she performed on the stage with all her might this tragic drama that she had directed and acted in. He was waiting for her to finish all her lines and perform all her parts. Then, using a number that she was not even qualified to look up to, all her fantasies, all her calculations, and all her dignity were shattered. Her pathetic, self-righteous performance was a joke in the face of absolute strength. What a huge joke! At this moment, scenes from the past flashed through her mind like a fast-forwarded movie. How she had arrogantly dismissed him in the restaurant, calling him a waste. In front of Qin Shao, she acted like a lapdog and humiliated the man who had once obeyed her in everything. Remorse. Endless regret, like a cold tide, instantly drowned her. She lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to even maintain a kneeling posture. Ah! She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Her throat seemed to be filled with cement, and she could only make desperate, beast-like roars. The soul seemed to be completely pulled out of the body at this moment. Looking at Wang Yaoyao lying on the ground, Secretary Qinya seemed to have just noticed her existence. She slightly frowned her beautiful brows, and a hint of undisguised disgust flashed in her eyes behind her gold-rimmed glasses. She took a step forward, her tone cold and formulaic, each word coming out like a precisely calculated machine, without a trace of emotion. "Miss, please move aside. You're blocking our CEO Lin from signing a contract worth 1 billion yuan. She repeated this sentence again. This time, it was like the final official stamp was put on Wang Yaoyao social death verdict. 1 billion. This number, spoken from the mouth of this powerful female secretary, completely broke down Wang Yaoyao's last psychological defense. She finally understood that she and Lin Feng were from two different worlds. One is a business emperor who stands in the clouds and signs billion-dollar contracts with ease. One is the dust lying on the ground, not even qualified to be the carpet under his feet. The hall was quiet again. Everyone watched the farce come to an end. At this time, Lin Feng, who had been silent all the time, finally spoke again. His voice remained calm, without a single ripple, as if everything that had just happened was just a trivial incident on the side of the road. He didn't even glance at Wang Yaoyao lying on the ground. He simply said to the security captain not far away, "Security, please get her out." After a pause, he added a sentence, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back for Wang Yaoyao. "I don't want the company's carpet to be soiled." As soon as he finished speaking, two burly security guards came up immediately, one on the left and one on the right, and lifted up the limp Wang Yaoyao, like they were dragging a dead dog. "No, don't." Wang Yaoyao finally regained some consciousness and began to struggle frantically, but that little bit of strength seemed so insignificant in front of the professional security guard. She was dragged mercilessly towards the door. Two messy scratches left by heels were left on the high-end carpet. Lin Feng straightened the trouser legs that were wrinkled by Wang Yaoyao, as if he was brushing off some disgusting dust. Then, he walked around the place where Wang Yaoyao had collapsed just now, and went straight to the elevator with his secretary Qinya. From beginning to end, he never looked back. The elevator door slowly opened and closed, reflecting countless faces in the hall, some mocking, some in awe, and some with complicated expressions. It also separates a heaven and a hell. Chapter 35: Social Death, the End of the Old Era. Amidst the contemptuous and mocking gazes of all the guests, the security guard dragged the distraught Wang Yaoyao out of the magnificent group building like a dead dog. Her struggle was weak and powerless, and meaningless. Broken whimpers came out of her mouth, like a stray cat with a broken spine. The old dress she had specially picked out to make her look pitiful was cut open by the rough dragging, revealing the gray skin underneath, which made her look even more embarrassed and miserable. 2 clear and ugly drag marks were left on the high-end hand-woven carpet, as if they were the only trace of her farce. Bang! The heavy glass door slowly closed behind her, isolating her from the warm, luxurious, upper-class world inside. Outside the door is the dazzling sunlight and the cold reality. The 2 security guards showed no mercy and dragged her down the stairs effortlessly, then threw her on the roadside outside the building as if she were a piece of trash. Her body rolled on the hard sidewalk, covered in dust and fallen leaves, and finally lay face down on the ground, motionless, as if dead. Just then, the glass door opened again. Lin Feng's figure appeared at the top of the stairs. He had already changed out of the pair of trousers Wang Yaoyao had touched and was now wearing a brand new, custom-made suit that made him look tall and straight, with an extraordinary demeanor. The sunlight shone on him, as if gilding him, making him look like a god who could not be looked at directly. He had an indifferent expression, his eyes swept calmly across the front, as if he was admiring the scenery at the gate of his empire. His gaze didn't even linger for a fraction of a second on the woman lying like a pile of mud on the side of the road. As if she was just an annoying speck of dust. At the entrance of the building, a super luxurious convoy led by a Rolls-Royce Phantom had been waiting quietly. A driver wearing white gloves respectfully opened the back door for Lin Feng. Lin Feng stretched out his long legs and sat down calmly. Bang! The heavy car door closed, blocking out all the noise from the outside world. The Rolls-Royce Phantom started smoothly without making a sound. Like an elegant black beast, it slid silently into the traffic flow and soon merged into the traffic in the distance and disappeared. From beginning to end, there was no looking back. From beginning to end, there was no trace of nostalgia. It was not until the convoy representing ultimate wealth and power completely disappeared from sight that Wang Yaoyao, who was lying on the ground, finally reacted. She slowly, using all her strength, supported her upper body. Her hair was disheveled, her makeup was smudged, and her face was covered in a mixture of tears and dust. She looked even more miserable than a beggar on the street. She raised her head and looked at the direction where Lin Feng left with empty eyes. Her lips trembled, but she couldn't say a word. Lost. A complete defeat. Lost miserably. He lost so badly that even the last bit of his dignity was crushed into powder. She tried to use moral kidnapping and poor acting skills to gain a chance of survival, but what she got in return was the most thorough, public, and cruel execution. The guests who had watched the whole farce also came out of the building in 2s and 3s. They looked at Wang Yaoyao slumped on the side of the road. The expressions on their faces were no longer the sympathy and emotion they had before, and were only filled with undisguised contempt and mockery. TSK, this is the drama of the year. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? Want to touch Mr. C.I. Lin? Is she worthy? It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat, it's unrealistic. You didn't see it. When Director Lin said she was blocking the signing of the billion-dollar contract, her face turned green. It was so satisfying. Quickly film this. This is the biggest fun in Yunqing's upper class today. I've even thought of a title, The End of a Gold Digger, From Dreams of Wealthy Marriage to Prisoner. Crack. Crack. The dazzling flashlights flashed mercilessly. Countless cell phone cameras, like sharp knives, were pointed at Wang Yaoyao's desperate and numb face. Her most embarrassing, ugliest and most unbearable side at this moment was recorded forever. These photos and videos will spread to every corner of Yunqing's upper-class society at a viral speed in the next few hours. Her name, Wang Yaoyao, will be completely tied to words such as materialistic, stupid, overestimating one's own abilities, and the laughingstock of the year. No one will sympathize with her anymore, no one will pity her anymore. She will become a negative example for all women who want to marry into a wealthy family, and a laughingstock for all upper-class people. This is social death. The most thorough and eternal kind of death is social death. At this moment, the old era came to an end in the most tragic way. At the same time, inside the smoothly moving Rolls-Royce Phantom, Lin Feng leaned back on the soft leather seat and closed his eyes to rest. To him, the farce just now was like running over an ant while driving. It didn't even cause a ripple in his heart. At this moment, a series of cold and pleasant system prompt sounds rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the main quest, let the betrayers and humiliators feel despair, has been completed in excess. Detected that the target person Wang Yaoyao has suffered an emotional breakdown and fallen into deep despair. Social death has been achieved. Task completion rating, SSS level perfect. Rewards being settled. Congratulations to the host for obtaining emotion value plus 100,000 points. Congratulations to the host for obtaining system experience plus 50%. Ding! System level upgraded. Current level, LV2. Congratulations host. The new function module has been unlocked. Functional Module 1, System Mall Primary, has been opened. The host can use emotion points or cash to purchase various special products in the mall. Function Module 2, Weekly Lottery, is now open. In addition to the daily free lottery, the host can get an additional higher quality lottery opportunity every week. An era has completely ended. And the magnificent new chapter belonging to Lin Feng has just officially begun. Chapter 36: The Li Family's Fury, New Enemies. The day after the racing bet, the entire upper-class circle of Yunqing seemed to have been dropped with a depth charge. Before daybreak, all kinds of private chat groups were already buzzing with activity. Shocking news! Did you hear about the race on the winding mountain road last night? I've heard it's not just a rumor. My friend was there and filmed it, but he's too scared to post it. It's too shocking. Hurry up and tell me, what happened? I heard that the arrogant Li Tianhao from the Li family lost? Lost? That was the least of my worries. I was pinned to the ground and rubbed, and finally, I knelt down before that guy named Lin Feng in front of everyone. What the hell? Kneeling down? Seriously? That's the Li family, one of the 4 great families. The news spread like a virus. From morning exercises on the golf course, to the SPA rooms in the top clubs, to private tea parties with the ladies, all the topics revolved around one core: the Li family had lost a huge amount of face. The kneeling on the winding mountain road not only destroyed Li Tianhao's personal dignity, but also the dignity and respect that the Li family, as a long-established top wealthy family in Yunqing, had built up over decades. An unknown young man slapped the Li family hard in the face in the most direct and brutal way. Everyone smelled an unusual scent. Yunqing, the situation is about to change. Li family manor. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. In the restaurant, the $1 million mahogany table was filled with exquisite breakfast, but no one touched the knife and fork. Several servants stood in the corner, breathing carefully, as if they wished they could turn themselves into wallpaper. Li Tianhao lowered his head, his face was pale, his shoulders trembled slightly, and he didn't even have the courage to look at the man in the main seat. Sitting in the main seat was a man about 50 years old. He was wearing a neat tang suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and he had a string of glossy agarwood Buddhist beads on his wrist. He is Li Tianhao's father, chairman of the Li Group, and head of one of the 4 major families in Yunqing, Li Xiong. Li Xiong didn't say anything, but just tapped the table rhythmically with his knuckles. Knock, knock, knock. Each blow was like a heavy hammer, hitting Li Tianhao's heart hard. Finally, the knocking stopped. Li Xiong slowly raised his head. His eyes were not sharp, and even a little cloudy, but the bottomless calmness in them was more frightening than any angry roar. Lost? He spoke, his voice hoarse, and it was impossible to tell whether he was happy or angry. Li Tianhao's body trembled, and he suddenly raised his head, his lips trembling. Dad, I was careless for a moment. That Lin Feng was cheating. His car. I ask you, have you knelt? Li Xiong interrupted him, his voice still calm, but the temperature in the restaurant seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Li Tianhao's words got stuck in his throat, his face turned red and white, and finally, as if all his strength had been drained away, he lowered his head dejectedly, his voice as thin as a mosquito. Kneel down. Bang! Li Xiong suddenly waved his hand and swept a bone china teacup in front of him, which was custom made in Jingdezhen, to the ground. The crisp sound of shattering made everyone shiver. Waste! Li Xiong finally stopped hiding his anger. He stood up suddenly, his eyes flashing with terrifying light, like an enraged lion. My son, Li Xiong, actually knelt before a bastard who appeared out of nowhere. You have completely disgraced our Li family. He was not angry about his son's defeat. It was just a small racing bet, and if he lost, he lost. What made him angry was that Lin Feng, an outsider, openly challenged the old order of Yunqing. He could imagine how the entire upper class of Yunqing was laughing at his Li family at this moment. One Lin Feng, one Feng Shui group. Li Xiong paced back and forth in the restaurant, muttering these two names, his eyes becoming colder and colder. Very good indeed. It seems that my Li family has been living comfortably in Yunqing for too long, so that even the most insignificant people think they can trample over us. He stopped, turned around and coldly ordered a middle-aged man who looked like a butler behind him, notify all senior executives of the group and hold an emergency meeting in half an hour. Half an hour later, in the conference room on the top floor of Li Group. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped everyone. Li Xiong sat in the main seat, looking around at the company executives and core family members who were silent as a mouse. His voice was like a Siberian cold current, without a trace of warmth. How dare a peasant who came out of nowhere step on the head of my Li family? He spoke slowly, each word carrying a chill that penetrated deep into his bones. I want him to know that the water in Yunqing is not something he can just wade through whenever he wants. Li Xiong glanced at everyone and gave an order. Use all means to investigate. I want to know the source of every penny of Lin Feng's and his so-called Feng Shui Group's money. His background, his connections, all his details must be laid out on my desk within 3 days. Business department, immediately organize a team to analyze all of Feng Shui Group's businesses and identify their weaknesses. I want a targeted attack plan within a week. Also, Li Xiong's eyes became even more sinister. Contact the people at Blackwater and ask them to take care of Mr. Lin. Let him know that in Yunqing, some money can be very risky. A huge conspiracy against Lin Feng and Feng Shui Group officially kicked off amid the anger of Yunqing's top wealthy families. At the same time, Yunding Palace. Lin Feng was lying comfortably beside the infinity pool on the rooftop, enjoying the morning sunshine. Last night's victory was just a relaxing pastime for him, and he also earned a valuable piece of land. What he is more interested in now is the newly unlocked System Mall, after the system upgrade. The dazzling array of goods, from all kinds of magical skill cards to incredible black technology props, dazzled him. Just as he was figuring out how to use a bad luck sticker, with a price tag of 100,000 emotional points, the phone beside him suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and took a look. It was an anonymous text message. The sender's number is a string of garbled characters with no place of origin. The content of the text message was also extremely brief, with only a few words. Be careful of the Li family, they are starting to move. Lin Feng looked at the text message, and the comfort and laziness on his face slowly faded. He wasn't surprised, nor was he nervous. Instead, there was a playful smile with a hint of anticipation. He threw his phone back onto the recliner and stretched, his joints making a crackling sound. Finally, something interesting has arrived. He whispered to himself, looking in the direction of the Li family manor. A flame of excitement ignited in the depths of his calm eyes. What he didn't know was that the sender of this crucial information was none other than Zhao Kai, the son of the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families in Yunqing, whom he had rescued in the hospital not long ago. Chapter 37 System Upgrade, Weekly Lottery Surprise. Lin Feng just glanced at the anonymous warning text message and threw his phone on the recliner. There was no trace of tension or solemnity on his face, but instead an amused smile appeared. Li family? Revenge? All of this was within his expectations. To him, this wasn't a crisis at all, but rather the opening trailer for a new game. Ever since acquiring the system, his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. In his eyes, the so-called top-tier wealthy families were nothing more than giant experience packs that provided him with a large amount of emotional value. Since the Li family came to him on their own initiative, he had no reason not to accept it. What he was more interested in now was the pleasant system prompt tone that just sounded in his mind. Ding! System level upgraded. Current level, LV2. Congratulations, host. The new function module has been unlocked. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and with a thought, he called up a brand new system interface. The design of the entire panel has become more technological, with 2 new icons emitting a faint glow next to the original simple modules. System Mall Primary. Weekly Lucky Draw. Lin Feng did not hesitate at all and clicked on the System Mall first. A virtual shelf similar to the one in a science fiction movie suddenly unfolded before his eyes. The dazzling array of goods on it made him breathe hard. Loyalty Detection Card, a single-use consumable item. Can be used on a designated target non-core character to detect their loyalty to the host 0100. Price, 100,000 mood points. Business Plan Generator. Generate a perfect business plan for a specific industry, rated S or higher, including market analysis, risk mitigation, and development strategies. Price, 500,000 sentiment points. Bad luck sticker, a disposable consumable item. This sticker can be applied to a target, causing them to experience a variety of low-probability misfortunes within 24 hours, such as choking on water, falling on flat ground, or dropping their phone in the toilet. Price, 50,000 mood points. Primary gene optimization fluid, improves physical fitness, slightly increasing strength, speed, and endurance. Price, 800,000 mood points. Looking at these products with different functions and incredible effects, Lin Feng's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Any one of these things is enough to cause huge waves in the real world. Especially the loyalty detection card and business plan generator, which are simply bug-level existences for the business empire he is about to build. He glanced at his emotional balance. Current emotion value, 100,000 points. This was the reward I received for making Wang Yaoyao die in public and completing the task perfectly. This amount of emotion value is enough to buy a loyalty detection card, but it is not enough when it comes to more advanced products. It seems that I still need to work hard to make trouble and earn more emotion points. Lin Feng touched his chin, and a cool smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I have to grind this experience pack of the Li family. After temporarily closing the coveted mall, Lin Feng turned his attention to another new feature, weekly lucky draw. According to the system introduction, this lottery is different from the daily free lottery. There is only one chance per week, but the quality of the prize pool is much higher than the daily lottery, and there is even a chance to draw a unique god-level reward. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Today happens to be Monday. Lin Feng no longer hesitated and said silently in his heart, "System, use the weekly lottery." Ding! Weekly lucky draw has started. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge halo formed by countless starlight, which was 100 times more gorgeous than the daily lottery roulette, emerged in his mind. Above the light wheel, there are 4 huge areas: skills, assets, props, and special. In each area, there are countless heart-warming light spots flashing. Buzz. The light wheel began to spin rapidly, and Lin Feng's heart rose to his throat. The pointer passed through streaks of light, and finally, it slowly slowed down in the skill area. Just when the pointer was about to stop, something strange happened. The entire system interface suddenly burst into an unprecedented brilliant golden light, illuminating his consciousness space. Ding! Detected that the host used the weekly lottery for the first time, triggering a lucky crit. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a unique God-level skill, God-level calligraphy. God-level calligraphy? Before Lin Feng had time to think about the use of this skill, an unimaginably huge and profound perception suddenly rushed into his mind like a torrent bursting through a dam. That is not simply the indoctrination of knowledge, but an instinct that transcends time and space, as if it is innate. At that moment, he seemed to have transformed into one of the masters of calligraphy in the long river of history. He felt the elegance and grace of Wang Shiji when he wrote the best-running script in the world under the Lanting Pavilion. He experienced the grief and vigor of Yin Jinqing when he wrote Eulogy for My Nephew when his country was destroyed and his family was ruined. He understood the madness and unruliness of Huaisu when he wrote cursive script with his flowing brush. From the simplicity of oracle bone script, to the solemnity of bronze inscriptions, to the evolution and essence of seal script, clerical script, regular script, running script, and cursive script, thousands of years of history and mystery of calligraphy were all imprinted deep in his soul at this moment. His body, his muscles, every nerve in his body, remembered how to control a brush in the most perfect way. This feeling is so mysterious. Lin Feng suddenly stood up from the recliner, his eyes full of shock and disbelief. He walked quickly into the study of the villa, where a set of top-notch study supplies were prepared for decoration. He took a deep breath and picked up a wolf hair brush. The moment his fingers touched the pen, he felt a strange connection, a sense of being connected to the pen as if it were his arm. It was as if the pen was no longer an external object, but a part of his body. Without even thinking about it, he lowered his wrist and began to write on the snow-white rice paper with the tip of the pen dipped in ink, like flowing water. He wrote only one word. Dragon. The moment he put pen to paper, the air in the entire study seemed to freeze. On the rice paper, a majestic and powerful cursive character dragon appeared on the paper. His brushwork is vigorous and powerful, with force penetrating through the back of the paper. Between the lines, it seems as if a divine dragon is really breaking through the paper, about to soar into the clouds and roar proudly into the sky. That aura of looking down on the world and being extremely domineering is almost overwhelming. Lin Feng was stunned when he looked at the word he had written. He couldn't believe that this was really his own work. This is not just writing, this is clearly creating art, giving life to words. Is this the power of a god-level skill? He muttered to himself, a huge wave rising in his heart. Just as he was immersed in this huge shock, a rapid ring of his cell phone brought him back to reality. What were jumping on the screen were 3 words he had set himself: iceberg wife. It's Morong Yunxue. Lin Feng calmed down and answered the phone. Hello? On the other end of the phone came Morong Yunshue's usual cold voice, but this time, Lin Feng keenly caught a hint of solemnity in it that he had never heard before. Lin Feng, the invitation to the annual charity dinner jointly hosted by the Yunqing City Government and the Chamber of Commerce has arrived. Morong Yunxue paused for a moment before continuing. The Li family is one of the organizers of this event. Chapter 38, The Hongmen Banquet? I, Lin Feng, will go there. On the other end of the phone, Morong Yunshue's voice was as cold as ever, but Lin Feng keenly caught a hint of solemnity in it that he had never heard before. Lin Feng, the invitation to the annual charity dinner jointly hosted by the Yunqing City Government and the Chamber of Commerce has arrived. Morong Yunxue paused, as if trying to organize her words, before continuing. This banquet is larger than in previous years. All the prominent figures in Yunqing will be present. And the Li family is one of the organizers this time. She bit the last word hard. Lin Feng understood instantly. Annual charity dinner? The organizer is the Li family? After he just made Li Tianhao kneel down in front of the whole circle? This is not a charity dinner at all, it is clearly a Hongmen banquet carefully prepared for Lin Feng. The Li family no longer intends to make any secret moves. They want to publicly execute this outsider on a stage that is the center of public attention, using the methods they are best at: power, status, and connections, and completely crush the little reputation he has just built. I understand. There was no emotion in Lin Feng's voice. Morong Yunxue on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, as if she could feel Lin Feng's calmness, but the worry in her heart did not diminish in the slightest. Lin Feng, listen to me, she said, her voice lowered, a rare hint of soothing in it. The Li family has been operating in Yunqing for decades and is deeply entrenched. Their influence far exceeds your imagination. They must have laid a tight net for this dinner, and everyone is waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. You're currently at the peak of your popularity, so there's no need to confront them head-on. Avoiding their attention is not a bad thing. If you don't go, at most they'll just say some sour words behind your back, but it won't cause any big waves. It was the first time that she cared so much about a man. She was afraid that Lin Feng, young and impulsive, would run headfirst into this iron wall. However, what came from the receiver was an uncontrollable, low laugh. He. Lin Feng smiled. In that laughter, there was a hint of ruffianism, a hint of disdain, and a hint of excitement of being eager to try. Yunxue, you mean, they've already set up the stage, with the lights, the audience, the villains, everything, and are just waiting for me, the protagonist, to appear. He dragged out the tone, and then asked in a playful and matter-of-fact tone. Then if I, the protagonist, don't put on a good show, wouldn't that be too disrespectful to them? Morong Yunxue was stunned by his twisted logic and didn't know how to refute it for a moment. She could feel that although Lin Feng's tone was relaxed, his decision was unquestionable. It was a kind of arrogance that came from absolute self-confidence and looked down upon everything. As if sensing her concern, Lin Feng softened his tone, adding a hint of sarcasm. All right, don't worry. They're just a makeshift troupe put together by a few clowns. I don't take them seriously. Go pick out your most beautiful evening gown. When the time comes, you'll be responsible for stunning everyone, and I'll be responsible for taking care of all the trouble. After hanging up the phone, the study returned to silence. The cool smile on Lin Feng's face slowly faded, replaced by a sharp and focused look like a hunter staring at his prey. Of course he knew that the Li family was not easy to deal with. If Liu Bang, a mortal, had gone to the Hongmen banquet, he would have been in great danger of death. But he, Lin Feng, is not Liu Bang. He is cheating. System, open the mall. Lin Feng's mind moved, and the sci-fi system mall interface unfolded before his eyes again. He directly skipped the weapons and props areas and searched the skills category with precise eyes. Soon, 2 products emitting a faint glow attracted his attention. Top Dinner Etiquette Quick Start, Consumable. Upon use, you'll instantly master the world's most advanced social etiquette, including dining etiquette, ballroom etiquette, luxury goods appreciation, and classical art. This will allow you to act like a century-old European aristocrat in any high-end social setting. Price, 30,000 mood points. Aura Enhancement Card Single Use, Consumable. Upon use, significantly enhances the host's personal aura for 24 hours. Your every glance, every movement, will be imbued with irresistible charm and majesty, making the weak-minded afraid to meet your gaze and those who admire you even more captivated. Price, 70,000 mood points. Looking at these two products, Lin Feng's mouth curled up again. Perfect. This is simply a magic weapon tailor-made for this Hongmen banquet. The Li family wanted to humiliate him using the upper-class rules that they were proud of? Want to use their connections and status to isolate him? Then he would use the most impeccable aristocratic etiquette and the god-level aura that overwhelmed the whole audience to tell them what a true dimensionality reduction attack was. He glanced at his remaining 100,000 emotion points. System, purchase, top dinner etiquette quick course, and aura enhancement card. Ding! Purchase successful. A total of 100,000 emotion points were consumed, and the current balance is 0. Do you want to use it immediately? Use them all. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. The moment he finished speaking, two completely different yet complementary mysterious energies surged into his body at the same time. A torrent of information so huge that it is unimaginable. From how to arrange and use the 13-course tableware for a French meal, to how to identify the authenticity of a bottle of Romani Conti based on its label and vintage, from how to gracefully kiss a British duchess on the cheek, to how to accurately discuss the differences between Wagner operas and Impressionist paintings. Countless knowledge that was once as far away from him as another world, at this moment, seemed to be innate, deeply imprinted in his mind and became his instinct. The other was a warm and overbearing airflow that instantly spread from his chest to his entire body. There were no substantial changes in his body, but he could clearly feel that a drastic transformation was taking place on his spiritual level. If we say that he was a sharp sword before. At this moment, the sword was placed in a gorgeous and heavy scabbard made of rosewood and silk. The sharpness remains unchanged, but it has gained an unfathomable depth and majesty. Lin Feng slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the study. The man in the mirror still has that handsome face. But his whole temperament is completely different. His eyes were as deep as the sea of stars, as if they could see through people's hearts. The cool smile on his lips remained, but with a sense of control and composure. He just stood there casually, and he naturally exuded a powerful aura that was captivating. He slowly raised his hand and adjusted his collar. It was an extremely simple action, but he did it with natural elegance and full of indescribable charm. Li family, Hongmen banquet? Lin Feng looked at himself in the mirror, whispered softly, and a cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. I, Lin Feng, am determined to give it a try. I hope the stage you built is strong enough so I don't accidentally step on it and it collapses. Chapter 39, Dinner Challenge, Calligraphy Challenge. As night falls, the lights come on. Tonight, Yunqing International Convention and Exhibition Center is ablaze with stars and filled with celebrities. The annual Yunqing Charity Dinner kicked off here. A long red carpet rolled out at the entrance, flanked by cameras and flashbulbs, like ever-present stars, captured the lives of every important figure who stepped onto the red carpet. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach, top luxury cars that are rarely seen on ordinary days are now parked in a queue at the door like ordinary taxis. This dinner party is not only an annual grand event for Yunqing's upper-class society, but also a place of fame and fortune where various forces demonstrate their strength and compete with each other. And tonight, everyone is looking forward to a good show. When a black Bugatti Veyron glided silently to the end of the red carpet like a ghost, the frequency of flashlights on the scene instantly increased to the extreme. The car door opened and a pair of long, straight legs stepped out first. Lin Feng wore a Tom Ford haute couture black suit, the tailoring perfectly outlining his tall and straight figure. He wore no tie, and his shirt was casually unbuttoned with 2 buttons, revealing his delicate collarbone. He exuded a lazy yet dangerously handsome aura. Especially his deep eyes, which seemed to carry some kind of magic under the blessing of the aura strengthening card. A casual glance from him made many celebrities and noble ladies present at the scene's heart skip a beat. Oh my god! Is he Lin Feng? He's 10,000 times more handsome than in the photo. This aura is simply too amazing. He doesn't look like a nouveau riche at all. He's clearly the heir to some hidden and wealthy family. Before the exclamation died down, the door on the other side opened. Moron Yunxue, wearing an ice blue starry sky dress, slowly walked down. The long dress was dotted with countless tiny diamonds, sparkling under the light, as if she were wearing the entire Milky Way. Her already cold and beautiful face, with a little makeup on tonight, was even more breathtakingly beautiful. She naturally took Lin Feng's arm. The aura of the icy female president and Lin Feng's cynical dominance blended perfectly. The two of them stood together, as if they were a perfect match made in heaven, and instantly became the absolute focus of the entire audience. Holy crap! Murong Yunxue. She actually became Lin Feng's female companion. This scene is so pleasing to the eyes. They are like the hero and heroine who walked out of a novel. Why do I feel that these two standing together are even more compatible than the Li family's eldest son and Murong Yunxue standing together? Someone in the crowd murmured quietly. Although the words were not spoken loudly, they were accurately heard by Li Tianhao, who was accompanying his father Li Xiong to receive guests not far away. Li Tianhao's face turned dark in an instant. He stared at the radiant couple on the red carpet, the jealousy and resentment in his eyes almost becoming tangible. Ever since that kneeling incident on the winding mountain road, Li Tianhao had become the laughingstock of the entire upper class of Yuncheng. Wherever he went, he could feel people pointing fingers at him from behind. This shame kept him awake at night. And today, the culprit Lin Feng actually dared to show up in his Li family's home ground in such a high-profile manner, arm in arm with the goddess of his dreams. This is like pouring salt into his wounds. Dad! Li Tianhao gritted his teeth and said hatefully, "Did you see that? This kid is too arrogant." Li Xiong, who was standing next to him, also had a gloomy expression on his face. He patted his son's shoulder, his voice low and powerful, "Be patient. The prey has already arrived. Tonight, there are plenty of opportunities to ruin his reputation." In the banquet hall, crystal chandeliers sparkled and elegant ladies were everywhere. The appearance of Lin Feng and Murong Yunxue immediately caused quite a stir. Countless gazes, some curious, some inquiring, some jealous, and some disdainful, converged on them. Lin Feng, however, seemed oblivious. With the help of his quick dinner etiquette training, his every move was impeccably elegant. He calmly clinked glasses with several business leaders who approached him, chatting and laughing cheerfully. Whether discussing the direction of the financial market or the origin of a glass of red wine, he seemed at ease, as if he was born into this world. Murong Yunxue looked at the man beside her, and a strange light flashed in her cold eyes. She had thought Lin Feng wouldn't be used to such a situation where he had to play along, and she was even ready to help him out at any moment. Unexpectedly, he acted even more relaxed and at ease than most of the so-called elites present. Soon, the dinner entered the main topic, the charity auction. Li Xiong, the head of the Li family and one of the organizers, slowly walked onto the podium amid applause. He cleared his throat, put on a hypocritical smile of compassion, and began his speech. "Dear guests, dear friends, good evening. Thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our annual charity dinner." After a high-sounding opening speech, Li Xiong changed the subject, with a hint of earnestness in his voice. "Charity is not just about donating money or materials, it's also about demonstrating a sense of social responsibility. This sense of responsibility stems from our profound cultural heritage. Our Chinese nation, which has been passed down for thousands of years, relies not on money but on the benevolence, righteousness, and wisdom etched in our bones." Having said that, he glanced seemingly casually in the direction of Lin Feng. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the hall. In today's society, there are always some young people who, having become rich overnight, feel they own the world. They wave their money around, thinking they can buy everything, but they don't realize that there are some things money can never measure. For example, taste, cultivation, and our Chinese culture, which has been passed down for thousands of years. This kind of wealth without foundation is nothing but castles in the air. It comes quickly and disappears just as quickly. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent for a moment. Immediately afterwards, countless playful gazes were cast at Lin Feng. Everyone could hear that Li Xiong's words were all about cultural heritage, and every word was alluding to Lin Feng, the suddenly rising upstart. This is no longer just a hint, it's simply pointing at someone's nose and scolding them. Faced with this undisguised provocation, Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids, and continued to leisurely sip the champagne in the glass, as if the nouveau riche that Li Xiong mentioned had nothing to do with him. His calmness made Li Xiong and his son even more furious. After Li Xiong's speech, the auction officially began. Several pieces of jewelry and famous watches were quickly sold, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. At this moment, one of the finale items was carefully presented by the etiquette lady. It was an exquisitely framed piece of ancient calligraphy. Li Tianhao saw the opportunity and immediately stood up, taking the microphone from the auctioneer with exaggerated excitement on his face. "Everyone! This next lot is truly extraordinary. My father painstakingly retrieved it from an overseas collector. According to research, it's very likely an authentic work by the Song Dynasty calligrapher Mi Fu. Look at the brushwork dragons and phoenixes dancing, majestic and powerful. It's truly a rare national treasure. He took the calligraphy and deliberately displayed it back and forth on the stage, whetting everyone's appetite. Then, he turned around abruptly, his eyes locked on Lin Feng like a venomous snake, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Director Lin, right? He deliberately raised his voice. I heard you're quite wealthy and quite popular in Cloud City lately. I wonder if you've done any research on our traditional Chinese culture? How about, you come up on stage and comment on this masterpiece for us all? Boom! The whole audience exploded instantly. It's coming! It's coming! The real show is finally here. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Lin Feng, waiting to see how he would make a fool of himself. How much could a young man in his early 20s know about calligraphy, no matter how rich he was? Li Tianhao's move was clearly intended to embarrass him. Under the gazes of thousands of gloating people in the audience, Lin Feng finally put down the wineglass in his hand. He slowly stood up and gave Morong Yunxua a reassuring smile in the face of her worried eyes. Then, he stretched out his long legs and walked onto the stage calmly, step by step. The entire hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Lin Feng walked to the front of the stage and took the so-called masterpiece from Li Tianhao, who looked very proud. He didn't even unfold it fully, but just picked up the calligraphy and glanced at it casually. Just one glance. Then, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, he made a move that petrified the entire audience. He loosened his grip, and the national treasure that Li Tianhao had praised to the sky was thrown back onto the red velvet table without a careless gesture, like a piece of waste paper. Then, two words came out of his mouth lightly, and spread clearly throughout the hall. Rubbish. The scene fell into silence for 3 seconds. Then, there was an uproar. What? Did I hear you right? He said it was garbage? Are you crazy? Even if you don't understand, you can't be so direct. This is a slap in the face of the Li family. Li Tianhao's face instantly turned the color of liver. He was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Lin Feng's nose and roared, Lin Feng. You, what makes you say it's garbage? You know shit. Faced with his rage, Lin Feng simply curled his lips in disdain, his eyes full of pity for a fool. He turned around, slowly picked up the microphone, and swept his eyes over every astonished face in the audience, finally stopping on Li Tianhao's distorted face. Why? He chuckled, his voice filled with an absolute confidence that crushed everything. Because it's not even as good as what I wrote casually. Chapter 40, every word is worth 1,000 gold, shocking the whole audience. Rubbish. Because it's not even as good as what I wrote casually. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like two thunders, exploding in the magnificent banquet hall. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence. Thousands of guests, one by one, all stared with wide eyes, looking at Lin Feng on the stage as if he were a madman. They wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. What did he say? He said that the national treasure level calligraphy work that was suspected to be an authentic work of Mi Fu was garbage? He also said that the calligraphy was not even as good as his casual handwriting? After a brief silence, bursts of laughter, like a flash flood, instantly swept through the entire hall. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear it right? Is this kid crazy? I'm dying of laughter. Who does he think he is? The reincarnation of Wang Shiji? And his handwriting isn't even as good as mine? Can he even hold a pen? I've seen people brag, but I've never seen anyone brag like this. This is simply blowing their own trumpet into outer space. Now we're going to have a good show. The Li family is being merciful by not giving him a swollen face. Laughter, sarcasm, and contempt merged into a wave of sound, rushing towards Lin Feng from all directions, as if to drown him completely. Below the stage, Morong Yunxue's heart suddenly rose to her throat. She clenched her fists tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain. She believed Lin Feng wouldn't aimlessly attack, but calligraphy was a profound art, and it wasn't something that could be mastered simply by wealth and influence. On the stage, after his initial surprise, Li Tianhao's face twisted in anger. He pointed at Lin Feng's nose and yelled hysterically, Lin Feng. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to comment on Mi Fu's calligraphy? You're an uneducated upstart. What else do you know besides money? If you can't explain yourself today, I'll make you crawl out. Just when Li Tianhao was about to lose control and pounce, a steady and powerful hand pressed down on his shoulder. It's Li Xiong. Li Xiong walked up to the stage slowly, his face devoid of any anger, instead sporting a generous smile like an elder. He first patted his son's back soothingly, then turned to Lin Feng, speaking with a serious expression. Mr. Lin, I understand your youthful vigor. However, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. He paused, a barely perceptible viciousness flashing in his eyes, then his smile grew wider and his voice rose, ensuring that everyone present could hear him clearly. However, since Director Lin is so confident and thinks this calligraphy is not even as good as your casual work, I believe your calligraphy skills have reached the pinnacle. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. It's better to do it today than to wait. Why not paint today, in front of all the celebrities in Yunqing, so that we, the common people, can also open our eyes and witness your magic strokes? Here we come. The real killer move of the Hongmen banquet was finally revealed. Li Xiong's words were flawless. On the surface, he gave Lin Feng a way out, a chance to show himself, but in fact, he was putting him on the fire and completely blocking all his escape routes. Agree? What kind of writing can a young man in his early 20s come up with? He will be embarrassed in public and ruin his reputation. Refuse to agree? That would mean admitting that I was just bragging and lying. It would also be a complete loss of face, making me the laughingstock of the entire Cloud City. This is an open conspiracy. Ha, Mr. Li is right. Let's open our eyes. Mr. Lin, don't be a coward. Whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. There was an immediate burst of booing from the audience. Li Tianhao raised his head proudly. He looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of provocation and pleasure, as if he had already seen Lin Feng's embarrassed look as he grabbed the brush, sweating profusely, and drew a turtle on the rice paper. He added fuel to the fire and shouted provocatively, Lin Feng. If you dare to write, and if your writing is truly of that quality, I will be convinced by you today. I will personally pay 1 million to buy your masterpiece. What do you think? Do you dare? 1 million. There was an exclamation from the crowd. Everyone thought that this was the greatest kindness the Li family could offer. Amidst everyone's gloating gazes, waiting to see the show, Lin Feng finally moved. He looked at the clumsy performance of Li Xiong and his son, with a playful smile on his lips. This is exactly the effect he wants. Only 1 million? Lin Feng picked up the microphone. His voice was not loud, but it was clear enough to cover the noise in the room. He looked around the room, his eyes filled with a domineering look that looked down upon the world, and said calmly, I'm afraid you can't afford my calligraphy. After he finished speaking, he ignored the astonished expressions of the crowd and turned to walk towards the huge mahogany desk covered with fine rice paper that had been prepared for the auction performance. The 4 treasures of the study are all available. The moment Lin Feng walked to the desk, his entire aura suddenly changed. If we say that he just now was a sharp sword hidden in its sheath, with a bit of cynical and ruffian air. At this moment, the sword has been unsheathed. The laziness and casualness faded from him in an instant, and was replaced by a master's demeanor that was profound and majestic, like a mountain and an ocean. He did not start writing immediately, but reached out, picked up the ink stick himself, and began to grind it slowly in the inkstone. His movements were smooth and flowing, and every detail was full of ancient charm, as if he had done it thousands of times. The hall gradually became quiet, and everyone was stunned by the focused and powerful aura he exuded. The fragrance of ink is everywhere. When the ink became as thick as lacquer, he finally put down the ink stick. He picked up a pen with a warm wolf hair handle, lowered his wrist, and dipped it in ink. Lift the pen and hold your wrist high. Just as the tip of the pen was about to touch the snow-white rice paper, everyone in the audience subconsciously held their breath. The next second, the pen falls. The pen moves like a dragon. Lin Feng's arm seemed to turn into a phantom, and the wolf hairbrush in his hand seemed to have life, dancing wildly on the rice paper. Sometimes it explodes like thunder, so powerful that it penetrates the paper. Sometimes it swirls like a gossamer, lingering and sad. Sometimes it is like a rock falling from a mountain, unstoppable. Sometimes it is like flowing clouds and running water, done in one go. Although most of the people present did not understand calligraphy, they could clearly feel that an indescribable majestic momentum was gushing out from the rice paper as the brush danced. That is an extremely domineering and kingly aura that looks down on the world. It only takes a few breaths. Lin Feng suddenly put down his pen. He casually threw the pen back into the brush washer, making a crisp dang sound, as if sounding the final timpani for this amazing work. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the piece of rice paper. There is only one word on the rice paper. A cursive script that is as powerful as iron and silver, swallowing up mountains and rivers. Dragon. The word dragon seems not to be written, but alive. It hovered in the center of the rice paper, as if it would break free from the paper in the next second and transform into a real nine heavens dragon, soaring into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds, and making all things submit to it. The supreme aura of dominating the world came upon you, making everyone who saw it feel their soul tremble. The smug smile on Li Tianhao's face had long since frozen, and his mouth was wide open enough for an egg to fit in. Li Xiong's hypocritical smile froze. He stared at the word intently, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Just as the entire hall was in this suffocating shock, an old, trembling, crying voice suddenly exploded from the corner. A divine product. It's a divine product. I saw an old man with gray hair and wearing a Zhongshan suit staggering out from the crowd. He was so excited that his whole body was shaking, tears streaming down his face. Like a child, he rushed towards the stage desperately. It's Mr. Wang. President Wang of the Yunqing Calligraphy Association. Someone recognized him. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, President Wang rushed to the front of the stage. He looked at the word dragon on the rice paper, and with a thud, he almost fell to his knees. He raised his head, looked at Lin Feng with an almost pleading look, and shouted in a hoarse voice. Mr. Lin. Immortal Lin. This calligraphy. I'm willing to pay 100 million. Please. Please give it to me. Chapter 41, The Li family vomits blood, gaining both fame and fortune. 100 million. Please transfer it to me. President Wang's cry was like a depth charge exploding on the calm surface of a lake. Boom. The entire banquet hall was completely blown up. 100 million? Did I hear correctly? Mr. Wang offered 100 million for this one word? It's crazy. This world has gone completely crazy. 100 million for one word, what does that even mean? 1,000 gold for one word? That's 100 million gold for one word. If everyone still had some doubts about Lin Feng's wild words just now, then at this moment, President Wang's bid was like the loudest slap in the face, slapping everyone hard. Who is Mr. Wang? The president of the Yunqing Calligraphy Association is a master who has been playing with calligraphy all his life. His vision is the golden rule in the industry. Even he was willing to spend all his money to offer 100 million, so the value of this calligraphy was beyond the imagination of 99% of the people present. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on the word dragon on the stage. This time, there was no more mockery or contempt in their eyes. Instead, there was fanaticism, greed, and awe. At this moment, the expressions of Li Xiong and Li Tianhao, father and son, became uglier than pig livers. Li Tianhao's body shook and he almost fell to the ground. 100 million. This number was like an invisible mountain, crashing down and crushing his previous clownish pride and provocation to pieces. He had just been clamoring to spend 1 million to buy Lin Feng's masterpiece. Now it seems that sentence was a huge joke he made to himself. The authentic Mi Fu work that he was proud of and used to make things difficult for Lin Feng was described by Lin Feng as garbage. However, a word that Lin Feng casually wrote was sold at a sky-high price of 100 million yuan by a top-notch expert on the spot. This is no longer a slap in the face. This is like tearing the face of their Li family off, throwing it on the ground, and then crushing it back and forth with diamond-studded leather shoes. Li Xiong's fists clenched tightly at his sides, his knuckles crackling with the force. His shrewdness and composure, so proud of him, were on the verge of collapse at this moment. The Hongmen banquet he set up and the killing move he carefully prepared not only failed to hurt Lin Feng at all, but instead became a stepping stone for Lin Feng, sending him to an unprecedented, highly anticipated altar. However, this is just the beginning. Mr. Wang, you're wrong. A powerful voice came from the VIP seats. Such a divine item is for everyone who sees it. How can you keep it all to yourself? Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found that the person who spoke was the head of the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families in Yunqing. The head of the Zhao family stood up and said to the stage with a loud laugh, Director Lin, Mr. Wang bid 100 million, and I, Zhao, bid 150 million. Wow. The whole audience was in an uproar again. Even the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families, is doomed. This is no longer a simple auction of artworks, it is more of a gesture of goodwill towards Lin Feng, the newly rising super upstart. Mr. Zhao is very generous. But such a magical item is hard to come by. I, Zhang, would like to join in the fun. I'll offer 180 million. Another real estate tycoon also stood up. 200 million. 210 million. The quotations came one after another, each one crazier than the last. The price soared to 250 million in just a few seconds. Moron Yunxue, who was in the audience, looked at the man on the stage who was calm and composed, as if everything was under control. Her cold eyes were shining with excitement. She knew Lin Feng would win, but she never dreamed that he would win so thoroughly and brilliantly in such a shocking and overwhelming way. Just as the bidding was getting increasingly heated, a middle-aged man who had been sitting in the corner in silence slowly raised the number plate in his hand and lightly spit out a number. 300 million. These two words seemed to have some kind of magic, instantly quieting the entire noisy hall. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, and when they saw the man's face clearly, they all gasped. That person is a mysterious wealthy man who returned from overseas in recent years. He acts low-key but has unfathomable financial resources. It is said that he has an all-powerful background. 300 million. One word, 300 million. This price has surpassed the total of all the items auctioned tonight and completely defeated the psychological defenses of all competitors. The whole audience was silent. The auctioneer raised the hammer tremblingly and shouted 3 times, but no one raised the price. Bang! The hammer falls. One word, 300 million. Deal. A record worthy of being recorded in the auction history of Yunqing, and even the whole country was born. After a brief silence, the entire hall erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Everyone was excited to witness this historic moment, and the look they gave Lin Feng had changed from awe to fanatical worship. However, just when everyone thought that this was the climax of the night, Lin Feng slowly picked up the microphone. He looked around the room, his gaze lingering for half a second on the gray faces of the Li family's father and son, and then a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Everyone. His voice was clearly transmitted to every corner through the speakers. Thanks to everyone's kindness, my humble work has been sold at such a high price. He paused, changed the subject, and dropped a real bombshell. Tonight is a charity dinner. I, Lin Feng, will not take a single cent of the 300 million yuan auction proceeds. I will donate all of it to the Yunqing Charity Foundation in the name of the Fengshui Group for the education of children in impoverished mountainous areas. Boom! The crowd was completely excited. 300 million. That's 300 million in cash. Just donated it all without blinking an eye? What courage and magnanimity this is. Countless celebrities and noble ladies looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of love, and they couldn't wait to rush onto the stage. But the shock that Lin Feng brought to them was far from over. He held up 2 fingers, facing the audience, and said lightly, "In addition, I will personally add another 200 million. It's a total of 500 million yuan, and I hope it can be put in place immediately after today." 500 million. When Lin Feng casually said this number, the whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. Everyone felt that their brains were blank and they had completely lost the ability to think. If we say that the 300 million donation just now is generous and generous, so at this moment, the additional 200 million is a real miracle. Upstart? Fuck the nouveau riche. Which nouveau riche has such extraordinary talent that one word is worth 300 million? What other upstart could be so bold as to donate 500 million yuan with a wave of his hand? At this moment, Lin Feng used the most irrefutable facts to completely shatter everyone's prejudices and labels against him. He was no longer a mysterious upstart, a lucky guy. He is a man of talent, wealth, virtue and vision, a true dragon among men. The dinner ended in an atmosphere of almost frenzied worship. Lin Feng took Moron Yunshua's hand and left calmly amid the awe and flattering gazes of countless people. The crowd automatically made way for them, as if they were seeing off their king. The song ends and the crowd disperses. In the empty and messy banquet hall, only a few people from the Li family were left. Li Tianhao's eyes were lifeless, like a puppet with its soul sucked out, and he was still mumbling, 500 million. How dare he? How dare he? Li Xiong stood beside the messy dining table, and there was no trace of blood on his well-maintained face. He stared at the direction where Lin Feng left, his chest heaving violently, and a fishy sweet liquid suddenly surged up from his throat. He forced himself to swallow the blood, but he could no longer suppress the extreme humiliation and anger. Snap! He suddenly picked up an unattended crystal wine glass on the table and smashed it to the ground, breaking it into pieces. Lin Feng. He squeezed out the name word by word from between his teeth, his voice as hoarse as a devil from hell. He knew that after tonight, no conventional business tactics or public opinion attacks would be able to harm this young man in Yuncheng. Lin Feng has used a perfect personal show to cover himself with a layer of golden, indestructible armor. In Li Xiong's eyes, all rationality and scheming were rapidly fading away, replaced by the most primitive, insane ruthlessness after being forced into a desperate situation. A flash of cold murderous intent flashed across the depths of his pupils. Chapter 42: Revenge from the Underground. The disastrous failure of the charity dinner was like a Category 12 hurricane, tearing to pieces the reputation and prestige that the Li family had painstakingly built up in Yuncheng over decades. The Li family has become the biggest joke in the entire Yuncheng upper-class society. It's late at night and everyone is asleep. The lights in the study of the Li family manor were still brightly lit. On the $1 million rosewood desk, an expensive roux kiln tea set was smashed to pieces. Li Xiong, panting heavily, sat on the armchair that symbolized the family's status as head of the family. His usually well-maintained, imposing face was now distorted with extreme anger, streaked with terrifying bloodshot. In his mind, the scenes from the dinner party were replayed over and over again. Lin Feng's casual remark rubbish. President Wang's earth-shattering statement, 100 million. And finally, when Lin Feng announced that he would donate 500 million yuan, the audience burst into thunderous applause and admiration. Every scene was like a red-hot iron nail, driving deeply into his heart. Shame. An unprecedented humiliation. Li Xiong had been roaming Cloud City for half his life, but had he ever suffered such humiliation? The Hongmen banquet he had carefully planned not only failed to bring disgrace to Lin Feng, but instead became a stepping stone for the other party to ascend to godhood. Dad, don't get angry and get yourself sick. Li Tianhao on the side carefully handed him a cup of warm water. His face was also pale, and his eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. After the dinner, he didn't even dare to go out. He could imagine how people outside were laughing at him and his son. Li Xiong did not take the water. He waved his hand suddenly and swept the cup to the ground. Bang! The crisp shattering sound was particularly harsh in the quiet study. Conventional means can no longer touch him. Li Xiong's voice was as hoarse as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, and every word was chilling. He's now a philanthropist in the eyes of the media, a national hero in the eyes of the people, and a red-top businessman with a high-ranking official status. If we continue to use commercial means to challenge him, it would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Li Tianhao's body trembled, and he asked in despair, then let's just call it a day? Never mind? Li Xiong suddenly raised his head, and a terrifying fierce light flashed in his turbid old eyes, like a hungry wolf forced into a desperate situation. In Yuncheng, no one has ever dared to step on our Li family's face like this. He slowly took out an old-fashioned black mobile phone that no one had ever seen from the deepest part of the drawer. There is no password, only a power button. He pressed it, and the screen lit up. The interface was simple, with only a dial pad. He expertly entered a number he knew by heart and pressed the dial button. The phone rang 3 times and was connected. There was no sound from the other side, only dead silence. Li Xiong lowered his voice and spoke into the microphone, enunciating each word, "Black Panther, it's me." There was still silence on the other end of the phone, as if waiting for the next step. I need you to do something for me. Li Xiong's eyes turned sinister and vicious. The Fengshui Group has just acquired a piece of land in the south of the city, and they're currently constructing it. I want their construction site to be in turmoil forever. He paused, then emphasized, money isn't a problem. 50 million as a deposit, and another 50 million after the deal is done. I have only one request. Not only do you want the project to be halted, but ideally, their person in charge will have an accident and be hospitalized for a year or 2. Finally, a low and hoarse voice, like the roar of a wild beast, came from the other end of the phone. Name: Lin Feng. Good. With one word, the phone was hung up cleanly. Li Xiong slowly put down his phone, and the madness on his face was gradually replaced by a cold and ferocious look. Lin Feng, do you think that just because you win openly, you really win? After all, there are places in this world where the sun doesn't shine. As for my Li family, the reason we can stand firm in Yuncheng is not just because of money. A few days later. Fengshui Group, President's Office. Moron Yunshua's brows were tightly furrowed, and her beautiful face was filled with worry. In front of her were several emergency reports that were delivered one after another. Boss Moron, a batch of imported fireproof building materials stored at the construction site in the south of the city suddenly caught fire last night for no apparent reason, causing losses exceeding 3 million. Boss Moron, we just took inventory and discovered that a high-precision laser measuring instrument we imported from Germany was stolen last night. The surveillance in that area just happened to be broken. Boss Moron, something happened. Just now, a worker was operating a lift when the cable suddenly snapped without warning. Fortunately, the height was not high and he was wearing a safety rope, so he only broke his leg and is not in danger of death. But our colleagues who investigated the scene said that the broken end of the cable was very neat. It doesn't look like natural wear and tear, it looks more like someone cut it with hydraulic pliers. The successive bad news cast his shadow over the entire top management of Fengshui Group. First it was arson, then theft, and now it has even developed to intentional injury. The police were called, and they came to collect evidence and investigate, but the construction site was so large, with so many people involved, and the other party was so professional, that they couldn't find any valuable clues at all. Everyone knew that this was definitely not an accident. Someone is behind the scenes, using the most despicable means to declare war on the Fengshui Group. Panic ensued on the construction site, forcing progress to a complete standstill. The enormous losses and invisible pressures made even the usually calm and decisive Moron Yunshua feel unprecedentedly overwhelmed. She rubbed her aching temples, picked up the phone, and prepared to explain the situation to Lin Feng. However, the office door was pushed open at this moment. Lin Feng walked in slowly, holding several reports exactly the same as those on her desk. His face did not show the anger and anxiety that Moron Yunshua had imagined, but was rather calm to the point of being eerie. He threw the report on the table and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling scenery of Yuncheng. Calling the police won't solve the problem, he said calmly, with no emotion in his voice. Then what should we do? Moron Yunshua's voice was filled with a hint of helplessness. They're hiding in the shadows, like a venomous snake. We can't defend ourselves at all. Lin Feng was silent for a moment and slowly turned around. His eyes had become as cold as ice that had been frozen for thousands of years, icy and piercing. It was a kind of extreme coldness that came from true anger. I wanted to play with them slowly. But now it seems that some people really won't cry until they see the coffin. The corner of his mouth curled up in a cold and cruel arc. Under Moron Yunshua's puzzled gaze, he gave instructions to the existence in his mind and his heart. System, exchange me for an absolute tracking card. Chapter 43, following the clues to the Black Panther's lair. System, exchange me for an absolute tracking card. Lin Feng's voice rang out in the empty office, so cold that there was no warmth at all. Ding. Strong emotional fluctuations detected in the host, emotional value plus 500,000. Ding. Consumed 100,000 emotion points, successfully redeemed the absolute tracking card. Current balance, 1,250,000 points. Absolute tracking card, a single-use consumable item. Upon use, it locks onto a specific event and creates a holographic map in the host's mind. Using unblockable energy traces, it 100% accurately reconstructs the movements and final rendezvous points of all involved. Use immediately. Lock on the target, all incidents of deliberate sabotage at the Fengshui Group's South City construction site. The moment Lin Feng finished speaking, a gentle flow of energy instantly poured into his brain. The next second, a huge and detailed three-dimensional holographic map of Yuncheng unfolded directly in his consciousness. On the map, the location of the construction site in the south of the city is clearly marked with a red dot. Then, several rays of energy, each of varying colors, emerged from different corners of the construction site. Lin Feng's perspective was as if he were a god, clearly seeing how the individual, represented by a red line, had sneaked into the material storage area at midnight, doused it with accelerant, and started the fire, how the individual, represented by a blue line, had pried open the warehouse door and stolen the expensive equipment, and what infuriated him most was how the furtive figure, represented by a green line, had used a massive hydraulic pliers to cut the elevator's cable. All the actions were played out clearly in his mind like a fast-forwarded movie. After completing their respective tasks, these rays of light of different colors did not disperse, but instead converged in the same direction. Lin Feng's mind moved, and his consciousness map instantly expanded, locking onto the endpoint of all the light. That was in the western suburbs of Yuncheng, an area that had long been abandoned and could hardly be found on the map. Tiger Auto Repair Shop. Lin Feng looked at the huge red light that finally lit up, and a bloodthirsty sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. A group of mice who are afraid of the light always think they are hiding well. Call the police? This thought flashed through Lin Feng's mind, but he immediately rejected it. The police have limited ability to deal with these desperate criminals who operate in a gray area. They are experienced and have strong anti-detection capabilities, leaving almost no valuable evidence at the scene. Even if the police come to their door, they have 10,000 ways to escape. There's no point in alerting the enemy. The best way to deal with a mad dog is not to reason with it, but to use a harder stick to cripple it in one go. Beat it until it becomes incontinent every time it hears your name for the rest of its life. Lin Feng walked to the desk and sat down. He did not act immediately, but closed his eyes and communicated with the system again. System, open the mall. He wanted to give himself absolute insurance before taking action. This time, he didn't look at the fancy props, but directly clicked on the skills category, searching accurately among the dazzling array of goods. Soon, a skill that flashed with dark golden light attracted his full attention. Grandmaster Combat Technique Trial Version, Consumable. Upon use, within 12 hours, the host will master a blend of 18 of the world's most advanced killing techniques, including Israeli Krav Maga, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, Russian Sambo, and Chinese Bajikwan. Your body will transform into a highly sophisticated killing machine, with every muscle and breath reaching peak performance. Price, 200,000 mood points. That's it. Lin Feng did not hesitate. But, just being able to fight is not enough. What he wants is not just victory, but to make the mastermind and all those who took action pay the most painful and soul-deep price. His fingers slid quickly across the mall interface, and finally, in the corner of Special Props, he found something that caught his eye. Pain Doubler, a single-use consumable item. This charm can be used on a single target. Upon use, it forcibly increases their pain sensitivity by 1000% for 24 hours. The sting of a needle becomes the agonizing pain of a fire axe. A gentle tap on the shoulder can feel like a broken bone from a speeding truck. Perfect for interrogating, extracting confessions, and torturing enemies. Price, 50,000 mood points. As he read the introduction of this prop, the smile on Lin Feng's face became colder and more cruel. Perfect. System, redeem the Grandmaster level fighting technique trial version, and use it immediately. Also redeem a Pain Doubler Talisman. Ding. Purchase successful. Total 250,000 emotion points consumed, current balance 1 million points. The moment he finished speaking, an unimaginably huge flow of information and a violent energy poured into his body at the same time. The muscle memory of countless fighting techniques was instantly instilled. How to break a person's neck with minimal effort, how to dismantle every joint in a second, how to use every available object to launch a fatal attack. These scenes, which once existed only in movies, now became his physical instincts. He could clearly feel that the strength in his body had not increased dramatically, but his control over this body had reached an incredible level. He slowly stood up, clenched his fists, and his joints made a series of crisp crackling sounds. An unprecedented powerful feeling of being in control of everything arises spontaneously. The night is as dark as ink. A black off-road vehicle, like a ghost, stopped in a patch of weeds a few hundred meters away from the Tiger repair shop. Lin Feng turned off the engine, pushed the door and got out of the car. The evening wind blew the loose hair on his forehead. The repair shop before him was dilapidated, its rusted iron door closed and its walls covered in graffiti. It looked deserted, but with the battlefield perception granted by his Grandmaster-level combat technique, Lin Feng could clearly see that there were at least 4 secret sentries hidden in the darkness, as well as more than 6 concealed cameras at tricky angles. The security is so tight that it far exceeds that of an ordinary abandoned factory. Lin Feng's figure instantly merged into the darkness. He didn't go through the main entrance, but went around to the side and back of the repair shop. His footsteps were as light as a cat's, and he moved through the complex ruins without making a single sound. A sentry hiding behind an abandoned oil drum was smoking a cigarette and looking at his mobile phone boredly. Suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his neck, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. The next second, his vision went dark, and before he could even make a sound, he collapsed limply. Lin Feng's figure slowly emerged behind him. He retracted his hand knife, his eyes without any fluctuation, as if he had just done something insignificant. He was like a grim reaper walking in the shadows, silently eliminating all the secret sentries and surveillance cameras one by one. The whole process was smooth and took no more than 5 minutes. Finally, he stopped at a closed window of the main building of the repair shop. From inside, there came a noisy sound of shouting, gambling, and a strong smell of alcohol and sweat. He found an exhaust vent leading to the basement, removed the grill, and slid in silently like a boneless snake. The basement of the repair shop was filled with smoke. A group of shirtless, tattooed men were gambling crazily around a table. On the innermost sofa, a scarred man with a black cheetah tattoo on his neck was sitting with his legs crossed, enjoying a massage from the guy next to him while proudly talking on the phone. "Boss Lee, you can rest assured. We've done it perfectly, and the cops can't find anything. The construction site has completely stopped. I guarantee that Kid Lin is in a state of panic right now, like a headless fly." "Haha, additional compensation? No problem. As long as the money is in place, not only will I shut him down from work, next time, I promise to let him rent a long-term apartment in the hospital's ICU. The scar-faced man, also known as the Black Panther who was feared in this area, laughed wildly and spit flew everywhere. He didn't notice at all. Just behind him, at the exit of the dark ventilation duct, a ghostly figure was silently hanging upside down, with half of its body sticking out. Those eyes, bright enough to be a little frightening in the darkness, were staring at him quietly. There was no anger or murderous intent in his eyes, only an absolute coldness as if he was looking at a dead person. Chapter 44, Fighting Violence with Violence, Conquering the Black Panther. Tiger Auto Repair Shop, Basement. The pungent smell of engine oil, sweat, and cheap cigarettes mixed together to form a nauseating air. Dozens of shirtless men covered in cheap tattoos were gathered around a greasy table, shouting wildly and gambling with the poker cards in their hands. On the sofa in the corner, a scarred man with a ferocious Black Panther tattooed on his neck was enjoying the shoulder massage from his younger brother, talking on the phone with a smug look on his face. "Mr. Lee, just take care of it. You handled the matter so openly that even the police would be completely clueless and unable to uncover anything. I guarantee you, that Lin guy must be as anxious as an ant on a hot pan right now, hee." Scarface, also known as the Black Panther in this area, rubbed his hands greedily as he spoke. "Additional compensation? Oh, Mr. Lee, you're too polite. Don't worry, as long as the money is in place, next time, I promise to let him get a permanent residence permit in the ICU. Let him know who's the boss in Yuncheng." Black Panther laughed wildly, his saliva spraying far away, and he didn't notice at all that just behind him, at the exit of the dark ventilation duct, a black shadow was hanging upside down silently like a gecko, with half of its body sticking out. Those eyes, which were bright and somewhat frightening in the darkness, were staring at him quietly. After hanging up the phone, Black Panther threw the phone to the younger brother next to him and shouted arrogantly, "Everyone, pay attention. I'm buying all the drinks tonight. Brother Leopard is mighty. Brother Leopard is awesome." Amidst the ghostly howlings and flattery, a cold and clear voice that was completely out of tune with the gloomy environment suddenly sounded behind him. "Is the call over?" The sound was not loud, but it was like an ice-hardened chisel, instantly cutting through all the noise at the scene. Dozens of strong men who were partying suddenly froze in their tracks. The smug smile on Black Panther's face froze instantly, and the hairs all over his body suddenly stood up, and a chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. He turned around suddenly and saw a young man in casual clothes standing less than 3 meters behind him. The man's face was expressionless, and he just stared at him quietly, his eyes as deep as a bottomless abyss. "Who the hell are you? How did you get in?" Black Panther was shocked and angry, and jumped up from the sofa. The younger brothers around him finally reacted and picked up everything around them that could be used as weapons: wrenches, steel pipes, crowbars, and even a few machetes that gleamed with cold light. In a flash, they surrounded Lin Feng. After seeing that the person coming was alone, the fear in Black Panther's heart was instantly replaced by a rage for having invaded his territory. He sneered, the scar on his face twisting like a centipede as his muscles twitched. "Boy, I don't care who sent you here. There's a road to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell, but you keep barging in. Today, I'll show you what there's no return means. Go ahead. Remove his limbs. If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame." Following Black Panther's order, the 2 burly men closest to Lin Feng waved the steel pipes in their hands, and with the sound of whistling wind, they smashed towards Lin Feng's head and legs viciously from the left and right. They had cruel smiles on their faces, as if they had already seen the other party's miserable appearance with blood all over their heads and kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. However, the scene they imagined did not appear. Just when the steel pipe was about to hit his body, Lin Feng moved. No one could see how he moved. Only an afterimage was seen, flashing across everyone's retinas. Crack! Crack! 2 teeth-grinding sounds of bones breaking rang out almost simultaneously. The smiles on the faces of the two men, who had been so aggressive, froze instantly, replaced by an expression of extreme pain and distortion. The steel pipes in their hands broke backwards at a strange angle, bending their wrists in a way that was not human. They didn't even have time to scream before they felt an overwhelming force coming from their wrists. They flew into the air as if hit by a speeding truck and slammed heavily into the crowd behind them. There was a brief silence in the whole audience. Everyone was stunned by this sudden and swift scene that was completely beyond their comprehension. "What are you standing there for? He's alone. Kill him for me." Black Panther was also frightened by Lin Feng's ghostly skills, but relying on his large numbers, he immediately roared in a cowardly manner. The crowd was incited again, and the remaining dozens of desperados, like enraged mad dogs, rushed towards Lin Feng from all directions, roaring. For a moment, the entire basement was filled with the flashing of swords and the whistling of sticks, and the atmosphere was filled with murderous intent. Facing this attack that came like a tide, Lin Feng's face remained calm. With the help of Grandmaster-level fighting techniques, this group of rabble, who were full of flaws and whose movements were as slow as a slow-motion replay in his eyes, could not even arouse his slightest interest. He moved like a tiger among a flock of sheep. A burly man holding a machete slashed at him from the front. Lin Feng didn't even look, but slightly turned his body to avoid the blade. His right hand shot out as fast as lightning, and in the man's horrified eyes, he accurately grabbed the wrist holding the knife. "Just twist it gently." "Ah!" With a scream that was not like a human voice, the strong man's wrist was twisted into a knot on the spot. Lin Feng didn't stop. He snatched the machete from his hand. Without even looking at it, he turned around and swung the back of the knife, hitting the knee of a guy who was rushing towards him from the left. Plop! The man's left leg instantly bent backwards, and he fell to the ground with a scream. At the same time, Lin Feng's left foot, like a scorpion's tail, kicked backwards and accurately kicked the chin of a guy behind him who was trying to attack him. Bang! With a dull crash, the man's jaw shattered, and a mouthful of teeth mixed with blood foam spurted out. His body flew backwards like a broken sack, knocking out his two companions. The whole process happened in a flash. Lin Feng's figure transformed into an elusive ghost in the narrow space. He made no unnecessary movements, and every attack was concise, efficient, and brutal to the extreme. His fists, elbows, knees, feet, every part of his body became the most deadly weapon. The sounds of broken bones, screams, and the dull thud of heavy objects falling to the ground came one after another, interweaving into a piece of music that made one's scalp tingle. Those desperate criminals who were ferocious and vicious just a second ago have now become straws to be harvested. How quickly they rushed up, how quickly they fell down. In less than a minute. In the entire basement, there was no one else who could stand except Lin Feng and the Black Panther, who was completely scared silly. Dozens of strong men lay sprawled on the ground, none of them dead, but each one twitching and wailing in a twisted posture. Some had broken limbs, some had their joints torn apart. Without exception, all had lost the ability to move. The strong smell of blood and fear instantly filled the entire space. Lin Feng slowly retracted his foot. His body was spotless, and even the corners of his clothes were not wrinkled at all. He seemed to have just done some warm-up exercises, and his breathing was not disordered at all. He raised his eyes and his cold gaze fell on the Black Panther, whose face was pale and whose whole body was shaking like a sieve. Gudong. Black Panther swallowed hard, feeling his mouth dry and his heart beating so wildly it almost jumped out of his throat. What did he see? That's not a human. That's a devil. A monster. Dozens of brothers armed with weapons were all destroyed in less than a minute? Is this a fucking movie? You, don't come over here. Watching Lin Feng approaching him, Black Panther's defenses completely crumbled. He instinctively stepped back, his feet giving way, and he tripped over the sofa, collapsing onto the floor. Using his hands and feet to scramble backward, a dark stain quickly spread across his crotch. Lin Feng walked up to him and looked down at him with no expression on his face. He slowly squatted down and took out a piece of ordinary-looking yellow talisman paper from his pocket, which looked like a sticky note. Under the extremely terrified gaze of the Black Panther, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and gently placed the pain doubler talisman on his forehead. Pa! A soft sound. The talisman paper fit perfectly on Black Panther's forehead, looking a bit funny, just like the immobilization talisman in a zombie movie. Black Panther was stunned. He couldn't feel anything unusual. What did you do to me?" he asked in a trembling voice. Lin Feng did not answer, but slowly stood up and then raised his foot. He didn't even use any force, but just gently stepped on the little finger of Black Panther's right hand with his toes, and then bent it slightly. The moment Lin Feng's toes touched his fingers, an unprecedented pain that could not be described in any words, like a nuclear bomb containing billions of tons of explosives, exploded in every cell of his body in an instant. Ah! A shrill and twisted scream, totally unlike that of a human, suddenly tore out from the Black Panther's throat. The sound was so sharp that it pierced the eardrums, filled with the most primitive and purest pain and despair. His eyes instantly filled with bloodshot, and his entire body thrashed and twitched wildly on the ground like a fish out of water. He felt as if his little finger, no, his entire arm, and even half of his body, had been repeatedly crushed by a high-speed train thousands of times. Every nerve is burning. Every pore is spewing out painful magma. This is no longer just pain, it is a torture from the depths of the soul that exceeds the limits of life. Lin Feng slowly raised his foot and stepped on the Black Panther's face, which was completely distorted by the severe pain, with the sole of his leather shoe and crushed it slightly. He looked down at the man at his feet who was already unconscious due to the severe pain, his voice cold and without a trace of emotion. Now, tell me. Did Li Xiong ask you to come, or do you want to die? Chapter 45, New Chess Piece, Countdown to the Li family's Doomsday. Now, tell me. Did Li Xiong ask you to come, or do you want to die? Lin Feng's voice sounded like a judgment from the netherworld, and every word he spoke carried an unquestionable coldness. And for the Black Panther under his feet, this sound is the only straw he can grasp at this moment to escape from hell. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. In the face of soul-destroying pain, all that so-called loyalty, righteousness, and integrity were bullshit. Black Panther's psychological defenses were crushed in the first second. Tears streamed down his face, his entire face contorted in sheer terror and agony, his usual fierceness vanishing. It's Li Xiong. It was Li Xiong from the Li family who found me. He used all his strength to squeeze these words out of his throat, as if he was afraid that if he said it a second later, the devastating pain would come again. He gave me a 50 million deposit and told me to mess up your construction site. He set fires, stole things, cut the steel cables. He ordered everything. He said he'd give me another 50 million after I was done, and he also told me to find a chance to cripple you. Black Panther spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, telling everything without any concealment or hesitation. He wailed in agony, slapping the ground with his hands, struggling in vain like a fish thrown ashore. Brother! Ancestors! Gods! I was wrong. I was really wrong. I'm just a rotten person who does things for money. I didn't recognize the real you and offended you, a true god. Please spare my life. I won't do it again. Lin Feng's foot was still on his face, without moving away or applying any more force. He just listened quietly, without any emotion in his eyes. Until the Black Panther's voice became weaker and weaker due to lack of oxygen and exhaustion, Lin Feng slowly raised his foot and looked down at him condescendingly. Forgive you? Lin Feng raised the corner of his mouth with a playful arc, it's not impossible. Hearing this, Black Panther, who was on the verge of collapse, instantly burst into a strong desire to survive. He ignored the aching nerves in his body and struggled to get up from the ground. Instead of standing, he knelt in front of Lin Feng with his whole body prostrated. Boom! 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 He used all his strength to knock his forehead against the hard concrete floor again and again, making a series of dull sounds. Blood soon oozed from his forehead, but he didn't care. He just cowed out frantically and begged for mercy incoherently. Thank you, big brother. Thank you for not killing me. From now on, I, Black Panther, will be your dog. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Whoever you tell me to bite, I'll bite. Please give me a chance. I'm very useful. There's nothing I can't do in this part of the underground of Cloud City. Lin Feng looked at the Black Panther who was kneeling on the ground, kowtowing like crazy, with an extremely humble attitude, and the smile on his face became even colder. What he wanted was never Black Panther's life. Killing a gang leader has no meaning except getting into trouble. What he wants is an obedient dog that can bite people and bite its owner in return. All right. Lin Feng spoke lightly. Black Panther's movements came to an abrupt halt. He raised his bloody face and looked at Lin Feng with an almost pleading look. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder seemingly casually. Pa! With this slight sound, the pain-doubling talisman, pasted on the Black Panther's forehead, turned into golden light and dissipated into the air. Almost at the same time, Black Panther felt the horrible pain that lingered in his limbs and bones, like maggots in his tarsal bones, recede like the tide. The unprecedented feeling of relaxation made him unable to help but let out a comfortable moan. The great joy of surviving the disaster almost made him cry. However, before he could open his mouth to thank him, Lin Feng's next action made him fall into the ice cellar again. Lin Feng flipped his palm, and a pitch-black pill emitting an ominous aura appeared out of thin air in the palm of his hand. Ding! Exchange for 7-day soul-breaking pill, successful. Emotional value consumed, 100,000 points. 7-day soul-severing pill, system produced, this pill is a true fine product. Upon ingestion, a toxin will remain dormant within the body. After 7 days, without a proprietary antidote, the victim will experience excruciating heartache. In a state of utter clarity, the victim will feel their internal organs gradually transform into pus and blood. Finally, after wailing for 49 minutes, they will die. Even a deity cannot save them. Lin Feng held the pill in his hand, and under the Black Panther's horrified gaze, he slowly walked up to him, squatted down, and handed the pill to his mouth. If you want to live, eat it. Lin Feng's tone was as calm as if he was saying, the weather is nice today. The Black Panther's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. He was not a fool, he knew with his toes that this could not be Maltesers. Brother, this is. His teeth were chattering wildly. Poison. Lin Feng spoke briefly and to the point, with a devilish smile on his face. It attacks every 7 days, and I'm the only one with the antidote. Of course, you can choose not to take it, but then I'll have to let you experience the feeling again, an upgraded version. The 3 words upgraded version were like 3 sharp knives, piercing through Black Panther's last bit of luck. When he thought of the excruciating pain he had just experienced, he shuddered all over. To die, or to become a dog on a chain? It only took him 1 second to answer this multiple-choice question. I'll eat. I'll eat. Black Panther didn't hesitate any longer. He opened his mouth and swallowed the black pill in one gulp as if it were a life-saving straw. He even choked and rolled his eyes because he was too anxious. Seeing that he was so sensible, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. From then on, Black Panther, the fierce tiger that had been lurking in the underground world of Yunqing for many years, became a chess piece he had planted in the dark, ready to explode at any time. Very good. Lin Feng stood up and straightened his collar, as if everything that had just happened was just some invisible dust. He looked at the Black Panther who was still kneeling on the ground and gave his first order after becoming his master. From now on, record everything Li Xiong instructs you to do, including every phone call. Leave evidence of every payment he makes to you. I want you to clearly and openly expose all of his dirty deeds. When Black Panther heard this, he was startled and immediately understood Lin Feng's intention. This is to wipe out the Li family. He didn't dare to neglect it for a moment and immediately patted his chest loudly. Don't worry, big brother. I guarantee that I'll complete the task. That old bastard Li Xiong, I've been fed up with him for a long time. I promise to dig up all the dirty laundry on his ancestors for you. Very good. Lin Feng left 2 words, turned around without looking back, and walked out of the basement filled with blood and fear. The wailing and begging behind him seemed to have nothing to do with him. When he returned to the ground and breathed the cool, fresh air outside, it was already dark. He got back into his car and didn't start it immediately. He took out his cell phone, found the extremely familiar number that had already been pinned to his phone, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. Moron Yunshua's cold but concerned voice came from the receiver. Lin Feng? Is the matter settled? Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, looking at the bright lights of the city in the distance. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, revealing a confident smile of someone who was in control of everything. Schwer, get ready. We should go close the net. The Li family's game is over. Chapter 46 Closing the Net, Fatal Evidence. The night is as dark as ink, and the stars are dotted everywhere, covering Yunqing, the Oriental Pearl, with a dazzling coat. Hentang Palace, top-floor duplex. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the city nightscape was enough to captivate anyone. But at this moment, the atmosphere inside the apartment was so solemn that it was almost suffocating. Moron Yunxue was dressed in a silk home dress. Her beautiful face was no longer cold, but instead was filled with a kind of worry that was hard to conceal. She paced back and forth on the floor with her bare feet, occasionally glancing towards the door. Her eyes, which were usually calm, were now filled with anxiety. She knew Lin Feng had gone out. I also know what he was going to do. The events at the construction site, one after another, weighed on her heart like a huge rock. She wasn't worried about the losses, but about Lin Feng. She knew this man too well. He usually appeared to be a cynical and handsome man, but he had a ruthless spirit in his bones. Once his reverse scale was touched, he would unleash devastating power. She was afraid that Lin Feng would use the most extreme and reckless way to solve the problem. In that case, even if the problem is solved, it will only give the Li family a handle to fight back. Click. The slight sound of the door lock turning made Moron Yunshue's heart tighten suddenly. She turned around suddenly and saw Lin Feng pushing the door and walking in. He was still wearing the same casual clothes he had worn when he went out. There was no bloodstain, no scars, not even a trace of wrinkles from a fight, as if he had just gone out for a walk. You're back. Moron Yunshue's voice trembled slightly. Are you okay? You didn't do anything stupid? Lin Feng looked at her eyes that were full of concern, and his heart warmed. He didn't answer, but changed his shoes and walked straight to the valuable Italian handmade marble coffee table in the living room. Pa! He casually threw a black, ordinary-looking USB flash drive onto the table, making a crisp sound. In this quiet living room, the sound seemed particularly abrupt. Lin Feng sat down on the sofa, leaned back comfortably, put his hands behind his head, looked at Moron Yunshue, who had a puzzled look on her face, and smiled handsomely. Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding citizen. He raised his chin and gestured to the USB drive. All the Li family's cards are here. Moron Yunshue walked forward doubtfully and picked up the small USB drive, her eyes filled with confusion. What could be inside? She walked to the office area nearby and inserted the USB drive into her ultra-thin laptop. The computer screen lit up, and there was only one folder in the USB drive. There are 2 files in the folder: an audio file and an Excel spreadsheet. Moron Yunshue put on her headphones and clicked on the audio file. At first, her expression was calm. But after just a few seconds, her icy eyes suddenly widened. From the earphones, the arrogant and rough voice of Black Panther and Li Xiong's cold and vicious instructions were clearly heard. Money is not a problem. 50 million as a deposit, and another 50 million after the deal is done. Not only should the project be halted, but, ideally, their person in charge should have an accident and be hospitalized for a year or 2. Name: Lin Feng. Each conversation is like the sharpest knife, and each sentence is full of deadly viciousness. Moron Yunshue's breathing gradually became rapid. Her knuckles on the hand holding the mouse turned slightly white from excessive force. She had always believed that the business world was like a battlefield, and that so-called struggles should be played according to rules. She had never dreamed that the head of the Li family, one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng, would resort to such despicable and vile means to inflict personal harm. This is no longer a business competition, this is a blatant crime. When she finished listening to the last part of the recording of the call in which Black Panther reported the results to Li Xiong and asked for the balance of payment, she took off her headphones. For the first time, that beautiful face that had been frozen for a long time revealed a genuine expression of anger and cold shock. She didn't say anything, but immediately opened the Excel spreadsheet. The contents of the form instantly calmed her heart, which had been beating wildly with anger. It was an extremely clear detail of the flow of funds. All records were transferred from an overseas shell company account controlled by Li Xiong in batches through more than a dozen different intermediate accounts and finally into the account designated by Black Panther. Time, amount, route, every detail is so clear that it is shocking. Both the witness recording and the physical evidence transfer records are here. This is a fatal piece of evidence that is enough to send the Li family, especially Li Xiong himself, directly to hell. Moron Yunshue slowly leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Her chest was heaving violently, but her brain was working faster than ever before. After a few seconds, she opened her eyes again. All the previous shock and anger disappeared, replaced by a calmness and sharpness that was almost cruel. She stood up and walked in front of Lin Feng, her eyes surprisingly bright. Lin Feng, this thing is a double-edged sword. If used well, it can kill with one strike. She stretched out 2 slender fingers, her voice cold and decisive. We'll do it in 2 steps. The first step is to ignite public opinion. We can't just hand the evidence over to the police. That would give the Li family time to react and conduct public relations. We need to find the most professional team to edit out the most crucial and inciting parts of the recording, embellish them with the most incisive copy, and use it through all the media channels and influencers we control to simultaneously detonate the entire internet. She paused, a cold glint in her eyes. I want everyone to know what a filthy and vicious face the highly respected head of the Li family in Yunqing is behind the scenes. I will make the Li family's stocks become worthless overnight. I will make all partners who cooperate with them regard them as plague gods and avoid them as much as possible. Before the law punishes him, I will make him socially dead. The second step is judicial intervention. Moran Yunshue's voice became increasingly cold, as if she was sentencing a death row prisoner to his final fate. When public opinion reaches its peak and the Li family is overwhelmed and unable to take care of themselves, we will submit this complete evidence, including the transfer records, directly to the provincial-level disciplinary inspection and economic investigation departments in the name of caring citizens. Under such enormous public pressure, no one will dare to protect them, and no force will be able to rescue them. They are finished, completely. A set of combined punches, interconnected, ruthless, precise, leaving no room for maneuver. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, quietly looking at the woman in front of him who was strategizing and exuding fatal charm, and the bright light in her eyes that was lit up by excitement and decisiveness. This was the Moran Yunshue he knew, the queen of Yunqing's business community. Beneath her calm exterior, she harbored a heart capable of overturning the world. The smile on his face grew brighter and more ruffian-like. She's worthy of being the woman I like. Lin Feng slowly stood up, walked in front of her, and looked at her with burning eyes. Then, Your Majesty. He leaned forward slightly, and in her ear, he chuckled softly in a voice full of magnetism. Shall we get started? The warm breath brushed against Moran Yunshue's sensitive earlobe, causing her whole body to tremble slightly. A touching blush quickly spread from her neck to her cheeks, instantly giving her cold and pretty face a touch of worldly charm. She took a half step back in panic and glared at him angrily. Not a decent person. But the charm in her eyes was like a feather, gently scratching Lin Feng's heart. Chapter 47, Public Opinion Tsunami, Li family's reputation collapses. Lin Feng and Moran Yunshue's plan, like a sophisticated war machine, was quietly launched in the middle of the night. Moran Yunshue only made one phone call. The professional team of her media company, which had pushed Lin Feng to the altar of national hero after the charity dinner, entered the highest level of combat readiness the moment it received the president's order. Editors, copywriters, public opinion analysts, all the core members of the team were assembled within half an hour. When they heard the instructions from Li Xiong himself, which came from the USB drive, the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief and horror. They could never have dreamed that the head of the Li family, who appeared to be righteous and highly respected in front of the public, could actually be such a vicious person who disregarded human life in private. Boss Moran's instructions are, the team leader took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, we only need to strike the snake at its weakest point, not its life. Do you understand? Everyone understood immediately. Clear. Cut off the beginning and the end, only keeping the part about because they lost the race, they hired people to cause trouble at the construction site. Cut out the most vicious part about causing an accident and emphasize that the Li family can't afford to lose and is playing dirty. I've already thought of the title for the copywriting. Shocking. The four great families of Yunqing are street fighters who can't afford to lose? The dark side of a racing bet behind the rich families. Compared with video clips of Li Xiong speaking in various public settings and his sinister voice in the recordings, the contrast is absolutely stunning. All online troll accounts, prepare. 5 a.m., unified action. Push this news to the top of the trending searches on all Cloud City platforms. A sleepless night. When the first ray of sunlight the next morning penetrated the clouds and shone on this bustling city. An unprecedented tsunami of public opinion targeting the Li family has officially erupted. Ding dong! Countless Cloud City citizens who were eating breakfast, taking the subway, and preparing to start their day's work, saw a push notification from the most authoritative local news app pop up on their phones almost at the same time. Breaking news! The Yunqing Li group is suspected of hiring criminal gangs to maliciously sabotage a rival's business premises. The cause was a racing bet. The first thing anyone who clicks on the news sees is a carefully produced short video. The video begins with a scene of Li Tianhao losing the game on a winding mountain road with a dark face. Then, the scene changed and switched to the Fengshui Group's construction site in the south of the city, where there was a raging fire and building materials burned to ashes, as well as a close-up of the elevator with its steel cable cut and hanging in the air. The background sound of the video is a specially processed phone call recording, but Li Xiong's voice can still be clearly identified. Damn it, a junior dares to disrespect my Li family like this. The Fengshui Group has recently acquired a piece of land in the south of the city, and they're currently constructing it. I want their construction site to be in turmoil forever. Money is not a problem. 50 million as a deposit, and another 50 million after the deal is done. Although the most vicious phrase, "'cause an accident was cut out," these contents alone, coupled with those shocking pictures, are enough to make everyone who sees the video have a buzzing sound in their heads. News exploded instantly. It's like dropping a nuclear bomb on a calm lake. In just 1 hour, Weibo, TikTok, WeChat moments, all social media in Yuncheng were completely flooded with this news. Fuck. Is this true? The Li family can't afford to play this game? After losing the game, they ordered people to burn down the construction site? Is this a wealthy family or a gang of thugs? Where's the vision? This is hilarious. At the charity dinner a few days ago, Li Xiong acted so compassionate. I thought he was so generous, but it turns out he's such a jerk behind the scenes. This isn't just a simple business competition, is it? This is outright mafia activity. We must investigate thoroughly. I've turned from a fan to a hater. I used to think the Li Group was the leading enterprise in Yuncheng, but I didn't expect it to be so despicable. Public opinion completely collapsed. The image of the Li family as a respected and socially responsible wealthy family that they had painstakingly built up over decades was torn to pieces overnight, thrown to the ground, and trampled upon by hundreds of millions of netizens. It only took one morning for a person to go from a respected and prestigious family to a shameless person who couldn't stand losing, used dirty tricks, and had no bottom line. 9:30 a.m., Yuncheng Stock Exchange. When the opening bell rings, everyone stared at the stock code of Li Group on the big screen. There was no hesitation, no struggle. The moment the market opened, the green line representing the stock price plummeted at an almost 90-degree angle, as if it had encountered an avalanche. Flash crash. Limit down. Countless shareholders holding Li Group stock didn't even have time to react before their assets evaporated by 10% in an instant. A massive panic sell order poured in like a tsunami, but no one took the lead. There was wailing throughout the entire exchange. It's over. It's all over. The Li family is about to collapse. At the same time, in the Li family manor, in the antique study. Bang! A priceless Song Dynasty official kiln teacup was thrown heavily to the ground and turned into pieces. Li Xiong was wearing a bathrobe, and his usually dignified face had turned the color of liver due to extreme anger. He tightly grasped the tablet in his hand, veins bulging on the back of his hand, and his body was shaking violently, as if he would have a stroke and fall to the ground at any time. Waste. All of them are waste. He frantically roared at the head of the PR department on the other end of the phone. What do I keep you for? Remove the trending searches. Delete the articles. Go now. No matter how much it costs, suppress this news. On the other end of the line came the PR director's tearful voice. Chairman, it's useless. As soon as we deleted one, 10 more popped up over there. The other party's offensive is too fierce, we can't withstand it at all. And the stock price. Roll. Li Xiong threw the phone against the wall. He seemed to have been drained of all his strength and slumped down on the armchair. His chest heaved violently and he gasped. He can't figure it out. How did the matter get leaked? The people on Black Panther's side are all desperate criminals who have followed him for many years and they are very tight-lipped. Which link went wrong? His mind was in a mess. Anger, fear, confusion, all these emotions intertwined together made him almost crazy. He suddenly remembered something, and with trembling hands, he took out the black mobile phone specially used for single-line communication from the drawer. He must find Black Panther immediately and find out what happened. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and dialed the number he knew by heart. The phone call went through. But what came from the receiver was not Black Panther's hoarse voice. Instead, it was a cold, emotionless, standard Mandarin female voice. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Chapter 48, Cutting Off the Tail to Survive, Father and son turn against each other. The share price of Li Group, like a freely falling stone, was nailed to the lower limit within 10 minutes of the opening. The atmosphere throughout the group building was so oppressive it could be squeezed out of water. Phones rang one after another, and the sounds of cursing, arguing, and crying mixed together to form a symphony of doom. Director Li, the PR department can't contain it anymore. The calls from all the major media outlets are nearly overwhelming our company's lines. The online post about you and the young master hiring someone to kill someone has already become the #1 trending search, and it's impossible to delete it. Several partners called and demanded that the cooperation be terminated immediately, and they reserved the right to pursue legal action against us for breach of contract. Each piece of bad news hit Li Xiong's chest like a heavy punch. He sat in the empty office, looking 10 years older overnight. His former vigor and spirit were gone, leaving only a look of weariness and gloom. Waste. All of them are waste. Li Xiong swept all the documents on the table to the ground, his scarlet eyes full of bloodshot. He knew that this crisis was far more serious than he had imagined. Lin Feng's move of cutting off the source of his trouble had almost pushed him into a desperate situation. Conventional public relations methods have become ineffective. If no solution is found, the Li family ship will sink completely. Notify everyone and hold an emergency press conference in half an hour. Li Xiong's voice was hoarse, but it carried an unquestionable determination. The secretary was stunned for a moment. Chairman, we are in the center of the storm now, what should we say? Do as I say. Li Xiong growled, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. If you want to survive, you must be prepared to cut off your tail to survive. Half an hour later, the Li Group press conference took place. Hundreds of reporters packed the small conference hall, countless cameras were aimed at the rostrum, and flashbulbs flashed like crazy, illuminating the scene as if it were daytime. When Li Xiong walked onto the stage, the crowd instantly exploded. Mr. Li, is the recording circulating online of you instructing Black Panther to harm Mr. Lin Feng true? Does the plummeting share price of the Li Group mean that the market has lost confidence in you? Where is Mr. Li now? Will he take responsibility for his actions? Questions came like bombardments, bombarding Li Xiong. Li Xiong did not answer immediately, but bowed deeply to the camera. When he raised his head, his face was already covered with tears, filled with pain and regret. Dear friends from the media, and everyone from all walks of life who care about the Li Group, I, Li Xiong, apologize to everyone. This opening was a performance worthy of an Oscar winner. The noise at the scene died down a bit, and all the reporters keenly smelled the scent of big news. I'm deeply shocked and heartbroken by the news circulating online, Li Xiong choked up, wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. As a father, I failed to educate my son and raised a lawless and rebellious son. I feel ashamed of my ancestors and the public. He slammed the table, his voice filled with infinite grief and indignation. That's right, this incident was caused by my son, Master Li. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. No one expected that Li Xiong would actually put all the blame on his own son. He was young and impetuous, jealous of Mr. Lin Feng's talent, and because of some personal grudges, he acted impulsively and misappropriated his connections to do such a cruel thing. As a father, I was completely unaware of the heinous crimes he committed. This is my dereliction of duty, my greatest failure. Every word Li Xiong said was filled with emotion, and his grief-stricken look made many young reporters at the scene feel sympathy. Could it be that this is really an old father who was betrayed by his son? In ancient times, there was a man who shed tears and executed Masu. Now, I, Li Xiong, will clean up the mess. Li Xiong took a deep breath, as if he had exhausted all his strength, and announced word by word to all the cameras. I hereby, as the chairman of the Li Group and the head of the Li family, officially announce. The rebellious young man, Li Xiao, will be expelled from the Li family and will never be employed again. From now on, everything he does will have nothing to do with me, Li Xiong, or the Li Group. My Li family does not have such lawless descendants. After he finished speaking, he seemed to have lost all his strength in an instant, his body swayed, and he was quickly supported by the secretary beside him. The entire press conference was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned by Li Xiong's sacrifice his own relatives for the sake of justice move. Too cruel. This is simply a modern version of scraping the bone to cure the poison. In order to protect the family and the company, he even gave up his own son. At the same time, in a luxurious villa on the outskirts of the city, Li Xiaozhang was holding a glass of red wine and leisurely watching the live news on TV. When he saw his father accusing him with tears in his eyes, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Oh, the old man's acting skills are such that he'd be wasting his talent if he didn't win an Oscar. He's really good at using this self-torture trick. In his opinion, this was just a double act staged by his father to deal with the crisis. When the storm passed, he would still be the high and mighty eldest son of the Li family. However, when he heard the words expelled from the Li family and never employ again clearly uttered from his father's mouth, the smile on his face froze instantly. The goblet in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the dark red wine spread on the carpet like a pool of glaring blood. No. Impossible. Li Xiao muttered to himself, unable to believe his ears. He stared at the TV screen, on which his father's grieving face was magnified infinitely. But deep in those seemingly sad eyes, Li Xiao saw a trace of relieved indifference. That is, the look of an abandoned child. A bone-chilling chill rushed from the soles of my feet to the top of my head. He finally understood. What double act, what self-torture tactic, they are all his wishful thinking. In the face of the family's interests, he, young Master Li, was a pawn that could be sacrificed at any time. A scapegoat used to appease the outside world's anger. Ha 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 ha. Li Xiao suddenly burst into wild laughter, his laughter filled with resentment and despair. What a way to survive by cutting off one's tail. What a way to sacrifice one's own family for the sake of justice. Old thing, you are so cruel. His eyes turned red, and his handsome face was distorted by extreme anger, looking particularly hideous. The relationship between father and son is severed at this moment. Li Xiong's press conference was surprisingly effective. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. How far has Director Li been driven? Alas, raising a son like this is unfortunate for 8 lifetimes. It seems that Li Xiong himself may really be unaware of the situation. Perhaps the Li group can still be saved? Li Xiong's decisive act actually began to subtly reverse public opinion. The Li group's stock price, which had hit its lower limit, even showed signs of a slight recovery. However, just when Li Xiong's public relations team was ready to strike while the iron was hot and completely destroy the character of the tragic old father, a new video went viral on the internet without any warning. The video's title is quite striking: The Birth of the Best Actor? Secret message from Li Xiong's office, personally giving the order. The video footage was a little dim, like a surveillance video in the corner of an office. In the picture, Li Xiong was sitting behind his desk, holding a mobile phone, and his voice came out clearly. Black Panther? It's me. I don't care what means you use, I want that kid named Lin Feng to disappear completely from Yuncheng. Be careful with your hands and feet, don't leave any traces. The video ends here. The entire internet exploded at this moment. Chapter 49, A Dragnet, Ironclad Evidence. If we say that the first secretly filmed video was a huge rock thrown into the lake of public opinion, it would have caused 1,000 waves. Then, the complete version of evidence that was pushed to the entire network shortly afterwards was a deep-water nuclear bomb that directly blew the entire lake upside down. I begged for a hammer. I knew this old fellow had bad intentions, but I didn't expect him to be so vicious. Oh my god, it would be best if a few lives were lost, and the bigger the commotion, the better? Is that even human language? This is outright terrorist. I take back what I said about him being pitiful. This scumbag deserves to be cut into pieces. I can't even sell Li Group's shares even though I've set a lower limit. I'm so blind. Call the police. You must call the police. This is no longer a business competition, this is attempted murder and endangering public safety. On the internet, netizens who were still lamenting Li Xiong's sacrifice of relatives for the sake of justice a second ago now felt that their kindness was being pressed to the ground and rubbed repeatedly. Anger. Unprecedented anger. In the full version of the video, there is no longer any trace of grief on Li Xiong's wrinkled face, only chilling cruelty and viciousness. Not only did he plan in detail how to let Black Panther create an accident and how to destroy Lin Feng's industry, he also coldly said the words that were enough to ruin him. Every word is like a poison knife, piercing the bottom line of public conscience. This is no longer just commercial oppression, but a blatant provocation to the entire social order. At the press conference, Li Xiong, who had just been feeling proud of his performance, was stopped by an assistant before he could even step off the stage. Chairman, something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened. The assistant's face was as pale as paper, and his hand holding the phone was shaking like a sieve. Li Xiong frowned unhappily. You're so flustered. How disgraceful. He took the phone and took a look at it, then his pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. In the video, he was sitting in his office, giving orders into his mobile phone. The angle was tricky and the voice was so clear that it made his scalp tingle. What is even worse is that this video was much longer than any he has seen before. When the words "it would be best if a few lives were lost" came into his ears from the mobile phone receiver, Li Xiong felt his eyes go dark and the whole world was spinning. With a thump, his legs went limp and he collapsed to the ground. It's over. It's completely over. He had imagined countless possibilities, but he had never imagined that his most private and vicious instructions would be recorded word for word and made public. Who is it? Who is it? Names flashed through his mind frantically, and finally stopped at Lin Feng's face with a hint of rogue smile. Fear, like cold seawater, completely drowned him. This young man is simply a devil. He seems to have a pair of omnipresent eyes that can see all his conspiracies clearly. The reporters at the scene also received this shocking news at the first time, and the entire venue was like a powder keg that had exploded. Li Xiong. What else do you have to say? You murderer. Executioner. Best actor. You are the real best actor. The angry reporters instantly broke through the security guard's blockade and thrust countless microphones and cameras into Li Xiong's face, wishing they could eat him alive. The flashlights flashed wildly, recording his miserable appearance with a deathly pale face and a distraught look. At the same time, Yunding Palace. Lin Feng was leaning on the sofa, scrolling through his phone leisurely. Looking at the comments section filled with criticism, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Moron Yunxue came over with a cup of black tea, and there was a hint of shock on her cold and pretty face. Did you do this too? She looked at the complete video on her phone, and especially when she heard the vicious instruction, a hint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes. If we don't give him a chance to finish the show, how can we be worthy of his title of Best Actor? Lin Feng took the teacup, took a sip, and spoke lightly. I just set up the stage and handed him a rope to hang himself. He couldn't wait to put his head in. First release an ambiguous recording to force him to do public relations. Just when he thought he had a good plan and staged a tragic drama of killing his own relatives for the sake of justice, pushing public attention to the peak, he dropped this fatal hammer. After a series of punches, Li Xiong didn't even have a chance to turn around. What he wanted was not only for the Li family to go bankrupt, but also for Li Xiong to be disgraced and nailed to the pillar of shame and history, never to be able to turn over. Moron Yunxue looked at the man beside her. Although he was smiling, she felt a sense of dominance and sharpness as if he was in control of everything. This man who usually looks a bit cool and easygoing will turn into the most ruthless hunter once his reverse scale is touched. If he doesn't move, it's fine. But if he moves, he will kill him with one blow. The huge pressure of public opinion, like a mountain, pressed down heavily on the heads of the relevant departments of Yunqing City. The city police department's emergency line was flooded with calls, and the message area of the official website was paralyzed by angry citizens. The atmosphere in the director's office was extremely solemn. It's totally lawless. They have no regard for the law. The white-haired director slammed the table so hard that the teacup buzzed. He's committing murder on our territory in Yunqing, and he's even planning to cause loss of life? What does he think of us? Just decorations. Pass on my orders. The director stood up and spoke in a firm and powerful voice. Immediately collaborate with financial regulatory authorities to establish the 818 Joint Task Force. Thoroughly investigate the Li family father and son, as well as all those involved in this case. No one should be spared. Yes. With one command, the entire Cloud City's violent machine instantly started running at high speed. Woo woo. The shrill sound of sirens broke the tranquility of the city. Dozens of police cars, divided into 3 groups, rushed out of the municipal bureau compound like arrows from a bow. All the way, we headed straight to the Li Group headquarters building in the city center, which once symbolized wealth and power. The other group rushed towards the Li family mansion in the suburbs at lightning speed. The third group quietly surrounded the villa where Li Xiao was hiding. The dragnet has been spread. At the bottom of the Li Group building, employees looked out the window at the police cars approaching, screamed in fear, and fled in all directions. In the Li family mansion, Li Xiong, who had just escaped from the press conference, was frantically stuffing gold bars and passports into the box. The shrill sound of sirens coming from far away made the last trace of blood fade from his face. In the villa on the other side, Li Xiao, who had gone insane because of being abandoned by his father, had not had time to digest this huge change. With a loud bang, the door of the villa was violently knocked open by someone with a battering ram. A group of special police officers armed with live ammunition rushed in like tigers. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at his terrified face. Freeze! Police! The cold voice sounded the final death knell for the Li family father and son. The alternating red and blue police lights reflected on the glass curtain wall of the Li Group, on Li Xiong's pale face, and on Li Xiao's dull and desperate eyes. The flickering light was like a grand funeral, announcing the end of an era belonging to the Li family. Chapter 50, The Collapse of a Wealthy Family, Shocking Yunqing. Crack! The cold metal handcuffs closed around Li Xiong's wrists, making a crisp and harsh sound. This sound was like a switch, instantly detonating the entire Li Group headquarters building. No! You can't do this to me. I'm Li Xiong. Li Xiong from one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng. Li Xiong finally came back to his senses from the extreme fear. He struggled frantically. His usually dignified face now looked particularly hideous because of the distortion. He tried to maintain his last bit of dignity, but he was like a mad dog dragged ashore. He was answered by the cold and indifferent voice of the case officer. Li Xiong, you are suspected of multiple serious criminal offenses. Come with us. Countless reporters, like sharks smelling blood, instantly broke through the last line of defense and surrounded Li Xiong. The flashlights flashed like crazy, converging into a dazzling ocean of white. Mr. Li, do you admit the content of the video? Is the Li family finished? Do you regret it? Every question was like a knife stabbing into his heart. The distance from the chairman's office on the top floor to the police car at the entrance of the building, which was only 100 meters, became the longest and most humiliating journey in Li Xiong's life. He was held by 2 policemen and stuffed into the police car in a miserable state under the farewell of countless cameras. Bang! The car door slammed shut, isolating the outside noise and completely closing the door to the Li family's glorious era. The photo of the man in handcuffs with a deathly pale face made the front page of all media in Yuncheng half a minute later. The headline was blood red and eye-catching: the collapse of a wealthy family. Li Xiong, chairman of the Li Group, has been arrested on suspicion of hiring a killer. The sky of Yuncheng changed completely at this moment. Li Xiong's arrest was just the first domino to fall. Immediately afterwards, a liquidation storm against the Li Group swept in with thunderous force. Immediately seal up the assets of the Li Group and all its subsidiaries, and freeze all accounts. All banks, immediately halt all lending to the Li Group and initiate asset preservation procedures. Taxation, industry and commerce, firefighting, all departments must join forces to enforce the law. Investigate every inch. Commands were issued one after another from the 818 Joint Task Force, and the entire Yuncheng administrative machinery was running at high speed around the Li family. The Li Group's headquarters building, which was once bustling with people, was sealed with a huge seal the next day. The building was deserted and only waste paper was left on the ground. Those partners who once treated the Li family as brothers and drank happily together are now running away faster than anyone else. What? The Li family's project? We're not familiar with them and have never worked with them before. Issue this announcement immediately. All cooperation between our company and the Li Group is terminated immediately. We strongly condemn their criminal behavior. The Ministry of Justice? Sue the Li Group immediately and demand compensation for all our losses. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes it down. In the world of capital, there is never any help in times of need, only beating the dog when it is down. In the stock market, after 3 consecutive limit downs, the Li Group's stocks were directly subject to special treatment and turned into waste paper that no one cared about. Countless investors cried and wailed at the door of the stock exchange. Their life savings were wiped out in the collapse of this wealthy family. Just 3 days. Just 3 days. A business empire that was once one of the 4 major families in Yuncheng and stood firm for decades collapsed and turned to ashes under the watchful eyes of everyone. The speed was so fast and the process was so brutal that the entire Cloud City was speechless. The atmosphere in Yuncheng's top private club was depressing. The wealthy and famous people who used to clink glasses and chat cheerfully now sat in silence, each with an expression of fear that was hard to conceal on their face. The old man of the Zhao family didn't even go to have his favorite morning tea today. I heard that the guy from the Wang family called a family meeting overnight and nearly broke the legs of those useless sons of the family. 3 days, the entire Li family was gone just like that. A middle-aged wealthy man was holding a wine glass, but his hands were shaking slightly. Another old man with a goatee sighed quietly, "Times have changed." He looked around, his voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Before, we thought that the rules of Cloud City were set by us. Anyone who wanted to come in and play had to abide by our rules. Now it seems that we were wrong. That young man named Lin Feng is not here to follow the rules, he is here to make the rules. Everyone was startled. They suddenly realized that it had only been a month or 2 since Lin Feng appeared. A month ago, they were still laughing at Morong Yunxue for finding a gigolo who was ignorant of the world. Half a month ago, they were watching the joke of the Chen and Li families joining forces to suppress an upstart. And now, the Chen family went bankrupt and Mr. Chen disappeared. The Li family was destroyed and Li Xiong became a prisoner. They originally thought that Lin Feng was a fierce dragon crossing the river, but they didn't expect that it was not a dragon at all, but a prehistoric giant crocodile awakened from ancient times. He just turned over slightly in the small pond of Yunqing, and set off a huge wave that was enough to overturn everything. The initial contempt and temptation have long since disappeared without a trace. Instead, there is awe and fear from the depths of the soul. From now on, in Yunqing, the name Lin Feng will become a taboo. A taboo that can only be admired and never provoked. Yunding Palace. Lin Feng stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the lights of the city below with a calm expression. On TV, the news about the downfall of the Li family was still playing in a loop. Morong Yunxue stood beside him and straightened his collar with her own hands. There was a complex and inexplicable light in her cold eyes. She witnessed it all with her own eyes. Witness how this man, with his own strength and in the midst of laughter and conversation, reduced a huge monster to ashes. This kind of domineering attitude of planning and controlling everything caused ripples in her heart, which had been silent for more than 20 years. At this moment, the familiar electronic sound rang in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Phased mission, Crush the Li family's revenge, has been completed in excess. Mission review, perfect. The host used lightning-fast tactics to not only crush the enemy's plot, but also met their end with a vengeance, completely eradicating the threat and igniting public opinion throughout the city. His prestige reached its peak. Rewards, mood points plus 200,000, system experience plus 100%. Congratulations to the host. The system level has been upgraded to LV3. Ding! Because the host has exceeded the mission quota, a special reward has been triggered. Receive, Business Empire Blueprint Provincial Capital Chapter. Chapter 51 After the Storm, A Warm Night. Ding! Because the host has exceeded the mission quota, a special reward has been triggered. Receive, Business Empire Blueprint Provincial Capital Chapter. The cold electronic sound ended in his mind, and Lin Feng slowly exhaled, as if he wanted to expel all the smoke and murderous aura of the past few days. He did not immediately check the so-called blueprint, but just stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his eyes penetrating the glass and falling on the brightly lit night view of Yunqing. The Li family, a behemoth that once dominated Yunqing for decades, is now a thing of the past and has disappeared into thin air. This battle was won cleanly and decisively, and also thrillingly. From this moment on, no one in Yunqing dared to touch his edge easily. Buzz buzz buzz. The phone in my pocket started vibrating like crazy, with unfamiliar numbers and respectful and humble text messages popping up on the screen. Mr. Lin, would you be so kind as to honor me with a glass of wine? Zhao Zhao Group. Mr. Lin, I have prepared a small gift and am waiting for you at Tianyue Mansion to celebrate your success. Mr. Lin is young and promising, a true role model for our generation. My son would like to visit him tomorrow. Is it possible? Overnight, those once high-ranking big guys seemed to have turned into the most humble bootlickers, scrambling to submit their own letters of allegiance. Lin Feng just glanced at it, then turned his phone to silent mode with a lack of interest and threw it aside. He has seen too many of these people's faces and has seen through them too clearly. Adding icing on the cake can never be as good as providing timely help. The current noise and popularity are nothing but passing clouds to him. He turned around and looked at Morong Yunxue, who was standing quietly beside him. She didn't say anything, but just looked at him quietly with her eyes as clear and cold as autumn water. Deep in her eyes, there was shock, admiration, and a hint of dependence that she herself had not noticed. Let's go. Lin Feng suddenly spoke, his voice a little hoarse from exhaustion. Morong Yunxue was slightly startled. Where are we going? Aren't we going to attend those banquets? In her opinion, this is the best time for Lin Feng to completely establish his status as the king of Yunqing. Lin Feng shook his head, his lips curled up in a familiar, cool arc. What's so good about those old foxes? They can't compare to the delicious food at home. After saying that, he took Morong Yunxue's slightly cold hand and walked straight towards the elevator. Go home. The moment Lin Feng pushed open the door of Yunding Tiangong's home, he was stunned. A long-lost and warm aroma of food hits you in the face. It is not the exquisite molecular cuisine in top restaurants, nor the delicacies from land and sea prepared by state banquet chefs, but a taste of home with a strong sense of fireworks. He followed the aroma and saw a tall and cool figure busy in the open kitchen. Morong Yunxue. President Morong, who was ruthless and decisive in the business world but cold as an iceberg in front of everyone, was actually wearing an apron with a cartoon bear pattern. Her slender hands, which controlled the fate of a trillion-dollar group and had signed countless contracts, were now holding a spatula awkwardly. A strand of mischievous hair fell in front of her smooth forehead, adding a touch of softness and gentleness to her beautiful profile that was rarely seen in normal times. When she heard the door open, Moron Yunchua's body stiffened slightly, like a little girl who was caught doing something bad, and her ears turned red. She turned around, wiped her hands on her apron awkwardly, cleared her throat, and tried to regain her usual cool voice. "You are back. I made something casually, I don't know if it suits your taste." Lin Fang's gaze fell on the dining table. 4 dishes and 1 soup. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes were a little burnt, but the tomatoes were cut into large pieces, which clearly showed that the knife skills were not good. The color of the cola chicken wings is a bit dark, probably because they put too much soy sauce. There was also a plate of vegetables and a plate of mapo tofu that looked just okay. This was definitely the most horrible meal Lin Feng had ever seen. But he felt that this was more tempting than any Michelin 3-star meal. He knew that given Moron Yunchua's identity, this was probably the first time she had cooked for a man in more than 20 years. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but just walked forward and gently put his arms around her slender waist from behind. Moron Yunchua's body tensed up instantly, and her breathing stopped for a moment. "You. Don't move, let me hold you for a while." Lin Feng gently rested his chin on her shoulder, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath of the fragrance of her hair, which mixed with the smell of smoke in the kitchen, forming a smell that made him feel at ease. All the calculations and tensions of the past few days disappeared at this moment. Moron Yunchua's body slowly relaxed. She stopped struggling and just let him hold her. Her cheeks were already hot enough to fry an egg on. This guy is getting bolder and bolder. With a ding sound, the oven's prompt sound broke the warm and beautiful atmosphere. Moron Yunchua woke up as if from a dream and quickly pushed him away. "Beef steak is ready." The candles were lit, casting 2 swaying shadows on the dining table. The smoke and calculations of business wars have faded away, and in the entire huge Yunning palace, only the gentle warmth flows. Lin Feng cut off a piece of steak that was obviously overcooked, put it in his mouth, and chewed it with relish. Delicious. The cooking time is just right, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and full of juice. It's worthy of being made by President Moron himself. It tastes 100 times better than what you get outside. Moron Yunchua rolled her eyes at him, secretly took a small bite, and almost frowned because it was so salty. This guy praises people so exaggeratedly. But for some reason, I felt sweet in my heart. She picked up the red wine glass on the table. The mellow wine red liquid in the glass looked particularly charming under the candlelight. She raised her eyes, and her eyes, which were always cold and clear, seemed to be filled with stars, reflecting the flickering candlelight and flashing with moving brilliance. "Lin Feng," she said softly, her voice soft but with a solemnity she had never had before, "thank you. This thank you contains so much. Thank you for helping the Moron family out of trouble. Thank you for healing my grandpa. Thank you for coming to me like a god when I was kidnapped. Thank you too, for everything you have done for me." Lin Feng put down his knife and fork, and without touching his wineglass, he stretched out his hand and gently placed it on her slender hand holding the wineglass. Her hands were slightly cool and delicate like jade. Moron Yunchua subconsciously wanted to pull it back, but he held it firmly. Lin Feng stared into her eyes, the smile on his lips was handsome and serious, with an unquestionable dominance. "Thank you for what? This is just the beginning." He moved closer, his warm breath brushing her cheek, his voice low and magnetic, like a feather, gently plucking her heartstrings. "My world is still lacking a hostess." Boom! Moron Yunchua felt a surge of heat rushing from her neck to the top of her head, and her whole pretty face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. Her heart was beating like a deer, her mind was blank, and she even forgot what she wanted to say. This time, she did not try to pull her hand back. Outside the window, the moonlight is like water, gently pouring into the restaurant. The flickering candlelight stretched the 2 people's shadows very long, and slowly intertwined them. An ambiguous and hot atmosphere permeated the air. Chapter 52, Visiting the Zhao family and their decision. Overnight, the sky of Yunqing changed color. The 4 major families that once represented the business order of Yunqing, the Chen family went bankrupt, the Li family was destroyed, and only the Zhao family and the Wang family remained neutral, trembling like 2 small boats in the stormy waves. The entire upper class of Yunqing fell into a strange silence. No one dared to talk about that name publicly anymore, but that name was like an indelible shadow, hanging over everyone's heart. Fengshui Group, President's Office. Sunlight streams in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, making the entire room warm and bright. Lin Feng leaned on the soft sofa, comfortably drinking the tea brewed by Morong Yunxue. He looked as relaxed as if he was on vacation, which formed a sharp contrast with the tense and depressing atmosphere outside. "What's going on at the Wang family?" Lin Feng asked casually as he blew away the boiling hot tea. Morong Yunxue was sitting aside, flipping through a document. She was wearing a smart white suit today, and her cool temperament revealed a hint of the boldness of a working woman. The Wang family's patriarch summoned all core members to a meeting overnight. Reportedly, several sounds of slamming and roaring were heard in the meeting room. Without even looking up, she narrated in a flat voice, "Their playboy, Wang Song, had his leg broken by his father yesterday afternoon. He's still in the hospital." "Oh? It's quite decisive to attack your own people." Lin Feng chuckled. This trick of killing the chicken to scare the monkey is just for him to see. "Unfortunately, it's too late. The Wang family sent several invitations to meet you, but I rejected them all." Morong Yunxue added, turning over a page of documents. "Good reply." Lin Feng put down the teacup. "Some people are more useful if they don't see them. This is exactly the effect he wants. Let fear ferment and let awe spread. Let those families who were once high and mighty figure out their own future path while waiting for trial." Just then, there was a gentle knock on the office door. Qin Gang walked in with a strange look on his face. "Director Lin, President Morong, Zhao Dihai, the head of the Zhao family, and his son Zhao Kai are here to visit." Morong Yunxue raised her head, a hint of surprise flashing in her cold eyes. The Zhao family is the most low-key of the four major families. They have always adhered to the doctrine of the mean and do not take sides easily. When the fight between Fengshui Group and the Li and Chen families was at its most intense, the Zhao family remained silent. Unexpectedly, they were the first to arrive. Lin Feng's mouth curled up in a playful arc, as if he had expected this. "That's interesting. Let them in." A few minutes later, Zhao Dihai and Zhao Kai, father and son, were led into the office by Qin Gang. Zhao Dihai, the helmsman of the Zhao family who has been immersed in the business world of Yunqing for decades and has always been known for his calmness and sophistication, now has a trace of awkwardness and nervousness on his face that is difficult to conceal. As soon as he entered the room, his eyes quickly locked onto Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa. He then took a few quick steps, bowed slightly, and acted as if he was humble. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for the inconvenience of visiting you." There was a hint of deliberately elevated enthusiasm and respect in his voice. Behind him, Zhao Kai was so nervous that his palms were sweating. He looked at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with a complex emotion, gratitude, awe, and a hint of the powerlessness that comes from the heart of a peer facing an insurmountable mountain. After they last met at the racetrack, he thought Lin Feng was just a mysterious young man with some background in driving skills. But who could have imagined that in such a short period of time, this young man had already turned upside down half of Yunqing and became someone that even his father had to look up to? "Master Zhao, you are too polite. Please take a seat." Lin Feng pointed to the sofa opposite with an indifferent attitude. Zhao Dihai didn't dare to be arrogant. He only sat half of his but on the edge of the sofa, leaning forward slightly, always keeping an upward-looking posture. Zhao Kai stood obediently behind his father and didn't even have the right to sit down. This almost humble attitude surprised Morong Yunxue, who was standing by. "I wonder what brings Master Zhao here today." Lin Feng picked up the teacup and gently stroked the wall of the cup. He didn't look at him, but put huge psychological pressure on the other party. A layer of fine beads of sweat oozed out of Zhao Dihai's forehead. He organized his words and forced a smile on his face that was uglier than crying. "Mr. Lin, I came here today specifically to apologize to you." "Apologize?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Yes." Zhao Dihai nodded heavily. "Before, you and the Fengshui group were targeted by the Li and Chen families. My Zhao family was blind and failed to help you in time. I am extremely ashamed. I express my most sincere apologies for my stupidity and short-sightedness." After saying that, he actually stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Feng. This bow was made willingly but also with fear. The downfall of the Li family was like a wake-up call, completely waking him up. He knew very well that with Lin Feng's current strength and means, it would be no more difficult for him to crush the Zhao family than to crush an ant. The so-called neutrality is a joke in the face of absolute strength. Not choosing a side means being abandoned by both sides and eventually becoming the target of liquidation. Lin Feng did not speak, nor did he let him get up. He just drank his tea quietly, allowing this former Yunqing boss to maintain the humiliating posture of bending over at 90 degrees. The air in the office seemed to freeze. Every second was torture for Zhao Dihai. It was not until his waist was almost broken and cold sweat soaked the shirt on his back that Lin Feng slowly spoke. Master Zhao, you are too kind. Everyone has their own aspirations, and I never force anything. Zhao Dihai sensed a coldness and indifference in these simple words, a feeling of distance and refusal. His heart trembled, knowing that an apology alone was not enough. He stood up straight, not even bothering to wipe the sweat off his face, and quickly pushed Zhao Kai behind him. You unfilial son! What are you still standing there for? Why don't you thank Mr. Lin for saving your life? Zhao Kai was startled and quickly stepped forward, bowing solemnly to Lin Feng again. Mr. Lin, last time on the winding mountain track, if you hadn't intervened, I might have died. Zhao Kai, will never forget this kindness. His voice was sincere, and these words came from his heart. Lin Feng's gaze shifted from the teacup to Zhao Kai, and he nodded, it's just a small favor. Seeing that Lin Feng's attitude finally softened a bit, Zhao Dihai was delighted, knowing that he had made the right move. He knew that it was not enough to rely solely on interests, there must be an emotional connection. And the grace of saving a life is the best connection. He took a deep breath, knowing that the most critical moment had arrived. Success or failure depends on this one move. Mr. Lin, I know that just a few words of apology and thanks are far from enough. Zhao Dihai's voice became extremely serious, and his eyes revealed a determination to fight to the death. The world of Yunqing has changed. My Zhao family doesn't want to become the next Li family. So, I'm here today on behalf of the entire Zhao family to offer you our sincerity. He took out a document that had been prepared long ago from his briefcase, held it in both hands, and respectfully handed it to the coffee table in front of Lin Feng. This is a list of all the core businesses under my Zhao family, including real estate, logistics, and hotels, with a total market value of over 30 billion. My Zhao family is willing to give up these 3 core industries, totaling 30% of the shares, to Fengshui Group free of charge. We don't want a penny. I only hope to form the most stable strategic alliance with the Snowstorm Group. From now on, I will follow your lead, Mr. Lin. Boom! When these words were spoken, even Morong Yunxue, who was accustomed to big scenes, couldn't help but hold her breath, and her cold eyes were filled with shock. 30% of core industry shares. This is no longer just cutting flesh, this is simply cutting off one's own arm. Zhao Dihai is betting the future of the entire Zhao family and tying them tightly to Lin Feng's chariot. Or, soar into the sky with the chariot. Otherwise, be smashed to pieces along with the chariot. This courage and ruthlessness are simply horrifying. Zhao Dihai and his son looked at Lin Feng nervously, their hearts almost jumping into their throats. This is the biggest and final bargaining chip they can offer. If Lin Feng still doesn't accept it, then the only thing waiting for the Zhao family is probably a slow death. Lin Feng picked up the document and flipped through it casually. His expression remained calm, and no emotion could be seen. He did not answer immediately, but turned to look at Morong Yunxue beside him. Morong Yunxue looked at him and understood his meaning from his deep eyes. She suppressed the shock in her heart and nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly, to Lin Feng. The Zhao family's pledge of allegiance is quite significant. Accepting it will help Fengshui Group quickly integrate Yunqing resources, which will be beneficial in every way. After getting Morong Yunxue's affirmation, Lin Feng closed the document, threw it on the table, and finally a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Zhao Dihai, whose forehead was covered in sweat, and spoke slowly. Master Zhao, you are courageous. These 5 simple words were like a divine decree, instantly relaxing the tense nerves of Zhao Dihai and his son. Zhao Dihai's body softened and he almost collapsed on the sofa, his face showing a look of ecstasy as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. The bet was right. They bet right. Lin Feng stood up and extended his hand towards Zhao Dihai. From today on, we are friends. Zhao Dihai quickly held Lin Feng's hands with both hands, his voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. At this moment, he knew that the future of the Zhao family was saved. Chapter 53 System Upgrade, New Journey. After seeing off Zhao Dihai and his son, who walked out of the office with ecstasy on their faces and almost floating, the office returned to peace again. Morong Yunxue looked at the equity transfer agreement worth nearly 10 billion yuan on the coffee table, and there was still a sense of unreality in her cold eyes. Zhao Dihai is such a ruthless man. She sighed sincerely. he cut off his own arm just to buy a ticket to the future. This kind of courage is unmatched in Cloud City. He's not cruel, he's smart. Lin Feng sat down on the sofa again, picked up the cup of tea that had already gone cold, and drank it all in one gulp. He knew the old days were over. Rather than clinging to his small fortune and letting it be crushed in the storms of the future, it was better to board a large enough ship as soon as possible. Lin Feng's tone was calm, but it revealed a confidence that seemed to see through everything. Morong Yunxue looked at him, and the last trace of doubt in her heart disappeared. Yes, isn't the ship the man in front of me? She said no more, silently picked up the document, and began to examine the huge assets that were about to be incorporated into the group as the president of Fengshui Group. Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes and sank his mind deep into his thoughts. His real spoils were only just beginning to be counted. Ding! Phased mission, Cloud City Glory, has been exceeded. Mission review, perfect. The host not only completely consolidated the forces of Cloud City, but also conquered the enemy without a fight, forcing the Zhao family, one of the four great families, to submit. His prestige in Cloud City has reached its peak. Rewards being settled. Congratulations to the host. The system level has been upgraded to LV3. Along with the crisp electronic sound, Lin Feng felt a warm current flowing through his body, as if his mental strength had been sublimated in some way. The system interface in front of you also has a new look. The originally simple interface now has a more technological feel, and the icons of various modules are flashing with a faint golden light. Lin Feng thought about it and clicked on the System Mall. As expected, a large number of products that had never been seen before appeared on the mall shelves. Gene Optimization Fluid Basic, price, 10 million emotional points. Comprehensively optimizes human genes, enhancing strength, speed, and reflexes, while eliminating impurities. AI Butler Alpha, priced at 50 million emotion points. This AI butler can be embedded in any smart device, boasting powerful computing power and autonomous learning capabilities, making it the perfect assistant for your life and career. Ultra High Strength Alloy Formula, price, 100 million sentiment points. This alloy technology is at least 20 years ahead of the current world, with applications in aerospace, military, and other fields. Lin Feng's heart beat faster when he saw the names one by one. Any one of these things would be enough to cause huge waves around the world. He clicked on the prize pool preview of Weekly Lottery again. At the top of the prize pool, in addition to the usual cash, luxury cars, and real estate, there are terrifying rewards such as private island ownership, oil field mining rights, and rare mineral vein exploration maps. It's quite interesting. Lin Feng murmured to himself. If the LV2 system allows him to dominate a city, then the LV3 system gives him a ticket to the world stage. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Feng focused his attention on the biggest reward of this mission. Business Empire Blueprint Provincial Capital Chapter. As his thoughts were confirmed, a huge three-dimensional map instantly unfolded in his mind. It was a detailed map of the entire Donghai province, with mountains, rivers, cities, and transportation networks clearly visible. On the map, countless golden data streams are rapidly shuttling and calculating. Buzz. With a slight sound, on the map, with Yunqing as the starting point, three thick golden arrows suddenly shot out, pointing to the three core economic zones of Donghai province. The first step is to integrate Yunqing's resources and establish a solid rear base based on the logistics and hotel industries that the Zhao family has given up. Step 2, split our forces into three groups. One group will head east, using Fengshui Group's cutting-edge technology as a spearhead to penetrate the provincial capital's high-tech industrial park. Heading south, we will use the newly acquired mineral resources to seize the raw material market in the heavy industrial cities. Heading north, using financial leverage, we are infiltrating capital into coastal financial centers. A series of clear strategic plans, accompanied by massive data analysis, automatically appeared in Lin Feng's mind, with shockingly detailed details. This is no longer a business blueprint, it is simply a strategy from a god's perspective. However, just as Lin Feng was admiring the ingenuity of this strategy, all the golden arrows on the map seemed to hit an invisible wall and suddenly stopped. Immediately afterwards, a huge red vortex began to emerge in the center of Donghai City, the capital of Donghai Province. In the center of the vortex, four large blood-red characters slowly took shape, emitting a heart-pounding sense of oppression. Tian Lang Group. System warning: the Tian Lang Group, the true underground king of Donghai Province, has businesses spanning energy, real estate, finance, entertainment, and other fields. Its background is unfathomable, and it has inextricable ties with the top wealthy families in Beijing. This group acts in a domineering and ruthless manner. They are the first and most powerful obstacle standing in the way of the Snowstorm Group from leaving Cloud City and dominating Donghai Province. Warning! This group has listed Fengshui Group as an S-level potential threat target. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Serious group. It turned out that the one he had casually killed in Yunqing was just a minion of this giant wolf. What's wrong? Moron Yunxue noticed the change in his expression. Nothing. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, regaining his lazy look, but a challenging smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I just found that the road ahead seems to be more interesting than I imagined. He was just about to tell Moron Yunxue about the Tianlang group so that she could be mentally prepared. Boom boom boom. There was a sudden and rapid knock on the door. Lin Feng and Moron Yunxue looked at each other and saw a hint of doubt in each other's eyes. Come in. Moron Yunxue said. The office door was pushed open and Secretary Qinya walked in quickly, with a rare solemnity and seriousness on her face. Director Lin, President Moron. Qinya took a deep breath and reported in a deep voice. The front desk downstairs just received a notification that someone claiming to be a representative of the provincial capital's Tianlang group wants to see you two by name without an appointment. Moron Yunxue frowned slightly. Tianlang group? Speak of Cao Cao and he will appear? Lin Feng asked with interest. Did he say what it was? Xinya's expression turned a little ugly. She hesitated for a moment, then told the truth. He said he came to deliver an instruction from Tianlang to the Fengshui group. Also, his attitude was very arrogant. Chapter 54 Uninvited Guests, The Arrogance of Sirius. Instruction? After hearing the report from her secretary Qinya, Moron Yunshue's beautiful eyebrows instantly frowned, and a hint of obvious displeasure appeared on her cold and pretty face. The Fengshui group is now at its peak in Yuncheng. Even old families like the Zhao family have voluntarily submitted to it. When will it be the turn of the Tianlang group that appeared out of nowhere and dared to use the word instructions? Interesting. Unlike Moron Yunshue's anger, Lin Feng showed an interested smile on his face. He had just learned from the system that the Tianlang group was the biggest obstacle for him to leave Yuncheng. He didn't expect the other party to act so quickly and had already blocked his doorstep. This is not to convey instructions, this is clearly to issue a challenge. Let them come up. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, picked up the tea Moron Yunxue had just brewed for him, and said calmly, I want to see how majestic the wolves from the provincial capital are. But, their attitude. Qinya hesitated. The undisguised contempt and arrogance made her feel instinctively disgusted. It doesn't matter, Lin Feng waved his hand. The dog relies on the power of the master, so we have to let him bark a few times. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of the master holding the leash behind him? Moron Yunxue glanced at Lin Feng and saw that he was confident. The slight unhappiness in her heart gradually subsided and she regained the calmness of an icy president. She wanted to see what kind of person dared to be so arrogant on the territory of Fengshui Group. A few minutes later, the office door was roughly pushed open from the outside with a dull bang. A young man in his mid-20s walked in with a swagger. He had a slick-back haircut so shiny it could split a fly's hair. He was wearing a Versace suit that was clearly ill-fitting, with a golden Medusa head gleaming gaudily on his chest. The most striking thing was his pair of rolling eyes. When he looked at people, he always habitually looked them up and down, his eyes full of undisguised contempt and scrutiny, as if he was looking at some goods for sale. He walked out alone without anyone following him, with the momentum of thousands of troops, as if the CEO's office representing the new king of Yuncheng was the back garden of his home. As soon as the young man came in, his eyes lingered on Moron Yunshue's flawless face and graceful figure for several seconds. His Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously, and a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. TSK, everyone says that Ms. Moron from Fengshui Group is the most beautiful woman in Yuncheng. Today I see that her reputation is well deserved. He gave an exaggerated compliment, but his tone was frivolous, like a gangster teasing decent women on the street. Then, he lazily turned his gaze to Lin Feng on the sofa, and with a curl of his lips, his contempt became even stronger. You are Lin Feng? He didn't even bother to introduce himself, and just came up with an interrogative tone. Moron Yunshue's face turned cold instantly, and the temperature in the office seemed to drop several degrees. Are you the representative of the Sirius Group? She took the initiative to speak, her voice as cold as ice. If I remember correctly, our Fengshui Group didn't seem to invite you. Invitation? The young man sneered as if he had heard some ridiculous joke. Little sister, you better understand. I'm not here as a guest today. I'm here to do some business. As he spoke, he walked to the desk and threw a document in a brown paper bag onto the smooth table with a bang. The loud noise was particularly harsh in the quiet office. The young man raised his chin towards the document in a condescending tone. Our boss, Brother Lang from the Tian Lang Group, has taken a fancy to the piece of land in the south of the city that you acquired from the Li family, as well as your so-called energy-saving material technology. This is the acquisition contract. He stretched out 3 fingers and waved them in front of Lin Feng and Moron Yunxue. 300 million. For your piece of land, plus that crappy technology. Don't think the money is too little, this is your only chance. 300 million? Moron Yunxue was so angry that she almost laughed. The land in the south of the city is a top priority for the Fengshui Group's future development. The land itself is worth no less than 2 billion. Not to mention the energy-saving material technology produced by the system, which is at least 10 years ahead of the world. It is truly a priceless treasure. This guy actually wants to buy it all for just 300 million? This is not an acquisition, this is robbery. What if we don't sign? Lin Feng finally spoke. He was still leaning on the sofa, his posture hadn't changed at all, and there was even a faint smile on his face, as if he was listening to a clumsy crosstalk artist telling jokes. This surprising calmness made the arrogant young man feel a little uncomfortable. The scene he anticipated was that the other party would tremble with fear and be terrified after hearing the 4 words Tian Lang Group. Instead of being like now, one is calm and composed while the other is cold as ice. Don't sign? The smile on the young man's face gradually faded, replaced by a sinister look. He looked around the luxuriously decorated office with a wide view, then fixed his gaze back on Lin Feng's face and said word by word. Boy, I advise you to think carefully. In this land of Donghai province, no one dares to say no to us Tian Lang. He took a step forward, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice. The threatening tone in his voice was like the tongue of a poisonous snake, cold and sticky. Just because you did such a trivial thing in Yunqing, destroying the lowly Li family, you really think you're a big shot? Don't be ridiculous. In Brother Wolf's eyes, your family background is just like children playing house. It's ridiculous. I'm here today to show you a way out. Take the money, get out of Cloud City, and you'll have food and shelter for the rest of your life. This is the greatest kindness Brother Wolf can offer you. If you insist on being shameless. He suddenly stood up and laughed wildly, his laughter full of disdain and cruelty. Otherwise, we at the Tian Lang Group only need to lift a finger to wipe your small, broken company, along with the entire, ignorant Yunqing business community, completely off the map. Do you understand? He emphasized the last 2 words, which were full of naked intimidation and contempt. Overbearing. Arrogant. Leave no room for maneuver. This is the style of the serious group. How outrageous. Moron Yunxue couldn't bear it any longer. These words not only humiliate the Fengshui Group, but also trample on the dignity of everyone in Yunqing. She suddenly stood up from the sofa, her pretty face was cold, and the powerful aura emanating from her body made the arrogant young man involuntarily take half a step back. Just as she was about to use the harshest words to tell this ignorant guy to get out, a warm and strong hand gently rested on her arm and stopped her. Moron Yunxue was stunned and looked back, only to see that Lin Feng had stood up at some point. The playful smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by an unfathomable calmness, as calm as the sea before a storm. He shook his head slightly at Moron Yunxue. Chapter 55, War is declared. The game begins. He shook his head slightly at Moron Yunxue. There was no trace of anger in those deep eyes, but instead a kind of playfulness like a cat seeing a mouse. Moron Yunxue was slightly stunned. When she saw his eyes, for some reason, the raging anger in her heart miraculously subsided. She immediately took a half step back and completely handed the home court to this man. The air in the office seemed to freeze at this moment. The arrogant young man looked at Lin Feng, and the sinister smile on his face became more and more intense. He thought that Lin Feng was scared and was ready to give in. What? Have you figured it out? That's right, a man who knows the current situation is a hero. Before he could finish his words, he was choked back by the scene before him. Lin Feng let go of Moron Yunxue, stretched out his long legs, and walked slowly to the desk. He didn't even spare a second glance at the young man, as if he were just an eyesore. His eyes fell on the contract in the brown paper bag, as if he were looking at some dirty trash. Then, under the young man's astonished gaze, Lin Feng reached out and picked up the contract, which in his opinion represented the will of the Tianlang Group. He didn't open it, didn't even look at it. Tear. A crisp and sharp tearing sound suddenly rang out in the silent office. The contract that carried the domineering will of the serious group was split in two by Lin Feng in front of the young people. The smile on the young man's face froze instantly, his eyes almost popped out, he couldn't believe what he saw. However, this is just the beginning. Tear. 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 Lin Feng's movements were neither hurried nor slow, with an elegant composure. He slowly and methodically tore the contract into pieces. That look was as if he was completing a trivial work of art. Confetti like snowflakes fell from between his fingers. After doing all this, Lin Feng threw the paper scraps on his hands into the trash can next to him as if he was throwing away garbage. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. In the office, you can hear a pin drop. Moron Yunxue and Secretary Qinya were both stunned. They thought Lin Feng would refuse, be angry, and argue, but they never expected that he would use this most direct, brutal, and face-slapping method. This is no longer a rejection, it is a declaration of war. This is telling the other party through actions that in my eyes, your so-called instructions are not even as good as a piece of toilet paper. The arrogant young man was stunned for 3 seconds before he finally recovered from his extreme shock. An uncontrollable rage erupted from his chest like a volcano. You dared to tear it up? His voice became sharp and distorted with anger. Do you know what you're tearing up? You. His roar came to an abrupt end. Because Lin Feng had already walked in front of him. The distance between the two people is very close. Lin Feng was half a head taller than him, and he looked down at him with that familiar cool smile on his face again, but in that smile, there was a chill that made people shiver in their hearts. Pa! Pa! Lin Feng stretched out his hand and, with the back of his hand, gently and rhythmically patted the young man's face, which was flushed red with anger. This action is extremely insulting. The young man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body froze and his mind went blank. He has grown up with the support of the giant Tianlang Group. No one dares to say a word when he walks around the provincial capital. How could he have suffered such a great humiliation? Go back and tell your master. Lin Feng's voice was very soft, but like a poisoned steel needle, it pierced the young man's ear word by word. I don't care whether he uses his fingers to eat or pick his nose. Lin Feng's smile became brighter, but his eyes were as cold as ice. But if you dare to reach Yuncheng. He stopped slapping his face, and his hand slid down, gently grabbing the young man's collar and pulling him slightly towards him. I'll take responsibility and help him chop them off one by one. Boom! The young man's pupils suddenly contracted, and a chill from the depths of his soul rushed along his spine to the top of his head. He looked at Lin Feng's smiling face, but it was as if he saw the Shura of hell in a sea of corpses and blood. That undisguised murderous aura cannot be faked. This man, what he said was true. He really dares. The huge fear instantly overwhelmed the anger. The young man's body began to tremble uncontrollably, his lips trembled, and he couldn't even utter a complete sentence. You dared to talk to me like that. You will regret it. Our Tianlang Group will not let you go. He used all his strength to squeeze out this timid threat. Lin Feng kept smiling as he loosened his collar and clapped his hands as if brushing off some dust. He took a step back, tilted his head, and said only one word. Roll. After a pause, he added with a playful smile. Remember to repeat my words word for word. Otherwise, next time, it might not be your master's fingers that are broken. This understated remark became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The young man could no longer bear the tremendous pressure and fear. He screamed, turned around in a panic, and crawled out of the office. His disheveled appearance formed an extremely ironic contrast with his arrogance when he first came in. Bang! As the office door was slammed shut, the young man representing the serious group left in a panic like a stray dog. Silence returned to the reception room. But the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder called war. Secretary Qinya opened her mouth for a long time and couldn't close it. The look in her eyes when she looked at Lin Feng had changed from respect to almost fanatical admiration. So handsome. So domineering. This is the king of their Fengshui group. Moron Yunxue looked at Lin Feng's back, her cold eyes flickering with extremely complicated emotions. There was shock and admiration, but more importantly, there was a deep worry. She took a deep breath and walked to Lin Feng, her voice carrying a barely perceptible hint of nervousness. Lin Feng, you are too impulsive. The Tianlang Group is a true giant in the provincial capital. Their power is complex and their methods are extremely ruthless. They have almost monopolized more than half of the underground business in the provincial capital, and they have both black and white interests. She quickly told Lin Feng everything she knew about the Sirius Group, trying to make him understand what a terrifying opponent he had just provoked. We now have our roots in Yuncheng. If they suppress us at all costs, we. She didn't finish her words, but her meaning was clear. Although Fengshui Group is the king in Yuncheng, there is still a huge gap in size compared with Tianlang Group, a behemoth with a great reputation in the entire Donghai province. A head-on confrontation is like hitting a rock with an egg. Lin Feng listened to her quietly, then slowly turned around. He looked at Moron Yunshue's pretty face, which was full of worry, and suddenly smiled. There was no trace of fear or retreat in his eyes, but instead a burning fighting spirit called excitement. It was a desire to meet a worthy opponent, an excitement like a lion smelling its prey. He reached out and gently scratched the tip of Moron Yunshue's upturned nose, his tone as relaxed as if he was discussing what to eat tonight. What are you afraid of? It's just a coyote entrenched in the provincial capital. No matter how fiercely it roars, it's ultimately not something that can be put on the stage. He turned around and looked at the vast world outside the window again. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with a sense of pride that looked down on the world. The game has just begun. Chapter 56, The Wrath of the Heavenly Wolf, Storm in Cloud City. Provincial capital, Donghai City. Sirius Group headquarters building, the president's office on the top floor. The room was decorated in a stark, cold palette of black, white, and gray, creating a spacious and depressing atmosphere. The only eye-catching feature was a large, splashed ink painting of a wolf king on the wall. The wolf in the painting howled to the heavens, its eyes bloodshot, as if ready to pounce from the painting and devour anyone it chose. The greasy-haired young man who was so arrogant in Yuncheng was now kneeling on the cold marble floor like a dead dog, his body shaking like a sieve. In front of him, a middle-aged man wearing a Chinese-style tang suit and gold-rimmed glasses was slowly pruning a pot of podocarpus. He was the president of Tianlang Group, Xiao Tianlang. He looks gentle and refined, like a university professor, but everyone in the upper class of Donghai province knows that behind those gold-rimmed glasses hides a ferocious and violent hungry wolf. That's what he said. The greasy-haired young man's voice trembled. He held the torn contract paper in his arms with both hands and raised it above his head. Wolf, brother Wolf, he also told me to get out. There was deathly silence in the office. Only the click sound of the golden scissors in Xiao Tianlong's hand was like a death-threatening pendulum, knocking on everyone's heart. Finally, the scissors stopped. Xiao Tianlang put down the scissors, picked up the white towel beside him, and slowly wiped each of his fingers, as if they were stained with some extremely dirty dirt. He didn't look at the scraps of paper on the ground, nor did he look at his subordinate who was so scared that he was about to wet his pants. There wasn't even a trace of anger on his face. On the contrary, a smile of interest slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. A light laugh escaped his lips. But it was this laugh that made the other black-clad bodyguards standing in the office shudder and bury their heads even lower. They know that the happier the boss smiles, the more likely someone is to be in big trouble. Interesting, really interesting. Xiao Tianlang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes narrowed into dangerous slits behind the lenses. It's been so many years, so many years. No one has dared to speak to me like this. He raised his head and his eyes fell on the picture of the Wolf King on the wall, as if he was chatting with an old friend. A little kitty from Cloud City actually dared to bare its teeth at me. He turned around and finally looked at the greasy-haired young man kneeling on the ground. The smile on his face was still gentle, but the words he said made the temperature in the entire office drop to freezing point. Since he won't accept the toast, then he won't even have the chance to drink the penalty drink. He waved his hand lightly at the bodyguard leader beside him, whose face was as cold as a knife, and issued the final judgment. Activate the strangle plan. I want all the people with the surname Murong in Yuncheng, and that one with the surname Lin, to kneel before me and beg for mercy within 3 days. At the same time, in Yuncheng, Fengshui Group. Even after the arrogant representative left, the atmosphere in the office did not become more relaxed. Moron Yunshue's usually cold and pretty face was now filled with solemnity and worry. She is no longer the decisive and ruthless iceberg female president, but is feeling genuine anxiety for the person most important to her. Lin Feng, you are really too impulsive. She paced back and forth, her voice trembling slightly, which she herself did not even notice. The Tianlang Group isn't comparable to a local clan like the Li family. That Xiao Tianlang, he's a lunatic. 5 years ago, there was a group in the provincial capital that was just as powerful as his, but they won a bidding war. Half a month later, the chairman of that group disappeared, and no one has seen him alive or dead to this day. They control most of the provincial capital's underground grey industries, employ a bunch of desperate criminals, and act with no moral integrity. It would be unwise for us to confront them head-on now. She stopped and looked at Lin Feng with worry in her beautiful eyes. She was not afraid of being implicated, she was afraid that Lin Feng would fall into an irretrievable danger. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart when he saw her anxious look. He didn't try to argue, but walked forward, grabbed her slightly cold hand, brought her into his arms, and hugged her tightly. Morong Yunxue was caught off guard, her pretty face turned red instantly, and she subconsciously wanted to struggle. Don't move. Lin Feng rested his chin on her shoulder and whispered in her ear. His warm breath made her ears feel itchy. Morong Yunxue's body stiffened. Feeling the strong heartbeat coming from his chest, the strength to struggle disappeared inexplicably. Lin Feng held her and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, pointing at the night view of Yuncheng outside the window that was already under their feet. His voice was calm but full of strong confidence. Yunxue, watch. If you step back out of fear against a hungry wolf, it will only think you are weak and vulnerable, and then it will pounce on you without hesitation and bite your throat. His palm gently stroked her hair, but his eyes became sharp as a knife. The only way is to knock it to the ground with one punch before it pounces on you. Beat it until it's in pain and scared. Beat it until the next time it sees you, it will just whimper with its tail between its legs. These words, full of primitive and wild arrogance, were like a shot of adrenaline, deeply injected into Morong Yunxue's heart. She raised her head and saw in his deep eyes not impulsiveness and recklessness, but an absolute confidence that allowed him to plan and look down on everything. Yes, this man, since the day he appeared, hasn't he created enough miracles? Whether facing the Chun family or the Li family, has he ever retreated even a little? He is like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath, with its edge fully exposed. He can kill gods and Buddhas who stand in his way. You should believe in him without reservation. In an instant, all the worries and anxieties disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented high morale. Morong Yunxue's eyes became clear and firm again. She broke free from Lin Feng's arms, not because she was shy, but because she looked at him with unprecedented seriousness. Okay. Then let's fight. Her voice was not loud, but it was resounding. The boldness and decisiveness of a female CEO returned to her. I will immediately integrate all the resources of the group. No matter what tricks the Tianlang Group uses, our Fengxue Group will fight to the end. Looking at her burning desire to fight, Lin Feng smiled with relief. That's right. This is what his woman should be like. And at the moment when Morong Yunxue's fighting spirit was completely ignited, the cold system prompt sound came as expected in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Main quest updated, counterattack Sirius. Mission description, survive the frenzied suppression of the Sirius Group and deliver a heavy counterattack. Let the hungry wolves of the provincial capital know who the true tiger is. Mission reward, depends on the severity of your counterattack. The more aggressive your counterattack, the greater the reward. Chapter 57 Weekly Lottery, Epoch-Making Technology. Okay, let's fight. Morong Yunxue's fighting spirit was completely ignited, and there seemed to be flames burning in her cold eyes. She immediately turned around, picked up her phone, and prepared to call all the executives of the group to hold an emergency meeting overnight to arrange a full-scale war against the Sirius Group. However, Lin Feng held her back again. No rush. Lin Feng shook his head with a mysterious smile on his face. To deal with a hungry wolf, you don't need a group of sheep to be on high alert. Morong Yunxue was stunned. So what are you going to do? What I need is a sword that can deliver a fatal blow. Lin Feng's eyes were deep, as if he could see through the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him and see a more distant future. He knew very well that an enemy of the size of the Sirius Group had been entrenched in Donghai province for many years and was deeply rooted, with influence in both the black and white worlds. If they were to compete head-on with them in business, no matter how much money Fengxue Group had, it would be dragged down by the other party's endless tricks and fall into an endless quagmire. Conventional wars cannot defeat a mad wolf that does not follow the rules. If you want to win, you must attack from a lower dimension. You must come up with a trump card that will leave the opponent no chance to struggle. Go back and have a good sleep first, and get enough rest. Lin Feng ruffled Morong Yunxue's hair and said gently, the sky won't fall. Even if it does, I'll hold it up. Believe me, tomorrow morning, I will give you a big surprise. Looking at Lin Feng's eyes full of absolute confidence, Morong Yunshua's excitement and nervousness were once again replaced by an inexplicable sense of security. This man always seems to have a trump card that can subvert everything. She didn't ask any more questions, just nodded heavily, looked at him deeply, and then left the office with her secretary Chinya. When the office door closed again, the whole world fell silent. The smile on Lin Feng's face slowly faded, replaced by an unprecedented focus and sharpness. He walked to the sofa and sat down, slowly closing his eyes and letting his mind sink into his thoughts. System, open the weekly lottery. As his thoughts went on, a gigantic roulette wheel, several times more magnificent than the previous one, emerged in his mind. This is the first refresh of the weekly lottery, after the system was upgraded to LV3. The entire roulette wheel is divided into hundreds of grids, from low to high, shining with the light of bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and even diamonds. The contents of the prize pool are also much richer than before. In addition to the usual cash, luxury cars and real estate, there are also astonishing assets such as 10% shares of a listed company and partial ownership of a South African diamond mine. But these are not what Lin Feng wants. His gaze passed directly over those grids shining with the light of money and locked onto the few grids at the top of the roulette wheel, which were shining with the light of dazzling diamonds. There lies the trump card that can change the situation of the battle. Artificial intelligence, genetic technology, controlled nuclear fusion. Each noun represents a power that is enough to subvert an era. Lin Feng took a deep breath and muttered to himself. Come on, give me a technique that will completely crush the serious group and prevent them from ever recovering. Lottery. At the command, the huge roulette will start spinning wildly. The pointer passed through each grid, and the light of bronze, silver, and gold, countless dazzling rewards flashed by quickly. Thank you for your patronage. 10,000 yuan in cash. A shared bike. The pointer was moving faster and faster, so fast that Lin Feng could hardly catch it. His heart rose to his throat as the roulette wheel spun rapidly. Success or failure depends on this one move. Gradually, the speed of the roulette wheel began to slow down. The pointer passed through a golden area and slowly entered the grid shining with platinum light. A Lamborghini Veneno supercar. 10 shops on Yunqing Commercial Street. God-level cooking skills. The pointer was moving slower and slower, and every time it moved forward, it seemed to exhaust all its strength. Lin Feng's breathing almost stopped. Now is the time. Go ahead. Come on, charge. As if it heard the roar in his heart, the trembling pointer suddenly jumped forward at the last moment when all the platinum grids were about to be completed. Buzz. A soft sound that seems to come from eternity. The pointer stopped steadily at the dazzling diamond area. There is only one grid. In an instant, the entire system interface was enveloped in a diamond light that could not be described in words. Dazzling, brilliant, supreme. Immediately afterwards, a line of golden characters formed by the light of diamonds, with unparalleled majesty, suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host. Triggering a 1 in a billion chance. Winning the only diamond-level reward, a groundbreaking complete set of manufacturing technology for new energy-saving materials. Technical introduction: this material is created through dimensionality reduction technology from an unknown high-dimensional civilization. Its core principle is spatial energy microcirculation, which forms a micro-energy closed loop on the surface of the material, recovering and reusing over 90% of all dissipated energy, including heat, kinetic energy, and light energy, generated during device operation. Application scope: covering all industrial fields that require energy consumption. From small mobile phone batteries to large spacecraft, once this technology is applied, its energy consumption will drop by 90% from the current level. Boom! An unimaginably huge flow of technical data, like a rushing galaxy, instantly rushed into Lin Feng's mind. From the most basic molecular formula, to complex material ratios, to fully automated production line design drawings, and transformation plans applied to different fields. Everything, no matter how big or small, was imprinted in his memory in just 1 second, as if he was the scientist who invented this technology. Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. The night view of the city outside the window rapidly receded in his pupils, replaced by countless data streams and molecular structure diagrams flashing with faint blue light. His brain, at this moment, was comparable to a supercomputer, frantically digesting and understanding this terrifying technology that could change the course of human civilization. Reduce energy consumption by 90%. What is the concept? This means that the value of all traditional energy sources, including oil, coal, and natural gas, will plummet by 90% overnight. This means that the industrial costs, transportation costs, and living costs of all countries will undergo earth-shaking changes. This is no longer a technology. This is the key to the fourth industrial revolution. And now, this key is lying quietly in his hand. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand and looked at his palm, as if he could see the magical molecular formulas leaping around. A long time. He smiled. It was a silent smile at first, but soon, it grew bigger and bigger, and more ostentatious, until it turned into a hearty laugh that resounded throughout the entire office. Ha 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 ha. Tian Lang Group? Xiao Tian Lang? The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up wildly, and his eyes flashed with a light cold judgment. He knew that this was no longer a weapon for counterattack. This is the holy sword used to judge these mortals. The game is over. Chapter 58, The Strangulation Begins, The Crisis of the Morong Family. No words were spoken that night. The next day, when the first ray of morning light penetrated the clouds and shone on this bustling city, a silent war had already begun. Morong Yunxue got up very early. Lin Feng's domineering words last night made her blood boil, but she also clearly realized that a tough battle was about to come. She changed into a smart business suit and tied her long black hair neatly behind her head. Her beautiful face was filled with frosty determination. She wants to meet the challenge from the hungry wolf from the provincial capital together with Lin Feng. However, when she stepped into the Fengshui Group building with full confidence, she keenly sensed a hint of unusual atmosphere. The entire company was shrouded in a depressing and panic-stricken atmosphere. Employees were rushing around, their faces full of anxiety, and whispers could be heard everywhere. What happened? Morong Yunxue stopped a department manager who was walking quickly. The manager saw her, as if he had seen a savior, and said with a pale face, "Boss Morong, this is bad. Something big has happened." Before he finished speaking, Morong Yunxue's chief secretary Qinya came up to him with a serious expression. "Boss Morong, please come to the office quickly. The purchasing and HR departments are going crazy." Morong Yunxue's heart sank and she walked quickly towards the president's office. As soon as she stepped into the office, the purchasing director rushed in, his voice tinged with tears. "Boss Morong. It's over. It's all over. Over 60% of the raw material suppliers for all of our Morong family's subsidiaries just now, almost simultaneously, unilaterally announced the termination of their cooperation with us. They paid the liquidated damages, but simply stopped supplying us. These guys are our old partners who have worked together for over 10 years. They're all concentrated in the provincial capital, and now I can't even get through to a single one of them. It's clear that someone is behind this and directing everything." What? Morong Yunxue was struck by lightning. Cut off more than 60% of the raw material supply. For a large business group, this is tantamount to being strangled by the throat. Without raw materials, all production lines will become a pile of scrap metal. This is not the end yet. Before the purchasing director finished speaking, the human resources director rushed in with a dejected look on his face. "Boss Morong, worse is yet to come. From 9 o'clock this morning until now, in less than an hour, 37 core technical personnel and executives from our group have already submitted their resignations." The HR director's voice was trembling. He slammed a thick stack of resignation letters on the table, his eyes filled with despair. 37 people. They're almost all the technical backbones and department heads for all our key projects. I asked one of them who I have a good relationship with, and he said, the Tianlang Group in the provincial capital has offered them triple their salary, plus villas and luxury cars, as long as they report there today. This is cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron. Mr. Morong. Boom. If cutting off the supply chain is like strangling the throat, then this targeted poaching is like pulling out the backbone of the entire group. How far is a company from bankruptcy if it has no raw materials and no core talent? Morong Yunxue's body shook, and her pretty face turned pale in an instant. Quick. Too fast. The methods used by the Sirius Group were even more brutal and swift than she had imagined. This is not a business competition at all, it is a premeditated, organized, strangulation. Ding-ling-ling. The intercom on the desk rang rapidly, bringing her back to reality from her shock. It was the group board secretary who called. Mr. Morong, the second master and the others, want you to go to the top floor conference room immediately to hold an emergency board meeting. The secretary's voice was filled with panic. Morong Yunxue closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She knew that the real storm had just begun. The moment she pushed open the door to the top-floor conference room, a surge of extremely suppressed anger and panic rushed towards her like a tsunami. Both sides of the long conference table were filled with uncles and elders of the Morong family. They were all directors of the group. At this moment, everyone's face was filled with anger and fear. Morong Yunxue. You still have the nerve to come here. Second uncle Morong Shan, who was sitting below the first seat, slammed the table, stood up suddenly, pointed at her nose and roared, "Look at what you've done. For your own selfish feelings, for a wild boy who appeared out of nowhere, you brought disaster upon our Morong family. I've said it before, that Lin Feng is a jinx. Now, with the serious group taking action, our decades-long foundation will be destroyed in a single day." Second uncle, this matter. Shut up. Third uncle also stood up and said bitterly, "Yunxue, you've let us down so much. The group's stock price has plummeted nearly 20 points, and several key projects have come to a complete standstill due to a lack of raw materials and talent. If this continues, within 3 days, our Morong group will file for bankruptcy. This is all caused by your good lover. We must draw a line between ourselves and him. Now. Immediately. That's right. Hold a press conference immediately and announce that our Morong family has nothing to do with that Lin Feng. We also need to prepare generous gifts. We will go to the provincial capital in person to apologize to Brother Wolf of the Tianlang Group. Yunxue, you should quit your job as CEO and resign." For a moment, the meeting room was filled with anger, and all the accusations, insults, and coercion were shot like sharp arrows at Morong Yunxue, who was alone. In their opinion, the culprit of all this is Morong Yunxue and Lin Feng behind her. In order to preserve the Morong family's foundation, they were willing to sacrifice Morong Yunxue and beg for mercy from the Tianlang Group. Morong Yunxue stood at the door, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar faces, and felt a bone-chilling chill rising from the bottom of her heart. These are her relatives. She usually enjoys the wealth and prosperity brought by the group, but when the crisis comes, they just want to push her out as a scapegoat. Her lips were bitten white and her nails dug deep into the flesh, but she still straightened her back and swept her cold eyes over everyone present. "I won't draw a clear line between me and Lin Feng." Her voice was not loud, but extremely firm. "The Fengxue group is half mine and half his. Now, its surname is Fengxue, not Morong. If you're scared, you can sell your shares now and I'll buy them all at the price. As for begging for mercy from the serious group?" A hint of cold sarcasm appeared at the corner of Morong Yunxue's mouth. "There is no such word in my dictionary, Morong Yunxue." After she finished speaking, she no longer looked at the group of uncles who were stunned by her words. She turned around resolutely and slammed the door of the conference room amid their angry roars. "Isolate all the unbearableness and ugliness behind you." After walking out of the conference room, Morong Yunxue's forced strength finally collapsed in an instant. The enormous pressure was like a landslide or tsunami, almost completely drowning her. There are family members forcing the emperor to abdicate inside, and hungry wolves lurking outside. She felt like a lone boat in the raging sea, which could be smashed to pieces at any time. She dragged her heavy steps and returned to her CEO's office in a daze. The place where she once made plans and directed the affairs of state now seemed like a cold cage. She pushed the door open blankly, ready to endure it all alone. However, the next second, she was completely stunned. In the office's reception area, the man who was supposed to be the culprit of all this was leaning leisurely on the sofa. His feet were even resting on the coffee table in an indecent manner. He was holding a cup of steaming hot premium de Hongpo in his hand. He was closing his eyes and savoring the aroma of the tea with a look of enjoyment. The world outside the window was already in turmoil, and the entire group was in chaos. But here, he seemed to be the center of the storm, with a peaceful life and light clouds and breezes. He looked so relaxed and at ease, as if everything happening in the outside world had nothing to do with him. It seemed that all the huge crises were just insignificant performances in his eyes. Chapter 59, Cutting Off the Firewood? No, Digging Your Own Grave. Seeing Lin Feng's leisurely and contented look, the grievance, anger, and powerlessness that Morong Yunxue had suppressed with great difficulty suddenly surged up again like a flood that broke through a dam. Her eyes suddenly turned red. "Lin Feng." Her voice was filled with a hint of suppressed tears and trembling. "What time is it? How can you still act like nothing happened?" Hearing the voice, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and saw her tearful look. He was stunned at first, then put down his teacup and put away his nonchalant attitude. He stood up, walked to her, looked at her red eyes, raised his hand with some heartache, and wanted to wipe the moisture from the corners of her eyes. Moron Yunxue subconsciously took a step back and avoided his hand. She took a deep breath, forced back her tears, and told him everything that had just happened in a nearly collapsed speed. The serious group took action. This morning, over 60% of the raw material suppliers for all of our Moron family's businesses have unilaterally reneged on their contracts. Our production lines will be completely shut down soon. Within the group, 37 core technical personnel and department executives resigned en masse within the same hour. They were all poached by the serious group with triple their salaries. Our entire technical department and management team were practically wiped out. The company's stock price has evaporated by nearly 20% in just this morning. And it's still falling. Just now, my second uncle and the others called me to a board meeting. Everyone was forcing me to draw a clear line between me and you, forcing me to push you out as a scapegoat so they could go and beg for mercy from the Tianlang group. Moron Yunxue became more and more excited as she spoke, her voice getting louder and louder, and her cold eyes were filled with despair and exhaustion. She seemed to want to vent all the pressure and grievances at this moment. Draining the firewood from under the cauldron. This is draining the firewood from under the cauldron. Lin Feng, do you understand? We are forced into a desperate situation. This move by the serious group is to kill us. After she finished speaking, her chest heaved violently and she bit her lips hard to prevent the tears from falling. The entire office fell into dead silence. However, to her surprise, after hearing this report that could be described as bad news, Lin Feng's face did not show the solemnity and panic she had expected, but instead, smiled. It was a smile that came from the heart, with a hint of playfulness and sarcasm. That's it? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, his tone so relaxed as if he was asking, "How's the weather today?" Moron Yunxue was completely stunned. She even suspected that she was hallucinating because of too much pressure. What did you say? I say, that's it? Lin Feng spread his hands, his smile growing even wider. I thought Xiao Tianlang could come up with something really special, but after all this time, this is just a little trick that can't be put on the stage? He walked to the tea table, poured himself another cup of tea, and said slowly. They're poaching us? Isn't that perfect? It saves us severance pay and N+1 compensation. These guys, invisible at ordinary times, become fence sitters when it comes to the crunch. Keeping them around is a nuisance. Now that they've voluntarily left, the ones who remain are the loyal and trustworthy ones we truly have. Lin Feng took a sip of tea and continued to analyze with a logic that made Moron Yunxue baffled. They're cutting off our raw materials? Great. I was just worrying about what to do with those old, highly polluting and energy-intensive production lines. With this, we can completely shut them down and upgrade our technology. It's like someone giving you a pillow when you're sleepy, free of charge. How thoughtful. As for your uncles, Lin Feng's lips curled up in disdain. They are just a bunch of useless people who can only bully others at home. They fight happily when the wind is in their favor, but when the wind is against them, they just want to kneel down and beg for mercy. I will lose if I pay attention to such people. Take away the fuel from under the cauldron? Lin Feng put down the teacup, turned around, and looked directly at Moron Yunxue, who was completely stunned, with a hint of pity in his smile. No, Schwer, you're wrong. They're not just cutting off the source of the trouble, they're digging their own graves. Moron Yunxue's mind went blank. She was completely unable to understand Lin Feng's weird logic. Redundancy pay? Disposal of old production lines? The situation is urgent. Why is he still thinking about these things? Is he really crazy? Looking at her confused and even doubtful eyes, Lin Feng knew that words of comfort were no longer of any use. He smiled and didn't explain anything. Instead, he walked to his desk and took out a freshly printed document that was still warm from the drawer. He walked back to Moron Yunxue and gently pushed the thin document into her hands. Here, look at this. Moron Yunxue subconsciously lowered her head and her eyes fell on the cover of the document. On the cover, there was a title written in bold black letters that seemed unfamiliar to her. Technical White Paper on New Energy Saving Materials. What is this? She looked up in confusion. Our trump card. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. It is also the death warrant of the Tianlang Group. With a heart full of confusion and doubts, Moron Yunxue opened the first page of the document with trembling hands. The next second, her pupils suddenly contracted. In the very center of the document, a series of terrifying technical parameters were listed in the most eye-catching way. Material core, space energy microcirculation technology. Energy recovery rate, 90%. Material strength, 15 times that of titanium alloy with the same density. Manufacturing cost, lower than most existing industrial plastics. Application areas, covering all known industrial fields such as energy, transportation, aerospace, consumer electronics, military industry, etc. Energy recovery rate exceeds 90%? The cost is lower than plastic? Moron Yunxue felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible giant hand, and even breathing became difficult. As the female president of a huge business group, she knows better than anyone what each of these numbers represents. This means that if this technology is true, the world's energy landscape will be completely rewritten. She flipped through the pages frantically. The document also lists in detail the application plans and forecast data of this material in fields such as mobile phone batteries, electric vehicles, and even large power stations. The phone can go a month without charging. The range of electric vehicles can easily exceed 10,000 kilometers. Coal consumption in thermal power plants will be reduced by more than 90%. Page after page. Every word, every piece of data, was like a bombshell, exploding wildly in Moron Yunxue's mind. Her body began to tremble slightly uncontrollably, and her pretty face, which had turned pale due to fatigue and stress, now flushed abnormally due to extreme shock and excitement. This icy female CEO who could remain absolutely calm no matter what situation she faced, could no longer remain calm at this moment. Her breathing became extremely rapid, and her hands holding the documents were shaking so much that she could hardly hold them. She suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with bloodshot and an almost insane disbelief. Her lips trembled, and she used up all her strength to squeeze out a broken question from her throat. This is all real? Lin Feng looked at her out-of-control appearance and showed a cool and handsome smile on his face, as if his plan had succeeded. He reached out his hand and gently tucked a strand of her messy hair behind her ear, then slowly leaned close to her ear and gave the final judgment in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Certainly. So now, do you still think we are in crisis? No, the crisis of the serious group is coming. There was a gleam of contempt in Lin Feng's eyes. Schwer, get ready, we don't want to play anymore. We are going to establish a new company, a company that will make the whole world tremble. Chapter 60. A new company is established, aiming at the future. The sentence "establish a company that can make the whole world tremble" exploded in Moron Yunxue's mind like a thunder. She looked at the man in front of her. His handsome eyes flashed with an almost crazy self-confidence and a domineering attitude that treated all the heroes in the world as nothing. All crises and all despair seemed so ridiculous and insignificant in the face of this technology that is enough to overturn the times. Moron Yunxue's chest was heaving violently, the blush caused by excitement had not yet faded, and her eyes had changed from shock to an unprecedented fanaticism and fighting spirit. Yes, fighting spirit. The frustration of being forced into a desperate situation by the serious group and the heartbreak of being forced out by the family elders, at this moment, all turned into a high morale to take the whole world under his feet. She didn't ask any more questions, but just stretched out her trembling hand and grabbed Lin Feng's arm tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Good. One word, so powerful. Let us do it. The two looked at each other and saw the blazing flames in each other's eyes. Without any hesitation, without a moment's delay, Moron Yunxue acted decisively and resumed her decisiveness as an icy female CEO. Fengshui Group is our foundation, but this technology is too advanced to be mixed with existing business. We must establish a new subsidiary to operate independently. Just call it Future Energy. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly, and he almost blurted it out. Energy of the future. Moron Yunxue chewed on the name, the light in her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Okay. This is it. Our future, the future of mankind. I will immediately invest 5 billion with Fengshui Group as the main body. Moron Yunxue said firmly. Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled ostentatiously. The pattern is too small, my female CEO. If you want to play, play big. He held up a finger. We're injecting 10 billion. I want everyone to know that we're not just playing around, we're creating an era. 10 billion. Even Moron Yunxue was shocked by this number. But the next second, she nodded heavily. Okay. 10 billion. The two of them got to work right away and began to divide the work. Moron Yunxue was responsible for handling a series of legal and financial procedures, including company registration and fund transfers. Although her network of contacts had been severely cut off by the Tianlang Group, she could still draw on some of her truly trusted old subordinates and secret channels. She made one encrypted call after another, all contacting overseas equipment suppliers. I'm Moron Yunxue. I need a batch of the highest precision material synthesis equipment and fully automated production lines. Yes, regardless of cost, they must be airlifted to Yunqing within 3 days. Money is not an issue. Lin Feng, on the other hand, took on a more core task: finding a production base. The synthesis of this new energy-saving material requires a special natural mineral as a catalyst. This mineral is abundant in the Earth's crust, but its distribution is extremely scattered, making conventional exploration like searching for a needle in a haystack. But this is not a problem for Lin Feng, who possesses the golden eyes. He did not leave the office, but turned on the computer on his desk and called up the satellite map of the area around Yunqing and the information on land listed for sale by the Land and Resources Bureau. Lin Feng's eyes, at a moment when no one noticed, were filled with a faint golden halo. In his vision, the whole world lost its colorful colors and turned into a black and white picture composed of countless energy flows. Those bustling commercial areas and densely packed residential buildings lost their meaning in his eyes. His gaze, like the most sophisticated radar, swept across every inch of land outside Yunqing. Got it. Just a few minutes later, Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on an area on the west side of the city. It was an industrial land that had been abandoned for many years. Due to the serious heavy metal pollution in the soil and its remote geographical location, it had been put up for auction several times, but no one was interested. The price kept falling, and finally it became a toxic land that was almost given away for free. But under Lin Feng's golden eyes, deep in the abandoned land that was despised by everyone, a weak and unique energy fluctuation was emanating. That was exactly the catalyst vein he was looking for. A smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. He didn't even bother to go through the procedures and directly called the person in charge of the land auction. When the person on the other end of the phone heard that someone wanted to buy the toxic land, he thought it was a scam call. It was not until Lin Feng revealed his identity as the chairman of Fengshui Group and expressed his willingness to pay the full price 10% higher than the listing price that the other party agreed hesitantly. Half an hour later, when a land transfer contract with an outrageously low price was faxed in, Moron Yunxue looked at the number on it that was almost given away for free, and then looked at Lin Feng, who had a calm face, and she didn't know what to say. This man can always create miracles in the most incredible places. Just as Lin Feng and Moron Yunxue were busy paving the way for future energy. Provincial capital, Sirius Group. Xiao Tianlang was leisurely enjoying a cigar while listening to his men reporting on the brilliant results of the strangulation plan. Brother Wolf, the Moron family is in chaos. The stock price has plummeted, executives have resigned, the supply chain has been disrupted, and those old guys are forcing Moron Yunxue to step down. The technical backbones we recruited from Fengshui Group are all in place. Hearing this, Xiao Tianlang showed a satisfied smile on his face. Everything is under his control. Lin Feng, who was ignorant of the immensity of the world, was probably in a state of panic at the moment, and the countdown to kneeling down and begging for mercy had already begun. Just then, another subordinate knocked on the door and walked in with a strange look on his face. Brother Wolf, there is somewhat strange news. Speak. Xiao Tianlang blew out a smoke ring. According to the latest news from the industrial and commercial system, just an hour ago, Fengshui Group registered a new wholly owned subsidiary called Future Energy, with a registered capital of 10 billion. Puff. Xiao Tianlang exhaled a puff of cigar smoke and started coughing violently. What did you say? He grabbed his subordinate by the collar, his eyes widening behind his gold-rimmed glasses. 10 billion? A subsidiary? Is Lin Feng crazy? This news was completely beyond his expectations. In his script, Lin Feng should be kneeling down and begging for mercy at this moment, so why did he create a new company with a registered capital of 10 billion at this time? Where did he get the money? Where did he get the courage? After a brief moment of shock, Xiao Tianlang suddenly laughed, and laughed so hard that he almost cried. Ha 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 ha. I get it. I get it. He let go of his hands, walked to the window, and looked in the direction of Yunqing, his face full of disdain and sarcasm. It's just bluffing. This guy is at his wit's end, trying to play the empty city trick on me. He thought that registering a 10 billion company would scare me? And stabilize the morale of the troops? Naive. Too naive. This kid, he's just trying to use fireworks to pretend to be an atomic bomb, what a joke. Xiao Tianlang turned around, and the smile on his face became extremely sinister. Since he wants to play, I will play with him to the end. He issued new orders to his men, his voice as cold as the Siberian cold wave. Increase the pressure. Notify all banks to freeze all loans and capital flows related to the Snowstorm Group. Notify all construction companies that anyone who dares to accept orders from Future Energy is working against our Sirius Group. I want to make sure his so-called energy of the future can't even buy a single brick, or even draw a single blueprint. I want to make it die in the womb. The storm is coming. The entire Yunqing business community felt the tremendous anger from the provincial capital giant. Everyone thought that Fengshui Group was doomed this time. However, at this critical moment. A piece of news quietly spread from within the Fengshui Group. Lin Feng, chairman of Fengshui Group, personally summoned all employees who did not choose to resign during the turmoil and announced that they would all be merged into the new company, Future Energy. And all those who stayed. Salary tripled. Moreover, everyone will receive 1,000th of the company's original options free of charge. As soon as the news came out, the entire Fengshui Group was in an uproar. And when this news reached the ears of those 25-year-olds who had just switched to the Sirius Group and were dreaming of a bright future, the smug smiles on their faces froze in an instant. Triple the salary? Original options? A former executive who was good at arithmetic calculated with trembling fingers that if the new company with a registered capital of 10 billion yuan could go public in the future, he would lose a few small goals. With a plop sound, the department manager who had just been bragging to his new colleagues about how he had turned from evil to good suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The rest of the people looked at each other, their faces looking uglier than if they had eaten shit. An emotion called regret spread wildly in the hearts of each of them like the most powerful poison. They seemed to have made the dumbest decision of their lives. Chapter 61 Product Launch, Undercurrents Before the Conference. Just when those 25-year-olds who had just jumped to the Sirius Group were beating their chests and stamping their feet, regretting their decision, and some even went into shock from anger on the spot. In the western suburbs of Yunqing, on the abandoned industrial land that everyone despised, a construction miracle is being carried out in a crazy way that subverts everyone's cognition. Money is the most powerful catalyst in the world. With Lin Feng's almost unlimited financial support, all conventional construction processes were broken. Hundreds of top construction teams from all over the world work in 3 shifts, 24 hours a day. The roar of countless heavy machinery resounds through the sky, day and night. Heavy trucks carrying the highest precision equipment airlifted from overseas lined up in a queue stretching dozens of kilometers on the road leading to the construction site. The superfactory, which was originally estimated to take at least 1.5 years to complete, was completed in just 1 month under the guidance of the process flow drawings provided by Lin Feng, which were systematically simplified to the extreme. Yes, you read that right, just 1 month. A silver-white superfactory covering thousands of acres and full of futuristic science fiction feels like a dormant steel giant rising from the ground. The moment when the last screw in the factory is tightened and the fully automated production line starts. In the sterile laboratory, Lin Feng and Moron Yunxue held their breath. Under the precise operation of the robotic arm, several seemingly ordinary powdery substances were put into the reaction furnace. Accompanied by a slight buzzing sound, a faint blue light flashed across the furnace. Just a few seconds later, a flexible film as thin as a cicada's wing and with a translucent texture slowly slides out along the conveyor belt. This is the final form of the new energy-saving material. It looks like an ordinary piece of plastic wrapping paper. However, when a researcher wearing protective clothing carefully placed the film on a specially made high-power engine running at high speed, a miracle happened. Next to the engine, on the huge electronic screen that displays the real-time energy consumption, the numbers that were jumping rapidly seemed to be paused the moment the film was put on. Immediately afterwards, the string of numbers representing the terrifying energy consumption began to plummet at a speed that made one's scalp tingle. From 10,000 kilowatts, it dropped to 5,000 kilowatts, 2000 kW, 1000 kW in an instant. Finally, it stopped steadily at 980 kilowatts. Energy consumption has dropped by more than 90%. However, the engine speed did not decrease at all. Boom! In the laboratory, all the researchers who witnessed this scene had a blank mind and stood there in a daze, as if they were under a spell. They looked at the film, their eyes filled with fanaticism, awe, and a subversive sense of witnessing a miracle. Physics, at this moment, seems to have been redefined. Success! Morong Yunxue covered her mouth, mist rising in her beautiful eyes, and her body trembled slightly because of extreme excitement. She knew that from this moment on, a brand new era had begun. A satisfied smile also appeared on Lin Feng's face. He turned his head and looked at the excited Morong Yunxue, and the ruffian look in his eyes reappeared. Swear, the fun has just begun. It's time to give a big gift to that hungry wolf in the provincial capital. He picked up the film that could change the world and looked at it with disdain. Pass on my order to hold a product launch conference. Send invitations to the entire business community of Donghai province. I want to show everyone what true future energy is. The news that Lin Feng was going to hold a product launch conference was like a stone thrown into the already turbulent business world of Donghai province. However, this stone did not cause any ripples. Provincial capital, Sirius Group. Xiao Tianlang received the beautifully crafted gold embossed invitation letter, but he didn't even have the interest to open it and threw it directly into the trash can. Product launch? He wiped his gold-rimmed glasses, a cruel sneer on his lips. I think it's the press conference for the last will and testament. He said slowly to his men, spread the word and say it's me who said it. This press conference is Lin Feng's last supper. Whoever dares to participate will be my enemy, Xiao Tianlang, and the enemy of our Tianlang group. These words are more effective than any formal business ban. For a time, the entire business community of Donghai province was in a panic. Those entrepreneurs who were originally curious and planned to go and see the excitement, after receiving the greeting call from the Sirius Group, immediately locked the gold-plated invitation letter in the deepest part of the safe, as if it was a death warrant. The Fengshui Group, which was once bustling with customers, suddenly became deserted. Countless phone calls came in, and people declined to attend with all kinds of strange reasons. Oh, Mr. Morong, I'm so sorry. I can't leave because of my sister-in-law's son's full moon banquet that day. Boss Lin, what a coincidence. Our company is organizing a team-building trip to Antarctica to see penguins that day. Next time for sure. There were very few responses. The entire business community is expressing their loyalty to the Sirius Group with a tacit sense of distance. In their opinion, the ignorant Lin Feng was already a dead man. On the day of the press conference. Yunqing International Convention and Exhibition Center. This is the top venue in Yunqing, large enough to accommodate 3,000 people. Lin Feng booked the entire venue. From the red carpet to the lights, to the champagne at the buffet, everything was arranged to the highest standards and was extremely luxurious. However, at this moment, the huge conference hall seemed empty and deserted. There were 3,000 seats, but less than 30 people were sitting there sparsely, most of whom were from Fengshui Group and Morong family. At the back of the venue, there were quite a few reporters in the media area. But the expressions on their faces were all gloating. They came with cameras and not to report a business miracle, but to witness an epic joke. TSK, they really spent a fortune. This venue must cost millions a day, right? Not only that, look at that buffet, it's all flown in by a Michelin 3-star chef. This guy really has a lot of money. What's the use of having more money? This is what happens if you offend the Sirius Group. After today, this future energy will become the biggest laughingstock in the entire East China Sea province. I've even thought of a title, Billion-Dollar Farce, the coldest product launch in history. Just as the reporters were whispering and getting ready to watch the show, the main door of the venue was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A middle-aged man wearing an Armani suit, with a slicked back hair and an expression of undisguised arrogance and contempt on his face, swaggered in, surrounded by a group of black-clad bodyguards. It's the vice president of Tianlang Group, Zhao Tianlong. A sharp-eyed reporter immediately recognized the person and exclaimed, "Why is he here?" All the media cameras instantly clicked on Zhao Tianlong, and flashbulbs lit up. Zhao Tianlong really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. He adjusted his tie and glanced disdainfully across the empty venue, finally landing on Lin Feng, who was about to go on stage. He curled his lips into a humiliating smile, took a step forward, and walked straight towards the center of the stage. The order he received was to stomp Lin Feng's face hard in front of all the media before the press conference started. Chapter 62 is released in a shocking manner, a miracle that subverts the industry. Zhao Tianlong's appearance was like pouring a bucket of cold water on hot oil, instantly bringing the already awkward atmosphere in the venue to freezing point. All the media cameras turned around and aimed at this uninvited guest, with flashlights lighting up as if he was the protagonist of the day. He adjusted his priceless Armani tie, ignored everything around him, and walked straight toward the stage. Each step he took was heavy, and the sound of his leather shoes hitting the ground echoed in the empty venue, filled with a sense of oppression. Moran Yunshue's face darkened instantly, and she was about to ask the security personnel to step forward to stop them. Lin Feng raised his hand to signal her to be patient, and there was even a playful smile on his face. Zhao Tianlong swaggered to the edge of the stage, picked up a spare microphone, and blew it contemptuously, making a shrill noise. He looked around at the empty seats and let out an exaggerated sneer. "Oh my god, this is the Future Energy press conference with the supposed 10 billion yuan investment? I thought I was in the wrong place and had arrived at some village-run enterprise's annual commendation meeting." His voice, carried throughout the venue through the speakers, was filled with undisguised humiliation. The reporters in the back row burst into laughter, and the shutter clicks became more frequent. "Mr. Lin, right? Young and promising." Zhao Tianlong looked at Lin Feng with a forced smile, his eyes full of disdain. "You spent so much money to buy such a big place, and only invited so few people? The attendance rate is even worse than that nearly bankrupt cinema downstairs from our company. To be fair, it's good for young people to have dreams, but they can't live in them. 10 billion sounds impressive, but do you really think the business community in Donghai province is full of fools? Such bluffing will only make you a laughing stock. I'm here today to kindly remind you. Kneel down now, kowtow to our brother Wolf, and admit that you're a clown. Perhaps our Tianlang group will show mercy and leave you a chance to live." These words are extremely vicious. This wasn't just commercial suppression, it was outright humiliation of character. They were going to completely trample Lin Feng's dignity underfoot in front of all the media in the province, making it impossible for him to stand up again. Moran Yunxue was so angry that her whole body was shaking and her silver teeth were almost broken. However, Lin Feng, who was at the center of the storm, remained calm. He waited until Zhao Tianlong finished speaking before slowly picking up his microphone with a cool smile on his face. "Are you done?" Zhao Tianlong was stunned. "Vice President Zhao, you've worked so hard, rushing all the way from the provincial capital to be the opening guest for this little-known press conference of mine." Lin Feng's tone was as relaxed as if he was chatting casually. "Your opening remarks were so passionate and spit-filled that if you didn't know better you'd think the Tianlang group had switched to crosstalk. You're the supporting actor, right?" Puff. Several young employees of Fengshui Group in the audience couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Tianlong's face instantly turned purple. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would still be so stubborn even when he was about to die. "You. Don't be impatient." Lin Feng made a pleased gesture with a playful smile. "Since you want to see the joke so much, then I'll let you see it to your heart's content. Come, I've reserved a VIP seat for you in the first row. The view is the best, but don't blink." After saying that, he ignored Zhao Tianlong and walked straight to the center of the stage. There is no fancy PPT and no exciting background music. The staff just pushed up two simple laboratory tables. On the table on the left, there is an ordinary 100-watt incandescent bulb connected to an independent electricity meter. On the right side of the table, there's also a 100-watt incandescent bulb, but this one has an almost invisible translucent coating on its surface. It's also connected to a separate electricity meter. Zhao Tianlong crossed his arms and sneered, "What the hell? Junior high school physics experiment class? Is this your $10 billion project?" The reporters were also confused, but the cameras still faithfully recorded everything. Lin Feng didn't explain, just snapped his fingers. Bang! Two lights light up at the same time. Everyone's attention was instantly focused on the two rapidly rotating electricity meters. On the left, there is an electricity meter representing an ordinary light bulb, and the numbers are jumping wildly upwards like a wild horse. And on the right, everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. The electric energy meter on the right, which is connected to the coated light bulb, has its numbers jumping as slowly as an elderly person. The numbers on the two electricity meters form a shocking contrast. If the left side is a 100-meter sprint, then the right side is a snail's walk. What's going on? The electric meter is broken, a reporter asked subconsciously. The sneer on Zhao Tianlong's face froze. He stared at the two electricity meters, his eyes full of disbelief. This is not the end yet. The staff pushed up the second experimental table. This time, they were two identical miniature air conditioners, each connected to an energy meter and thermometer. One of them also had that magical film attached to its core chip. The experiment begins. Both refrigerators are started simultaneously. At the air outlet of the ordinary refrigerator on the left, the thermometer began to slowly drop, 25 degrees, 24 degrees, 23 degrees. And on the right, the thermometer reading on that refrigerator that uses a new material chip is plummeting. 25 degrees. 15 degrees. 5 degrees. 0 degrees. In just a dozen seconds, a layer of white frost had formed on the air outlet. And its energy consumption is also less than 1/5 of the one on the left. Hiss. There was a sound of gasps at the scene, but this time, it was not out of disdain, but out of utter shock. If the first experiment could be explained by coincidence or cheating, then the second experiment completely overturned their cognition. Is this magic? A fine layer of cold sweat had already seeped out of Zhao Tianlong's forehead. The ominous premonition in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. He wanted to speak, to denounce it as a hoax, a magic trick. However, at this moment, Lin Feng snapped his fingers again. Behind the stage, the huge LED screen that had been dark since the start of the press conference suddenly lit up. There was no cool animation on the screen, just a PDF file with a bright red stamp. At the top of the document was a name that shocked everyone, authoritative test report of the German TV Rhineland Group. Immediately afterwards, the report content was infinitely magnified, and a line of conclusion in bold, red, and large font took up the entire screen, like the sword of God's judgment, slashing down. After testing, the future energy number 1 material submitted for inspection was confirmed to effectively reduce overall energy consumption in energy equipment applications by 90.3%. Test conclusion: this technology is epoch-making and subversive, and is evaluated as miracle. 90.3%. Miracle. When these two words were imprinted on everyone's eyes in an unreasonable way, the entire venue fell into an eerie silence. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's brain shut down at this moment. And this silence lasted for less than 3 seconds. Boom. The media area is crazy. Oh my God. What did I see? A 90% reduction in energy consumption? Is this the fourth industrial revolution? Hurry. Publish it. Headline. No. Nuclear level headline. Don't push. Let me get a close-up of that report. All the reporters rushed forward like sharks smelling blood, and the flashlights flashed wildly at an unprecedented frequency, lighting up the entire conference hall like daylight. They knew that they were witnessing a historic moment that would go down in human history. Standing at the edge of the stage, the sneer, arrogance, and contempt on the face of Zhao Tianlong, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, had already disappeared without a trace. His mouth was slightly open, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip due to extreme fear, and his whole body was shaking like a sieve. The blood drained out of that arrogant face in an instant, turning as pale as paper, as if he had witnessed the end of the world. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is a hoax. This is an illusion. However, the bright red seal on the screen and the crazy actions of those reporters were telling him mercilessly that all this was true. The Sirius Group is finished. Zhao Tianlang is finished. He is also finished. A bone-chilling chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Zhao Tianlong felt his eyes go dark, his legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground with a plop. Lin Feng stood in the center of the stage, enjoying the chaos in the audience and the dazzling flashlights. He didn't even glance at Zhao Tianlong lying on the ground. He just calmly raised the microphone and clearly sent the voice that was enough to detonate the global business community into everyone's ears. Future Energy, starting today, is accepting global pre-orders. In addition, I announced that the first 100 companies that sign cooperation agreements with us will enjoy a 30% discount. As soon as the words fell. Buzz buzz. The cell phone in Lin Feng's pocket began to vibrate and ring wildly as if a bomb had exploded. Immediately afterwards, Moron Yunshua's cell phone, the company's front desk's phone, the phone numbers of all Fengshui Group's executives, all rang out at the same time, one after another, throughout the entire venue. Chapter 63. Orders are falling like snow. Zhao Tianlang is in a panic. The ringing of telephones one after another seemed like the charge for a new era, announcing the end of an old era and the birth of a new king. The venue was completely out of control. Those business CEOs who had previously disdained the invitation letters and are now watching the live broadcast in front of their TVs or computers are regretting it now. 30% off. The first 100 spots. This is not a discount at all, it's a money printing machine falling from the sky. Whoever can grab the first batch of cooperation agreements will be able to seize the initiative in the upcoming energy revolution and be an era ahead of their competitors. For a moment, Lin Feng and Morong Yunshua's private phones were overheated from the calls, and finally they were paralyzed due to too many incoming calls. All public telephone numbers of Fengshui Group and Future Energy Company are busy. The Future Energy official website, which had just been urgently launched, crashed within just 3 minutes of the press conference due to over 10 million visits. The server was overwhelmed and crashed. The page was left with a 404 not found message that frustrates countless people. The head of the technical department, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, was now crying into the phone, "Buy. Rent me all the servers available on the market. No matter the cost." The boss said money isn't the problem. The problem is that the whole world wants to give us money, and our network card is gone. Inside and outside the venue, there was a world of ice and fire. Inside the venue, there was a frenzy of witnessing history. Outside the venue, those entrepreneurs who were not present due to coercion and inducement from the Sirius Group were now trying desperately to squeeze in using various means. "Mr. Wang. You can't come in. You don't have an invitation. Get out of here. Your President Lin and I are brothers. I'm going to crawl in today even if I have to." The chairman of a listed company who usually looks righteous is now trying to squeeze under the security guard's armpit without caring about his image. "Mr. Li, please don't make things difficult for us. I'll give you 1 million. Let me go in and have a word with Director Lin. Just one word." The entire convention center was in complete chaos. The video and press release of the press conference, like the strongest virus, swept across the entire internet at an unreasonable speed. #shock. China's cutting-edge technology emerges, energy costs plummet by 90%. The vice president of Tianlang Group was so frightened that he paralyzed on the spot at the press conference. The end of an era. For whom does the death knell toll for traditional energy? Every title is enough to make the heart of anyone who clicks on it skip a beat. In just 1 hour. With the official website down and phone calls unavailable, the total amount of confirmed pre-orders through various private channels, and even by sending people with cash to block the company's door, broke through a terrifying figure. 50 billion. This number, like a real nuclear bomb, exploded throughout the entire Chinese business community. At the same time, provincial capital, Sirius Group headquarters, top floor president's office. Xiao Tianlang was leaning comfortably on the leather boss chair, holding a glass of 1982 Lafite in his hand, shaking it gently. The sunlight poured in through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, reflecting a cold and confident light on his gold-rimmed glasses. On the projection screen in front of him was playing a concert video of a popular female star from his entertainment company. Everything seemed so peaceful and under control. He glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, and a cruel arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, that idiot named Lin should be enjoying the most grand social death scene of his life. He took a sip of red wine, his eyes filled with the joy of a cat playing with a mouse. He could already imagine Lin Feng's desperate and ridiculous expression in the empty conference hall, facing the ridicule of reporters. "Fight me? Maybe in the next life." Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the office door was suddenly thrown open, and his most trusted confidant, the director of planning department, rushed in, crawling and tumbling, his face full of fear as if the world was about to end. "Wolf, brother Wolf. Oh no. Something big has happened." Xiao Tianlang frowned, feeling very dissatisfied with his subordinate's misconduct. "What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling?" He put down his wine glass and said coldly, "Did that Lin from Yunqing call you crying and begging for mercy at the press conference?" No, brother Wolf." The planning director was almost crying. With trembling hands, he held up a tablet computer in front of Xiao Tianlang, his voice shaking. "Hurry up and watch the live broadcast. The whole internet is going crazy." Xiao Tianlang snorted disdainfully and took the tablet lazily. On the screen was the scene of the Yunqing press conference. When he saw the test report with the bright red seal of the German TV Rhineland Group and the 90.3% on the screen that was so dazzling that it made his soul tremble. The smile on his face froze instantly. The goblet in his hand slipped from his fingers with a snap and shattered on the expensive Persian carpet. The bright red wine spread like blood. Then, the live camera turned and focused on Zhao Tianlong, who was collapsed on the stage, his face ashen and shaking like a sieve. Xiao Tianlong's pupils suddenly shrank into the most dangerous needle tips. "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This is a magic trick. It's a hoax." It's a play that the guy hired actors to perform. However, when he saw the real-time reservation amount scrolling like a waterfall at the bottom of the screen, representing an astronomical figure. When he heard the host on the news screaming words like witness history and energy revolution in an almost broken voice, a bone-chilling chill instantly rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. The capital he was so proud of, the network of people he carefully cultivated, and his business empire that was enough to strangle all his rivals. In the face of this absolute technological barrier, it is as fragile as a piece of paper. He suddenly realized that this was not a failure in a business war. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. Everything he built, the foundation of the serious group, those traditional energy and manufacturing industries, will be crushed to pieces in this wave of technological revolution called the future, and not even a speck of dust will be left. Ah! An uncontrollable fear and rage erupted from Xiao Tianlong's chest like a volcano. He suddenly punched the rosewood desk in front of him that was worth $1 million. Crack! The hard and heavy solid wood tabletop was smashed into a horrible hole by his punch, and wood chips flew everywhere. Lin Feng! He roared like a wild beast, and his usually gentle and refined face was now distorted by extreme anger and fear. It's over. It's all over. Despair, like a tide, completely drowned him. In the deathly silence of the office, Xiao Tianlang slumped in his chair, breathing heavily, his eyes empty and distracted. After a few seconds, a final glimmer of madness rekindled in his eyes. He suddenly grabbed the red encrypted phone on the desk and tremblingly dialed a number that he knew by heart. The moment the call was connected, he no longer cared about the decency and dignity of a business tycoon, and issued a final cry for help to the person on the other end of the phone in an almost pleading tone. Young Master Long. I'm in trouble. The other party's technology may threaten your layout in the capital. Chapter 64, Young Master Long of Beijing, a stronger enemy. There was silence on the other end of the phone. There was no immediate outburst of rage, nor any questioning, only a suffocating silence that seemed to come from the deep sea. Xiao Tianlang held the red encrypted phone in his hand. The sweat in his palm had soaked the microphone, but he didn't dare to wipe it. He could even clearly hear the beating of his own heart and the roar of blood rushing to his brain. After a full half-minute, a young, lazy voice with a hint of cynicism and magnetism slowly came from the receiver. Tianlang, you are a wolfdog I raised in the East China Sea, not a chihuahua that will piss itself when it sees a rabbit. The voice was not loud and the tone was gentle, but it seemed to carry an invisible pressure, which made Xiao Tianlong's waist bend a little more instantly, and the cold sweat on his forehead flowed down. Long. Young Master Long. His voice was dry and hoarse, full of humility. What I encountered this time wasn't a rabbit, but a Godzilla in sheep's clothing. On the other end of the line was Long Ao, the heir to the powerful Long family, one of Beijing's true top wealthy families. And he, Xiao Tianlang, and the Tianlang group that he was proud of were nothing more than a dog that the Long family casually supported in order to establish their presence in Donghai province. Oh? Godzilla? Long Ao on the other end of the phone seemed to chuckle, with a hint of aroused interest in his tone. Tell me, how did this Godzilla make my wolfdog even tuck its tail between its legs? Xiao Tianlang did not dare to hide anything, and even exaggerated it a bit, telling Lin Feng's press conference the terrifying effect of the new energy-saving material, and the current situation of the entire market going completely crazy at the fastest speed. He must make young Master Long understand that this failure was not due to his incompetence, but because the enemy was too perverted and beyond the scope of mortal understanding. Energy consumption is reduced by 90%. Young Master Long, can you imagine that? This isn't technological innovation, it's a miracle. It's magic. All of our traditional energy and manufacturing industries are nothing but a pile of junk ready to be swept into the trash before this thing. Right now, the entire Donghai province, no, possibly the entire Chinese capital, is rushing like crazy towards that kid named Lin Feng. The deposits he receives in a single day are higher than our Tianlang Group's annual profit. Xiao Tianlang became more and more excited as he spoke, and his voice became sharp with fear. Young Master Long. We're done. Your layout in Donghai province, the industrial barriers we painstakingly built, are all gone overnight. After he finished speaking, he gasped for breath and waited for the judgment from his master. However, the other end of the phone fell silent again. However, this time, the silence was no longer suffocating and oppressive. Xiao Tianlang could even faintly hear the rhythmic tapping of fingers on the table coming from the receiver. 1, 2, 3. Every sound struck Xiao Tianlong's heart. After a long time, Long Ao's lazy voice sounded again, but this time, there was a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal in his tone, like a shark that smelled blood. Interesting. 90% reduction in energy consumption. This is definitely beyond my expectations. A dog loses if it loses, but if it can bring back a piece of dragon meat, then the dog is still useful. Long Ao's voice suddenly turned cold, and the laziness disappeared in an instant, replaced by a determination and domineering attitude like 10,000 years of ice. It's a good thing, but it shouldn't belong to a dirt-legged bastard who came out of nowhere. You, at all costs, get this technology for me. That cold voice, as if carrying an unquestionable magic, instantly pulled Xiao Tianlang out of the abyss of despair. He suddenly raised his head, and his dilated pupils refocused, flashing a terrifying light. Young Master Long. What do you mean? Don't you understand what I mean? There was a hint of impatience in Long Ao's voice. People may die, but technology must remain. Boom! These words, spoken lightly, were like a bolt of black lightning, instantly splitting apart all the confusion and fear in Xiao Tianlong's heart. Yes. If you can't win in business, can't you use other means? Why did I get so stuck in such a dead end? As long as the technology is acquired, what does it matter whether that kid named Lin Feng is dead or alive? An idea that was even more sinister and crazy than before was growing wildly in his heart. I understand. Young Master Long, I understand. Xiao Tianlong's back straightened again at this moment, and his twisted face became ferocious because of extreme excitement. An obedient dog will be rewarded by its master. Don't let me down. On the other end of the phone, Long Ao said the last few words indifferently and hung up. Beep beep beep. Hearing the busy tone in the receiver, Xiao Tianlang slowly put down the phone. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below, and the fierce and tyrannical light in his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses rekindled. Fear and despair have long been replaced by stronger greed and murderous intent. With the support of the Long family in Beijing, he was equivalent to getting a golden medal of immunity from death. He can use everything, the most extreme, the dirtiest, the most shameful means. Lin Feng. He whispered the name, a sinister smile forming on his lips. You think you won? No, the game has just begun. Since you don't want to be a dog, then don't even have the chance to be a dog. He turned and walked back to his desk without hesitation. He no longer contacted any underground forces in Donghai province. Those were trash, not even worthy of carrying Lin Feng's shoes. He opened the secret compartment in his desk and took out a black satellite phone with no markings. Turn on the computer and enter a complex key of up to 36 digits. The phone screen lit up, revealing a pitch-black interface. In the center of the interface, there was only a blood-red, constantly flashing ghostly mask pattern. Xiao Tianlang took a deep breath and pressed the dial button. The organization he wanted to contact was the world's top and most expensive commercial espionage organization, which operated in the gray area of the world and even gave headaches to intelligence agencies of various countries. A legend who only accepts extinction-level missions. Phantom. Chapter 65, Corporate Espionage? Everything is an illusion in front of the system. Phantom. A name that represents death and top secrecy in the global underworld. Their business never involves ordinary fighting and killing. They are technology thieves and gravediggers of business empires. For the right price, they can paralyze a country's power system, steal blueprints from the Pentagon servers, or make a rising business tycoon disappear in his sleep. When Xiao Tianlang made this call, it was equivalent to signing a devil's contract with billions of dollars and human lives as ink. At this moment, in the VIP lounge of the Yunqing International Convention and Exhibition Center, Lin Feng and Murong Yunxue were standing side by side, looking out the window at the traffic that was completely paralyzed due to excessive congestion, as well as those crazy businessmen who were still unwilling to leave and tried to break through the security line. We succeeded. Murong Yunshue's voice had a slight tremor as if in a dream, and her cold and pretty face was filled with an unprecedented smile, as bright as a summer flower. The success of this press conference has far exceeded the scope of business. It was like a storm, not only sweeping across China, but also shaking the global technology and capital circles with an unstoppable attitude. Just now, the CEOs of Apple, Tesla, Samsung, these once high-ranking global technology giants, have sent humbly worded letters of intent for cooperation through various channels. They are well aware that in the face of this epoch-making technology, failure to cooperate means being eliminated. Lin Feng smiled and raised the champagne in his hand, gently clinking it with Murong Yunxue. No, this is just the beginning. He looked at the golden liquid swaying in the cup with deep eyes. Our journey is to the sea of stars. Moron Yunxue was amused by his childish yet domineering words, her eyes moving around, full of charm. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. However, at this peak moment where victory and warmth are intertwined. Bite. A cold, rapid electronic prompt sound with unprecedented warning meaning exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Warning! Warning! A fatal threat to core technology new energy-saving materials has been detected. Threat source, International Top Corporate Espionage Organization Phantom. Threat assessment, the other party has accepted the dual missions of technology theft and host elimination. Operation has begun. Danger level, extremely deadly. Emergency defense mission triggered, Phantom Catcher. Mission objective, discover and crush all conspiracies of the Phantom Organization, completely destroy it or make it permanently fear the host. Quest reward? A series of system prompts, like countless steel needles, instantly pierced Lin Feng's brain. The smile on his face froze instantly, and the champagne glass in his hand trembled slightly. Phantom? Host clearing? A cold chill rose from the bottom of my heart. He knew that while he was enjoying the fruits of victory, his enemies, desperate to lose, had already overturned the table and started using the bloodiest and darkest means. What's wrong? Moron Yunxue immediately noticed Lin Feng's abnormality. She asked with concern, reaching out and touching his forehead, "Are you feeling unwell?" "You look." "It's okay." Lin Feng quickly came back to his senses and gave her a comforting smile. "Maybe I was too happy and a little tired." He knew that Moron Yunxue must not be involved in this matter. The enemy is a poisonous snake from the shadows. He must pull it out and crush it before it bites anyone. At this moment, the system mall popped up automatically. A new product emitting golden light is highlighted at the top. Product name, Loyalty Detection Radar Range Version. Product type, Strategic Information Detection Tool. Function introduction, scans a designated area within a 10-kilometer radius, displaying the loyalty of all human individuals in the area to the host and its core interests in real time in the form of colored light spots. Color grading. Green 8100, absolutely loyal, willing to be trusted with one's life. Yellow 6079, neutral and easily influenced by the outside world. Orange 3059, discontented and at risk of betrayal. Red 029, clear hostility, extremely dangerous. Price, 10 million emotion points. 10 million emotion points. This is almost 80% of the emotional value Lin Feng gained at this press conference. But Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all. You can earn money again if you lose it, but if you lose your life, you really lose everything. Exchange. Start immediately. Scanning range, Future Energy Headquarters Building. He issued a firm order in his heart. Ding. Redemption successful. Loyalty detection radar has been activated. In an instant, the world in front of Lin Feng's eyes changed. An incredibly detailed, translucent 3D model of the Future Energy Headquarters Building unfolded on his retina. Every floor and every room of the building is clearly visible. And within this model, hundreds of light spots of different sizes appeared densely packed. Most of them are vibrant emerald green. These points of light represent the old employees who have followed him all the way from Fengshui Group. After being conquered by Lin Feng's money power and personal charm time and time again, their loyalty has already exploded and they have become Lin Feng's most solid team. Among them, the green light spot representing Moron Yunxue was as bright as jade, emitting a warm halo. In addition to the green spots, there are dozens of yellow spots of varying shades. Most of them are new employees who were urgently recruited by the company to expand production capacity. They do not yet have a complete sense of belonging to the company and are in a neutral and wavering state, which is completely normal. Lin Feng's gaze, like an eagle, swept across every floor quickly. He was looking for that deadly red. Suddenly, his pupils shrank sharply. Found it. In an independent laboratory located in the core of the building, the Material Research and Development Department with the highest security level. A spot of light suddenly appeared, a dazzling, evil, deep red color, as if dripping blood. The concentration of the red light even far exceeded the clear hostility defined by the system. The core of the light spot was fatally revealed by a dark atmosphere representing murderous intent. It's you! Lin Feng's eyes instantly became icy cold. With a thought, he magnified the red light spot infinitely. The system immediately retrieved the person's detailed information. Name, Gao Ziyuan. Age, 28. Position, Level 3 Technician. Job start time, 1 week ago. Resume, he holds 2 PhDs in materials science from MIT and has worked for 3 Fortune 500 technology companies. His resume is impeccable and he was admitted as an exceptional talent. A resume that is so perfect it's almost fake. If it weren't for the system, no one would be able to tell that this venomous snake, so perfectly disguised, was lurking right next to his heart. Lin Feng looked at the photo of Gao Ziyuan on the screen. The man was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle and elegant. However, the curve of his mouth became colder and colder. Phantom? Corporate espionage? Very good. Since you like to play in the shadows, I will turn on all the lights on the stage for you and let you perform well under the spotlight. Lin Feng slowly closed the system interface. The cold murderous intent in his eyes disappeared without a trace in an instant, and he returned to his cynical and handsome appearance. He turned around, picked up the champagne glass again, and gave a bright smile to Moron Yunxue, who looked concerned. Schwer, it's so boring to just stand here and celebrate. Moron Yunxue was stunned. Then what do you want to do? Lin Feng blinked mysteriously, and his deep eyes flickered with the excitement that only a hunter would feel when he sought his prey. Let's play a game called Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. Chapter 66, Lure the Snake Out of Its Hole, The False Core. The launch of Future Energy was like a magnitude 12 global business earthquake, and the aftermath has not yet subsided. Countless hot money rushed into Yunqing like crazy, wanting to get a piece of the pie in this epoch-making feast. However, at the Future Energy headquarters, which is at the center of the storm, the atmosphere is not as relaxed as the outside world imagines. On the top floor, in the chairman's office with its 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a panoramic view of the entire Cloud City, the atmosphere is as solemn as iron. Moron Yunxue's brows were tightly knitted together. She had just hung up a call from the head of the security department, and a layer of frost covered her pretty face. The company's external network has suffered over 30,000 high-intensity attacks in the past 24 hours, with IP addresses spread across the globe. Although they were all blocked by our firewall, this is definitely not something that ordinary hackers can do. She looked at Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed leisurely, as if it had nothing to do with him, and there was a hint of worry in her voice. Furthermore, the security department has also reported that recently a number of individuals with suspicious identities have attempted to approach the company building disguised as reporters or delivery drivers. Lin Feng, I'm worried, those hungry wolves, desperate for victory, are going to resort to shady tactics. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng put down the coffee cup in his hand, and a rare hint of seriousness appeared on his face, which always had a somewhat cool smile. It is easy to dodge a spear, but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. He slowly stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the bustling city below. External attacks are just flies. No matter how annoying they can't kill you. What I'm really worried about is the poisonous snake hidden in our bodies. Moron Yunxue's heart trembled, and she instantly understood what he meant. Yes, compared to those aggressive threats from outside, a spy lurking inside is the most deadly. Lin Feng personally developed the core technology of Future Energy, and its security level was impeccable. However, the company's rapid expansion and complex personnel structure made it difficult to guarantee that it would not be infiltrated by the enemy. Once the core technology is leaked, all their previous efforts will be in vain. Do you have a suspect? Moron Yunxue walked up to him and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. Suspicious? Lin Feng suddenly smiled, and that familiar, all-controlling air returned to his face. I even know what color underwear he's wearing today. Moron Yunxue. She rolled her eyes at him. This guy could never change his flirtatious habits. Lin Feng looked at her angry expression and felt in a good mood. He turned around and gently scratched the tip of her upturned nose. Schwer, don't worry. If the enemy wants to play dirty, then we'll play big with him. I've prepared a great gift, a core technology that's enough to send their entire organization into the stratosphere. As he spoke, Lin Feng's thoughts sank into the system mall. From the dazzling list of goods, he spent a full 5 million emotional points to exchange for a special item that emitted a strange red light. Product name, Virtual Core Data Pack Trojan Horse version. Product type, Strategic Counterintelligence Trap. Functional description, this data package contains a set of virtual technical files that are identical in appearance, code structure, and data flow to the core technology of Future Energy. However, its underlying logic is embedded with a destructive logic bomb. If any unauthorized device attempts to decrypt or copy this data package, the logic bomb will instantly activate, tracing the source through the network, irreversibly burning all electronic devices and releasing a high-intensity EMP pulse, destroying all electronic components in the area. Friendly reminder: explosion is art, please use with caution. Lin Feng looked at the extremely domineering introduction in the system, and the curve of his mouth became bigger and bigger. My goodness, this is not a Trojan horse, it's a courier with a nuclear bomb tied to it. I was worried about not being able to find the snake's nest, and you took the initiative to send me the GPS. Half an hour later. The highest level closed-door meeting on future energy was held in the conference room on the 33rd floor, which has the strictest security. Those who participated in the meeting were the group's most core executives and technical leaders, less than 20 people in total. Everyone's mobile phone was confiscated before entering the conference room, and the entire room was covered by a strong signal jammer to eliminate any possibility of information leakage. When the meeting started, Lin Feng's face was extremely serious, even with a bit of suppressed anger. Everyone, I called you all here today to tell you one thing. His sharp eyes swept over everyone present, making everyone's heart tighten. Our technology has been targeted. And according to the intelligence I've received, their tentacles may have already reached into our company. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was in an uproar. What? There's a mole? This is impossible. Our security here. Lin Feng raised his hand to suppress everyone's discussion, and his voice became colder. Nothing is impossible. For money, there will always be someone willing to sell their soul. He paused, as if making a difficult decision, and finally said in a deep voice, to prevent the worst from happening, I have decided to physically transfer the group's only unencrypted core technology source file. I will personally transfer it from my office to a Class S air-gapped vault constructed of military-grade alloys located 5 floors below ground level. It's completely cut off from the internet, and uses the most primitive mechanical combination lock. Even if a god came, they wouldn't be able to take it away. These words, like a bombshell, exploded in the hearts of all executives. Physically isolating the last trump card is undoubtedly the safest way. I agree with Director Lin's decision. This is the best solution at the moment. Everyone agreed. Lin Feng nodded and added casually, the transfer will be at 3 o'clock this afternoon. I will personally escort them. To maintain confidentiality, all surveillance cameras along the route from my office to the elevator in the underground garage will be shut down for 15 minutes. After saying that, he announced the adjournment of the meeting and left the conference room without looking back. No one noticed. In the corner of the conference room, Gao Ziyuan, the third-level researcher in the technical department who was usually taciturn, wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked gentle and elegant, heard the two keywords 3 o'clock in the afternoon and surveillance will be turned off for 15 minutes. Deep in his eyes hidden behind the lenses, a trace of irrepressible greed and ecstasy flashed across his face for a moment, like a hungry wolf seeing a lamb. His heart was beating wildly because of extreme excitement, and the blood rushed to his brain, giving him a dizzying pleasure. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's a godsend. That idiot Lin Feng actually revealed the time, location, and even the security loopholes. Was he afraid that I wouldn't be able to steal it? Gao Ziyuan forced himself to suppress the urge to laugh out loud. He lowered his head and pretended to organize documents. However, the fingers of his left hand, which was placed under the table, were tapping his thigh lightly at a very fast rhythm with a special beat. It was a set of Morse code that only the core members of the Phantom organization understood. Translated, it's just one sentence. The fish is in the net, ready to reel in the rod. At the same time, inside the central monitoring room at the other end of the building, Lin Feng and Morong Yunxue were standing side by side. On the huge screen in front of them, everything that had just happened in the conference room was being replayed at 16 times the speed. Morong Yunxue couldn't help but smile as she watched Lin Feng's Oscar-winning performance on the screen. Lin Feng didn't laugh. He froze the picture, then zoomed the camera in infinitely, aiming it at Gao Ziyuan who was organizing documents in the corner. Schwer, look at his hands. Morong Yunxue looked intently, and through the gap in the table, she clearly saw Gao Ziyuan's fingers tapping rapidly on his leg. That was definitely not an unconscious little action. That was a well-trained code to convey information. A hint of cold murderous intent flashed in Morong Yunxue's eyes. It's really him. Lin Feng looked at the spy in the picture who thought he was flawless, and the corner of his mouth curled up again with that familiar cool smile. He turned his head and winked handsomely at Morong Yunxue beside him. Fish, you've taken the bait. Chapter 67, The Phantom is out, thinking he is flawless. 2:57 p.m. There are still 3 minutes left until the transfer time announced by Lin Feng at the meeting. Future Energy Headquarters Building, Core RD area, in front of the dedicated elevator leading to the underground garage. The air here seemed to have solidified, and every corner was filled with a sense of oppression as if a storm was about to come. The researchers in white coats had long been cleared out, and the corridors, which were usually bustling with people, were now deserted. Only the cold lights and the spotless floor remained, reflecting an unsettling luster. At the end of the corridor, at the corner of a fire escape, in the shadows, a man wearing a cleaner's uniform, a mask and a baseball cap with the brim pulled down very low was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed. He is Gao Ziyuan, codenamed Phantom. His breathing was steady and long, and his heartbeat was strong and steady, as if what was about to happen was not a shocking theft that would determine the ownership of tens of billions of dollars in technology, but an ordinary afternoon nap. His brain, however, was running at high speed, like an ultra-high precision computer. Wind speed, humidity, number of security personnel along the way, model and refresh rate of surveillance cameras, operating speed of the target elevator, all the data converged into a perfect action plan in his mind. A bunch of amateur idiots. The corner of Phantom's mouth curled up into an imperceptible scorn beneath his mask. The kid named Lin Feng probably thought that he was impregnable just because he had made such a big fuss. Sad. A true professional can find the most fatal loopholes in your most proud defense. What's more, you revealed this loophole yourself. 3 o'clock in the afternoon sharp. The heavy alloy door at the other end of the corridor made a low click sound and slowly opened. 2 security guards, over 1.9 meters tall, with bulging temples and a steely aura, stepped out. Their eyes were as sharp as hawks, and they were clearly elites who had emerged from a hail of bullets. In between them was a specially made explosion-proof cart. On the cart was a safe that gleamed with a cold metallic light. The safe is not big, but it is made entirely of tungsten steel alloy and is covered with complex electronic combination locks and mechanical dials. A laser alarm line as thin as a hair is wrapped around the gaps in the box. This scene is enough to deter anyone with bad intentions. Here I come. Phantom slowly opened his eyes, and the pair of pupils hidden in the shadows instantly burst out with the brilliance of a hunter locking onto his prey. He didn't move, but just watched quietly as the 2 security guards pushed the safe and walked towards the elevator entrance step by step. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. Now is the time. The Phantom's right index finger pressed lightly in his pocket. Sizzle. A slight electric explosion sounded. The lights in the entire corridor suddenly flickered, and then all the indicator lights of the surveillance cameras went out. The corridor was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the emergency lights in the corners casting a few dim beams of light. What's going on? Circuit failure? The 2 security guards reacted extremely quickly. Almost at the same time, one protected the safe while the other reached for the communicator next to his ear. However, all he heard was a harsh rustling sound. Communications are being disrupted. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped the hearts of the 2. Just when their nerves were stretched to the limit. Hiss. A barely audible sound of gas leakage came from the ventilation vent in the corridor. A colorless and odorless gas that diffused extremely quickly instantly filled the entire space. The security guard guarding the safe felt his head sink slightly and the scenery in front of him began to spin. He wanted to open his mouth to warn the security guard, but found that he didn't even have the strength to open his mouth. Bang, bang. 2 muffled sounds. The 2 elite bodyguards who had experienced many battles fell limply to the ground and fell into a deep coma without even seeing the shadow of the enemy. The entire process, from power outage to falling to the ground, took less than 5 seconds. A dark shadow slid out from the shadows like a ghost and came to the safe. Phantom didn't even bother to look at the 2 pieces of trash on the ground. All his attention was focused on this iron box that looked extremely tricky. He did not touch the complicated electronic combination lock, but took a round instrument the size of a pocket watch from his wrist and gently placed it on the surface of the safe. On the screen of the instrument, countless lines of code scrolled rapidly like a waterfall. Ding ding ding, cracking 78%, 99% ding. With a crisp sound, the red light of the electronic lock turned green. Then he took out a stethoscope-like device from his pocket and attached it to the mechanical turntable. He closed his eyes and moved his fingers rapidly on the turntable at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Click click. Every turn is extremely precise, without any drag. When it turns to the seventh time, crack! A crisp and pleasant sound of a spring popping was heard. This safe, which was praised as military grade and claimed to be impossible to crack by brute force, was opened by him with ease. The whole process was smooth and full of violent aesthetics, and the total time was 28 seconds. Oh! Phantom sneered disdainfully. He slowly opened the heavy door of the safe. Inside, in the center of the thick sponge cushion, lay quietly a special USB flash drive made entirely of translucent crystal material, gleaming with a faint blue light. The words Future Energy Core are also laser engraved on the USB flash drive. That's it. A huge surge of ecstasy instantly rushed into Phantom's brain. He stretched out his hand and carefully held the USB drive in his hand as if he was touching a priceless treasure. It feels slightly cool to the touch, with a touch of technological texture. He looked at the USB drive in his hand and smiled the kind of smile that only a winner could have, one that showed he was in control of everything. Lin Feng is just a rich idiot. This ineffective security is an insult to my profession. He quickly placed the USB drive into a special signal shielding box, closed the safe, and then his figure flashed like a wisp of green smoke and disappeared into the darkness of the fire escape. At the scene, only 2 unconscious bodyguards and an empty safe that had been closed again were left. A few minutes later, on the top floor of an unfinished building more than 10 kilometers away from the headquarters of Future Energy, Phantom took off his mask, revealing Gao Ziyuan's gentle face, but at this moment, this face was full of excitement and arrogance. He took out a military-grade encrypted satellite communicator and an ultra-thin laptop from his arms and connected them skillfully. The screen lit up, and an encrypted satellite network channel was quickly established. He took out the shielded box containing the USB drive with a fanatical look in his eyes. This priceless data, which is enough to change the world, will soon be transmitted through his hands to Xiao Tianlang, who is anxiously waiting in the provincial capital. He could even imagine Xiao Tianlang's ecstatic expression after receiving this big gift. Goodbye, Lin Feng. Thank you for your stupidity, which allowed me to get the biggest commission in my life. He inserted the USB drive into the computer interface, with a cruel smile on his face, and moved the mouse cursor to the Start Transfer button. Chapter 68 Data Bomb, The Nightmare of Sirius Group. Provincial Capital, Sirius Group Headquarters Building. The city's landmark building is now brightly lit, like a giant steel beast lurking in the night. Inside the technical center on the top floor, the atmosphere was extremely depressing. Dozens of top technicians sat upright, each of their faces filled with tension and anticipation, their eyes fixed on the huge main control screen in front of them, which was made up of 16 screens. Xiao Tianlang, the business tycoon who usually plans and strategizes, and remains calm even in the face of disasters, has lost his usual composure at this moment. He paced back and forth in the room restlessly like a beast trapped in a cage, his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses flashing with a mixture of greed and anxiety. He is gambling. He was betting on the future of the entire Sirius Group and everything he had. If Phantom succeeds, he will obtain technology that can subvert the world and become the global energy hegemon. If he fails, he doesn't dare to think about it, let alone want to think about it. Brother Wolf. Phantom has sent a signal. The technical director, a middle-aged man with thinning hair, suddenly stood up from his seat, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. On the main control screen, an encrypted communication window automatically popped up with only a few short words on it. The fish is in the net, ready to reel in the rod. Xiao Tianlang suddenly stopped, rushed to the screen, and stared at the line of words, as if he wanted to carve it into his eyeballs. Good. 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 He said okay 3 times in a row, and his face, which was tense due to nervousness, turned red in an instant, revealing a kind of morbid ecstasy. As expected of the Phantom. As expected of the world's top corporate spy. $100 million was well spent. He grabbed the technical director's shoulders with such force that he almost crushed his bones, and shouted hoarsely, "Get ready! Everyone! Get ready! Activate the highest level deep-sea server. Prepare to receive data." Yes. The technical director immediately gave the order, and the entire technical center started running at high speed in an instant, like a precision machine wound up with a spring. A supercomputer hidden in the deepest part of the computer room, which has never been made public and is said to be able to withstand the electromagnetic pulse of a nuclear explosion, was activated. On the screen, a virtual satellite signal receiver began to rotate, aiming at the encrypted channel coming from the direction of Cloud City. Brother Wolf, the passage has been established. The connection is stable. The other party has confirmed and is ready to start transmitting. Reports came one after another, and Xiao Tianlong's heartbeat accelerated wildly. He seemed to have already seen the scene where he held the core technology in his hands, stood on top of the world, and trampled Lin Feng and that damn Fengshui group under his feet. Begin transmission. Following the order from the technical director. On the main control screen, a blue progress bar slowly appeared. 1%. 10%. 30%. The only sounds in the room were the humming of the server fans and the heavy breathing of everyone. Everyone held their breath and stared at the blue progress bar that kept moving forward. That's not a progress bar. That's the stairway to heaven. Time, at this moment, becomes incomparably long. Xiao Tianlang clenched his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms, bleeding, but he was completely unaware. 80%. 90%. 99%. When the progress bar finally reached the end, a green dialog box popped up in the center of the screen with a ding sound. Data received successfully. Boom! The atmosphere that was suppressed to the extreme suddenly exploded at this moment. Success! We succeeded! Ha 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 ha! We got it! We got that technology! The entire technology center erupted in cheers of ecstasy like a landslide in tsunami. All the technicians jumped up and hugged each other excitedly, and some even cried with joy. Xiao Tianlang even howled towards the sky, his laughter filled with unparalleled madness and pride. Lin Feng. You're just a brat. What can you possibly use to fight me? Your skills, your future, everything you have. Now, it's all mine. He pushed aside the people around him, rushed to the main console, and gave the final instructions to the technical director who was almost going crazy with joy. Decrypt it. Decrypt it for me right now. I want to see it right now. I want to see the formula that will change the world. Yes. Brother Wolf. The technical director typed a series of decryption commands on the keyboard with trembling hands. On the main control screen, a new progress bar appears again. Decrypting. Everyone's eyes were once again focused on the screen. This time, their eyes were no longer filled with tension, but were filled with infinite longing and greed for the future. The progress bar moves very fast. 50%, 80%, 95%. It's about to reach 100%. However, just when the decryption progress bar reached 99%, something strange happened. The progress bar is stuck. The entire screen seemed to have been paused, frozen at 99%. Huh? What's going on? Stuck? The enthusiastic cheers in the office suddenly stopped and everyone was stunned. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on the technical director's forehead. He frantically tapped on the keyboard, trying to find the problem. Don't panic. Maybe the amount of data is too large and the server needs some time to respond. He explained with forced calmness. But he had just finished speaking. Buzz. The deep-sea supercomputer worth billions suddenly made a sharp and strange buzzing sound. Next second. The huge main control screen instantly changed from blue, representing technology, to blood red, representing death. An enormous white skull composed of countless codes occupied the entire screen. The two black eye sockets seemed to be mocking the stupidity of everyone present. Then, below the skull, a line of mocking words written in the largest and most flamboyant neon special effects font slowly emerged. Each word was like a loud slap in the face of Xiao Tianlang. Thank you for the rocket. I wish you and your family good health and all the best. Puff. The moment Xiao Tianlang saw this line of words, he felt a rush of blood to his head, his vision went dark, and he almost fainted from anger on the spot. This is a trap. A complete trap full of extreme humiliation. However, this is just the beginning of the nightmare. Before he could react to this shocking turn of events. Bang! The skull and mocking text on the main control screen disappeared instantly. What replaced it was what everyone was most familiar with and most afraid of. Blue screen. Then, it was like a virus outbreak. The entire internal network of the Sirius Group's headquarters building, from the other servers in the technology center, to the computers in the finance department, to the office computers of ordinary clerks. At the same moment, thousands of screens blue screened at the same time. Then, a line of cold and desperate English appeared on every screen. Formatting all hard drives. Please do not turn off your computer. Formatting all hard drives, do not turn off your computer. Woo woo woo. A shrill, ear-piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the Sirius building. That was the highest level alarm triggered when the server data was forcibly cleared. The whole building was in complete chaos. My computer. My files. They're all gone. Financial data. All of our group's financial data for over a decade is in there. Help! What's going on? Is this the end of the world? Cries, screams, and the sounds of tables and chairs being knocked over came from every floor, converging into a symphony of doomsday. The technical center was already dead silent. The technical director collapsed to the ground with his eyes blank, muttering to himself, "It's over. It's all over. This is a data bomb. It's the most advanced logic trap." Xiao Tianlang stood there blankly, watching the formatting progress bars scrolling on the screens and listening to the wailing coming from outside. The business empire he had built with all his efforts, all his business secrets, financial books, customer information, everything was wiped out at this moment by that damn skull. From today on, Sirius Group is dead at the data level. An uncontrollable rage and despair erupted in his chest like a volcano. Ah! He let out a wild beast-like roar, and his throat felt sweet. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out and splashed onto the cold console, shocking. Chapter 69, Turtle in a Jar, Public Execution. Just as Xiao Tianlang was furious and spitting blood, the Tianlang Group fell into doomsday chaos with all data returned to zero. In Yunqing, in the top floor office of the Future Energy Headquarters building, Lin Feng was standing leisurely in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine. On the holographic projection screen beside him, urgent news push notifications from more than a dozen financial media outlets were being broadcast in real time. Breaking news! The provincial capital's leading enterprise, Sirius Group, suffered a devastating hacker attack, causing the core server to crash and all data to be erased. Business earthquake. Sirius Group's system is completely paralyzed, and the stock market may face a crash upon opening. An insider of the Sirius Group revealed that the alarms in the building were blaring and the building was in chaos. It seems a major incident has occurred. Shocking headlines scrolled across the screen. Morong Yunxue stood beside him, her beautiful face filled with shock. She witnessed the trap set by Lin Feng with her own eyes, but when the result appeared before her in such a tragic and thorough way, she was still shocked. This is no longer a business competition. This is a dimensionality reduction attack, a one-sided massacre. With just one move, a business empire with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars was turned into a memoryless vegetable in an instant. You had expected this result a long time ago? She looked at Lin Feng's calm profile, with a hint of complexity in her voice. I gave him a chance. Lin Feng gently swirled the red liquid in the cup, his eyes deep. He chose to flip the table, so I can only chop off the table legs as well. He turned around and gave Morong Yunxue a cool, handsome smile. Just defending isn't my style. If you don't kill the snake, you'll end up getting hurt. Since we're going to fight, we're going to hammer it into the 18 levels of hell all at once, and it won't be able to get up forever. After saying that, he put down his wine glass, picked up the internal phone on the table, and dialed the number of the director of the Public Relations Department. Notify all media outlets, Future Energy will hold an emergency press conference in the headquarters press conference room in 10 minutes. The director on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, but immediately responded, Yes, Director Lin. What's the theme of the press conference? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold arc. The title is, On the End of Industrial Espionage. 10 minutes later. The press conference hall of Future Energy was already packed with people. The reporters who had just been reporting on the sudden incident at the Sirius Group had such a keen sense of smell that when they heard that Future Energy was going to hold a press conference at this critical juncture, they immediately swarmed in like sharks smelling blood. Everyone has a premonition that a bigger storm is coming. The flashlights flickered like dense stars, flashing wildly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Feng, dressed in a well-tailored black suit, walked up to the podium with steady steps. He did not joke with the reporters as usual. There was a rare seriousness and coldness on his face, and his powerful aura instantly suppressed the noisy discussions in the audience. Good afternoon, friends from the media. Lin Feng's voice came through the microphone and was clearly transmitted throughout the hall. I know everyone has a lot of questions right now, especially at this time when our friendly competitor, the Sirius Group, has experienced a major incident. He deliberately emphasized the words friendly competitors and major changes, which elicited knowing chuckles from the audience. I invited everyone here today not to celebrate, but to expose a scandal. A despicable and shameless business crime that is enough to shock the entire Chinese business community. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience was in an uproar. Lin Feng did not give them the chance to ask questions. He gestured to the staff behind him. Let's not waste any more time. I believe facts speak louder than words. Please enjoy this high-definition documentary clip of what just happened in our Cloud City. As he finished speaking, the huge LED screen behind him lit up instantly. The screen starts playing. The camera shows a dim, dilapidated top floor of an unfinished building. A man wearing a mask and a baseball cap is operating a laptop stealthily. He took out a USB flash drive that was flashing with a faint blue light from a shielded box. The reporters in the audience were bewildered. What was this? A movie? However, the next second, the man in the picture is inserting a USB drive into the computer with a smug smile on his face. Bang! A loud bang. The thin iron door of the unfinished building was violently kicked open by someone from the outside. The huge sound and impact made the picture tremble. Oh shit, a reporter exclaimed subconsciously. In the picture, Lin Feng appeared at the door with 4 black-clad bodyguards who were as strong as iron towers, like divine soldiers descending from the sky. The expression on his face was as cold as the Siberian wind. The man who was operating the computer was frightened by this sudden change. He jumped up from his chair and turned around to run. But how could he escape? The 2 bodyguards pounced on him like hungry tigers, pinning him to the ground in an instant, leaving him unable to move. Lin Feng slowly walked in front of him and squatted down. The picture gives a close-up. He reached out and ripped off the mask and hat from the man's face. A face distorted by extreme fear, but extremely familiar to all future energy executives, was exposed in front of the camera. It's Gao Ziyuan, the genius doctor in our technical department. Below the stage, several company executives who were granted special permission to attend the meeting instantly let out an incredible cry of surprise. The video continues. In front of the camera, the phantom Gao Ziyuan, whose disguises were removed, had his psychological defenses completely collapsed. He looked at Lin Feng's eyes without a trace of emotion, and his whole body began to tremble like a sieve. I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me. His voice was tearful and full of despair. I'm a member of the international corporate espionage organization Phantom. It's Xiao Tianlang, the president of the Tianlang Group. He paid me $100 million to steal your core technology for new energy-saving materials. That USB drive is fake. I know it's fake. It's a trap. Please, let me go. Gao Ziyuan burst into tears and told the whole process of how he was hired by Xiao Tianlang to steal business secrets, just like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. The entire press conference room was so quiet at this moment that you could hear a pin drop. All the reporters opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with horror and fanaticism. Shocking scandal. This is definitely the most earth-shattering scandal in the Chinese business world this year, no, in the past decade. The president of a leading provincial enterprise actually hired international spies to steal the technology of his competitors. If this gets out, the Sirius Group will not just suffer a simple stock price plunge, it will be direct social death. However, Lin Feng's public execution has not yet ended. The video finished playing and the screen went black. Lin Feng's voice sounded again, and this time, there was a hint of teasing in his voice. I know some people might say this was a confession extracted under torture, and that I am slandering a highly respected entrepreneur. It's okay. I also prepared some appetizers. He snapped his fingers again. An audio player interface appeared on the screen. Immediately afterwards, a series of technically processed, extremely clear call recordings were made public. I want that kid surnamed Lin dead, and I want his skills even more. Money is not a problem. Don't worry, we phantoms never miss a target. I'll bring you both the skills and the heads. That familiar yet arrogant voice, if it wasn't Xiao Tianlang, the CEO of Tianlang Group, then who else could it be? The evidence is irrefutable. Boom. The entire press conference scene completely exploded after 3 seconds of silence. All the reporters went crazy. Holding their cameras and microphones, they desperately squeezed forward, wanting to get more information from Lin Feng. Director Lin. How did you uncover this espionage operation? Director Lin. Is the Tianlang Group's system crash related to you? Director Lin. How will you hold Xiao Tianlang accountable? Questions came flooding in. Lin Feng just stood in front of the stage with a smile on his face, allowing the flashlights to drown him. He did not answer any questions, but did something that no one expected. He took a glass of champagne that had been prepared long ago from the staff next to him. Under the focus of hundreds of cameras in the audience, Lin Feng slowly raised his wine glass. His eyes seemed to penetrate the wall and look towards the distant provincial capital. The smile on his lips was bright and cold, with a hint of the elegance and cruelty of a winner. Boss Xiao, do you like this great gift I gave you? Chapter 70. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down. The indifference of the young Master Long in the capital. Lin Feng's light-hearted words, Mr. Xiao, do you still like it, were broadcast throughout the entire Chinese internet in just a few minutes through hundreds of lenses. If the system collapse of the Sirius Group was just a technical accident that shocked people in the industry, then, Lin Feng's press conference, which could be described as a public execution, was a nuclear explosion of public opinion that detonated the entire network. #shock. A billionaire CEO hired an international spy to steal secrets. #. The recording of Tianlang Group boss Xiao Tianlang is exposed. #. Business godfather? No, a business criminal. #. In order to grab traffic, countless self-media and news clients worked overnight to write articles, using all the most sensational headlines they could think of. The top 10 hot search lists were dominated by the names of Tianlang Group and Xiao Tianlang, followed by rows of bright red explosion characters. On the internet, the onlookers were completely excited. I'm blown away. This is even more exciting than a TV show. So those big guys in suits and ties are really into this kind of extravagance behind the scenes? $100 million just to steal a piece of technology and even kill someone? Is Xiao Tianlang crazy? I feel sorry for Director Lin for a second. Luckily, he's more skilled than me, otherwise he would have lost everything. The guy upstairs, are you feeling sorry for him? He's probably popping champagne in the club right now. This counterattack is straight up godlike. Tianlang Group, danger. This is no longer a business scandal, it's a criminal offense. Expect to spend the rest of your life in prison. Public opinion spreads faster than the virus. But the chain reaction in reality is even faster and more cruel. The first hour after the press conference, more than 20 upstream and downstream companies that have in-depth cooperation with Sirius Group issued announcements overnight, announcing the unilateral termination of all cooperation and reserving the right to pursue its liability for breach of contract. Second hour. 7 major lending banks, led by China Construction Bank and Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, simultaneously applied to the court for property preservation and froze all bank accounts and assets under the name of Sirius Group and its subsidiaries. The third hour. The China Securities Regulatory Commission, the China Banking and Insurance Regulatory Commission, the State Administration for Market Regulation, several national-level regulatory departments set up a joint investigation team overnight and announced that they will launch the most severe and thorough investigation into the Tianlang Group's suspected illegal activities such as unfair competition, market manipulation, and theft of commercial secrets. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. When the drum breaks, everyone beats it. This commercial building, which once stood at the top of the provincial capital and was admired by countless people, collapsed in an unstoppable manner after Lin Feng's fatal push. Sirius Building, the president's office on the top floor. Here, the former majesty and order are long gone, only chaos remains. Valuable antique vases were shattered on the ground, custom-made handmade cigars were thrown everywhere, and the air was filled with a sense of despair and destruction. Xiao Tianlang sat in a daze behind the huge desk that symbolized power. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair was messy, and his iconic pair of gold-rimmed glasses had a spiderweb-like crack on the lens. He looked at the overwhelming news on the computer screen that nailed him to the pillar of shame, and listened to the voice messages on his mobile phone that kept coming in about banks demanding debts, partners terminating contracts, and executives resigning. His body was shaking violently and uncontrollably. It's over. It's all over. His decades of hard work and the business empire he was proud of vanished in just a few hours. Data was cleared, funds were frozen, partners turned against each other, and even regulatory authorities drew their knives. Now, he is like a tiger with its teeth pulled out, claws broken, and locked in an iron cage. He can only watch helplessly as everything he owns is eaten up. No! He still has one last straw. Beijing. Young Master Long. As long as young Master Long is willing to take action, as long as that all-powerful person is willing to say a word, there is still room for recovery. Xiao Tianlang was like a drowning man who had grasped the last glimmer of hope. With trembling hands, he took out a black satellite phone that had never been shown to anyone from the deepest part of the drawer. He dialed the number he knew by heart, held the phone close to his ear, and waited with rapid breathing. The phone rang for a long time, and just when Xiao Tianlong's heart was about to sink to the bottom, it was finally connected. On the other end of the phone came a young voice with an innate, superior, and indifferent tone. Explain. It was just one word, but it seemed to carry a tremendous force, causing Xiao Tianlang to straighten his back instantly. Young Master Long. Save me. Young Master Long. Xiao Tianlong's voice was hoarse, filled with humble pleading. I failed. That kid called Lin Feng is a devil. He set a trap and exposed everything. Now the banks, the regulatory authorities, everyone has gone crazy. Young Master Long, you must save me. Tianlang Group cannot fail. There was silence on the other end of the phone for more than 10 seconds. These 10 or so seconds seemed longer than a century to Xiao Tianlang. Finally, that cold voice sounded again, but this time, even the last trace of warmth disappeared from the voice, leaving only undisguised disgust and contempt. Waste. You couldn't even handle such a small matter. Not only did you get yourself into trouble, but you almost got burned by the fire. Xiao Tianlang, you disappoint me so much. From now on, the Tianlang Group has nothing to do with my Long family. You can take care of yourself. After he finished speaking, before Xiao Tianlang could say another word, a busy tone of beep, beep, beep came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Tianlang froze in place, the pleading and hope on his face fading away bit by bit, and finally turning into dead despair. Abandon a piece. He understood. From the moment he failed, he went from being a useful dog to a piece of trash that needed to be thrown away immediately. That cold phone call was the last straw that broke the camel's back. He. Xiao Tianlang suddenly laughed softly, and as he laughed, tears began to flow. He lost. Lose miserably and lose everything. He stood up slowly and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window step by step like a zombie. Outside the window is the city he once dominated, with bright lights and bustling traffic. But all this has nothing to do with him anymore. His life flashed before his eyes like a movie. From a poor boy with nothing, he climbed to his current position step by step through ruthlessness. He thought he was the protagonist of his life, a hero destined by fate. In the end, you are just a chess piece on someone else's chessboard that can be discarded at any time. How sad and ridiculous. He pushed open the window, and the cold night wind rushed in instantly, making his clothes rustle. He took one last look at the world, and a smile of relief appeared on his face. Then he took a step forward. A few days later, Sirius Group officially announced bankruptcy and liquidation. And the once powerful founder has long since become an insignificant piece of social news. At the same time, in Yunqing, inside the headquarters building of Future Energy, a series of wonderful system prompt sounds rang out in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Main quest, Counterattack Sirius, has been completed in excess. Rewards, emotional value plus 500,000, system experience plus 200%. Congratulations, host. Your system level has been upgraded to LV4. Ding! System upgrade detected, unlocking a new feature, Skill Fusion. Chapter 71 System Upgrade, the birth of divine medical skills. The collapse of the Sirius Group was faster and more complete than anyone expected. When Xiao Tianlang jumped from the top floor of his business empire, putting an end to his sinful life, he also officially announced the end of an old era. The instigator of all this, Lin Feng, was now lying comfortably on the $1 million smart sofa in the cloud-top palace, admiring the clouds rolling outside the window. Solving the big problem of Sirius Group made him in a good mood. This not only means that Fengshui Group no longer has any rivals in the province, but more importantly, the series of pleasant system prompts in the mind are the biggest gain this time. 5 million sentiment points can be called an epic margin call. More importantly, the system level was finally upgraded from LV3 to LV4. System, open the personal panel. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. Host, Lin Feng. System level, LV4. Emotional value, 5 million. Skills, God-level trading skills unique, Golden Eyes Elementary, God-level calligraphy unique, God-level driving skills unique, Grandmaster-level fighting skills unique. Upgrade to unlock new features, Skill Fusion. Skill Fusion? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This sounded very promising. He immediately clicked on the introduction of the new feature. Skill Fusion, the host can consume a certain amount of emotion to select 2 or more existing skills to fuse, with a chance of generating a new, more advanced skill. The fusion result is uncertain, so please proceed with caution. Friendly reminder: failed fusion may cause the original skill level to decrease or disappear. The difference between being a European emperor and a non-European emperor is just a thought away. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Wow, isn't this just like equipment synthesis in online games? It even comes with a penalty for failure. This is a real jerk in the planning department. He pondered for a moment. If he combined the Yi Golden Eyes and the Ji God-level trading skills, would there be a leak harvester that could see through all the capital flows behind the K-line? Or, if you combine God-level driving skills and Grandmaster-level fighting skills, will you be able to drift and practice Wing Chun on the roof of the car at the same time? Thinking of that scene, Lin Feng couldn't help but shudder. It was too weird. Let's take another look. However, the emotional value he has now is a huge sum of money, so he can wait until he has more skills to become an alchemist again. The most urgent task is another more important change after the system upgrade. System, open the weekly lottery. The familiar lottery roulette appeared in Lin Feng's mind. But this time, the texture and appearance of the roulette will have undergone a drastic change. The originally plain wooden roulette wheel had now transformed into a platinum roulette wheel made of some unknown metal and engraved with countless mysterious runes. The entire roulette wheel is divided into hundreds of grids, most of which are still white and blue, representing cash, consumables and ordinary skills. But what was different from before was that between these grids, there were several more grids emitting purple light, with the words epic marked on them. And at the 12 o'clock position at the top of the entire roulette wheel, there is only one grid. That grid exuded an indescribable, brilliant, sacred, and dazzling golden light. Just looking at it makes people want to worship it. Gold legendary reward uniqueness. Fuck. Even with Lin Feng's current temperament, he couldn't help but swear the moment he saw these 6 words. Golden legend. This is the highest level of existence in the card game. It is the symbol of the Emperor of Luck and the Totem of Faith. It also comes with a unique label, which means that once it is drawn, the prize will disappear from the prize pool forever. How precious this is. Lin Feng's heartbeat began to accelerate uncontrollably, and a strong urge surged in his heart. Smoke it. Must smoke it. Today I just took down a multi-billion-dollar group. I am blessed with good fortune and luck. If I don't draw a golden legend, I will be sorry to the spirit of Shao Tianlang in heaven. System, start the weekly lottery. Lin Feng gave the order without hesitation. Ding. This week's free draws have been used. Do you want to spend 1 million emotion points for an additional draw? 1 million at a time? Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. The previous extra lottery draw was only 100,000, but this time it increased tenfold? Yes. Shoot. Now he has 5 million emotional points, he is rich and powerful, and he has no shortage of money. As he confirmed the thought, the huge platinum roulette wheel began to turn slowly. The pointer passed through each grid, and white, blue and purple lights flashed alternately, making Lin Feng dazzled. The speed of the roulette wheel became faster and faster, until it was so fast that only a chaotic mass of light and shadow could be seen. Give me the money. Give me the money. Lin Feng muttered something, clasped his hands together, and made a pious gesture. Sometimes you have to believe in metaphysics. As if his prayers were heard, the rapidly spinning roulette wheel suddenly burst out with a dazzling golden light. The light was so blazing and overbearing that it instantly suppressed all other colors on the roulette wheel. The entire system space was dyed into a sacred golden ocean. Hit. Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank and his breathing stopped at this moment. The roulette wheel slowly stopped, and the platinum pointer stopped steadily at the 12 o'clock position, on the only golden grid that emitted endless sacred light. The next second, a magnificent and vast electronic synthesized sound, as if coming from the sky above, exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Triggering the ultimate 1 in a billion chance of good luck. Congratulations to the host for winning the golden legendary reward, the unique God-level skill, God-level medical skill. Skill description: the host has instantly mastered all medical knowledge and skills from ancient witchcraft and traditional Chinese medicine to modern Western medicine, genetic engineering, and biopharmaceuticals throughout human civilization. You possess the healing power to transform decay into miracles. In your hands, there are no incurable illnesses, only minor ailments to be treated. Boom! The moment the system prompt sounded, a vast and unimaginable torrent of knowledge, like a bursting dam in the sky, suddenly rushed into Lin Feng's brain. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if his head was about to explode. Before his eyes, countless images flashed by like slides. He saw Shinnong tasting hundreds of herbs and laying the foundation of pharmacology for future generations. He saw Bien Ke observing, listening, asking, and feeling the bones to gain insight into the changes in the internal organs. He saw Hua Tua scraping bones to treat poisons, bringing people back to life and turning bones into flesh while chatting and laughing. He also saw the pioneers of modern medicine, holding lancets under the operating light, precisely separating each blood vessel and nerve. He saw scientists editing the gene sequences that determine life, aging, illness and death under the microscope. He even saw the advanced technologies of the future, those using nanorobots to eliminate cancer cells and bioprinting technology to regenerate organs. From the oldest silver needle moxibustion to the most cutting-edge gene therapy. The location of more than 800 acupuncture points in the human body, the structure of each bone, the direction of each muscle, the distribution of each nerve. At this moment, thousands of years of human medical civilization are no longer cold words and pictures in books, but have become a part of Lin Feng's body and his innate instinct. He could even clearly see the activity of every cell in his body and hear the subtle sound of blood flowing through his blood vessels with every beat of his heart. This feeling is like being a god. After an unknown amount of time, the huge torrent of information finally subsided and completely merged with his soul. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. His eyes became extremely profound, as if he could see through all the pain and vanity in the world. Divine-level medical skills. This wasn't just a skill anymore, it was authority. The authority over life and death. Lin Feng was immersed in this unprecedented powerful force, feeling a complete transformation. Ring, ring, ring. A sharp and rapid ringing of a cell phone suddenly broke the silence in the room. Lin Feng picked up the phone and was slightly startled when he saw the name flashing on the screen. It's Morong Yunxue. He swiped the answer button and was about to tease her, asking if she missed him. However, the voice coming from the other end of the phone was not her usual cool and pleasant voice. It was a broken voice filled with unprecedented panic, fear, and uncontrollable crying. Lin Feng, something bad has happened. My grandpa is dying. Chapter 72 The Storm of Morong Family, Famous Doctors Are Helpless. Lin Feng, something bad has happened. On the other end of the phone, Morong Yunshua's voice lost all its calmness and composure for the first time, leaving only the uncontrollable crying and the fear deep in her bones. My grandpa is dying. The comfortable smile on Lin Feng's face froze instantly, and his heart sank suddenly. He didn't ask any unnecessary questions. His voice was calm and firm, as if carrying a soothing force. Don't panic, send me the address, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, he grabbed his car keys and rushed out without even having time to change out of his home clothes. Buzz. In the underground garage, the Bugatti Veyron let out a violent roar, like a black arrow shot from a bow, tearing through the night sky and rushing towards the location sent by Morong Yunxue. Along the way, Lin Feng's face was as cold as ice. In his mind, the knowledge of God-level medical skills that he had just acquired was running at a rapid speed. Cardiac arrest? Cerebral hemorrhage? A relapse? Countless possibilities flashed through my mind, and each possibility corresponded to several or even dozens of first aid plans. You must hold on. Lin Feng stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Morong Family Mansion. This usually solemn and majestic mansion, a symbol of Yunqing's top power, is now shrouded in a cloud of chaos and despair. Dozens of luxury cars were parked in a disorderly manner throughout the courtyard, some of which had license plates from major hospitals in Yunqing. People were moving back and forth inside and outside the house, and everyone's face was filled with anxiety and uneasiness. Before Lin Feng's car came to a complete stop, it skidded to a stop in front of the main building's entrance. He pushed open the door and rushed in. The hall was already in chaos. The collateral relatives of the Morong family gathered together, talking and sighing. Lin Feng ignored these people. He followed the quarreling and crying sounds coming from upstairs and rushed to the master bedroom on the second floor in 2 steps. Bang! He pushed open the half-open door. The scene before him made his pupils shrink suddenly. The spacious bedroom was packed with people. Several old doctors with gray hair, who looked like masters at the top level, were surrounding the bed. They all had serious expressions and shook their heads and sighed. At their feet were scattered empty syringes of epinephrine and various medicine bottles used for first aid. On the bedside vital signs monitor, the heart rate and blood pressure curves are slowly and steadily sliding towards the straight line representing death at a speed visible to the naked eye, making a faint alarm sound of beep, beep, as if counting down the final seconds for an old man's life. On the bed, the pillar of the Morong family, the old man Morong Bo, who was once a powerful figure in the business world, had his eyes closed, his face was as pale as gold paper, his lips were purple, and his chest was barely moving. He had fallen into a deep coma. His vitality, like a balloon with a hole punctured in it, was rapidly fading away. But in this desperate atmosphere, the most piercing sound was not the alarm of the instrument. Morong Yunxue. You still have the nerve to cry. A middle-aged man with a fleshy face and wearing gold-rimmed glasses was pointing at Morong Yunshue's nose and roaring with saliva flying. His name is Morong Hai. He is Morong Bo's second son and Morong Yunshue's second uncle. It's all your fault. If you hadn't insisted on setting up the Snow Wind group with that wild brat who appeared out of nowhere, making enemies everywhere, destroying the Li family, and seriously offending the Tianlang group in the provincial capital, how could Dad be so worried about you every day, so angry that his old illness would relapse? Next to him, another man with a pointed chin and monkey face immediately agreed, saying that he was third uncle Morong Shan. Second brother is right. Yunxue, you are truly the scourge of our Morong family. If anything happens to Dad, you will be the primary culprit. We've already said that a girl should just stay at home and take care of her husband and children, but she insisted on going out and showing off. Now look what happened, and you've hurt your father like this. The two brothers sang the same tune, and their words were so vicious that they were like sharp knives, stabbing Morong Yunshue's heart. Morong Yunxue stood beside the bed, her pretty face, which was usually as cold as ice, was now wet with tears. Her delicate shoulders were trembling slightly. Facing the public accusations from her two uncles, she stammered but could not utter a word in rebuttal. The immense sadness and self-blame had completely overwhelmed her. Now, she looks like a child abandoned by the whole world, isolated and helpless, heartbreakingly vulnerable. Morong Hai and Morong Shan looked at each other, and a hint of complacency and viciousness flashed in their eyes. Once the old man fell, the young girl Morong Yunxue lost her support. As long as they can prove that she was the one who killed the old man, they can legitimately seize control of the entire Morong family from her. That's enough. At this moment, a cold voice filled with endless anger, like thunder from the blue, exploded in the noisy room. Everyone turned around and looked. Lin Feng was standing at the door, wearing simple home clothes, but it couldn't hide the heart-pounding and imposing aura he exuded. His eyes were so cold that they seemed to freeze the air, staring intently at the Morong Hai brothers who were showing off their power. The old man hasn't left yet, and you're already fighting over the family property? Why, are you so anxious to divide the inheritance? Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but every word he said was heart-piercing, causing Morong Hai and Morong Shan's faces to turn purple in an instant. You outsider. Do you have the right to speak here? Morong Hai was shocked and angry. He pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "You are the jinx. Get out of here." Lin Feng didn't even bother to look at him again, as if looking at him any longer would be an insult to himself. He walked straight through the crowd and came to the distraught Morong Yunxue. He gently took her into his arms and said softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Morong Yunshue's body stiffened. When she smelled that familiar and reassuring breath, she could no longer suppress the grievance and fear in her heart. She cried out "Wow," threw herself into Lin Feng's arms, and burst into tears. "Quick! Get this wild man out of here." Morong Hai became even more furious upon seeing this. However, just as several bodyguards were about to step forward, an old doctor with white hair and a badge on his chest that read Director of Yunqing First People's Hospital took off his mask with a tired face, shook his head at everyone, and announced the final verdict in a heavy voice. "Prepare for the funeral. The old man's vital signs have fallen below critical values, and all his organs are rapidly failing. We've exhausted every possible avenue, but there's no hope of saving him." Boom! These words, like a bolt of black lightning, struck the hearts of everyone in the room. Morong Yunshue's crying stopped abruptly, and she felt like she was struck by lightning and almost fainted. Morong Hai and Morong Shan were stunned at first, and then their eyes burst into unconcealable ecstasy. The room was dead silent, with only the increasingly faint beeping sound of the instrument, which seemed to stop at any moment. In this suffocating despair, Lin Feng patted Morong Yunshue's back gently, then he loosened his arms, turned around and walked to the bed. Everyone's eyes subconsciously focused on him. What is he going to do? Lin Feng calmly glanced at the data on the monitor that was almost a straight line, then looked down at Morong Bo, who looked lifeless. Then he turned around, facing the shocked, confused, or contemptuous eyes in the room, and spoke calmly. "Let me. I can save him." Chapter 73, Arrogant? Who dares to gamble his life with me? I can save him. Lin Feng's calm voice, like a stone thrown into a stagnant pond, instantly broke the suffocating despair in the room. The entire bedroom froze for a moment. Everyone seemed to have pressed the pause button, and they all turned their heads and looked at Lin Feng as if he were a fool. The next second, this brief silence was replaced by an uncontrollable sneer and even more intense questioning. But did I hear correctly? He said he could save her? Are you crazy? Even Dean Liu has given up, and this kid, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, is jumping out and pretending to be so powerful? Grandstanding. You're simply asking for your own death. Those relatives of the Morong family who were originally grieving seemed to have found an outlet at this moment. They pointed at Lin Feng with contempt on their faces. Don't talk nonsense, you little brat. A deep shout filled with anger suppressed all discussions. Dean Liu, who had previously announced that he was preparing for his funeral, was now glaring at Lin Feng, his wrinkled face filled with anger and offense. He pointed at the row of instrument data at the head of the bed, which had almost formed a straight line. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Open your eyes and see clearly. The heart rate is below 20, the blood pressure continues to drop, and multiple organs are failing. This is a situation that even a god cannot save. Dean Liu took a step forward, his aura imposing. I've been practicing medicine for 50 years and have treated at least 8,000 critically ill patients. I'm even more fortunate to be recognized as a nationally renowned physician. I'm helpless, so what gives you the right to speak so arrogantly? Medicine is a rigorous science, not a stage for clowns like you to attract attention. This old man, who is highly respected in the medical community of Yunqing, spoke with great force and immediately attracted a lot of support. Dean Liu is right. Get this guy out right away and don't let him disturb the old man's rest. That's right. It's just bullshit. Morong Yunshua's third uncle Morong Shan seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. He rushed forward and opened his arms to block Lin Feng directly. His pointed and monkey-cheeked face was now filled with twisted pleasure and malice. Get out. Do you hear me? He almost poked Lin Feng's nose with his finger. You are not welcome here. My father got sick because of you two bastards. Now he's almost dead, and you still want to humiliate our Morong family? He turned to look at Morong Yunxue, his voice suddenly rising and full of threats. Morong Yunxue, I'm warning you, get your wild man out of here immediately. If anything happens to my dad, I'll be the first one to kill you. That's right. Let him pay with his life. Second uncle Morong Hai also immediately stepped forward to help. The two brothers were like two vicious dogs, surrounding Lin Feng and Morong Yunxue. They don't really care whether the old man lives or dies. They just wanted to take this opportunity to put all the blame on Morong Yunxue and drive Lin Feng, the biggest variable, out of the Morong family completely. Faced with this ugly face, Lin Feng remained silent. He just watched these clowns quietly until they finished saying all their vicious words. Then he smiled. There was no warmth in that smile, only endless coldness and arrogance that looked down on everyone. Life for a life? He uttered two words softly and looked around at everyone in the room. At that moment, his entire aura suddenly changed. If he was just a silent reef just now, then at this moment, he has turned into a huge wave that can overturn everything. Those eyes, as sharp as a knife, seemed to be able to pierce everyone's soul, making everyone who looked at him feel a palpitation involuntarily and avoid his gaze. Good. Lin Feng's voice suddenly rose, like a huge bell, making the whole room buzz. Today, I will bet my life with you. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. Lin Feng took a step forward, and the invisible sense of oppression forced Morong Shan, who was standing in front of him, to subconsciously take half a step back. Lin Feng stretched out his finger and pointed at Dean Liu, Morong Hai, Morong Shan, and all those who cast questioning eyes on him in turn. He spoke word by word with unquestionable determination. If I can't save the old man today, I, Lin Feng, will commit suicide right here. I hand over my Fengshui group and all my personal assets to the Morong family. Boom! These two sentences, like two blockbuster bombs, exploded in everyone's mind. Crazy. This man is absolutely crazy. Are you going to gamble your life on the Fengshui group, which has a valuation of over 100 billion, on a game that is bound to end in death? How arrogant. How unreasonable. However, Lin Feng had not finished speaking. The corners of his mouth curled up in an arrogant arc, and the sharpness in his eyes became even stronger. But his sudden turn of events made everyone's heart jump to their throat. If I save him, From now on, I, Lin Feng, have the final say on Morong family matters. Everyone present, who dares to disobey? As soon as the words fell, the whole room fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was stunned by this shocking gamble. They looked at the young man in front of them, whose aura was full and like a god or devil. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Because the stakes are too high. It's so big that they dare not take it, nor can they afford it. The brothers Morong Hai and Morong Shan opened their mouths, their faces turning pale and blue, like drakes with their throats strangled, unable to utter a word. In this silence shrouded in shock, Morong Yunxue, who had been crying silently, slowly raised her head. She looked at Lin Feng's determined back, which was not very tall but seemed to be able to hold up the sky. A ray of light gradually ignited in her tear-blurred eyes. That is the only ray of hope in a desperate situation. She suddenly raised her hand and wiped the tears from her face. A look of desperate determination appeared on her pale face. Chapter 74, Golden Needle Acupuncture, Bringing the Dead Back to Life. I believe him. At this moment when the situation was tense and all the spearheads were aimed at Lin Feng, a cold but extremely firm female voice resounded throughout the venue. Morong Yunxue moved. She stepped forward resolutely and stood beside Lin Feng without any hesitation, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. She used her delicate body to shield him from half of the pressure from his family. She raised her beautiful eyes, which were red and swollen from crying but now surprisingly bright, and looked at her two uncles, the group of famous doctors headed by Dean Liu, and all the members of the Morong family present. Second uncle, third uncle, Dean Liu, and all the elders. She took a deep breath. Her voice was not loud, but it was filled with a determination to burn her boats. I don't know if he can do it, but I believe in him. Yun Xue. Are you crazy? Do you know what you are saying? This is a matter of life and death. Second uncle Morong Hai roared in frustration. I'm not crazy. Morong Yunxue's voice suddenly rose, stronger than ever before. Grandpa taught me since I was a child, trust people you employ, and don't employ them if you doubt them. Since Lin Feng dares to bet his life on the entire Fengxue group, I, Morong Yunxue, will bet everything I have with him. She took a step forward, looked directly at everyone, and announced word by word. From now on, if anything happens, I, Morong Yunxue, will take full responsibility. Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the girl beside him who was willing to make the whole world her enemy for him. The softest part of his heart was deeply touched. He didn't say much, just gave her a reassuring look. Then, he turned around, his cold gaze swept across the entire audience, and that domineering aura that looked down on everything descended again. Now, if you don't want to die, shut up. Then get out of here and don't get in the way and disturb me while I'm giving you acupuncture. His emotionless tone made everyone, including Morong Hai, feel an inexplicable palpitation in their hearts. They actually subconsciously took a few steps back and made room. Lin Feng no longer paid attention to this group of jumping clowns and turned to walk towards the bed. He silently said in his heart, System, Exchange, 9 Transformation Resurrection Golden Needle. Ding! Consuming 1 million emotion points, the unique item, 9-turn Resurrection Needle, has been successfully redeemed. It has been stored in the host's pocket, please check it carefully. A simple rosewood long box appeared silently in his pocket. Lin Feng reached out and took it out, then opened it in front of everyone. Hiss! The moment the box was opened, there was a sound of people gasping in shock in the room. There were 9 needles of different lengths lying quietly on the red velvet in the box. That was no ordinary silver needle, but one made entirely of gold, as thin as an ox's hair, gleaming with a warm and mysterious luster under the light. Just looking at it gave one a sense of the extraordinary. Lin Feng ignored the exclamations of the crowd, his attention was completely focused on Morong Bo lying on the hospital bed. With the help of divine medical skills, he could clearly see that the life flame in the old man's body, like a candle in the wind, was being extinguished at an extremely fast speed, and the functions of his internal organs had almost stagnated. There is not much time left. He picked up one of the 3-inch golden needles, and his entire temperament changed drastically in that instant. That hint of coolness and arrogance completely faded away, replaced by a kind of concentration and solemnity that was almost godlike. He took action. Quick. As fast as lightning. Everyone only saw a flash of golden light as the golden needle steadily penetrated the Baihui acupoint on Morong Bo's head, 3 inches into the flesh, not missing a single inch. The end of the needle was even trembling slightly. This is. Dean Liu, who had been standing nearby and watching coldly, suddenly had his pupils shrink and a look of horror appeared on his face for the first time. He himself is also a master of traditional Chinese medicine, and his acupuncture skills are well known in the province. But what Lin Feng did, let alone he could do it, was simply unheard of. That is no longer a technique, that is the Tao. It is the highest realm of unity between man and acupuncture. However, this is just the beginning. Lin Feng's movements did not pause at all. His fingers seemed to have turned into the most precise mechanical arms, with an extremely mysterious rhythm. The second needle, Shinting Point. The third needle, Runjiang Point. The fourth needle, Tanjiang Point. He twisted the needle, lifted and thrust it, flicked the end of the needle, and each movement was smooth and flowing, as if he were not healing a patient but performing a sacred sacrifice or composing a symphony of life. In the entire room, everyone was stunned by this miraculous scene. They held their breath and didn't even dare to breathe. Even the increasingly faint beep, beep sound from the ECG monitor, which was almost connected into a line, seemed to become less harsh. Finally, when Lin Feng accurately inserted the 9th golden needle into the Yongquan acupoint on the sole of the old man's foot, he stopped. 9 golden needles were distributed throughout Morong Bo's body in an extremely mysterious formation, faintly forming a mysterious pattern. 9 needles fall, yin and yang are reversed, and life returns to its place. Lin Feng whispered a formula that seemed to come from ancient times. He slowly raised his right hand and hovered it above Morong Bo's dantian, about an inch away, but not touching. The next second, an extremely pure internal force, invisible to the naked eye, surged out from his palm, like an invisible bridge, and poured into the formation formed by the 9 golden needles. Buzz! A miracle happened before everyone's eyes. The 9 golden needles made a soft buzzing sound at the same time, as if they came alive. Immediately afterwards, a faint yet extremely sacred golden halo lit up from the end of each needle. 9 golden lights connected with each other, instantly outlining a complete and mysterious golden array on Morong Bo's body. He was completely enveloped in it. Oh my god, what is this? Golden light, shining. Is it a magic trick? Or am I seeing things? This is unscientific. This completely defies the laws of physics. Everyone was terrified by the supernatural scene before them, and their worldview was shattered at this moment. The brothers Morong Hai and Morong Shan were so frightened that their faces turned pale, their legs went limp, and they almost collapsed to the ground. However, what made them even more horrified was yet to come. Drip. Drop. 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 The electrocardiogram monitor that was about to sound the death alarm suddenly let out a series of rapid and powerful beeps. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the life curve on the screen, which had almost been stretched into a straight line, miraculously began to jump violently, suddenly pulling up a steep and perfect waveform. Heart rate, 60. 75. 85. Blood pressure, 90-60. 110-70. 125-80. He's alive. His heartbeat has returned to normal. His blood pressure is back to normal. A young nurse couldn't help herself any longer and screamed excitedly. Dean Lu was petrified, staring blankly at the data on the instrument, muttering to himself, "Miracle. This is a true miracle." Morong Yunxue covered her mouth, and hot tears burst out again. This time, it was joy, excitement, and endless admiration. In this atmosphere of ecstasy and horror, the golden light that enveloped old man Morong Bo on the hospital bed slowly dissipated. Cough, cough. A weak but very clear cough suddenly came from the hospital bed. In the deathly silence of the entire place, under the gazes of everyone who looked as if they had seen a ghost, old man Morong Bo, who had no life left and was declared dead, had his eyelids trembled slightly, and slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 75. The name of Miracle Doctor, the new king of the Morong family. Alive. Really alive. The moment the old man who was sentenced to death on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes, time in the entire room seemed to freeze. The next second, the dead silence was completely torn apart by a scream. A young nurse was so excited that her eyes rolled back and she fainted. But at this moment, no one cared about her anymore. A group of medical leaders, led by Dean Lu, were like seeing a ghost. They abandoned all their composure and rushed to the bedside like crazy. Quick! Look at the pupils. Heartbeat. Listen to the heartbeat. Blood pressure monitor. Quick! The scene was once plunged into extreme chaos and frenzy. Dean Lu picked up the stethoscope with trembling hands and placed it on Morong Bo's chest. Boom! 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 The strong, powerful, and rhythmic heartbeat coming through the stethoscope was like a war drum, pounding hard on his eardrums and his already crumbling worldview. On the other side, the doctor in charge of the monitoring equipment looked at the perfect vital signs curves on the screen and reported stutteringly, his voice full of disbelief. Heart rate 90, blood pressure 130/85, oxygen saturation 99%. All the indicators? No, this is impossible. These indicators are even healthier than a middle-aged man in his 40s like me. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell into deathly silence again. If Morong Bo opened his eyes just now, it could be barely explained as last breath of life. At this moment, this ironclad data is like a loud slap in the face of all those who claim to be scientific authorities. This is not a last gasp. This is resurrection. This is changing fate against all odds. All the doctor's eyes, with fear, fanaticism and awe, were cast at the young man who had remained calm from beginning to end, as if he had only done something insignificant. Lin Feng. At this moment, Morong Bo, who was lying on the hospital bed, slowly sat up with the support of Morong Yunxue, who was crying with joy. Although his face was still pale and he looked a little weak, his once cloudy old eyes were now as clear as a mirror, sparkling with wisdom that could see through everything. His eyes slowly swept across the entire audience. He saw his granddaughter Yunxue crying with joy, and the group of doctors with dazed faces, as if they had seen a god. Then, his gaze fell on the corner of the room, where his two biological sons, Morong Hai and Morong Shan, were trembling with ashen faces and bodies. Finally, he turned his gaze to Lin Feng. His weather-beaten eyes were filled with gratitude, appreciation, and a hint of deep shock that could not be described in words. With just one glance, he understood everything. Morong Bo slowly raised his hand, signaling the excited Morong Yunxue to calm down. The whole room fell silent in an instant. He cleared his throat and spoke slowly. His voice was not loud, and even had a bit of hoarseness from illness, but every word he said was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of everyone in the room hard. From today on, I announce two things. First, the next head of the Morong family will be officially succeeded by my granddaughter, Morong Yunxue. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the relatives of the Morong family were suddenly in an uproar. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. Morong Bo's gaze, with an unprecedented sharpness, shot towards Morong Hai and Morong Shan. Secondly, Lin Feng is the only grandson-in-law of my Morong family. He is the most distinguished guest of my Morong family. Meeting him is like meeting me. The old man's voice suddenly rose, and the majesty of his long-held position, like a sleeping lion awakening, instantly enveloped the entire room. He slowly looked around at everyone, and finally, he uttered the words that determined the future fate of the Morong family. Who agrees with me? Who disagrees? As soon as the words fell, the whole room could hear a pin drop. Agree? Who dares to agree? Oppose? Who dares to object? Morong's relatives all lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe. The brothers Morong Hai and Morong Shan, who had been shouting the loudest and performing the most vigorously before, now had expressions that could no longer be described as dead. It was a paleness mixed with extreme fear, endless regret, and complete despair. They're finished. They knew better than anyone that when the old man said those words, their time in the Morong family was completely over. Thump! A muffled sound. It's Morong Shan. His legs went limp and could no longer support the weight of his body. He knelt straight on the cold floor like mud. Then, there was another plop sound. His brother Morong Hai also knelt down. The two brothers rested their foreheads on the ground, their bodies shaking uncontrollably, and they made meaningless whimpering sounds, unable to utter a single word to beg for mercy. This kneeling represents the complete destruction of their ambitions. This kneeling also represents the complete end of the old era for the Morong family. Everyone present, whether they were doctors or relatives of the Morong family, looked at Lin Feng, who still had a calm expression, with completely changed eyes. If we say that before, with the help of Feng Shui Group, Lin Feng was just the new business king of Yuncheng. At this moment, with his all-encompassing medical skills that were like those of gods and demons, he had become the true emperor of the Morong family. An existence that can control life and death, and no one dares to disobey. From this moment on, the Morong family's life changed completely. Morong Yunxue stared at Lin Feng beside her infatuatedly, tears still falling from her beautiful eyes, but in addition to the deep love that could not be dissolved, there was also a kind of deep shock and admiration that was almost like looking up to him. How many secrets does her man have? What kind of great being is he? Feeling her gaze, Lin Feng turned his head, smiled at her gently, then reached out and tightly held her little hand, which was slightly cold due to excitement. The warmth from the palm of my hand is so real and so reassuring. However, beneath Lin Feng's gentle smile, there was a murderous intent in his heart. His thoughts had already drifted to the capital city thousands of miles away. The Long family in the capital. Dare to touch my woman, dare to touch the family she cares about. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying cold light flashed across his eyes. Your good days are over. A storm that will sweep across all of China's top wealthy families is quietly brewing. A new journey is about to begin. Chapter 76, Aftermath and Fusion, New Trump Card. The thrilling turmoil in the Morong family has finally come to an end. The two brothers Morong Hai and Morong Shan were directly stripped of all their positions and dividends by an order from their grandfather. They were tantamount to being placed under house arrest in the side courtyard of the old house, completely losing the possibility of turning things around. And those collateral relatives who had once mocked Lin Feng were now too afraid to even breathe. They huddled in the corner, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The storm subsided, but another storm was getting more and more intense at the door of the master bedroom. Divine Dr. Lin. Please accept me as your disciple. Dean Lu, who had glared at Lin Feng and scolded him for seeking attention, was now blocking the door with his old face flushed red. He looked as if he would kneel down on the spot if Lin Feng did not agree. Behind him, all the leading figures and celebrities in the medical field of Yunqing also went crazy. They crowded at the door, holding various boxes that they usually regarded as treasures. Inside were either 100-year-old wild ginseng or 1,000-year-old Polygonum multiflorum. Dr. Lin, this is my treasured Tai divine needle. I only ask for your guidance. Mr. Lin, if you're willing to reveal even a little bit of the secret of the 9 needles of restoration, I'll give you all the shares in my hospital. Please, Dr. Lin. Your appearance is the dawn of hope for the entire medical community. This group of big shots who are usually high and mighty and hard to get a top position, now act like a group of fanatical fans, blocking the doorway. Lin Feng was overwhelmed by this situation. He had just used up a huge amount of mental energy to perform the 9 turns resurrection needle and was feeling a little tired. How could he be in the mood to deal with this group of old men? He was annoyed by the noise and had to wave his hand perfunctorily. A doctor should be kind-hearted, but he should also follow the principles of nature. He looked at Dean Lu and said casually, the reason you're stuck is because you only see the disease, not the person. People have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and disease originates from the heart. Heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. After saying this, he looked at another old man holding an acupuncture box and said, your acupuncture is too focused on technique and lacks spirit. Remember, the needle follows the heart, and the mind precedes the qi. When you can achieve the state of having no needles in your hands but the needles in your heart, your acupuncture will be perfect. These words are confusing and mysterious. However, after hearing this group of medical experts felt as if they had been enlightened. They stood there in a daze, repeating over and over again Tao follows nature and there is no needle in the hand, but there is a needle in the heart, and they actually fell into enlightenment. Lin Feng took this opportunity, pulled Morong Yunxue, and quickly slipped out through the gap in the crowd. What you just said, is it true? In the corridor, Morong Yunxue looked at Lin Feng, her cold eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. It's fake, Lin Feng shrugged, looking innocent. I made it up. Who made them so noisy? Morong Yunxue. She suddenly felt that those medical masters who had been fooled were a bit pitiful. The two smiled at each other, and the tense and oppressive atmosphere just now disappeared at this moment. At this moment, the housekeeper came forward respectfully and said, Mr. Lin, the master is in the study and would like you to come over. In the study, the scent of sandalwood lingers. Morong Bo, who had just experienced a life and death crisis, had now changed into a loose tang suit and was sitting in the main seat, sipping tea in high spirits. If no one had seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that just an hour ago, he was a dying man with 1 foot already at the gates of hell. Sit. He pointed to the mahogany chair across from him. Lin Feng and Morong Yunxue sat down as instructed, and the atmosphere was somewhat solemn. Morong Bo did not say any words of thanks. At his level, some favors could no longer be expressed in words. He just looked at Lin Feng quietly, his wise eyes full of admiration and emotion. After a long time, he took out a black metal box from the drawer and gently pushed it in front of the two of them. The box was not locked, so Morong Yunxue opened it in confusion. There was no gold, silver or jewelry inside, only a stack of seemingly ordinary papers and a pure black card with no logo on it. This is the entire network of connections that the Morong family has accumulated over the past century. From politics to business, from the military to overseas, all the connections that can be mobilized are here. Morong Bo's voice was low and powerful. And this card? It's a secret account I used to deposit my backup funds in major banks around the world. The total amount is approximately 50 billion US dollars. The password is Yunshue's birthday. Morong Yunshue's little hand trembled and the box almost fell to the ground. The energy and wealth represented by these thin pieces of paper and a small card are enough to make any country take notice. This is the true foundation of the Morong family. It was the future of the entire Morong family that her grandfather gave her. Grandpa, this is too precious. Morong Yunshue's voice trembled slightly. Take it. Morong Bo's tone left no room for doubt. From today on, you are the new helmsman of the Morong family. These things will help you navigate the storms ahead more steadily. Having said this, the expression on his face became more solemn than ever before. Lin Feng, I know you are extraordinary. But you must remember what I am about to say. He looked at Lin Feng and said word by word, although the Tianlang group is considered a giant in the provincial capital, it is, after all, just a dog kept outside by the Long family in the capital. Beijing, Long family? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. That's right. Morong Bo's eyes flashed with a deep fear. The Long family is a truly top-tier wealthy family in the capital. They act tyrannically and will never let anything go. This time, you not only killed their dog, but also cut off their financial resources in the south. They will never let this go. I'm worried that their revenge will come soon. And it will be with thunder and lightning, and it will not stop until one dies. The air in the study seemed to freeze at this moment. After seeing off Morong Bo with solemn instructions, Lin Feng and Morong Yunshue returned to Yunding Palace. There was still a hint of worry on Morong Yunshue's face. She knew very well that with her grandfather's status and cunning, he could say the words fight until death, so the Long family in the capital was definitely an unimaginable behemoth. Lin Feng saw her worry and gently took her into his arms, saying softly, if an enemy comes, we will fight him. If a flood comes, we will block it with earth. Don't be afraid. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. The girl in his arms hummed softly and buried her head in his chest, drawing strength from him that made her feel at ease. After comforting Morong Yunshue to sleep, Lin Feng came to the study alone. He leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the dazzling city night view below, his eyes becoming extremely deep. The Long family in Beijing. He was not afraid, but relying solely on his existing abilities might not be enough to deal with a behemoth of that level. He needs a stronger trump card. As if sensing the strong desire in his heart, a cold electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for turning the tide, saving lives, and gaining a huge amount of emotion points. System level increased. Current level, LV4. Ding! System level LV4, new function, skill fusion, has been unlocked. Ding! Detected that the host has multiple highly compatible skills. Do you want to fuse them? System recommendation, God-level trading skills, plus, golden eyes, which can be combined into a higher-level unique skill. A series of prompt sounds cheered Lin Feng up. He looked at the gleaming, skill fusion, option that appeared in his mind, and his heart suddenly moved. His God-level trading skills allow him to call the shots in the capital market. His golden eyes allow him to see through all illusions and distinguish the true from the false. What kind of monster would be born if these two skills were combined? Lin Feng's breathing couldn't help but quicken. To deal with a behemoth like the Long family in Beijing, a head-on confrontation might not be the best strategy. But what if they could deliver a fatal blow to their most proud economic lifeline? He needed a stronger trump card. A trump card that could overturn the table. And the option in front of us seems to be the best answer. Chapter 77, The Eye of Causality, a foreshadowing of financial war. The Long family in the capital. It was a dark night. Lin Feng stood in front of the French window of the study in Yunding Palace, overlooking the lights of thousands of homes below him, chewing the name softly in his mouth. Mr. Morong's solemn warning is still echoing in my ears. Fight until death. These 4 words are like an invisible mountain, carrying heavy pressure. He never fears challenges, but facing this behemoth with a history of hundreds of years and unfathomable roots, any carelessness could lead to irreparable disaster. He needed a stronger force, a trump card that could overturn the table in any game of cards. As if he heard the call from his heart, the familiar and cold electronic sound exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for turning the tide, saving lives, and causing a sensation in the medical community. You've gained a massive amount of emotion. System level has been upgraded. Current level, LV4. Ding. System level LV4, new function, skill fusion, has been unlocked. Ding. Detected that the host possesses highly compatible skills, God-level operations, and golden eyes. Do you want to fuse them? Friendly reminder, skill fusion is unique. Success will create a brand new God-level skill, but it will also consume all the host's current emotional value. Please choose carefully. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Here we come. This is the trump card he has been waiting for. His God-level trading skills enable him to understand the logic of capital flow. His golden eyes allow him to see through the essence and value of things. One is more inclined towards macroscopic logical deduction, the other is more inclined towards microscopic insight into the essence. If these two are combined, what kind of terrifying chemical reaction will be produced? As for consuming all the emotional value, Lin Feng glanced at the number on the system panel, which had skyrocketed to nearly 1 million because of saving Morongbo, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. R&T emotional values meant to be spent? What if I keep it and can have babies? Confirmed fusion. Without any hesitation, he gave the order in his mind. Ding. Skill fusion process initiated. Emotion points consumed. 998540, 754,321. 439870, 1024, 0. As the numbers on the panel instantly cleared to zero within a second, a torrent thousands of times more terrifying than any previous system enhancement rushed into his brain without warning. Boom! Lin Feng's body shook violently, as if he was struck by lightning, and his brain seemed to be stuffed into a galaxy that was running at high speed. Countless logical chains composed of cold data, like a roaring dragon, and another golden torrent that sees through the essence of all things, launched the most violent collision in the depths of his consciousness. On one hand, there is the God-level trading technique, which brings about a huge logical deduction of the capital flow, policy changes, and market sentiment in the global financial market every minute and every second. On the other hand, the golden eyes provide absolute insight into the most essential values, flaws, and desires behind every company, every asset, and even every decision maker. The two are incompatible with each other, but are forcibly squeezed and kneaded by a more powerful force, trying to twist them into one. Ugh! Lin Feng couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He held his head with both hands, veins bulged from his forehead, and he half knelt on the ground. His brain was like a server about to explode, with countless conflicting codes running frantically and the burning pain almost burning his sanity. He felt like his spirit was being torn into countless pieces, and then forcibly reassembled. This process is 10,000 times more painful than any physical torture. But Lin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and endured this inhuman torture. He knew that this was the deepest darkness before dawn. I don't know how long it took, maybe a century, maybe just a moment. The energy storm that was madly crashing through his mind finally subsided. The tearing pain disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and transparency, as if the soul had been cleansed. Lin Feng slowly released his hand, stood up, and let out a long breath. His eyes changed. The left eye was still deep, but the right eye seemed to contain a starry sky interwoven with countless data and causal lines, mysterious and majestic. Just at this moment, the system's prompt sounded solemnly, like a voice from heaven. Ding! Congratulations to the host, skill fusion is successful. Obtain the unique God-level skill, Eye of Causality Finance. Skill effect, insight into the core drivers and causal chains behind any financial entity or transaction, and deduce its various possible evolutions and corresponding probabilities over the next period of time. The Eye of Cause and Effect. Lin Feng was shocked. This is no longer about predicting the future. This is seeing through fate. If God-level trading skills gave him a map of the financial market, then golden eyes gave him a magnifying glass that allowed him to clearly see the markings on the map. Now, this Eye of Causality directly gives him a God's perspective of the entire map world. He can not only see what is happening now, but also what the reason is for this thing to happen and what result it will lead to. Just when he was excited about the terrifying effect of this new skill, a sudden change occurs. Buzz! Lin Feng felt a burning sensation in his right eye without any warning, and the world in front of him changed instantly. The night view of the entire cloud city disappeared, and in its place was a huge network covering the entire world, composed of countless golden and red lines. These lines represent the flow of capital. And just to the north of this network, an extremely huge red vortex, which almost covers half of the Asian territory, is converging madly. Countless tiny anonymous capitals, like rivers flowing into the sea, flow silently into that vortex from all over the world through millions of intricate channels. They are building an extremely sophisticated, huge, and death-filled financial strangulation array. And in the center of that giant net, the target pointed at by countless red arrows. There were 3 large characters emitting faint light. Snowstorm Group. Before Lin Feng could recover from the shocking visual impact, the system alarm in his mind sounded more shrill and crazy than ever before. Warning! Warning! Highest level red alert. Eye of causality passive trigger. A massive anonymous capital force originating from Beijing has been detected, constructing a highly complex financial stranglehold covering the global market. Target, Fengshui Group and all related parties. Deduction result: if no intervention is made, the strangulation will be activated after 48 hours. The probability of Fengshui Group collapsing within 72 hours is 99.99%. Chapter 78, The Enemy is at the Gates, a dimensionality reduction attack from the capital. The next day, Yincheng. The sun was shining, the sky was cloudless, and it seemed like an ordinary morning. However, for the Fengshui Group, which had just started and was on the rise, this day was the end of the world. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Fengshui Group headquarters, President's office. Morong Yunxue had just finished signing a document and was ready to start a busy day. Suddenly, the office door was flung open, and the financial director Wang Hai rushed in, crawling and tumbling. His usually calm face was now filled with horror and panic. Boss Morong. Something bad has happened. Morong Yunxue frowned slightly. Director Wang, why are you panicking? The sky isn't falling. It's going to collapse. It's really going to collapse. Wang Hai's voice was trembling. He slammed the tablet in his hand on the table, his fingers shaking with fear. Look! The international commodity market. The 3 most core raw materials for our future energy projects, lithium, cobalt, and nickel, have all seen their futures prices all increase tenfold in the last 10 minutes of trading. What? Morong Yunxue stood up suddenly, and for the first time, shock appeared on her cold and beautiful face. In 10 minutes, the price increased tenfold? This is no longer a market fluctuation, it's a naked war. Someone is using astronomical amounts of money to forcibly distort market rules. However, this is just the beginning. Before Wang Hai hung up the phone, the heads of the purchasing department, legal department, and overseas business department rushed in like crazy, as if they had made an appointment. Mr. Morong. South America's largest lithium supplier has just unilaterally terminated our long-term supply contract. They'd rather pay 10 times the penalty than sell us another gram of ore. African cobalt mines. We've lost contact with over a dozen mine owners. Local informants say a mysterious consortium bought them all last night, along with their mines. And our downstream partners. 37 new energy vehicle companies worldwide that had signed battery procurement agreements with us were simultaneously raided by their respective countries' financial regulators. The reason was all suspected financial fraud. Now all our orders have been frozen. One piece of bad news after another, like precision-guided bombs, exploded in the small president's office. Morong Yunxue's face turned paler inch by inch. She finally understood. The enemy never thought of attacking the Fengshui Group head-on from the beginning. They were like the most skilled surgeons, using an invisible scalpel to silently and precisely cut off all the aortas and capillaries on the giant dragon of the Snow Wind Group. This is a war without smoke. This is a dimensionality reduction attack from a higher dimension. Call all executives. A top-level crisis meeting. Now. Immediately. Morong Yunxue's voice was slightly hoarse due to extreme anger and solemnity. The top-floor conference room of Fengshui Group. The atmosphere was as oppressive as a tomb. Led by Morong Yunxue, the most elite bosses of the entire Fengshui Group are all gathered here at the moment, but everyone's face is filled with a deep sense of powerlessness and frustration. They faced a huge global map covered with red flags representing lost contact, sniped and broken. In just one morning, the global industrial chain that Fengshui Group was proud of was shattered and almost paralyzed. They couldn't even see the enemy's shadow. The opponent's attacks were all carried out through offshore companies, complex derivatives contracts, and countless shell accounts. All clues pointed to overseas, but in the end, they disappeared without a trace. We can't find out. The other party's trading methods are too sophisticated, and their anti-tracking capabilities are world-class. Our people can't keep up at all. The head of the technical department was sweating profusely and his voice was dry. We tried to contact the Zhao family and other allies, hoping they could help. A vice president said with difficulty, but their situation isn't much better than ours. All the companies we have deep partnerships with have been affected and suppressed to varying degrees. The entire Yunqing business community, facing this terrifying force from an unknown source, is like a small boat in the raging sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Despair. Unprecedented despair spread like a plague in the hearts of everyone in the conference room. At this moment, the operator suddenly switched the huge LCD screen on the wall of the conference room to a live broadcast of an international financial channel. In the picture, a young man wearing a top-quality handmade suit, with a handsome face that is almost charming, but with a cynical and arrogant smile on the corner of his mouth, is sitting on the sofa in the studio and being interviewed by the host. The subtitles at the bottom of the screen read a shocking introduction. Beijing financial wolf King Long AO? The host asked with immense respect, Mr. Long, regarding today's unusual movements in the global commodities market and the simultaneous investigations of dozens of companies, there are rumors that you are behind all of this. What are your thoughts on this? The young man called Long AO elegantly picked up the coffee and took a sip. Then he gave the camera a smile that was understated but full of endless contempt. View? His voice was clearly transmitted through the speakers to every corner of the conference room, and it was like a poisoned steel needle, piercing everyone's heart. The capital market has its own rules. People who don't belong to that circle are better off not jumping in with a fluke mentality. He paused, and the mockery in his eyes became more intense, as if he was looking at a group of pitiful ants. For some peasants who have climbed up through luck, it's time to learn this lesson. As soon as the words fell, the entire conference room fell into deathly silence. The faces of every executive of Fengshui Group turned as pale as paper. This is a declaration of war. It was the most naked and cruel public declaration of war from the top predator in the capital against these local upstarts. It is self-evident who the mud legs in that sentence refers to. Morong Yunshua's body swayed slightly, and she barely managed to steady herself by holding onto the table. She stared at the arrogant face on the screen, a deep sense of powerlessness nearly swallowing her. It's over. This time, maybe it's really over. In this desperate silence. Squeak. The heavy door of the conference room was gently pushed open. Everyone subconsciously raised their heads and looked towards the door numbly. Lin Feng walked in leisurely with one hand in his pocket and 2 cups of steaming coffee in the other. He seemed completely unaware of the overwhelming atmosphere of despair and walked straight to the main seat, gently placing one of the cups of coffee in front of Morong Yunxue. Then, under the gaze of the ashen faces in the room, he met Morong Yunshua's confused and helpless eyes, smiled slightly, and spoke in a relaxed tone as if he was talking about today's weather. What are you panicking about? I saw every move they made 3 days ago. Chapter 79 God's Plan, Hearing Thunder in Silence. What are you panicking about? I saw every move they made 3 days ago. Lin Feng's tone, which was as relaxed as if he was talking about the weather, formed the most absurd and weird contrast with the desperate atmosphere in the conference room, which was as frozen as a cemetery. Time seemed to be paused at this moment. All the executives froze. They slowly turned their stiff necks and stared at the leisurely man at the door with eyes as if he were a madman. Saw it 3 days ago? What a joke! This was a dimensionality reduction attack from the top predator in Beijing, covering the global industrial chain. Not to mention 3 days ago, even 3 minutes ago, no one in the entire China could have predicted the arrival of this storm. Morong Yunshue's eyes, which had been dull, lit up with an incredible brilliance the moment she saw Lin Feng. She looked at him, her lips trembling slightly, helpless and bewildered, yet with a glimmer of hope, as if she had grasped a life-saving straw. Director Lin. A vice president finally regained his voice from the extreme shock. His face was pale and his tone was difficult. Now is not the time to joke. Our capital chain can only hold out for another 48 hours at most. Lin Feng ignored him and walked straight to the main seat, gently placing the steaming cup of coffee next to Morong Yunshua's cold hand. He didn't sit down, but just reached out and tapped lightly on the huge LCD screen, freezing the image on Long Ao's handsome and arrogant face. You think this is a war? Lin Feng turned around, looked around at the gray faces in the room, and a playful arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. No, this is not war. This was just a one-sided massacre. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a suppressed gasp in the conference room, and the last trace of blood on everyone's face faded away. However, Lin Feng's next words made everyone's brains freeze on the spot. It's just that, he pointed at Long Ao on the screen. In his deep eyes, a trace of indifference flashed, as if he was looking down on all living things like a god. The one who was slaughtered was him. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and strode towards the corner of the conference room, where the group's main trading desk was usually operated by a top trading team. There, dozens of screens are flashing the pulse of major global financial markets in real time. Lin Feng sat down in the chief trader's seat without any hesitation and put his cup of coffee aside. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, his slender fingers began tapping on the keyboard. A series of bizarre, even insane, instructions came out of his mouth clearly and calmly. Clear all of the group's overseas tech stock holdings, immediately. Use all your funds to buy Swiss franc call options expiring in the next 3 months. What? The trader in charge of overseas assets almost jumped out of his chair. Global capital is currently seeking safety, and the Swiss franc exchange rate is ridiculously high. Buying call options at this time? Isn't that like throwing money into the water? But Lin Feng's instructions continued. Take all the liquid funds we have, minus the money needed to maintain the company's basic operations, and throw them all into Brazil's junk bond market. Yes, that nearly bankrupt Vera real estate. Buy as much as you can. Notify our shell company in Southeast Asia to immediately go long on rice and rubber futures, regardless of cost. Also, check the futures index for Kobe Wagyu beef in Japan for me. Use leverage and max it out. Crazy. He must be crazy. Every financial elite present felt that their professional knowledge and professional values were being rubbed to the ground. Every instruction from Lin Feng goes against the 4 words "save the company." He did not rescue any of the attacked supply chain companies, did not buy back the company's plummeting stocks, and did not try to stabilize the market. Every transaction he made was like a drunk man's antics in a casino, a textbook suicide operation. This can't go on. Mr. Morong. He is gambling. He will lose all our last life-saving money. Financial Director Wang Hai couldn't bear it anymore and shouted. For a moment, the entire conference room exploded again, with voices of questioning and dissuasion coming one after another. However, in the midst of this chaos, Morong Yunxue made a move that no one expected. She slowly stood up and walked behind Lin Feng. She looked at the man's back, which was as steady as a mountain, and his eyes, which were calm without a ripple among the countless flashing data streams. Even though she had no idea what he was doing, and even though her heart was about to jump out of her chest due to nervousness, an inexplicable, almost blind trust overwhelmed all her reason in fear. She took a deep breath and used all her strength to issue the order that determined the fate of Fengxue Group. Shut up, everyone. The cold voice, like a basin of ice water, instantly extinguished all the noise. From now on, Director Lin has the ultimate authority over all of the group's assets. Every one of his orders is my order. Anyone who dares to object will be kicked out of Fengxue Group immediately. The whole place was in dead silence. Everyone was shocked by Morong Yunxue's unprecedented toughness and determination. The traders looked at each other, and finally, with trembling hands, they began to execute orders that seemed to them to be doomed. From the reflection on the screen, Lin Feng saw Morong Yunxue's clenched fists due to nervousness, and her stubborn but still pale face. He stopped typing on the keyboard, turned around, and gave her his signature cool smile. Don't worry. He lowered his voice, whispering so that only the two of them could hear. I'm not defending myself. I'm digging a grave for Long Ao, big enough to bury all his funds. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in the capital, Long Ao's private trading room is as luxurious as a palace. He was leaning on a $1 million leather sofa, holding a blonde supermodel in his arms, and comfortably enjoying a 1982 cigar. An assistant stepped forward respectfully and reported. Young Master Long, as you expected, Fengxue Group's funding chain is on the verge of breaking. However, there have been some strange fluctuations in the market. Oh? Long Ao blew out a puff of smoke, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. We've detected a fund of approximately 5 billion yuan making some, well, random moves in the market. They've bought a lot of irrelevant junk assets. It looks like they've completely given up and are just venting their anger. When Long Ao heard this, the sarcasm on his face became even stronger. He scoffed contemptuously. It's just the death throes of a drowning man. He stubbed out his cigar in the crystal ashtray, a cruel look of pleasure in his eyes. Notify everyone and intensify the offensive. Before tonight, I will completely break the funding chain of Feng Shui Group. Chapter 80. The trap is closed, and the Wolf King of Beijing is howling. Young Master Long, it's almost time. In the capital, in Long Ao's private trading room, the assistant's voice was filled with a hint of suppressed excitement. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the bustling night view of the capital. Indoors, on dozens of huge screens, green waterfalls representing Feng Shui Group and its related stocks are cascading down in a pleasing manner. Long Ao leaned on the sofa, and the blonde supermodel in his arms lit a cigar for him obediently. He took a deep breath, and the smoke rings he exhaled were filled with the fragrance of victory. That peasant must be hugging his icy beauty and crying bitterly right now, right? The smile on his lips was cruel yet elegant. The final funds are all in place. We are just waiting for your order to launch a general attack, completely trigger their debt default, and strangle them. The assistant's voice was extremely excited. Long Ao flicked the ash off his cigarette comfortably, as if he was conducting a symphony. Then, let's get started. He waved his hand dismissively. Yes. Play the music of their death. With his order, a fund of hundreds of billions of dollars, which was blessed with terrifying leverage, turned into a raging financial torrent, like an ancient beast that broke free from its chains, opened its bloody mouth, and launched a final, fatal blow towards the already shaky defense line of Feng Shui Group. At the same time, at the headquarters of Feng Shui Group, the atmosphere in the conference room was no longer oppressive, but dead silent. Everyone stared numbly at the precipitous drop on the screen, their eyes empty, as if their souls had been drained. It's over. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Faced with this destructive force, they are not even qualified to stop a chariot with their bare hands. Only Lin Feng was still sitting calmly in front of the trading desk, his fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard, as if he was playing an insignificant piano piece. Morong Yunxue stood behind him, her palms covered in cold sweat, but her eyes were always fixed firmly on the man's back. Just when the huge wave formed by Long Ao's hundreds of billions of funds was about to smash the last reef of Feng Shui Group, a sudden change occurs. A trader responsible for monitoring overseas bonds jumped up from his chair as if he had seen a ghost, and let out a scream that pierced his eardrums. It's increased, it's increased. Oh my God. I've never seen this before. He pointed at the curved line on the screen that was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and his voice was shaking. That Vera real estate junk bond in Brazil. Just now, Blackstone, the world's largest asset management group, suddenly announced a full acquisition of the company at a 100-fold premium. Those pieces of paper in our hands have increased in value 100-fold in a second. Boom! The air in the entire conference room seemed to have been dropped by a bomb. Everyone was stunned. Paying a 100-fold premium to acquire a nearly bankrupt company? Did Blackstone's CEO drink fake alcohol, or was he possessed by a spirit? What is this? Pie in the sky? However, this incredible scene is just the beginning of the madness. Before everyone could recover from the huge shock, another foreign exchange trader let out a howl that was 10 times more shrill than the previous one. A coup! Holy crap! A military coup has taken place in the small African nation of Gambia. The newly elected military government just delivered a national address, announcing a complete break with the West and exchanging the nation's entire cobalt reserves for rice from Southeast Asia. Our Swiss franc call options and Southeast Asian rice futures exploded. They all exploded. Thousands of times overnight. We've become the world's rice king. And Neon Kobe Wagyu futures are going crazy. Australia has experienced an unprecedented outbreak of rinderpest, leaving a huge gap in the global high-end beef market. Our Wagyu futures have skyrocketed. Another one. Shocking news one after another, like the most intensive nuclear bombardment, frantically bombarded the nerves of everyone present. Swiss francs, Brazilian bonds, Southeast Asian rice, Japanese Wagyu beef. These were the baits that Lin Feng had casually scattered 3 days ago in a seemingly nonsense and suicidal manner. At this moment, they were perfectly connected by an invisible thread of fate, forming an extremely precise and perfect closed loop of wealth. Coincide? One was a coincidence. Twice is luck. But when all the coincidences happen at the same time and perfectly point to the same beneficiary, it's not luck. That's a miracle. It is the God who can predict the future. It is the God who controls cause and effect, looking down upon all living beings. In the conference room, all the financial elites completely gave up thinking at this moment. They looked at the string of numbers in their trading accounts, which were soaring like a rocket at a speed that defied physical common sense. 5 billion, 10 billion, 50 billion, 100 billion, 300 billion. In just a few minutes, Lin Feng's randomly operated junk assets actually brought him hundreds of billions of terrifying profits. Everyone's eyes, filled with fear, fanaticism and awe, were cast on the man who had remained calm from beginning to end. It was as if all this was already in his script. Okay, warm-up is over. Lin Feng finally stopped typing on the keyboard. He slowly stood up, picked up the cup of slightly cold coffee, and took a sip. His eyes swept across the core assets on the screen that Long Ao used to short, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He turned around and gave the final order to the group of petrified traders, sounding the clarion call for a counterattack. Now, it's our turn. Use all the funds we have to buy out the core assets that Long Ao is shorting in 1 second. I want him to die. Beijing, Long Ao's trading room. Young Master Long, the stock price of Fengshui Group has fallen below their last psychological barrier. In 3 minutes at most, they will go bankrupt. The assistant excitedly opened a bottle of Romane Conti worth $1 million, ready to celebrate this historic moment. The smile on Long Ao's lips reached its peak at this moment. However, just as the champagne was about to be poured into the glass. Mutation. Sudden occurrence. Beep beep beep. In the trading room, the red alarm representing forced liquidation sounded shrilly through the sky without any warning. Those dozens of screens that were originally full of emerald green, representing huge profits, suddenly turned from green to red as if they were splashed with hot blood. The shocking red K-lines rose vertically at 90 degrees in a manner that violated financial common sense. What's going on? The smile on Long Ao's face froze instantly, and he suddenly stood up from the sofa. Impossible. It's a mysterious, massive fund. Oh my god. They're frantically buying up all the stocks we've shorted. Our short positions are being forcibly liquidated. It's over. Young Master Long. Our multiple levers collapsed. Ah! The shrill screams came one after another. The seemingly indestructible financial building that Long Ao carefully constructed began to collapse completely from the foundation at this moment. The hundreds of billions of funds he invested and the terrifying leverage behind it were like being swallowed up completely in an instant by a black hole named Lin Feng that suddenly appeared. Long Ao's body was shaking violently. He stared at the glaring blood red on the screen, his pupils shrinking to the size of needles due to extreme fear. Puff! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out of his mouth, staining the expensive carpet in front of him red. At this moment, the arrogant Wolf King of Beijing let out the first desperate howl in his life. Chapter 81, Becoming a God in One Battle, the Long Family's Negotiation. In the capital city, Long Ao's private trading room, which was like a palace, was quieter than a grave at this moment. The blood that spurted out of Long Ao's mouth blossomed into a strange and dazzling flower on the Persian carpet worth tens of millions. The Wolf King of Beijing, who once regarded financial reports as music scores and capital as a scepter, now collapsed on the ground like a stray dog with all its bones pulled out. The dozens of huge screens in front of him were no longer emerald green waterfalls, but a sea of blood-red fire. Each glaring red number was like a red-hot iron, branding his soul fiercely. It's not just about money. He, and the assets of the entire Long family behind him, were being madly devoured by an invisible, greedy black hole in a way beyond human cognition. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Long Ao's eyes were red, like a gambler who had lost everything, and he muttered to himself in a daze. His pride, his dignity, and his perfect layout known as the financial textbook were crushed to pieces by the other party at this moment in the most brutal and unreasonable way. He didn't even know how he lost. It felt like a Gamoku expert playing against a fool who only knew how to play Tian Yuan. But at the end of the game, the opponent flipped the board and told you directly that you lost by using the rules of the universe. Humiliation. Unprecedented humiliation and fear, like two invisible hands, strangled his heart. Ah! A roar that did not sound like a human voice suddenly burst out from Long Ao's throat. He jumped up from the ground like a mad beast, smashing everything in front of him to pieces. A trading terminal worth millions. An antique vase that I have treasured for many years. The blonde supermodel who had just lit a cigar for him was now screaming and hiding in the corner, trembling. The entire luxurious room turned into a mess in just a few minutes. Long Ao was panting and kneeling among the debris. For the first time, something he had never felt before appeared in his eye sphere. He knew that this time, he had provoked a monster that could not be understood by common sense. That night, the Chinese financial circle was sleepless. Countless top traders, fund managers, and private equity tycoons were staring at the market, watching the review of the settled and unpredictable battle. Everyone's scalp was tingling. The Wolf King of Beijing Long Ao was defeated in one battle and fell from the altar. His perfect stranglehold array that leveraged trillions of funds was instantly disintegrated in the final stage of the general offensive by a mysterious fund that came from nowhere in a way that could be called a miracle. What is even more chilling is that the enemy's counterattack is not a simple defensive counterattack at all. That mysterious power seemed to have a pair of eyes that could see through all the causes and effects in the world. While devouring Long Ao's funds, it followed the Long family's huge capital veins and, like a thorn in the flesh, accurately shorted several of their defenseless industries spread across the world. South American energy companies, European real estate projects, African minerals. Everything collapsed in an instant due to those seemingly unrelated black swan events. Overnight, the Long family suffered heavy losses. According to preliminary estimates by the top team of actuaries, the direct and indirect losses have approached 1 trillion. A brand new name, one that carried with it awe and fear, began to circulate crazily across all the top financial forums and private chat groups. God of Cloud City. One battle, become a god. It is in stark contrast to the gloomy atmosphere in the capital. In the meeting room of Fengshui Group's headquarters, after a minute of dead silence, a carnival like a volcanic eruption broke out. We won! We won! Oh my god! Accounts! Look at our reserve fund account. 300 billion. A full 300 billion in cash. Am I dreaming? This isn't winning at all, this is digging up the other party's ancestral graves. All the business elites who usually wear suits and ties are crazy at this moment. They were like a group of children who had won the World Cup, hugging and roaring excitedly, and some even cried with joy. The way they looked at Lin Feng was no longer that of a simple boss, nor was it that of an odd chairman. That is, a pilgrimage. It is a mortal who is looking up to a living god of wealth walking on earth. Moron Yunxue stood behind Lin Feng, her cold eyes now flickering with shock, admiration, and an inextricable tenderness that could melt an iceberg. She witnessed a miracle that could not be explained by any science. And the man who created this miracle was her man. Lin Feng ignored the enthusiasm around him. He slowly stood up from the trading desk and walked straight to Moron Yunxue under the gaze of countless fanatical eyes. He looked at the light in her eyes and a familiar cool smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I did. He's going to die. After the carnival, Lin Feng and Moron Yunxue returned to the president's office. The noise was kept out of the door, leaving only the tranquility after victory. Lin Feng took out a bottle of 1982 Lafite from the wine cabinet, poured a glass for each of them, and was about to enjoy the hard-earned fruits of victory with his beloved woman. At this moment, his private phone, which he almost never showed to others, suddenly rang. Lin Feng looked at the unknown number from Beijing on the screen, raised his eyebrows slightly, and pressed the answer button casually. There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds, and then a majestic and old voice, like a huge bell, came from the receiver. There was suppressed rage in that voice, yet he managed to maintain the composure and calmness of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time. Young man, you've gone too far. I am Long Ao's father, Long Tianzheng. Name your price. This matter ends here. Chapter 82, Declaration of War. I want all of your Long family. I am Long Ao's father, Long Tianzheng. Name your price. This matter ends here. On the other end of the phone, an old and majestic voice was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, with an unquestionable commanding tone. In the office, the atmosphere that was just filled with the joy of victory suddenly became a little solemn. Moron Yunxue stopped shaking the wine glass, a hint of worry flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she looked at Lin Feng. The head of the Long family, Long Tianzheng. This business tycoon who has been entrenched in the capital for decades and has real connections with everyone has finally taken action himself. However, there was no trace of tension on Lin Feng's face. He even raised his eyebrows with interest, with a cool smile on his lips, as if he had heard something interesting. He didn't say anything, but just leisurely shook the red wine in the glass, letting the mellow aroma of the wine permeate the air. Long Tianzheng on the other end of the phone seemed to be accustomed to everyone being silent in front of him. Seeing that Lin Feng did not respond immediately with fear and trepidation, he snorted slightly in displeasure and continued in a tone that seemed to be conferring. Young man, you may have some skills, but if you don't know your place, you won't go far. I can treat this matter as a joke between juniors and will not pursue it. His voice paused, and there was a condescending magnanimity in his words. Well, I'll give you a chance to truly step into the top circle. First, return the money you took from the market this time. That's not the kind of wealth someone of your stature deserves. Second, hand over your Feng Shui group's so-called energy-saving technology in its entirety. This kind of thing would be a disaster in your hands. Only the Long family can maximize its value. As long as you complete these two things, I, Long Tianzheng, can promise to make you, Lin Feng, a vassal of my Long family in the entire south. From now on, as long as you bear the name of my Long family, no one will dare to touch you. How is it? This gift is already a great fortune for you. Long Tianzheng's voice was full of almsgiving. It seemed as if making Lin Feng the Long family's dog was an unparalleled honor. He waited quietly, waiting for the young man on the other end of the phone to agree with overwhelming gratitude. After all, in his opinion, for a peasant who had managed to rise from the local area to be ennobled by the Long family in the capital was a great thing that would bring glory to his ancestors. However, what he waited for was not the gratitude he expected. Instead, it was a chuckle filled with endless mockery and teasing. He. Lin Feng held the wineglass and laughed softly. The laughter was not loud, but it was like an extremely sharp steel needle that penetrated through the radio waves and pierced into Long Tianzheng's ears. Old man, have you been staying in that courtyard in the capital for too long? Your brain has become patinated by sleep? Lin Feng's voice changed from its previous playful tone to become stern and cold. The arrogance and madness hidden in his bones were released without reservation at this moment. Give you a chance? What a gift! Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at me? This sudden and extremely rude insult made Long Tianzheng on the other end of the phone stunned for a moment. He has been in charge of the Long family for decades and holds a high position. How could anyone dare to speak to him in such a tone? You are so outrageous. Long Tianzheng's breathing suddenly became heavy, and the voice that was filled with suppressed rage almost burst out from the receiver. It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. Lin Feng completely ignored his anger and took a sip of red wine. The ruffian and murderous intent in his voice were like the strongest poison, intertwined together. Old man, prick up your dog ears and listen carefully. First, I accepted the little money your son lost to me. Consider it his tuition, a loser like him, so he can learn how to be a good person. Secondly, stop barking on the phone all the time. You look so cowardly. Wash your neck clean and wait for me at home. It won't be long before I personally go to Beijing to visit you, old dog. Third. Lin Feng's tone paused slightly, and in his deep eyes, a greedy and domineering light like a wolf flashed. I'm interested in those junky properties of your Long family. Starting today, prepare to go bankrupt. Beep beep beep. After saying that, Lin Feng didn't even give Long Tianzheng any time to react and hung up the phone. The entire office was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Morong Yunshua's beautiful eyes opened wide, her red lips slightly parted, and she looked at Lin Feng as if he were a monster. She thought that Lin Feng would refuse and fight back strongly, but she never dreamed that Lin Feng would use such a crazy method to directly declare war on the entire Long family. That's no longer a business friction. That is, a fight to the death. Lin Feng, you. She spoke worriedly, with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Lin Feng turned around and looked at her beautiful face, which was filled with worry. The coldness and murderous intent on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by that familiar, reassuring and handsome smile. He reached out and gently scratched Morong Yunshua's straight nose. Don't worry, you can't indulge this kind of shameless old man. Who does he think he is? Still living in the Qing dynasty? He's right, I did go too far. Lin Feng picked up the wineglass and gently touched it against Morong Yunshua's glass, making a crisp sound. I should have done more. In the capital, in a heavily guarded and quaint courtyard. In the study, an old man wearing a tang suit, with gray hair but in good spirits, was holding the purple clay telephone receiver tightly in his hand. He is the pillar of the Long family, Long Tianzheng. The busy tone from the phone echoed in his ears again and again like the most vicious curse. His face had turned the color of liver due to extreme anger. The veins on the hand holding the receiver were bulging, and the knuckles were turning white from exerting too much force. Crack! A crisp sound. He actually squeezed a crack into the priceless antique purple clay receiver. What an arrogant little bastard. Long Tianzheng's body trembled violently due to uncontrollable anger. He had spent his entire life high up in the clouds, overlooking all living things. How could he have ever suffered such a humiliation? A brat who appeared out of nowhere not only destroyed his most cherished heir, but also took away nearly 1 trillion yuan of Long family assets. Now, he even dared to point at his nose and call him an old dog? And he has to clean his neck and wait? And you want to make the Long family go bankrupt? A violent murderous intent burst out from Long Tianjing's old body. He finally realized that this was no longer a business friction. This is a war. A war, it's either you die or I die. Someone come. Long Tianjing slammed the phone in his hand to the ground and let out a deafening roar. A middle-aged man in a black suit, with a calm demeanor like a mountain, appeared at the door of the study like a ghost and bowed, "Master." Long Tianjing's eyes were red, and those turbid old eyes burst out with unprecedented cruelty and madness. "Pass on my orders. Use all the power the Long family can mobilize. Business, connections, and even all the unspeakable means. At any cost. I want that little bastard Lin Feng and his Fengshui group to be completely wiped out from this world." Chapter 83 Weekly Lottery, King's Team. Beijing, the ancient residence of the Long family. The crushed purple clay receiver was still lying quietly among the fragments on the floor. Long Tianjing's roar, like that of a trapped beast, seemed to still echo on the beams of the study. An invisible war that has swept across the entire top circle of China has quietly begun. At this moment, in Yunqing, thousands of miles away, in the president's office of Fengshui Group, the atmosphere was completely different from the solemn atmosphere in the capital. Lin Feng leaned on the sofa, slowly sipping the $1 million Lafite in the glass, with a lazy and satisfied smile on his face, as if he had just won a game of landlord, rather than overturning the entire financial landscape of China. Morong Yunxue sat opposite him, her cold eyes filled with a mixture of worry and admiration, giving her beautiful face a unique and heart-warming charm. "Lin Feng, were you too impulsive just now?" She opened her red lips slightly, and there was a hint of barely perceptible nervousness in her voice. "Long Tianjing is not Long Ao. He is a true dragon that has crossed the river. He has been entrenched in the capital for decades. His roots are far deeper than we can imagine. If you declare war on him directly like that, I'm afraid." She didn't say anything else, but her meaning was clear. Winning the financial war does not mean the war is over. No one can predict what crazy tricks a top-tier wealthy family that is forced into a corner will use. "What are you afraid of?" Lin Feng put down his wineglass, leaned forward, reached out and gently pinched Morong Yunxue's tender cheek. There was a reassuring sense of dominance in his handsome smile. "Are you afraid that he'll play a real-life PK with me? Or are you afraid that he'll hire someone to do something bad to me? Schwer, you must remember that when your power reaches a certain level, all the conspiracies and tricks will become a joke." He said it lightly, but he knew it better than anyone else. Morong Yunxue's worries were not groundless. For an opponent of the Long family's caliber, business and finance are merely one of their battlegrounds. Once defeated, they will undoubtedly overturn the table without hesitation, mobilizing all their underhanded forces. Assassination, kidnapping, framing, these plots that only appear in movies are just common methods for them. His current team, whether it is Qin Gang or Morong Yunxue's team, are all top business elites and are capable of strategizing at the negotiating table. But none of them are brave generals who can take up swords and fight in the dark. You need to build a core force that belongs only to you, is absolutely loyal, and is strong enough to deter all villains. A group of his right-hand men who can charge into battle for him and defend a place. A group of real King's team. Just as Lin Feng's thoughts were racing, a long-lost, cold electronic sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The new week's weekly lucky draw has been updated. Do you want to start now? Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Here we come. I almost forgot about this. The daily prize draws are mostly cash or small skills that are icing on the cake. But the weekly draw is where the really good stuff comes from. Schwer, please deal with the company's documents first. I'm going to the bathroom to calm down. Lin Feng made a lame excuse, and without waiting for Morong Yunxue's reaction, he slipped into the lounge in the office. Morong Yunxue looked at his anxious back and shook her head with a helpless look. He was so domineering just now, like an emperor, but in the blink of an eye, he became so weird. In the lounge, Lin Feng locked the door, took a deep breath, and immersed his mind in the system space. System, start the weekly lottery. Received. The weekly lottery wheel is being generated. Generated. Boom. A huge roulette wheel that was 100 times more gorgeous than the daily lottery one suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness. On the roulette wheel, countless grids flash with colorful lights, which is dazzling. 100 billion cash, god-level programming skills, ownership of a certain country's oil fields, permanent appearance plus 10. These top rewards, which would normally make Lin Feng's heartbeat faster, could not arouse much interest in him at this moment. His eyes were fixed on a corner of the roulette wheel. There is a grid that is different from the others. It does not emit dazzling golden light, nor does it have exaggerated special effects. It just floats there quietly, with a deep and mysterious purple color all over its body, like a black hole leading to an unknown dimension, full of temptation. Special reward. Lin Feng's Adam's apple rolled unconsciously. This is what he really wants today. System, stop with all that nonsense. Give me something real. Something that can solve the problem. He muttered to himself, as if praying to a non-existent god, and then pressed the start button in the center of the roulette wheel hard. Buzz. The huge roulette wheel began to spin wildly. The pointer was like lightning, leaving behind a series of dazzling afterimages. Thank you for your patronage pass. 10 billion in cash, pass. God-level piano skills. What's the use of this thing? Pass. The speed of the pointer became slower and slower, and Lin Feng's heartbeat also rose to his throat. It slowly passed by the Jenny group shares, and then slowly passed by the complete set of aircraft carrier design drawings. Lin Feng's heart almost jumped out of his throat. Brother, please give me some strength. Just as the pointer was about to stop weakly on a white square that said, Consolation Prize, Stamina Recovery Potion X1. Something strange happened suddenly. The pointer seemed to be suddenly moved by an invisible force, and jumped slightly at an incredible angle. Despair. A sound as clear as the sound of nature. The pointer landed steadily and precisely on the special grid that emitted a deep purple light. The next second, the entire system space was filled with purple air. A magnificent and vast electronic sound, like a divine oracle from the sky, exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've triggered a 1 in a million chance to win a special contract reward, Absolute Loyalty Contract X3. Item name, Absolute Loyalty Contract. Item level, Mythical Unique. Quantity of items, 3. Item effect, can be used on any target, requires conscious and fully voluntary consent. Once the contract is signed, the target will be 100% loyal to the host, never betraying or disobeying. Their loyalty is unaffected by any external factors including mind control, hypnosis, emotional changes, etc. Special note, this contract only binds loyalty, not thought. After signing, the target will retain their independent personality, emotions, wisdom, and all abilities. Based on a position of absolute loyalty, they will proactively seek the greatest benefit for the host. Lin Feng was stunned. He read the golden introduction on the screen word by word, repeatedly, his heart beating violently with extreme ecstasy. What kind of divine reward is this? Give me a pillow when I feel sleepy? No. What was delivered was more than just a pillow. This is simply the most comfortable, luxurious, and top-grade dragon bed in the world with fully automatic massage function. With these 3 contracts, he will have 3 perfect right-hand men who are absolutely loyal and at the same time retain their independent thinking ability and full talents. This is 10,000 times more valuable than any money or any skill. This is the supreme artifact that can truly lay the foundation for an immortal empire. Moran Yunshua's cold and beautiful face subconsciously emerged in Lin Feng's mind. But after just a second, he smiled and shook his head. My beloved doesn't need this. The bond between him and her was a resonance of souls that transcended all contracts. Using this contract would be a desecration of their relationship. So, who should these 3 contracts be used for? Lin Feng's eyes gradually narrowed, and in his deep pupils flashed an unprecedented light called ambition. What he needs is not business elites, and Feng Shui Group has plenty of them. What he needs is someone who can handle for him the things that business elites cannot handle. It is the Yi spear that can charge into battle for him and carve a bloody path through mountains of swords and seas of fire. It is a shield that can guard his rear and keep all threats out. He is also a shadow that can sneak in the darkness, see through everything for him, and control the overall situation. A huge and crazy plan began to take shape in his mind. Long family, long Tianzheng. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. The game has just begun. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Chapter 84 Recruitment. The Forgotten Soldier King. In the lounge. Lin Feng's fingertips gently slid across the 3 contract cards, emitting mysterious purple light in the void. Absolute loyalty contract. This is the foundation for him to truly settle down and build an immortal empire. His mind was clearer than ever before. The Long family's counterattack will surely be powerful, and they will use every possible means. In the financial battlefield, he can rely on the system to launch a dimensionality reduction attack and kill the opponent without leaving a single piece of armor. But in the real physical world, he needs a spear that can cut through all the thorns for him. On the one hand, there is a shield that can block all hidden arrows for him. And a shadow that can dive into the endless darkness for him and see through everything in the world. And these 3 contracts are prepared for them. Lin Feng's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. He no longer hesitated, his mind immersed in his thoughts, and issued a cold and precise command to the system. System. Based on the absolute loyalty contract, conduct a targeted search immediately. Screening scope, the entire territory of China. Filter conditions. His voice paused slightly, and in his deep eyes flickered a flame called ambition. First, individual combat capability must be the strongest in the world, bar none. Second, you must be loyal and courageous, value friendship and loyalty, and be a true iron-blooded tough guy. Third, and most importantly, he must be the most destitute, unlucky, and in dire need of an opportunity person in the world right now. Host's instructions received. Matching data across the entire territory based on the filter criteria. Match 90%, 95%, 99%. Ding. The only target that meets the conditions has been locked. The next second, a shockingly detailed personal file unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes like a waterfall. Name, Xiao Chen. Age, 28. Identity, formerly the King of Soldiers of the Dragon Soul, China's most powerful special forces unit, codenamed Yin Luo. Specializing in various modern weaponry and ultimate killing techniques, he once infiltrated a foreign country alone, taking the head of an enemy general amidst a vast army, earning him the nickname a walking war machine. Resume: 3 years ago, while carrying out Operation Falcon abroad, in order to protect his comrades, he disobeyed an erroneous order issued by Long Fei, a member of the Long family's branch in Beijing, who was serving as an observer at the time, resulting in a flaw in the mission. Current situation: Long Fei harbors a grudge and, upon returning to China, exploits his family's influence to fabricate charges and frame Xiao Chen, resulting in his expulsion from the military and a lifetime ban from military service. His only sister, Xiao Ruoxue, suffers from a rare blood disease and urgently needs a bone marrow transplant, costing tens of millions of yuan. To raise medical expenses, Xiao Chen now works as a security guard at a construction site in the suburbs of Yunqing, suffering from constant bullying and a miserable life. Long family. It's the Long family again. When Lin Feng saw the last line of words in the file, his pupils suddenly contracted. The curve of his mouth became colder. This is really true. After searching everywhere for something, it finally comes to you without any effort. This wasn't the system's screening talents for him, it was simply God personally handing him a peerless weapon that was powerful enough to pierce the heart of the Long family. Xiao Chen. Lin Feng whispered the name, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. System: lock onto his real-time location. Location locked, western suburbs of Yunqing, Hongfa construction site. Without any delay, Lin Feng pushed open the door of the lounge and left only one sentence to Moron Yunxue, who looked puzzled outside. Schwer, help me deal with the aftermath. I'm going out, to invite a future group god of war. Before he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared at the office door. An hour later. Hongfa construction site in the western suburbs of Yunqing. It started to rain heavily, and the cold rain mixed with mud turned the entire construction site into a dirty swamp. At the door of a makeshift wooden house, a burly man with a resolute face, but covered in mud, was tightly holding a tattered lunchbox in his arms. He is Xiao Chen. In front of him stood 7 or 8 ruffians, led by a foreman with a beer belly and a face full of flesh. Xiao. You're giving me a damn face, right? I asked you to use today's salary to treat the brothers to a drink, why are you complaining so much? The contractor spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at Xiao Chen's feet, his eyes full of contempt and disdain. Brother Wang, this money is my sister's life-saving money. You really can't touch it. Xiao Chen's voice was hoarse and low. He lowered his head. The eyes that once frightened countless enemies were now dim and only contained humble pleading. The lunchbox in his arms contained the leftover, rotten food from the construction site canteen. That was his ration for tomorrow. Life-saving money? Bah! The contractor kicked Xiao Chen in the stomach, making him stagger. Your sister's life is life, but the fun of my brothers is not fun anymore? That's right. What's so great about a lousy soldier? Aren't you still begging for food here like a dog? I heard he used to be some kind of military king? That's hilarious. Is this what a military king is like? The thugs around burst into laughter, punching and kicking Xiao Chen, wantonly venting their cheap violence. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and let the punches and kicks rain down on him. He did not resist. He couldn't resist. Once I start, this job that pays 3,000 yuan a month will be gone. My sister's medical expenses were cut off. For his sister, he can give up all his dignity and live like a dog. Bang! The contractor kicked the lunchbox out of his arms, and the rotten food spilled all over the floor. Kneel down for me. Hand over your little money and bark like a dog 3 more times, and I'll let you go today. The contractor pointed at the mud on the ground, his face full of playful cruelty. Looking at the food mixed with mud and water on the ground, Xiao Chen's eyes, which had been patient all this time, instantly turned blood red. A violent aura like that of a wild beast flashed past him. But, in just a second, he suppressed the breath. Slowly and humiliatingly, he prepared to bend the knees that had once knelt to heaven, earth, and his parents, but had never bowed to evil forces. Just then, a cold, calm voice, yet one that carried an inexplicable sense of oppression, suddenly rang out in the rain. You guys are worthy of making him kneel down? Everyone was stunned and looked in the direction of the sound. In the rain, a young man wearing a black windbreaker and without even an umbrella was walking towards them slowly, step by step. The rain seemed to have life, sliding away automatically 3 feet away from him. Who the hell are you? You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You're looking for death, ah. Before the nearest thug could finish his words, a dark shadow flashed by. The next second, he was hit by a high-speed truck and flew backwards more than 10 meters with screams, knocking down a row of iron fences and fainting on the spot. One kick. Just one kick. Everyone was stunned. Lin Feng did not stop. He walked forward slowly and kicked the remaining thugs one by one as if strolling in the garden. Bang! 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 Each kick was accompanied by a shrill scream and the crisp sound of broken bones. In just a few seconds, all the people standing, including the contractor, lay in the mud and water in various twisted postures, and their lives or deaths were unknown. The whole world suddenly became quiet. All that was left was the cold sound of rain and the man's steady footsteps. Xiao Chen looked warily at this suddenly appearing, incredibly powerful man. He subconsciously adopted a defensive posture, thinking that he was another group of people sent by the Long family to wipe out the roots. Lin Feng ignored the ants wailing on the ground and walked straight to Xiao Chen. He looked at the scars all over the man's body, and his unyielding eyes, like a lone wolf, which had never been extinguished in the mud and humiliation. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up in a satisfied arc. He didn't say anything extra and just said one sentence. Come with me, I can make your sister well again. And you just need to sell your life to me. Chapter 85 The Miracle Doctor appears again, and the Soldier King surrenders. In the rain, the whole world seemed to be left with only Lin Feng's calm yet heavy words. And you just need to sell your life to me. Xiao Chen's blood-red eyes stared at the man in front of him. As a former top fighter, his first reaction was vigilance and suspicion. This man is too strong to be human, his origin is unknown, and his purpose is impure. But I can make your sister well again. This sentence was like a thunderbolt that broke through all psychological defenses and set off a huge wave in his already numb and dead heart. My sister's disease is a rare blood disease. The world's top experts are helpless and can only rely on expensive drugs to barely maintain her vital signs. The doctor had issued a critical illness notice 3 days ago. Healed as before? These 4 words are even more absurd than myths. But looking at the calm and confident eyes of the man in front of him, and the group of thugs on the ground who didn't know how to live or die, a crazy idea grew uncontrollably in Xiao Chen's mind. What if he really wasn't joking? I have nothing left and live like a dog in this mud. What else do I have to lose except my life? Why should I believe you? Xiao Chen's voice was as hoarse as 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other, and every word was full of struggle. Lin Feng didn't answer, just glanced at him indifferently, turned around and left. You'll have 3 seconds to decide for yourself. 3, 2. The cold countdown is like the death warrant of the god of death. At the moment when Lin Feng was about to say one, Xiao Chen's extremely suppressed roar, with a hint of despair and madness, finally burst out from his throat. I'll go with you. Half an hour later, outside the intensive care unit of Yunqing First People's Hospital. The atmosphere in the corridor was colder than the heavy rain outside. Several white-haired medical experts, who are top-notch in their respective fields, are surrounding an attending physician, their faces full of weakness and fatigue. All vital signs are continuing to decline, and the platelet count is almost approaching zero. Prepare for your funeral. The leading old expert took off his glasses, rubbed his eyebrows tiredly, and made the final judgment. Xiao Chen stood outside the glass window of the ward, looking at the girl inside who was full of tubes and had a face as pale as paper. Her sturdy body was shaking violently. The heart that had never wavered in the hail of bullets was shattered into pieces at this moment. At this moment, Lin Feng pushed through the crowd and walked in front of the attending physician. Get out of the way, I'll fix it. His calm words stunned everyone present. The attending doctor frowned as he looked at the young man who wasn't even wearing a white coat, and shouted in a stern tone, Who are you? This is the ICU, not a place for you to mess around. Security. He is the doctor I hired. Xiao Chen suddenly came to his senses and stood in front of Lin Feng like a tiger protecting its cubs. Nonsense. The leading expert fumed, puffing his beard and glaring. The patient is already on her deathbed, and you've brought in a charlatan. Do you want her to die in unease? How foolish. That's right, young people nowadays are really willing to say anything to get money. Young man, I advise you to leave quickly, otherwise we will call the police. Facing the accusations and doubts from everyone, there was no trace of emotion on Lin Feng's face. He just turned his head, looked at Xiao Chen, and asked calmly, Do you want her to live, or do you want her to die? This question, like a heavy hammer, hit Xiao Chen's heart hard. He glanced at his sister, who was barely breathing on the hospital bed, and then at the mysterious man in front of him. Finally, he made a decision. Plop! Under the astonished gaze of all the experts and doctors, this strong man's knees softened and he knelt straight down in front of the highly respected old expert. Dean Li. I beg you. Just let him try once. One last time. If you fail, I, Xiao Chen, will be at your mercy. I have no complaints. As he spoke, he banged his head heavily on the cold floor, making a dull bang-bang sound. The old expert known as Dean Li looked at this former city hero, who was now as humble as dust. His heart softened and he sighed. Forget it. I'll just let you give up. He waved his hand, signaling the nurse to open the door of the ward. I'm telling you, if you dare to do anything illegal, the equipment here will immediately sound the alarm, and no one will be able to save you. Lin Feng ignored his warning and walked straight into the ward. He came to the bedside, looked at the girl's bloodless face, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. The next second, he flipped his wrist, and a set of exquisite rosewood boxes appeared in his hand. The wooden box was opened, and 9 golden needles of different lengths, with a faint golden glow all over their bodies, lay quietly inside. Gold needles? Traditional Chinese medicine? Dean Li curled his lips in disdain. You're just playing tricks. Lin Feng ignored the noise outside the window. He picked up the longest golden needle. This time, his movements were more skillful and freehand than the last time at Morong's house. Even at the fingertips that were twisting the golden needle, there was a faint golden airflow visible to the naked eye, rising around. Call out. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng raised his hand and the needle fell. The golden needle pierced the Baihui acupoint on the top of the girl's head with incredible precision. The end of the needle was immersed in for about an inch, and it actually made a soft buzzing sound. This is, using qi to control the needle? An expert who has some knowledge of Chinese medicine screamed in shock as if he had seen a ghost. But Lin Feng's movements did not pause at all. The second shot, the third shot, the fourth shot. His hands turned into 2 unclear phantoms. The 9 golden needles at his fingertips seemed to have turned into 9 golden elves with life, dancing on the girl's major acupuncture points with mysterious trajectories. Outside the ward, everyone's expressions changed from disdain and contempt at the beginning, to dullness, and finally, to extreme horror. Beep 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 beep. The ECG monitor, which was already close to a straight line, suddenly jumped upwards when Lin Feng gave the first injection. After the second injection, the heartbeat frequency became stronger. After the third injection, blood pressure began to rise. When the 9th needle landed steadily on the girl's heart's Tanjong point. Beep beep beep. On the monitor, the steady and powerful heartbeat that represented the miracle of life resounded throughout the entire floor like the most passionate war drum. On the screen, all abnormal indicators with red warnings returned to normal values within just a few seconds and turned into a pleasing green. On the hospital bed, the girl's cheeks, which were as pale as paper, quickly regained their rosy color at a speed visible to the naked eye. The eyes that had been closed for several days, with their eyelashes trembling slightly, slowly opened. Elder brother. A weak but clear call came from the girl's mouth. Time stands still at this moment. You could hear a pin drop in the entire corridor. All the experts and doctors were petrified on the spot as if they were under a spell. They stared at the perfect life curve on the monitor, then looked at the girl who had sat up on the bed, and their brains completely shut down. God, miracle. Dean Lee's lips trembled as he muttered to himself. This isn't medical magic. This is God coming. This is a medical miracle. A doctor rushed in and hurriedly examined the girl. Then he let out a scream that was more terrifying than seeing a ghost. Blood activity has returned to normal. The damaged hematopoietic stem cells are regenerating at an incredible speed. Oh my God. She's healed. Boom. This sentence was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely crushing Xiao Chen's extremely tense nerves. He stared blankly at his sister lying on the hospital bed, who was giving him a weak smile. The girl who was sentenced to death by the whole world, the one he would rather give up all his dignity to protect. Alive. The man in front of me snatched it back from the hands of death in just 10 minutes. Ecstasy, shock, gratitude, awe. Countless complex emotions, like a landslide and tsunami, instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. Plop. This iron-blooded soldier king, who shed blood but no tears on the battlefield and was hailed as Yamaluo by the enemy, could no longer suppress his inner excitement. His knees softened and he knelt straight down in front of the man who was standing beside the bed with a calm demeanor. Master created me as a brother and sister. His forehead slammed heavily against the ground, and his voice was broken by sobs due to extreme excitement. From now on, Xiao Chen's life is yours. Lin Feng slowly turned around and calmly looked at the man kneeling in front of him. He did not help him up immediately, but flipped his wrist, and a contract emitting a mysterious purple glow, as if made of stars, appeared out of thin air in his hand. Think it over carefully. Sign this, and you will never betray me. Lin Feng handed the contract to him. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate at all. He raised his head, and his dim eyes were now rekindled with a raging fighting spirit and fanatical loyalty. He bit his fingertip and signed his name heavily with blood without reading any word on the contract. Xiao. Shan. Buzz. The contract took effect and turned into a purple light, instantly penetrating the eyebrows of the two people. Lin Feng felt an absolute, close connection coming from the depths of his soul. He knew that from this moment on, the man in front of him would become the sharpest, most loyal, and most powerful weapon in his hands. He then stretched out his hand and helped Xiao Chen up from the ground. Looking into his eyes that were burning with fighting spirit, he slowly spoke and gave the first and only order. Your first mission. Gather all your trusted old troops. We are going to the capital to collect the debt. Chapter 86 The King's Team, Assembly Order. In the hospital corridor, the oath Mr. created us brother and sister still carries with it a burning warmth. Lin Feng helped Xiao Chen up, looked at the fire of loyalty and fighting spirit that had rekindled in the eyes of this iron-blooded soldier king, and nodded with satisfaction. He knew that he had found a treasure. This first, absolute loyalty contract is worth using. I will arrange for the world's best team of experts and convalescent centers for your sister's recovery. You don't have to worry about the cost. Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet it carried an unquestionable power. He casually pulled out an ordinary black bank card from his pocket and stuffed it into Xiao Chen's calloused hands. This card contains 1 billion yuan in startup capital. If it's not enough, you can always add more. There's no upper limit. 1 billion. There is no limit. Xiao Chen held the thin card, but felt as if he was holding up a heavy mountain. He had been in the military for half his life and had seen countless big scenes, but he had never imagined that someone would so nonchalantly hand over a huge sum of money, enough to buy out his entire unit's annual military expenses, to a person he had just met. This trust is heavier than Mount Tai. Sir. Xiao Chen's throat was dry and he was about to say something. Lin Feng waved his hand and interrupted him. At this moment, his eyes became sharp and deep. The domineering aura of dominating the world made Xiao Chen, the king of soldiers, feel a palpitation. Money is just a tool. Now, I'll give you your second task, which is also the only thing you need to do in the future. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but every word was like thunder, striking Xiao Chen's heart hard. Use all your channels and gather your most trusted and powerful former subordinates. I don't care what they are doing now, whether they are working as bodyguards, driving illegal taxis, or are poor and destitute or just frustrated. Tell them, I'll give them money, the best equipment in the world, and a chance to redeem all their grievances and regain their glory. In Lin Feng's eyes, there was a flame called ambition. I want you to build me a ghost team that only exists in legends. A sword that can make even gods and demons tremble, a king's sharp blade. Boom! These words were like a nuclear bomb exploding in Xiao Chen's mind. His eyes, which had been silent for 3 years, were completely ignited at this moment. There is the enthusiasm of a volcanic eruption, the fighting spirit of a tiger out of a cage, and the overwhelming passion of a soldier dying for his friend. He no longer has any bullshit. He suddenly gave Lin Feng a standard military salute, his upright figure like a peerless spear that was about to pierce the sky. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Late that night, in every corner of China. After 3 years of silence, the screens of specially encrypted satellite phones lit up almost simultaneously. In a southern city, in a security booth of a heavily guarded luxury villa, a man with a buzz-cut and eagle-like eyes stared at the surveillance screen with boredom. His name was Hawkeye, and he had once been the ace sniper of Dragon Soul, capable of accurately hitting a coin from 2 kilometers away. Now, he is just a security guard with a monthly salary of 5,000 yuan, and his daily job is to prevent the owner's husky from running away. Just as he was about to doze off, the phone in his pocket, which he thought had broken down long ago, suddenly vibrated. There was only one word on the screen. Return. The signature was the code name that made him dream of fighting side by side again countless times in the middle of the night. Yama. Bang. Hawkeye suddenly jumped up from the chair, and his eyes, which had become a little cloudy due to his comfortable life, instantly regained their former clarity and sharpness. He glanced at the obese owner not far away who was ordering him to walk his dog, and a long-lost, cold arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fuck you, husky. I'm going to slay the dragon. In the northwest desert, there is a dusty gathering place for illegal taxis. A bearded man, as burly as a bear, was arguing fiercely with a passenger over a $5 fare. His name was Explosive Bear, and he had once been Dragon Soul's chief blasting expert. He was better with explosives than with mud, a one-man artillery unit. Now, his biggest worry every day is how to avoid traffic tickets. When the phone rang and he saw the words on the screen, Bao Xiao's eyes, which had become materialistic because of life, instantly became moist. Without saying a word, he took out a rusty wrench from under the seat and grinned at the passenger who was still chattering. Get off! The passengers were terrified. Bao Xiao watched his crawling back, lit the crumpled $5 bill, and then suddenly stepped on the accelerator. The shabby Jetta roared like a beast and sped away towards home. Similar scenes are constantly being played out among the paparazzi tracking the Master Ghost and in the underground black boxing ring of the fighting Grandmaster Iron Fist. They were all dragons among men and the sharp swords of the country standing at the top of the pyramid. However, due to various reasons, their wings were broken and they fell into the mortal world, living a depressed, cowardly, and hopeless life. Now, their king is back. With enough funds to shut anyone up. With a shocking promise that can allow them to wash away all shame and rebuild the glory of the king of soldiers. They have no reason to refuse. After a brief reply, encrypted messages came from all corners of China to Yuncheng. Hawkeye, return to the team. Explosive Bear, return to the team. Ghost, return to the team. Iron Fist, returns. Just 3 days later. On the outskirts of Yuncheng, in an abandoned steel plant that Lin Feng bought for 100 million and renovated overnight. 10 figures stood quietly and solemnly in the middle of the empty factory. They were wearing all kinds of worn-out clothes, some were security uniforms, some were oil-stained work clothes, but every one of them stood straight, like a javelin about to drink blood. 3 years of wasted time have smoothed out their edges, but it could not erase the iron-blooded military spirit engraved in their bones. Xiao Chen stood in front of them, looking at these brothers who had shared life and death with him, his eyes filled with tears. Brothers, welcome home. No one spoke, but those 10 pairs of eyes with rekindled flames said it all. From today on, we are no longer dragon souls. Xiao Chen's voice was sonorous and powerful, echoing in the empty factory. We will be the shadows walking in the darkness, clearing away all obstacles for the king. Our name is Phantom. 10 people roared in unison, and the murderous aura that rose to the sky almost blew the roof of the factory off. At this moment, the door of the factory slowly opened. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, basking in the sunlight, and walked in slowly. He looked at the team in front of him, whose momentum was so great and whose every look was enough to make ordinary people tremble with fear, and nodded with satisfaction. This is what he wants, a peerless weapon that can tear all enemies to pieces. Spear has been forged. Then, it's time to find the owners of the 2 remaining contracts in my hand. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a deep arc. A sharp spear also needs a brain that can see the overall situation and point out the direction for it. And a pair of wrists that can move among the powerful and clear all obstacles for them. Chapter 87, Cyber Ghost, Second Contract. In the abandoned steel mill, the vows of returning to the team seemed to still carry a scorching temperature, echoing among the cold steel skeletons. Lin Feng looked at the 10 iron-blooded warriors who had reignited the flames of war, and the murderous aura in their eyes that was enough to burn everything, and nodded with satisfaction. Phantom Team. His spear has been forged. He didn't say too many inspiring words, but just handed a black gold card without a password to Xiao Chen. Money is not an issue, I just want results. Arm them to the teeth as quickly as possible, and then wait for my orders. After saying that, Lin Feng turned and left, leaving behind a handsome and mysterious back. Xiao Chen and his brothers watched the Bugatti Veyron disappear at the end of their sight. They all straightened their backs and saluted solemnly. They knew that from this moment on, a new chapter in their lives would begin. In the car, Lin Feng did not go home, but parked the car at a secluded riverside. He knew very well that to deal with a giant like the Long family, with its complex and intertwined networks, mere courage was far from enough. Phantom is his sharp blade, a spear that can physically make him fearless of any threat. But, in modern warfare, information is king. He needs a brain that can dive into the ocean of data, see everything for him, and control the overall situation. A cyber ghost who can make all enemies become invisible in front of him. Thinking of this, Lin Feng no longer hesitated, his mind sank into his brain, and he gave a second, more precise instruction to the system. System. Using the absolute loyalty contract as a guide, conduct a second targeted search. Screening scope, the entire territory of China. Filter conditions. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and a gleam of light flashed across his eyes. Searching for the world's most unlucky cyber genius, who has top hacking skills but is currently in dire straits. Host's instructions received. Searching global big data information based on the selection criteria. Data stream screening, target feature matching. Ding. The only target that meets the conditions has been locked. Almost in an instant, a piece of information even more shocking than Xiao Chen's file appeared in front of Lin Feng. Codename, 0. Real name? Age, 22. Technical rating, EX Mythical. Glorious achievements, at 17, he anonymously breached the Pentagon's firewall, leaving a message on the intranet saying hello, world. Before escaping unscathed at 19, he single-handedly shut down Japan's largest dark web trading platform at 20. Dismayed by an international financial oligarch's use of a charitable foundation to launder money, he exposed its secret accounts to the public, shocking the world. Current status: after exposing a financial oligarch's scandal, he's being hunted down by a coalition of the world's top hacker groups and intelligence agencies. He's been designated the world's highest-level cyber threat, with a $100 million bounty on his head. Currently, he's hiding in a village in Cloud City, surviving by taking on odd jobs online while constantly evading the global online pursuit. Looking at this legendary resume, Lin Feng's mouth curled up in an extremely playful arc. Good job. This is simply a living god in the online world. Taking down the Pentagon? Isn't that something only novels dare to write about? More importantly, he exposed the financial oligarchs out of passion and sense of justice, which shows that he is not a bad person at heart. It's just too young, too idealistic, and I don't understand the real rules that govern how this world works. Interesting. Lin Feng laughed. He was hunted by the whole world, but he happened to hide under my nose. It seems that God wants you to be used by me. System, lock onto his real-time location. Location locked, Yunqing, Western Suburbs, the mixed-up Pigeon Cage Urban Village, Room 701, Building 3, 7th floor, Area B. Lin Feng started the car without any delay. The Bugatti Veyron let out a low roar and rushed towards the darkest corner of the city like a black lightning. Pigeon Cage is the largest urban village in Yunqing. There are many tall buildings here, and the distance between them is so close that you can shake hands with them. Therefore, it is jokingly called the handshake building by the locals. It was dark, damp, and crowded, and the air was filled with a strange mixture of cheap fast food and sewerage. When the Bugatti Veyron, with its sleek lines and worth over 100 million yuan, slowly drove into this area where even taxis were reluctant to enter, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. Countless gazes filled with curiosity, jealousy, and greed were cast from those dark windows and corners. Lin Feng turned a blind eye to this. He parked his car casually next to a garbage dump, and under the stunned gaze of a group of thugs, he slowly walked into Building 3 in Area B, a dark residential building where even the lights were broken. 7th floor, room 701. Lin Feng stood in front of a rusty iron door and didn't even knock. Because he knew that from the first second he stepped into this area, the person inside had already discovered him. He just stood there quietly with his signature cool smile on his face. Sure enough, in less than 10 seconds, the dilapidated iron door creaked open a crack from the inside. Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked in. A strong smell of instant noodles and overheated electronic components hit me in the face. The room is not big, less than 20 square meters, with no windows. The only source of light comes from a dozen computer screens of different sizes. On the screen, dense streams of data rolled down like a waterfall. Countless electric wires, like poisonous snakes, are entangled in every corner of the room. A thin young man wearing a hoodie, with an unclear face, is sitting in front of the screen, exuding a wary aura that tells people to stay away from him. He didn't look back. The moment Lin Feng stepped into the room, a picture flashed on the largest screen in the center. All of Lin Feng's public information from his name and age, to his identity as the chairman of Fengshui Group, and all his recent operations in the financial market, are clearly listed in the form of pictures and texts. Lin Feng, chairman of the Fengshui Group, the hottest and most mysterious upstart in Yunqing recently. An electronic synthesized voice, processed so that it was impossible to tell whether it was male or female, came out from the speakers, cold and alert. How did you find me? Lin Feng did not answer his question, but looked at the small room with interest, as if he was visiting his own territory. He slowly walked behind the young man, looked at his own information on the screen, and smiled handsomely. Your skills are good, but unfortunately, the information is a bit outdated. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and operated it casually. The next second, all the screens in front of the young man were forcibly taken over in an instant. The data stream and Lin Feng's information on the screen all disappeared, and instead, there was a top-secret document that made his pupils shrink suddenly. That was a sample of a red-headed directive encrypted at Interpol's highest security level. The title of the file is just one line. Secret order to cancel the global wanted notice for cyber threat target 0. The young man suddenly stood up from his chair and finally turned around. It was a face that looked unusually pale due to long periods of not seeing the sun, but the features were too delicate. However, the eyes were filled with alertness and fatigue that did not match his age. What is this thing? His voice returned to its original tone due to shock, with a barely perceptible tremor. As a top hacker, he could tell at a glance that the format of this document, its encryption method, and even the inconspicuous electronic signature were all terrifyingly real. This is not fake at all. This is a truly confidential order that only a powerful figure with connections can access. An opportunity. Lin Feng looked at his face full of horror, and the smile on the corner of his mouth became even more intense, but the words he said were as cold as the Siberian cold current. Follow me, and I can transform you from a ghost hiding in the sewers back into a human. I can even make you a kami god who has the final say in the online world. Lin Feng's tone paused slightly, and a hint of arrogance that did not allow for questioning flashed in his deep eyes. Otherwise, in 5 minutes, the FBI Special Operations Team will be knocking on your pathetic door. I guess they won't be too gentle. Dead silence. The room fell into a dead silence. The young man codenamed Zero stared intently at the instruction on the screen that could change his fate, and then looked at the man in front of him who was calm and composed, as if he was talking about something as trivial as eating and drinking water. His brain, which was comparable to a supercomputer, was in complete chaos at this moment. Fear, shock, disbelief. Countless emotions surged in his chest, but in the end, they all converged into a kind of almost fanatical awe. He knew that the man in front of him possessed godlike power that he could neither understand nor contend with. The so-called choice did not exist from the beginning. Without hesitation, he lowered his head deeply to Lin Feng, which was once prouder than anyone else. I am willing to surrender. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He flipped his wrist, and the second, absolute loyalty contract, appeared out of thin air, emitting a mysterious purple light, and slowly floated in front of the young man. Sign it, and you're mine. Looking at the contract that seemed to not belong to this world, a trace of horror flashed across Zero's eyes, and then it was replaced by endless fanaticism. He bit his fingertip and signed his code name on the contract without hesitation. Zero. Chapter 88: The Queen of Spy, the final piece of the puzzle. In the pigeon cage room, the purple contract turned into a stream of light and sank into the eyebrows of Lin Feng and Zero. An absolute connection from the depths of the soul is quietly established. Lin Feng looked at the talented young man in front of him, who was full of vigilance just now but now had fanatical eyes and wanted to write a special combat system against the Long family for him on the spot, and smiled with satisfaction. His brain is in hand. Without much nonsense, Lin Feng also gave Zero a black gold card. Money, equipment, and manpower are not a problem. I want you to build a global network for me in the shortest possible time, capable of penetrating any firewall and uncovering even God's secrets. A dragnet. I want the Long family to have no secrets in front of me anymore. Zero nodded heavily, and his pale hands typed a line of instructions on the keyboard. The information about Lin Feng on the screen instantly self-destructed and turned into nothingness. I promise to complete the task, my lord. Coming out of the pigeon cage and sitting back in the comfortable driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron, Lin Feng smelled the aroma of high-grade leather in the air, and only then did he feel that he had returned to reality from that dark and damp world. Spear, got it. Brain, also has it. In one hand, he controls a violent machine capable of subverting the physical world, and in the other hand, he controls an internet god capable of stirring up a storm in the virtual world. But Lin Feng knew that this was not enough. To deal with a behemoth like the Long family, which has been entrenched in China for decades, has a complex network of relationships, and spans both the political and business circles, it is not enough to have just a spear and a brain. He needs a queen who can dance with ease and be at ease in celebrity cocktail parties, business negotiations, and the social circles of the powerful. A spy queen who can integrate intelligence for him, analyze people's minds, formulate infiltration strategies, and play with the enemy in the palm of her hand while chatting and laughing. This person must possess the top business acumen, the sharpest insight, and the most deadly social charm. She will be the glue between Phantom and Zero, the ultimate executor who transforms violence and information into actual results. It is also the last and most crucial piece of the puzzle in his king team. Lin Feng's eyes became deeper than ever before. He parked the car on the side of the road, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind in the system again. System. Conduct the third and final directed search. Filter conditions. Search for the woman with the strongest intelligence analysis, business penetration, and social skills in China. Similarly, she must be in a desperate situation now. Host's instructions received. Using absolute loyalty contract as the core, we are matching all territory data. Target characteristics: female, intelligence analysis, business infiltration, social skills, desperate situation. Ding. 100% match. The only eligible target has been locked. A file filled with the color of blood and the scent of perfume slowly unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. Codename: Red Fox. Real name: Su Mei. Age: 26. Identity: former top analyst for McKinsey Company in China, known as the Walking Medusa, with a 100% success rate in mergers and acquisitions. With her uncanny social skills and impeccable intelligence analysis, she rose from intern to vice president of Greater China in just 3 years, earning her the acclaimed title of Wall Street's next Queen of the East. Current status: 6 months ago, while working on a cross-border merger and acquisition, she stumbled upon a shocking scandal involving illegal profiteering between the company's Asia-Pacific executives and the Long family in Beijing, involving the loss of hundreds of billions of yuan in state-owned assets. She attempted to report the evidence, but the company's executives and the Long family retaliated, accusing her of being a commercial spy and stealing company secrets. Overnight, she was utterly ruined, banned from every top global company, and saddled with a hefty 3 billion yuan in liquidated damages. Now, pursued by both the company's liquidators and the Long family's underground forces, she is forced to hide from her surroundings, her life in limbo. It's the Long family again. Lin Feng looked at the file, a cold and cruel arc appearing on the corner of his mouth. He finally discovered how many chosen ones the Long family had offended over the years. He was not forming a team at all, he was simply forming the Avengers alliance of the Dragon family's enemies. But he likes it. A peerless queen who was betrayed by the whole world and fell from the clouds to the mire. How much resentment and hatred must have accumulated in her heart? Once she is given a chance for revenge, what kind of terrifying energy will she unleash? Lin Feng already had the answer in his heart. Su Mei. Red Fox. He whispered this name, which was full of temptation and danger. System, lock onto her real-time location. Location locked, Cloud City, underground 3rd floor, illegal underground boxing match at the arena. Target's current status, extremely dangerous. As a special bet, she will be given to the ultimate winner of this boxing match, the perverted tycoon Zhang Baiwan, known as the Human Butcher. Lin Feng's eyes turned cold instantly. He stepped on the accelerator hard, and the Bugatti Veyron let out an angry roar. Like an arrow shot from a bow, it tore through the night sky and rushed towards the sinful place hidden in the deepest part of the city. Arena. The dirtiest and most exciting place in the underground world of Yuncheng. There are no rules, no laws here, only the most primitive blood and violence. The pungent smell of sweat, blood, and cheap alcohol mixed together to form a unique scent that made your adrenaline rush. The boxing ring was surrounded by gamblers with ferocious faces and crazy shouting. Kill him! Kill him! Tear him apart! I bet 500,000 on you. In the boxing ring, a muscular black boxer punched his opponent's head, which turned into a rotten watermelon, and red and white stuff splattered all over the ground. The whole audience instantly erupted in thunderous cheers. In the VIP seats next to the boxing ring, a middle-aged man who was as fat as a pig, holding 2 scantily clad young models in his arms, excitedly drank the champagne in his hand. He is Zhang Baiwan, a wealthy man who made his fortune through bloody primitive accumulation and is famous for his cruel methods and perverted personality. He clapped his hands, and a host in a suit and tie immediately ran onto the ring in a flattering manner. Everyone! The highlight of tonight is here. The host stretched out his voice and shouted in an extremely provocative tone, "Now, let us invite tonight's ultimate prize, the former Queen of Wall Street, the peerless beauty worth 3 billion, the Red Fox, Miss Su Mei." The spotlight suddenly hit the iron cage on the side. In the iron cage, a woman wearing a tattered tight skirt and covered in wounds was being roughly dragged out by 2 strong men. She was tall and slender, and even with blood on her face and messy hair, she couldn't hide the nobility and coolness etched in her bones. Especially those eyes. Under the gazes of countless greedy, lustful, and playful people in the audience, there was not a trace of fear or submission in those almond-shaped eyes, only unbreakable coldness and arrogance. It was as if she was not a slave girl who was about to be treated as a plaything, but a queen who was looking down on all living beings, ready to devour anyone at any time. Oh! The atmosphere in the whole venue reached its peak the moment they saw Su Mei. Countless men howled like wild beasts, wishing they could rush up and tear this proud woman into pieces. Ha ha ha! Beauty, you will be mine soon. Zhang Baiwan looked at Su Mei's unyielding eyes, his fat body trembling with excitement. He likes this kind of rose with thorns. It is more pleasurable to conquer it. The host looked at the crazy atmosphere and raised his hands with satisfaction. According to the rules, anyone who dares to step up to the stage tonight and challenge our previous boxing champion, Tyrannosaurus, and can last 3 minutes against him, will have the chance to take this unrivaled beauty away. Of course, if no one dares, then Miss Su Mei will belong to our respected Mr. Zhang Baiwan. As soon as the words fell, the whole audience fell silent. Challenge Tyrannosaurus? The monster that can kill a cow with 1 punch? Don't even mention 3 minutes, even if you can last 30 seconds, you're awesome. As the countdown was about to end, a hint of despair finally flashed in Su Mei's cold eyes. The hand hidden behind her back had already secretly grasped a sharp piece of glass. It is better to die with honor than to live in disgrace. Just as the host was about to announce the result, a calm, lazy, yet playful voice suddenly rang out in the noisy conference hall, reaching everyone's ears clearly. I'll do it. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. At the entrance of the venue, a young man wearing a black windbreaker and looking unbelievably handsome was walking slowly, step by step, towards the boxing ring. He was like a prince who had strayed into a devil's lair, completely out of tune with the dirty and bloody environment around him. Kid, who are you? Do you know where this is? You want to be a hero and save the beauty? You're looking for death. A strong man who was blocking the road stretched out his hand with a grim smile, trying to lift him up. However, his hand had not yet touched the corner of Lin Feng's clothes. A black shadow, like a ghost, appeared behind Lin Feng. Crack! There was a crisp sound of bones breaking. The sturdy man's arm bent backward at a strange angle, and his whole body fell down silently like a puddle of mud. Xiao Chen shook his hands and disappeared into the darkness again, as if he had never appeared. Lin Feng didn't even look at him and walked straight onto the stage. He ignored the host and all the astonished looks in the audience and walked straight to Sumei. He looked at the woman who was covered in wounds and in a miserable state, but whose eyes were still as rebellious as before, and a cool and handsome curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Amidst the boiling clamor of the audience, he slowly opened his mouth and asked, "Do you want to personally take back everything you lost, double it? Do you want to see those who betrayed you kneel before you?" Sumei looked at this mysterious man who suddenly appeared, and a trace of violent fluctuation flashed in her cold eyes. But then, it was replaced by deeper mockery. She sneered, her voice hoarse but full of penetrating power. "Why?" Lin Feng smiled. He didn't answer, but just snapped his fingers lightly. Pa! Boom! The next second, the steel dome above the entire arena was torn apart by a terrifying violence. More than a dozen figures wearing black special combat uniforms, like gods descending from the sky. They landed silently, their movements were in perfect unison, the weapons in their hands emitted a cold metallic luster, and within just 3 seconds, they controlled all the exits and key locations of the venue. The whole audience was dead silent. Everyone was so frightened by the scene that looked like something out of a Hollywood blockbuster that they didn't even dare to breathe. The fat on Zhang Baiwan's face was shaking wildly, and a warm, smelly smell came from his crotch. Sumei's cold eyes were finally filled with extreme shock. Lin Feng ignored everyone's reactions. He flipped his wrist, and the absolute loyalty contract, emitting a mysterious purple light and a top-secret document in a brown paper bag appeared out of thin air in his hand. He gently placed the two things in front of Sumei. "Just because." Lin Feng looked at her eyes filled with shock and said word by word, "I am the Long family's only enemy." Chapter 89. The three kings gathered together, pointing their swords at the capital. "Just because." Lin Feng looked at Sumei's eyes filled with shock and said word by word, "I am the Long family's only enemy." This one sentence was like a thunderclap, creating a huge wave in Sumei's already dead heart. Long family? This pushed her from the clouds to hell, ruined her reputation, burdened her with a sky-high debt of 3 billion, and even made her the culprit for the trafficking of goods. She dreamed of revenge, but she knew better than anyone how terrifying the Long family was in the capital and in China. It was an unshakable mountain, and she was just a butterfly with crushed wings. But now, this mysterious man came in an almost miraculous way and told her that he was the enemy of the Long family. Sumei's breathing suddenly became rapid. Her cold, almond-shaped eyes stared at Lin Feng, as if she wanted to see through his soul. Her gaze slowly moved down and landed on the unremarkable document in the brown paper bag. Her hand, trembling, reached out. When she opened the file and saw the original transaction record that was 100 times more detailed than the evidence she had about the illegal transfer of benefits between the Long family and the senior executives of her previous company, her defiant eyes were finally overwhelmed by complete shock. This is the core secret that she cannot get to even if she tries her best. But this man just threw it to her like trash. He didn't lie. He really possesses the unfathomable strength to challenge the Long family. Hope. Hope of revenge. This fire, rekindled in the abyss of despair, instantly devoured all of Sumei's reason and pride. She didn't look at the purple contract full of mystery again. She suddenly raised her head, and the coldness and despair in her beautiful eyes had faded away, replaced by a volcanic, crazy hatred and determination. She bit her red lips and let the blood drip. Without the slightest hesitation, she signed her two names, which had once terrified countless business giants, on the mysterious contract. Sumei. Buzz. The contract turned into a stream of purple light and instantly sank into the center of her and Lin Feng's eyebrows. An absolutely loyal connection from the depths of the soul is quietly established. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Spear, brain, wrist. The three cornerstones for him to overthrow the Long dynasty were finally gathered at this moment. Withdraw. Lin Feng uttered a word lightly. More than a dozen dark shadows disappeared silently outside the torn dome like ghosts. The temperature of the entire arena seemed to have just returned to normal. Those gamblers and wealthy people looked at the mess on the ground and the man standing in the center of the ring, who looked like a god or devil. They were all silent and even breathed cautiously. Lin Feng didn't even look at them again. He took Sumei and slowly left in the awe-filled eyes of everyone. Half an hour later, on the top floor of Fengshui Group, in the president's office. Sumei had washed off the dirt on her body and changed into a high-end professional suit that Morone Yunxue had prepared as a spare. The moment she walked out of the lounge, the disheveled slave girl disappeared. In her place is the peerless queen who once looked down upon Wall Street, driving countless men crazy and fearful of her. Without a word of thanks, she walked straight to Lin Feng, her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkling with amazing brilliance. "Tell me, how many cards do you have in your hand?" Her voice regained its coolness and magnetism, full of efficiency and pressure. "Not bad, I got into the state quickly." Lin Feng looked at her admiringly, smiled handsomely, and casually pushed two pieces of information in front of her. Spear, Xiao Chen, codenamed Jian Luo, was formerly China's strongest soldier. He commands a ghost team called Phantom, responsible for all physical elimination operations. Brain, Zero, a legendary hacker, responsible for infiltrating the global network and providing us with a god's perspective. Sumei's eyes lit up again and again. A violent machine, an internet god. Plus, I am a queen who walks at the pinnacle of power and business. This configuration was simply born to overthrow an empire. An unprecedented sense of excitement made her blood boil. She didn't even sit down, but just paced back and forth in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window in her high heels. Her mind, at this moment, was running at an unprecedented speed. Just 5 minutes later, she suddenly stopped and turned around. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the confidence and brilliance of a mastermind. "I have a plan, codenamed Dragon Slaying. Although the Long family is powerful, their roots are deep and complex, and any move could affect the entire family. A head-on attack would be the most foolish approach. What we need to do is launch a general attack on them from 3 dimensions simultaneously." Sumei stretched out 3 slender white fingers. "The first step is to infiltrate public opinion." There was a glint of confidence in her eyes. "I'll use the identity of Red Fox, fabricate the persona of a mysterious investor returning from overseas, and enter the upper-class social circles of Beijing." "Doesn't the Long family pride themselves on being a top-tier wealthy family?" "Then I'll tear a hole in their circle, gather intelligence, spread rumors, and create internal unrest, causing this seemingly impregnable fortress to rot from within." Step 2. Paralyze the network. A cold arc appeared at the corner of Sumei's mouth. Start with Zero and immediately establish a cyber warfare platform specifically targeting the Long family's business empire. I want him to transform the firewalls, secret accounts, and insider information about senior executives of all Long family companies into our arsenal. If we don't act, it's fine. But if we do, their business empire will be wiped out overnight. Step 3. Thunderous decapitation. Sumei's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. Under the dual blows of public opinion and commerce, the Long family will inevitably fall into chaos. That's when Phantom takes the stage. Xiao Chen will be responsible for all physical operations, whether it's protecting our core personnel, deterring those wavering fence-sitters, or, if necessary, targeting the core members of the Long family. She made an elegant yet extremely cold wiping the neck gesture. Targeted elimination. She tells a set of interconnected, vicious, yet seamless dragon-slaying plan in a charming way. There was no concealment of admiration in Lin Feng's eyes. This is the kind of queen he wants. He immediately convened an online meeting between Xiao Chen and Zero through the encrypted channel and relayed Sumei's plan in full. There was silence on the other end of the channel for a long time. Then, Xiao Chen's hoarse and fanatical voice and Zero's processed but excited electronic sound sounded at the same time. "Your subordinate is convinced. My lord, this woman is amazing. I love her." After receiving unanimous approval, Lin Feng slowly stood up from the boss chair. An unprecedented aura of dominating the world burst out from him. The air in the entire office seemed to freeze at this moment. Xiao Chen, Ling, and Sumei, 3 gifted individuals who have reached the pinnacle of their respective fields, all felt at this moment the absolute sense of submission that came from the depths of their souls. "Very good." Lin Feng's voice resounded in everyone's heart. "From today on, the 3 of you will be the 3 pillars of my power to overthrow the old world and establish a new order." He looked at the conference screen and saw the blood-red wolf head logo representing Xiao Chen. "Xiao Chen, I will crown you the King of the Sword. Take control of the blade in my hand and slay all the villains in the world." From the other side of the screen, an excited roar was heard. "Here is the sword, ready to be unsheathed for the king at any time." Lin Feng's gaze turned to the constantly jumping pixel skull representing Zero. "Zero, I appoint you as the King of the Sky Eye. You will see everything in the world for me, and all enemies will be exposed before me." The pixelated skull flashed crazily, and the electronic voice was so excited that it was almost distorted. "The eyes of heaven have been opened, and what the king sees is justice." Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell on the stunning woman in front of him. "Sumei, I will appoint you as the king of intrigue, to plan and strategize for me, and to wield the supreme authority over commerce and intelligence. Sume bowed to Lin Feng, and her enchanting eyes were filled with unprecedented fanaticism and loyalty. Power and intrigue, I wish to be the king's chessboard, calculating the world. The three kings gathered together, pointing their swords at the capital. Lin Feng looked at the magnificent picture in front of him, feeling extremely proud. Well, now. He was about to issue the final order. Everyone, set off, destination is the capital. Just then, his personal cell phone suddenly rang. The words "Schwer" were jumping on the screen. Lin Feng answered the phone, a gentle smile habitually appearing on the corner of his mouth. Hey, Snow. However, before he could finish his words, he was abruptly interrupted by Morong Yunshua's voice on the other end of the phone, which was filled with unprecedented urgency and panic. Lin Feng, be careful. The Long family are crazy. They used their last trump card and hired the #1 assassin organization in the international underworld, Bloody Dusk. Their goal. Morong Yunshua's voice had a hint of tears in it. It's you. Chapter 90, Bloody Dusk? The King's hunting ground. Bloody Dusk? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and the overwhelming passion that had just been ignited and was about to sweep across the capital was instantly replaced by a cold, murderous intent. On the other end of the line, Morong Yunshua's voice trembled with extreme worry. Lin Feng, listen to me, this is no ordinary assassin. Bloody Dusk is the most terrifying organization in the international underworld, and their mission completion rate is 100%. The Long family has gone completely mad this time. They will stop at nothing to get you before you enter the capital. Kill me, huh? Lin Feng chuckled and took over her words. His voice was calm and gentle, as if they were discussing what to eat for dinner today, which instantly soothed Morong Yunshua's panicked heart on the other end of the phone. Schwer, don't worry. They are just a bunch of mercenaries who are paid to do things. They are not worthy of my attention. Believe me, there are many people in this world who want me dead, but the King of Hell doesn't dare to take me. Lin Feng's tone was filled with unparalleled confidence and dominance. Before he hung up the phone, he left behind only one sentence that reassured Morong Yunsua but also made the entire capital city tremble. Wait until I come to the capital to marry you. After the call ended, the atmosphere in the office dropped to freezing point in an instant. For the first time, a solemn look appeared on Sume's beautiful face. Bloody Dusk, this is trouble. As a former top international elite, she knows better than anyone what these 4 words mean. That is not a simple killer organization, but a sophisticated, cold-blooded war machine that never fails. In the online conference channel, the equally solemn voices of Xiao Chen and Zero were also heard. King. I suggest changing the plan immediately. I will lead Phantom to provide you with 24-hour personal protection until we find all these flies and crush them to death. Xiao Chen's voice was filled with undisguised murderous intent. My lord, I have begun to invade the global dark web, trying to track the movements of Bloody Dusk, but their network protection is mythical. Give me some time, I can. Zero's speech speed also became rapid. However, Lin Feng raised his hand to stop their discussion. There was no tension on his face. Instead, there was the excitement and amusement of a hunter who had discovered interesting prey. No. Why are you hiding? Lin Feng slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the lights of thousands of homes in Yunqing below, with a devilish arc at the corner of his mouth. Don't the Long family want to kill me? Then I will give them what they think is the perfect opportunity. He turned around, looked at the 2 signs in the video conference and the beautiful Sume in front of him, and issued an order that surprised everyone. Sume, spread the news immediately. Tell me about me, Lin Feng. In 3 days, I will be traveling alone to the capital on a private plane. The flight number, departure time, and flight route were all accidentally leaked. Zero, he turned his gaze to the screen, cooperate with her to create the illusion of a firewall breach, making it look like Bloody Dusk obtained this intelligence on its own. Xiao Chen, his gaze finally fell on the bloody wolf head symbol, prepare your men. We are going to play a bigger game than them. The office was silent. Sume looked at Lin Feng's face, which was full of madness and confidence, and finally understood. He was not angry, nor was he seeking death. He is going to use the world's top killer organization as an appetizer before he goes to Beijing. He will use the most gorgeous and incredible massacre to announce his arrival to the entire capital and all enemies hiding in the dark. How arrogant! How domineering! The last trace of worry in Su Mei's phoenix eyes disappeared, and was replaced by the same madness and fanaticism as Lin Feng. As you command, my king. 3 days later. Yunqing International Airport, private apron. A streamlined Gulfstream G650 private jet quietly bathes in the evening glow. Lin Feng, dressed in casual clothes, boarded the plane alone under the respectful gaze of several airport ground staff. From beginning to end, he behaved like an ordinary wealthy man about to go on vacation, and even had a relaxed smile on his face. Inside the cabin, luxury reigns supreme. 2 tall and pretty stewardesses smiled and served him top-quality champagne. In the cockpit, 2 blonde-haired and blue-eyed pilots were carrying out the final checks before takeoff in an orderly manner. Everything seemed so normal. In addition, the moment Lin Feng sat down, the crew members turned around and a hint of cold murderous intent flashed in their eyes when their eyes met. The plane took off smoothly, passed through the clouds and reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. The afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sky a magnificent blood red. Lin Feng leaned on the soft leather sofa, gently shaking the champagne in his hand, and admired the magnificent bloody dusk through the porthole. He even had the mood to pick up his phone and send a message to Moron Yunxue. The scenery is nice. I'll take you to see it next time. The moment he pressed the send button. Boom! A dull explosion from the tail of the plane broke the silence in the cabin. The plane shook violently, and the shrill alarm sounded through the sky in an instant. The lights in the cabin flickered wildly and oxygen masks dropped from overhead. A powerful suction force came, and the air pressure in the cabin was dropping rapidly. However, the 4 crew members were well prepared for this. Almost at the same time as the explosion occurred, they took out special breathing masks and weapons flashing with cold light from their arms. The 2 stewardesses were holding pistols with silencers. The 2 pilots pulled out 2 sharp tactical daggers from under the driver's seat. Their movements were as fast as lightning and they coordinated well with each other. Within just a few seconds, they surrounded Lin Feng, who was still sitting on the sofa, from 4 directions. The blonde pilot in the lead had a cruel yet playful smile on his face, as if the mission was about to be accomplished. Mr. Lin, your journey ends here. Let me introduce myself, Bloody Dusk, Gold Team. Oh, by the way, Patriarch Long, please let us bring you a message. In the next life, I hope you will be born into a good family. They thought that what they would see was a face full of fear, despair, or unwillingness. However, they were disappointed. There was no trace of fear on Lin Feng's face. He didn't even bother to put on his oxygen mask. He just slowly raised his head, facing the strong wind caused by the decompression. He looked at the 4 top killers who surrounded him. In his deep eyes, there was no fear, but instead, there was extreme amusement and mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. Click! A crisp sound. Lin Feng slowly unbuckled his seatbelt. He slowly stood up and moved his neck and wrists, making a series of cracking sounds of bones. That sound, amidst the howling wind, seemed so clear, so harsh. Finally, he showed a brilliant, devilish smile that made their hair stand on end to the 4 top killers in front of him, whose expressions were beginning to look a little strange. Welcome to my hunting ground. Before he finished speaking. Outside the plane, in the blood-stained dusk. More than a dozen black figures, without any protective measures, silently attached themselves to the violently shaking fuselage like geckos. Xiao Chen, who was in the lead, looked at the calm figure in the cabin through the tactical goggles. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he pressed the communicator. All members of the Phantom are in place. Be prepared to break the window. Please, King, give the order. Chapter 91, Fierce Fighting in the Sky, Desperate Killer. Welcome to my hunting ground. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer tempered with ice, hitting the hearts of the 4 members of the Bloody Dusk Golden Team. Strong winds rushed in through the hole in the tail of the plane, carrying scraps of paper and debris, and raged wildly in the luxurious cabin. The shrill sound of the decompression alarm is like a death warrant, enough to cause any ordinary person to have a mental breakdown in an instant. But the man in front of them, their target, Lin Feng. He wasn't wearing an oxygen mask, didn't look panicked at all, and even his hair wasn't messed up. He just stood there in the strong wind, with an almost cruel, cool smile on his face, as if everything in front of him was just an interesting appetizer. This is unscientific. This is not anatomical. An absurd thought flashed through the mind of the blonde captain, codenamed Golden Lion. They are professional killers who have received the most rigorous training and will not show any emotional fluctuations no matter what situation they face. Unless, you can't help it. The bizarre scene before them was beyond their understanding in their 20-plus years of career as killers. Playing tricks. Kill him. Gene Sher's professionalism allowed him to suppress the uneasiness in his heart and let out a roar. The well-trained killers reacted instantly. The stewardess codenamed Viper, who was closest to Lin Feng, pointed the silenced pistol in her hand at Lin Feng's eyebrows without hesitation. On the other side, the pilot codenamed Butcher drew a tricky arc with the tactical dagger in his hand and pierced Lin Feng's heart. The two of them cooperated with each other tacitly, blocking all of Lin Feng's angles of evasion. In their opinion, this blow will definitely kill. However, just as Viper was about to pull the trigger, Lin Feng moved. A cold system prompt sound flashed through his mind. Grandmaster level fighting technique activated. In the pupils of the Viper, Lin Feng's figure seemed to turn into an elusive afterimage. He simply took a small step to the left and avoided the deadly dagger at an incredible angle. At the same time, he aimed the muzzle of the Viper gun at the back of the Butcher. What? Viper and Butcher exclaimed at the same time. This feeling is like two king-level players are bullying a bronze kid, but suddenly they find that the other player takes a god-level, completely incomprehensible and weird step. Before they could react, Lin Feng's hand had stretched out like lightning, with 5 fingers spread out, accurately grasping the wrist of Viper holding the gun. Crack! A sound of bone cracking, so crisp and tooth grinding, rang out clearly amid the howling wind. Ah! Viper let out a shrill scream. Her wrist was bent back to 90 degrees by Lin Feng with a terrifying force. The white bone even pierced her skin. The pistol flew out of his hand. Lin Feng didn't even look at her, but instead elbowed her hard on the chin. Bang! There was another dull sound of bones breaking, and this venomous beauty, who was once famous for both her beauty and her viciousness in the underworld, collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud and lost consciousness instantly. All this happened in a flash. Quick! Almost reaching the limit. The Butcher and the remaining flight attendant codenamed Ghost had not even recovered from Lin Feng's ghostly steps before one of their companions was killed. Damn it! Come on together. The Golden Lion's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip, and an unprecedented fear grew wildly from the bottom of his heart. He finally understood why the Long family spent a whopping $1 billion to buy this man's life. Not because this man is worth $1 billion. But it's because the terror of this man cannot be measured by money. However, it was too late to wake up. Lin Feng's figure swayed again, and this time, he took the initiative to face the Butcher holding 2 knives. In the narrow cabin, his figure was as fast as a ghost, every dodge was just right, and every side move was perfect. The Butcher was proud of his knife skills, which were enough to gut a brown bear in 3 seconds. In front of Lin Feng, they looked as clumsy as a 3-year-old child waving a plastic toy. This is impossible. The Butcher's eyes were filled with despair. Every blow he chopped seemed to be cutting into the air. The feeling of having no place to use his strength made him almost crazy. And Lin Feng, like an elegant dancer, strolled leisurely among the swords and sabers. Too slow. Lin Feng's voice, with a hint of mockery, sounded like the whisper of a devil in the ears of the Butcher. The next second, Lin Feng's figure suddenly disappeared from his sight. The Butcher was alarmed and was about to return to defend. An irresistible force came from his knees. Crack! Crack! There were 2 more bone-breaking sounds that made your scalp tingle. The Butcher's body, as strong as a bear, fell to his knees on the ground with his legs twisted outward at a strange angle. The severe pain came like a tide, and he let out a pig-slaughtering scream. Lin Feng did not stop and cut the back of his neck with a precise palm knife. The howling stopped abruptly. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 4 were gone. The remaining ghosts and the Captain Golden Lion had been completely consumed by fear. They looked at the man who was unharmed and even had a steady breathing, and felt that what they were facing was not a human being at all, but a prehistoric beast in human skin. Devil, you are a devil. The ghostess' mental defenses completely collapsed, she screamed and fired her gun randomly. However, the bullets could only make holes in the luxurious interior behind Lin Feng. Lin Feng was too lazy to even dodge. He flashed and appeared in front of the ghost as if teleporting, and pointed a finger at the elbow joint of her gun-holding hand. Crack! Dislocated arm. Another kick landed on her knee. Crack! Kneel down on the ground. Lin Feng did not directly cripple her limbs, but used a more cruel method, making her wail in pain and fear, while retaining a trace of consciousness. In the end, only the Captain Golden Lion was left. The captain of the Golden Team, who had remained calm in countless life and death missions, was now trembling with fear, his face as pale as paper. Run! This was the only thought in his mind. He turned suddenly and rushed towards the cockpit desperately, trying to make a desperate attempt. However, a hand, like an iron clamp, was placed on his shoulder. The Golden Lion's body stiffened instantly. He turned around with difficulty and met Lin Feng's playful yet cold eyes. The game isn't over yet. Lin Feng smiled and said something that made the Golden Lion scared to death. Then, precise and brutal blows landed on his limbs. Crack! 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 Four crisp and clear sounds. The Golden Lion collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, and let out a wail that was not like a human voice in severe pain and extreme fear. Lin Feng did not kill them immediately. Instead, he looked at the four top killers wriggling and wailing on the ground as if he were appreciating a work of art, with a cold arc at the corner of his mouth. I said, "Welcome to my hunting grounds. Right now." Bang! Bang! The portholes on both sides of the cabin were shattered by a terrifying violence from the outside. More than a dozen ghostly figures wearing black special combat uniforms filed in through the broken window. They moved swiftly and landed silently, the weapons and restraint tools in their hands emitting a cold metallic luster. It was Xiao Chen and the Phantom Team he led. King! Xiao Chen gave Lin Feng a standard military salute and then waved his hand. The Phantom Team members immediately stepped forward and used special restraints to tie up the four still wailing killers like dumplings. Lin Feng put on a tactical headset and asked calmly, "Zero, where are you?" From the headset came the electronic voice of Zero with a hint of excitement. "Report, my lord. I've already deviated from the Beijing route under my control. We are currently over the Pacific Ocean. We estimate that we will reach the private, uninhabited island you just won for 50 billion in the lottery Devil's Island in 10 minutes. 10 minutes later. The plane landed smoothly on a simple runway that had been renovated overnight. In the center of the deserted island, in a dark and damp natural cave. Golden Lion, the captain of Bloody Dusk, was tied to a cold metal chair. His limbs had been treated simply, but the excruciating pain that penetrated his bones and the endless fear in his heart nearly made him collapse. Xiao Chen and two members of the Phantom Team, whose eyes were as sharp as knives, stood in front of him, saying nothing, just looking at him quietly. No torture, no verbal threats. But the terrifying murderous aura belonging to the King of Soldiers, which was honed from the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was like an invisible mountain, pressing down on the heart of the Golden Lion. He felt like an ant surrounded by three prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex, and even breathing became difficult. He has killed people and seen blood. But he had never seen such a terrifying look. It is a kind of absolute indifference that regards life as worthless and has killing engraved in its bones. The Golden Lion's psychological defenses had been completely destroyed by Lin Feng. At this moment, under the death gaze of Xiao Chen and others, he finally collapsed completely. I'll tell you everything. He burst into tears and screamed like a lunatic. Don't look at me like that. Please. It was the head of the Long family, Long Tianzhang. He was the one who contacted us. I recorded all the details of the transaction. The Golden Lion seemed to have grasped the last straw and shouted anxiously. Inside my molar. There's a tiny recording device. It contains recordings of all the conversations between Long Tianzhang and me. And there's also video evidence of him transferring money. I'll give it all to you. I just ask you to let me die. The roar of the Golden Lion echoed in the dark and damp cave, full of despair and collapse. There was no fluctuation in Xiao Chen's eyes. He just gave a cold look to a member of the Phantom Team beside him. The team member understood what he meant, took out a pair of medical multifunction forceps from his tactical vest, and slowly walked up to the Golden Lion. No, don't. Jinsher looked at the pliers flashing coldly in the dim light, and was so scared that he peed and shit himself, and a foul smell instantly spread. However, the team member seemed not to hear anything. He roughly opened the Golden Lion's jaw with one hand, and with the pliers in the other hand, he accurately clamped the molar inlaid with high technology. Crack! A crisp sound that makes your scalp tingle. The teeth, mixed with blood and minced meat, were pulled out forcibly. The Golden Lion let out a howl that was not like a human voice and fainted from the pain. The team member skillfully took out a black chip smaller than a grain of rice from the bloody tooth, put it into a special sealed tube, and handed it to Xiao Chen respectfully. King! Xiao Chen took the chip, turned around and walked out of the cave. Outside, Lin Feng was standing on the edge of the cliff, facing the sea breeze and looking at the endless night. "Don?" he asked calmly without turning around. "Yes," Xiaochen handed over the sealed tube, "I have the evidence." Lin Feng took the chip without even looking at it, and just whispered something into the communicator on his wrist. 0, receiving. The next second, an encrypted data stream invisible to the naked eye was instantly read from the chip and transmitted to a corner of the world via satellite. Less than 3 seconds. Zero's electronic voice, with a hint of excitement, sounded in Lin Feng's earphones. "My lord! The evidence has been confirmed." A complete phone call recording, a video of $1 billion transfer from an encrypted Swiss bank account, and the target person the head of the Long family, Long Tianzhang. The evidence is irrefutable. Immediately afterwards, a processed recording was played in Lin Feng's headset. "A mere peasant from Yunqing dares to touch anyone from my Long family? I want him dead. Die on the way to the capital. After this is accomplished, I'll give him $10 billion, not a penny less." Long Tianjing's voice, old, arrogant, and full of unquestionable majesty, echoed clearly. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up into a cold and cruel arc. "Long Tianzhang, you really are the one who sent your head to my guillotine." Without any hesitation, he directly started three-party encrypted communication. "Xiaochen, Sumei, Ling, listen to my orders. Exist. My lord." The queen received. 3 voices, each with a completely different style but equally filled with absolute loyalty, rang out simultaneously. Lin Feng looked at the distant skyline that was about to break dawn, with a crazy and cold light flashing in his eyes. The bait is already in hand. Now, it's time to let that self-righteous old dragon in the capital feel what true despair is. "Sumei," Lin Feng's voice turned to his king of Machiavelli, "how do you plan to give him this great gift?" A seductive chuckle came from the other end of the communication channel. Then, Sumei's voice, which was cold, confident, and carried a hint of bloodthirsty excitement, slowly sounded. "King, it would be too easy for him to just stab this self-proclaimed noble giant to death. What we are going to do is to torture people to death. My plan is divided into 3 steps. Step 1, shock the tiger with a knock on the mountain." Sumei's voice grew sharper. Before dawn, 0 heavily blurred this recording in video, editing it into a 30-second trailer. Then, without revealing any specific information, title it "Beijing's top wealthy family hired a hitman for murder, ironclad evidence exposed," and simultaneously release it to the world's largest dark web forums and financial whistleblower websites. We must first, under the surface, thoroughly ignite the atmosphere of panic and speculation. Step 2, remove the fuel from under the cauldron. Sumei's speech speed quickened, full of confidence in her ability to strategize. "While public opinion is fermenting, I will contact all my old colleagues on Wall Street. With the help of 0, I will reveal all the financial loopholes in the Long family's business empire. The moment the Chinese stock market opens, I will launch a blanket short-selling attack on all listed companies under the Long family. I want Long Tianzhang to see his empire burn in flames before he even realizes what's happening." Step 3, thunderous strike. At this moment, Sumei's voice was as cold as the Siberian cold wave. When the Long family's stock price collapsed, the market fell into panic, and all the media and forces focused their attention on them. 0 will release this complete, high-definition, and censored evidence to the world's mainstream media, social media platforms, and video websites, virally, indiscriminately, and undeletable. I will make Long Tianzhang lose his reputation in front of the whole world. I will make the Long family, this century-old family, completely collapse and turn into ashes in one day. A cruel, vicious, yet interconnected and perfect Lingqi plan was clearly described from Sumei's mouth. On the other end of the channel, even Xiaochen, the god of death, couldn't help but gasp. "This woman is even more cruel than me." 0 excitedly let out a series of meaningless electronic sounds. "Oh oh oh. Your Majesty, the Queen is awesome," broken voice. "This is so exciting. Just do it." Lin Feng's eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. What he wants is this kind of king of Machiavelli. He looked at the rising sun and slowly uttered 2 words. "Implement." Capital City, Long Family Manor. In the study, Long Tianzhang had just finished practicing a set of health-preserving boxing and was sipping top-quality pre-rain Longjing tea, feeling quite good. Judging by the time, the plane flying to Beijing should have turned into a gorgeous firework over the Pacific Ocean. How dare an ignorant ant challenge the authority of the Long family? Ridiculous. He put down his teacup and was about to pick up today's financial newspaper. "Master." Something bad has happened. Master. The door of the study was suddenly slammed open, and the butler rushed in, crawling and tumbling, his face filled with unprecedented fear. What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling? Long Tianzheng frowned, and the majesty of being in a superior position for a long time emanated from him. The sky is really falling. The butler handed over the tablet computer in his hand with a trembling voice and a tearful tone. You look at the stock market. Long Tianzheng took the tablet in confusion. Just one glance, and the blood color instantly drained from his calm old face. On the screen, the stocks of all listed companies under the Long family were nailed to the lower limit in the first second of opening, as if they had encountered an avalanche. A shocking, blood-red scene. What's going on? Who is shorting us? Long Tianzheng stood up suddenly, and the teacup was swept to the ground and shattered. However, this is just the beginning. His personal cell phone, at this moment, started ringing frantically. Countless calls came flooding in from his business partners, political allies, and family elders. Brother Long. Something big has happened. Check online. Long Tianzheng. What on earth have you done? Do you want to drag all of us down with you? Master. We're done. It's all over. With trembling hands, Long Tianzheng clicked on a link sent by a subordinate. The next second, an extremely familiar call recording that froze his soul resounded throughout the study from the tablet. A mere peasant from Yunqing dares to touch anyone from my Long family? I want him dead. Die on the way to the capital. Boom. Long Tianzheng's mind went blank. He froze in place as if struck by lightning, his cloudy old eyes filled with endless absurdity and fear. Died on the way to the capital. That devilish sound from hell echoed over and over again in the antique study. Long Tianzheng felt as if struck by lightning. The tablet computer in his hand fell to the ground with a bang, and the screen shattered into pieces, just like his completely shattered heart at the moment. How is that possible? How is this possible? Recording. This is the recording of his conversation with the leader of Bloody Dusk, Golden Lion. Why did it leak out? Isn't the Golden Lion known for never failing in being the most professional? And Lin Feng. Shouldn't he have already perished in the belly of the Pacific Ocean? How could a dead person cause such a huge storm? Countless absurd, chaotic, and fearful thoughts, like 10,000 poisonous insects, gnawed frantically at his mind, causing his brain, which he prided himself on being able to plan everything, to completely shut down. Master. What's wrong with you? The butler looked at Long Tianzheng's face, which was as pale as gold paper and covered with cold sweat, and was scared out of his wits. Check. Check for me. Long Tianzheng let out a hoarse and sharp roar, like a drake with its throat strangled. Find out who's behind this. Also, contact the PR team immediately. Suppress this information at all costs. Delete it from the entire internet. Go. However, he had just finished speaking. The butler's face, which was already uglier than crying, revealed an expression of extreme despair. It's useless, patriarch. He trembled and turned his phone screen towards Long Tianzheng. Just now, all major media outlets, social media platforms, and video sites around the world. Synchronous, it's released. Long Tianzheng's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. I saw a high-definition video playing overwhelmingly on the butler's mobile phone screen. The video title, in dozens of languages, with the most eye-catching and bloodiest font, reads the same sentence. Long Tianzheng, the head of the Beijing Long family, paid $1 billion for a murder. The irrefutable evidence is released worldwide. The video is no longer filled with blurry silhouettes and processed sounds. Instead, it was Long Tianzheng's face, which he was very familiar with, that appeared in the screen of a secret video conference. He uttered the words "I want him dead" with his own mouth. Every word was crystal clear, with his unique, arrogant, and cruel tone. Then, the scene changed. A complete recording of a transfer with the highest level of encryption from a Swiss bank is presented to the world. Account name, Long Tianzheng. Transfer amount, $1 billion. Recipient, Bloody Dusk. Note, Lin Feng's head. The evidence is irrefutable. Irrefutable. This is not a rumor on the dark web, nor is it speculation on the stock market. It is a cold and ruthless guillotine hanging over the heads of the whole world. Puff. Long Tianzheng felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of hot blood suddenly spurted out, staining the precious rosewood desk in front of him into a glaring scarlet. It's over. It's all over. His century-long reputation and the Long family's century-long foundation were completely and publicly executed at this moment. The whole world seemed to have pressed the pause button at this moment. Then, an unprecedented, huge wave erupted. Wall Street traders looked at this shocking scandal that was more exciting than a Hollywood blockbuster and frantically sold off all the stocks and funds related to the Long family. The major wealthy families in Beijing immediately convened a top-level family meeting the moment they saw the video. The first order was to cut ties with the Long family at all costs. Sever all ties. On the internet, an unprecedented carnival and trial has been set off. Holy crap! The biggest melodrama of the year. No, this is an epic melodrama. A top wealthy family in Beijing hired someone to commit murder? This big of a deal? The Long family? That century-old family that calls itself the backbone of China? Ugh. Disgusting. I feel sorry for that guy named Lin Feng. What a huge grudge this must be, spending $1 billion to buy his life. The person above, don't you understand? This is clearly a desperate counterattack by that guy called Lin Feng. Didn't you see how badly the Long family's stock price plummeted? I'd like to call this operation an epic one-for-one exchange on the internet. No, it's one for N. This isn't a business tactic anymore, it's war. An information war, an invisible war that's powerful enough to wipe out a century-old family. In the study, Long Tianzhang was slumped on the armchair, listening to the constant cries of the tribesmen outside and the ringing of the cell phone like a death warrant. He looked like a madman. He can't figure it out. He will never figure it out until his death. How did the other party do it? Why did Bloody Dusk betray him? Why can a dead man get these evidences? Why does the other party possess such terrifying power that he can collapse his business empire and expose his scandal to the world in an instant? What kind of terrifying, invisible giant hand is behind this? Ha ha! There was a sound like a broken bellows in his throat, and his vision went dark, with countless illusions interweaving. He seemed to see the collapsed building of the Long family, the resentful eyes of countless clansmen, and the silent roar of the ancestors of the Long family at him. In the end, all the images were frozen on a young, handsome face with a hint of a cool smile. It's Lin Feng. The young man whom he never took seriously and regarded as an ant. Puff! Another mouthful of blood spurted out, and Long Tianjing suddenly fell off the chair to the ground, his whole body twitching violently, his eyes rolled back, and white foam came out of his mouth. The once powerful and influential head of the Long family, who was feared and feared throughout the capital, suffered a stroke on the spot and lost consciousness due to extreme fear, anger, and unwillingness. Devil's Island, top of the cliff. Lin Feng calmly turned off the communicator. Su Mei's report with a lazy smile still lingered in the earphone. Wang, Long Tianzhang has fallen. A war that was enough to overturn the capital's structure and wipe out a century-old wealthy family ended just like that, amidst laughter and conversation. Xiao Qin stood behind him, looking at the back of his king standing against the wind, his eyes filled with admiration and fanaticism like a volcanic eruption. This is the real king. Plan strategically and kill people without being seen. Garbage, taken care of. Lin Feng turned around, without a trace of pride on his face, as if he had just casually swatted a fly to death. He took out his cell phone and dialed the familiar number. The call was answered almost instantly. Lin Feng. Morong Yunshua's cold voice was filled with a hint of shock and excitement that was difficult to suppress. Obviously, she also saw the public execution that swept the world. Yes, it's me. Lin Feng's voice instantly became gentle. Did you get scared? There was silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds, and then Morong Yunshua whispered with a slightly complicated tone, I just didn't expect you to use such a drastic method. To deal with a mad dog, you need to use a stick that is crazier than it. Lin Feng smiled handsomely and said in a relaxed tone. Okay, the garbage on the road has been cleared. Now, it's time to discuss whether we should eat roast duck or mutton hot pot first when we go to the capital. In one sentence, the thrilling bloody storm was transformed into sweet banter between lovers. Morong Yunshue on the other end couldn't help but burst out laughing. That chuckle was like the melting of an iceberg and the blooming of spring flowers. I'll do whatever you say. Her voice was so gentle that water could drip out of it. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked at the golden sun that had completely jumped out of the sea level and stretched lazily. Capital City. I am coming. Chapter 92 Weekly Lottery, Ticket to the Capital. In the early morning of Devil's Island, the sea breeze, with a hint of salty moisture, blew away the last trace of bloody smell in the cave. The golden sun burst out from the sea level, dyeing the boundless sea surface into a magnificent golden color. Lin Feng was standing on the edge of the cliff, having just hung up the call in which Su Mei was reporting on the results of the battle. Long Tianjing suffered a stroke and fell to the ground, the Long family's stock market collapsed, and a commercial blitzkrieg that was enough to go down in history was declared a victory in less than 12 hours. But he knew that this was just the beginning of the war. He dialed the number that concerned him. The call was answered almost instantly, and Morong Yunshua's cold, trembling voice came, "Lin Feng. Awake?" Lin Feng's voice instantly became gentle, with a hint of a cool smile. "The fireworks last night didn't scare you, did they?" "Fireworks?" Morong Yunxue on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Only this man could describe a bloody storm that overthrew a century-old wealthy family as a harmless fireworks show. I just saw the news." Her voice was filled with shock. "The Long family just collapsed like that? You did all this?" Even though she already knew that Lin Feng's power was unfathomable, the impact of witnessing a huge monster reduced to ashes overnight still made her feel dizzy. "He wants me dead, so I have to return the favor, right?" Lin Feng said casually, "Don't worry, the garbage on the road has been cleared. Now, I'm thinking about a very important issue." "What's the problem?" Morong Yunxue asked subconsciously. "When I get to Beijing, for our first meal, should we go for the most authentic hot pot mutton or roast duck?" "I personally vote for hot pot mutton." The light-hearted banter instantly dispelled the last trace of bloodshed in Morong Yunshue's heart. She couldn't help but burst out laughing, a crisp laugh that seemed to melt all the ice and snow in the world. "I'll do whatever you say." Her voice was so gentle that water could drip out of it. After hanging up the phone, the gentleness on Lin Feng's face instantly faded away, replaced by a calmness as deep as the sea. Xiao Chen approached from behind him, a trace of murderous intent still lingering on him. "King. Long Tianjing is crippled, and the Long family is leaderless. This is the perfect opportunity for us to seize the opportunity and eradicate them completely." "Uproot them?" Lin Feng shook his head, looking at the sea and sky in the distance, and said slowly, "Xiao Chen, killing is an art, not just chopping melons and vegetables. The Long family has been entrenched in the capital for a century, and its roots are deeply intertwined with countless forces in the city. If we rush in and start a massacre now, we will only make ourselves public enemies, like a mad bull in a porcelain shop." He paused, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. "With Long Tianjing's fall, the power vacuum he left behind is the most tempting cake. In the capital, there are many more people who want to eat this cake than those who want to avenge him. What we want to do is not to be a butcher, but to be a chess player. I need a stage that can bring all the leading figures in the capital to the stage. I want them to watch with their own eyes how I gracefully cut off the fattest meat from the dead tiger of the Long family, piece by piece. I want them to make a choice, eat meat with me, or rot with a corpse." Lin Feng's words made Xiao Chen, who was used to being straightforward, confused, but he also felt the horror contained in them, which was more heart-wrenching than simple killing. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about how to build this stage, a cold electronic sound rang out in his mind at just the right moment. Ding! The new week's weekly lottery has been refreshed. "Host, do you want to participate in the lottery immediately?" The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curved up instantly. "When you feel sleepy, someone will bring you a pillow." "System, you're here just in time." As soon as he thought about it, a huge roulette wheel that was 100 times more gorgeous than the daily lottery one, shining with brilliant golden light, appeared in his sea of consciousness. Every grid on the roulette wheel represents a reward that is enough to shake the world. 51% controlling stake in European Royal Bank. Next generation controlled nuclear fusion technology drawings. Ownership of the world's largest diamond mine. Each one is enough to create a huge wave. But Lin Feng's goal at this moment is extremely clear. "System, don't play tricks on me. Get me an admission ticket that can overturn the poker table in the capital." As his intention became firm, the huge golden roulette wheel began to spin wildly. The pointer flashed with golden light, and countless dazzling top rewards flew past before the eyes. Finally, under Lin Feng's expectant gaze, the pointer slowly slowed down, making a crisp click sound, and finally, it stopped steadily on an unprecedented, extremely luxurious golden grid made entirely of dazzling diamonds. Bite! A deafening roar, as if celebrating winning the lottery, exploded in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations to the host for his incredible fortune. You've won the permanent ownership of this system's only special landmark asset, the Royal No. 1 Clubhouse in Beijing. Item: ownership of the Beijing Royal No. 1 Club. Introduction: this club is located in the heart of Beijing's capital, occupying 30,000 square meters. Its main building, renovated from a 19th century European royal castle, boasts a multi-billion yuan interior renovation. It was once China's most prestigious and exclusive private club, a true intersection of power and wealth. However, due to the mysterious disappearance of its founder and poor management, it collapsed and has remained dormant for 10 years. Special value: the club's value far exceeds its estimated value of tens of billions. Deep within the club's physical vault, a perfectly preserved copy of the original membership directory of Royal No. 1 is preserved. This directory details the personal information, family backgrounds, connections, and even their hidden quirks and hobbies of over 80% of Beijing's elite and influential figures. This directory is the only key to unlocking all the secrets of Beijing's high society. Looking at the outrageously detailed introduction on the system panel, the smile on Lin Feng's face grew thicker and colder. Key? No. What kind of key is this? This is like packing up the lifeblood of all the wealthy families in Beijing and delivering it to him. He raised his head and looked at the scorching sun hanging high in the sky, as if he could already see the turbulent sky over the capital. Xiao Chen, notify Su Mei and Ling. Lin Feng's voice was calm, yet it carried a madness and arrogance that made Xiao Chen tremble. We have our first project in Beijing. I want to reopen Royal No. 1. On the day of the opening ceremony, I will send invitations to the entire capital. I want all the important people in this city to come and support me. As for the invitation to the Long family. A devilish smile appeared on Lin Feng's lips. Just right. The entire Long family is respectfully invited to join us in the afterlife. Chapter 93, the troops are divided into 3 groups and the dragon slaying plan is launched. The entire Long family is respectfully invited to join us in the afterlife. The moment these cold and extremely arrogant words came out of Lin Feng's mouth, Xiao Chen, who was standing behind him, felt an electric current rushing from his tailbone to the top of his head. Killing people, he is good at it. But such a heartbreaking and domineering method, packaging a bloody massacre into a grand banquet, this method has exceeded his cognitive scope as the king of soldiers. This is the real king. Not only do we want to take the lives of our enemies, but we also want to destroy their hearts, ruin their reputations, and trample everything they have under our feet and crush it to pieces. Lin Feng ignored Xiao Chen's shock. He turned around slowly, the murderous intent on his face had long since disappeared, replaced by an absolute calmness of someone who was in control of the situation. He raised his wrist and pressed a special channel on the communicator. Council of the 3 Kings, activated. Buzz. A light blue curtain of light silently unfolded before him. Above the light curtain, 2 completely different figures, each emitting a powerful aura, appeared almost at the same time. On the left, a woman in a red cheongsam, with an enchanting figure and a glint of sagacity and a cold gaze, sat in a luxurious office, a cigarette between her fingers. The smoke couldn't conceal her captivating beauty. It was the king of intrigue, under Lin Feng's command, the Red Fox, Su Mei. On the right, a cyberpunk-inspired avatar, composed of countless green streams of code, pulses constantly. 2 large carrot emojis on the avatar reveal its owner's cynical yet terrifying power, a mastery of all things. King of Hackers, 0. In addition, there is the King of Soldiers, Xiao Chen, who is standing beside Lin Feng. Under Lin Feng's command, the 3 kings who are capable of subverting the world gather together at this moment. Congratulations, my king, on your victory. Su Mei's lips parted slightly, her voice laced with a hint of lazy charm, but her eyes gleamed with the excitement of a chess player seeing a perfect chess game. That old dog, Long Tianzheng, is probably lying in his hospital bed, wondering what kind of existence he's gotten himself into. Oh, my lord is awesome. Broken voice. Zero's avatar danced exaggeratedly, forming a series of 666 comments. Defeating a century-old wealthy family in one night, this kind of achievement is enough for me to brag about on the dark web for the rest of my life. Awesome. So awesome. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. Long Tianjing's fall is just the beginning of this game of chess. He spoke calmly, his voice coming clearly into everyone's ears through the encrypted channel. The Long family has been entrenched in the capital for a century, like a mighty tree with roots spreading throughout the city. Now, although the main trunk is broken, those roots buried deep underground are still struggling to survive, still trying to find new life. And what we have to do is to dig these roots out of the soil one by one, and burn them to ashes in front of the entire capital. Lin Feng paused and briefly explained how he had just won the Royal Number 1 Club and the secret membership list. There was a brief silence in the communication channel. The next second, Su Mei's charming peach blossom eyes burst out with an unprecedented bright light. "Won? What you mean is..." She stood up from her chair excitedly, not even noticing the cigarette she had dropped from her fingers. "You're going to use this former power exchange and this letter of surrender that's enough to make everyone in the capital's upper class feel insecure, to set up a trial?" Bingo! Zero's avatar excitedly transformed into a giant light bulb. "My lord! That move of yours is truly mind-blowing. This isn't murder, it's heartbreaking. The heartbreaking of all the powerful and influential people in the capital. I can almost see those hypocritical fellows, so frightened after receiving the invitation, fleeing Earth on a rocket overnight." Xiao Chen remained silent, but his clenched fists and the burning fighting spirit in his eyes had already made his attitude clear. Lin Feng was very satisfied with the reactions of the three people. This was the kind of team he wanted. Everyone was the top predator in their own field. "Yes, that's my plan." Lin Feng's eyes became sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath, its edge fully revealed. "I declare that the final plan, codenamed Dragon Slayer, has officially begun. Divide the troops into 3 groups." He stretched out his first finger and pointed at Su Mei in the light curtain. "Su Mei, you are the king of intrigue, the best at manipulating people's hearts and stirring up trouble. You are fully responsible for setting up this stage. I'll give you a budget of 100 billion in cash, with no upper limit. You must immediately travel to the capital and take over Royal Number 1. I want you to renovate the clubhouse as quickly as possible, using the most luxurious, exaggerated, and unimaginable methods in the world. I want it to become a unique temple of power on its opening day. At the same time," Lin Feng said with a stronger tone, "I will send you the membership list. For each person on the list, you must craft a unique invitation letter out of pure gold and diamonds and personally deliver it to them. On the invitation letter, just write one sentence. Royal Number 1, the new king ascends the throne, and welcomes the old ministers back to the throne. A new king ascends the throne, and the old ministers return to their positions?" Su Mei chewed on these 8 words, the smile on her face becoming more charming and colder. "King, you want them to choose whether to die standing or live on their knees. I like it." Lin Feng nodded, stretched out his second finger, and pointed at the portrait of Zero. "Zero, you are the king of hackers, the internet is your empire. Su Mei is in the light, you are in the dark. First, build public opinion. I want you to mobilize all your resources to make this the sole talking point in the entire Chinese, and indeed, global, upper-class society before the opening of Royal Number 1. I want everyone to know that the situation in the capital is about to change. Second, draw a map. Su Mei will pass the list to you. I want you to use this list, combined with your intelligence network, to draw me a network power map of all the forces in the capital. I want to know who's on whose side, who has a grudge against whom, and who's hiding something bad. I want a map that can see through all the chains of interest in the capital, a map from a god's perspective. Third, a precise strike. Although the Long family's public assets have collapsed, they still have a lot of hidden assets and shady businesses. Dig out all of these things, leaving no one behind. On the day of the opening, I will use the Long family's last underwear as a celebratory firework and set it off for everyone in the capital to see. Yes. Yes. My lord." Zero's avatar flashed excitedly. "I guarantee I'll complete the mission. I'm the best at stripping people's underwear. He 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 he." Finally, Lin Feng's gaze fell on Xiao Chen beside him. "Xiao Chen, you are the king of soldiers, and violence is your sharpest weapon. You and your phantom team must immediately break up into small groups and secretly infiltrate the capital. I don't care what methods you use, but before Su Mei arrives, the actual control of Royal Number 1 must be firmly in our hands. That will be our home ground, and also the graveyard we prepare for our enemies. I don't want any blind flies to fly in and disturb my enjoyment of the show on the opening day. My king, please rest assured." Xiao Chen straightened his chest suddenly, his voice sonorous and powerful, carrying the murderous aura of a sea of blood and corpses. "Any enemy who dares to approach will be reduced to a handful of dust under the foundation of Royal Number 1. Very good." Lin Feng looked at the 3 kings under his command, his eyes filled with absolute confidence. Power, money, the internet, and violence. The 4-in-1, a war machine that is enough to make any country tremble, has quietly started. And its first target is the center of Chinese power that has stood for hundreds of years, the capital. You go first and stir up this seemingly calm and stagnant pool in the capital. Lin Feng turned his back and looked at the vast ocean again. His voice was calm, but it carried a domineering aura that swept across the world. The more chaotic it is, the better. Let those fish and shrimp hiding at the bottom of the water jump out on their own, so that I can clearly see who is my friend and who is my enemy. Wait until the royal number 1 opens. The corner of his mouth curled up into a cold yet expectant smile. I will be there in person to present to everyone in the capital a unforgettable gift. Chapter 94, Farewell Kiss, The Queen's Instructions. Night, 11 o'clock. A pitch-black, sci-fi Gulfstream G700 private jet, like a ghost blade, landed silently on the Fengshui Group's exclusive apron without notifying the Cloud City Tower. A hatch opened and Lin Feng, dressed in casual clothes, slowly walked down the gangway. Behind him was the devastating storm that swept the world and destroyed a century-old giant. In front of me is the quiet night of Yunqing in the house at the top of the city with a warm light on. He did not disturb anyone and drove back to Yunding Palace alone. The fingerprint unlocked the door and it slid open silently. On the huge holographic projection wall in the living room, an in-depth analysis report about the stock market crash of the Long family in Beijing and the exposure of the scandal of the head of the family, Long Tianzhang, hiring a killer, was playing. However, all this noise had nothing to do with the cold and aloof figure on the sofa. Morong Yunxue was wearing a soft silk nightgown, with her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. She was holding a cup of long cooled black tea in her hand, and her pair of cold phoenix eyes were staring blankly towards the door. She was waiting for him. When she saw the familiar figure appear at the door, the teacup in her hand trembled slightly, and a few drops of hot tea splashed out and fell on the back of her fair hand, but she seemed unaware. The next second, she put down the teacup, stood up, and walked over quickly. No questions, no exclamations, not even words. She just opened her arms and hugged him tightly. Lin Feng could clearly feel that the seemingly cold and delicate body in his arms was trembling slightly. He could also smell the familiar, clear fragrance like snow lotus in her hair. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart felt softer and more peaceful than ever before. He tightened his arms, pulling her deeper into his embrace, resting his chin lightly on the top of her soft hair, and whispered softly, "I'm back." In the master bedroom, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet. A valuable custom-made suitcase lay quietly on the velvet carpet. Morong Yunxue had already changed out of her nightgown and put on a smart set of home clothes. She knelt on the carpet, meticulously packing Lin Feng's clothes for his upcoming journey. She personally matched each shirt that was hand-ironed without a wrinkle, each set of well-tailored suits, and even the ties, cufflinks, and watches, and placed them in different compartments of the suitcase according to categories. Her movements were slow and meticulous, as if she wanted to stretch time and extend this brief reunion into eternity. Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, his hands in his pockets, just looking at her quietly. Looking at her focused and gentle profile as she packed his luggage. That icy face that had once captivated countless young talents in the entire Yunqing business community, now revealed the most touching tenderness in the world just for him. The capital city is not as good as Yunqing. Finally, Morong Yunxue spoke. Her voice was very soft, but it broke the silence in the room. She didn't look up, still adjusting a royal blue tie in her hand, as if she was just chatting casually. Although Long Tianzhang has fallen, the Long family is a mighty tree that has taken root in the capital for hundreds of years. Its roots have long been intertwined with the soil of that city, and are inseparable. She paused, rolled up her tie, and put it into the jewelry compartment before slowly raising her head. Her cold phoenix eyes were filled with lingering worry. Besides the Long family, there are also the Wang family, the Li family, the Zhao family. These families are all more or less bound up with the Long family in terms of interests. This time, you have overturned their poker table and cut off their source of income. They won't just sit there and watch you, an outsider, do whatever you want on their territory. Her words hit the nail on the head. This was the real her, brilliant and intelligent, possessing a business acumen and strategic vision that rivaled any man's. Her concerns were never about the bravery of ordinary men, but rather the invisible, ruthless rules and traps of the city of power. I know. Lin Feng's smile remained unchanged as he slowly walked up to her, squatted down, and looked her in the eye. He reached out his hand and gently gathered a strand of her hair that was scattered beside her cheek behind her ear. The warmth from his fingertips made her tremble slightly. But so what? Lin Feng's voice had a hint of coolness and a domineering air that looked down on the world. Their roots are so tangled, I'll dig them up along with the soil. They have very strict rules, so I'll use my fists to create a new set of rules for them called Lin Feng. His words were arrogant and domineering, but they also carried an absolute confidence that made people believe him. Morong Yunxue looked at his eyes that were as bright as stars, and the worry in her heart was unknowingly replaced by a hot emotion called trust. Yes, isn't this the man in front of me, who has turned all the impossible into possible time and time again? She was about to say something when Lin Feng suddenly came from behind and hugged her in his arms. He buried his head in the crook of her neck, took a deep breath of her unique fragrance, and whispered in her ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Don't worry, this will be the last battle. Before, I just wanted to make those who looked down on me regret it. Later, I wanted to build an indestructible harbor for you and our Fengshui group. But now, I understand. His voice was more gentle and firm than ever before. What I want is a world where no one dares to covet us anymore. What I want is a stage where you, my queen, can do whatever you want and rule the world. Once I have cleared all obstacles in the capital, I will return and crown you personally. You will be our queen of commerce and reign supreme. After saying that, he gently turned her body so that she was facing him. In Morong Yunxue's eyes that were shocked, moved, and a little misty, he slowly lowered his head and gave her a passionate and domineering kiss. This kiss was not as lingering as the previous ones. It was more like a declaration, a promise, and a transmission of strength. After a long time, their lips parted. Lin Feng's forehead was against hers, and his hot breath sprayed on her face. Before I come back, he looked into her eyes and said word by word, guard our rear area. Fengshui Group is in your hands. In a word, a business empire worth trillions of dollars was entrusted to her hands without reservation. What a trust this is! Morong Yunshue's cheeks instantly flushed with an intoxicating blush, which spread from her cheeks to her snow-white neck. But her eyes, which originally had a hint of confusion, became extremely firm and bright at this moment. She stretched out her slightly trembling hand and carefully straightened Lin Feng's collar, which was a little messy due to the hug. Her movements were gentle, but her eyes were as sharp as a knife. That was the look of Morong Yunxue, the president of Fengshui Group. Go ahead. Her voice returned to its usual coldness, but with an unquestionable determination. Your empire has me. She paused, raised her head, looked directly into Lin Feng's eyes, and added word by word in an almost commanding tone. But you must come back to see me in one piece. Chapter 95, Winds Bring the Capital, Dragons Roar in the Sky. A week later, in the capital. The early autumn sun, with a somewhat lazy air, sprinkled on the exclusive apron of Beijing Capital International Airport. However, the air here was even more tense than the cold wind of deep winter. Dozens of media reporters armed with cameras and long guns crowded outside the cordon, their cameras like hungry wolf eyes, fixed on a small black dot on the distant skyline. Meanwhile, in the VIP lounge on the other side, figures stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows. They were dressed in suits and ties, their demeanor calm and composed, each a figure whose stomp of the foot could shake the Beijing business world. But at this moment, they all put aside their current tasks and, without prior agreement, looked in the same direction. Here I come. Someone whispered. The small black dot quickly enlarged, and a private jet with a completely black body and smooth lines that seemed to come from a science fiction movie tore through the clouds and glided smoothly towards the runway with an air of dominance. This is the latest customized version of the Gulfstream G800, the only one in the world, codenamed Night King. Someone with sharp eyes gasped, his tone full of shock. This aircraft itself is a business card that is enough to attract attention from any corner of the world. Everyone held their breath. They all knew that today, a young man who had stirred up the storm in the south would set foot in the dangerous capital for the first time. The hatch slowly opened, and a slender figure appeared in the backlight. There was no crowd of people following him as I had imagined, no group of bodyguards in black surrounding him. There is only one man. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored white suit, creating a striking visual contrast against the jet-black fuselage. His face was uncharacteristically handsome, with a casual, unassuming air, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if he were attending a fun party rather than stepping into a hostile battlefield. Lin Feng walked down the gangway slowly alone. His pace wasn't fast, but it felt like every step was treading on the heartbeats of everyone present. He didn't bring a single bodyguard, but the powerful aura that emanated from him was more suffocating than a vast army. Crack! 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 The flashes suddenly became one, almost lighting up the day. Lin Feng ignored all this. He even waved with interest in the direction where the cameras were most concentrated, and smiled brightly. This kid, is he really not afraid of death, or is there something wrong with his brain? In the VIP lounge, a middle-aged man frowned. He is demonstrating to the entire capital. The person next to him revealed the secret. Alone, in white clothes, he entered the capital. This is no longer arrogance, it is a naked declaration. I, Lin Feng, am here. Are you guys ready? At the same time, the most prosperous CBD in Beijing, China World Trade Center. Countless smartly dressed white-collar workers and fashionable men and women were hurrying by. And at the central intersection, a building that had been silent for years, the Royal No. 1 Club, suddenly and without warning, lit up its massive LED screen, once a landmark in Beijing. Oh my god, hasn't this thing been abandoned for several years? Why is it lighting up? A young man passing by stopped in surprise. Royal No. 1, wasn't that Lord Long's territory back then? Then something happened to the Long family, and this place was closed off. People were talking about it and looking up at the huge screen curiously. No ads, no fancy special effects. When the screen lit up, a dark interrogation room scene appeared. A middle-aged man with a haggard face and dull eyes was tied to a chair. He was wearing prison clothes and facing the camera with a hoarse and trembling voice. My name is Zhao Jinhu, and people on the underworld call me Bloody Dusk. As soon as the man in the picture opened his mouth, all the viewers' hearts skipped a beat. Bloody Dusk. For the older generation in Beijing, this name is synonymous with nightmares. More than a decade ago, he was a top figure entrenched in the gray area, specializing in dirty work. Rumor has it that he died overseas long ago. In the video, Zhao Jinhu seemed to be grabbing the last straw and pouring out everything. Back then, when the old man of the Morong family in Yunqing was critically ill, it was Long Tianjiang of the Long family who found me. He gave me a huge sum of money and told me to go to Yunqing and, at any cost, create an accident to shut up old man Morong completely and never wake up. After the deed was done, he sent people to hunt me down and kill me to silence me. I barely escaped death before fleeing abroad. Boom! If it was just curiosity before, then when the name Long Tianjin came out of Zhao Jinhu's mouth, the entire square of the China World Trade Center was as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped. Everyone was stunned, staring at the screen in disbelief. Long Tianzhang, the current head of the Long family in Beijing. The top boss who was known for his iron-blooded tactics and holds a very important position in the capital. Hiring a killer? Or targeting the old man of the Morong family in Yuncheng? This melon is too big. The video continued, and Zhao Jinhu produced various evidences, including the transfer records of that year and photos of secret meetings. The chain of evidence was so complete that it was chilling. This is not a frame-up at all. It is a fatal blow that has been prepared for who knows how long. Just when everyone was shocked by this shocking scandal, the video screen changed. The dark interrogation room disappeared. Instead, there was a close-up of Lin Feng with a dashing smile. Behind him was the luxurious cabin of the King of the Night. He faced the camera, speaking slowly as if he were chatting with an old friend. His voice was not loud, but through the huge speakers, it was clearly heard throughout the square and the entire capital. Master Long, I personally delivered your package. I'll be waiting for you tonight at 8 o'clock, Royal One. As the words fell, the picture froze on his deep eyes that were filled with a hint of sarcasm. The entire capital city was in an uproar at this moment. Countless phones were ringing, countless families held emergency meetings, and countless eyes were focused on this horrific incident that was enough to overturn the situation in the capital. Lin Feng. Not only did he come, he also used the most extreme and explosive method to officially declare war on one of the top wealthy families in Beijing. Moreover, he also set the battlefield at the place where the Long family once rose to power, Royal No. 1. This is heartbreaking. This is to tear off the face of the Long family and stomp on it hard on the ground. Capital City, Long family residence. In the antique study, the scent of sandalwood lingers. Long Tian was holding a cup of freshly brewed premium de Hong Pao tea, his eyes closed as he rested. He had heard about Lin Feng's arrival in Beijing today, but he didn't care. In his opinion, even if a nouveau riche from the south had some tricks up his sleeve, he would be like a dragon when he came to the capital. However, when the butler rushed in and tremblingly turned on the huge screen on the wall, the satisfaction on Long Tianjing's face froze in an instant. On the screen, the video of the China World Trade Center was playing in a loop. Zhao Jinhu's face, which he thought had long since turned to bones, and Lin Feng's provocative words, I personally delivered your package. Every picture and every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart hard. He stared at Lin Feng's young and sarcastic smile on the screen, his chest heaving violently, and a surge of anger and murderous intent surged out of his body. Lin Feng. The two words were almost squeezed out from between teeth. Crack. A crisp sound. The antique Ming Dynasty teacup in his hand, which was worth $1 million, was actually crushed into pieces by him. The bright red tea mixed with porcelain pieces dripped from between his fingers, but he was completely unaware. A terrifying storm that swept across the entire capital officially began at this moment. Chapter 96, The Hongmen Banquet? My home. Night, like a huge piece of black velvet, slowly enveloped the capital city. In the very center of this velvet cloth, the Royal Number 1 Club is the most dazzling diamond. Landmarks that had been silent for years were relit, their lights so bright they hurt the eyes. Luxury cars, typically seen only at auto shows, lined up like taxis at the entrance, quietly discharging the names of prominent figures whose faces would only grace the pages of financial magazines. Sume, the mastermind behind all this, was standing in front of a second-floor French window, dressed in a fiery red evening gown with a high slit. She held a glass of Romane Conti in her hand, her gaze calmly surveying the dazzling scene below. Her methods were perfect. Throughout the club, the luxurious decor exudes a subtle artistic touch. The air is filled with the rich aroma of premium cigars, intertwined with the fragrance of amber liquid in crystal glasses, creating a tense and hazy atmosphere. Top-quality wines and air-flown delicacies were served like a stream by waiters with tall stature and outstanding appearance. However, no one really cared to taste them. Representatives from almost every major family in the capital were present. They gathered in groups of 2 or 3, holding glasses of wine, wearing polite smiles on their faces, chatting about the weather and stocks, but their eyes kept drifting involuntarily in 2 directions. One is the young man Lin Feng, who was sitting alone on the leather sofa in the center of the club, playing with his mobile phone leisurely. The other is a huge LED screen hanging on the wall behind Lin Feng. On the screen, Zhao Jin, whose face, filled with regret and fear, was silently replaying the crimes he had committed in the past. This scene was like an invisible noose, placed around the neck of every guest tonight. They wanted to witness with their own eyes how this ignorant southern boy was drowned by the deep water of the capital. At the same time, they were deeply afraid of his terrifying methods that appeared and disappeared at random and did not follow any common sense. This Lin Feng is really a ruthless person. He held the Hongmen banquet directly in the Long family's lair. He wanted to rub Long Tianjing's face on the ground. A middle-aged man lowered his voice and sighed to his companion. Friction? You underestimate him. He's going to be skinned alive. His companion shook his head, a complicated look in his eyes. Long Tianjing was able to escape that incident unscathed. Do you think it was just luck? How many people are behind him? If Lin Feng can't control his situation today, his fate will be 100 times worse than Zhao Jinhu in this video. It's going to be a good show. Let's see how this kid ends today. The entire banquet hall was filled with undercurrents. Everyone was an actor, and everyone was also an audience member. Time passes by every second. 8 o'clock in the evening. Squeak. The 2 heavy gilded and carved doors of the club were violently pushed open from the outside. A chilling air suddenly rushed in, freezing the air in the originally noisy venue. A burly figure appeared at the door. Long Tianjing. He was wearing a black Chinese tang suit, his face full of anger, his eyes like lightning, and the domineering aura of a long-time superior was like a mountain, crushing down on the entire venue. Behind him was his son, Long Ao, with a sinister look in his eyes. What is even more shocking is that following behind Long Ao are several old men with gray hair but in good spirits. Is that the old man from the Zhang family in the East City? And the patriarch of the Zhao family in the west of the city? Oh my God! These are all veteran family heads with deep ties to the Long family. They wouldn't come out easily. And they're actually here in a group today? There was an uncontrollable cry of surprise from the crowd. Everyone understood that Long Tianjing did not come alone, he came with the rules and human relations of half of the capital. This is a premeditated collective pressure. Long Tianjing ignored the gazes of the people around him. He didn't even glance at the huge screen on the wall, as if what was playing on it was not the irrefutable evidence exposing his crimes, but a boring silent movie. He has only one goal. He brought a group of people with him, walked through the crowd aggressively, and went straight to Lin Feng. The venue was completely quiet, and even the sound of breathing could be heard. Lin Feng slowly raised his head, put away his phone, and raised a playful arc at the corner of his mouth as he looked at the face in front of him that seemed a little distorted by anger. Master Long, you're here? Sit down. Lin Feng pointed to the sofa opposite, as if he was entertaining an old friend. This nonchalant attitude completely ignited Long Tianjing's anger. He looked down at Lin Feng from a high position, and with the tone of an elder teaching a younger one, or a landlord judging an outsider, he scolded him in public. "You are just a little kid, you don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is." The sound was like a huge bell, making the whole hall buzz. This is the capital. It's a place where rules and traditions are respected. It's not a barbaric place where a peasant from the south like you can do whatever you want. You're making some unpresentable videos and pulling some despicable tricks, and you really think you can scare anyone? You really think there's no one in Beijing who can handle you? Every word Long Tianjing spoke was powerful. He didn't even bother to argue the authenticity of the video. Instead, he simply took the moral and geographical high ground, attempting to use the rules and collective pressure of the entire upper class of Beijing to suppress Lin Feng and the turmoil he had stirred up. Several old men behind him also spoke up in agreement. "Young man, if you act too drastically, you will end up with no way out. In the capital, you must know how to be respectful. Patriarch Long is someone you need to be respectful of. Stop now, kneel down and kowtow to Patriarch Long and admit your mistake. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope." Long Ao even had a grim smile on his face, his eyes looking at a dead person. "Lin Feng, my father gave you a chance, don't be shameless. You are now a river worm that has entered Beijing. You can only give birth if my father tells you to." For a time, the crowd was outraged. This small group headed by the Long family seemed to represent the will of the entire capital and launched the final judgment on Lin Feng. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. Faced with the joint pressure from this group of old foxes, faced with this huge aura that is enough to crush anyone. Not only was Lin Feng not angry at all, but the smile on his face became even brighter. He stood up slowly and adjusted the collar of his pure white suit. His movements were so graceful that it seemed as if he was not facing the criticism of thousands of people, but preparing to go on stage to conduct a symphony. Then, in a dead silence, he snapped his fingers crisply. Bang! The sound was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Then, he said something to the empty air around him in a light-hearted tone that made everyone's scalp tingle. 0, don't keep the seniors waiting anxiously. Serve the food, some solid dishes. Chapter 97 Ace vs. Ace, the strangulation of the chain of evidence. Serve the food, some solid dishes. Lin Feng's voice was light and airy, as if he was instructing his kitchen to prepare a midnight snack. However, this understated sentence seemed like an order with the highest authority. Buzz. A barely audible low hum. Inside the club, whether it was the giant main screen on the wall that was playing the killer's confession in a loop, or the dozens of secondary screens scattered in various corners that were originally playing elegant art images, all switched synchronously at this moment. The pictures are unified and in step, as if there is an invisible hand controlling everything precisely behind the scenes. The previous second, it was Zhao Jinhu's face full of regret. The next second, all the screens turned into a dark blue background covered with dense white characters and complex lines. What the hell? Is this a financial statement? No, look at those bank logos, UBS, Citigroup, HSBC, they're all overseas banks. Everyone present was a smart person and could tell something was wrong at a glance. Long Tianjing's pupils suddenly shrank, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. Before he could scold, the content on the screen began to evolve dynamically in a visually impactful way. Chain of Evidence 1, Panoramic Tracing of Capital Flows. A cold headline appeared at the top of all screens. Immediately afterwards, an account representing a shell company registered by the Long Group in an offshore island appeared in the center of the screen. A huge sum of money, in the tens of millions, was transferred out of this account. The next second, the image expanded, revealing the money as if thrown into a vast maze. It was split into dozens of transactions, transferred through a dizzying array of phantom corporate accounts in Panama, the Cayman Islands, and the Virgin Islands. For each transfer, the time, amount, and account information are clearly marked. Lines rapidly intertwined on the screen, outlining an extremely complex money laundering path. Is this a live broadcast of money laundering instruction? It's so professional. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Shut up. Look at the final flow. Finally, after hundreds of jumps, all the split funds were transferred into a brand new account like rivers flowing into the sea. The account opening name was clearly written with a code name, Bloody Dusk. The final destination of the account was the small South American country where the killer Zhao Jinhu disappeared. The entire dynamic diagram of the capital flow evolved, eventually solidifying into a complete spider web. At the center of the web was Long Tianjing's shell company, and at the end was the killer's account. Perfect closed loop, impeccable. How can this be considered fabricated evidence? This is simply digging out the bank's underlying data nakedly and displaying it in public. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Long Tianjing's expression changed for the first time, from rage to horror. This kind of intelligence capability has already exceeded the scope of commercial competition. This is simply a method of gods and demons. The expressions on the faces of the old patriarchs behind him froze. They exchanged glances, and a hint of retreat had quietly emerged in the depths of their eyes. However, Lin Feng did not give them any time to breathe or think. Before everyone could recover from this evidence that could be called a textbook of financial crime, the images on all the screens switched synchronously again. This time, an audio waveform appeared on the screen, accompanied by a voice print comparison report issued by an authoritative organization. Evidence Chain 2, Top Secret Call Recording and Voice Print Identification. The conclusion of the report was marked with a line of words in glaring red font. The target sound source in the audio file matches Mr. Long Tianjing's voice print with a 99.99% match, confirming they are the same person. King Bomb. If the cash flow just now was a heavy hammer, then this recording was a sharp knife that stabbed directly into Long Tianjing's heart. There was a deathly silence in the venue. Then, a conversation that had been processed and removed of all noise came out clearly from the speakers in all directions. A voice, it was Long Tianjing's unique voice, with a bit of majesty and hoarseness. "How's it going?" Another unfamiliar voice replied, "Don't worry, boss. Everything has been arranged. However, there are more people around the target lately, so it may take some extra effort." Long Tianjing's voice turned cold. "I don't care what method you use, whether it's money or people. I only have one request: erase him from this world. It has to be clean, like an accident, understand?" "I understand. But, this guy surnamed Lin has been too popular recently. If I touch him, I'm afraid." "Oomph, so popular?" Long Tianjing's voice was filled with disdain and murderous intent. "A loach from the south really thinks he can turn the world upside down? In the capital, dragons have to coil and tigers have to lie down. Who the hell does he think he is? Take action now. I don't want to hear any more news about him." "Yes, boss." The recording ends. The temperature in the entire venue seemed to have dropped to freezing point. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Long Tianjing as if he were a monster. Just now he was speaking righteously and standing on the moral high ground, denouncing Lin Feng as a peasant from the south, but turned around and used almost the same words on the phone, hiring someone to wipe out the other party. What a irony! What a hypocrisy! Plop. Behind Long Tianjing, an old patriarch who was on good terms with him lost his grip on the wineglass in his hand and it fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. His face turned pale and he subconsciously took a step back, putting some distance between himself and Long Tianjing. This action seems like a signal. The other allies who had been standing with Long Tianjing and supporting him all turned pale and stepped back at the same time. That look was full of fear and alienation. What they were afraid of was not that Long Tianjing would hire someone to kill someone. What they are afraid of is Lin Feng. What I'm afraid of is this young man who was able to get hold of Long Tianjing's secret phone calls and even broadcast them in public. In front of such an opponent, Long Tianjing's so-called Beijing rules and connections and background are simply a joke. Deserted by everyone. In just a few minutes, Long Tianjing felt the avoidant gazes of those around him and the betrayal of his allies, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Not because of fear, but because of extreme anger and humiliation. He felt like a clown who had been stripped naked and thrown under the spotlight for the whole world to see. It's fake. It's all fake. Long Tianjing's sanity completely collapsed. He pointed at the screen and let out a hysterical roar at everyone and himself. This is a false accusation. This little bastard made it up on a computer. Don't believe it. His roar echoed in the huge conference hall, but it seemed so pale and powerless. Faced with the roar of a trapped beast, Lin Feng finally responded. He slowly picked up the red wine on the table, shook it gently, and then smiled handsomely, with a playful smile like a cat and mouse. Don't be anxious, Master Long. The main course has just been served, and there's still a dessert. The moment he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers again. Bang! All the screens in the venue switched synchronously for the third time. When everyone in the entire conference hall saw the new content appearing on the screen, no matter who they were or what their identities were, everyone's breathing stopped at this moment. All the noise, discussion, and panic that had existed before disappeared. Instead, there was a dead silence that was enough to freeze the soul. The roar and anger on Long Tianjing's face froze in an instant. He stared at the screen intently, his eyes widening as if they were about to burst. His whole body seemed to have lost all its strength in an instant, and he froze in place. Chapter 98, Cutting off the firewood from under the cauldron, the Long family's treason is irrefutable evidence. Dessert? Long Tianjing's roar was still echoing in the hall, but Lin Feng's light words were like a basin of ice water pouring down from the top of his head, making him shiver instantly. He had an extremely ominous premonition. Bang! The sound of snapping fingers fell again. In the conference hall, all screens switched synchronously. If the previous cash flow and the recording of hiring a killer were a heavy hammer enough to nail the Long family to the pillar of shame, so what appeared on the screen at this moment was the ultimate blade of judgment that could directly dig up the Long family's ancestral tomb and grind their bones into ashes. What appears on the screen is no longer any personal grudges or hatreds. It was a deep blue background, like the cold deep sea. The first thing that caught my eye was a series of emails marked top secret. The sender was Long Tianjing's secret overseas mailbox, and the recipient was a logo with a skull and crossbones, the Vulture Global Fund. Those who knew the matter present had their hearts skipped a beat. Vulture Fund. Isn't that the hostile foreign fund that frantically shorted Huaxia Concept stocks internationally last year, triggering financial turmoil? How are they connected to the Long family? Before anyone could figure it out, the emails on the screen began to be cracked on the spot by an invisible force at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lines of encrypted garbled code were rapidly transformed into clear text. Memorandum of Cooperation. Party A, Long Group Representative, Long Tianjing. Party B, Vulture Global Fund. In exchange for Party B's firepower support in comprehensively targeting the Snowstorm Group and its affiliated industries in the financial markets, Party A promises to provide the following non-public economic intelligence. When the words Fengxue Group appeared, Morong Yunshue's pupil shrank slightly, and a chill rose from behind. The following content made the blood of all Chinese people in the entire venue freeze instantly. An economic map of China appeared on the screen. The Yangtze River Delta's new energy industry chain, the Pearl River Delta's semiconductor supply chain, and even rare mineral reserves in western China. Each key node representing the country's economic lifeline is highlighted in glaring blood red on the map. Then, a series of shockingly detailed data reports, along with the content of the email, scrolled in front of everyone. Information 1, Huaxia's production capacity planning, technical bottlenecks, and list of core companies in the new energy battery field for the next 3 quarters. Intelligence 2, the latest R&D progress of the top 5 domestic chip design companies, and their supply chain security assessment. Intelligence 3. Every piece of intelligence accurately hits the most sensitive and core industrial nerves in the country. This is no longer a business competition. This is blatant betrayal. They're sacrificing the nation's economic security in exchange for capital to attack their business rivals. The scene changes again. A silent video conference recording begins to play. In the picture, Long Tian was sitting in his antique study, facing the screen with a confident smile on his face. On the other side of the screen was a blonde, blue-eyed white man with eagle-like eyes. System 0 thoughtfully adds real-time translated subtitles below the video. White man CEO of Vulture Fund, Mr. Long, we see your sincerity. But that alone isn't enough for us to resolve and mobilize all our forces to deal with an emerging company favored by Chinese officials. Long Tianjing smiling, of course. I understand your concerns. So, I have prepared a truly great gift. As he spoke, he slowly raised a finger towards the camera. Huaxia Central Bank, the trump card for the next phase of exchange rate regulation. Boom! When this line of subtitles appeared on the screen, the entire Royal Number 1 club seemed to have been drained of all the air. All the guests present, whether they had previously supported the Long family or were just neutral spectators, now all had pale faces and cold bodies, as if they were thrown into the Arctic Ocean in the far north. If selling out industrial intelligence is treason, then betraying the nation's financial holdings is the ultimate treason. It's a heinous crime that would condemn the entire Long family, from top to bottom, from young to old, to be nailed to history's pillar of shame, forever condemned to extinction. This is impossible. Long Ao's eyes were bloodshot. He stared at the screen and roared like a beast. That voice was filled with extreme fear and despair. It's fake. It's all fake. Lin Feng. How dare you forge something like this? This is a heinous crime. You're dead. You're absolutely dead. He was like a gambler who had lost all his chips, roaring incoherently, trying to cover up his inner collapse with the loudness of his voice. However, his roar received no response from anyone. Those allies who had previously gathered around the father and son were now retreating, crawling and tumbling as if they were avoiding the plague. There was no longer any hesitation or consideration on their faces, only pure fear and disgust. An old man who had the deepest friendship with the Long family pointed at Long Tianzheng, trembling all over. His lips turned purple with anger. He couldn't utter a word for a long time, and finally spat on the ground. Bah! Long Tianzheng. My Zhang family has been loyal for 3 generations, yet we're actually associating with a traitor like you. This is a great shame and humiliation. From now on, my Zhao family and the Long family will be sworn enemies. Shameless scum. Worse than pigs and dogs. The resolute rebukes, like sharp swords, pierced through the last dignity of the Long family father and son. They can tolerate business intrigues and can tolerate sinister and ruthless means, but they absolutely cannot tolerate someone standing by their side while undermining the entire country behind their backs. Deserted by everyone, the company collapsed. Long Tianzheng stood there blankly. He did not roar like his son. Because he knows better than anyone that these things are all true. He just couldn't understand how Lin Feng had gotten his hands on these top-secret documents that he had hidden in the deepest safe in a Swiss bank and could only be read through physical encryption devices. The color drained from his face at a visible speed, eventually turning into a dead gray. The domineering and heroic spirit that supported him seemed to be instantly drained away. He felt as if his spine had been torn out, and he swayed dejectedly, almost collapsing to the ground. It's over. It's all over. Lin Feng quietly watched the tragedy in front of him. He slowly picked up the wineglass and drank the last trace of red in the glass. That look was as if he was just enjoying the ending of a play that had already been written. In this strange atmosphere of silence and chaos. Bang! Royal number 1, the 2 gilded doors weighing thousands of pounds were smashed open from the outside with an unmatched force. Everyone's heart skipped a beat with the loud noise. Dozens of men in neat black uniforms, with red dragon patterned shield badges on their chests, with stern expressions and eyes as sharp as knives, rushed in like a tide. Their aura is completely different from that of ordinary police and special police. It is a kind of cold and powerful pressure that has been tempered by walking on the edge of national security for many years. The entire venue was instantly enveloped by this power, and no one dared to make a sound. The leader was a middle-aged man with a resolute face and lightning-like eyes. He ignored all the dignitaries present, and his gaze, like a precision-guided missile, instantly locked onto the ashen-faced Long Tianzheng in the crowd. He walked with steady and powerful steps, pushed through the crowd, and walked straight to Long Tianzheng. No extra nonsense. He pulled out a top-secret document with a bright red letterhead and an arrest warrant from his pocket and displayed them directly in front of Long Tianzheng's eyes, which had already lost focus. Long Tianzheng. The middle-aged man's voice was without any emotion, but every word was so powerful that it struck deep into everyone's soul. You are suspected of endangering national security, leaking core state secrets, and subverting the national financial order. You will be punished for multiple crimes. Come with us. Chapter 99. The wealthy family collapsed and the capital changed overnight. Come with us. The middle-aged man's emotionless voice was like a gavel, falling heavily, ringing the final death knell for the Long family's nearly 100 years of glory. Long Tianzheng's ashen face twitched violently. He seemed to have used up all his strength, raised his head, and stared at Lin Feng with bloodshot eyes. There was no anger or resentment in those eyes, only an incomprehensible fear and confusion that came from the depths of the soul. He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. He had roamed the capital for decades, manipulating power and calculating people's hearts, thinking he had mastered all the rules by heart. But why, in front of this young man in his early 20s, all his proud tactics, connections, and cunning seemed as fragile as a piece of paper? This is not a battle of one dimension. This is a dimensionality reduction attack. No. I won't leave. Long Ao, who had been in a daze, finally broke down. Like a mad dog, he struggled to his feet, roaring fiercely, "Do you know who I am? My father is Long Tianzheng. How dare you touch me? Lin Feng. You bastard. You will die a horrible death. Do you think this is the end? My Long family still has overseas." His threats came to an abrupt end. Because a team member in black uniform walked up to him with an expressionless face, and with a quick and precise knife move, he slashed at the back of his neck. Well. Long Ao's roar instantly turned into a whimper, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a puddle of mud. Shut up. The team member spat out 2 words coldly, and dragged the unconscious Long Ao to the side like a dead dog. The whole process was smooth and there was not a single unnecessary movement. The iron-bloodedness and coldness that emanated from his bones made the hearts of all the wealthy tycoons present twitch violently. They finally understood what kind of power this group of people represented. That is the country's sharpest sword. In front of this sword, the so-called wealthy families and the so-called capital are nothing more than a few pieces of slightly harder tofu. The middle-aged man in the lead didn't even look at the knocked-out Long Ao. His eyes were always fixed on Long Tianzheng. Long Tianzheng, don't let us take action. His tone was flat, but the unquestionable pressure completely shattered Long Tianzheng's last bit of luck. Long Tianzheng's body was shaking violently, his legs went soft, and he fell to his knees with a thump. This once powerful hero, who could shake the capital with just a stomp of his foot, now looked like a dying old man, having completely lost all his energy and spirit. Click. Click. 2 team members stepped forward and took out 2 pairs of special handcuffs that gleamed with cold metallic light. One pair handcuffed Long Tianzheng's hands, and the other handcuffed his ankles that had crushed countless opponents. These handcuffs are reserved for the most serious criminals. Once locked, even hydraulic shears cannot cut them apart unless a special key is used. Wearing it means that there will be no turning back. The disheveled Long Tianzheng and the unconscious Long Ao were mercilessly escorted out of the gate of Royal No. 1, under the gaze of all the top celebrities in the capital. When they were pushed onto the unmarked black armored vehicle, Long Tianzheng suddenly realized that in every corner of the club, in every shadow that he had not noticed before, there was a miniature camera hidden. These cameras are flashing cold red dots at this moment. The live broadcast of Zero continues. The entire process of the father and son, from having their crimes exposed, to being deserted by their friends and family, and then to being taken away in shackles, was shown in real time to hundreds of millions of people through the giant screen that once belonged to the Long family and the network throughout China. Holy crap! Live broadcast of the arrest of the Long family father and son? What kind of magical operation is this? This scene is so explosive. The head of Beijing's top wealthy family was dragged away like a dog. I could eat this melon for a year. Lin Shen is awesome. He said he would bring down the Long family tonight, and he really did. His words are followed by his deeds. A top-tier family that had stood in Beijing for nearly a century collapsed overnight. I was witnessing history. The internet is completely boiling. In just a few minutes, the 2 words Long family went from being a symbol of power and wealth to a joke representing shame and sin. Royal No. 1, inside the clubhouse. As the Long family father and son were taken away, the extremely depressing atmosphere did not ease at all, but became even more solemn. There was dead silence. Everyone's gaze subconsciously avoided each other, and then, at the same time, with an indescribable emotion, slowly turned to the young man who had been sitting on the sofa from beginning to end, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Lin Feng. He still maintained that leisurely posture, holding the wineglass in his hand and shaking it gently. He didn't even look at the miserable appearance of the Long father and son being taken away, as if it was just an insignificant episode. But at this moment, everyone present, looking at his face with a hint of a cool and handsome smile, no longer had the previous contempt, curiosity, and temptation in their hearts. Only a kind of the most primitive and purest awe and fear that arises from the depths of the soul. How can this be called a dragon crossing the river? A dragon crossing the river can only stir up trouble in other people's territory at best. And the man in front of him was clearly a genuine 9 heavens divine dragon. Not only can he create huge waves, he can also directly break the old rules and then make new rules of his own. The sky in the capital has really changed. Because of the arrival of this man, the world changed completely overnight. In this suffocating silence, Lin Feng slowly raised his glass and saluted Morong Yunxue, who was not far away. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a bright smile. That smile was clean and pure, as if he had finally accomplished something insignificant. Morong Yunxue looked at him, and in her usually cold and icy eyes, unprecedented ripples appeared at this moment. There was shock, admiration, and a hint of obsession that she herself had not even noticed. She also raised her glass and nodded slightly. 1,000 words can express everything in silence. It was at the moment when Lin Feng put down his wine glass. The long-awaited yet expected cold electronic sound finally rang in his mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the final mission of the first stage, Dragon Falls in the Wild. Task evaluation, perfect. Task settlement in progress. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, emotion value plus 2 million points. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, system experience plus 500%. System level increased, LV3, LV4, LV5. Current level is LV5. Congratulations to the host, the system level has reached LV5 and a new functional module has been successfully unlocked. New module, World Influence Mall, has been opened. Chapter 100, New Horizons, End of Volume 1. The night wind, with its unique dryness and crispness of the capital, blew across the rooftop terrace of Royal No. 1. The noise and commotion downstairs seemed completely blocked out by an invisible soundproofing shield. Here, all that remained was a breathtaking view of the nightscape of most of Beijing, and the rustling of clothes in the breeze. Lin Feng put one hand in his trouser pocket and held a glass of crimson wine in the other hand, calmly gazing at the brilliant galaxy formed by countless lights under his feet. The Long family, a star that once shone in the night sky of the capital for nearly 100 years, completely fell tonight. Behind him, three figures stood like sculptures, with a kind of awe that came from the bone marrow. Boss. Su Mei spoke first. She had changed out of her sexy evening gown and into a smart black suit that perfectly outlined her slender curves. She was holding a tablet in her hand. Follow-up measures have been fully implemented. After the Long family father and son were taken away, the stock prices of all their subsidiaries collapsed instantly. We have joined forces with the Morong family and several other new allies to begin a comprehensive acquisition of the Long family's high-quality assets. We expect that within 3 days, the name Long Group will be completely eliminated from the Chinese business community. Her voice was calm and efficient, as if she were stating a trivial matter. In addition, among the guests present tonight, over 30 family heads have expressed their most sincere goodwill to us through various channels. Lin Feng didn't look back, but just shook the wine glass gently, and the wine in the glass was like flowing blood. Very good. Xiao Chun, dressed in black sportswear and with the aura of a cheetah ready to pounce, took a step forward and spoke in a low voice. Boss, the perimeter has been cleared, and all blind spots in the surveillance have been checked. No suspicious individuals remain. The shady forces nurtured by the Long family are leaderless and have been taken over and controlled by our people. They are ready to be used by you at any time. Finally, there was a blurry figure that seemed to merge with the shadows. Her presence was extremely low, and if she did not speak actively, it would be almost unnoticeable. Boss, I'm 0. The voice had been electronically processed, so it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, and no emotion could be heard. All data links have been uploaded, backed up, and destroyed. All network traces of this operation point to a fictitious organization called Justice Judgment that I created, located deep within the dark web. There are no clues that can be traced back to us. Thank you for your hard work. Lin Feng finally turned around and drank the wine in the glass. He looked at the three capable men in front of him, each of whom performed their duties but possessed extraordinary ability: Su Mei, who represented wisdom and capital; Xiao Chun, who represented violence and order; and Zero, who represented information and technology. This is the three kings that he initially established. The rest is up to you. Lin Feng waved his hand, signaling them to retreat. The three of them bowed and quietly left the terrace, leaving the whole world to Lin Feng alone. The quietness that belongs only to the king enveloped the top of the capital. At this moment, the cold electronic sound arrived in Lin Feng's mind as expected. Ding! The system level has reached LV5, meeting the conditions for unlocking permissions. New functional module, World Influence Mall, has been opened for the host. Lin Feng's mind moved, and an interface completely different from the previous lottery roulette slowly unfolded before his eyes. It was no longer a roulette wheel filled with randomness, but a vast and magnificent interface like the starry sky. Countless stars, gleaming with different lights, hovered in this virtual universe, and each star represented a reward that could shake the entire world. Lin Feng's eyes swept over. Local weather control card one-time use specifies any coordinate point globally within a range of 100 square kilometers to precisely control the weather there for the next 24 hours: sunny, rainy, snowy, windy, or thunderstorm-like. Requires 1,000 world influence points. National Infrastructure Project Blueprints Complete Set contains a comprehensive set of blueprints for projects ahead of their time, including a maglev high-speed rail network, a deep-sea methane hydrate mining platform, and an ultra-high-voltage power transmission network. Redemption requirement: 5,000 world influence points. Gene sequence optimization: fluid basic, minor optimization of human gene sequences, improving physical fitness, delaying aging, and curing most genetic diseases. Required, 8,000 world influence points. AI Global Public Opinion Guidance Program Beta, set a core topic and subtly influence mainstream public opinion via the global internet within 72 hours. Required, 12,000 world influence points. Looking at these products that can be called miracle, even Lin Feng felt a shock in his heart. This is no longer a power that mortals can touch. This is simply the authority that only gods possess. The currency used to exchange all of this was a value he had never seen before: world influence. World influence, the invisible influence accumulated by the host across the globe through various events. When the host's actions can profoundly impact a country's economy, technology, culture, or even change the world order, corresponding world influence points will be awarded. Hint: when the host's name becomes a symbol of an era, the world will crown you. Lin Feng exhaled slowly, an unprecedented sense of pride burning wildly in his chest. He understood. The system, or the existence behind the system, is no longer satisfied with allowing him to dominate a country. It is paving a path for him to the top of the world. The domestic map is indeed too small. Just as his heart was surging, a cold and beautiful face emerged from the softest part of his heart. He took out his cell phone and skillfully dialed the number that had long been engraved in his heart. The call was answered almost instantly. Hello? From the other end of the line came Moron Yunshue's unique voice, which was a little cold but concealed with concern. It's me. The domineering and sharp look on Lin Feng's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a kind of tenderness from the heart. Things are settled here in the capital. I saw it. Moron Yunshue's voice was filled with a hint of pride and relief that was hard to conceal. Are you not hurt? She didn't ask about the process or the result, she only cared about him as a person. I'm fine. Lin Feng smiled, leaning on the balcony railing, looking at the night sky in the distance. As for you, thank you for your hard work in relocating the Fengshui Group headquarters. This is our common cause. Moron Yunxue paused, her voice becoming a little softer. When will you be back? I'll go back after I finish some finishing work. Lin Feng promised softly, I'll go back to see you. Okay, I'll wait for you. Just a few simple words, yet they seem to have the power to calm all storms. After hanging up the phone, the smile on Lin Feng's face lingered for a long time. Isn't the greatest significance of everything he did to protect this tranquility and beauty? However, at this moment, Sumei's figure appeared again at the entrance of the terrace. This time, her face was no longer as calm as before, but was replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. Boss. She walked quickly to Lin Feng and handed him the tablet computer. She lowered her voice and said, this is a piece of top-level emergency intelligence that was just intercepted. Lin Feng's gaze moved away from the phone screen and fell on the tablet. It was an encrypted report written entirely in English, but it had been cracked and translated by Zero. The title of the report made his eyes narrow slightly. Joint Statement on Launching a Global Strangulation Plan Against the Snowstorm Group. The initiators of the statement are all well-known names in the history of world finance: Rothschild, Morgan, Rockefeller. Sumei's voice was chilling as she explained, Boss, we've investigated. The Vulture Fund that previously colluded with the Long family is actually a secret alliance of the world's top financial oligarchs. They believe that our rise, and the technologies we possess that are out of this era, have seriously infringed upon their control over the world's wealth and power. This intelligence shows that they have reached a consensus and will mobilize all their global power, financial, media, political, and even military resources to launch a global, relentless campaign against our Fengshui Group. The night wind seemed to become even colder and more biting at this moment. The air was filled with a suffocating feeling as if a storm was about to come. This is the final declaration of war launched by the king of the old world against the challenger of the new world. After Sumei finished speaking, she looked at Lin Feng nervously, waiting for his reaction. She had already prepared for the worst. However, Lin Feng's reaction was completely beyond her expectations. He looked at the huge families representing the old world order in the report and the harsh, murderous plan to strangle them. Not only was there no trace of solemnity or worry in his eyes, but a flame was ignited. It was an unprecedented fighting spirit that had been suppressed for a long time and finally found an outlet, enough to burn the entire sky. He slowly raised his head, his gaze passing over the night scene of the capital before him, looking towards the even more distant and deeper endless distance. He smiled. A cool and handsome smile bloomed on that handsome face, with a hint of arrogance that looked down on the world and an endless desire for unknown challenges. Okay. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a power that could shake the heavens and the earth. The domestic map is too small. It's time to see the view from the top of the world. Volume 1, End. Chapter 101 New Battlefield, Declaration of War from Global Oligarchs. Volume 2 begins. The smoke from the first volume hadn't even cleared when news of the Long family's demise spread like an unprecedented tsunami, centered in Beijing and sweeping across every corner of the global financial world. Alarmed the provincial capital and the world. New York, London, Tokyo. The three major hearts of world finance are all experiencing the same severe arrhythmia at this moment. In the trading hall of Wall Street, countless blonde-haired and blue-eyed traders stared at the steeply falling curve and the glaring delisting sign on the screen as if they had seen a ghost. The deafening roars and roars that usually reverberated were now replaced by dead silence and gasps. The Long family is gone? Overnight? The entire Long group in Beijing? What a joke! That's a century-old financial dynasty. The data doesn't lie. Their flagship stocks have all been wiped out, their core assets have been frozen, and their key members have either been controlled or disappeared. This is a complete purge. Who did this? Damn it! Who on earth has this ability? This question hangs like the sword of Damocles over the heads of every top investment bank and hedge fund. The Long family is not only a giant in the East, but also a crucial node in the global capital network. Their sudden collapse would be like a black hole suddenly appearing at the center of the Milky Way, its gravitational effects powerful enough to distort everything around it. Those analysts who prided themselves on being market prophets were now collectively silenced. Their complex algorithms and forecasting models, so proud of themselves, were rendered as fragile as a piece of waste paper in the face of this eastern storm. This is a completely unreasonable dimensionality reduction attack that goes beyond all known rules. In this chaos and confusion, two unfamiliar words began to emerge from countless screens, from whispers to headlines: Feng Shui Group. And a name that no one has ever heard of on the global stage: Lin Feng. The next morning, the front page of the Wall Street Journal was dominated by a striking image. It wasn't a portrait of a business leader, nor was it a new product launch. Instead, it was a silhouette of a giant ink-colored dragon, radiating oriental charm. It is entrenched on the map of Asia, its huge body full of power, and its raised dragon head is staring coldly at the Western world across the Pacific Ocean. The title is in bold, full of provocative meaning. The Mysterious Dragon from the East, the Next Challenger? The report's content perfectly blended investigative journalism with a touch of sensationalism. It detailed the meteoric rise of the Snowstorm Group, from the Chen family in Yunqing to the Tianlang Group in the provincial capital, and finally, the incredible, thunderous blow that uprooted the Long family in the capital. The author of the article describes Lin Feng as a ghost and a mystery. There is no public photo, no detailed resume, only a series of opponents who have fallen at his feet and a business empire built on seemingly endless capital and disruptive technology. The article ends with a chilling passage that pushes the anxiety of the global capital circle to a peak. The old world's order achieved a delicate balance through a century of play. The Long family was part of this equilibrium, a known variable. Its downfall wasn't a commercial merger, but a declaration. A new player overturned the chessboard and declared the old rules are invalid. Now, the only question is, who will be the next piece to fall? The newspaper was pressed onto the mirror-like mahogany table with a pop sound by a bony hand. New York, Manhattan's Upper East Side, in a private building that cannot be found on any public map. The air was filled with the complex scent of expensive cigars, aged whiskey, and a certain anger. The heavy velvet curtains fragmented the afternoon sunlight, casting a shadow of conspiracy over everyone in the room. This is the secret meeting room of the Global Wealth Parliament, an unofficial, ancient alliance with enough power to shake the world economy. At the head of the long table sat a man in his 30s. His name was Anselm Rothschild. Although not from the main branch of the family, his extraordinary ambition and undisguised ruthlessness had made him the de facto convener of this council. Gentlemen, I believe you have all read this imaginative newspaper. Anselm's voice was like the finest silk, smooth yet with a cold texture. A dragon, a portly German industrialist, snorted disdainfully. The media always loves to exaggerate. He's just some lucky Oriental kid. Luck? Anselm's tone dropped suddenly. The Long family's market capitalization exceeds $300 billion. They have a complex network of political connections behind them. Luck won't destroy a century-old dynasty in 48 hours. This isn't a business competition, this is an execution. A veteran from an Italian banking family spoke in a hoarse voice. We've analyzed the trading data. That capital flow is unprecedented. It's like a precision-guided digital tsunami, precise, massive, and untraceable. It bypassed all our monitoring systems. This Linfeng, this Feng Shui group, is a disgrace. An Siam's emotions finally wavered. His knuckles turned white from the force of his grip on the newspaper. For generations, we, everyone here, have been the guardians of order. We decide who rises and who falls. But it was him, this peasant from the east, who actually dared to overturn the table within the very rules we set. A subdued chorus of agreement echoed throughout the room. Their anger wasn't about the fate of the Long family, but rather the fact that this matter was completely beyond their control. It was a blatant challenge to their authority, a merciless mockery of their status as masters of the world. "He is using the game we created capital against us," whispered the head of a French luxury goods giant. "But he is playing it without scruples or reverence. Then let's teach him what reverence is." Anselm's mouth finally curled up into a predator's smile. He stood up and paced in front of the huge French window. "We won't play some stock market offensive and defensive game with him that's too low level. To deal with this barbarian, we need to conduct a dimensionality reduction attack." This word, which originated from science fiction, lifted the spirits of everyone present. "I propose a three-dimensional, all-around joint strangulation." Anselm's voice echoed in the room, full of unquestionable power. Phase 1, Finance. "We will mobilize the full might of the Alliance to short-sell all listed companies and affiliated businesses under the Snowstorm Group. We will create an unprecedented panic, making the word snowstorm synonymous with toxic assets." Phase 2, Public Opinion. "Our global media network will be fully activated. We will portray him as a financial terrorist, a market manipulator who is destabilizing the global economy. We will make regulators, partners, and even the general public view him as a plague." Phase 3, Technology and Supply Chain. "We will put pressure on Silicon Valley and global tech companies. Any company that provides core technology and components to the Snowstorm Group will face a choice: choose us or perish with them. We will cut off their blood supply and turn their so-called innovations into scrap metal." Anselm stopped and scanned everyone present with a hawk-like gaze. "We must not only defeat him, but we must annihilate him. We must make him a warning, a symbol that will make all future challengers who are ignorant of their own limitations tremble in fear. We must completely strangle this great dragon from the east in its cradle." No one objects. A cold and cruel consensus was quietly reached in the room. The ancient Alliance of Wealth has issued a declaration of war to the new challenger. At the same time, in Beijing, on the top floor of the former Long Group headquarters building, Linfeng stood with his hands behind his back in front of a huge French window, his feet overlooking the bustling city. He had just devoured the behemoth of the Long family, but he didn't feel much joy of victory. Instead, he felt a sense of calmness that, as expected, he knew that toppling the Long family was never the end, but only the beginning. At this moment, a familiar light blue curtain suddenly unfolded before his eyes, and the words on it flashed with unprecedented light. "Ding! Detected the collective hostility of the guardians of the global old order. The host has become the biggest variable in the new era. Main quest released, global game. Mission description: you have stepped onto the world stage, but the old monarchs welcome no new challengers. They have gathered ancient wealth and power to strangle you in the cradle. A war sweeping the globe has begun. This is not just a game of wealth, but a battle for the transition between the old and new order. Mission objective: completely defeat the global wealth parliament as combined stranglehold, smash its monopoly on the world economy, and become the maker of a new global economic order. Mission rewards: 1. Massive world influence. 2. Ultimate system authority to unlock clues." Linfeng read the task description word by word. His facial expression did not change at all, except for the upward curve of his mouth, which became more and more amused. "Global Wealth Council? Dimensional strike?" he murmured to himself, a bit playfully. "Wow, they've revealed all the hidden bosses in the novice village. Trying to use a max-level boss's teamfight setup to defeat a cheating player? Interesting. This declaration of war, which is enough to keep any business giant awake at night, seems to be the opening CG of a more interesting game in his eyes." 0, Linfeng ordered to the air, "Book me a ticket to New York, the fastest one." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Mei, the chief secretary, dressed in a professional suit and looking increasingly capable, walked in quickly with a tablet computer. She happened to hear Linfeng's instructions, and her delicate face was instantly filled with worry. "Boss," she said, her voice tinged with urgency, "the intelligence system has exploded. The Capital Alliance, led by a branch of the Rothschild family, is launching a full-scale financial attack on us. Their media outlets have already begun hyping us up, and the entire market is in a state of panic. We've become the target of all Western capital. Going to New York now, wouldn't that be like walking into a tiger's den? From any normal business logic, Su Mei's concerns were absolutely correct. The most important thing to do at this moment was to hold on to the position, rather than rushing into the center of the storm. Lin Feng slowly turned around, the lights of the countless houses outside the window reflected in his eyes, but they were far less than the glint in his own. The playful smile had faded, replaced by a pure, heart-pounding confidence. He looked at his most capable subordinate and chuckled. No, his voice was very soft, but it seemed to have a power that could ignite the air. I went to their back garden and set a fire. Chapter 102 Eye of the Storm, New York's Welcome Ceremony. A Gulfstream G650ER private jet, painted in a low-key yet luxurious dark silver, pierced the New York morning mist like an arrow ready to be launched, and landed smoothly on the private runway of Kennedy International Airport. There is no obvious company logo on the fuselage, only a simple emblem composed of the artistic interweaving of the letters F and X, which reflects a cold metallic luster in the sunlight. However, this seemingly mysterious plane, like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, has already caused huge waves throughout Wall Street. Fengshui Group, Lin Feng. When these two names spread throughout the global financial circle with the collapse of the Long family, they became the latest and hottest jokes among the arrogant Wall Street elites. An Oriental kid who came out of nowhere, in an almost brutal way, pushed down an important chess piece on the old chessboard. In their view, this is not strength, but a vulgar act of disrupting the rules. Now, this vulgar Oriental man has come. He did not choose to keep a low profile, but instead inadvertently leaked his flight information to certain specific media channels in a manner that was announced to the world. This is undoubtedly a provocation. A direct provocation to the old ones. The hatch slowly opened, and Lin Feng, dressed in a well-tailored casual suit and a simple white t-shirt, strolled down the gangway. He wore no luxury watches or other ostentatious accessories, but his overly handsome face wore a nonchalant, cool smile, as if he were here for a stroll in Central Park rather than a dangerous adventure. Following closely behind was Su Mei, who had changed into a more capable and sharp OL suit. Her beautiful eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses were full of vigilance and solemnity. "Boss, something's wrong." Su Mei lowered her voice and quickly followed Lin Feng. "We were directed to the C7 Special Security Inspection Channel, which is usually reserved for the highest level of security threats." Lin Feng's steps didn't stop at all, and the smile on his lips became even more intense. "Oh? The highest standards? This welcome ceremony is quite grand." Before they could finish their words, they were stopped by several uniformed airport customs officers with serious expressions. The leader was a white executive with a thick beard. He spoke in a businesslike yet clearly challenging tone. "Mr. Lin, welcome to New York. In accordance with Federal Aviation Safety Regulations Section 114.7, we are required to conduct a comprehensive safety inspection of you and your private aircraft to the highest standards. Please cooperate." As he spoke, he made a pleased gesture and pointed to a glass room with a dazzling white light. At the same time, like sharks smelling blood, dozens of media reporters carrying long guns and short cannons suddenly rushed out from all corners with a splash and surrounded them in an instant. The flashlights flashed wildly like a dense rainstorm, and the microphones were like countless black fists, desperately stabbing at Lin Feng's mouth. "Mr. Lin, could you please tell me if the huge amount of funds used by the Snowstorm Group to defeat the Long family is involved in illegal money laundering? Some people call you the financial barbarian of the East. Do you believe your actions have destabilized global markets? Wall Street does not welcome unruly speculators. Are you coming here in such a high profile this time to demonstrate? Your Fengshui Group has no historical roots. Are you just a white glove of some mysterious Eastern power?" Each question was more sharp and harsh than the last, full of preset traps and undisguised malice. These reporters all have the names of well-known media outlets such as the Wall Street Observer, Global Finance, and Financial Empire hanging on their chests, but Su Mei's database shows that the largest shareholders behind these media outlets, without exception, all point to the same organization, the Global Wealth Council. This was a carefully planned show of force. The customs used cumbersome procedures to delay and humiliate him, and the media used vicious words to conduct a public opinion trial. They wanted to make Lin Feng feel the iron fist from the world's financial capital the moment he set foot on New York soil, and let him know who was the master here. Su Mei's face had turned very ugly. She was about to step forward to negotiate, but Lin Feng stopped her by gently raising his hand. Faced with this socially devastating blockade, Lin Feng's smirk remained undimmed. He even studied with interest the customs officer who had stopped him with a serious expression, and the excited yet ferocious faces of the reporters around him. It's quite interesting. This is something very new. He seemed to be watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lin Feng slowly took out his cell phone. He ignored any of the questions and didn't even look at the customs supervisor. He just lowered his head, swiped the screen, found a number in the address book, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantly. Lin Feng put the phone to his ear and spoke in a very casual tone, still speaking in Chinese. Hello, it's me. Well, just landed, JFK. Yes, it was a big scene, with security checks and reporters. It was like a red carpet, except the quality was a bit poor. Okay, stop talking nonsense. 3 minutes. I need to grab a burger in a hurry. If you can't do it, you can jump off the Kennedy Bridge and feed the fish. After saying that, he hung up the phone neatly. The whole process was calm and relaxed, as if he was just instructing his subordinates to buy a cup of coffee. The reporters looked at each other in bewilderment. Was this Oriental man crazy? He was calling under such circumstances? Who was he calling? God? A hint of sarcasm crossed the customs director's face. He'd seen plenty of pretense. Here, even if their country's consul arrived, they still had to follow the formalities, let alone just a phone call. Mr. Lin, I must remind you that any attempt to delay or interfere with our law enforcement. Before he could finish his words, there was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps and chaotic shouting in the distance. Everyone subconsciously looked back. A white man, wearing a couture Armani suit and with slicked back hair, appeared to be significantly overweight. He was tumbling and crawling towards them at a speed completely inconsistent with his size. Behind him were a group of high-ranking airport managers and security personnel, all of whom looked panicked and sweaty. Get out of my way. The fat man pushed away the reporter who was blocking his way and rushed to Lin Feng like an out-of-control human bomb tank. The customs director, who had a look of arrogance just now, turned pale and his legs began to tremble when he saw the person coming. Mr. Director? The visitor was none other than Harry Stern, the top executive at JFK International Airport. A very influential figure in New York's upper-class society. However, this important figure had completely lost his usual dignity. He ran to Lin Feng and bowed 90 degrees, his huge head almost hitting Lin Feng's knees. Mr. Lin. My deepest apologies. My most respected Mr. Lin. I'm so sorry. I made a huge mistake in my work. I'm sorry for scaring you. Harry Stern frantically wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief while apologizing in a tone that bordered on tears. His eyes were filled with deep-seated fear, as if the person before him wasn't a young man, but a demon who could decide his life or death at any moment. Then, he turned around abruptly, and his eyes, which seemed particularly small due to his obesity, now burst into terrifying anger as he stared at the customs director. Anderson. Who gave you the guts to do that? Who told you to use the C7 corridor to greet Mr. Lin? Do you want the entire Kennedy Airport to disappear from the map? I was just following orders. Customs Director Anderson was so scared that he was incoherent. Under orders? You're fired now. Get out. Take your people and get out of my sight right now. FBI investigators will be here to talk to you shortly. Harry roared, and Anderson and his men fled the scene in a panic as if they had been pardoned. Harry then turned to the group of completely stunned reporters, the fat on his face trembling as he spoke in a cold voice, and you. If anyone dares to point the camera at Mr. Lin again, I guarantee that your company will receive the most expensive legal letter in the world tomorrow. After saying that, he turned to Lin Feng again, bent even lower, and forced an extremely flattering smile on his face. Mr. Lin, the VIP channel has been cleared for you, and your motorcade is waiting at the door. Please, come this way. From the time Lin Feng hung up the phone to the current complete reversal of the situation, it was exactly 3 minutes, no more, no less. During the whole process, Lin Feng didn't even blink. He took a step forward and headed towards the VIP passage, led by the airport's top official and protected by a human wall consisting of executives and security guards. Those reporters who were so arrogant just now were now like ducks with their necks strangled. They were so stunned that they even forgot to press the shutter button. They couldn't figure out what had happened in just 3 minutes on the phone. What kind of person was this young man from the East? Just as he was about to walk out of the reporter's sight, Lin Feng seemed to suddenly remember something and stopped. He slowly turned around and calmly scanned the cameras that were still broadcasting live. All over the world, countless financial tycoons who were watching this good show held their breath. Lin Feng grinned, revealing a bright and ruffian smile. I almost forgot. I haven't answered your question yet. He faced the camera, raised 3 fingers, and his voice was clearly transmitted to the world through the microphone. I came to New York for 3 things. First, shopping. Second, shopping. Third, it's still fucking shopping. The whole place was dead silent. Shopping? They prepared such a grand Hongmen banquet, and the other party said he was here to shop? This is simply an insult. Lin Feng seemed very satisfied with the effect. He put down his hand and added another sentence, and this sentence was the real bombshell. For example, I recently decided my New York office was missing a house number, so I stopped by to take a look. He paused, his eyes seemed to penetrate the camera lens, looking directly at the people behind the screen, and said word by word. I'm planning to buy a landmark on Wall Street, like the Bronze Bull? Or the New York Stock Exchange? Which one should I use as my house number? Could you give me some advice? After saying this, he no longer paid attention to the petrified scene behind him, turned around and left in a leisurely manner. Mad. Arrogant to the extreme. This message was broadcast live and spread around the world in less than a minute. Wall Street exploded instantly. Laughter, curses, and sarcasm rose one after another. Madman. This Oriental guy is absolutely a complete lunatic. Buying the New York Stock Exchange as a house sign? Who does he think he is? God? That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. He has no idea what Wall Street stands for. In the Rothschild family estate, in a classical and luxurious study, Arthur de Rothschild was holding a glass of top-grade Scotch whiskey, watching the live broadcast on the huge screen in front of him. When Lin Feng's arrogant words fell, the curve of his mouth finally turned into an undisguised sneer of contempt. The show of force he had prepared for Lin Feng was easily resolved in a way he had never expected, but he didn't care. Because in Arthur's opinion, Lin Feng's final declaration has exposed all his cards. The courage of a common man is beyond comparison. He gently swirled the glass, and the amber liquid emitted a charming luster under the light. It seems that there is no need to start those complicated plans. The contempt in Arthur's eyes grew stronger. He's just a brainless upstart whose brain has been burned by money. Chapter 103: Spending a lavish amount of money, shocking Wall Street. Lin Feng's arrogant statement of "come to New York for shopping" was like a bad joke, which turned into a laughingstock on Wall Street the next morning. In the trading hall, elites wearing tailor-made suits and Windsor knots gathered in groups of 3 or 4, holding coffee, with undisguised sarcasm on their faces. Have you heard? That Chinese guy wants to buy the New York Stock Exchange as a building sign. Ha ha ha, does he think Wall Street is the luxury store on Fifth Avenue? He can buy whatever he wants? He's the epitome of stupid money. I bet he doesn't even know what a hedge fund is. Don't say that. They demolished the Eastern Dragon. Maybe he wants to keep a pet lizard on Wall Street? The whole room burst into laughter. The air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. In their eyes, Lin Feng was just an upstart from an emerging market, rude, ignorant, and reeking of money. His rise was simply because the Eastern market was not mature enough, allowing him to exploit a loophole. And here, this is New York. It's the Roman Colosseum of world finance, the temple of order and rules. Here, money alone is useless. Arthur de Rothschild was in a good mood. Sitting in his office in the sky, he looked out through the huge French windows at the canyon of gold and desire flowing beneath his feet. Although the incident last night had ruined his plan to show his power, Lin Feng's final foolish declaration had completely put his mind at ease. A reckless man who only knows how to use money to bully others is nothing to be feared. Let him jump around, Arthur said, gracefully shaking his wineglass at the core members of the parliament on the video conference. Just like a monkey in a circus, the higher he jumps, the happier the audience. When he's burned through most of his money, we'll stomp him to death. That's right, Arthur. We should make him understand that wealth and power are 2 completely different things. A German banker echoed. I'm even looking forward to his shopping, a French luxury goods tycoon laughed. Let's see what he can buy. A few insignificant office buildings? Or a few small companies on the verge of bankruptcy? Everyone was laughing. However, at exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, an official announcement from Kirkland Ellis, one of Wall Street's top law firms, was like a thunderclap that suddenly pierced this ocean of joy. Announcement: We, acting on behalf of an anonymous client, have formally launched an all-cash mandatory takeover offer to all shareholders of Pioneer Tower. The offer price is 150% of the current market value, representing a 50% premium. This offer is valid for 48 hours and will not be accepted after the expiration date. The announcement is short, but every word is of great significance. The trading hall fell silent in an instant, and everyone thought they had seen it wrong. The Pioneer Building? That old, run-down place with over 40% vacancy rate? A 50% premium? All cash? That's crazy. This building is worth at most $800 million. A 50% premium is $1.2 billion. Who would spend $1.2 billion in cash on a crappy building that's losing money every year? Who's playing this prank? Is White Case crazy? Taking on this kind of work? The laughter sounded again, but this time, it was obviously mixed with confusion and puzzlement. The Pioneer Building holds a unique position on Wall Street. With its prime location at a prime crossroads in the heart of the city, it was once one of the most illustrious landmarks of the early 20th century. However, with the passage of time, its outdated design and high maintenance costs have gradually left it in the dust, a piece of junk that is neither worth eating nor worth throwing away. Most importantly, its shareholder structure is very complex, including several grassroots members of the Global Wealth Council. They hold a small number of shares, but their symbolic significance is greater than their actual value, representing that they are in this circle. At this moment, a private online chat group in the parliament was in an uproar. "Hey, Frank, did you see the news? Someone wants to buy our crappy building at a 50% premium." A middle-aged man named Pete made a laughing expression. "Of course I saw it. I guess it was some Middle Eastern oil tycoon who got drunk. Wait till you see him make a fool of himself. Can't he even do due diligence?" Frank replied. "Maybe it's that Chinese guy. Doesn't he want to go shopping? Ha, he's welcome to be the sucker." The group chat was full of jokes. They didn't take it seriously at all, just thinking it was a topic of conversation after dinner. However, 10 minutes later, as shareholders, they received an encrypted email from White Case almost at the same time. The content of the email was very simple. It was a formal acquisition offer letter. And an attachment. The title of the attachment is Proof of Funds. Pete scoffed and casually clicked on the attachment. He wanted to see which clown was pretending. Attached is an electronic certificate of bank account from a Swiss bank. When Pete saw the long string of zeros on his account balance, the smile on his face froze instantly and his breathing stopped. The number in the account is neither 1.2 billion nor 2 billion. It was a number that made his brain crash instantly. 10 billion. The unit is US dollars. $10 billion in cash lay quietly in that account, like an ancient beast preying on prey, emitting a suffocating sense of oppression. This proof of funds was enough to buy 10 Pioneer Towers. Peter felt as if his heart was being gripped tightly. He suddenly stood up from his chair, supporting himself on the table with both hands, and gasped for breath. Cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. This is not a joke. This is for real. Ding ding ding. His personal phone started ringing frantically. It was Frank calling. Pete picked up the phone with trembling hands, and Frank's equally frightened and distorted voice came from the receiver. "Pete. Did you see that? That damn proof of funds. Oh my God. Is that real? I saw." Pete's voice was dry and hoarse. "A 50% premium. My shares can be exchanged for $80 million in cash." Frank's voice trembled with greed. $80 million. I've never seen so much cash in my life. We can retire early and buy an island in the Caribbean. Pete's heart began to beat wildly. Yes, greed. It was an irrepressible primitive desire that surged from the depths of the soul. But he still had a trace of rationality left. But Mr. Arthur's order is to jointly boycott any actions of that Chinese person. Fuck Arthur. Fuck the boycott. Frank growled on the other end of the phone. Arthur will give us $80 million? He'll just use us as cannon fodder. Pete, this is our only chance. Sell it. We have to sell it. Only 48 hours. Greed completely defeated fear and so-called loyalty. Not only Frank and Pete, but all the lower-level members of the parliament who held shares in the Pioneer Building fell into the same struggle and madness after seeing the proof of funds that was enough to overwhelm their rationality. This news spread like a virus among the grassroots networks within the parliament. Some wavered, some colluded, and some were already preparing to contact lawyers privately. The seemingly unbreakable united front Arthur had established was torn open at its weakest link by this crude financial offensive. Rothschild estate. The smile on Arthur's face had disappeared. In front of him stood his assistant with a pale face. "You mean Pete, Frank, and the others are ready to accept the acquisition?" Arthur's voice was calm, but beneath the calmness, there was a volcano about to erupt. "Yes, sir." The assistant's voice was trembling. "We've heard from White Case that over 30% of the shareholders have expressed strong interest in selling. They've seen proof of funds. It belongs to that Chinese guy, and there's $10 billion in cash in his account." $10 billion in cash. Arthur read the words slowly, and he finally understood. He finally understood the true meaning of Lin Feng's word shopping. This is not a business investment, it is a precise surgical strike. Lin Feng didn't care whether the Pioneer Building made a profit or a loss. He spent $1.2 billion not to buy a building, but the hearts and minds of the people within the parliament. He used the most brutal and unreasonable methods to directly poke the most vulnerable soft spot of this ancient alliance. Not all members have the same wealth and determination as the core members. He used his absolute financial power to create a prisoner's dilemma, forcing small shareholders to choose between collective interests and personal wealth. But human nature often chooses the latter. At this moment, Arthur felt a little bit tricky for the first time. What he faced was not a business rival, but a madman who did not play by the rules at all, a warmongerer with unlimited ammunition. Playing business by his rules? He'll flip the table and hit you with his money. Playing alliance blockade with him? He will directly buy off your allies with money. This brutal fighting style made all of Arthur's carefully prepared business strategies a joke. Interesting. The anger in Arthur's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a more dangerous coldness. He stood up, walked to the window and looked at the distant skyline. "It seems that we can't communicate with barbarians using business language," he muttered to himself. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "It's me. Get the hosting rights for this year's St. Regis charity dinner. Then, send a letter of invitation of the highest standard to Mr. Lin from the East. Since he likes performing in public, I will build him the most gorgeous stage in the world." Arthur hung up the phone, a cold smile on his face. "I want to have him completely stripped of his dignity in a more civilized setting, under the gaze of celebrities from all over the world, and have him kneel on the ground, begging for my forgiveness like a dog." Chapter 104, Weekly Lucky Draw, Truthwater in Social Fields. New York, 5th Avenue, in a penthouse apartment overlooking the entire Central Park. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows are like a flawless crystal, offering a panoramic view of Manhattan's steel forest and the rising morning light. Lin Feng put one hand in his pocket and held a cup of steaming black coffee in the other hand. He stood in front of the window, leisurely admiring the world's financial capital that had just awakened under his feet. On his mobile phone screen, headlines from major financial media around the world were rapidly refreshing in the form of a waterfall. Shocking. Mysterious Eastern buyer forcefully acquires Wall Street landmark at 50% premium, billions in cash explodes market. Shopping or war? The arrogance of Wall Street elites encounters the most brutal capital humiliation. Internal division? The Rothschild alliance faces a prisoner's dilemma, and lower-level members may defect en masse. The wording of each piece of news has changed from yesterday's contempt and ridicule to today's suspicion and panic. At the same time, on the light blue system screen in front of Lin Feng, a series of prompt sounds rang out as densely as firecrackers. Ding! Collective shock and envy detected from Wall Street traders, sentiment value plus 3,800,000. Ding! Greed and vacillation detected from the lower-level shareholders of the Global Wealth Council, sentiment value plus 9,500,000. Ding! Detected surprise and anger from Arthur de Rothschild, emotion value plus 12 million. Looking at the rapidly rising emotion value that had already broken through the 20 million mark, Lin Feng took a sip of coffee with satisfaction. The hot liquid slid down the throat, bringing a slightly bitter aftertaste. "That's just right," he muttered to himself, a dashing smile playing at the corner of his mouth. "If you try to use business logic with these old money people, they'll just go around in circles. It's better to just flip the table and use what they believe in most money to show them what hard work works miracles means." For Lin Feng, spending $1.2 billion on a dilapidated building was like an average person buying a new phone case on a whim. The only difference was that his phone case precisely hit the enemy's knee, where it was most vulnerable. This was exactly the effect he wanted, to use the simplest and most brutal method to disintegrate their seemingly indestructible alliance and let them rot from within. Just then, another crisp system prompt sounded, interrupting his thoughts. Ding! A new week has begun, and the weekly bonus, weekly lucky draw, has been refreshed. Do you want to use it now? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The daily draw was more like a blind box, full of uncertainty. The weekly draw, on the other hand, had a significantly higher quality of prizes. The divine medical skill I won last time was a huge help at a crucial moment. You've arrived just in time. Lin Feng put down his coffee cup and mentally instructed the system, give me something that can be used in social situations. He knew very well that Arthur and his gang had suffered a setback in the financial war, and the next step would inevitably be to move to the areas where they were more proficient, the field of public opinion and fame and fortune. It was a battlefield devoid of smoke but rife with traps, where a careless word or inappropriate action could be magnified infinitely and become a weapon of attack. Having only money and fists will only make you look like a rude upstart in such an occasion. Lin Feng needs a more elegant weapon. Command received. Optimizing the prize pool probability according to the host's request, optimization completed. The lottery begins. As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely gorgeous virtual roulette unfolded in front of Lin Feng. The roulette wheel is no longer a simple grid, but a vast starry sky. Countless stars form different prize areas, with assets, skills, props, advanced technology, everything is available. A pointer formed by the convergence of light, like a meteor, with a long tail flame, began to quickly cross the star disk. The pointer moved faster and faster, eventually transforming into a circular white halo, making it impossible to see its trajectory. Lin Feng's mind was highly concentrated. He could even feel that every time the pointer passed through the nebula in the skill area, a slight energy fluctuation would be transmitted in the air. Finally, after rotating for nearly half a minute, the pointer began to slow down. It passed by tens of billions of cash coupons, private island ownership, and supersonic flying car design drawings. Finally, under Lin Feng's expectant gaze, the pointer trembled, as if it had used up its last bit of strength, and stopped on a grid emitting colorful psychedelic light. The stars in that area appeared in distorted and bizarre colors, as if Van Gogh's paintings had been given life. The next second, the entire roulette wheel shone brightly, and the dazzling light made Lin Feng subconsciously squint his eyes. A solemn and grand electronic sound resounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning the unique, mythical passive aura skill, True Wind. Here we come. Lin Feng was cheered up. The two prefixes unique and mythical alone are enough to prove the value of this thing. He couldn't wait to look at the skill introduction. Skill name, Wind of Truth. Skill type, passive aura cannot be turned off, permanent effect. Skill effect, an invisible reality field automatically forms within a 30-meter radius around the host. Any intelligent lifeform that enters this field, as long as it harbors strong negative emotions toward the host such as malice, jealousy, murderous intent, or is attempting to deceive the host through verbal manipulation, will have its brain regions responsible for emotional management and logical deception disrupted, significantly reducing its ability to control emotions. Specific manifestations. 1. Truth slips. There is a high probability that during a conversation, one may inadvertently blurt out one's true thoughts in the form of keywords or phrases. 2. Behavior reversal. There is a high probability of making micro-expressions or subconscious movements that are completely opposite to the intended purpose of the disguise, for example, trying to flatter or please, but unconsciously revealing disgust and contempt, trying to remain calm, but hands shaking uncontrollably and violently. System note, this skill can be described as a social killer, a green tea detector, and a white lotus shredder. Please exercise caution when participating in social situations requiring a high degree of disguise, such as business negotiations, undercover missions, or your ex's wedding. Otherwise, the system assumes no responsibility for the resulting mass social death. Friendly reminder, this thing is roughly as powerful as 100 bottles of Maotai compared to drunk truth. Lin Feng read the skill introduction word by word, and the expression on his face gradually changed from the initial surprise to an extremely strange and twisted one, wanting to laugh but having to hold it back. Puff. Finally, he couldn't help but laugh softly. Good job. I just exclaimed, wow. How can this be considered a weapon in social situations? This is like throwing a high-voltage wire directly into a fish pond or throwing a royal bomb onto a poker table. It's like a dimensionality reduction attack weapon. A passive aura that can't be turned off? A 30-meter radius? This means that as long as he stands there, all the guys with ulterior motives within a radius of 30 meters will become walking truth barrage launchers. Lin Feng could almost imagine that scene. A business rival who wants to take advantage of him may say, "Mr. Lin is a young and promising man. We are looking forward to working with you," but may subconsciously add, "I will acquire your company when you go bankrupt." A socialite who wanted to get close to him was flirting with him, saying, "Mr. Lin, you are so charming," but at the same time she couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile of contempt, and what she was thinking in her heart was, "Hurry up and deal with this nouveau riche. This is simply a public execution." The curve of Lin Feng's mouth became more and more ruffian, and there was a light called expectation in his eyes. "Arthur de Rothschild, don't you want to play the social game of civilized people with me? Now, I have prepared a unique truth or dare party for you. I hope you can have fun." Just as Lin Feng was immersed in this huge surprise, a steady sound of footsteps came from behind him. Su Mei, wearing a black business suit that perfectly outlined her figure, walked over in high heels. Her face still wore the professional expression of an elite secretary, but her beautiful eyes beneath her gold-rimmed glasses held a hint of solemnity. "Boss." Su Mei's voice was cold and efficient. "I just received news that Arthur de Rothschild has taken action." "Oh?" Lin Feng turned around and looked at her with interest. "So soon? What new tricks has he come up with?" Su Mei didn't say anything, but just handed over a document that had just been printed with both hands. It was a photocopy of an invitation. The material of the letter paper is extremely exquisite, and a complex golden emblem is embossed on the header, which is the Rothschild family's emblem, 5 arrows. The words between the lines of the invitation are full of the elegance and courtesy unique to the upper class. "Dear Mr. Lin Feng, I, Arthur de Rothschild, cordially invite you to attend the Night of Stars charity dinner to be held in the top-floor ballroom of the St. Regis Hotel in New York in 3 days. The dinner aims to raise funds for out-of-school children in Africa. New York celebrities, business leaders and artists from all walks of life will gather together to celebrate the event. It is the greatest honor to invite you, an outstanding young talent from the East, to this dinner. We look forward to your visit." Lin Feng looked at the gold-embossed invitation, especially the words "raising funds for out-of-school children in Africa," and the smile on his face became even more playful. "The Hongmen banquet," he said lightly. "Yes." Su Mei's expression was serious. "This is a carefully laid trap. They didn't gain an advantage in the financial battlefield, so they want to save face in the world of fame and fortune, where they are most familiar and have the most influence. At the dinner, they will use various methods to isolate you, make things difficult for you, humiliate you with the rules they set, and use the media present to portray you as a vulgar and disrespectful barbarian who is unwelcome in high society." Su Mei's analysis hits the nail on the head. Lin Feng just smiled without comment. His slender fingers tapped lightly on the invitation letter, and his eyes seemed to have penetrated the paper and saw the goods show 3 days later. He raised his head, looked at Su Mei, who was worried, and spoke slowly. "Go and give Mr. Rothschild a reply. Just say, for the children of Africa, I will be there on time." He paused, and a rogue smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth, like the brightest star in the dark night. "Also, please prepare a special charity gift for me. I'm worried the atmosphere at the dinner party might be too dull, so I'm planning to bring some fun to everyone." Chapter 105: The Downtrodden Wolf of Wall Street. The night is as dark as ink, immersing the city that never sleeps, New York, in a bizarre and dazzling manner. The charity dinner at the St. Regis Hotel, eagerly awaited by the entire upper class, has less than 24 hours left. Social media was abuzz with discussion about this Hongmen banquet of the century. Countless celebrities and so-called fashion bloggers were frantically speculating about what brand of suit Lin Feng would wear, what price point of watch he would wear, and how he would be stripped bare in this civilized arena meticulously orchestrated by the old ones. The consensus has long been reached that Oriental man will face the most tragic social death since he set foot on New York soil. However, as the absolute protagonist at the center of the storm, Lin Feng was not paying any attention to the dinner at this moment. In the penthouse apartment on Fifth Avenue, he didn't even try on the handmade dress that Su Mei had prepared for him, which was custom made by Tom Ford's chief designer. He was just casually wearing casual clothes, leaning on the sofa, staring intently at the light blue screen projected by Zero in front of him. On the screen was a man's detailed information. Michael Chen, Chinese, 32 years old. A quantitative trading prodigy once hailed by Forbes magazine as the next Simons. He earned dual doctorates in financial engineering and computer science from MIT at the age of 19, and founded his own hedge fund, Prometheus, at 22. Leveraging his unique Chaos Edge algorithmic model, he achieved annualized returns exceeding 700% for 3 consecutive years, earning him the nickname the Wolf of Wall Street 2.0. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. A 700% annualized return for 3 consecutive years. This is no longer genius, this is a monster. He continued to read. 7 years ago, during an extreme market event, his model accidentally captured key data evidence of coordinated manipulation of the commodities market by several funds under the Global Wealth Council. Michael Chen refused the council's private request to keep quiet and prepared to hand over the evidence to the SEC U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. And then, nothing happened. The lower half of the document was a shocking blood red. In the 48 hours before the evidence was submitted, the Prometheus Fund faced an unprecedented coordinated attack. The council mobilized over $100 billion in capital, exploited loopholes in the rules, and launched an avalanche attack on all of its positions. Simultaneously, core team members were poached at high prices, exposed in scandal, and even died accidentally overnight. Ultimately, the Prometheus Fund collapsed, leaving it with debts exceeding $5 billion. Michael Chen himself was pursued for massive debts, all his assets wiped out, and he was permanently blacklisted by all Wall Street financial institutions. Thus fell a generation of genius. At the end of the information is a recent photo. The man in the photo was unshaven and had a hazy look in his eyes. His former high spirits had been replaced by a deep-seated decadence and despair. He huddled in a small room cluttered with instant noodle buckets and beer cans, facing an old computer, its screen flashing dense codes. My current address is an old apartment on Jamaica Avenue in Queens that could be declared a dangerous building at any moment. I barely make ends meet by writing trading programs for some underground casinos. The hatred value towards the Global Wealth Council is assessed as a max. Lin Feng finished reading the entire document and slowly turned off the light curtain. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the brightly lit New York below. Arthur and the others, do they think a dinner party can crush me in the social arena? He muttered to himself, a cold arc curling up at the corner of his mouth. How naive. Victory in the social arena is just the icing on the cake. The real war is on the financial battlefield, where the enemy is uprooted and crushed to ashes. And this Michael Chen is the sharpest knife he prepared for Arthur and the Parliament of Wealth. Su Mei. Lin Feng shouted into the air. Boss, I'm here. Su Mei immediately appeared from the study, holding several memos about the dinner schedule in her hands. You are fully responsible for the dress and gifts, Lin Feng ordered without turning his head. Get me a car, I need to go out and meet someone. Meeting someone? At this time? Su Mei was stunned. But at the banquet. Someone who was 100 times more important than the dinner party. Lin Feng's tone left no room for doubt. Half an hour later. An inconspicuous black Chevrolet drove out of the glitz and glamour of Manhattan and turned into the dilapidated neighborhood of Queens, which was like a scar on the city. The air was thick with a complex odor of garbage, cheap marijuana, and desperation. Lin Feng stopped in front of an apartment building with peeling walls and a corridor filled with the smell of urine. He glanced at the address on his phone and walked straight in. Boom, boom, boom. He knocked on a stained wooden door on the 3rd floor. After a long time, there was a sound of dragging footsteps from inside the door, and the door was opened a crack. A pale and alert face peeked out from the crack in the door. It was Michael Chen in the photo. He looked at the young man outside the door, who was dressed neatly and whose temperament was out of tune with the surrounding environment. His cloudy eyes were full of vigilance. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for a genius who should have been standing at the top of Wall Street, but now he's here hanging out with mice. Lin Feng's voice was calm. Michael's pupils shrank suddenly. He looked at Lin Feng for a few seconds, as if trying to see something from his face, but in the end he just smiled self-deprecatingly and opened the door. Genius? There's only a gambler with a lot of debt here. Come in, if you don't mind the stench. The scene in the room was even more appalling than in the photos. Lin Feng acted as if he didn't see it and walked straight to the only old computer that was still glowing and hot. On the screen was an extremely complex algorithm model, but because a core module was missing, the entire program was in a red error state, like a patient with a blocked heart. Supernova hedging model? Lin Feng recognized the name of the model immediately. The concept is amazing. You want to predict the next second's bull and bear direction by capturing the infrasonic feedback of high-frequency trading at the singularity moment when the market is extremely chaotic and all traditional indicators are invalid. If it works, this thing will be faster than a money printing machine. Michael's whole body trembled, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng changed completely. This model was his revenge work, painstakingly conceived over countless sleepless nights over the past 7 years. He had never mentioned it to anyone. "Who are you?" His voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng did not answer, but pulled over a rickety chair and sat down, pointing at the red error area on the screen. "Your idea is sound, but your computing power isn't up to par. This core module needs to process nanosecond scale data, and it must perform distributed quantum entanglement calculations across 3 different physical servers. And you're running this on a machine, not even as good as an antique from the last century? It's a credit to you that it didn't explode on the spot." Michael's face turned pale in an instant. Every word Lin Feng spoke was like a knife, piercing his most painful spot. He knew his problem, but he had no money, no equipment, no platform. He was like a madman with a brain full of nuclear weapon blueprints and only a pile of mud in his hands. "So?" Michael's tone turned cold again, filled with self-deprecating sarcasm. "Are you here to laugh at me too? Or were you sent by those bastards in Congress again? Do you want to buy my unfinished idea for tens of thousands of dollars?" "No." Lin Feng shook his head. He took out a metal strip the size of a USB flash drive, which was flashing with a faint blue light, from his pocket and casually plugged it into the USB port of the old computer. "I'm just here to help you, finish it." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng placed his hands on the greasy keyboard. The next second, Michael saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. Lin Feng's fingers seemed to transform into countless afterimages, dancing frantically across the keyboard. That speed was simply not humanly achievable. The densely packed code, like a flood bursting through a dam, frantically refreshed, restructured, and optimized on the screen at an incredible speed. The computer, which had been humming with overload, suddenly quieted down after being connected to the mysterious metal bar. Instead, a gentle, rhythmic hum, as if coming from the depths of the universe, took its place. Michael's eyes widened. He couldn't keep up with Lin Feng's operation at all. He saw that the technical bottleneck that had held him back for 3 years was easily cracked in less than 30 seconds by the other party using a line of quantum algorithm code he had never heard of before. He saw that the distributed computing logic that he had conceived countless times but had never been able to realize was instantly built on the virtual cloud by the other party in an almost miraculous way. 10 minutes. No more, no less, a full 10 minutes. Lin Feng's fingers stopped and he hit the last enter key. The whole room fell into deathly silence. Michael froze in place, like a petrified statue, staring intently at the screen. On the screen, the complex model that was once covered with red error messages has now turned into a refreshing green. Rows of data began to jump wildly, and the model began to automatically backtest. It retrieved data on extreme market conditions in all global markets over the past decade, from the 2008 financial tsunami, to the Swiss franc black swan, to every recent circuit breaker. On the right side of the screen, a curve representing profit began to soar upward at an almost vertical angle. 1 billion, 5 billion, 30 billion, 100 billion. Finally, when the backtest was completed, the final simulated profit figure was fixed at a terrifying number that was enough to suffocate the entire Wall Street. Success. It really succeeded. Michael muttered to himself. He stretched out his hand and touched the cold screen tremblingly, as if he was touching a rare treasure that had been lost and found again. His 7-year dream, 7 years of unwillingness, 7 years of living in hell. At this moment, the mysterious man in front of him turned it into reality in just 10 minutes. With a plop sound, the once extremely arrogant Wall Street wolf's legs went weak and he fell to his knees on the ground, tears instantly bursting out of his eyes, and he sobbed uncontrollably. Lin Feng didn't look at him, but took out 2 things from his pocket and gently placed them on the greasy table. One is a beautifully bound employment contract. The other was a strange badge that shone with a faint halo, as if composed of contract runes, loyalty contract non-absolute edition. I will provide you with a platform, unlimited funds, and computing power beyond your imagination. Lin Feng's voice, like the whisper of the devil, rang in Michael's ears. Your position is CEO of the newly established Revenge Fund of the Snowstorm Group. There is only one goal. Lin Feng slowly stood up, looked down at Michael who was kneeling on the ground, and said word by word. Use this knife in your hand to cut off those old men in the Council of Wealth, piece by piece, and cleanly cut them off. To do it or not to do it? Michael suddenly raised his head, and his tear-stained face showed a madness and hideousness as if he had been reborn from the ashes. He didn't say anything, but stretched out his trembling hands, grabbed the contract and the badge on the table, and clenched his fists tightly. Then, he kowtowed heavily to Lin Feng. That is not surrender, that is sacrifice. Offering one's soul, just for the feast of revenge that is 7 years late. Chapter 106 Charity Dinner, Hunter Enters. Night, New York. The Metropolitan Museum of Art, this cultural temple standing on Fifth Avenue, is completely lit up tonight by bright lights and flashy dresses. Like a school of returning fish, expensive Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, and Maybachs glided silently up the scarlet carpeted steps. The doors opened, and out stepped the faces of everyone you'd find on the cover of Forbes or Vanity Fair. Financial tycoons from Wall Street, technology upstarts from Silicon Valley, top Hollywood stars, heirs to ancient European families. With decent and aloof smiles on their faces, they walked gracefully into this magnificent hall, chased by countless flashes of light. This is the scene of the Starry Night Charity Dinner. In name, it is to raise funds for out-of-school children in a distant continent. In fact, it is a grand stage for the global wealth parliament to show its strength and civilization to the world. Inside the banquet hall, melodious classical music swirled beneath the vast dome like a flowing stream. The air was filled with the aroma of premium champagne mixed with the scent of expensive perfume. People gathered in groups of 3 or 4, discussing art, stocks, and politics, each word carefully crafted, each smile perfectly timed. This is the royal court of the old order, where every corner is filled with invisible rules and deep-rooted arrogance. Arthur de Rothschild, the undisputed star of the evening, held a crystal glass in hand, moving effortlessly among the guests like a king inspecting his domain. Dressed in a perfectly tailored black tuxedo, his azure eyes held a gentle smile, bringing warmth to everyone he spoke to. He is the embodiment of civilization. And his prey tonight, the barbarian from the east, is about to appear. He's here. Someone whispered, and there was an imperceptible pause in the noise of the entire banquet hall. Everyone's eyes turned to the entrance at the same time. There was no exaggerated motorcade and no bodyguards following closely behind. Lin Feng, just like that, walked in casually, wearing a simple yet stylish dark blue dress. He wasn't wearing a bow tie, and the first button of his shirt was casually undone, revealing a well-defined collarbone. His overly handsome face even had a hint of sleepiness, a look that seemed out of place in the refined, down-to-earth atmosphere of his surroundings. However, it was this incompatible coolness and relaxed feeling that instantly made him the absolute focus of the whole audience. Countless gazes intertwined, filled with scrutiny, contempt, curiosity, and a hint of tension that was so deep that even they themselves were not aware of it. He was like a tiger in a china shop. Even just standing there quietly was a huge threat. Oh, he's indeed an upstart who doesn't know etiquette. A council member near the door sneered softly. Don't be impatient, dear Henry, the show has just begun. The female companion beside him giggled, her eyes flashing with excitement of watching a show. The smile on Arthur's face became more gentle. He adjusted his cuffs, held the wineglass, and walked towards Lin Feng with a smile, surrounded by a group of corps members. The hunter finally approached his prey. The crowd automatically parted to the sides, clearing a path. Flashbulbs lit up again, all cameras focused on the impending first head-on collision between the old and new order. Lin Feng's passive aura, Wind of Truth, has long been like an invisible giant net, covering the core area of the entire banquet hall. Within a radius of 30 meters, all disguises will be exposed. Mr. Lin, welcome to New York. Arthur walked up to Lin Feng. His voice was as rich as a cello, full of the master's presence. He extended his hand. On behalf of all the guests tonight, I extend my warmest welcome to you. Your business achievements in the East are truly impressive. He deliberately added a subtle emphasis to the word impressed, which was full of the joke and ridicule of a superior person. Lin Feng's mouth corners rose slightly, and he also stretched out his hand and shook hands gently with Arthur. You're welcome, Mr. Arthur. The artwork here is nice, but the lighting is a little too bright. It's a bit blinding. This nonsensical remark made the people behind Arthur smile sarcastically. He is indeed a country bumpkin who doesn't even have the taste to appreciate art. At this moment, the Duke of Harrington, an old-fashioned nobleman from England with the title of Duke, cleared his throat and prepared to fire the first shot of humiliation. He planned to deliver the lines he had rehearsed countless times in his most elegant London accent. Mr. Lin, your rise has been like wildfire on the prairie, swift and fierce, yet lacking in beauty. In our world, how you eat is far more important than what you eat. However, when he met Lin Feng's half-smiling eyes, the language center in his brain seemed to be pried hard by an invisible hand. The words came to my lips, but what came out was, Mr. Lin, the way you rose to power was terrifying. It was swift and unreasonable. In our world, we fear the unruly like you the most, because we can't defeat you. After he finished speaking, Duke Harrington himself was stunned. What did he say? That's not what he wanted to say. The elegant smile on his face froze in an instant, turned purple, and he began to cough violently, trying to cover up this outrageous slip of the tongue. The guests around looked at each other in confusion. Is this some new kind of British humor? Arthur's brow furrowed slightly, barely perceptible. Before he could react, another man beside him, Pierre, the president of a French luxury goods group, stepped forward. He was about to mock Lin Feng's shopping declaration and said, "Mr. Lin, I heard you want to shop on Wall Street? I hope you don't become like those Middle Eastern customers who only know how to decorate their toilets with gold." But the wind of truth is merciless. Pierre wore a false smile, but his words turned out to be, "Mr. Lin, I heard you want to shop on Wall Street? Great. Please buy our company too. Our financial report this year is all fake. If we don't find a scapegoat. No, if we don't find a strong buyer, we'll go bankrupt." After saying that, Pierre slapped himself in the face with a look of horror and disbelief on his face. I didn't mean that. I was drunk," he argued incoherently. If a person's slip of the tongue is an accident. So when two people in a row said such confusing and self-explanatory words on such an important occasion, the atmosphere began to become weird. The guests around could no longer laugh. They looked at this funny scene with blank and confused eyes. And the real bombshell exploded in the next second. A young and energetic new member of the parliament who had always wanted to show off in front of Arthur, saw the two seniors make a fool of themselves and immediately stood up. He wanted to use the most direct way to redeem himself for Arthur. With a fierce look on his face, he pointed at Lin Feng and was about to yell, "Who do you think this place is? A peasant from the east dares to act wildly on our territory?" The strong malice makes the effect of wind of truth reach its extreme. The young man took a deep breath and roared fiercely, his voice so loud that half of the banquet hall could hear it. "Mr. Arthur! Can we really defeat this rich-looking guy? My intuition tells me we're going to die miserably." Boom! This cry from the soul was like a depth charge exploding on the calm surface of a lake. The whole place fell completely silent. It was a dead silence, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was frozen in place as if under a spell, with a look of horror on their faces. The young man who had shouted out, after finishing his shout, seemed to have lost all his strength. His face turned pale, his legs gave way, and he almost collapsed to the ground. He looked at his mouth, then at the looks in the eyes of those around him, and closed his eyes in despair. It's over. It's all over. The atmosphere at the scene became extremely weird at this moment. The smile on Arthur de Rothschild's face had completely disappeared. That face, as perfect as a marble sculpture, was now stiffening bit by bit, as if frozen in an instant. He looked at his three trusted subordinates, whose performances were each more outrageous than the other, and then looked at Lin Feng opposite him, who had a playful smile on his face from beginning to end, as if all this had nothing to do with him. This is not an accident. This is definitely not an accident. A bone-chilling chill suddenly shot up from his tailbone to the top of his head without any warning. He keenly felt that something was wrong. A force that he had never seen before, could not understand, but was extremely deadly, was quietly spreading in this banquet hall. Chapter 107: The Out-of-Control Dinner Party, The Wind of Truth. The shrill and heartfelt cry of "We will die miserably" was like an invisible hammer, smashing all the hypocritical decency and elegance in the banquet hall to pieces. The air froze. The melodious classical music seemed to be strangled by the neck and came to an abrupt end. All the guests, regardless of status, froze in their places, their faces shifting from initial bewilderment to confusion, and finally to a state of shock and uncertainty. They looked at the young man, now limp on the ground, his face ashen, then at Arthur, who stood before him with a sullen expression. Finally, their gazes converged on the sole outsider, Lin Feng. He still stood there, with a faint, cool smile on his lips, as if the farce just now was just a harmless entertainment. Arthur de Rothschild, the prodigy carefully cultivated by the Rothschild family for hundreds of years, was feeling an unprecedented coldness and humiliation at this moment, as if he was stripped naked in public. His mind was racing. Was it a coincidence? Mass hysteria? Or some kind of mysterious witchcraft from the East that he couldn't understand? No, it's impossible. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil surging in his heart, and once again forced a gentle and controlled smile onto his face. As the king of the old order, he could not lose his composure at a time like this. It seems our young friend has been under too much pressure recently. Arthur's voice regained its composure. He cleverly characterized the terrifying cry as drunken ravings. Someone, help this gentleman to the lounge to sober up. He handled it flawlessly, trying to force the end of this bizarre scene. However, he was facing Lin Feng, a man with social nuclear weapons. Lin Feng ignored Arthur, who was trying to control the situation. He just picked up a glass of champagne from the waiter's tray next to him and began to stroll leisurely in the venue like a real guest at the party. Wherever he passed, within a radius of 30 meters, the aura of wind of truth followed him like a shadow. A large-scale, irresistible truth or dare has officially begun. Lin Feng first ran into a state legislator who was chatting with several socialites. The legislator righteously criticized the corruption in the political arena and promoted his own clean political ethics, which drew cheers from the socialites. Lin Feng, holding a wineglass, walked slowly 2 meters behind him. The congressman's words were momentarily stuck. He subconsciously turned his head and complained in a low voice to his lover beside him, who had a hot body and was looking at him with admiring eyes. Damn, these Oriental guys are so hard to deal with. The hush money the parliament gave me isn't even enough to cover the gas for my yacht this month. His voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the eerie and quiet atmosphere. The lover's smile froze on his face instantly, and the expressions of the people around him also became extremely interesting. The congressman was also confused after he finished speaking. He covered his mouth and looked around in horror, not understanding why he shouted out what was in his heart. Lin Feng did not stop. He arrived at a corner of the media district, where several of New York's and even the nation's top media tycoons gathered. One of them was the editor-in-chief of the Wall Street Observer, an old man known for his journalistic conscience. He was boasting to his peers about his adherence to the authenticity of news and denouncing those unscrupulous media that fabricated fake news for traffic. Lin Feng's figure floated gently past behind him. The old editor-in-chief was speaking passionately when he suddenly changed the subject and ordered his assistant in an unquestionable tone. Listen, no matter what, tomorrow's headlines must ruin that Oriental guy's private life. If you can't find any, make it up. Just say he dated 10 female celebrities at the same time, and they have to be black. Got it? Politically correct. The assistant was petrified on the spot, and the notebook in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. The editor-in-chief himself was stunned. He looked at his assistant's expression of horror, opened his mouth, and couldn't say a word. If the slips of the tongue of those people before only made people feel funny and weird. Now, these truths involving money transactions and manipulation of public opinion have made everyone present smell a dangerous and terrifying atmosphere. They began to subconsciously move away from Lin Feng. This young man from the East seemed to have become a walking source of plague. Wherever he went, the most real lies and the ugliest conspiracies would break out. The instigator of all this, Arthur de Rothschild, looked extremely ugly. He finally confirmed that all this was directed at him. He must stop this madman immediately. He quickly walked towards an oil tycoon from Texas, one of the most important allies in Congress. He wanted to conspire with him on how to use the upcoming oil futures to deal a fatal blow to Lin Feng's Snow Wind Group. John, we have to. Arthur lowered his voice and was about to speak. However, Lin Feng seemed to have calculated the time well, and walked right to a place not far from them, admiring an abstract painting on the wall with great interest. Wind of truth envelops instantly. Arthur's brain seemed to be struck by electricity. His self-control, which he was proud of and could remain calm even in the face of a catastrophe, had a fatal crack at this moment. What he wanted to say was, keep your voice down, let's talk in the corner, but what came out of his mouth was his truest and most urgent plan. John. Forget about that. We must join forces immediately. Raise the price of WTI crude oil futures to over $150 next month. I want all of that Chinese kid's transportation and energy-related businesses to go bankrupt overnight. Kill him. His voice, due to his excitement and the influence of his halo, was not suppressed at all and resounded throughout the entire banquet hall. At this moment, the whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. If the previous truth was just a minor scandal, Arthur's words were a blatant declaration of commercial war against another sovereign nation's top company. And they were using the most despicable means to manipulate the global market. This is no longer a scandal, it's a crime. The oil tycoon named John was so scared that his face turned pale and he stepped back repeatedly, as if he wanted to distance himself from the madman Arthur. Arthur himself, after shouting these words, was struck by lightning and froze in place. He watched Lin Feng turn around and cast a look full of pity and mockery at him. An unprecedented wave of humiliation and rage instantly overwhelmed all his rationality. He, Arthur de Rothschild, on the stage he had carefully prepared, in front of celebrities from all over the world, personally revealed his most despicable conspiracy. He is socially dead. At the same time, several kilometers away, in an office building with the highest security level, Su Mei and Michael Chen, who had just returned to the team, were staring nervously at a huge electronic screen in front of them. On the screen, countless rapidly jumping audio waves were displayed. Zero transmitted all the sounds on the scene back in real time with incredible clarity through miniature microphones disguised as decorations that were pre-placed in various corners of the banquet hall. Hush money from members of parliament, fake news from the media, manipulation of oil prices. Michael Chen, the former Wolf of Wall Street, now had a blazing fire of revenge in his eyes. His hands flew across the keyboard, precisely capturing and marking every truth and matching it with the corresponding legal provisions and market rules. Each one of these is a serious crime. Michael's voice was cold yet excited. This evidence is enough to send more than half of the people present to prison for at least 10 years. Su Mei was calmer. Her finger gently slid across another screen, which was the real-time monitoring page of major media outlets around the world. That's not enough, she said coldly. These things can easily be explained away by their legal team as drunk talk or jokes. We need a trigger, a point that will leave them speechless and unable to defend themselves. The awkward and silent atmosphere in the banquet hall was finally broken by a burst of untimely applause. It's the host. His face was pale and he was sweating profusely, but he still walked onto the stage and tried to save the situation that had gotten out of control. Ha, it seems the atmosphere tonight is quite lively. He laughed dryly. Well then, let's move on to the most important part of the night, the charity auction. The start of the auction gave Arthur a chance to catch his breath and fight back. He must do something to regain control and prove to everyone that he is still the king who controls everything. The first item to be auctioned is an antique jewel from the French royal family in the 18th century. Starting price, $1 million. While everyone was still hesitating, Arthur raised the sign directly, his voice cold and loud. $10 million. He simply increased the price tenfold. The whole audience was in an uproar. This wasn't an auction, it was a demonstration. He used this method to declare his wealth and status, and to declare that everything that had just happened was just a trivial episode. No one dared to bid against him. 10 million, once. 10 million, twice. 10 million, done. Congratulations, Mr. Rothschild. The host excitedly dropped the gavel. Arthur slowly stood up amid the crowd's applause, his face regaining the kingly arrogance. He glanced at Lin Feng provocatively, as if to say, see? This is real strength. The next few items were also bought by Arthur and his allies at prices far exceeding the market price. They tried to use money to wash away the shame they had just suffered and restore their dignity. Finally, it was the turn of the last item. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. The host looked at Lin Feng with a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Mr. Lin, which lot are you interested in? Or, would you like to offer a special gift of love to the children of Africa? This is the final showdown. How will Lin Feng respond under the watchful eyes of the whole world? Lin Feng put down the champagne glass in his hand and slowly stood up from his seat. He didn't look at the items, but just smiled and shook his head at the host. I'm not interested in photographing them one by one. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard throughout the banquet hall. I personally donated $500 million. Boom! This number was like an atomic bomb exploding, causing everyone present to go blank in their minds. $500 million. This amount of money is several times more than the total amount of all the auction items before tonight. What a terrifying financial strength. The little bit of dignity that Arthur had just built up with money was instantly crushed to dust in the face of these $500 million, looking ridiculous and pathetic. However, this is not the end. Lin Feng looked at the host's completely dazed face, smiled, and said the most fatal condition that would go down in history. However, I have a small condition. He looked around the room, his eyes sweeping over the pale-faced congressmen and media tycoons, and finally, fixed on Arthur's face, which was distorted with shock and fear. Please tell me the true words that some gentleman accidentally said tonight. He paused, the smile on his lips like the whisper of a devil. Every word is inscribed exactly on the list of donors for this charity dinner and will be forever displayed on the Metropolitan Museum's Wall of Honor. The whole audience was dead silent. Chapter 108: The Queen's Transoceanic Assistance. Lin Feng's small condition was like a final judgment from the Nine Nether Hell, completely freezing the entire banquet hall. $500 million. All the truths tonight will be engraved forever. Even the devil doesn't play like this. This was no longer just a slap in the face, it was tearing off the face of Arthur and the entire Council of Wealth, along with the century-old dignity they were proud of, throwing it on the ground, pouring gasoline on it, and slowly lighting it with a $500 million cigar. The host froze on the stage, the microphone in his hand feeling like it weighed 1,000 pounds, his mouth stretched into an O shape wide enough to fit an egg, his brain completely shut down. He'd hosted countless events in his lifetime and witnessed more emergencies than the average person had eaten, but this scene was beyond his comprehension. Arthur de Rothschild, the king of the old order who always maintained his elegance and grace, now had his facial muscles twitching violently and uncontrollably. His azure eyes were no longer gentle and arrogant, but only the madness and bloodshot of someone driven to despair. Accept? If he accepts, starting tomorrow, the Metropolitan Museum's Wall of Fame will become the world's most popular photo op. Tourists from around the world will line up to view the Confession of Allegiance from the Global Wealth Parliament. It will detail: a certain congressman accepted bribes, a certain media mogul manipulated public opinion, and Arthur de Rothschild's personal admission of maliciously manipulating global oil prices to kill people. The Rothschild family's century-old reputation will become the world's biggest laughingstock overnight. Reject? Does he dare to refuse? He had just flaunted his status with money in the name of charity. Now, someone offered a huge sum of $500 million to donate to out-of-school children in Africa, but he refused because of a small condition? What will the media present write? What will people around the world think? He will be nailed to the pillar of shame of hypocrisy and incompetence, and will never be able to turn over. This is a perfect, unsolvable dead end. Lin Feng used $500 million to buy a knife, and then handed the handle to Arthur, forcing him to either stab himself to death or stab his entire class to death. Under the halo of Wind of Truth, the inner monologues of the surrounding guests have completely gotten out of control. It's over, it's over. Oh my god, I'm glad I stayed away from him and didn't say anything nonsense. Arthur is such an idiot, what kind of monster did he provoke? $500 million. Oh my god, did this Oriental guy move a money printing factory here? But these conditions are so damn good. I've been fed up with these pretentious old guys for a long time. Quick! Take a picture. All the cameras should be focused on Arthur's face. This is a Pulitzer Prize-worthy picture. The collapse of an old era. Lin Feng's ears were filled with these barrages of fear, gloating, and excitement, and the smile on his face became even more intense. He wanted to use this most barbaric and unreasonable way to tell these self-proclaimed civilized superiors that, in the face of absolute strength, all your rules and decency are nothing more than a piece of toilet paper that can be easily torn apart. This is blackmail. It's an insult. Arthur finally spoke, his voice hoarse and filled with the rage of a trapped beast. He tried to take the moral high ground and define Lin Feng's behavior as evil. However, his uncontrollable brain made him speak out his true thoughts in the next second. You devil. How could you come up with such a vicious plan? We're all finished now. My property. My status. These words were clearly transmitted to the entire audience through the microphone in front of him. The last fig leaf was torn off by his own hands. The whole audience was in an uproar. Puff. Some people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laugh, like a signal, instantly ignited the entire audience. Long-suppressed laughter and mocking voices rose and fell. Those once elegant and decent faces were now distorted by the suppressed laughter. The Hongmen banquet specially prepared for Lin Feng completely turned into a farce to judge Arthur and the Parliament of Wealth. That's enough. Arthur roared like a beast, his eyes bloodshot. His civilized exterior was completely ripped apart, revealing his most primitive ferocity. He suddenly kicked over the podium in front of him, pointed at Lin Feng, and shouted hysterically. Lin Feng. Do you think you've won? I'm telling you, the war has just begun. I will mobilize all the power of the parliament to launch comprehensive sanctions against you and your Fengshui group on a global scale. I will shatter your supply chain inch by inch. I will make all your partners betray you. I will make you die without a burial place. This angry threat not only failed to restore his dignity, but instead confirmed the conspiracy in his truth just now. Lin Feng looked at his helpless and furious appearance and just shook his head with pity. He didn't even bother to say another word. He just turned around and walked leisurely towards the door as the guests automatically parted ways, chased by a mad frenzy of flashing lights. He walked very slowly, and every step seemed to be stepping on the dignity of Arthur and the Council of Fortune. When he reached the door, he stopped and looked back at the messy venue and Arthur, who was roaring like a mad dog. The corners of his mouth curled up in a handsome arc, and he said something softly that was enough to make Arthur spit blood in anger. "By the way, remember to donate the $500 million for me. After all, I'm a philanthropist." After saying this, he disappeared into the night without looking back, leaving behind a chaotic and disheveled banquet hall that had become a laughingstock of the world. Half an hour later. A penthouse on Fifth Avenue. Lin Feng had just taken off his dress and threw it on the sofa. He poured himself a glass of whiskey, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the still dazzling New York night scene below. Tonight's farce is just the beginning. He didn't take Arthur's threat seriously. He knew it wasn't a threat, but a fact. A global commercial war was inevitable. However, there was no solemnity on his face, but instead it was full of anticipation. At this moment, the screen of his mobile phone on the table lit up, and it was an encrypted video call request. The caller ID showed a name as cold and pure as snow, Moron Yunxue. Lin Feng picked up the phone, and the beautiful face he had been longing for immediately appeared on the screen. Moron Yunxue was still dressed in a sharp professional suit, with the CEO's office at the Fengshui Group headquarters in the background. She still had that cold demeanor, but Lin Feng keenly noticed that deep within her autumn water eyes, a hint of unconcealable smile and pride was shimmering. "I saw the fireworks show in New York. It was spectacular." Moron Yunshue's voice came through the electric current, cold and with a hint of ridicule. "It's just a routine operation. I hope it doesn't scare you." Lin Feng smiled handsomely and shook the wineglass in his hand. "What do you think?" Moron Yunshue's lips curled up in a rare, touching arc. She didn't dwell on the issue any further, but changed the subject and got to the point. "When the fun started on your side, Arthur's revenge had actually already begun." "Oh?" Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Moron Yunshue's eyes, at this moment, became as sharp as a knife. At the same time as the New York dinner was taking place, more than a dozen large hedge funds affiliated with the Congress launched comprehensive sanctions and financial attacks on the supply chains and partners of Fengshui Group and all its allied companies, including the Zhao family, worldwide. They used the sanctions plan leaked in advance by Michael Chen to precisely strike at our weakest link, attempting to attack you from behind and save you from the enemy. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. However, Moron Yunshue's next words instantly turned the coldness in his eyes into overwhelming surprise and appreciation. But Moron Yunshue's tone revealed the powerful confidence of someone who had masterminded the situation. They thought they had received a sure kill script, but little did they know that we had tailor-made it for them. Rather than passively accepting the attack, we took advantage of their strategy, united with the Zhao family and all our domestic allies, and used their self-righteous precision strikes to create a beautiful short-selling trap. Just now, we've joined forces with the external capital they used to launch their attack and taken a huge bite out of them. Preliminary estimates put it at least $30 billion. $30 billion. There was a huge wave in Lin Feng's heart. He could imagine how wonderful Arthur's face would be when he was humiliated by him at a dinner party in New York and was about to launch global sanctions in retaliation, but received the news that his hometown had been robbed and suffered heavy losses. Looking at the video, at the beautiful woman who had done something earth-shattering but remained calm and composed, Lin Feng's heart was completely filled with an emotion called pride and love. He suddenly felt that all his previous face-slapping and showing off of wealth seemed a bit trivial. This is the true fairy couple. You charge at the front line, and I am in the rear, overthrowing the enemy's granary. Lin Feng stared at Moron Yunxue on the screen and suddenly laughed softly. In that smile, there was unprecedented satisfaction and tenderness. You are worthy of being my queen. His voice was low and magnetic, full of doting. I'll leave the house to you, so I can be at ease here and kill as much as I want. Moron Yunxue looked at him without saying a word, but her cold eyes were already shining with stars, which were better than thousands of words. The two smiled at each other across the vast Pacific Ocean. The tacit understanding is implied. Their war has just begun. Chapter 109, First Blood, Wall Street's Nightmare. In New York, the late night on Wall Street is the day of greed. The glass walls of countless skyscrapers still reflect dense candlestick charts and jumping numbers. At the top of the food chain in this steel jungle, sleep is a luxury. Fifth Avenue, penthouse. This place had been transformed by Zero into a makeshift operations room, yet one even more advanced than the Pentagon's command center. Dozens of giant virtual screens hovered in the air, refreshing massive amounts of data from major global financial markets in real time. Lin Feng sat leisurely in the middle of the sofa, fiddling with a metal lighter that made a crisp click sound. Before him stood a man with bloodshot eyes, yet a terrifying glint flashed within him. Michael Chen. Boss, the plan has been made. Michael's voice was hoarse, yet it revealed the extreme excitement of revenge. He pointed to the main screen, which prominently displayed a person's photo and information. It was Gibson, the state legislator who complained to his lover at a charity dinner that the hush money was too little. Senator Gibson, a mid-level member of the Wealth Council, is responsible for managing a multi-billion-dollar hedge fund for the council called Glory Capital. This fund is him, and it is also one of the countless black income money bags of the parliament. Our target is it. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but just made a gesture of, please continue. There was a flash of fanaticism in Michael's eyes, as if he had returned to the era of the all-powerful Wolf of Wall Street 7 years ago. Glory Capital's core strategy is to leverage insider information provided by the parliament to conduct ultra-high leverage, high-frequency trading in the global foreign exchange and index futures markets. Their advantage lies in information asymmetry and speed. Their servers are located right next to the exchanges, ensuring transaction latency as low as nanoseconds. And our sniper plan is a textbook backstab. Michael took a deep breath, and his tone became cold and deadly. Just half an hour ago, Zero had already quietly breached their firewall, worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and implanted a barely visible delay instruction into the underlying logic of their core trading system. This instruction will not crash their systems, nor will it be detected by any antivirus software. It will only cause their trading instructions to be delayed by 0.01 seconds compared to the actual market data at a specific point in time. Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. 0.01 seconds? Yes, boss. Michael smiled cruelly. To ordinary people, 0.01 seconds is just a blink of an eye. But in the world of high-frequency trading with 100x leverage, a delay of 0.01 seconds can mean the difference between life and death. It's like, while the whole world is exchanging information at the speed of light, Glory Capital has been thrown back to the stone age of dial-up internet. Every quote they see is outdated. Every order they issue is fatal. We don't even need to actively attack. We just need to invest money in the market at that moment to create a tiny price fluctuation. Their system will automatically make the wrong judgment due to that 0.01 second delay, and will frantically chase the rise and fall of the market until every last penny is lost. After hearing this artistic murder plan, Lin Feng closed the lighter with a satisfied click. It's a perfect plan. He stood up. All that's left is to choose the perfect time for the execution. Zero. He shouted into the air. I'm here. The girl's clear electronic voice rang out. Have you found the key time point for global market linkage? Locked in, boss. A screen instantly switched, displaying a global time zone map. In 37 minutes, the European market will be closing, while the American market will be entering its peak trading period. By then, over 60% of global hot money will converge on the New York Foreign Exchange and futures markets, and trading volume will reach its peak. That will be the moment when the market is most chaotic and our scalpel will be most vulnerable. Lin Feng nodded, his eyes sweeping over Michael and his makeshift trading team, who were already on high alert. Those top traders, who had been recruited from underground casinos by Michael and had rebellious eyes, now looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of awe. Get ready. Lin Feng only said 3 words, and the atmosphere in the entire operations room instantly became extremely tense. Time passes by minute by minute. The only sounds in the air were the clacking of keyboards and the low hum of servers. When there was only 1 minute left in the countdown, Lin Feng walked to the main console in person. He didn't look at the complicated data, but just looked at the clock on the wall calmly. 10, 9, 8. Michael's voice was trembling, not because of fear, but because of excitement. When the second hand coincides with the minute hand and hour hand, pointing to the predetermined moment of death. Lin Feng's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed the red virtual button, his voice as cold as the sentence of death. Get started. The moment the order was given, The hundreds of billions of funds that had been prepared long ago, like a prehistoric beast that had broken free from its shackles, turned into an invisible but extremely precise scalpel through hundreds of anonymous accounts around the world, and instantly cut into the huge market. The target is directly aimed at the Euro-USD currency pair in which Glory Capital has a heavy position. Almost at the same time, on the other side of the world, in the trading center of Glory Capital, the fund manager was leisurely drinking coffee and looking at the normal profit curve on the screen. Sudden. The data on the screen began to jump wildly in an incredible way. Their automatic trading system, as if gone crazy, began to execute a series of completely opposite and fatal operations. Buy like crazy at highs and sell like crazy at lows. What's going on? The system is crazy? Stop it. The fund manager dropped his coffee cup on the ground and screamed. However, it was too late. The tiny implanted delay of only 0.01 seconds, magnified by 100-fold leverage and hundreds of billions of funds, caused disastrous consequences. The system is completely unable to keep up with the real changes in the market. It is chasing a phantom that has already passed, and hundreds of millions of dollars are evaporating every second. The alarm sounded throughout the entire trading center. The red numbers representing losses poured down like a waterfall. 1 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. Just 30 seconds. In just 30 seconds, the net value of this giant fund that manages tens of billions of dollars has fallen below the warning line. Margin call. We received a forced liquidation notice from the exchange, a trader shouted in despair. The liquidation program was triggered instantly. In order to make up for the huge losses, the system began to sell off all its assets regardless of cost. Stocks, bonds, futures, everything was cleared in an instant. The whole process, from heaven to hell, took only 1 minute. Inside Lin Feng's operations room. When the stock code representing Glory Capital on the main screen turned into the shocking 99.99% and finally froze in gray, the entire room fell into silence. It's over. Michael Chen looked at the gray code, and all his strength seemed to be drained away. He leaned back in his chair, trembling, and 2 lines of hot tears silently slid down his cheeks. 7 years of humiliation, 7 years of resentment, 7 years of living in hell. At this moment, with the enemy reduced to ashes, he finally got his first release. Lin Feng patted his shoulder, said nothing, turned around and walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, and poured himself another glass of whiskey. Outside the window, the morning light is breaking. A new day is about to begin in New York. And this day is destined to become a nightmare for countless Wall Street elites. 6 o'clock in the morning. Almost all Wall Street financial practitioners' phones received a series of urgent special push notification sounds at the same time. It was an urgent news bulletin from the Wall Street Journal, with the headline in bold, blood-red font. Breaking news! Wall Street giant Glory Capital declared bankruptcy overnight due to unexplained technical failures and fatal investment errors. This piece of news was like a nuclear bomb exploding in the financial circle, instantly causing a huge wave. This is the first time since the establishment of the Global Wealth Parliament that a core member has fallen so quickly and in such a shameful way. This is first blood. It was also Lin Feng who gave a bloody declaration of war to the entire Wall Street. Chapter 110 Declaration of War from the Emperor. Early in the morning in New York, I was awakened by a loud thunder. This thunder did not come from the sky, but from the mobile phone screens of every financial practitioner on Wall Street. The blood-red emergency push from the Wall Street Journal was like a death sentence, announcing the sudden death of Glory Capital. Overnight, a giant fund that managed tens of billions of dollars and had the support of Congress disappeared? FCK. This is impossible. I was drinking with their traders yesterday. Unexplained technical failure? Fatal investment error? This PR is so badly written. This is clearly a dead giveaway. Who did it? Who has the ability to take out the Parliament's purse overnight? The entirety of Wall Street, from traders to analysts to partners at major institutions, was plunged into an unprecedented panic and shock. They frantically made phone calls and exchanged information, trying to identify the invisible, vicious manipulator from this chaotic fog. Everyone smelled a strong smell of blood. The storm is coming. The real center of this storm is not on the bustling Wall Street, but in a private club in New York that is not open to the public and is heavily guarded. This is one of the secret bases of the Global Wealth Parliament in New York. The atmosphere in the vast circular conference room was almost frozen with oppression. The dozen or so core members of the parliament, whose stomping of their feet could normally shake a nation's economy, now had expressions that were each uglier than the last. Senator Gibson, the high-spirited congressman at the dinner, now slumped in his chair, his face ashen and his eyes hollow. Overnight, he had gone from a respectable congressman to a sinner burdened with astronomical losses. Everything was over for him. $17 billion US. A full $17 billion US. Just gone? An oil tycoon from Texas growled in a trembling voice. He also invested a huge amount of personal assets in this fund. Gibson, didn't you say it was foolproof? Didn't you say your system was the best in the world? Another member asked angrily. However, Gibson just muttered to himself, "It's the devil. It's the devil's doing. Our system didn't react at all, it's like a puppet being manipulated by strings." That's enough. Arthur de Rothschild's cold voice interrupted this meaningless quarrel. He was still wearing a well-tailored suit and sitting upright, but his handsome face no longer had the calmness and elegance of the past. There were faint dark circles under his eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot. Last night's charity dinner made him a laughingstock around the world. This morning's news was like the loudest slap in the face of him and the entire parliament. This is not just a matter of money, this is a provocation. It is a declaration of war. It was that Oriental man who told them in the most direct and brutal way, "Your rules do not apply to me." At this moment, Arthur's personal assistant, a blonde, blue-eyed, capable woman, walked in quickly with a pale face. She leaned over to Arthur's ear and said in a voice that was almost whispered, but with uncontrollable fear, "Sir, we have received the last encrypted message from Mr. Robert, the chief fund manager of Glory Capital, before he committed suicide." Arthur's pupils shrank suddenly. "What's the content of the message?" The assistant's body trembled slightly, and she uttered a word with difficulty. "Devil." Just one word. When this word came out of the assistant's mouth and coincided with the words Gibson had just muttered, a chill instantly ran down Arthur's back. He finally understood. He understood it completely. From the very beginning, he completely underestimated Lin Feng. He thought the other party was just a lucky upstart, a reckless man who only knew how to show off his wealth. So he laid a civilized trap, hoping to humiliate him in social circles and strangle him in the rules of business. But he was wrong. The other party simply disdains to play chess on the chessboard he drew. The opponent chose to directly overturn the chessboard, and then use the most primitive violence to press all the chess players to the ground. This is a true madman who doesn't follow any rules. A fierce dragon with devilish power. Immediately activate the highest level of defense. Arthur's voice was hoarse, but it carried an unquestionable determination. Freeze all accounts related to the Snowstorm Group. Notify all media outlets under our control. At all costs, give it to me. He hasn't finished speaking yet. In the center of the conference room, the wall-sized ultra-high-definition screen that usually displays global economic trends suddenly sizzled and all the charts and data disappeared instantly, turning into darkness. What's going on? Who tampered with the main control system? All the giants present stood up in shock, and an ominous premonition hung over everyone's heart. Next second, the pitch-black screen slowly lights up. What appeared was not any interface they were familiar with. It's a picture, overlooking the entire New York night scene. That perspective was taken from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the top duplex apartment on Fifth Avenue. The camera slowly pulls back. A tall man in a black silk robe was lazily sitting on a throne-like sofa, with the sprawling, brilliantly lit New York City at his feet. It's Lin Feng. Behind him, like the most loyal knights, 3 people stood quietly. One is Su Mei, who has an enchanting figure, a cold temperament, but is breathtakingly beautiful. One is Michael Chen, the former Wolf of Wall Street, whose eyes are burning with the flames of revenge, as if he has returned from hell. The other one is a virtual girl image called Zero, whose face cannot be seen and whose whole body is shrouded in the light and shadow of data streams. This scene, like a scene from a myth, with a suffocating sense of oppression, hit the eyes of every member of parliament present through the screen. Their secret base was invaded. Their highest authority has been taken away. They are like a group of mice locked in a cage, being watched with great interest by their owners outside the cage. At the same time, the heart of New York, Times Square. This place, known as the crossroads of the world, is at its busiest hour, with tourists from all over the world and New Yorkers on the go surrounded by dozens of gigantic advertising screens. The red of Coca-Cola, the blue of Samsung, the white of Apple, the colorful commercial advertisements are staging a never-ending feast of capital here. Sudden. Without any warning, all screens, regardless of size or brand, went black at the same time. What's up? Hey! Where's my commercial? I spent $1 million a minute on it. There were exclamations and commotions in the crowd. Before they could react, all the black screens, including the most eye-catching giant NASDAQ screen that was 7 stories high, slowly lit up at the same time. The same picture appears. It was a picture of Lin Feng sitting on the throne, overlooking New York. At that moment, the entire Times Square fell into an eerie silence. Thousands of people stopped and looked up at the godlike Oriental man who appeared on all the screens. On the screen, Lin Feng moved. He slowly picked up a glass of red wine on the table beside him, and smiled a cool and domineering smile at the camera, the group of pale parliament members in the club, the thousands of people in Times Square, and the whole world. His lips parted slightly, and his voice was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the network spread all over the world. The game has just begun. I, Lin Feng, in the name of the Fengshui Group, officially declare war on the Global Wealth Council. He gently swirled the red liquid in the cup, as if it was not wine but the blood of his enemy. Those deep eyes, through the lens, with a hint of teasing and absolute coldness, seemed to penetrate time and space, looking directly into Arthur's eyes. Or, surrender. Or. He paused, and the corners of his mouth curved into a hint of cruelty. Disappear. As he finished speaking, he raised his glass, saluted the camera and the whole world, and then drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. The next second, all the screens fell into darkness again. It was as if everything that happened just now was just an illusion. But in Times Square, those thousands of shocked, stunned, and fanatical gazes, and those uncontrollable gasps, all proved how real everything that had just happened was. Inside the club meeting room. When the screen went out, Arthur de Rothschild's body could no longer maintain an upright sitting posture. He leaned back suddenly and hit the back of the chair with a dull thud. The blood drained from his face, leaving only a dead gray. That domineering declaration of war from the East, sent through the world's most expensive billboard, was like the sharpest sword, completely cutting off the last disguise of the old order. The war officially came to the forefront from the shadows. A global financial crisis is inevitable. Chapter 111: The Wrath of the Council. Silence. There was deathly silence in the club's meeting room. When the face on all the screens in Times Square disappeared and the colorful advertisements returned, the air in this secret room seemed to be sucked dry. The declaration of surrender or disappear still echoed in the ears of every member of the parliament like the most vicious curse, eroding their last bit of sanity. Bang! A crisp cracking sound was heard. Arthur de Rothschild smashed a priceless antique crystal glass in his hand to the ground. He didn't roar or roar. He just stood up slowly, and a strange, almost morbid calmness appeared on his face, which was extremely distorted by anger and humiliation. He was completely defeated. The dignity of his century-old family was trampled into the mud by a barbarian in his eyes in the most brutal and public way. Very good. Arthur's voice was hoarse, but with a chilling coldness. He likes to play, doesn't he? He looked around at the terrified faces in the conference room, his eyes as if he was looking at a group of dead people. Pass on my orders. His voice was not loud, but it seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. First, notify all members of the Bankers Alliance immediately. Freeze all overseas accounts of Fengshui Group, Lin Feng personally, and all companies and individuals associated with them. I don't want to see a single cent of their money flowing overseas in 10 minutes. Second, launch Project Hermes. I want all mainstream media outlets around the world to publish our long-prepared in-depth investigative reports within the same hour. Unidentified technology sources, security risks, founder's chaotic private life, throw every smear you can think of on him. I want him and his company to become a pariah in the eyes of global public opinion. Third, notify our lobbyists in Washington, London, and Brussels. Have them tell those politicians how terrifying it is to have an uncontrolled Eastern giant that controls the technology of the future. In the name of antitrust and national security, launch the most stringent investigation into the Snowstorm Group. I will prevent their company from operating for even a single day. With every order Arthur gave, the faces of the giants present turned paler. This is no longer a business competition. This was a nation-destroying strangulation launched against one person and one company, using the full force of a century-old Chable alliance. However, Arthur's madness has just begun. He walked to the center of the conference room, swept his scarlet eyes over everyone, and spoke his most fatal blow. Finally, contact the heads of all the old energy groups for me, from ExxonMobil to BP, and tell them that the man who was going to overthrow us has arrived. Arthur's mouth curled up in a cruel arc. We will establish the Energy Guardian Alliance to block all new technologies that could disrupt the existing energy landscape. Anyone who dares to cooperate with him will become our enemy. Doesn't he want to start a new era? Then I'll just turn off his power. Thunderous fury. Under the command of this thoroughly enraged king, the entire order of the old world began to run like a rusty and huge war machine. Fifth Avenue, penthouse. In stark contrast to the hysteria and madness in the parliament, it was eerily quiet here. Lin Feng was still sitting on the throne, sipping red wine leisurely, as if the declaration of war that shocked the world just now was just a casual post on WeChat Moments. Sumei and Michael Chen stood in front of the huge virtual light screen, their expressions more solemn than ever before. The crisp electronic sound of Zero was reporting pieces of information like death warrants in a tone without any emotion. Boss, we've detected that 312 international banks worldwide have simultaneously frozen all of Fengshui Group's and your personal overseas accounts 3 minutes ago, totaling $130 billion. According to reports, 1,800 mainstream media outlets around the world, including Reuters, the Associated Press, and the BBC, have simultaneously published negative reports targeting the Fengshui Group, and online public opinion is rapidly deteriorating. According to the report, the United States, the United Kingdom, and the European Parliament have issued a joint statement, launching an indefinite investigation into all of Fengshui Group's overseas operations on the grounds of endangering national security. One after another. Each one of them is enough to cause any multinational group to collapse instantly. The trinity of blows from finance, public opinion, and politics is like 3 huge mountains falling from the sky, making it hard to breathe. Michael Chen's forehead was already covered in beads of sweat. He stared at the fatal messages, his voice dry, crazy. Arthur has gone completely mad. This is a mutually assured destruction strategy. He's deployed every trump card the council has accumulated over the past century. Sumei's face was also as pale as paper. As the actual operator of Fengshui Group, she knew better than anyone what this meant. This meant that Fengshui Group's overseas expansion was completely cut off. All overseas assets were instantly reduced to zero. The brand's reputation was destroyed. However, at this moment, the voice of Zero sounded again, bringing the most fatal blow. Final urgent report: the Energy Guardian Alliance, composed of all the world's legacy energy giants, has been established. Its sole purpose, to jointly blockade and combat all new energy technologies and maintain the existing petrodollar system. Boom! This piece of news was like a heavy hammer, hitting Sumei and Michael's hearts hard. If the previous attack was just to cripple the Fengshui Group, then this news is intended to completely kill the future of Fengshui Group. Cutting off the fuel from under the cauldron. What a ruthless move. For the first time, a hint of helplessness appeared in Sumei's voice. They are trying to completely block all possibilities of us using new energy technology to change the situation. She took a deep breath, turned around, looked at the still calm Lin Feng, and said in an extremely serious tone, "Lin Feng, the situation is worse than we imagined. This is not a simple commercial war, this is the old order's full-scale strangulation of the new challenger. Now, we must temporarily avoid the edge, return home immediately, and make long-term plans." Michael nodded emphatically. "Boss, Mr. Su is right. As long as there's green mountains, there's no need to worry about running out of firewood. We can't confront them head-on here. This is their home turf, and we can't afford to waste time." The air seemed to be still at this moment. Sumei and Michael both looked at Lin Feng with extremely nervous eyes, waiting for his decision. Lin Feng slowly put down the wine glass in his hand, stood up, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at the city beneath his feet, which was known as the center of the world, and the neon lights that were still flashing, without a trace of tension or solemnity on his face. He suddenly laughed. It was a cool, playful, and endlessly confident smile. He turned his head, looked at the nervous expressions of his 2 most capable subordinates, and spoke slowly. "Avoid its sharp edge?" There was a hint of lazy teasing in his voice. "They've already built the stage for us, the gongs and drums are beating loudly, and audiences from all over the world have bought tickets and are waiting." Lin Feng stretched out his finger and gently tapped the glass window, as if tapping Arthur's forehead. The cool curve at the corner of his mouth became more and more prominent. "If I, the protagonist, run away at this moment, wouldn't that be a shame for the tickets they sold?" Chapter 112, Two-Line Battlefield, Fire in the Backyard. It's late at night. The neon lights of New York occasionally flashed across Moron Yunshue's eyes through the transatlantic video signal, but the prosperity now made her feel a sharp sense of alienation. Lin Feng is still on the other side of the ocean, engaged in a thrilling game with the behemoth called Parliament. And a raging fire had already started in his backyard. Sister Shui, these bastards are so inhumane. They're just so close to my face. Qin Gang, the operations genius who was promoted by Lin Feng, now had bloodshot eyes as he pointed at the data graph on the screen and growled hoarsely. On the screen, the stock prices of several traditional industries under the Morong family were plummeting, so green that it was frightening. Tianhui Group, Jiming Industrial, Sihai Logistics, these companies, normally nothing to do with each other, are now like one, slashing prices by 30%. It's clear they're trying to bully us to death. The public opinion is even worse. They say our Morong family's products use inferior ingredients and fabricate a bunch of so-called internal employee revelations. All these negative articles are going viral online. Now, our PR department's phone is flooded with calls. A bunch of self-media outlets have sniffed the air and pounced on us, like hyenas, waiting to devour our corpses. This is not just a business war, it is a long-planned encirclement and suppression. The enemy chose an extremely tricky time, just when Lin Feng was tied up by things in New York and couldn't go back to help. Their attack was even more multifaceted and deadly. Online smear campaigns and offline price wars were a two-pronged approach, each aimed at the lifeblood of the Morong family. Morong Yunxue sat in the president's chair, watching everything in front of her with a calm expression. The office was filled with the bitter aroma of coffee, and 3 or 4 empty paper cups were piled on the corner of the desk. She hadn't slept for over 48 hours. What are you panicking about? Her voice was soft, but like a stream of clear spring water, it instantly suppressed Qin Gang's anxious anger. It's just a price war. They're burning money, so we'll burn it with them. Notice to all Morong family-related businesses to follow suit and lower their prices by another 5 percentage points. But Sister Shui, this will cause us to suffer too much loss. This is like injuring 800 enemies and hurting 1,200 of our own. Qin Gang was anxious. As for public opinion, tell the PR department to stop trying to stop it. They can't. Morong Yunxue ignored his exclamation and continued calmly making arrangements. Contact the authoritative quality inspection agencies we've been working with and have them conduct a 24-hour live broadcast to conduct thorough public inspections of our production lines and finished products. The truth is the best tool to dispel rumors. She paused, picked up another cup of half-cold coffee, and took a sip. They thought that if they destroyed the Morong family, the Fengshui group would be severely damaged and Lin Feng would lose his composure. They were overly simplistic in their thinking. We must not only win this war, but also win it beautifully. I want everyone to see that even if Lin Feng is not here, not just any random person can run wild in the place he guards. The girl's tone was calm, but in her cold eyes, there was a burning fire that had never been seen before. Qin Gang looked at Morong Yunxue at this moment and felt that the person in front of him was no longer the arrogant and icy president, but a queen who was about to put on armor and go into battle to protect her city. He nodded heavily, turned and left, his back showing a rekindled determination. However, the fierce fighting in the business world eventually affected the people who should least be affected. Morong Group, Board of Directors. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed frozen. Both sides of the long conference table were filled with core members of the Morong family and shareholder directors of the group. Old man Morong Bo sat in the main seat, his face ashen, and he said nothing. Yunxue, look at this. Look at the current share price of the group. It's almost hitting the limit. This is the result of you and that Lin Feng. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle, Morong Hai, Morong Bo's distant cousin, was excitedly slamming the table. I told you from the beginning that Lin Feng is a jinx. It's fine if he makes enemies everywhere, but why would he drag our entire Morong family down with him? That's right. Our Morong family has stood in Yunqing for 100 years, relying on steady and cautious progress. When have we ever engaged in such radical expansion? Now, we've brought disaster upon ourselves. Another director also echoed sarcastically. Now everyone outside is saying that our Morong family has become a vassal of the Fengshui group and has become Lin Feng's money bag. You are almost bringing shame to our Morong family. Each accusation, like a sharp arrow, shot densely at Morong Yunxue, who was sitting next to Morong Bo. Some of these people were family elders who had long been dissatisfied with Morong Yunxue's takeover of power, while others were fence-sitters who had been bribed by their opponents with benefits. At this moment, they formed a united front, trying to bring Morong Yunxue down in this crisis. Has that been enough? Morong Yunxue spoke slowly, her voice was not loud, but it made the entire conference room quiet down instantly. She stood up and looked around at the faces that were either excited, gloating, or indifferent. First, Fengshui Group and Morong Group are equal business partners. There's no question of one being subordinate to the other. Who among you hasn't shared in the profits brought in by Fengshui Group? You were all beaming when you received the money, but now that something's gone wrong, you're throwing all the dirt on me. Is this your responsibility as a director? Secondly, this crisis is a precise attack by foreign capital against Chinese businesses, and the Morong family is just one of the targets. At a time like this, we should unite and overcome this hardship together. Yet, you are stirring up internal strife and division. Do you intend to push the Morong family into the abyss with your own hands? I tell you, as long as I, Morong Yunxue, am here, the Morong family will never fall. We will definitely win this battle. Her voice was so powerful and resounding that it left the loudest shouting directors speechless for a moment. Morong Bo looked at his granddaughter, who remained calm in the face of danger and showed the demeanor of a great general, and a hint of relief appeared in his eyes. However, Morong Hai jumped up suddenly like a cat whose tail was stepped on. That sounds good. You're sure to win? How can you win? Are you going to use all our money to fill the hole of your wild man? I'm telling you, Morong Yunxue, at today's board meeting, we're going to force you to step down. Either you immediately cut ties with that Lin Feng and publicly announce that the Morong family is withdrawing from all cooperation with Fengshui Group. Or, you resign as president. You. Morong Bo slammed the table, stood up suddenly, and pointed at Morong Hai angrily. You bastard. What did you say? Morong Hai, intimidated by the old man's prestige, shrank back, but when he thought of the benefits his opponent had promised him, he bravely retorted, Uncle. What I'm saying is all for the good of the Morong family. You can't just watch our ancestral legacy go to waste just because you favor your granddaughter. She's a girl, and she'll get married sooner or later. When that happens, won't this huge family fortune be handed over to someone from another family? You. Puff. Morong Bo was so angry that he was shaking all over. He pointed at Morong Hai and couldn't breathe. He felt a sweetness in his throat and suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. He fell straight back. Grandfather. Old man. The conference room suddenly became chaotic. Morong Yunshue's face turned pale. She rushed over to support the fallen Morong Bo. Her shrill screams cut through the entire floor. Call an ambulance. Quick. Late at night, pale lights were on in the hospital corridors. The red light in the emergency room finally went out. The patient's anger caused a sharp rise in blood pressure, which triggered a cerebral vasospasm. Fortunately, he was rushed to the hospital in time and is not in immediate danger of death. However, his physical condition is very grim and he must not be subjected to any further stimulation. The doctor's words were like a huge rock, weighing heavily on Morong Yunshue's heart. She looked through the glass window at her grandfather lying on the hospital bed with an oxygen mask on and a pale face, her heart filled with endless regret and self-blame. It's her who is useless. She failed to protect her family. She sat on the bench in the corridor for a long time until the phone in her pocket vibrated. The familiar name was jumping on the screen. She took a deep breath and rubbed her cold, stiff cheeks vigorously with her hands, trying to make her voice sound less tired. The call was connected. Hello, why are you still awake so late? Lin Feng's smiling voice came from the receiver, as warm as ever. Morong Yunxue felt a lump in her throat and tears almost came out. She forced herself to suppress the bitterness and used all her strength to produce a tone that sounded relatively relaxed. Just finished and getting ready for bed. How about you? Is everything going well? It's okay, just a few annoying flies. They won't be around for a few days. Lin Feng's voice was full of confidence. How about home? Is everything okay? I heard from Qin Gang that the group's business seems to be a bit fluctuating recently. Morong Yunshue's heart suddenly tightened. She turned her head, glanced at her grandfather in the ward, and then looked at the deep night outside the window. She couldn't let him get distracted. He was facing a battlefield 100 times more dangerous than the one she was facing. She couldn't become his weak spot. It's okay, just some normal business friction, it's all resolved. Morong Yunxue leaned against the cold wall, looking at the ceiling, her voice soft but firm. Everything is fine at home. Just focus on dealing with the hungry wolves outside. That's good. Lin Feng seemed relieved. Wait for me to come back. After hanging up the phone, Morong Yunxue could no longer hold on. She slowly squatted down and buried her head in her knees. The shoulders were shaking silently. She didn't know that the smile on Lin Feng's face disappeared without a trace the moment he hung up the phone. He listened quietly to the busy tone coming from the receiver. The extremely subtle, almost imperceptible cry during the call just now was like the sharpest needle, piercing his heart. She was lying to him. An indescribable anger and murderous intent grew wildly from the deepest part of his heart. Chapter 113 Weekly Lottery, The Key to Subverting the Times. The moment the phone was hung up, the gentleness on Lin Feng's face disappeared. The cold wind from New York late at night squeezed in through the gaps in the floor-to-ceiling windows, but it was far less chill than the chill that was surging in his heart. He didn't call back. Because he knew that no matter how much he asked, he would get nothing out of it. Morong Yunxue, that fool, always wanted to shoulder everything on her own. The barely perceptible tremor in her voice and the feigned casualness of her tone during the call just now were like invisible thorns that pierced Lin Feng's heart. Something happened. Something must have happened at home. And it's a huge deal. The woman who could make her so proud had to rely on disguise to hide her fatigue and grievance in front of him. The seriousness of the matter can be imagined. Lin Feng walked to the huge French window and looked down at the city below, known as the capital of the world. Countless lights merged into rivers of light, dazzling, yet cold. His thoughts raced, connecting all the clues. Parliament. This secret alliance of global energy giants, financial tycoons, and top arms dealers launched a full-scale offensive against him in New York, using media smears, business attacks, and legal action. Every possible means were used. And now, war has also broken out at home. This is no coincidence. This is a long-planned, three-dimensional strangulation across the ocean. Those old foxes in the parliament knew Lin Feng's weakness very well. While they held him back on the front battlefield, making him unable to split his attention, they also did not hesitate to cut off his retreat and kill the Morong family, his most cherished base. What a good strategy, surround the point and attack the reinforcements. What a good strategy, attack the enemy and then rescue them. What do they want with him? Burned to the bone? Lost his composure? And then fled back to China in disgrace, watching helplessly as the business empire he had built crumbled under their combined stranglehold? Behind his back, where no one could see, Lin Feng's fists were clenched until the knuckles turned white. A violent rage, mixed with heartache for Morong Yunxue, raced wildly in his chest, almost burning his sanity. He knew that conventional counterattacks were no longer meaningful. Engage in a price war with them? No matter how strong Fengxue Group's cash flow is, it cannot withstand the reckless consumption of a global interest group. Fighting a propaganda war with them? Over 70% of the world's mainstream media, whose mouthpieces are controlled by parliament, can easily turn white into black and portray heroes as villains. Fighting a legal battle with them? The world's top legal teams are working for them. They themselves, to some extent, define the rules. In the face of such a dragnet woven by power and capital, any local struggle seems so pale and powerless. If you want to break the deadlock, you can't be a pawn on their chessboard. The only way is to turn the table over. Use a force that they cannot understand, cannot contend with, and cannot stop to smash the entire chessboard that they are proud of. Lin Feng closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, all the anxiety and anger in them had faded, leaving only a calmness that was almost cruel. He raised his hand, and light flowed in the void. A roulette interface full of technology and fantasy beauty that only he could see slowly emerged. God-level lottery system. Weekly lucky draw refreshed. Looking at the glittering start draw button in the center of the roulette wheel, a cold arc appeared on the corner of Lin Feng's mouth. This is his biggest trump card. It is also his only chance of survival. All in is a kind of wisdom, especially when the cards are bad. Lin Feng whispered to himself. This naughty remark, which he heard from somewhere, was extremely appropriate at the moment. He didn't press the button immediately. Rather, he was like a devout believer making his most important wish, or like a desperate gambler risking his entire fortune in life. He spoke to the roulette wheel in the void, word by word, his voice not loud but filled with an unquestionable determination. System. Don't try to fool me with those empty promises. Billions in cash, luxury yachts, they can't solve my current problems. I need a key now. A key that can open the door to a new world. A key that can trample all the rules of the old era underfoot and completely subvert the existing order. Give me a trump card that can overturn the entire table. As he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his finger and pressed hard on the start lottery button. Buzz. The entire roulette will suddenly burst into a dazzling light, and the pointer spun wildly at an unprecedented speed. Countless prizes flashed by under the pointer. 50 billion in cash. God-level piano skills. A private island in the Pacific with a full set of luxurious castles. Basic theoretical drawings of controlled nuclear fusion. Disease-proof pill 3. Any prize would normally make Lin Feng ecstatic. But at this moment, his eyes were fixed on the roulette wheel, his heart pounding. Not enough. This is not enough. These things may make him a richer tycoon, a more talented artist, or even a strategist who masters the prototypes of future technology. But this is just strengthening his chess pieces. What he wants is to change the rules. Give me the key to overturning the times. As if sensing the roar from the deepest part of his heart, the light on the madly spinning roulette wheel suddenly changed. The speed of the pointer began to slow down slowly, and the grids on the roulette wheel that were originally shining and colorful began to fade and become dim. At the same time, at the top of the roulette wheel, in the special grid at the 12 o'clock position that was originally empty, a ball of light was converging, compressing, and sublimating at an astonishing speed. From the original white, to blue, to the noble purple. Finally, when the pointer was about to pass the 12 o'clock position slowly, as if carrying the weight of the whole world, the ball of light suddenly burst out. Boom! It was a brilliant golden light that could not be described in words. Brighter than the sun, purer than gold. The entire luxurious presidential suite was instantly submerged in this golden ocean, and all the furnishings lost their color under this sacred light. Lin Feng even narrowed his eyes subconsciously. At this moment, the pointer stopped steadily on the golden grid. Time seems to have stood still. The next second, a cold and majestic system prompt sound, with a hint of unprecedented mechanical excitement, exploded in his mind like an oracle from the sky. Byte. Congratulations to the host for triggering the ultra-low probability epic lottery. Congratulations to the host for winning the epic black technology blueprint, complete preparation process for room temperature superconducting materials. The golden light dissipated, and a translucent drawing that seemed to be made up of countless starlight points was quietly floating in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's breathing completely stopped at this moment. He slowly stretched out his hand and lightly touched the drawing with his fingertips. A huge amount of information, like a torrent spanning time and space, instantly poured into his brain. Material ratios, preparation processes, molecular structure diagrams, quantum locking effect models, countless extremely complex yet extremely clear pieces of knowledge were deeply imprinted in his mind. Item: complete preparation process for room temperature superconducting materials. Level: epic black technology. Effect: a revolutionary material that achieves zero electrical resistance at room temperature and pressure. The advent of this material will revolutionize all fields that rely on electricity, including energy transmission, transportation, information computing, medical imaging, and cutting-edge scientific research. Lin Feng stared blankly at the drawing floating in front of him, his brain buzzing from processing the huge flow of information. He knew what it was. The holy grail of physics. The ultimate material humans have dreamed of for over a century. What does it mean once it is achieved? This means there will be no more power transmission losses. Currently, the amount of electricity lost worldwide due to resistance is enough to make the entire African continent as bright as day at night. With this, these losses will be completely reduced to zero. This means that maglev trains will no longer require large and expensive cryogenic refrigeration systems, reducing costs to the same level as ordinary high-speed trains, or even lower. A ground transportation network with speeds of thousands of kilometers per hour will cover the entire world. This means that computer chips will no longer have heating issues, and computing speeds can be increased thousands of times. True artificial intelligence and handheld supercomputers will become a reality. Those old guys in the parliament, the foundation on which they rely for survival, the hegemony of traditional fossil energy such as oil and natural gas, will become worthless overnight. When the cost of transmitting and using electricity approaches zero, who needs those dirty, inefficient, and old energy sources that they hold tightly in their hands? Lin Feng slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a heart-pounding, astonishing light burst out from them, a mixture of ecstasy and murderous intent. Key? No. Looking at the blueprint in his hand that could rewrite the course of human civilization, Lin Feng smiled. This is not the key to a new era. This is the nuclear weapon that judges the old times. Arthur? Parliament? Aren't you determined to protect your rotten energy order at all costs? Very good. Then I will personally bury this old era, along with you, completely. Chapter 114, The Gamble of the Century, Making Money Out of Nothing. Lin Feng's plan was like a torpedo thrown into the deep sea, silent and yet already locked on its course. He did not choose to stand in the spotlight and, like a savior, make public the gift of room temperature superconductivity that could overturn the times. Because he knew very well that in the face of absolute interests, the so-called human welfare is nothing but an empty slogan. Directly releasing the technology would only make him a target of global criticism. Parliament would stop at nothing to eliminate him, while other countries and forces would do everything they could to seize the technology for themselves. What he needs is not false fame, but real weapons that can kill the behemoth of Parliament with one blow. So, on an ordinary night in New York, an anonymous message processed and published with zero encryption, like a drop of ink dropped into clear water, quickly spread in the muddy water of the global dark web. Notice, the mysterious seller will hold a private technology auction in Manhattan, New York in 72 hours. Exhibit, Groundbreaking Energy Solutions. Entry, limited to entities with assets exceeding $100 billion or their authorized representatives. Location to be announced separately. The message was short, yet full of irresistible magic. Epoch-making energy solution, these 8 words are like a thunderclap to the giants standing at the top of global technology and capital. General Electric, Siemens, Tesla, Apple, Google, almost all the technology giants you can think of received this message at the first time. Their first reaction was suspicion. The dark web is a den of filth and depravity, where scams and fake news happen every day. But this time, no one dared to take it lightly. Because the information distribution channels have been through layers of encryption, the technical level is so high that it makes the network security departments of major companies feel scalp tingling. Those who can transmit information in this way represent a kind of strength in themselves. More importantly, the word energy is the sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all high-tech companies. From the terrifying power consumption of data centers, to the range anxiety of electric vehicles, to the power consumption bottleneck of chip manufacturing, energy is the ultimate shackle that restricts mankind from moving into the next technological era. Whoever can break this shackle will be the future king. Investigate. Find out who this mysterious seller is, at all costs. Similar orders were issued simultaneously in countless top-floor offices. At the same time, intelligence agencies of major countries around the world also took action. The CIA, Mossad, MI6, countless top agents and analysts began working frantically, trying to dig out clues from this brief message. Of course, this news was unsurprisingly placed in front of Arthur Rothschild. He was sitting in his study overlooking Central Park, a glass of expensive scotch in his hand and a look of undisguised contempt on his face. A groundbreaking energy solution? At this time, in this location? Arthur shook the glass gently, and the ice cubes collided with the wall of the glass, making a crisp sound. You've really run out of tricks, my Mr. Lin. He could almost conclude that this was Lin Feng's trick. Forced into a desperate situation by the comprehensive stranglehold of Parliament, with no other options left, they can only resort to this bluffing scam in an attempt to muddy the waters and find a glimmer of hope. A young man who hasn't even left a university laboratory, even if he gets lucky and gets 1 or 2 pieces of cutting-edge technology, really thinks he can overturn the energy order that we've controlled for hundreds of years? Arthur's mouth curled up in a cruel arc. But since he wants to perform, we'll go along with him. This kind of clown show is more fun with more audiences, isn't it? He looked at his assistant and said calmly, inform everyone there to join in the fun. If it's all a scam, expose him right there and then and make him a laughingstock worldwide. If he really comes up with something interesting, Arthur's eyes flashed with greed, then we should find a way to keep that thing in New York forever. Yes, sir. The assistant bowed and retreated. Arthur drank the wine in his glass and looked out the window again. In his opinion, this was just the last prank of the giant elephant before crushing an ant to death. He had no idea that the ant in his eyes was not preparing an escape route, but a shocking gamble that was enough to uproot the giant elephant. 72 hours later, New York, Waldorf Astoria Hotel, top-floor presidential suite. This place was temporarily transformed into a small conference room. There were no extravagant decorations, only a huge round conference table and a dozen expensive leather chairs. However, everyone sitting here represents huge capital that is enough to shake Wall Street. Hans Schmidt, chief technology officer of Germany's Volkswagen Group, sat upright with a serious expression. David Chen, vice president of Intel, a chip giant from Silicon Valley, seemed a little impatient and kept looking at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. In addition, there are Toyota from Japan, Samsung from South Korea, and even a few unfamiliar faces. No one knows their identities, but the fact that they can sit here speaks volumes. The atmosphere is a bit depressing. These people are usually sworn enemies in the business world, but now, because of a mysterious piece of news, they have gathered in this small pond like a group of sharks attracted by bait. They were wary of each other, yet each suppressed a hint of anticipation in their hearts. What the hell is going on? It's been 5 minutes past the deadline and the seller hasn't shown up yet? Are they playing a trick on us? Intel's Vice President David Chen finally couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Next to him, a man wearing an Armani suit and looking like a Wall Street investment bank manager said with a forced smile, "Mr. David, please be patient. Good things are always worth waiting for, aren't they?" This man was one of the pawns sent by Arthur to disrupt the situation. Just when everyone was getting impatient and thought it was all a prank, the door of the suite was gently pushed open. A young man dressed in ordinary casual clothes, who looked to be in his early 20s at most, walked in carrying a tray with several bottles of mineral water. He was handsome, but looked as relaxed as a hotel waiter delivering takeout. "Sorry for the wait, there was a bit of traffic on the road." The young man placed the tray in the middle of the table and said to everyone with a smile, "Have some water, it's free." Everyone present was stunned. Is this the mysterious seller who claims to have a groundbreaking energy solution? What kind of joke is this? Could it be that some film crew went to the wrong set? David Chen's face instantly darkened. He felt insulted. "Boy, do you know where this place is? Do you know who we are? Get out of here right now and call someone who can make the decision. I'm the one who makes the decision." The young man, Lin Feng, pulled out the main seat chair and sat down casually, and opened a bottle of mineral water for himself. He glanced around, taking in the contemptuous, angry, or scrutinizing expressions of everyone present. "I know your time is valuable, so let's skip the fancy PowerPoint presentations and get straight to the point." Lin Feng's gaze first fell on Hans Schmidt, the chief technology officer of Volkswagen of Germany. "Mr. Schmidt." He called out the other person's name clearly in standard German. Schmidt frowned, but nodded slightly out of politeness. "The Odyssey Pure Electric platform, which your company has high hopes for, has recently run into big trouble, right?" Schmidt's heart skipped a beat. The Odyssey platform is the core strategy of the Volkswagen Group for the next 10 years. It is still in the top secret research and development stage, and the outside world has no way of knowing it. Lin Feng seemed oblivious to his sudden change of expression and continued calmly, "Under super fast charging mode exceeding 350 kilowatts, the battery pack's temperature instantly soars to a critical point. 3 core algorithm upgrades to the BMS battery management system have failed. Your engineering team has been working overtime for 3 consecutive months on this, and they're at a loss." How did you know that?" Schmidt finally lost his composure and cried out in shock. This wasn't a trade secret anymore, it was the very core of the Volkswagen Group. Lin Feng did not answer him, but just smiled slightly and turned his gaze to David Chen, the vice president of Intel. "Mr. Chen," he said, speaking fluent English this time, "during high-intensity rendering testing of your company's next-generation 1.8nm Stardust architecture, electron migration in the L2 cache was 300% higher than the theoretical value, resulting in a chip yield rate of less than 5%. If this problem isn't resolved within the next quarter, you will be completely left behind by TSMC and AMD, and your throne in the PC market will be lost forever. FCK." David Chen suddenly stood up from his chair, his face full of horror and disbelief. If Schmidt's problem was just trouble, then what he heard was bad news that was enough to cause Intel, a trillion-dollar giant, to collapse instantly. No more than 5 people in the entire company knew about this. They were all core executives who had signed the highest confidentiality agreements. Who is this young man? Is he a devil? Lin Feng's gaze, like the most precise scalpel, cut through every person present one after another. Toyota's solid-state battery separator material will produce irreversible crystallization in low-temperature environments. Samsung's OLED screens sacrifice the lifespan of their blue light-emitting materials in pursuit of brightness, leading to widespread screen burn-in within a year. And sir, Lin Feng's gaze finally fell on the man in the Armani suit, a playful smile on his lips. "You're not here to buy technology, you were sent by Mr. Arthur to laugh at me, right? Go back and tell your master, don't be impatient, the fun has just begun." The entire presidential suite was so quiet that you could hear everyone's heartbeat. Fear. For the first time, these gifted people present felt this fear that came from the unknown and penetrated deep into their bones. The young man in front of me is not a seller at all. Like an omniscient god, he exposed the deepest secrets and weaknesses in each of their hearts, and then displayed them to everyone with ease. After a brief moment of fear, there is an even more intense and uncontrollable greed. Since he can point out the problems accurately, can the epoch-making energy solution he mentioned really solve these problems? What do you want? Hans Schmidt's voice was trembling, and he stared at Lin Feng as if he was looking at his only life-saving straw. It's very simple. Lin Feng screwed on the cap of the mineral water bottle, leaned back in his chair, and finally showed his fangs. My technology can perfectly solve all of your problems. Whether it's battery overheating or chip power consumption, it's nothing more than child's play in front of it. Now, the auction begins. However, I have to state the auction rules in advance. Lin Feng stretched out a finger and shook it gently. I don't accept cash or gold. I'm not interested in those colorful papers. Everyone held their breath. Lin Feng only heard the words that were enough to make the whole world tremble in an extremely calm yet extremely crazy tone. The only ticket to my technology is the stock you hold in companies that are members of the Council of Wealth. I will use an undisclosed technology to buy the future of my enemies from you. Everyone, start bidding. Chapter 115: The Avalanche of Trust. As Lin Feng finished speaking, the entire presidential suite fell into an eerie silence. Everyone present is a hero who has fought his way out of the bloody business world. Their hearts are much stronger than those of ordinary people. But at this moment, they felt their heartbeats were as loud as war drums. Using stocks of companies that are members of the Fortune Council to exchange for a technology that is still lying in the PPT? What kind of fantasy is this? This is not just a lion's mouth opening wide, this is like swallowing the sky. Madman. You are a complete lunatic. After a brief silence, Intel's vice president, David Chen, was the first to erupt. He pointed at Lin Feng, shaking with rage, and cursed in a mixture of Chinese and English. Who do you think you are? God? What makes you think we would gamble our valuable assets on a feudal future? This is insane. This is the most ridiculous scam I've ever seen. That's right. We admit that it's great that you know our technical secrets. But that doesn't mean you can treat us like fools. Toyota's technical director also had a sullen face and spoke in a bad tone. Mr. Lin, this joke is not funny at all. The man in the Armani suit Arthur had finally found his place in the world. He stood up, his face radiating a sense of superiority, and held out his hands to the crowd. Everyone, calm down. I think we all understand what's going on. He glanced at Lin Feng with disdain and said slowly, this Mr. Lin and the small Fengshui group behind him are being strangled from all sides by the parliament. He's desperate, so he came up with this stupid empty-handed trick, trying to use a false hope to deceive us and gain leverage so that he can fight against the parliament. He's using us as pawns. He's using us as stepping stones to keep himself alive. I don't think anyone here would be stupid enough to fall for such a trick, right? These words are extremely inflammatory. The expressions of everyone present became increasingly ugly, and the look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Feng quickly changed from initial shock and fear to anger after being fooled. Yes, this is the most reasonable explanation. A gambler who is forced into a desperate situation tries to drag everyone down with him. However, facing the criticism from thousands of people and this farce that was about to get out of control, Lin Feng's expression did not change at all. He even had the leisure to pick up the bottle of mineral water that cost $1 and take a sip slowly. Are you done? He put down the bottle, his eyes swept across everyone's faces, and finally stopped on the Armani man who was dancing the most happily. You say I'm a scammer, that I'm trying to get something for nothing. So, I'd like to ask, does someone who can accurately identify the core flaws in Intel's 1.8nm Stardust architecture need to resort to such low-level tactics to deceive you? If I sell these secrets to your competitors, such as TSMC or AMD, how much do you think they would be willing to pay? David Chen's face turned pale in an instant. Or, Mr. Schmidt, Lin Feng turned to look at the German who had remained silent. I'm going to tell the media about the fatal flaws in the Volkswagen Odyssey platform. Guess how much Volkswagen's stock price will drop tomorrow? Hans Schmidt's heart suddenly sank and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Lin Feng's tone remained calm, but the content of his words was like a sharp knife, piercing everyone's vital points accurately. I don't treat you as fools. On the contrary, I treat you as smart people who can understand future trends. What I present today is not a product or a technology, but a choice. He stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the glorious Manhattan night view below. One choice, to remain in the old era, slowly suffocated by energy costs, technological bottlenecks, and the laws of physics, or to get a ticket to a new world and become a pioneer and leader of the next era. As for the price of this ticket, Lin Feng turned around, a playful smile on his lips. That's right. I want you to exchange your parliament shares for them. Because I want everyone here to understand one thing. The king of the old age has no seat on the ship of the new world. If you want to board my ship, you must first break through the sinking ship with your own hands. After these words were spoken, the whole room fell into silence again. But this time, the atmosphere was completely different. Anger and doubt disappeared, replaced by a fierce psychological game mixed with greed, fear and crazy struggle. Everyone present was a dragon among men. They immediately understood Lin Feng's conspiracy. This is not a scam. This is a test. It tests their courage, their determination, and whether they dare to betray the old order they once depended on and embrace a new future full of unknowns but also full of infinite possibilities. You, what kind of technology do you have? Hans Schmidt's voice was hoarse and dry. He stared at Lin Feng intently, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Lin Feng smiled and did not answer directly. He just snapped his fingers. On the wall of the suite, a huge LCD screen lit up silently. There were no complicated data charts on the screen, only an extremely simple 3D animation presentation. An ordinary-looking metal coil was electrified. Then, a small steel ball is placed on top of the coil. The next second, a scene occurred that completely destroyed all common sense of physics present. The steel ball was neither bounced off nor absorbed, but just floated in the air steadily and silently. It seemed to be held up by an invisible hand, not moving at all. Quantum locking effect. Hans Schmidt, the rigorous German engineer, muttered to himself absent-mindedly, his eyes flashing with an unprecedented fanaticism. As a technical expert, he knows what this means better than anyone. This wasn't just any electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation required a complex control system to maintain stability, but this one, it was like it was being locked by space itself. Throughout the history of human physics, there is only one possibility to achieve this effect. Room temperature, superconductor. When these four words came out of Schmidt's mouth, the air in the whole room seemed to be sucked out. David Chen's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The Toyota executive's mouth unconsciously opened wide enough to fit an egg. Even the Armani man who had always played the role of a smart guy had completely frozen the sarcasm and contempt on his face, and was replaced by a look of horror as if he had seen a ghost. The holy grail of physics. The ultimate fantasy that mankind has dreamed of for over a century. If this is true, then everything Lin Feng said just now was not nonsense. Battery heating? Ship power consumption? In the face of superconducting materials with zero resistance, these questions are simply a joke. A groundbreaking energy solution? No. This is the key to creating a legend. Now, does anyone still think this is a scam? Lin Feng's voice, like the whisper of a devil, rang in everyone's ears. Ding-ling-ling. A rapid phone ring broke the suffocating silence. It was Hans Schmidt calling. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was the CEO of Volkswagen Group far away at its headquarters in Germany. He took a deep breath, walked to the corner and answered the phone. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. No one could hear what was being roared on the other end of the phone. They could only see Schmidt explaining quickly in German. His expression changed from initial nervousness to excitement, and then to a determination to go all out. A few minutes later, he hung up the phone and walked back to the conference table. His eyes swept across the entire room and finally landed on Lin Feng's face. Mr. Lin, Volkswagen Group is willing to take a gamble. He spoke clearly, word for word, we are willing to exchange our BP shares, valued at $10 billion, for the first licenses to your technology. Boom. This sentence, like a blockbuster bomb, exploded in the crowd. $10 billion. Volkswagen Group, one of the world's largest automobile giants, actually agreed to this crazy deal. Very good, very courageous. Lin Feng nodded approvingly, Mr. Schmidt, you have made the most correct decision for yourself and the future of the public. He snapped his fingers again. The animation on the LCD screen disappeared, replaced by a huge QR code full of futuristic technology and a simple transaction interface. This is the encrypted transaction channel of our Fengshui Group. Settlement is carried out through the quantum encryption network of Swiss Bank. Scan, verify identity, and then the stock transfer can be carried out. Without any hesitation, Schmidt took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the screen. A moment later, a cold transaction record clearly appeared on the transaction interface. Volkswagen AG transfers BP shares to Fengshui Group, transaction value, $10 billion. Transaction confirmation. Transaction completed. When the green words transaction completed popped up, it was like pulling the trigger of an avalanche. Shat. David Chen couldn't contain himself any longer. He jumped up, snatched the phone from his assistant, and roared into the phone, immediately. Immediately. Sell all of our ExxonMobil stock. Yes. All of it. Use the proceeds to acquire Shell shares and transfer them to this account. Quick. He has gone crazy. He knew that once the public got involved, the value of this technology would skyrocket exponentially. This is no longer just buying technology, it's grabbing the right to develop for the next decade. Whoever lags behind will be completely left behind by the times. We're joining in too. Toyota is willing to contribute $12 billion. Samsung. We'll give you $15 billion. Us. The entire presidential suite instantly turned into a crazy vegetable market. The business tycoons who usually dress in suits and look elegant now have red eyes, like gamblers with red eyes, making frantic phone calls, roaring, and scrambling for the ticket to the new world. What they are selling off are BP, Shell, ExxonMobil, Chevron, all of which are stocks of the energy pillar industry, which is the core of the wealth parliament. Lin Feng just sat there quietly, watching the transaction records scrolling on the screen and the long string of numbers flying upwards. 10 billion. 30 billion. 50 billion. In just less than an hour, he collected nearly $100 billion worth of shares in the rival company without any bloodshed. These stocks are the most deadly knives he inserted into the heart of the giant parliament. The man in the Armani suit had already collapsed in his chair, his face ashen. Looking at the crazy scene in front of him, he felt that his worldview had been completely overturned. He finally understood that Lin Feng was not trying to get something for nothing. He is using the future to reap the present. At the same time, in Long Island, New York, in a heavily guarded top-level manor, Arthur Rothschild was leisurely sipping a glass of 1982 Petrus, listening to classical music, and enjoying the tranquility before victory. In his opinion, Lin Feng, this ant from the east, was already trapped in a jar and his death was imminent. At this moment, the door of the study was suddenly thrown open, and an assistant rushed in, crawling and tumbling, with a look of apocalyptic fear on his face. "Sir! It's bad. Something terrible has happened." Arthur frowned, feeling very dissatisfied with this inappropriate behavior. "What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling?" "Sir, you see for yourself." The assistant handed over the tablet computer with trembling hands. On the tablet computer, there are real-time quotes of global stock markets. The stock codes representing several major energy giants all showed a shocking cliff-like plunge at this moment. BP plummeted 25%. Shell plummeted 30%. ExxonMobil plummeted 35%. Huge numbers, representing hundreds of billions of dollars in wealth, evaporated out of thin air in just 1 hour. What's going on? Arthur stood up suddenly, and the elegance and calmness on his face disappeared in an instant. It's Lin Feng." The assistant's voice was trembling. "He held a secret auction. He persuaded Volkswagen, Intel, Samsung, everyone to defect. They're frantically selling our stocks in exchange for Lin Feng's new technology." Arthur snatched the tablet away. When he saw the shocking transaction records of tens of billions of dollars, which eventually all flowed to an account called Fengshui Group, his brain buzzed and went blank. He finally understood. Lin Feng's goal from the beginning was not to fight a financial war or a public opinion war with him. He did not attack his own fortress. He just turned every brick of his fortress into a cannonball attacking him right in front of him. Puff! An uncontrollable rage rushed to the top of Arthur's head. He felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. "Lin Feng!" He roared like a beast and slammed the $1 million wine glass in his hand against the opposite wall. Bang! The crystal glass shattered into pieces, and the bright red wine slowly flowed down like blood. Chapter 116 Global Live Broadcast, The King's Judgment. Lin Feng, who had collected enough ammunition, no longer waited. He was like a most skillful hunter who lurked patiently, watching the prey step by step into his carefully laid trap, and finally revealed his most deadly fangs. The battlefield he chose was not the trading hall of Wall Street, nor a secret room full of conspiracies. But it is where the eyes of the whole world are directed. United Nations Headquarters, New York. The Global Energy Guardians Summit is being held here. The venue was packed with dignitaries. The magnificent conference hall was packed with politicians from hundreds of countries around the world, CEOs of energy giants, representatives of top financial groups, and hundreds of journalists from global mainstream media who were granted special access. The spotlights flashed as brightly as daylight, recording this moment that would go down in history. After experiencing a series of energy market turmoil caused by the Snowstorm Group, the Global Wealth Council headed by the Rothschild family finally decided not to hide behind the scenes anymore. They want to use this summit to announce to the world a new global energy order led by them. In the backstage lounge, Arthur Rothschild adjusted his custom-made Armani tie and looked at himself in the mirror, radiant and in control, with a satisfied smile. Although not long ago, in that small presidential suite, he was severely humiliated by Lin Feng in an incredible way, and the stocks of his company also suffered huge losses. But in his view, it was just the last, frantic struggle of the Eastern ants. $100 billion worth of stocks? He thought he had a knife, but in fact, it was just a hot potato. Arthur muttered to himself, his eyes full of disdain. These stocks are scattered among dozens of companies. As long as Lin Feng dares to sell them on a large scale and try to influence the stock price, the financial tycoons under the parliament will immediately make him understand what the real power of capital is. He would be swallowed up by the massive amount of funds in an instant, without even being able to make a splash. As long as he doesn't dare to move, these 100 billion will always be just a string of meaningless numbers. The game is over. Arthur took one last look at himself in the mirror. Once he comes to power and announces a joint statement led by Parliament on orderly management and safety review of the global new energy industry, Lin Feng and his Fengshui group, as well as the ridiculous future technology in his hands, will be completely labeled as dangerous and uncontrollable. By then, all the capital in the world will cut ties with him. He will be isolated from the whole world. Sir, it's your turn to go on stage. The assistant pushed the door open respectfully. Arthur nodded and walked towards the stage that attracted everyone's attention with confident and elegant steps. He could already imagine the thunderous applause that would erupt from the audience when his speech ended. He would become the defender of the old order, the true godfather of the new era. The spotlights focused, and the host called out his name in the most passionate tone. Now, let us give the warmest applause to the chairman of this summit, Mr. Arthur Rothschild, heir to the Rothschild family, to open a new chapter in energy for us. There was thunderous applause. Arthur walked up to the podium with a smile and waved gracefully to the audience and the billions of viewers around the world who were watching the live broadcast. He cleared his throat and was about to deliver the speech that would determine the future direction of the world. Right at this moment, something strange happened suddenly. Sizzle. All the huge display screens in the venue, billions of televisions, computers, and mobile phone screens around the world, all flashed a dazzling snowflake at the same moment. The next second, the screen fell into darkness. What's going on? A technical glitch? At a summit of this magnitude? Quick! Technical department. Restore the signal immediately. There was a commotion in the venue, and the technical team responsible for the broadcast was instantly thrown into chaos. However, no matter how they operated, all the signals fell on deaf ears and no response was given. Arthur, standing on the stage, had his smile frozen on his face. An extremely ominous premonition, like a poisonous snake, instantly wrapped around his heart. The darkness lasted only 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, when all the screens around the world lit up again, what appeared on them was not the solemn and dignified venue of the summit, nor Arthur's stunned face. Instead, it is an enlarged face of an Oriental man, 3 parts unruly and 7 parts playful. That face was so handsome that it made people jealous, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, forming a cool and handsome arc. It's Lin Feng. Hello? Testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello? Family, can you hear me? Lin Feng tapped at the camera as if he was testing the microphone. His relaxed tone formed an extremely absurd contrast with the solemn atmosphere at the summit. What the hell? Who is this? Hacker. Someone has hacked the global live broadcast signal. Oh my god. What kind of magical operation is this? This guy is kind of handsome. I mean, he's pretty gutsy. After 3 seconds of silence, the barrage in social media around the world exploded instantly. The venue was in complete chaos. Reporters frantically pointed their cameras at the big screen in Arthur's pale face, and the flashlights flashed wildly at an unprecedented frequency, as if to freeze this historic moment forever. Cut off his signal. Cut off the signal immediately. Arthur finally recovered from his shock and roared like a beast to the audience. However, what answered him was Lin Feng's laughter coming from the screen, with a hint of mockery. "Don't waste your energy, Mr. Arthur. During the few minutes I speak, I have the final say on the global internet." Lin Feng stepped back, revealing the background behind him. It seemed to be a futuristic virtual studio. He faced the camera and gave a bright smile, as if he was not making a big bet but hosting a relaxed talk show. "I apologize for interrupting your Guardian Summit. But I think before we discuss how to protect the future, shouldn't we first take a look at what the future actually looks like?" He snapped his fingers. "Gentlemen, ladies, and family. The future doesn't need to be protected, it only needs to be welcomed." As soon as he finished speaking, the background behind him changed instantly. An extremely exquisite 3D concept video full of sci-fi beauty began to play in front of billions of people around the world. The video opens with a vast starry sky. Then, the camera suddenly zoomed in, penetrated the clouds, and came to a futuristic city full of cyberpunk style. There is not a single gasoline-powered car in the city. Instead, there were countless crisscrossing translucent tubes. Inside these tubes, metallic capsules shuttled silently at speeds too fast to be seen by the naked eye. This is a magnetic levitation transportation network based on room temperature superconducting materials. Lin Feng's voice, like a voiceover, rang clearly in everyone's ears. The absence of resistance means the cost of maglev trains will be reduced by 90%. A trip from Beijing to New York will only take an hour. Traveling around the world will be as easy as taking the subway. Energy will no longer be a barrier to distance. The scene changed. Came to a vast desert. Huge solar panels, like sunflowers, cover the entire desert. The huge amount of electricity they collect is continuously transmitted to cities thousands of kilometers away through a seemingly inconspicuous thin cable. This is a global energy network based on room temperature superconducting materials. Without resistance, power transmission losses will be reduced to zero. One day of sunlight in the Sahara Desert will power the entire world for a year. From now on, we will completely say goodbye to fossil fuels and environmental pollution. Energy will be as cheap and clean as air and water. The scene changes again. On a palm-sized transparent mobile phone, an AI model more complex than today's top supercomputers is running. In one hospital, the size of an MRI machine was reduced to the size of a suitcase, and the cost of the examination was reduced from thousands of dollars to a few dollars. Lin Feng used the most understandable language, coupled with extremely shocking visual images, to describe to the world a future world with no energy loss, magnetic levitation trains all over the world, and everyone having access to cheap and clean energy. The whole world was stunned. Countless people opened their mouths wide and forgot to breathe. What they saw was not the trailer for a science fiction movie. What they see is an incredibly beautiful future that is within reach. And this future is so real and so tempting that everyone can't help but be fascinated by it. There was already dead silence in the conference hall. The CEOs of the energy giants who had been so arrogant before now all looked ashen. They knew better than anyone that if what Lin Feng said was true, then their oil empire and natural gas pipelines, which they were so proud of, would turn into a pile of worthless industrial waste in an instant. Arthur Rothschild felt icy cold all over, as if he had fallen into an icy cave. He stared at the young man who was talking on the screen, his eyes filled with unprecedented fear and resentment. He understood. He understood everything. All of Lin Feng's previous actions, that crazy auction, those hundreds of billions of stocks, were all paving the way for this moment. He doesn't want to start a financial war with himself. He was going to flip the entire card table over. At the end of the video, the picture freezes on a blue earth. Lin Feng's figure reappeared in the center of the screen. The smile on his face had disappeared, replaced by a coldness that was almost judgmental. His gaze seemed to penetrate the screen, penetrate time and space, and shoot straight into the United Nations headquarters building, and hit the face of Arthur Rothschild, who was standing stiffly on the podium. Now, you see the future. A more efficient, cleaner, and fairer future. And the only obstacle to this future. Lin Feng's voice paused, and every word he said was like a heavy hammer, hitting the hearts of all the vested interests of the old era. It's you, a bunch of parasites who are trying to maintain the corrupt order and suck the blood of human civilization. Now, I declare. The trial of the Global Wealth Council has officially begun. Chapter 117, Short Sell. Short sell the entire old era. The moment Lin Feng's words, "the trial officially begins," resounded around the world, the whole world seemed to have pressed the mute button. There was deathly silence inside the United Nations headquarters building. On the stage, the color on Arthur Rothschild's face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving only a paleness as white as plaster. It's not that he didn't understand Lin Feng's words, but his brain, his cognition, and his pride in the Rothschild family that had been passed down for hundreds of years refused to understand the meaning of this sentence. Trial? A peasant from the East wants to judge me? Judge the parliament? Why? Because of your fancy sci-fi movie trailer? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. The corners of Arthur's mouth twitched uncontrollably, trying to force a scornful smile. However, he failed. Because his deepest instincts were sounding a hysterical alarm. It was the most primitive, bone-deep fear one feels when being targeted by a natural enemy. He didn't know what Lin Feng was going to do, but he knew that something extremely terrible was about to happen. At the same time, Wall Street, an inconspicuous office building, the top floor. There's no clamor of a trading floor, just the deep, breathing hum of hundreds of server fans. A middle-aged Chinese man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and with an elegant temperament was standing quietly in front of the huge server matrix. His name was Michael Chen, a legendary trader who had long been a legend on Wall Street but suddenly disappeared 3 years ago. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had already been secretly recruited by Lin Feng through the system with a contract no one could refuse. He and his team are the sharpest scalpels that Lin Feng has hidden in the heart of Wall Street. When Lin Feng's image appeared on the global screen, Michael Chen's face showed no surprise. He just glanced calmly at the watch on his wrist, as if waiting for a precise countdown. When the words "the trial officially begins" rang out, he slowly raised his head and spoke softly to the empty room. Get started. These 2 words are like a spell that opens the gates of hell. Behind him, dozens of top traders and programmers suddenly had fanatical lights in their eyes, and their fingers turned into afterimages on the keyboard. Alpha number 1 AI trading model is launched. Target, confirmed. Target all listed assets under the Global Wealth Council. The entire $97.8 billion worth of rival company stocks within the Fengshui Group's accounts have been pledged as leveraged collateral. The Swiss bank quantum encryption channel has been opened. The first batch of leveraged funds, $500 billion, has arrived. The second batch, $800 billion, has arrived. The third batch, $2 trillion, has arrived. Astronomical sums of money were transferred into a super account called Eye of the Storm at an unprecedented speed. Michael Chen looked at the string of numbers on the screen that kept jumping up wildly, his eyes frighteningly calm. Lin Feng's plan is crazy. He did not choose to slowly sell off his stocks, as that would have been swallowed up by the huge funds of the parliament to support the market. He chose the most extreme, violent, and brilliant way. He used these stocks that he swindled from his enemy's allies as a token of allegiance to borrow money from the financial market. He was essentially telling the world's capital, look, I have nearly $100 billion worth of collateral in my hands. They're all Parliament's assets. Now, I'm going to short them and completely destroy them. Who of you is willing to lend me money and help me make this fortune together? Lin Feng's earth-shaking global live broadcast and his era-changing, room-temperature superconducting technology are the most irrefutable endorsement of his credibility behind his Pledge of Allegiance. It proves to the world that the era of old energy is really coming to an end. As a result, at this moment, countless speculative capitals around the world smelled blood and swarmed in like sharks, injecting massive amounts of funds into Lin Feng's account. Together, they became the executioners of this trial. All funds are ready. All targets have been locked. Michael Chen pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and the dense data stream on the screen was reflected on the lenses. He took a deep breath and uttered the word that determined the fate of an era. Short. At the command. Trillions of US dollars turned into a financial tsunami that was powerful enough to destroy everything. Through hundreds of encrypted lines, an unprecedented and crazy attack was launched simultaneously in all the mainstream financial markets in the world: New York, London, Frankfurt, Tokyo. The target is not a certain stock or a certain industry. Instead, it is under the wealth parliament, including energy, finance, traditional manufacturing, military industry, transportation, all the pillar industries that China is proud of. This is a total war against an old era. New York Stock Exchange. Trader John was holding a cup of coffee and watching the bold remarks of the Oriental boy on the big screen with others with relish. Is this guy crazy? Who does he think he is? The savior of the world? Just wait and see. Tomorrow Mr. Rothschild will let him know what it means to be beaten by society. Everyone was joking around with a casual attitude, watching the show. Just then. Ding ding ding. Throughout the trading hall, all computer early warning systems sounded a sharp red alarm at the same time. John nearly spit out his coffee and snapped back to look at his screen. After just one look, he froze. He saw that the K-line chart representing ExxonMobil, the world's largest oil stock, seemed to have been pushed off a cliff, plummeting at an angle perpendicular to the ground that completely violated market laws. The sell order list on the right side of the screen was completely flooded with an astronomical string of sell orders that was so long that there was no end in sight. WTF? What the hell is this? Is there something wrong with the system? John screamed. It's not ExxonMobil. It's everything. All energy stocks. A colleague next to me pointed at another screen with a look of shock. BP. Shell. Chevron. They all collapsed. They all hit the limit down in an instant. No. Not just energy stocks. Look at JP Morgan Chase. Look at Goldman Sachs. Look at Lockheed Martin. Boeing. Oh my God. Is the world ending? Panic, like the most violent plague, swept through all trading halls around the world in just a few seconds. Countless traders stared at the screen in front of them in amazement. What was displayed was no longer the candlestick charts and data they were familiar with, but a slaughterhouse with blood flowing like a river. All stocks related to the Parliament of Wealth, no matter how high-quality blue-chip stocks they are, no matter how huge the empire behind them is, at this moment, are like sand sculptures smashed by huge waves, collapsing and shattering without any resistance. Countless phone rings, roars, screams, and cries merged into a chaotic symphony in the hall. Support the market. Support the market quickly. Use all the reserve funds. It's too late. Once our funds go in, it's like a drop of water in the desert, gone in an instant. The amount of money they have is simply incalculable. They seem to have unlimited money. This ISNT short selling, this ISNT a financial war, this is a dimensionality reduction attack. An old trader with more than 30 years of experience looked at the desperate red on the screen, held his head in his hands, and let out a wail of despair. He finally understood. They are not witnessing a financial war. They are witnessing that an old era built by oil, US dollars, and hegemony, which has been glorious for nearly 100 years, is being completely demolished brick by brick. The name of the demolition team leader was Lin Foam. United Nations Headquarters Building, Summit Site. Arthur Rothschild stood on the stage, his body trembling slightly. He could no longer hear the commotion in the audience and the noise of the reporters. The only sound in his ears was his own heartbeat like a drum and the buzzing of blood rushing to his brain. With trembling hands, he took out his cell phone from his pocket. This mobile phone is a customized version with the highest level of encryption. It can directly connect to the core database of the Rothschild family and see the most real asset status. He swiped the screen with difficulty and clicked on the app that represented the glory of his family. After the startup page, what appeared before his eyes was not the green curve that represented the steady growth of wealth, but a piece of blood red. A blood red color that was so blinding that it burned his eyeballs. Negative numbers and rows of plummeting arrows were like the sharpest knives, madly cutting his heart. 23%. 47%. 68%. 91% circuit blown. These cold numbers are no longer just about money. They are the wealth accumulated by his ancestors for hundreds of years, the scepter of their family's control over the world, and the foundation on which the Parliament of Wealth relies for its survival. And now, all of this was evaporating rapidly and returning to zero in a way that he could neither understand nor stop. He didn't even need to read the news to imagine the dire situation in the global market at the moment. Arthur's body began to shake uncontrollably, as if the stage under his feet had turned into a small boat about to capsize in the storm. He raised his head and looked blankly at the big screen. Lin Foam, who had finished his speech and was looking at him quietly with a hint of pity, was standing on the big screen. At this moment, he couldn't hear anything. He heard only one sound. A huge and tragic sound of collapse coming from the depths of distant time and space. That was the final, dying wail of the financial empire he had built with his own hands and fought for all his life. Chapter 118: The Queen's Victory Song. The stage beneath Arthur's feet did not collapse. What collapsed was his world. All the sounds in his ears disappeared, the noise of reporters, the roar of security, everything turned into a distant and vague buzzing. All he could see was the desperate blood red on his phone screen. Those rapidly evaporating numbers, the disappearance of every zero, seemed to be torturing his soul. The financial empire on which the sun never sets, which had been passed down for hundreds of years and forged by the hard work of countless generations, the scepter that symbolized family glory and world power, was breaking into pieces and turning into dust in his hands. Plop. The phone slipped from his weak fingers and fell to the floor. The screen shattered, just like his equally shattered heart. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but all that came out was a meaningless ho-ho sound, like a leaky bellows. Then, his eyes went dark, his body swayed, and he fell straight backwards. The king of the old world order fell in the most undignified way under the gaze of billions of people around the world. The venue fell into silence for several seconds, and then erupted into thunderous chaos. And on all the lit screens around the world, Lin Feng's handsome face, after witnessing all this, did not show the slightest joy, only an indifference that looked down on the dust of history. He spoke his last words to the camera, as if to Arthur, and also to that bygone era. Welcome to my era. As soon as the words fell, all hijacked screens around the world returned to normal in an instant. Some switched back to the TV station's logo, some turned to a black screen, and some began to show the panicked face of the flustered host. But everyone knows that the world is no longer the same. The most violent aftermath of this financial tsunami that spanned the ocean immediately broke through a dam in China's business community. Feng Shui Group, President's Office. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the bustling night view of Yuncheng. But the atmosphere in the office was as heavy as an ice cellar. Moron Yunxue stood in front of the huge electronic combat sand table with a stern expression and a lingering trace of fatigue on her beautiful face. During the days that Lin Feng was away in New York, she and her Feng Shui Group were suffering an unprecedented siege. Dozens of well-known domestic companies, as if they had discussed it beforehand, launched a crazy and cost-effective stranglehold on Feng Shui Group in all aspects, including raw material supply, product channels, and marketing. This is no longer a normal business competition, but a long-planned war that aims to kill Feng Shui Group. Moron Yunxue relied on her extraordinary business talent and skills to unite all possible allies and struggled to hold on. However, she also knew that the enemy's offensive was too fierce and the capital power behind it was unfathomable. If this continued, Feng Shui Group's capital chain would only last for 3 more days at most. She didn't tell Lin Feng about this. She knew that the battle he faced in New York was 100 times more difficult than the one she faced here, so she couldn't let him get distracted. This proud woman chose one person to take on everything. Boss Morong. At this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and the financial director Qin Gang rushed in with an ecstatic, even crazy look on his face, holding a tablet computer in his hand. Look! Look at the global stock market. Moron Yunxue frowned slightly and was about to scold him for his misconduct, but her eyes were instantly attracted by the content on the tablet. It was a scene, apocalyptic, unlike anything she had ever seen. BP, Shell, ExxonMobil, JP Morgan Chase, Lockheed Martin. These global giants that are usually out of reach, their stocks are now all like kites with broken strings, falling madly into the abyss in a free fall. This was done by Lin Feng? With Moron Yunxue's intelligence, she instantly connected all this with Lin Feng's incoherent phone call. Yes. It's Director Lin. Qin Gang's voice trembled with excitement. Just now, Director Lin hacked into the global live broadcast, announcing the arrival of a new era to the world, and then triggered this unprecedented financial tsunami. Moron Yunxue's breathing became rapid at this moment. Her eyes were fixed on the names of the collapsed companies. Suddenly, her pupils shrank sharply. She discovered an amazing coincidence. The names of these collapsing international giants actually perfectly overlap with the foreign capital behind the domestic companies that have besieged Feng Shui Group in the past few days. A bold and crazy idea split all the fog in her mind like lightning. It turns out that this is all a setup. A huge killing plan spanning the entire world, involving both her and Lin Feng. The enemy wanted to restrain Lin Feng by besieging her. Lin Feng, on the other hand, used the method of cutting off the source of the fire to directly wipe out the enemy's lair. These domestic companies that are besieging her are nothing more than the minions of the parliament reaching into China. But now, their masters are unable to protect themselves, with stock prices collapsing and capital chains broken. They are simply unable to support these agents far away in the east. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. An astonishing light suddenly burst out from Moron Yunxue's cold eyes. All the previous fatigue and pressure were swept away, and replaced by the decisiveness and sharpness of a queen. Pass my orders. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty that echoed throughout the office. Notify all allies, shrink the defense line, and prepare for a counterattack. Activate all our reserve funds. Contact Swiss Bank. I will personally apply for a maximum unsecured credit loan. Target. She stretched out her slender jade fingers and tapped heavily on the logos of more than a dozen rival companies on the sand table. Launch a reverse takeover of all the companies that are besieging us. Don't they want to eat us? Then I'll show them who the real hunter is. A thunderous counterattack belonging to the Queen suddenly unfolded on the land of China, with the force of autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Just one day. The situation on the battlefield took a drastic turn. Those hunters who were so aggressive the day before instantly became lambs to be slaughtered after losing the financial support from their backers. In the face of Morong Yunshue's overwhelming capital offensive, they had almost no power to resist and were defeated, acquired, and merged one by one. Not only was the crisis of Fengshui Group completely resolved, but all of these companies' high-quality assets were also taken into his pocket. Overnight, Fengshui Group's business territory expanded by nearly one-fold again. Morong Yunshue stood in the president's office on the top floor of the group, looking out the window at the empire she had built, and finally a relieved and victorious smile appeared on her face. She knew that all this originated from the man on the other side of the ocean. He held up the sky for her. She took out her cell phone and was about to press the familiar number, wanting to tell him the good news and share the joy of victory with him. Just then, the phone screen suddenly lit up and an incoming call interrupted her actions. The two cold words on the caller ID instantly froze the smile on Morong Yunshue's face, and the blood in her body seemed to freeze at this moment. First Central Hospital. Chapter 119. The King's return is extremely urgent. New York, top of Manhattan. The top floor office that once belonged to a giant in the parliament has now become Lin Feng's temporary command center. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, there are thousands of lights lying at your feet, like a brilliant galaxy. Inside, the atmosphere was even hotter than the late night outside the window. Boss, the net is closing. Michael Chen, the legendary trader who has long been deified on Wall Street, now had a pilgrim-like enthusiasm on his face as he handed a battle report to Lin Feng. After 24 hours of continuous operations, we have successfully driven the share prices of the 13 multinational corporations at the core of the Wealth Council into circuit breakers. The market capitalization of the 127 listed companies affiliated with them has evaporated by an average of over 70%. According to preliminary estimates from the Alpha model, the total amount of old assets we directly or indirectly cleared out in this battle exceeded $10 trillion. Michael's voice was trembling slightly. $10 trillion. This is no longer a number. This is a terrifying scale that is enough to set the global economy back 10 years, and it is a financial nuclear bomb that is enough to cause any country to collapse instantly. And now, this huge empire built by oil, US dollars, and hegemony for nearly 100 years was razed to the ground and reduced to ashes in their hands in just 24 hours. Well done. Lin Feng leaned back on the soft leather sofa, his face expressionless, as if he had just listened to an insignificant morning briefing. He just gently shook the goblet in his hand, and the scarlet liquid in the goblet was the $1 million Romane Conti that Michael had collected for many years. But when he drank it, it felt like he was drinking iced black tea that cost $1 a bottle, casually and naturally. This kind of calmness and nonchalance, this attitude of treating trillions of wealth as nothing, deepened Michael's awe. Boss, it's time to begin our big cleanup. These companies may be brain dead, but their corpses are excellent fertilizer. If we're willing, within 3 days we can create a new world that's larger, more stable, and more obedient than the previous parliament. Michael's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the moment when the victors divide the spoils. However, Lin Feng shook his head. He put down his glass, stood up, and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking this city that symbolizes global capital. No. He said calmly, the new world does not need another high and mighty parliament. All proceeds from this operation, excluding operating costs, will be used to establish a global future technology development fund. Its sole mission is to promote technologies that can truly change the future of humanity, such as clean energy, artificial intelligence, and biomedicine. As for the fund manager, Lin Feng's lips curled up gently. I'll go back and ask my wife if she's interested. He single-handedly created this unprecedented storm of wealth, and at the center of the storm, he personally discarded the power that was enough to control the world. Because he understood from the beginning to the end that what he wanted was never to be another Arthur. He just wanted to create a bright and peaceful world for himself and his loved ones that no one dared to covet. Michael was stunned. He looked at Lin Feng's back, and for a moment, he had the illusion of looking up to a god. Can easily turn the world upside down, and can easily let go. This is the real king. At this moment, a unique cell phone ringtone suddenly rang in the quiet office. It was a very old love song, which Lin Feng said is his exclusive ringtone. Everyone in the office knew that when this ringtone sounded, it meant that the person on the other end of the line was the only mistress of this new world empire. The indifference on Lin Feng's face melted away instantly, replaced by a gentleness that came from the heart. He picked up the private phone that was on standby for only one person and pressed the answer button. Hello, Yunxue? Did you miss me? Let me tell you, this side. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a suppressed, trembling cry coming from the other end of the phone. Lin Feng, come back soon. It was Morong Yunxue's voice. But that voice was filled with fragility, panic and despair that Lin Feng had never heard before. Grandpa, he's dying. Boom. This short sentence was like a divine thunder falling from the sky, striking Lin Feng's head fiercely. His brain went completely blank at that moment. What about 10 trillion US dollars? What about the new world? What about the future technology fund? Everything was pulled away and torn apart at this moment. An unprecedented coldness that came from the deepest fear, like the most vicious curse, instantly grabbed his heart and squeezed it tightly. The king who just controlled the world and was so powerful that he could swallow up all the mountains and rivers, completely disappeared in this second. Instead, there was a man whose eyes instantly became bloodshot and his whole body was shaking uncontrollably. An emotion mixed with extreme panic and overwhelming rage exploded from his chest like a volcano erupting. The temperature in the office seemed to drop by dozens of degrees at this moment. Michael and the other assistants felt an indescribable terrifying pressure coming towards them, making it difficult for them to even breathe, as if their throats were being strangled by an invisible giant hand. Hold steady. Lin Feng let out a roar into the phone. His voice was as hoarse as two pieces of metal rubbing against each other, full of unquestionable orders and a hint of pleading that he himself was not aware of. Wait for me. I'll be right back. He didn't ask about the condition or the cause. Because he knew that at this moment, any questioning would be futile. The only thing he has to do is go back. Do everything possible, at any cost, to get back to her. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng didn't even glance at his stunned subordinates in the office, nor did he care about the spoils division plan that was still spread out on the table, symbolizing world power. Like an enraged lion, he turned around and kicked open the office door, which was made of top-grade mahogany and was worth a lot of money. Bang! The heavy door panel fell to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up a cloud of dust in the corridor. Xiao Chen, who was guarding outside the door, was grabbed by the collar by Lin Feng before he could react. This battle-hardened top bodyguard felt a chill on his back when he met Lin Feng's blood-red eyes, and had the illusion that he was facing a ferocious beast from ancient times. Prepare the plane. Lin Feng's voice seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth, and every word was filled with a burning and murderous aura. Return home as quickly as possible. Whoever dares to block my way will be knocked over from the sky. Chapter 120, Speed Across the Pacific. Lin Feng's roar, filled with endless anxiety and rage, was like a thunderclap, exploding in the luxurious office at the top of Manhattan. Xiao Chun, this man who was always as calm as a sculpture, felt his heart suddenly shrink when he met Lin Feng's blood-red eyes. He has been with Lin Feng for a long time. He has seen him destroy ships and sails while chatting and laughing, and he has also seen him remain calm in the face of bullets and gunfire. But he had never seen Lin Feng in such a state. It was a mixture of extreme fear and murderous intent, a madness on the verge of getting out of control. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Xiao Chen instantly understood the seriousness of the matter. Clear. He nodded heavily, turned immediately, and gave orders into the headset in a hurried but clear tone: activate the Red Dragon Level 1 emergency plan. Target, Cloud City. Clear all obstacles, unlimited authorization. The next second, the entire Fengshui Group's hidden forces in New York began to operate frantically like an activated precision war machine. Lin Feng rushed out of the office like a whirlwind. Behind him, Michael Chan and his subordinates were still immersed in the devastating financial victory and the boss's tender words "ask my wife," and had not yet come to their senses. All they saw was an angry back and the mahogany door that had been kicked away and was still emitting smoke. They looked at each other in silence. Late at night in New York, traffic is heavy. A convoy of 3 black bulletproof Cadillacs, like a mad steel behemoth, ignored all traffic rules and rampaged through the streets of Manhattan. Red light? Run it. Congestion? overtaking on the wrong side of the double yellow line. The shrill sound of sirens rang out far behind the convoy, then quickly disappeared without a trace. Sitting in the back seat of the middle car, Lin Feng remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. His gaze was fixed on the rapidly receding neon lights outside the window. In those crimson eyes, only one thought burned madly. Hurry up! Faster! In his mind, he uncontrollably replayed every moment he and Mr. Morome spent together. The old man who had always been fond of him and had no prejudice against him when he was still a poor boy. The old man who, at the family meeting, defied all odds and personally handed Morome Yinchue's hand to him. The old man who patted his shoulder like a real grandfather and said earnestly, "We'll leave our Yinchue in your care from now on." Lin Feng's heart felt like it was being grabbed by an invisible hand, causing him to feel a sharp pain. He controls the system, can draw god-level medical skills, can exchange for life-extending pills, and can even make the god of death avoid him. But now, he is far away in a foreign country thousands of miles away. The Pacific Ocean, the vast ocean that once symbolized his conquest of the world, has now become an insurmountable chasm for him. For the first time, he felt that in the face of the absolute passage of time and physical distance, his power that was enough to overturn the world was so pale and so powerless. "Boss, we're at the airport." Xiao Chen's voice brought Lin Feng back from his frantic thoughts. The convoy rushed directly into the apron of the private airport in a crazy posture that was almost drifting and slipping, and stopped abruptly next to a Gulfstream G650 that was ready to take off. The hatch had already been opened and the gangway had been lowered. The roar of the engine was deafening, like the roar of a giant beast. Lin Feng didn't hesitate at all, pushed open the car door and rushed forward. "Boss!" In the cockpit, a white captain with gray hair and gold stars on his epaulets turned around and glanced at him with a serious expression. "We've applied for the fastest route, but crossing the Pacific requires the fastest." "I don't care what method you use." Lin Feng interrupted him directly, his voice hoarse and cold. "I want to appear above Yunqing in the shortest possible time. Floor the accelerator. If there's a plane blocking the way ahead, don't contact the tower, just crash into it." The captain's pupils shrank and he took a breath. He was once an ace pilot in the Air Force and had flown Air Force One for the president, so he thought he had seen a lot of storms, but this was the first time he had heard such a crazy order. However, when he met Lin Feng's non-human red eyes, he swallowed back all his doubts. He knew that this man was not joking. "Yes, sir." He saluted suddenly, then turned around and gripped the joystick with both hands. At the same time, in Lin Feng's mind, the cold electronic sound rang out with unprecedented efficiency. Ding! The host has been detected experiencing extreme emotional fluctuations, triggering the hidden emergency plan. Zero artificial intelligence has been activated. Invading the global air traffic control system, invasion successful. Planning your absolute priority route, planning complete. The road to heaven has opened. We wish you a smooth journey. Almost at the same second when the system prompt sounded. Air Traffic Control Center, John F. Kennedy International Airport, New York. Chief Air Traffic Controller James is commanding the world's busiest airspace in an orderly manner. Suddenly, on the main radar screen in front of him, all the light spots representing the planes turned into dazzling red warnings in an instant. Immediately afterwards, a straight route emitting a strange green light, like a stroke of genius, violently pierced through the airspace map of the entire North American continent. On this green line, an airplane icon code named Death is rushing towards the Bering Strait at an incredible speed. WTF? What is this? James jumped up from his chair in shock. Report. All system permissions have been taken over. We have lost control of the airspace. Report. All civilian airliners about to intersect the Death's route are forced into automatic circling mode. Oh my God. Who did this? Is this a ghost? The entire control hall was in chaos. Countless people stared in amazement at the domineering green route and the Death that was flying at a speed that broke the limits of civil aviation, like a sharp arrow cutting through the sky. What kind of magical cheat is this? A young trainee controller muttered to himself subconsciously. The same scene was played out simultaneously in major air traffic control centers around the world. From North America to Asia, an absolute green channel across the Pacific Ocean was forcibly opened up by a mysterious and powerful force. All aircraft blocking this road, whether civil aviation or cargo, and even military aircraft of certain countries, are forced to take over by an irresistible data flow and automatically avoid it. 10,000 meters above the sky. The engine of the Gulfstream G650 was already overloaded and roaring, and the fuselage was rubbing violently against the air while flying at supersonic speed, making a groaning sound as it could not bear the heavy load. The atmosphere in the cabin was extremely depressing. Xiao Chun, fully armed and holding the latest tactical rifle, stood guard by the window like a door god, vigilantly gazing at the dark night sky outside. He knew that this reckless flight would inevitably attract military interception from certain countries. His mission was to eliminate any fighter jets that dared to approach before the missiles arrived. Lin Feng, on the other hand, seemed to have lost his soul, sitting on the sofa, motionless. He just stared at the navigation map in front of him, watching the light representing himself crawling slowly and arduously across the vast blue Pacific Ocean. Too slow. It's still too slow. He kept looking at the Patek Philippe on his wrist, watching the second hand jump one by one. Every beat was like a small hammer, hitting his heart hard. He is afraid. This was the first time since he got the system that he felt fear deep in his bones. He was afraid that he would not be able to catch up. He was afraid that the old man, to whom he had not had the chance to show proper respect, would pass away. He was even more afraid of seeing Morome Yunshua's tear-stained, desperate face. He couldn't imagine how the girl, who looked strong on the outside but was so soft on the inside, would collapse if the old man really passed away. He promised to provide her with a safe and secure environment and to make sure she would never have to worry about anything. But now, when she needed him the most, he was trapped in this damn iron shell, racing against time with no chance of winning. We must catch up. We must save him. Lin Feng's eyes were bloodshot, his teeth were clenched, and he roared madly in his heart over and over again. Time passes by minute by second in extreme torment. I don't know how long it took. Boss. We've entered Chinese airspace. 10 minutes until we reach Yuncheng. The captain's voice, through the radio, awakened Lin Feng from the hellish torment. Lin Feng suddenly raised his head and through the porthole, he saw the familiar, bright city lights below. Cloud City. He is back. The plane did not even enter the regular landing route, but under the guidance of Zero, it rushed straight towards the runway of Yuncheng International Airport like a precision-guided meteor. Boom! With a violent jolt and the screeching of tires rubbing against the ground, the plane slammed heavily onto the runway in a brutal manner that was almost a crash. The plane was still taxiing at high speed when the cabin door was violently opened by Xiao Chen. A breath of air with the scent of moist earth mixed with the smell of aviation kerosene hit me in the face. Lin Feng rushed out of the cabin like a gust of wind, and without even having time to walk down the gangway, he jumped down from a platform more than 2 meters high. Squeak! A Koenigsegg Agera RS with an exaggerated shape that had been waiting on the runway made a sharp braking sound and stopped steadily in front of him. Lin Feng opened the car door and jumped in. Buzz! Before Xiao Chen could get in the car, this ghost supercar worth over 100 million yuan let out an earth-shaking roar, and 2 blue flames spurted out from the rear of the car, and it rushed towards the hospital like an arrow. Lin Feng knew that the flight across the Pacific Ocean was just a prelude. A real race with death has just begun. Chapter 121: The Miracle Doctor returns and death retreats. Under the night sky, Yuncheng looked as if it had been torn open by a ferocious steel beast. The engine of the Koenigsegg Agera RS was roaring wildly, the sound was like thunder, making the windows of the entire street buzz. The pointer on the speedometer had already broken through the scope of human rationality and was swinging madly towards the restricted area on the far right. The street scenes on both sides of the road were stretched into a blurry and chaotic band of light. Lin Feng's hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his eyes were blood red, staring intently at the front. His mind was blank. All his thoughts and emotions were condensed into the most primitive and barbaric 2 words. Hurry up! He didn't even use the car navigation, because every street and every corner of the city had already been engraved in his mind by the Zero artificial intelligence. A death route that is theoretically the fastest but absolutely impossible to achieve in reality is being violently opened up under his feet. Squeak! With a teeth-grinding sound of tire friction, the ghost supercar spun out in a near-instantaneous drift and stopped sideways in front of the emergency building of the First People's Hospital of Yuncheng. Before the car came to a complete stop, Lin Feng shot out from the driver's seat like a cannonball, and the strong wind he brought with him made a passing young nurse stagger. He ignored the screams coming from behind him and the supercar whose engine was still roaring, and rushed straight into the brightly lit building. A strong smell, a mixture of disinfectant and despair, hit me in the face. VIP intensive care ward. Where is it? He grabbed a frightened nurse in front of the reception desk, and his voice was as hoarse as 2 pieces of rusty iron rubbing against each other. The nurse was frightened by his murderous expression and trembled all over. She subconsciously raised her hand and pointed to the end of the corridor, top floor. Before he finished speaking, Lin Feng had already turned into a shadow and rushed towards the elevator. He didn't even bother to wait for the elevator. He kicked open the fire door of the emergency passage next to him, took 2 steps at a time, and rushed up the stairs frantically. On the top floor, outside the VIP intensive care unit, the atmosphere was extremely solemn, and the air seemed to have turned into lead, making it hard to breathe. All the core members of the Morone family were present, and each of them looked as pale as death. Morone Yunxue leaned against the cold wall. Her usually cool and beautiful face was now pale and bloodless, washed away by tears. Her body was trembling slightly, as if she would collapse at any moment. Beside her were all the hospital's leading experts, each a towering figure in their respective fields. But at this moment, they all lowered their heads, faces filled with helplessness and guilt. Inside the ward, various cutting-edge medical equipment surrounded the bed, and the screen flashed with a heart-pounding light. However, on the electrocardiogram monitor in the center, the green waveform representing the sign of life has become increasingly flat, so weak that it seems as if it will disappear completely in the next second. Beep beep beep. Finally, the faint fluctuation completely returned to a straight line with a long, harsh buzzing sound. The entire corridor fell into deathly silence in an instant. Morone Yunxue's body suddenly stiffened, and her pupils dilated instantly, as if all the colors of the world were sucked away at this moment. Well. The attending physician, a gray-haired academician, took off his mask with a heavy face, turned around, and spoke to Morone Yunxue with difficulty. Ms. Morone, we have tried our best. Get ready, record the time of death. These words were like a ruthless hammer, completely smashing the last glimmer of hope in Morone Yunxue's heart. Her legs went limp and she slid down the wall weakly and sat down on the ground. No, Grandpa. A desperate, broken sob escaped her throat. Just as everyone was immersed in great grief, and the attending doctor raised his wrist to check his watch. Boom! The door of the ward at the end of the corridor seemed to have been slammed into by a mad prehistoric beast, and exploded inward with a deafening roar. Wood chips flying everywhere. Amidst everyone's horrified gazes, a figure covered in dust and coldness rushed in like a flash of black lightning. It's Lin Feng. He finally arrived. Get out of here. Lin Feng looked around at the room full of doctors in white coats and let out a shocking roar. The brutality and unquestionable pressure contained in that voice made everyone subconsciously take a step back. He ignored everyone's surprise and rushed straight to the bed. Looking at the lifeless old man lying on the hospital bed with a pale face and closed eyes, Lin Feng's heart felt like it was being gripped by a sharp claw, and the pain made him almost unable to breathe. But he had no time to grieve. He suddenly stretched out his hand and took out a set of things that had been exchanged long ago from the system space. It was an ancient rosewood box. The moment it was opened, a dazzling golden light shone, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Inside the box, 9 golden needles of varying lengths, each as thin as an ox's hair, lay quietly. Their bodies shone with a dazzling brilliance, as if they were not ordinary objects, but rather magical treasures from mythical immortals. 9 turned golden needle for resurrection. Lin Feng's eyes became focused and crazy at this moment. He knew that this was his only chance, his only bet in the race against death. Morone Yunxue, who was slumped on the ground, raised her head in a daze and looked at the man who seemed to have fallen from the sky and exuded a domineering aura. In those beautiful eyes that had been completely overwhelmed by despair, a faint, almost invisible flame was rekindled as if by magic. And Lin Feng has already picked up the first golden needle. His hands were as steady as a rock and as fast as lightning. He aimed at the Baihui point on the top of Morone Bo's head and stabbed it steadily without any hesitation. He wants to use his divine medical skills to launch the most arrogant challenge to the god of death who has already pronounced the outcome. Chapter 122, Defy Fate and Change Destiny. The magic needle is amazing. The moment Lin Feng picked up the golden needle, his entire aura changed dramatically. The previous anxiety, rage, and panic were all replaced by a near-divine focus. In his world, there was nothing else but the elderly man lying on the hospital bed, with no signs of life left, and the thin golden needle in his hand. Stop! An angry roar broke the eerie silence. Director Zhang, the attending specialist and a renowned authority in the cardiovascular field, was trembling with anger. He rushed forward in 2 steps, trying to stop Lin Feng's actions, which he considered absurd. What on earth are you trying to do, young man? The person is already dead. You're destroying the rescue scene and desecrating the deceased. His voice rose in anger, filled with the humiliation of having his professional dignity trampled upon. As a staunch scientist, he could not tolerate anyone engaging in such pretentious feudal superstition on a patient he had declared dead. Security. Where is the security? Get this lunatic who is disrupting medical order out of here. Director Zhang roared at the door. Several young doctors also surrounded him indignantly and tried to pull Lin Feng away. That's just nonsense. Stop now. You'll cause secondary damage to the remains. At this critical moment, a cold but extremely firm voice resounded throughout the corridor. Stop it. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Morong Yunxue, who had been slumped on the ground as if all her soul had been sucked out, had stood up at some point. With her frail body, she stood resolutely at the door of the ward, like a mother eagle spreading her wings to protect her chicks. Tears were still streaming down her pale cheeks, but those clear eyes that were once drowned in despair were now burning with a desperate flame called trust. Her cold gaze slowly swept across every doctor present, passing over their astonished, confused, and angry faces one by one. This was the first time that she revealed the domineering and sharp nature of the heir of the Morong family in front of outsiders. He is my fiancé, I believe him. Every word is powerful. Today, anyone who dares to disturb him will become an enemy of the Morong family. Boom! This sentence was even more shocking than the sound of Lin Feng kicking open the door. It was like an invisible bomb that exploded in everyone's mind. Director Zhang and the other doctors who were about to step forward seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move. They looked at the woman before them, her aura so overwhelming that they were speechless. Become enemies with the Morong family? The weight of these 6 words is enough to crush anyone in Yuncheng. The Morong family was also stunned by Morong Yunshua's sudden and unyielding stance. However, seeing her unquestionable gaze, all their doubts and words of dissuasion were stuck in their throats. Morong Yunxue used her seemingly thin shoulders to create an absolute barrier for Lin Feng. Lin Feng, who was inside the barrier, turned a deaf ear to everything outside. At the moment when the divine-level medical skills were fully operational, his vision had undergone a drastic change. In his horizon, Mr. Morong's body was no longer cold flesh and blood, but a starry sky on the verge of complete extinction. Countless stars, representing meridians and acupuncture points, dimmed, and the Milky Way, symbolizing the source of life, had completely dried up. However, in the deepest part of the dead starry sky, Lin Feng saw a little ember that was so faint that it was almost imperceptible and smaller than dust. That was the last bit of life energy that was forcibly locked by the system. That's it. Lin Feng was focused and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. First shot. He shook his wrist lightly, and the golden needle turned into a stream of light. Without any delay, it pierced the Baihui acupoint on Morong Bo's head accurately. Insert the needle 3/10 of an inch, neither too deep nor too shallow. In a dimension that ordinary people cannot perceive, the embers of life that were about to dissipate seemed to be firmly grasped by an invisible big hand, and could no longer dissipate at all. Hold on. Lin Feng's mind and body were in unity, and his movements were smooth and extremely fast. The second needle, Runzhong Point. The third needle, Tanzhong Point. The fourth needle, Guanyuan. The fifth needle, Qihai. The eighth needle, Yongquan. The golden needles fell one by one without making any sound, but it was as if they were ringing a series of invisible huge bells. Each stitch is like a skilled chess player placing a crucial piece on the chessboard against death. As the 8 golden needles returned to their positions, a profound and mysterious pattern quietly formed on Morong Bo's body. Between the 8 needles, a faint golden current seemed to flow slowly, echoing each other, forming a closed and circulating energy field. The experts at the door have gone from initial anger and shock to confusion and bewilderment. They don't understand at all. This is beyond all the medical knowledge they have learned in their entire lives. At this moment, in the crowd, an old national expert with white hair and beard, who was invited to participate in the consultation, looked as if his throat was suddenly strangled. His eyes were as big as copper bells, staring at the pattern formed by 8 golden needles on the bed. His body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, his lips quivered, and a hoarse sound came from his throat, as if he had seen some miracle happen. Impossible. This acupuncture method actually exists. He murmured to himself, his voice filled with endless shock and fanaticism. Finally, he could no longer suppress his inner excitement and used all his strength to scream out. Oh my God! This is the 9-turn resurrection needle that has been lost for thousands of years and only exists in the fragments of ancient medical books. The veteran national team player's voice became shrill with excitement, causing a huge uproar in the silent corridor. What? 9 Transformation Resurrection Needle? Isn't that the legendary acupuncture technique? It's said to be able to reverse life and death and take the life of the king of hell. Could it be that there really is such a magical skill in this world? Amid the crowd's exclamations, the veteran master continued with tears in his eyes and a trembling voice. Legend has it that this acupuncture technique consists of 9 needles. The first 8 are soul-locking, strengthening the foundation and sealing off the last ray of life. The 9th needle, resurrection, is the key to inducing the energy of heaven and earth and reversing the fate of the world. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng picked up the last, and longest, golden needle. His gaze fell on Murongbo's heart, the Shinting point. The 9th stitch dropped. Buzz. The moment the needle tip touched the skin, the 8 golden needles that had been placed previously seemed to have received some mysterious inspiration, and all made a slight buzzing sound, while the needle tails simultaneously emitted a dazzling golden light. 9 golden lights, with the Shinting acupoint as the center, instantly connected into a complete mysterious formation that exudes endless vitality. The entire ward seemed to be enveloped by a warm and powerful force at this moment. It was at this moment. Beep. The straight line on the ECG monitor screen, which had been stretched into a straight line and had been emitting death beeps for nearly a minute, suddenly jumped upward violently and crazily. The shrill beeping sound suddenly stopped. The whole world fell into absolute, suffocating silence. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Just when everyone thought it was just a last gasp of hope and their hearts were in their throats. Beep. An extremely clear, extremely powerful, and beating sound full of the rhythm of life suddenly rang out. The straight line representing death on the screen, like a string plucked by God's hand, suddenly bounced upwards, drawing an incomparably beautiful and powerful crest. Beep beep beep. Then, the second, the third. The steady and powerful heartbeat, like a war drum, beats hard on everyone's heart again and again. The experts in the room, including Director Zhang, were all petrified on the spot, their mouths open wide enough to fit an egg, their faces filled with horror that had completely overturned their worldview. Morong Yunxue covered her mouth, and hot tears burst out. This time, it was no longer despair, but ecstasy. Everyone, it was like seeing a miracle. Chapter 123 Death Retreats, Queen's Tears. Inside the ICU ward, the air seemed to have solidified into solid glass, making it hard to breathe. All medical equipment remained in absolute silence, with only the curve on the electrocardiogram monitor, which was on the verge of straightening, making its last desperate, faint fluctuations. Time has lost its meaning here. Every second seemed stretched to a century. Beads of sweat gathered densely on Lin Feng's forehead, sliding down the contours of his knife-like cheeks, dripping onto the dust-free ground, leaving a small dark stain. His eyes were bloodshot, but deep in his pupils were burning 2 flames that refused to go out, fixed fixedly on Murongbo's bloodless face. His hands were as steady as a rock, holding the last thin silver needle between his fingers. The needle, after he had exhausted almost all of his mental energy, was emitting a faint buzzing sound, and the end of the needle even had a faint golden halo. 9 needles to restore life, the 9th needle. Lin Feng's lips moved, and the sound was so weak that only he could hear it. Concentrate the soul. The moment he finished speaking, his wrist shook violently. The golden silver needle turned into an afterimage that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Without making any sound, it accurately pierced the Baihui acupoint on Murongbo's head. Buzz. It was as if an invisible ancient bell was struck, and a mysterious energy, centered on the silver needle, instantly spread to Murongbo's limbs and bones. Outside the ward, through the huge one-way glass, Director Zhang and a group of Yunqing's top experts stared intently at the scene inside. Each of them seemed to be under a spell, forgetting even to breathe. Just now, the ECG monitor had sounded a shrill alarm, and the line had almost become a straight line. From a medical point of view, Murongbo was already dead. But Lin Feng, the young man who seemed to be fooling around in their eyes, still did not stop. Director Zhang, this is meaningless anymore. An assistant doctor's lips turned pale and his voice trembled. Director Zhang ignored him, his eyes wide as bells. He had been practicing medicine for 30 years and had never seen such a strange scene. At this moment, a miracle happened. In the ward, when Lin Feng's last needle fell, everyone saw that Murongbo's old face, which was as dry as tree bark, began to become rosy at a speed that violated the laws of nature. It is a healthy and vital red. The dry skin seemed to be infused with moisture, quickly becoming plump. The deep wrinkles seemed to be smoothed out by an invisible hand, and even the graying hair seemed to have regained some luster. Drip, drip, drip. The electrocardiogram monitor, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly burst out with a strong and powerful rhythmic sound. The curve on the screen that was about to lie flat now seemed to be injected with chicken blood, jumping up and down, and each crest was full of explosive power. Hoo-hoo! The steady and long breathing sound came from Morong Bo's chest and echoed clearly in the silent ward. Lin Feng's body shook, and he felt that the colors of the whole world faded away in an instant, and his eyes went dark. He stretched out his slightly trembling hand and quickly pulled out the silver needles one by one. When the last needle left Morong Bo's body, Lin Feng could no longer hold on. He staggered back 2 steps and sat down on the ground, his face as pale as a piece of paper. The excessive consumption of mental energy made him feel as if his brain was completely hollowed out, and even moving his eyeballs was difficult. Quick! Get in! Director Zhang was the first to react. He broke open the door of the ICU like a madman and rushed in with a group of doctors and nurses. Check vital signs. Blood pressure. Heart rate. Do a full body scan. The entire medical team instantly turned into a high-speed precision machine, with various instructions and data reports coming one after another. Reporting to the director. Blood pressure is 120/80. Perfect. Heart rate 75. Strong and powerful. Even stronger than me, a guy who works out every day. Blood oxygen saturation is 99%. Lung function. Oh my god, the lung CT scan shows that the stubborn shadows that had been there for years have all disappeared. Liver function, kidney function, all indicators have returned to their peak levels in their prime. One report after another, like bombshells, exploded in the minds of every medical staff member. They looked at the textbook-level perfect data on the instrument, and then looked at Morong Bo, who was breathing steadily and had a rosy complexion on the hospital bed, and felt that their decades of medical knowledge had suffered a dimensionality reduction attack. How can this be considered a cure? This is fucking rejuvenation. A young nurse was holding a report, her hands shaking badly. She looked at Lin Feng as if she saw a god walking on earth. She couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Oh my god, did this big brother use the bloodlock cheat or just give the king of hell a big shove and forcibly snatch the person back?" Director Zhang, his hands trembling, held up a stack of reports. He walked up to Lin Feng. This towering figure in the medical community of Yunqing actually bowed deeply to Lin Feng, who was slumped on the ground. "Mr. Lin, no, Divine Dr. Lin. Please accept my greeting." He raised his head, and there was no longer any doubt in his eyes, only the fanaticism and admiration of a volcanic eruption. You're not practicing medicine, you're practicing magic. You've opened the door to a new world for us. The experts and professors around also gathered around, each of them looking at Lin Feng excitedly, like a group of the most devout believers who had seen their own faith. Lin Feng waved his hands and, with the help of 2 nurses, managed to stand up. He ignored the doctors who had gone crazy, and just dragged his tired body towards the ward door step by step. The moment he opened the door, the glaring light in the corridor made him squint. Then, he saw her. Morong Yunxue was standing not far from the door, like a lonely stone statue waiting for her husband. She was still wearing the same well-tailored professional suit from yesterday, but now it looked a little messy, with a few strands of hair falling out of her meticulous bun. Her beautiful face, which always looked frosty, was now bloodless. Her cold phoenix eyes were filled with fine bloodshot, and the dark circles under her eyes were so obvious. No sleep all night. She just stood there, her body swaying slightly, as if a gust of wind could blow her down. But her eyes were fixed on the ward door, as if she was waiting for a final judgment. When Lin Feng appeared at the door, her body, which was tense to the extreme, trembled violently. Their eyes met. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Lin Feng looked at her shaky and pretending to be strong appearance, and the softest part of his heart was stabbed. He moved his pale lips, nodded slowly to her, and uttered 3 words with all his strength. "It's okay." These 3 words are light and airy, yet they seem like a key with boundless magical power. In an instant, the floodgates in the deepest part of Morong Yunxue's heart opened. This icy female CEO who always appeared noble, calm, and in control of everything in front of outsiders, all her strength and disguise collapsed at this moment. Her pupils contracted violently, and her long eyelashes could no longer hold back the tears that were about to burst. Wow! A cry that was suppressed to the extreme burst out from her throat. The next second, like a young swallow returning to its nest, she used all her strength and threw herself into Lin Feng's arms. With a dull bang, Lin Feng staggered again and his back leaned firmly against the doorframe. Warm, fragrant, and soft jade in my arms. Morong Yunxue hugged him tightly, burying her little head deeply in his chest, as if she wanted to rub her entire being into his body. The fear, apprehension, grievance, despair that had been suppressed all night, all the negative emotions, at this moment, turned into hot tears, gushing out and soaking the front of his shirt in an instant. Her small hands clutched his clothes tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strength, as if she was not clutching a piece of cloth, but the whole world she had just lost and regained. The delicate body in my arms was shaking violently. The crying sound did not have the usual coldness at all. It was filled with the helplessness and grievance of a little girl, which broke Lin Feng's heart. He slowly raised his somewhat sore arms and hugged her tightly. He could feel how fragile and helpless this woman, who seemed so strong and invincible in front of outsiders, was at this moment. He didn't say anything, just let her vent in his arms. Until her crying gradually became softer, leaving only intermittent sobs. Lin Feng lowered his head, put his lips close to her ear, which was emitting a faint fragrance, and made a promise word by word in an unprecedented solemn tone. I swear, this is the last time. From now on, I will never let you feel this helpless again. Chapter 124 Family Trust, True Recognition. 3 days later, Yunqing First People's Hospital. The VIP ward area on the top floor has long become the holy place of the entire hospital. A group of medical experts, led by Director Zhang, were currently surrounding a spirited old man. Each of them held a medical examination report, and the expressions on their faces were as if they had collectively won the lottery, or had seen a ghost. All vital signs are perfect. Cardiopulmonary function is stronger than a 20-year-old boy. The cancer cells have completely disappeared, not even a trace can be found. Director Zhang held the report in his hands trembling slightly. He looked at the old man who was slowly practicing Tai Chi by the window, and felt that his worldview had been crushed countless times in the past 3 days. 3 days ago, this person was a corpse declared clinically dead. 3 days later, he was here in high spirits, and every move he made was full of vitality. Director Zhang, I feel like my life has been lived in vain. I have studied medicine for 30 years, but in the end I am not as good as that young man with 9 needles. I went home yesterday and took out the Yellow Emperor's Classic of Internal Medicine. I have decided that I want to switch careers and become a Chinese medicine doctor. An associate chief physician muttered to himself, his eyes full of confusion and yearning for an unknown road. Ahem. Director Zhang's face flushed. He glared at him, then quickly walked over to the old man with a humble smile on his face. Mr. Morong, your physical condition is simply a miracle in medical history. However, to be on the safe side, we still recommend that you stay in the hospital for a few more days for observation. Observe what? Morong Bo withdrew his strength and breathed a long sigh of relief. He felt refreshed and as if he had become 20 years younger. He waved his hand, his tone undeniable, I know my own body well. I feel like I could kill a cow with one punch. Get me discharged immediately. I have important things to attend to. His gaze passed through the crowd and fell on the young man not far away who was quietly peeling an apple for Morong Yunxue. His eyes were filled with indescribable gratitude and admiration. Lin Feng, this name has become synonymous with God in his mind. That afternoon, Morong Bo strode out of the hospital with big strides amid the respectful, almost pilgrim, gazes of all the experts and professors in the hospital. The first thing he did upon returning to the Morong family's old house was to issue an order that shocked all members of the Morong family. Convene the highest-level family meeting. Morong Family Meeting Hall. A huge long table made of a whole piece of golden nanmu wood was filled with the core members of the Morong family. The atmosphere was solemn, yet there were undercurrents. Many members of the side branches were restless, their eyes flickering. They had heard a few days ago that the old man was critically ill, and they all had their own plans. Some had even started to collude secretly, preparing to fight for the family property after the old man passed away. But who would have thought that the old man not only did not die, but was even more energetic than before? Now, the drama of settling scores is about to begin. Morong Bo sat upright in the main seat, his presence intimidating without even getting angry. He simply glanced around with those all-seeing eyes, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on the backs of those harboring ulterior motives. Morong Yunxue sat on his left. After this incident, her cold temperament became more condensed, and she had an authority that made her say what she meant. Lin Feng was arranged to sit next to Morong Yunxue, sipping the fine dehongpo by himself, as if the meeting before him, which would determine the future of a century-old family, was just an afternoon tea that had nothing to do with him. I called everyone here today just to announce something. Morong Bo spoke, his voice loud and clear, echoing in the hall. I'm old now. I've had a near-death experience this time, and I've figured it out. It's time to hand over the Morong family to the younger generation. He paused and everyone held their breath. From today on, my granddaughter, Morong Yunxue, will officially take over the position of head of the Morong family. She will be fully in charge of the final decision-making power over all of the Morong family's businesses. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole room was in an uproar. Although many people had anticipated this, when this moment really came, the impact was still huge. Brother, isn't this too hasty? Morong Jian, Morong Bo's cousin, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking gentle, couldn't help but speak. He tried to make his tone sound impartial. We all acknowledge Yunshue's abilities, but she's still young, and a girl. If I were to ask her to shoulder the entire family's responsibility, I'm worried, it would be hard to convince everyone. Convince the public? This time, it was not Morong Bo who spoke, but Morong Yunxue. Her cold gaze, like two sharp ice knives, pierced Morong Jian directly. Second uncle, I'd like to ask, where were you when the Tianlang group maliciously acquired the Morong family's assets? Where were you when the Fengxue group was fighting the Wang family in the capital? All I know is that when my grandfather was critically ill, you were secretly contacting the directors in an attempt to sideline my father. Is that what you call thinking about the family? Morong Jian's face instantly turned purple, and he was speechless. That's enough. Morong Bo slammed the table. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. I'm not dead yet. Why are you all so anxious to jump out? Let me tell you, Yunshue's ability is stronger than all of you old guys combined. With the current size of Fengxue group, who among you can do it? His eyes were like lightning, sweeping over every member of the clan who lowered their heads. My words are the rules of the Morong family. Anyone who disobeys, get out of the Morong family right now. The extremely domineering words made the entire hall silent. No one dared to raise a single objection. Those branches that had once been eager to make a move were now like eggplants hit by frost, completely withered. However, just when everyone thought that the matter had been settled, Morong Bo made a move that made everyone's eyes almost pop out. He slowly turned his head and looked at Lin Feng with an unprecedented gentle and serious gaze. Lin Feng. Grandpa, I'm here. Lin Feng put down the teacup. Come here. Under everyone's confused gaze, Lin Feng stood up and walked to Morong Bo's side. Morong Bo carefully took out an antique rosewood box from his arms. He opened the wooden box, and a warm light instantly attracted everyone's attention. It was a piece of ancient jade with dragon patterns, warm and smooth throughout, with a simple, ancient color. The coiled dragon carved into it was lifelike, as if it would burst forth from the jade at any moment. An invisible aura of majesty emanated from the ancient jade. This is the heirloom of my Morong family, a jade pendant with dragon pattern. It is the symbol of the highest power in the family. Only the head of the family can wield it throughout the generations. Morong Bo's voice carried a hint of holiness. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Could it be that he wants to give this to Morong Yunxue as well? But the next second, Morong Bo's action overturned their cognition. He held up the dragon-patterned ancient jade in both hands and handed it to Lin Feng with great solemnity. Wow, is this the Imperial Sword Plus version? Lin Feng took the jade pendant and felt a warm current flowing into his palm, and a thought flashed through his mind. Morong Bo looked at Lin Feng, then glanced at the already petrified crowd below the stage. In a tone that would be recorded in the history of the Morong family, he announced word by word with sonorous force. Yunxue is in charge of the family, and you are in charge of Yunxue. Boom! This sentence was like a nuclear bomb, exploding in everyone's mind. Morong Yunxue is in charge of the family, and Lin Feng is in charge of Morong Yunxue? What does this mean? Before they could recover from this devastating news, Morong Bo's thunderous voice rang out again. From today on, you, Lin Feng, will be the guardian god of my Morong family, with a status equal to that of the patriarch. Seeing this jade is like seeing me. Bang! Morong Jian could no longer hold on and slumped down in the chair, his face as pale as paper. You could hear a pin drop in the entire conference hall. All the Morong people stared at the young man holding the ancient jade with dragon pattern with awe as if he were a god. They finally understood. The head of the family is Morong Yunxue. But the head of this family is Lin Feng. This young man has completely become the emperor of this century-old family. Chapter 125 Weekly Lottery, King's Scepter. The night was as dark as water. In the back garden of Moron's old house, the solemnity of the meeting hall had faded, and there was more tranquility and warmth. The evening breeze blew away Lin Feng's fatigue from the past few days. Moron Yunxue snuggled up to him, and the two of them sat side by side on the stone bench in the pavilion, watching the koi swimming leisurely in the pond, enjoying the hard-earned peace. The family meeting during the day was more of a complete ceremony of conferring deification than a transfer of power. Old Master Moron's words, "Yunxue is in charge of the family, and you are in charge of Yunxue," were like a bolt from the blue, directly raising Lin Feng's status to an unprecedented height. From a nominal grandson-in-law, he rose to become the emperor of the entire Moron family. How can I describe this feeling? Just one word: awesome. What are you thinking about? Moron Yunxue felt the joy of the man beside her, and there was a hint of tenderness in her cold voice that she herself did not notice. I was wondering, as the guardian angel, can I walk sideways in the future? Lin Feng turned his head, with a hint of ruffian smile, and gently pinched her soft and boneless little hand. That depends on who it is. Moron Yunxue's lips curled up beautifully, her eyes moving. It's okay for others, but not for me. Yes, my master. Lin Feng laughed and held her in his arms, feeling the warmth and faint fragrance of the beauty in his arms, and his heart was filled with unprecedented satisfaction. All worries are completely solved. Not only that, he also unexpectedly gained supreme control over the Moron family, a century-old prestigious family. This wave is a huge profit. Just when he was content and enjoying the gentle countryside, a cold electronic sound rang out in his mind very appropriately, as if playing a song of victory. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully reversed life and death, saving the key figure Moron Bo, triggering his extreme gratitude and awe. Emotion value plus 5 million. Ding! Detected that the host has established supreme status at the Moron family meeting, causing shock, awe, and submission among all family members. Emotion value plus 8 million. Ding! Detected, the host and the heroine Moron Yunxue's relationship has sublimated, their hearts have merged, triggering their extreme love and dependence. Emotion value plus 10 million. A series of system prompt sounds, like the most beautiful symphony, made Lin Feng's smile even brighter. Good job. Although this trip to New York was extremely thrilling, the rewards were too great. The total emotional value is 23 million. This is much more than what he earned from working hard to bring down the Chen family and target the Sirius group. As expected, it is better to win people's hearts than to build a career. Ding! A new week has arrived, and the weekly lucky draw has been updated. The system's prompts added fuel to the carnival. Lin Feng was in a very good mood. He comforted Moron Yunxue in his arms, and with a thought, he sank into the system space. System, come out to receive guests. Lin Feng was in high spirits, his mind echoing in the empty system space. Come on, show me. Don't try to use those useless tricks on me. I just saved a life from the brink of death and became the emperor of a century-old prestigious family. I should at least give you something worthy of my current status, right? He is now very wealthy and has a very strong backbone. Detecting the host's strong desire to show off, the weekly lottery roulette has automatically been optimized for quality. The system's response had a subtle mechanical silence, but its actions were very honest. The lottery wheel that seemed plain on ordinary days had undergone a drastic change at this moment. The entire roulette wheel expanded more than tenfold, transforming into a giant wheel of light that slowly rotated like a nebula. The background of the roulette wheel was a deep cosmic black, and it was no longer a simple grid, but a dazzling star radiating different lights. Some of these stars shine with golden light representing money, some emit blue glow representing skills, and some emit silver glow representing black technology. At the very center of these stars, an area was shrouded in a dense, impenetrable purple gold mist, making it impossible to discern what lay within. That area exuded a heart-pounding, supreme aura of the emperor. That's a bit interesting. Lin Feng's breathing stagnated slightly. He could feel that the thing in the purple gold mist was definitely an unprecedented god-level reward. It's decided to be you. Pump me. Following his command, a pointer made of pure light appeared on the huge nebula wheel and began to spin wildly. Buzz. The entire system space was shaking slightly. The speed of the pointer reached an extreme level, turning into a blur of light and shadow, sweeping across the bright stars. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on the mysterious purple gold area. It has to be this. It has to be this. At this moment, hundreds of billions in cash and god-level skills could no longer cause him much of a stir. What he needs now is a power that matches his status as a guardian angel and allows him to truly control everything. The speed of the pointer's rotation gradually slowed down. It passed by the golden sun representing 100 billion in cash. Passing by the blue comet representing god-level programming. Passing by the silver galaxy representing the future fighter plan. Lin Feng's heart rose to his throat with every beat of the pointer. Getting closer. Getting closer. The pointer trembled and swayed, and finally entered the mysterious purple gold fog. Hit. Lin Feng clenched his fists suddenly. At the moment the pointer stopped, the entire purple gold fog exploded, and thousands of feet of light gushed out from it, dyeing the entire system space into a brilliant imperial color. In the center of the roulette wheel, a scepter with an ancient yet gorgeous shape slowly emerged. It was crafted entirely from an unknown purple gold material, its shaft engraved with intricate and majestic dragon patterns, and its apex inlaid with a massive gem as dazzling as the sun. An indescribable sense of majesty and authority emanated from the scepter, as if holding it allowed one to command the world, and no one dared to disobey. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your kingly aura has triggered a hidden, unique reward. Congratulations to the host for winning the special and unique authority item, King's Scepter Primary. The system's prompt sounds all carry a hint of excitement and excitement. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed on the attribute description of the scepter. King's Scepter Primary. Type, Unique Authority Item Indestructible, Non-Tradable, Upgradable. Effect 1, King's Aura, Passive. The host's aura automatically creates a psychological deterrent for enemies, with the effect increasing the lower their strength. Furthermore, the host's aura increases the cohesion of all subordinates with a loyalty of 60 or above, significantly boosting their work ethic and loyalty. Effect 2, Ability Infusion, Active. Available once a month. You can designate a core subordinate with a loyalty of 90 or above to perform a power infusion, randomly raising one of their professional skills by one level up to godly level. After reading the introduction, Lin Feng took a breath of cold air, and then he was ecstatic. Holy shit, a divine weapon. This, King's Scepter, is tailor-made for him at this stage. The passive aura is like a built-in area of effect debuff and buff. It's incredibly powerful and practical. In the future, when you're negotiating with people or managing a company, just standing there will overwhelm the whole place with your aura. Isn't that more effective than any rhetoric? And that active skill, ability infusion, is even more amazing. This means that he can artificially mass-produce geniuses. What is a company's core competitiveness? Ultimately, it comes down to talent. And now, he has the ultimate weapon to create talents. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth couldn't help but curl up wildly. Almost instantly, a figure appeared in his mind. The man who followed him wholeheartedly and built the business framework of Fengshui Group for him just because of an accidental appreciation when he was still a penniless boy. That operational genius whose loyalty had long been fixed at 100 points, would only answer yes, boss, without hesitation no matter how outrageous the decision Lin Feng made. Qin Gang. Old Qin, you've been working for me for so long, it's time to give you a promotion. Lin Feng looked at the King's Scepter in his hand, his eyes flashing with excitement and anticipation. He couldn't wait to see what kind of terrifying existence a top-notch operations genius would evolve into after being infused with abilities again. Chapter 126, Ability Infusion, Transformation of Business Genius. After dealing with the internal affairs of the Morong family, Lin Feng did not stay in the old house for long. After spending a few moments of tenderness with Morong Yunxue in the back garden, he returned to his top-floor mansion in Hentang Palace. Although Morong Yunxue was reluctant to let go, she also knew that Lin Feng had more important things to do next. After all, he was the true captain of the Fengshui Group, a behemoth. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows with a 360-degree view, Lin Feng looked down at the city below him, which was dotted with neon lights like a galaxy, and his heart was filled with emotion. Instead of immediately immersing himself in the gentle arms of love, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. The call was answered almost instantly. Boss. An extremely respectful, even slightly excited, voice came from the receiver. It's Qin Gang. The nominal CEO of Fengshui Group, he is actually Lin Feng's most loyal steward. This man, who had been following Lin Feng wholeheartedly since he had nothing, just because of a chance appreciation, his loyalty has long been welded to 100 points on the system panel. Old Qin, come to my Yunding Palace. Lin Feng's tone was calm. Yes, boss. I'll be right there. No questions asked, not even a hint of hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. As soon as he thought of it, the shadow of the king's scepter that exuded supreme majesty quietly appeared in his palm, and a purple gold light flowed, as if it contained the power to change the world. Lao Qin, you are the first general under my command. This first great gift should be enjoyed by you. There was an unprecedented expectation in Lin Feng's eyes. What kind of terrifying existence will a top professional manager transform into after being baptized by ability infusion? He is very curious. In less than 20 minutes, the doorbell rang on time. Qin Gang stood at the door, wearing a well-tailored suit, a meticulous hairstyle, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, making him look smart and capable. Although it was late at night, he did not show any sign of fatigue. Instead, his eyes were filled with excitement at seeing his backbone. Boss. He bowed slightly, keeping a very humble attitude. Come in and sit down. Lin Feng pointed to the sofa in the living room. Qin Gang did not sit down, but took out a thick folder from his briefcase and handed it over respectfully. Boss, here are the group's financial statements for last quarter, as well as several major project plans we plan to advance over the next 6 months. Please review them. Lin Feng didn't answer, but just waved his hand. No need to look, just say it. Yes. Qin Gang immediately got into work mode. He opened the document and began to report in a clear and organized manner. Overall, the group is currently operating well, with all businesses experiencing steady growth. However, we encountered some resistance when expanding into the European market. Qin Gang frowned slightly. This was his biggest headache recently. Local protectionism in the European market is very serious, and their business rules differ greatly from ours. We previously tried to acquire a local mid-sized technology company as a springboard, but the offer was 3 times the market price and came with a ton of harsh terms, clearly trying to make things difficult for us. After evaluation, the legal department concluded that if we force this forward, we'll likely end up in a protracted legal dispute and public opinion war, which would be more trouble than it's worth. Therefore, this project is currently at a stalemate. I personally prefer to put it on hold for now and focus on the Southeast Asian market first. Qin Gang was concentrating on analyzing the pros and cons and didn't notice at all that Lin Feng, who was sitting opposite him, had changed his expression. Now is the time. Lin Feng's mind moved, and he gave an instruction to the system. Use ability infusion on Qin Gang. Buzz. The invisible king's scepter in his palm, the gem on the top of the scepter suddenly lit up, and a purple gold light that was so faint that it was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye shot out in an instant like a lightning that crossed dimensions, and sank into the brow of Qin Gang, who was talking incessantly. So I suggest that we should mobilize funds first. Qin Gang's voice suddenly stopped. His body suddenly stiffened, his pupils dilated instantly, and he seemed to have been paused, maintaining the reporting posture, motionless. What happened? Qin Gang's mind went blank. No, it is not blank, but it is completely occupied by an unprecedented and indescribable clarity. At that very moment, he felt as if his skull had been opened, and then a whole galaxy composed of pure data, information, inspiration, and wisdom was forced into him. Regarding corporate management, capital operation, business game, market forecast, insight into human nature, countless pieces of knowledge that he once needed to spend a lot of time to learn, ponder, and practice in order to comprehend, are now like instincts that had long been engraved in his genes and are instantly activated. His previous analysis of the predicament of the European market, those so-called resistances, rules and barriers, now seemed to him like the building block games played by kindergarten children, full of loopholes and childish and ridiculous. Acquisition? Why? Isn't the core value of that technology company the few patents and channels they hold? In Qin Gang's mind, almost within 0.01 second, at least 17 methods emerged that could bypass direct acquisitions and completely disintegrate, absorb, and rebuild the other party's core value at a lower cost and faster speed. For example, they could join forces with another local competitor and use capital leverage to create a malicious debt bomb. For example, they can poach 3 of the other party's core technical personnel and simultaneously release false news in the media that the other party's technology is about to be iterated, thereby shaking its market confidence. For example, we can directly make arrangements in their upstream supply chain and downstream sales channels at the same time, using a boiling frog in warm water approach, and let them package their core assets and send them to Fengshui Group within 3 months. Countless more sophisticated, more ruthless, and more incredible business methods emerged, collided, and merged in his mind like a tide, and finally formed a perfect, art-level business operation plan. This is no longer within the scope of thinking of a top professional manager. This is the insight of the god of business. It is a dimensionality reduction attack standing in the future and overlooking the present. I am. Qin Gang's lips trembled slightly. He looked down at the report in his hand. The data and analysis that he treasured seemed so shallow and crude at this moment. He felt like an accountant who had been using an abacus to calculate, and was suddenly forcibly upgraded to the Tianhe 2 supercomputer. This earth-shaking transformation from soul to wisdom made him feel a huge awe and fear that was almost suffocating. He slowly and stiffly raised his head and looked at the young man who was holding a teacup and looking at him calmly. Boss. The boss did it. There can't be anyone else except him. At this moment, Qin Gang finally understood. He always thought that he was following a business genius with outstanding vision and extraordinary skills. Only now did he realize how wrong he was. How can this be called a business genius? This is clearly a god walking among the human world. Everything he did just now was not pointing out or teaching, but rather enlightenment and granting. It is a gift from God to believers that mortals cannot understand at all. After figuring all this out, the awe and fear in Qin Gang's heart instantly transformed into endless, fanatical worship. Thump! He could no longer control his trembling body. His knees softened and he fell to his knees in front of Lin Feng, his forehead hitting the cold marble floor heavily. Boss! No! My lord! Qin Gang's voice became hoarse and trembling due to extreme excitement, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from the depths of his soul. Qin Gang, I am willing to die for you. He didn't know how to express his feelings at the moment. Only by giving up everything he had, including his life and soul, could he perhaps repay 1/10,000th of this miraculous gift. Lin Feng looked at Qin Gang, who was crawling at his feet, trembling violently, and even the way he addressed him changed from boss to my lord, and nodded with satisfaction. The effect was better than he had imagined. What he wants is not only loyal subordinates, but also fanatical believers. Get up. Lin Feng said calmly, this little trick is nothing. Yes, my lord. Qin Gang stood up trembling, but he no longer dared to look directly into Lin Feng's eyes. He just lowered his head deeply, and that respect had penetrated into his bones. Lin Feng looked at him as if he was admiring a perfect work of art that he had polished with his own hands. An idea suddenly came to his mind and quickly became clear and grand. Qin Gang alone can give Fengshui Group's business empire unlimited expansion potential. What if I had 10 or 100 top talents like Qin Gang under my command, who had been enlightened in their respective fields? A top technology fanatic, a top legal king, a top assassination master, a top financial tycoon. When all these people gather under my king's scepter as believers, they will form an absolutely loyal Knights of the Round Table who only obey me. By then, let alone the Wang family in the capital, even the whole world, what can stop me? Thinking of this, an unprecedented, blazing light burst out from Lin Feng's eyes. This grand plan made his blood boil. Chapter 127, The Fury of Yunqing. Qin Gang's enthusiasm was within Lin Feng's expectations, but it also exceeded his expectations. The energy unleashed by a subordinate composed of 100% loyalty and god-level abilities cannot be simply described as useful. That is faith, it is fanaticism, it is the sharp sword of God that is enough to implement Lin Feng's will to every corner of the world. The grand blueprint in Lin Feng's mind of forming the Knights of the Round Table became extremely clear and firm at this moment. He helped the still trembling Qin Gang up, and his expression returned to his usual calm and composed state, as if the miraculous enlightenment just now had disappeared, and he just flicked the ash off his cigarette. Stand up. From now on, you are not allowed to kneel without my permission. Yes. Boss. Qin Gang suppressed the huge waves in his heart and stood up again, but his head was lowered even lower than before. It was a kind of humility that came from the depths of his soul. Lin Feng didn't say anything else. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down at the lights of thousands of homes below. The satisfaction of having just obtained the king's scepter and enlightened the first god general gradually settled. Instead, there was a chilling murderous intent. He remembered Morong Yunshue's face in the hospital, soaked in tears and filled with despair. I remembered Morong Bo lying on the hospital bed, his vital signs disappearing bit by bit. He also remembered the solemn promise he made to the girl in his arms. I swear, this is the last time. From now on, I will never let you feel this helpless again. The promise is still fresh in my mind. And those culprits who dared to make her feel helpless are still alive and well. Lin Feng would not allow this. Red Fox. Lin Feng uttered two words lightly into the air. the light and shadow in the space behind him were slightly distorted. A fiery red figure appeared quietly like a ghost, knelt on one knee, and moved smoothly and gracefully without making a single sound. Kneeling there was a woman. A woman who was enough to make any man's blood boil. She wore a fiery red skin-tight leather jacket that perfectly accentuated her already incredibly hot figure, as if every inch had been meticulously sculpted by God. Her long, wavy, wine-red hair casually draped over her shoulders added a touch of lazy yet dangerous wildness. She lowered her head, but just a glimpse of her profile was enough to captivate everyone. She is the Red Fox, Sumei. The real dark side of Feng Shui Group is responsible for intelligence, security and handling all the dirty work that cannot be made public. It was cultivated by Lin Feng and is another sharp knife. Boss. Sumei's voice, with a hint of natural charm and hoarseness, was like a kitten's paw, gently scratching people's hearts. Qin Gang, who was standing aside, suddenly narrowed his eyes the moment Sumei appeared. As the CEO of the group, he naturally knew of Red Fox's existence and that she was in charge of the group's most mysterious and shady department. But this was the first time he had felt the terrifying power of this woman so closely. She just knelt there like a cheetah ready to pounce. She looked lazy, but in fact, every cell in her body was filled with deadly threats. Where is what I want? Lin Feng didn't turn around, his voice was cold and without a trace of emotion. Here. Sumei stretched out her slender hand wearing black lace gloves and handed over an ultra-thin tablet computer. Lin Feng turned around and took the tablet. On the screen was a report that was shockingly detailed. The title of the report consists of only 4 words: Retribution after the autumn. Boss, while you were heading to New York to deal with those old guys from the Global Council, some people back home were uneasy. Sumei knelt on the ground, raised her bewitching fox eyes, and reported softly. According to our intelligence, at least 7 local companies in Yunqing have colluded with former members of the Tianlang Group, which we previously crippled, and some overseas hot money. While you were away, they launched a comprehensive commercial crackdown on the Morong family's businesses. They used tactics like smear campaigns, malicious short selling, and poaching of core employees, causing Morong Group's stock price to evaporate by nearly 30 billion in 3 days. Sumei's voice was very soft, but the content of her words caused the temperature in the air to drop several degrees again. Lin Feng's fingertips slid slowly across the tablet, scanning the names of those companies and every dirty thing they had done. His expression didn't change at all. But Qin Gang and Sumei both felt a suffocating and terrifying pressure emanating from Lin Feng. That was not anger, but something more terrifying than anger. That was the indifferent, absolute will that determined the life and death of a group of ignorant ants as the gods looked down upon them. Among them, the one that jumped the most enthusiastically and used the most despicable tactics was a real estate company called Dingsheng Group. There was also a hint of cold murderous intent in Sumei's tone. Their chairman publicly declared at a private reception that the Morong family's fortunes were over, and that as soon as Mr. Morong died, he would be the first to purchase the Morong family's ancestral home and convert it into a high-end club. He also said he would invite Miss Morong Yunxue to be the club's receptionist. Crack. As soon as Sumei finished speaking, a crisp cracking sound was heard. The tablet computer in Lin Feng's hand had a shell made of high-strength alloy, and he had actually left a clear 5-finger print on it. The screen instantly cracked like a spider web, flickered a few times, and went completely black. Very good. Lin Feng threw the scrap tablet on the ground and spat out 2 words. There was even a faint smile on his face. Just that smile made Qin Gang and Sumei shiver at the same time. That's the devil's smile. Lin Feng slowly sat back on the sofa. He didn't look at Sumei, but cast his gaze on Qin Gang, who stood straight, waiting for orders. He didn't roar, he didn't yell, he didn't even call any so-called emergency meeting. He simply gave Qin Gang an order in a tone that was almost casual and eerily calm. I don't want to see the words Dingsheng on the map of China tomorrow. In a word, understatement. But it carries more weight than any thunderous roar. This is the King's declaration. Qin Gang, who had just gained the wisdom of God, did not feel the slightest pressure the moment he heard these words. Instead, an almost perverted and fanatical excitement burst out in his eyes. In just 0.01 seconds, his brain had simulated 36 perfect plans to make a group with a market value of hundreds of billions of dollars disappear completely in the physical and commercial sense. He took a step forward and bent down suddenly, a bloodthirsty light flashing under the lenses of his gold-rimmed glasses. He issued his first military order to the new god after his transformation. Don't worry, boss. Before the sun rises, the heyday will become history. His voice was filled with unprecedented confidence and enthusiasm, as if he was narrating a fact that had already happened. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction and waved his hand. Go ahead. Yes. Qin Gang didn't say another word. He turned around abruptly and walked out with big strides. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. The moment he walked out of the gate of Yunding Palace, his entire temperament had completely changed. If we say that Qin Gang was a top business elite before he went in, so at this moment, he is a business god of death holding a sickle, about to reap the lives of mortals. It's late at night. But for Yunqing, a sleepless night has just begun. A blitzkrieg launched by the financial giant Fengshui Group against several local companies quietly began in every corner of Yunqing. Countless calls were made from secret numbers. Countless encrypted emails were sent to top law firms and accounting firms around the world. Behind the scenes of stock market transactions, seemingly insignificant huge sell orders, like converging streams, are quietly forming a massive flood capable of breaking down all dams. The entire Yunqing business community was still immersed in a false calm, and no one knew that the monstrous rage from the new king had already begun to burn. And they will all become the first sacrifices to be crushed into ashes under this wrath. Chapter 128, Overwhelming and Destroyed Overnight. In the early morning, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the magnificent headquarters building of Dingsheng Group. Top floor, Chairman's office. Lu Dingsheng, the founder of Dingsheng Group, was leaning comfortably on a six-figure leather executive chair, enjoying the top-quality civet coffee brewed by his secretary. He was already in his 50s, but he was in excellent condition, with a shiny slicked-back hair, a ruddy face, and a look of self-satisfaction and arrogance in his eyes. Is that old guy from the Morong family still alive? He took a sip of coffee and casually asked the charming secretary standing beside him in a black hip skirt. Director Lu, I just got the news that he was still in the ICU last night. I guess he will only be alive in a day or two. The secretary giggled, her voice so sweet that it was sickening. Just a last-ditch effort. Lu Dingsheng sneered and crushed the cigar in his hand in the crystal ashtray. Wait until that old man dies, and I'll see what his self-righteous granddaughter can do to fight me. His eyes gleamed with greed and lust. Spread my word. Once the Morong family falls, their ancestral home is mine. And that Morong Yunxue, it'll be fun to have her greet guests at my new club. Mr. Lu, you are so bad. The secretary threw him a coquettish look, her body almost sticking to him. Lu Dingsheng laughed triumphantly, as if he had already seen the glorious scene of himself completely replacing the Morong family and becoming the new generation overlord of Yunqing. In the past few days, he united 7 or 8 companies that had suffered losses at the hands of the Morong family, and took advantage of the opportunity when Morong Bo was critically ill and Lin Feng was away from the country to launch a comprehensive commercial siege on the Morong Group. Everything was going very smoothly. However, Morong Group's stock price plummeted, and its capital chain was in jeopardy, and it seemed that they were about to devour it completely. In his opinion, this was just a hunt without any suspense. He, Lu Dingsheng, is the most ferocious hunter. However, he would never know that while he was dreaming of the spring and autumn period, a net woven by the gods, powerful enough to devour everything, had quietly unfolded above his head. Fengshui Group, Headquarters Building, Trading Center. There is no hustle and bustle and frenzy of ordinary trading rooms here, only deathly silence. Hundreds of top traders sat in front of their computers in an orderly manner, each with a solemn expression on their face, almost like a pilgrimage. In front of them, on the huge circular screen wall, countless K-line charts representing the flow of wealth were like dormant dragons, quietly waiting to be awakened. And standing in the center of the screen wall was Qin Gang. He was still wearing that meticulous suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looking gentle and elegant. But at this moment, what emanated from him was a soul-shaking, cold and powerful aura like that of death. That is not the aura of an ordinary person. That was the commercial judge who, after being enlightened by God and holding the power of life and death, looked at the sinners indifferently before executing them. He didn't even look at the complicated charts and data. Because all the financial data, capital flows, equity structures, and even the personal account information of every executive of Dingsheng Group and several other companies involved in the encirclement had long been clearly imprinted in his mind like the simplest formula of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. He can see every node in the other party's capital chain, calculate every penny the other party can mobilize, and even predict every foolish struggle the other party will make when facing an attack. This is not a game. This is a one-sided, crushing massacre. 9:30 sharp. Qin Gang glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist and spoke slowly in an emotionless tone. A shares, open. The moment the word open fell, the hundreds of traders behind him seemed to be war machines that were instantly activated, and their fingers on the keyboard turned into dazzling afterimages. There was no probing, no pulling, and no so-called tactical detour. What we do have is the simplest, most brutal, and most unreasonable method: market crash. First echelon, mobilize Spring Thunder's number 1, number 3, and number 7 funding pools, totaling 30 billion. Target Dingsheng Group and sell indiscriminately. Qin Gang's instructions were clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the microphone. Boom! The first second the stock market opens, a huge sell order worth 3 billion, like a meteorite falling from the sky, hit the originally stable stock price of Dingsheng Group hard. Then came the second, the third, and the 10th. Within 1 second, hundreds of sell orders in the billions rushed into the trading system like a flood. The stock price K-line chart of Dingsheng Group, the red line representing hope, did not even have a chance to struggle, as if it was being pressed down to the center of the earth from high in the sky by an invisible big hand. 1 second, just 1 second. Stock price crashed. 1%, 3%, 7%. The crazy drop in numbers is so scary. Second tier, target Dingsheng Group's 7 affiliated companies, and simultaneously implement the purification protocol. Qin Gang's second instruction followed closely. If dealing with Dingsheng Group is the main attack, then this move is to cut off all its support. What the hell? What's going on? What happened to Dingsheng Group? It's heading for the limit down right after the opening? It's not just Dingsheng. Look at Hongyuan Industrial and Tianyu Technology. They're all collapsed. All fucking collapsed. The entire financial circle of Yunqing was in an uproar within just 1 minute of the opening. Countless retail investors, speculators, and institutions looked at the stock price plummeting like a waterfall, their minds went blank, and they had no idea what was happening. All they knew was that the sky had fallen. Dingsheng Group, Chairman's office. Lu Dingsheng was hugging his secretary and imagining his bright future when the office door was suddenly kicked open. Lu? Director Lu. This is bad. The company's trading manager rushed in, his face as pale as paper, his voice trembling. We've been sniped. Sniper? Lu Dingsheng frowned and pushed his secretary away unhappily. What are you panicking about? Isn't it just a normal market fluctuation? Use the support funds and pull it up. It's useless, the manager cried, his voice tearful. The amount of money they have is terrifying. We just poured in 1 billion yuan, and we didn't even see a splash. It was swallowed up in a second. Now the stock price has hit the limit down. What? Lu Dingsheng was struck by lightning. He jumped up from his chair and snatched the tablet computer from his supervisor. When he saw the green K line on the screen that was firmly fixed on the 10% limit, his brain buzzed and went blank. How long did it take from opening to limit down? 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, his company's market value evaporated by tens of billions. Who is messing with us? Lu Dingsheng's eyes were bloodshot and he roared like a mad tiger. However, this was just the beginning of the nightmare. Just when he was feeling distraught, an even more fatal piece of news, like a death spell, spread across the entire internet through pop-up windows of major financial media. Shocking scandal. Dingsheng Group suspected of financial fraud, exposing massive debt black hole. An in-depth investigative report published by an anonymous person, accompanied by countless internal financial documents, bank statements, and secret agreements, exploded like a blockbuster bomb in the already boiling public opinion field. The report clearly reveals every detail of how Lu Dingsheng misappropriated company funds, how he falsified accounts, and how he transferred assets overseas. The chain of evidence is so complete that it is outrageous. It's over. Lu Dingsheng looked at the report and felt as if all his strength had been drained from him. He collapsed to the ground. He knew that he was completely finished. This is not a commercial sniping, it is a conspiracy to kill him. The phone started ringing frantically. Banks are demanding repayment of loans, suppliers are coming to collect debts, partners are announcing the termination of contracts. Every phone call was like a sharp knife, stabbing him in the heart. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the China Securities Regulatory Commission issued an announcement. In view of the fact that Dingsheng Group is suspected of serious illegal and irregular operations, an investigation will be filed against it from now on, the stock will be suspended indefinitely, and the compulsory liquidation procedure will be initiated. The dust has settled. The market opens at 9:30 in the morning and closes at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Less than 8 hours. A business empire with a market value of over 100 billion yuan collapsed. Lu Dingsheng, from a billionaire, has become a prisoner who is heavily in debt and is about to face imprisonment. He sat in the empty office in a daze. The sunset outside the window was blood red. He couldn't figure out what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city he once wanted to conquer, with a miserable and desperate smile on his face. The next second, he opened his arms and jumped down from a height of 100 meters like a bird with broken wings. The next morning, when countless people in the Yunqing business community woke up from their sleep and habitually opened their phones to read the news, they were all shocked to death by the blood-red headline on the front page. Overnight destruction. The chairman of Dingsheng Group committed suicide by jumping off a building, and 7 well-known companies in Yunqing declared bankruptcy on the same day. Fengshui Group announced that it had completed the acquisition of all high-quality assets of 7 companies, including Dingsheng and Hanyuan, late last night. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Everyone was stunned. They were horrified to find that those companies that were still alive and well yesterday, and had united a few days ago to arrogantly besiege the Morong family, had all disappeared from this world overnight. Some went bankrupt and liquidated, while others were swallowed up by Fengshui Group. The whole process was devastating, fast as lightning, and so ruthless that no room was left for maneuver. A chill penetrated deep into the bone marrow, rising from the tailbone to the top of the head for everyone who saw this news. They finally remembered how those companies had besieged the Morong family a few days ago. I finally understood who was behind this blitzkrieg that could be described as a massacre. Lin Feng. That mysterious yet omnipotent man. It's him, he is back. At this moment, all the business leaders in Yunqing, no matter how arrogant they had been before, were left with only the most primitive and pure fear in their hearts. They finally understood an irrefutable truth through bloody facts. In this city, you can disrespect ghosts and gods, but you must never provoke the Fengshui Group. Because, in Yunqing, Fengshui Group is the king. Chapter 129, Cloudtop Tenderness, Eve of the Storm. The night is as deep as the sea. Yunding Palace, top floor. The huge infinity pool is seamlessly connected to the city's dazzling starry night view. The shimmering water reflects the stars in the sky and the lights on Earth, as if the entire universe is embraced in its arms. The air was filled with the tranquility after the initial battle, with a hint of the coolness of the swimming pool water and the sweetness of the evening breeze. Lin Feng was wearing a loose bathrobe, half leaning on a lounge chair by the pool, with one arm used as a pillow by a soft and fragrant body. Morong Yunxue changed out of her smart CEO suit and put on a matching silk bathrobe. Her long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. She looked less cold and aloof than usual and more lazy and gentle. She nestled quietly in Lin Feng's arms, the outline of her face looking particularly soft under the light and shadow of the city. Her eyes, which were always as cold as frost, were now quietly gazing at the brilliant sea of stars formed by countless lights beneath her feet. From the collapse of Dingsheng Group, to the major reshuffle of Cloud City's business community, to Fengshui Group's lightning-fast acquisition of all high-quality assets, becoming the undisputed sole overlord of Cloud City. All this happened in just 48 hours. As fast as a dream. But only Morong Yunxue knew that behind this dream lay such a powerful strategy and such a terrifying power that could turn the tide. And all of this originated from the man beside her. What are you thinking about? So absent-minded? Lin Feng lowered his head, and his warm breath sprayed on her earlobe. He could smell the pleasant fragrance of shampoo coming from her hair. Morong Yunshue's body trembled slightly, and a lovely pink blush appeared at the base of her ears. She shrank into his arms, finding a more comfortable position, her voice as light as a feather. Thinking about the future of Fengshui Group. Oh? My dear President Morong, it's not time to get off work yet, but you're still thinking about work? Lin Feng smiled, and gently curled a strand of her hair with his fingers, playing with it. Tell me, where is our group heading in the future? There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone, but Morong Yunxue could hear the seriousness in it. She looked up at his profile, which looked even more handsome in the night, and said seriously, we have basically integrated the businesses of Dingsheng in those companies. The Fengshui Group is now much larger than any other family in Yuncheng. Next, I plan to officially launch my plan to enter the capital. Her eyes sparkled with the unique light of a career-oriented woman, a light of confidence and ambition. Oh? You want to go to the capital to increase your strength so soon? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Time waits for no one. Morong Yunshue's gaze once again turned to the distant night scene. Our move this time was too big. Although it shocked everyone, it will definitely attract attention from higher levels. Instead of passively waiting, it's better to take the initiative. Besides, the Wang family behind the Tianlang group will not let it go like this. When she mentioned the Wang family, her tone became more serious. The Wang family? Lin Feng sneered, his smile carrying an innate, overbearing arrogance. They're just a bunch of old antiques living in the last century. They won't be around for much longer. He did not explain in detail, but his calm and nonchalant attitude gave Moron Yunxue an inexplicable and powerful sense of security. It seemed that as long as he was there, even if the sky fell, he could still punch it back. Besides the company, what else are you thinking about? Lin Feng's arms held her tighter, his chin resting lightly on top of her head. Moron Yunxue was silent for a moment, seeming to find it difficult to speak. After a long while, her voice was as soft as a mosquito. I'm still thinking about our wedding. After saying these words, her cheeks suddenly turned red like ripe apples, and she wanted to bury her whole face in Lin Feng's chest. Is this still the cold female CEO who is decisive and has the final say in front of outsiders? Lin Feng's heart was instantly struck by this sudden softness, and became completely soft. He laughed heartily, and the shaking of his chest made the beauty in his arms even more embarrassed. So my Yunxue is eager to get married too? He teased her deliberately. Tell me, what kind of wedding do you want? Chinese or Western style? On an island or in an ancient castle? Or maybe just charter the moon and we can have it there for the whole world to see? Nothing serious. Moron Yunxue was embarrassed and angry by his wild words. She stretched out her little hand and gently hit his strong chest, but she didn't use any strength. I don't care where it's held. Her voice gradually faded, but with an unprecedented determination, as long as the groom is you, it's fine. These few simple words were like a warm current that instantly flowed through Lin Feng's limbs and bones. The smirk on his face gradually faded, replaced by an indelible gentleness. He gently lifted her chin and made her look into his eyes. When their eyes met, there seemed to be lightning flashing in the air, and the atmosphere at this moment became incomparably charming and sweet. The surface of the swimming pool reflected the figures of the two people. The hustle and bustle of the city seemed to be muted at this moment. The whole world was left with only each other's breathing and heartbeat. Just when Lin Feng was about to lower his head and kiss her, Moron Yunxue suddenly plucked up the courage and stood on tiptoe. Soft, slightly cool lips pressed against his. Lin Feng's body stiffened slightly, then he took the initiative and deepened the kiss with force. After a long time, their lips parted. Moron Yunxue's pretty face was so red that it seemed to bleed, and her cold eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, with a hint of confusion and inextricable affection. She panted, hugging him tightly, as if trying to rub herself into his body. Lin Feng. Thank you. Her voice trembled slightly. Thank you for everything you have done for me. Thank you for showing up when I was most desperate. Thank you for changing my grandfather's fate. Thank you for clearing all the obstacles for me. Thank you too, for letting me know what it feels like to be loved unconditionally. Lin Feng could feel the heavy emotions in her words. His heart ached and he reached out his hand, gently stroking her soft long hair. He looked at her eyes that were big enough to make the stars pale in comparison, and that familiar smile of 3 parts ruffian and 7 parts doting appeared on his face again. Fool. His voice was low and magnetic, and every word he said was like the most beautiful love words, striking at her heart. For you, I am willing to make the world my enemy. Warm times always pass quickly. The two of them hugged each other quietly, enjoying the rare moment of tenderness before the storm came. None of them noticed. It was in a dark corner of the bustling city beneath their feet. In a shabby rental house with no lights on. A haggard woman with disheveled hair was staring at the screen of her mobile phone. On the screen was the front page headline of financial news and a photo of Fengshui Group and Lin Feng, looking high-spirited. The background of the photo is the Yunding Palace, which looks like a palace of gods. The woman's nails dug deep into the flesh of her palm, causing traces of blood to seep out, but she was completely unaware. She was nervously repeating a few words over and over again. Why? That should have been mine, everything should have been mine. In the darkness, a pair of eyes completely twisted by jealousy and hatred stared intently at the direction of the mansion standing above the clouds in the photo, emitting a light of extreme resentment. That face, which was once pretty, now became as hideous as a demon because of the crazy hatred. It turned out to be Wang Yaoyao, who had long been forgotten by everyone. Chapter 130 Crazy Li Xiao, Desperate Gambler. In sharp contrast to the warmth and luxury of the Cloud Top Palace is a forgotten corner on the outskirts of Cloud City. This is a long abandoned auto repair shop, the air filled with the rotting smell of rust, oil, and dust. The dilapidated walls are covered with graffiti, and the broken windows are like the empty eye sockets of wild animals, silently gazing at the desolation. In the center of the factory, a dim incandescent bulb hangs alone, casting a weak light, making the surrounding darkness even more intense. Under the light, a figure huddled in the corner like a stray dog. That's Mr. Li Tianyu. The young master of the Li family, who once dominated Cloud City and rode the winding mountain roads with high spirits, now had a haggard face, sunken eyes, and tangled hair. His once priceless designer coat was now stained and wrinkled, emitting a sour odor. His eyes no longer had the arrogance and frivolity of the past, only the madness of being forced into a desperate situation that was burning everything. Family, gone. Because of the stupid act of kidnapping Moron Yunxue, the Li family, a big tree that had been entrenched in Yunqing for many years, was uprooted by Lin Feng's thundering rage and turned into ashes in an instant. Wealth, status, friends, women, everything he once had vanished overnight. He fell from the clouds into the dirtiest quagmire. The instigator of all this is the man named Lin Feng. Li Tianyu blamed all his failures on Lin Feng. It was him who took away his own glory on the track. It was him who snatched away the woman of his dreams. It was him who ruined his life. The huge hatred, like a poisonous snake, gnawed at his heart day and night, devouring his last bit of sanity. He is unwilling to accept it. Why can Lin Feng embrace a stunning beauty like Moron Yunxue, stand at the top of the world, and enjoy the attention of everyone? And he can only hide in this dark corner like a rat crossing the street, barely surviving? I don't accept it. Li Tianyu let out a low growl like a beast, his bloodshot eyes fixed on a puddle of oil on the ground, as if the face of Lin Feng, whom he hated so much, was reflected there. He wants revenge. At all costs. He sold the last of his hidden assets, a Patek Philippe watch, some gold bars, and a small stash of money his mother had secretly left him. For him in the past, this money was just enough for a few meals. But now, this is his last bet. He used the money to contact a group of internationally notorious mercenaries, the Vulture Squad, through the deepest channels of the black market. This group of people do things for money, are cruel and ruthless, and have blood on their hands. They are real desperados. De. The sound of heavy military boots stepping on the ground echoed in the empty factory, getting closer step by step. 5 burly men wearing tactical vests and emitting a strong smell of blood walked out of the darkness like ghosts. The leader was a bald, strong man with a terrifying scar on his face that extended from his brow to the corner of his mouth. As he chewed gum, the scar twisted like a centipede. He is the leader of the Vulture Squad, codenamed Vulture. There was no trace of human emotion in his gray eyes, only indifference and cruelty towards his prey. You are our employer. The Vulture walked up to Li Tianyu and looked down at him, as if he was looking at a corpse. Li Tianyu was so frightened by the tangible murderous aura from him that his whole body trembled, but the hatred in his heart soon overwhelmed his fear. He suddenly stood up from the ground, like an enraged wild dog, raised his head and roared at the man who was a head taller than him at the top of his lungs. Money! I'll give you all the money I have left. He threw a backpack that was stuffed bulgingly at the Vulture's feet. I don't want you to kill him. His voice became sharp and piercing with extreme hatred, and his entire face was distorted. I want you to capture Moron Yunxue alive. I want him to have a taste. To have him experience 1/10,000th of the pain I endure. I want him to look at his beloved woman in my hands and kneel down to beg me. I want him to live a life worse than death. The crazy roar echoed in the abandoned factory, full of despair and resentment. The factory fell into a brief silence. The team members behind Vulture all had expressions of watching a good show on their faces. Vulture himself slowly bent down, picked up the backpack on the ground, unzipped it and took a look. Inside were bundles of US dollars and several gold bars. He casually threw the backpack to his men behind him, then stuck out his tongue and slowly licked his cracked lips. This action made the scar on his face look even more hideous. He opened his mouth, revealing a cruel smile to the extreme. His teeth were as yellow as those of a beast that had been gnawing on carrion for years. Money is not an issue. His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper rubbing against the surface. However, this target has a very high security level. We've checked, and she's always accompanied by a group of top-notch bodyguards. And that man named Lin Feng is even more difficult to deal with. The Vulture's gray eyes turned to Li Tianyu, as if it was looking at an interesting toy. We need an opportunity.